In order to prove that dragon eggs can hatch into humans, I reincarnated as a silver dragon king egg. The first time I opened my eyes from the dragon egg, I saw the huge dragon eye of the silver dragon king, Silver Moon, and thought I was definitely going to die this time. The ancestral dragon blood in me would surely become the healing elixir for the silver dragon king. Unexpectedly, she pressed me under her and began to incubate me. I only felt darkness in front of me, and then I couldn't see anything. This should be how it hatches, right? I don't know if it's correct. My memories of this aspect are still too vague. The silver dragon king murmured to herself. Theoretically, this is how it hatches. But she always felt something was strange. Could she be hatching me? How strange. But I am not her child, and I seem to be in human form. If I hatch and am not a little dragon but a child, will the silver dragon king eat me? I feel a bit depressed but have no choice. I can only take it one step at a time. As time passed, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the eggshell. What's going on? I won't crush it, will I? The silver dragon king outside sensed something unusual and was immediately shocked, quickly pulling the golden egg from under her. On the golden egg, the originally dense cracks grew larger and more numerous. In the next moment, with a bang, a tiny pink foot suddenly poked out, kicking away a piece of the eggshell. Then, two hands also swatted away two pieces of the eggshell, forcefully prying them apart. With a crack, the eggshell split open, and a completely naked, water-soaked little child crawled out from within. A human? How is this possible? The silver dragon king looked at the little one in the center of her claws, completely bewildered. Although I have the appearance of a human, because of my ancestral dragon bloodline, the silver dragon king felt a strong affection and fondness for me at first sight. I can't be mistaken about that pure ancestral dragon bloodline. Even if it's a human, it can still be used by my spirit beasts. Moreover, the bloodline of the other party is so rich. If we can have offspring with the transformed spirit beast, it will greatly benefit my spirit beast clan. In an instant, the silver dragon king made up her mind to raise me to adulthood. Wow, wow, wow. At that moment, I suddenly let out a loud cry in the center of the dragon's claw. Don't cry, don't cry, please don't cry. Seeing the child in her palm wailing, the silver dragon king felt an inexplicable tug at her heart and quickly leaned forward, whispering. But at that moment, she was in her dragon form, and her enormous dragon head slowly approached, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure, which made me cry even louder. Seeing this scene, the silver dragon king was completely stunned, but she quickly reacted, realizing that she had frightened me. In the next moment, a flash of light passed by, and the huge silver dragon slowly dissipated, transforming into a human woman. Alright, don't cry, don't cry. The woman gently reached out to hold me in her arms, softly comforting me. Although she had never taken care of a child, she had memories of this aspect in her inheritance, so she knew a little about soothing children. Once I was held in her arms, I immediately stopped crying and instead broke into a silly smile. It wasn't that I was pretending to be silly, I simply couldn't speak. Alright, don't cry, you will live here from now on, the silver dragon king said with a smile when she saw that I had stopped crying. Mommy, after adapting for a while, I finally forced out the words mommy with this small body. I am not your mother. Upon hearing this, the silver dragon king's face suddenly flushed with an inexplicable redness. Mommy is hungry. I once again forced out two words in a babyish voice, my gaze falling on the silver dragon king's chest. Of course, I didn't mean to nurse. After all, the silver dragon king didn't have that. I was just really hungry. I was a premature baby and urgently needed a lot of nutrition. Just crying once made me feel an intense hunger. However, the silver dragon king did not think so. She looked down, her face slightly flushed. You want to drink milk, but I don't have any. For a moment, the silver dragon king didn't know what to do. It wasn't that she didn't want to give it, but there really was none. I was so hungry that I could hardly stand it, quickly pointing my finger at the energy beam on the ceiling, my short legs kicking wildly. Because of my extreme hunger, I was particularly sensitive to food, especially that massive essence of life above my head. I was really a bit tempted. I'm such an idiot. The silver dragon king slapped her forehead, instantly realizing that although she had no food, the heavenly dream ice silkworm had some. The essence of life within the heavenly dream ice silkworm is the best supplement for any creature, especially suitable for children. The silver dragon king waved her jade hand and directly absorbed a large mass of essence of life. Then she used elemental power to directly condense a transparent milk bottle, filling it with the essence of life, and finally stuffed the milk bottle into my mouth. As the milk bottle entered, a large amount of essence of life surged into my body, quickly replenishing the losses caused by my premature birth. Yeah, Mama, I shouted while eating, clearly in a very happy mood. I already said I'm not your mother. You should call me sister instead, the silver dragon king said with a flushed face. After all, She is a pure and innocent dragon. If other soul beasts misunderstand that this is her child, wouldn't her character be completely ruined? Mom, Mama, but I didn't care about that, happily shouting, which left the Silver Dragon King quite helpless, and she could only accept it reluctantly. Since the Silver Dragon King needed to continue sleeping to heal, I was taken out of the Lake of Life by Emperor Tian and was established as the young master of the soul beasts. After 6 years, I had become familiar with this world. At this moment, I instantaneously moved through a special passage to the special space where the Silver Dragon King was located. Although the Silver Dragon King could awaken, her injuries were not fully healed yet, and each time she woke up, she couldn't stay long, and there were also limitations on the number of times. Upon entering the space, a stunningly beautiful woman came towards me. Sister, I called out as soon as I saw her, and then I walked over directly and threw myself into her arms, rubbing against her fiercely. Not bad, not bad. My little Feng has grown quite a bit, the Silver Dragon King said, stroking me in her arms, her eyes filled with tenderness. She truly loved this child. After all, Yi Feng had grown up under her watch, especially since the ancestral dragon bloodline within her was even stronger than that of the dragon god, which made her want to be close to Yi Feng at all times. Unfortunately, her waking time was too short and the number of times was too few, so there weren't many opportunities for her to be affectionate with Yi Feng. In the blink of an eye, Yi Feng was already growing into an adult. When Yi Feng was very young, she often hugged the other person to sleep. Yi Feng liked to hold onto her. At first, she just thought Yi Feng was still young and lacked maternal love, so she didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until Yi Feng's little sprout developed and grew that she realized she was wrong. This kid wasn't lacking maternal love at all, but purely because he was lecherous. However, she wasn't angry or annoyed. Instead, she understood very well. After all, the dragon lineage has a strong desire for reproduction, and Yi Feng contained a terrifying ancestral dragon bloodline, so being lecherous was quite normal. Of course, understanding is one thing, but she certainly couldn't indulge him, so later she only let Yi Feng hug her to sleep, without giving him anything to eat. It's all thanks to my sister's good feeding. I chuckled, lowered my head, and took a deep whiff of the milky scent, feeling very satisfied. After all, I was just an 18-year-old virgin in my previous life. How could I withstand the likes of the Silver Dragon King? Alright, stop messing around. The Silver Dragon King helplessly pinched me and then said seriously, Emperor Tian has returned and brought you the Awakening Stone and Awakening Method. Sister will help you awaken your martial soul now. Your bloodline is very powerful, and your martial soul will definitely belong to the top tier. The Silver Dragon King's tone also revealed a strong sense of expectation. Really? I was delighted to hear that. Alright, follow me. I've been preparing for you for a long time. The Silver Dragon King took my hand and led me to a high, protruding platform. On the platform, there was a strange pattern made of several unusual stones, resembling a small formation. This is the awakening formation that my sister personally set up for you. It should be the best on the entire continent, capable of fully activating the innate soul power within you, the Silver Dragon King said proudly. The awakening formation set up by those humans outside are not perfect. They can only activate about 80% of a soul master's innate soul power, while the formation I set up can activate 100% of the innate soul power. Although it's only an extra 20%, it can put you far ahead of your peers. Sister is really amazing. I also did not hold back my admiration. Alright, hurry up and stand on it to take a look. The Silver Dragon King was in a good mood, and with a gentle wave, a strange force lifted me up and brought me to the center of the formation. Then, the formation was activated, and a strange wave came, enveloping me in a soft light. In the next moment, Yi Feng's body suddenly erupted with a piercing golden light. At this moment, Yi Feng only felt that his body was hot and dry, and although most of the ancestral dragon bloodline in his body had been sealed, the most noble ancestral dragon pressure had not weakened in the slightest, and instantly spread out. Boom! Suddenly, on Yi Feng's body, a golden pillar of light rose up to the sky, rushing out of the Lake of Life and straight into the sky. Within that pillar of light, a giant dragon silhouette with a body length of over 10,000 meters slowly emerged. The giant dragon's body was majestic and powerful. Each wave of its wings stirred up ripples in the sea of stars, and countless stars swirled around it, surrounding the king of the universe like a multitude of stars. Its eyes, deep and bright, were like two brilliant jewels set in the night sky, glittering with majesty. Ow ho! The sound of the dragon's roar was loud and clear, resounding throughout the entire continent. At this moment, everyone in the entire Dolua continent couldn't help but feel a touch of awe in their hearts when they heard this dragon roar. The terrifying dragon might instantly covered the entire Star Dipper Great Forest. Countless soul beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. Even the several ferocious beast kings of the Star Dipper Great Forest couldn't help but feel a sense of awe when they saw this scene, and one by one, all of them lowered their high and proud heads. At the same time, A name surfaced in everyone's mind, Star Ancestor Dragon. P.S. Seek favorite, seek recommendations. Thank you on your knees. Thank you readers, big brother. Chapter 4, Innate Level 40. Talent Transformation Ring, Star Ancestral Dragon, Heaven and Earth Anomaly. The Silver Dragon King looked at Yifeng, who was wrapped in endless golden aura. His heart was incomparably shocked. Although she had known about Yifeng's ancestral dragon bloodline for a long time, it was all her own perception from her bloodline, knowing that the other party's bloodline was very powerful, but she had never experienced it for herself. And now, the other party awakened martial soul released by the heaven and earth phenomenon, but let her most intuitively feel the other party's body bloodline of the powerful. Sure enough, just as she thought, this was a bloodline far beyond that of the dragon god. Generally speaking, it was absolutely impossible for this kind of bloodline to appear in the Doluwa continent. After all the dragons above this continent could all be said to be the descendants of the former dragon god. Even if the bloodline returned, at most, it would be infinitely close to the dragon god, but it could never surpass the other party. However, only he and Emperor Genius knew that Yifeng didn't belong to this world, but came from beyond the heavens, which could also be said to be from outside this world. Then it would make perfect sense for the other party to have this powerful bloodline in them. The dragon's might in the sky only lasted for a moment before slowly dissipating. However, even in this moment, the mighty name of the Star Ancestral Dragon had been deeply engraved in the deepest recesses of the minds of all the living beings in this continent, and could never be erased. In the meantime, the Temple of the Martial Soul. Dozens of powerful people appeared in unison in the sky above the Martial Spirit Hall city, gazing out in the direction of the Star Dipper Great Forest. Star Ancestral Dragon. What is this thing? Could it be a newly appeared soul beast? Dong furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. It could be that the Soul Beast clan has given birth to an emperor with a returning bloodline. Chitaru guessed. Even if it's an emperor, that was just born. This breath is too terrifying. Beside her, Ju Doluwa subconsciously shrunk her neck and said in a petulant voice, although it was a long way away, that kind of pressure still made his heart palpitate a little. The other powerhouses around them were also talking, but they couldn't guess what was going on. Ghostly, take a few people to go scout around in the middle of the Star Do Great Forest. I want to know what the hell that thing is. Dong pondered for a moment and faintly commanded. Although her main goal was to unify the continent, the Soul Beast clan was also a huge threat, and now that there was such a turn of events, she had to defend herself. Yes, sir. The ghost bowed, and then the entire thing turned into a black smoke and dissipated. Seeing this, the others also went back one after another, waiting for news from the ghost. After all, this matter was too shocking, and the entire continent had never had such a thing happen in a million years. The Martial Soul Hall, as the top power of the continent, and even more so as an existence that had been passed down for 10,000 years, naturally had to figure out the truth of this matter. The moment, in the middle of the formation, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. Behind him, a miniature version of a giant dragon slowly circled. However, because the bloodline was sealed, the aura of the giant dragon behind him at this moment was not as powerful as the Star Ancestral Dragon's shadow just now. But even so, the quality of this martial soul was far beyond the so-called super martial souls out there. Moreover, Yifeng's current martial soul was still only in its weakest state. As he grew, as his bloodline was unsealed, his martial soul would gradually grow until it grew to that terrifying dragon that spanned hundreds of millions of light years and commanded countless stars. Well, it seems like a loss, but not a big one. Yifeng touched his nose and thought darkly. After all, that was the adult body of the dragon race, and according to the time of the dragon race, it would take at least 10 million years to grow to that level. Even if he was conceived in the egg for 10 years, he would only be a juvenile body when he came out of the world, and at most, he would be tearing down god kings with his hands. No big deal. Give him 10 years to develop and it's not really that far off. And with the awakening of the martial soul, Yifeng was also able to feel the majestic innate soul power erupting from his body, which was actually at level 40. Innate level 40 soul power. Innate soul power, in fact, is the heaven and earth yuan qi naturally absorbed by the body before the awakening of the martial soul. The higher the talent, in fact, the higher the affinity for heaven and earth yuan qi, the higher the innate soul power after the awakening will naturally be. But that's not the end of it. Because of the powerful bloodline of the Star Ancestral Dragon, it originally came with various strong talents and skills, and these talents and skills fused with the rules of this world, and were even automatically transformed into Soul Ring soul skills, just like the golden soul ring that Tang Wulin automatically condensed after unsealing his bloodline. Yifeng's Star Dragon bloodline could similarly automatically transform his natural abilities into Soul Ring soul skills. After all, the rules of this world were such that if the talent was not converted into a soul skill, Yifeng could actually still use the talent skill, but the power would be drastically weakened. Boo dash. In the next moment, a purple 3, 000-year-old soul ring slowly emerged from under Yifeng's feet, and Yifeng also got his first soul ring, obtaining the first soul skill, Star Dragon Might. The Dragon Might was unleashed, and it had an absolute suppression effect on all animal system martial souls, and the greater the difference in cultivation, the weaker the suppression effect. Immediately after that was the second soul ring, a purple 9,000-year-old soul ring that came with a 1,000-year-old soul skill, Star Buster. By casting Star Hegemony, you can increase your full attributes by 900% and be immune to all negative effects for the duration. Normal increase class soul skills were 10% to 50%, and the most heaven-defying ones were only 100% to 200%, while Yifeng's increase directly dried up to 900%, which was simply unreasonable. Immediately followed by the third soul ring, which was a pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring, a 20,000-year-old soul ring that came with a 10,000-year-old soul skill, Star Field. Within the range of the domain, Yifeng's body could transform into a star and appear anywhere, equivalent to infinite instantaneous movement, and he could summon a large number of meteorites to attack the target. Of course, what surprised Yifeng the most was that his soul ring, because it evolved from his talent, would gradually unseal along with his bloodline, and his soul ring years would likewise grow. Moreover, with the unsealing of his bloodline and the continuous awakening of various talents, one of his soul rings could also come with 2 or even more soul skills. Yifeng was now level 40 and could theoretically condense the fourth soul ring directly. Only 1% of the bloodline was unsealed, and 98.9% of the bloodline was still sealed. If we say that Tang Wulin, who bears the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, has 18 seals on his body, then Yifeng still has these 989 seals on his body right now. For every point that was unsealed, Yifeng would be able to awaken the bloodline talent and incorporate it into his soul ring to turn it into a soul skill. Unlike Tang Wulin's bloodline is an outsider. The seal is also under Tang San. Very rough, unsealing speed is also fast. If not Tang Wulin's luck is heavenly, it would have been taken over by the Golden Dragon King. Yifeng's bloodline in his body is given by the system, completely belongs to him. The seal is also under the system. With his body and cultivation enhancements slowly unsealed, security is extremely high, but also do not need to work hard. Even if lying down can also become stronger, only to take a longer period of time. Of course, it was also possible to accelerate the unsealing, such as absorbing the life purification of the heavenly dream ice silkworms, or getting a few tons of immortal grass to eat as snacks. If he killed the soul beast, the current Yifeng could still obtain a soul ring, but Yifeng would not do so. It wasn't that he was getting attached to those soul beasts with low intelligence. Rather, in his view, hunting soul rings, soul bones and so on, after all, is just a foreign object, does not belong to him, but may be his bloodline to pollution. Although all other soul masters absorbed soul rings and it didn't affect becoming a god. But for Yifeng, becoming a god was only the beginning of his journey. His future had infinite possibilities. So naturally, he didn't think much of the garbage soul rings and soul bones of this world. Speaking of soul bones, Yifeng could clearly feel the changes in his right palm after he awakened his martial soul. The gradually unsealed bloodline power was starting to transform his right palm. Only need to unseal a little more. His right palm should be able to transform into a real dragon claw. The power of this thing is absolutely no less than the legendary 100,000 years of soul bone. If the bloodline was completely unsealed, all the bones in his entire body could be transformed into the body of a true dragon. Wouldn't this be countless times stronger than any million-year-old soul bone? Innate level 40 soul power. And you can also self-condense soul rings. If I hadn't watched you grow up, I might have really thought that you were a monster that had transformed and reconditioned itself as a soul beast. On the side, the Silver Dragon King stared blankly at Yifeng with an inexplicable stirring in his heart as he muttered, to be so powerful after only just awakening his martial soul. He really didn't dare to imagine how powerful he would be when he grew up in the future. I feel like my body is filled with power. Thank you, sister. Yifeng slowly withdrew his mind and looked at the Silver Dragon King with gratitude in his gaze. No, it's all about your own talent and hard work. The Silver Dragon King gently pulled Yifeng into her arms and smiled with a beaming smile. Well, you have just advanced. So stay here in sister's place for a few days to stabilize your cultivation. And by the way, keep sister company. Yes, Yifeng nodded his head very nicely, but did not refuse. After awakening his martial soul, his strength had skyrocketed dozens of times, so he indeed had to stabilize it properly, lest his foundation become unstable. Of course, the main thing is the beauty of the company. Although the Silver Dragon King wouldn't give him any, but kissing and cuddling is still okay. Chapter 5, Phoenix-tailed cockatrice. Hammered with one punch. January. Deep in the Stardust Great Forest, a giant ape with a body size of more than 10 meters darted in and out of the forest, its high and loud song constantly resounding all around. I'm Tarzan next door. catching love on the vine. Titan monkey, ow 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 ow. You're beautiful Jenny, holding my hand to the waves. Titan monkey, ow 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 ow. Yifeng sat on the head of the Titanic ape. His hands caught the hair on the Titanic ape's body that was like a steel needle, and sang loudly, looking extremely exuberant. Tian, the Red King, and the others spent most of their time cultivating under the bottom of the Lake of Life, extracting the life essence from the big fatty insect's body. Outside of the Star Do Great Forest, there were also only the heavenly green bull python and the Titan giant ape guarding it. The celestial green bull python is a stuffy creature that never leaves the Lake of Life, so the only one Yifeng could play with was the Titan giant ape, a silly big guy. The current period was the era of Tang San and Little Dance. Little Dance left the Star Do Great Forest 6 years ago and just missed him. Now Little Dance should have joined Shrek Academy with Tang San. Calculating the time, Yifeng felt that they were almost ready to hunt soul beasts inside the Star Do Great Forest. Of course, the reason why Yifeng wanted to meet Tang San, Xiao Dai and the others was also because he wanted to give those trash words away. The target of the word giveaway can only be a human, and it has to be close to some range to do so. Before was not awakened martial soul. Go outside is still a little dangerous. So Yifeng has been in the middle of the Star Dipper Great Forest meticulously, and the Silver Dragon King to cultivate feelings. In these 6 years, Yifeng had accumulated a total of 72 lottery chances, and Yifeng had used up 30 of them, leaving 42 left. However, it may be that the first 10 consecutive draws are from the raffle that comes with the newbie bundle giveaway, which has a higher probability of drawing something good. After the last 30 draws, the highest level of draws were only red words, and a lot of them were flawed words. With 42 times remaining, Yifeng planned to keep it for now. After all, every 10 consecutive draw gets you a guaranteed word, which is a base card despite its random quality. Draws are best when there is a need or when you are in danger. When you get to the human world, you can still get a lot of draws for giving away words, and then you can draw the words you need most depending on the situation. Ow! Suddenly, the Titan giant ape underneath him violently stopped and looked in the direction of the outskirts of the Stardust Great Forest. Tai, what's wrong? Yifeng noticed the Titan giant ape's abnormality and asked curiously. Ho ho ho! The Titanic ape stood upright and gestured something with his fingers, looking very agitated. What? You said you felt Little Dance's aura. Yifeng had lived in the Star Do Great Forest for so long that communicating with soul beasts was naturally easy. At this moment, when he received the news from the Titan giant ape, he was overjoyed. He had been doing nothing but cultivating every day during this period of time, was holding the Titan giant ape and strolling around. Wasn't it just to wait for Tang San and the others to arrive? And now he could be considered to have come. He had a large number of flawed words in his hands, just enough to give them away in one fell swoop and rake in a lot of draws. Ho ho ho! Although the Titan giant ape had already become Yifeng's little brother, but at this moment, when he felt Little Dance's breath, he was still very excited and couldn't wait to go and fetch Little Dance back now. Of course, besides missing Xiao Dance, the Titan giant ape wanted to convince Xiao Dance to return to Yifeng together and recognize him as his big brother. After all, Yifeng's position in the Star Do Great Forest was incomparable. Even those 200,000 to 300,000 year old giants were respectful to them. If Little Dance could get on good terms with Yifeng, then in the future, she would definitely be able to walk horizontally in the Star Do Great Forest and would never be bullied by other soul beasts again. Tai, go over there and take a look, but when the time comes, don't show yourself and wait for my order before you act. Yifeng patted the Titan giant ape's head and said, after all, if the Titan giant ape appeared, it was feared that it would scare everyone away, and Little Dance's identity might be exposed. Of course, the most crucial thing was that he couldn't let the Titan giant ape affect his plan. Roar! The Titanic ape whimpered lowly and finally nodded honestly, as much as it wanted to see Mai. However, he didn't quite dare to disobey Yifeng's order, but he still quickly led Yifeng towards the direction where Little Dance was flying. In the meantime, the outskirts of the Stardust Great Forest, Shrek's group of people slowly headed towards the Stardust Great Forest. Dai Mubai was in charge of opening the way, Tang San was in charge of guarding the area, the others surrounded the perimeter, and Zhao Wuji stood in the middle of the crowd, always on guard against any dangers that might appear around them at any time. Everyone else had an instinctive fear of the Star Dipper Great Forest, and each one of them was fully concentrated and appeared to be cautious. Only the small Dance, his hands behind the back, jumping, but also from time to time to touch the side of the various flowers and grasses. Looks like the mood is quite good, without the slightest pressure. When Zhao Wuji saw this, the corners of his mouth twitched, but Mai wasn't out of his safe range, so he didn't bother to say anything. A few people had spent an hour or so and were planning to take a break. However, Zhu Zhuqing, who was in charge of the Forbidden Ring, soon realized the difference. Watch out, something's up ahead, Zhu Zhuqing said in a hurry. In the next moment, a red figure entered the crowd sight. It was a huge snake, with an appearance just as Zhu Zhuqing had described, 6 or 7 meters in length, with a bright red crown of flesh on its head, looking somewhat carnivorous, and collided with Zhu Zhuqing. This is the phoenix-tailed cockatrice, roughly around 1500 to 1800 years old, a speed-type soul beast, perfect for little Ao to absorb. Tang San recognized the other party's variety at the first moment, and directly judged the other party's approximate year. Third brother, you really are a soul beast encyclopedia. You know all this. Oscar's peach blossom eyes lit up with some surprise. Okay, attention everyone. This is your first practical lesson. Catch this cockatoo, Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone's hearts fluttered, and immediately afterward, they all entered a fighting state. All snakes are afraid of flying birds. Fatty's phoenix can deter them. Everyone else strike together. The other party is very fast. Don't let it get away. Tang San, as the squad's wise man, naturally produced a battle plan in the first place. Hula dash. Ma Hongjun took the brunt of the attack, directly releasing the phoenix martial spirit and blocking in front of the phoenix-tailed cockatrice. As expected, upon sensing Ma Hongjun's aura, the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake, which was already in the midst of fleeing, instantly panicked a bit. Spectral surge. Zhu Zhuqing, as a sensitive attack system soul master, seized the opportunity to kill at the first opportunity. White Tiger Vajra transformation. The 7 treasures are famous, and the second is speed. Blue and silver wrap. Dai Mu Bai, Ning Rong Rong, and Tang San also struck out at the same time. In just a few moments, he was able to restrain that crested cockatoo snake. However, the phoenix-tailed cockatrice was a 1,000-year-old soul beast, and the snake's body was extremely flexible, instantly breaking free from the crowd's control and fleeing towards the distance. Sinful animal. Where to escape? When Zhao Wuji saw this, he let out a cold snort, intending to take action himself. And just then, a sturdy figure suddenly leapt out from the jungle ahead. It was a teenager that appeared right on top of the crested cockatoo's escape route. Witch brat, get out of the way. When Zhao Wuji saw this, he was shocked. That was a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Under such a fast speed, even a soul exalt would have his bones broken if he was hit. However, before Zhao Wuji could do anything, instead, the crowd saw that the teenager simply threw a simple punch at the crested cockatoo snake. Bang! The punch lands solidly on crested cockatoo's head. The powerful force carried a terrifying vigor that directly blasted the phoenix-tailed cockatrice out. Puff puff puff. The phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake fell to the ground on the spot and convulsed for a few moments, and soon became motionless, apparently passed out. When the Shrek crowd saw this scene, they all sucked in cool air and were shocked beyond words. Chapter 6, You two go together. That's a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Surprisingly, he was directly knocked down by this teenager in front of him with one punch. Even if this crested cockatoo snake was already at the end of its strength, it was still not something that one person could deal with. All 7 of them went all out, and they all almost let this phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake escape. The other party had taken down the crested cockatrice with just one person. Looking at the other party's age, he was only 12 or 13 years old, but he would have such battle power. This caused everyone present to be incomparably surprised. Only Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Dang, and Ning Rongrong looked at Yifeng with some different gazes, and in addition to shock, there were other emotions. It was really because Yifeng was too handsome. The dragon bloodline coupled with the daily absorption of the life force of the heavenly dream ice silkworm made Yifeng's face value almost reach the level of perfection. When Zhao Wuji saw this scene, his pupils also shrank. Other people might not have reacted, but he was well aware that the other party's punch just now was just pure physical strength and did not utilize a soul technique. What a concept! With just his physical body, he took out a 1,000-year-old soul beast. I don't think he could have done it when he was young, even if he tried his best. What the hell is this little guy that just appeared out of nowhere? He thought that Tang San and the others were already monsters among monsters, but he didn't expect that one would pop up now that was even more of a monster than Tang San and the others. This is outrageous. Yifeng ignored the dumbfoundedness of the others and instead walked straight towards the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake. He had raffled off a purple phrase called King of Cooks before, and not only had he gained an extremely high level of culinary skill, but he was also extraordinarily sensitive to ingredients. Intuition told him, this phoenix-tailed cocklesnake if used to braise absolutely fat intestines delicious. At the thought of this, the crested cockatoo snake could somewhat resist drooling. As for him hunting soul beasts, no matter if it was the Silver Dragon King or Empyrean, they wouldn't actually object. After all, for powerful soul beasts, weak soul beasts were supposed to be food, not kith and kin. Especially for meat-eating soul beasts. Although cultivation could reduce eating, they still needed extra supplementation. Only a vegetarian soul beast like Little Dance would treat most of the weak soul beasts as friends and not tolerate killing them. Stop. Freeze. Just then, 2 unusual sounds came from 2 directions at the same time. The first voice came from Tang San. The second voice, on the other hand, came from the dense forest to the west. The sudden appearance of the third party caused all eyes to look in the direction of the dense forest to the west. The next moment, the dense forest slowly parted, from which a large and a small figure walked out. Two people, one old and one young, both women. The old one looked 60 or 70 years old, full of white hair, but looked full of redness and spirit, with a pair of eyes in which refined light gulped out, his right hand holding a 3-meter-long snake-headed walking stick, and the 6 soul rings on his body moving up and down in a rhythmic manner. Beside the old woman, there is a beautiful young girl with short hair, looking at 16 or 17 years old, a sharp strong suit, tightly wrapped around her already well-developed body. A pair of large dark brown eyes were staring at the phoenix-tailed cocklesnake at Yifeng's feet, and the 200-year-old soul rings behind her rose and fell along with her breathing, obviously not in a good mood at the moment. The old woman didn't see the scene of Yifeng's strike and thought that Yifeng was on Zhao Wuji's side. Coupled with the 7 soul rings behind Zhao Wuji, the old woman was instantly a bit scandalized, so she slightly lowered her stance and said, "Your Excellency, this phoenix-tailed cockatrice snake was discovered by us first. Can you let us have it?" "Whoa, dare I ask if this senior is?" Zhao Wuji didn't argue, but frowned slightly, always feeling that the old woman in front of him looked a bit familiar. "I, Chao Tianxiang, was honored by my friends in the Soul Master world for giving me the name Snake Woman," Chao Tianxiang said with a slight smile. Although the words were said, the tone still revealed a hint of smugness and threat. "But the one among the Geishir dragon snakes?" Zhao Wuji was shocked when he heard this. Geishir dragon snake alone is already very strong. The duo joining hands, it is hard to have an enemy under the sealed Doluo. The snake woman was here, so the dragon duke was bound to be around, so he was naturally a bit wary. "It is precisely the old me. I have yet to ask the soul sage for his superiority?" Zhao Wuji spoke faintly. "Surprisingly, it's the immovable Ming King." Disrespect. As Chao Tianxiang heard this, her heart was also a bit aghast. Naturally she had heard of the evil reputation of this old thing, Zhao Wuji. That was an existence that was wanted by the martial spirit hall, so it was naturally not something to be messed with. The two exchanged pleasantries before Chao Tianxiang spoke. "Your Excellency the Ming King, this phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake was found by us first and wounded it. Just a moment of inattention let this run away. My granddaughter is only 16 years old and has just reached level 30. She is very much in need of this phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake. Can Your Excellency the Ming King let it go to us?" Oscar was just about to open his mouth to say on what grounds, but was stopped by Zhao Wuji, who looked towards Chao Tianxiang and said with a smile, Big Sister Chao, you should have misunderstood. This phoenix-tailed cockatrice wasn't defeated by me or us, it was defeated by this little friend, and you should be asking him about it." Zhao Wuji is also an old man. Knowing that Yifeng had such strength at such a young age, his origins were bound to be extremely powerful, and he must have had very terrifying elders guarding him, but he just didn't show himself, so he wasn't in a hurry to argue with this old woman. But first let this old woman try this teenager's bottom. "What? This kid isn't one of yours?" As expected, when Zhao Wuji's words fell, Chao Tianxiang's heart was suddenly startled, and her gaze subconsciously fell on Yifeng's body. All right, everyone stop arguing. Since they all want this phoenix-tailed cockatrice, let's have a match. Whoever wins will be the one who gets it," Yifeng suggested with a smile. "I agree with this. This is their chance. Let them fight for it themselves." Zhao Wuji was naturally indifferent and was the first to agree. But in fact, he had already given up on this crested cocklesnake. After all, he couldn't beat the elders behind the other party, and these few people he brought with him couldn't beat that kid. It was a sure loss, but although he didn't hold much hope, he also wanted to see the gap between these students of his and the other side. And, of course, a test run. After all, he felt that Kaoxiangxiang, that old woman, will certainly lose and not recognize. Then that teenager behind the elders out. It will be interesting. Although the legendary Gaijin dragon snake is very strong, but in the face of the elders behind this teenager, I'm afraid it's enough. Of course, these were just Zhao Wuji's guesses. In fact, Yifeng really doesn't have any elders behind him. Before Yifeng had awakened his martial soul, he had the battle power of a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Now awakened martial soul, hanging hammer a small soul Emperor Chao Tianxiang is not easy. He is naturally nothing to be afraid of. If the snake woman called the dragon lord over, then Yifeng can only let the titan ape take action, and then let the titan ape deliberately miss to kill the two is not too late. The reason why he wanted to fight was just that he found it interesting and wanted to try out Tang San's hands. That's all. As for Chao Tianxiang's granddaughter Meng remains, although the figure is good, but unfortunately the face value is average. A fist whack to death of the contraption. Yifeng really did not put on the heart. Chapter 7, Giving away words and changing mindsets. Good. Old me also agrees, but there are 3 of us. How do you plan to compete? Little one? Chao Tianxiang also spoke. She also agreed because she was confident that her granddaughter was not weak. The other guy looked younger than her granddaughter. How much could he be? The odds of defeating that crested cockatoo snake was just a matter of picking up the pieces by luck. After all, this phoenix-tailed cockatrice had fought against her in Zhaowuji, and had long since lost any battle power. Of course, if her granddaughter really loses, then she can also directly rob, without recognizing it. The Soul Master world is honored by the strong. A little kid is just a little kid. Can't he still fight against her? A Soul Emperor? A Soul Master's competition is naturally a sparring match. Since I knocked out this phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake, then each of you two parties will put out one person together to fight against me. As long as you win against me, then this phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake will be distributed by you. Yifeng slowly spoke. What? You're saying you're going to fight alone against the Soul Masters from both of our parties who are out to battle? Chao Tianxiang frowned slightly, obviously feeling that this kid was a bit too pretentious. Hey, what kind of strength can you have as a little kid, daring to spout such nonsense? Next to her, Meng still clasped her hands to her chest. Apparently, he also felt that Yifeng was too unself-conscious. She was at least a level 30 quasi-soul exalt, and to be so provoked by a brat several years younger than herself, could she tolerate that? What strength there is, try it and see. Yifeng didn't even bother to pay attention to Meng still, and just dropped his gaze on the Shrek 7 monsters and the others, raising his eyebrows and asking, you guys, who's going to fight? Humph, I'll do it. Just then, Dai Mubai stood out and said with an arrogant face, isn't it just stronger power? What's so great about it? Although he said so on his lips, he actually didn't belittle the other party in the slightest. Just the punch that the other party had just erupted with was not weaker than him in the slightest. However, as a student of Shrek Academy, he had his own pride. Consider yourself no less than any of your peers. The other party couldn't say that it was lucky that he just happened to strike when the crested tail cockatrice was running out of gas, and that's how he managed to get a hit. It's certainly not actually that powerful. Boss Dai, it's better to let me do it. Just then, Tang San but stood out and spoke in a deep voice. Dai Mubai might not be able to see it, but he had just seen it very clearly. The power of the other party's punch was definitely very powerful, and it definitely exceeded Dai Mubai. If Dai Mubai were to fight hard with his opponent, he would definitely lose, and he might even get injured. He guessed that his opponent might be a power-type beast martial soul, and his blue-silver grass just happened to be more restrained. Even if he was truly undefeated, he would be able to get out of the battlefield by relying on his ghost shadow misty trail and other various stances, and not be injured. Mr. Zhao, this, Dai Mubai wanted to say something, then looked at Zhao Wuji. He actually wanted to go out to battle and show off his strength in front of Zhu Zhuqing. He didn't realize that Tang San also wanted to pretend, which made him a bit helpless. It's better to let Junior fight. He's more suitable than you, Zhao Wuji said indifferently. Dai Mubai was definitely not an opponent and was easily injured by the fight. This is the fight that Tang San is best suited for. Alright, Dai Mubai sniffed. And just as Shrek and the others were discussing, Yifeng didn't wait around dryly, but completed the word gifting. Colorful words appeared above the heads of Dai Mubai's several people. Only they couldn't see them. Dragon Essence, Green, you are highly energized, and your physiological needs are increased by 10 times. Energy plus 10. Physical strength minus 40. Intelligence minus 10. Dai Mubai. Mu strong mentality. Blue, you are naturally strong and have an extra fondness for the strong, disdaining to socialize with the weak. Strength plus 20. Little dance. Face of reason. Green, being a face controller, you are only attracted to the opposite sex with a face value of 9 or higher. Charm plus 10. Zhu Zhuqing. Rice bucket. White, you're very capable of eating. Strength plus 10. Meal size asterisk 2. Weight asterisk 2. Ma Hongjun. Bad hobbies. White, it's late at night, and you always like to take a flight without a girlfriend. Arm strength plus 10. Energy minus 100. Oscar. Emotional sinus. Blue, being extra sensitive to emotions. As an adolescent, you are extra eager for love, increasingly curious about the opposite sex, and extra eager to have a partner. Energy plus 20. Intelligence plus 10. Tang San. Love brain. Green, plus 10 to face value. Figure and development during love. Minus 100 to intelligence. Ning Rongrong. Lazy. Green, you are lazy. Energy minus 10. Mood plus 30. Zhao Wuji. Unlucky. White, you're not very lucky. Luck 1. Toward the sky. Winning. Green, winning or losing is important to you. Plus 1% of all attributes when you win. Minus 5% of all attributes when you lose. Lasts for 7 days. Meng still. The Shrek 7. And the Chao Tianxiang duo. Each of them Yifeng had very thoughtfully arranged a word. Send a white word leaf maple to get 1 entry into the drawing. Green 2. And so on. Yifeng got 19 chances to draw directly from this wave. As for not sending more, it wasn't that Yifeng didn't have enough unused words, he was just saving them to be useful later. After all, There are quite a few words are all negative state. If a brain to each other plus, afraid that will make Shrek 7 monsters early death. Such good subjects. He naturally couldn't let them die. As for Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and the three women of Little Dance, we will talk about it later. Yifeng slowed down, looked around and asked with a light smile, "Are you guys ready?" At this moment, everyone on the field was in a slight trance for a moment, because just a moment ago, each of them felt as if something was different in them, but they couldn't tell exactly. At this moment, hearing Yifeng's inquiry, everyone instantly reacted. "Alright, I'll fight on our side." Tang San stood out and spoke faintly. However, when he said this, his line of sight subconsciously landed on Xiao Dance. I don't know how, but he seemed to be especially concerned about Xiao Dance's gaze, and especially wanted to show off in front of Xiao Dance. He admitted that his opponent was strong, but he didn't think he would lose if he used all his means. If I can defeat it, Little Dance will definitely think I'm awesome, Tang San thought secretly in his heart. Tang San himself hadn't even realized that his mindset had quietly changed. I'm ready too. Since you're so confident, let me meet you. Meng still spoke slowly as well. For some reason, for this battle, she particularly wanted to win. While 2 against 1 was a bit much, it was what her opponent had asked for, and all she wanted was to win. There was even a vague premonition in her heart that if she could defeat the other party, her own state of mind would undergo a great enhancement. Chapter 8, Extra, 10,000 Years Soul Ring. Tang San's mind blows up. As the two stepped forward, the others all retreated a distance away, leaving a space for the three to fight. My name is Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silver Grass, Level 29 Second Ring Battle Soul Master. Tang San put one hand behind his back and opened his mouth blandly, forced, and in his heart, he even thought that this was very handsome, and could definitely attract Xiao Dai's attention. Meng Still, Martial Soul Snake Staff, Level 32nd Ring Battle Soul Master. Meng Still also reported his name, his eyes filled with battle intent, extraordinarily eager for victory. Well, my name is Yifeng, a 3rd Ring Battle Soul's owner, with 1 more soul ring than you guys, so I'm going to fight you guys without using my soul skills, so as not to say that I'm bullying you. Yifeng nodded and spoke faintly. What? So Young is a Soul Zune powerhouse. What exactly is this kid's origin? Chao Tianxian sniffed and his heart was violently shocked. However, Shrek's few people did not show too much surprise when they heard this. After all, they had long seen Yifeng's strength. It was understandable that it was a soul exalted, and they, the Shrek 7, were not inferior to each other in terms of cultivation by many levels, and sooner or later they would be able to catch up. Humph, what are you pretending? What's so great about a soul elder? You don't even release your soul rings. You're looking down on me. Meng remained unhappy on the spot. In fact, when the other party said 2 against 1, she was upset in her mind. Now that the other party didn't even release their soul rings, this was simply a naked disregard for her. Facing such an opponent, even if she won, she felt that it was still a bit of a victory. Yifeng, I admit that you're strong, but you're underestimating us a bit too much if you don't even release your soul rings, right? Tang San also frowned slightly, thinking the same as Meng Still did. Well, since you all said so, I won't hold back. When Yifeng heard this, he also shrugged his shoulders and helplessly released his soul ring. In the next moment, 2 purple and 1 black soul rings slowly rose from under Yifeng's feet. The star giant dragon possessed his body, causing Yifeng's entire being to emit a faint golden light. However, Yifeng had still collected 99% of his martial spirit dragon might in order not to scare his opponent to death. However, even so, the surrounding crowd was all wide-eyed and dumbfounded, and even more so, their jaws were almost dropped in shock. Thousand years, million-year soul rings, this is impossible. He's only a soul exalt. How could he possibly absorb such a powerful soul ring? An illusion. It must be an illusion of the other side. I don't believe it. Chao Tianxiang, Zhao Wuji, and Shrek were all shocked in their hearts at this moment. As a snake-type martial soul, Chao Tianxiang had the most obvious perception of the dragon's might. That terrifying bloodline power was definitely in the topmost category of whichever category. At this moment, Chao Tianxiang had the idea of taking Yifeng captive as his grandson-in-law, but the thought only flickered. After all, a soul master with such a powerful martial soul definitely had a terrifying inherited family or power behind him, and it was by no means something she could mess with as a tiny snake woman. At this moment, everyone's worldview suffered a great shock, especially Tang San, whose eyes were glazed over. His teacher, Jade Little Anus, had said that the first soul ring was at most 422 years, the second soul ring 1,200 years, and the third soul ring up to 3,000 years. If you wanted to absorb a 10,000-year-old soul ring, then you had to be at least level 50. As for the other party, the soul dignity level had actually absorbed a 10,000-year-old soul ring. This was too outrageous. He had never doubted any of Yu Xiaojiang's theories since he had worshipped his teacher, and even more so, he thought that Yu Xiaojiang was the most powerful teacher in the world, omniscient and omnipotent. He even thought that Yu Xiaojiang's theory was hundreds of years ahead of the entire continent, and never thought that there was anything wrong with this theory. And now, Yi Feng's sudden appearance shattered every theory he knew to the core, shocked his faith into 1,000 pieces as well, making him a bit skeptical. Of course, apart from the shock, everyone else's impression of Yi Feng had changed dramatically. Good, strong. Little Dance slightly opened her small mouth. At this moment, Yi Feng's position in her heart directly exceeded Tang San's, ascending to the top. Although she hadn't seen Yi Feng make a move, as a soul beast in disguise, she felt that terrifying pressure from above her bloodline most strongly. Bully, majestic, unparalleled power and greatness. Before this, Tang San was the strongest in her mind, an invincible existence. There was only one figure in her heart, and that was Tang San. And now, Yi Feng's figure was incomparably domineering and strong as he squeezed into her body, kicking Tang San far away. Not only Little Dance, Xu Zhuqing's gaze towards Yi Feng had also changed at this moment. A heart was thumping even more. Just now, she had inexplicably developed an extreme dislike for Dai Mubai. Not only Dai Mubai, but also Tang San, Ah Skang, and Ma Hongjun. She just thinks they're a little too ugly. As for Yi Feng's appearance, it seemed to be growing right into her heart, perfectly matching her aesthetics, and even exceeding it a bit. She hadn't known what love at first sight meant, and now she did. Coupled with the terrifying talent Yi Feng was showing now, her heart was even more certain that Yi Feng was the perfect man in her heart. It was the only criterion for her to choose a spouse in the future. It looks like you guys are under a lot of pressure, but I will still follow the agreement and not use my soul skills to fight you guys, lest I be said to be bullying you. Yi Feng took in the reactions of the crowd and smiled faintly. It seemed as though the words he had given them seemed to have kicked in. Damn! Tang San stared deathly at Yi Feng, feeling the other party's terrifying pressure. His eyes were a little bloodshot. It wasn't just the pressure Yi Feng gave him, but also the pressure in his heart, because he realized that Little Dance's gaze at the moment had completely fallen on Yi Feng's body, which caused a heart to twist and ache all of a sudden, and it was even more drastic than the collapse of the faith in his heart. Ouch! It hurts too much. Tang San hadn't even started to make a move yet, but Meng remained the first to hold back. Cut the crap! You'll pay for your arrogance. Meng still felt that powerful dragon might as well though, causing her martial soul to tremble and wince a bit. But at this time, goodwill was what made her forcefully suppress the fear in her heart, only to see Meng still let out a stern cry. A 2-foot-long snake blade spewed out from the snake head at the top of the other party's snake-headed cane, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yi Feng, chopping away at his heart. This is her first soul skill snake blade, not only with poison, but also has an extremely powerful killing power. The speed is extremely fast. As long as the enemy can break the skin, the toxin will go deep into the enemy's body, causing intense pain to the other party. When Yi Feng saw this, he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. He just reached out and flicked his hand. Snap plus, a casual movement, like chasing flies. The palm of his hand met with the sharp blade, and that sharp and strong-looking sharp blade, at this moment, was like a bubble that was directly smashed and turned into soul power that dissipated into thin air, not to mention causing damage to Yi Feng. He couldn't even leave a mark on top of Yi Feng's palm. After all, the current Yi Feng's pure physical strength was comparable to that of a 10,000-year-old soul beast, and his defense was even stronger. Naturally, it was not something that a tiny Meng could still deal with. What? How is this possible? When Meng still saw this scene, her eyes widened in disbelief. Her sharp blades were not only sharp, they were also highly poisonous, but it was just casually cracked by the other side. If she hadn't been able to clearly feel the depletion of her soul power, she would have even been a little skeptical that this was not her hallucination. Again, swoosh dash. Meng remained unbelieving, frantically releasing the highly poisonous sharp edge. Dozens of snake blades were molded in an instant, as if they were raining down, covering the sky towards Yi Feng, and blocking all of Yi Feng's paths of retreat. In response, Yi Feng didn't even bother to lift his hand to repel it, but instead directly greeted it with his flesh. Crackle dash. All the sharp blades, which were really like raindrops hitting Yi Feng's body, also exploded like rain at the same time, weak and unable to cause the slightest damage to Yi Feng. No, it won't. How can you be so strong? Meng still sat on her butt, her face filled with despair and disbelief. Aggressiveness, although it gives her extra courage, but in this situation where the gap is like a heavenly rift, any more courage is useless. Instead, because of the defeat, the side effects of good spirit began to kick in, which caused Meng's body to go a little limp. And the weakening of her attributes coupled with the sharp blow she suffered inwardly caused her entire being to break down a little. His physical strength is strong. You're no match for him. Let me do it. Tang San took a deep breath and slowly blocked in front of Meng Still, faintly opening his mouth. Although he was shocked by Yi Feng's strength and defense, his blue-silver herb was the best at overcoming strength with softness. And not only did he have blue-silver herb, but he also had terrifying hidden weapons. In this battle, even if he exposed all his cards, he had to win. In the next moment, Tang San then directly activated the first soul skill, blue-silver winding. Immediately after that, a large amount of blue-silver grass directly burst out from the ground and instantly wrapped around Yi Feng's legs, while at the same time erupting with toxins, wanting to paralyze Yi Feng. Chapter 9, Tang San's powerful hidden weapons. Yi Feng naturally could have dodged, but he didn't. After all, the stuff was as flimsy as spider silk to him, and had no restraining effect other than being a little gross. As for paralyzing toxins, naturally, it also had no effect on Yi Feng. It's done. However, Tang San saw that Yi Feng stayed still, and thought that his blue-silver winding had restricted his opponent, and his heart was suddenly happy. In the next moment, Tang San ran Ghost Shadow Misty Trail under his feet, quickly approaching Yi Feng, lifting his hand and pulling the trigger, directly activating the sleeve arrow. Whoosh plus dash. Several sharp arrows exploded out from Tang San's hands, their speed and might even exceeding the soul skill released by Meng Still. Only, in the face of Tang San's sneak attack, Yi Feng remained unperturbed, still stretching out a hand and directly slapping towards those 3 arrows. When the arrow landed on top of Yi Feng's palm, it was as if it had struck the hardest steel in the world, unable to leave any traces on his palm. Instead, the arrows that fell to the ground had their arrows all twisted into twists. Yi Feng's physical body had long surpassed that of a 10,000-year-old soul beast under the power of his bloodline, and even if Tang San's hidden weapon was a bit of a thing, it wouldn't be able to break through his defense. What? Blocked it again? What kind of flesh is this? When Tang San saw this scene, he was also nearly stunned out of his mind. He was aware of the power of his concealed weapon. Even Zhao Wuji didn't dare to catch it with his bare hands, while this guy in front of him was blocking it so easily. This is outrageous. Even humanoid ferocious beasts weren't this outrageous. However, shock to shock, Tang San was still utilizing the Ghost Shadow Trail to roam around Yi Feng, shooting out a dark weapon from time to time, all of them attacking and killing towards Yi Feng's weakest point. It was a pity that all the attacks were easily resisted by Yi Feng. Tang San's forehead was already covered in beads of sweat at this moment. The number of hidden weapons was originally limited. The hidden weapons in the 24 Bridges and Bright Moon Night was his accumulation for several years. At this moment it was almost about to be exhausted, which made Tang San incomparably heartbroken. It's so boring. Yi Feng saw Tang San continuously spinning in circles around himself. He himself looked a little dizzy and subconsciously yawned. It's now. Tang San's eyes snapped open when he saw this. He came in front of Yi Feng, and his eyes blazed with purple light, directly utilizing the purple extreme demon pupil to interfere with the other party's mind. In the next moment, Tang San's chest's insinuating shadow instantly erupted. 64 golden threads that were even thinner than hair strands instantly exploded towards Yi Feng's face. It was considered his most powerful concealed weapon at the moment. The 64 golden threads were the legendary Dragon's Beard Needles, which could pierce through the protective astral body chi, and the penetrating power was extremely amazing. As long as the skin was pierced a little, the Dragon Beard Needles would drill into the skin as if they were worms, causing incomparably horrible pain, and if it was able to enter the flesh, then the Dragon Beard Needle could drill into the opponent's heart in an instant, directly taking away the opponent's life. This is the terror of concealed weapons. Unfortunately, Tang San still underestimated Yi Feng's defense. Facing the Dragon Beard Needles that shot out explosively, Yi Feng still grabbed them with his bare hands. Yi Feng naturally knew the power of the Dragon Beard Needle, although he was confident in his defense, not without any preparation. Only a pale golden dragon scale silhouette faintly emerged from his palm, firmly wrapping his palm. This was his recently awakened bloodline talent, Dragon Armor. Dragon Armor can appear on any part of the body and is used to ward off attacks. This was not a soul skill, but a defensive ability that came with martial soul possession, and it was also considered a bloodline talent that barely required the consumption of soul power. Dang dang dang. The Dragon Beard Needles that were said to be able to easily pierce through the astral body armor were unable to enter the palm of Yi Feng's hand and were all resisted by Yi Feng's Dragon Armor. How can that be? Tang San's pupils suddenly shrunk. It was completely unexpected that the Dragon Beard Needle, which even Zhao Wuji couldn't block, was still easily blocked. Just as Tang San was thinking about whether or not to take out his Zhuge Divine Crossbow, he heard Yi Feng's slightly lethargic voice. Well, it's time for the clown farce to end. Yi Feng slowly opened his mouth, intending to end this battle. He naturally knew that Tang San still had Zhuge Divine Crossbow. It wasn't that he was afraid of Zhuge Divine Crossbow, but he had already achieved his goal today and didn't want to waste more time here. In the next moment, his feet moved slightly, and the blue-silver grass was ripped off as if it were twine. unable to restrict the opponent in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng arrived beside Tang San and threw a simple punch at him. Humph, a tactless attack. When Tang San saw that Yifeng was even attacking straight towards him like this, he immediately let out a cold snort of disdain in his heart, and then directly used his martial art, controlling crane and escaping dragon. Tang San stretched out his Shanyu hand that had transformed into hard jasper and grabbed Yifeng's arm, wanting to dislodge this force directly and then launch a counterattack. Only, Tang San once again underestimated Yifeng's power, and it can also be said that he overestimated his own strength. Tang San grabbed Yifeng's arm at the moment, only feeling that he was grasping on top of a huge iron pillar, and the force on it, even more so, made him feel like he was facing a big mountain and couldn't shake it in the slightest. Although his crane-controlling escapement could defeat strength with weakness and overcome strength with softness, it was naturally ineffective under the suppression of absolute power. The fist came face to face, solidly blasting Tang San's face. Bang! One punch down. Tang San directly fell on his back. The whole person under the powerful force was even a 180-degree rotation, and finally faced to the ground, snapped and smashed on top of the ground. At this moment, Tang San's head was dizzy. With just one punch, he only felt that his brains were almost coming out. Good thing he used the controlling crane to capture the dragon to unload most of the opponent's force. Otherwise this punch down, he maybe hiccuped on the spot. Of course, what Tang San didn't know was, the reason why this punch didn't hammer his head off was just that Yifeng deliberately kept his hand. After all, he invested so much in the Shrek 7 monsters above the talent words, naturally need to see the results. If you kill each other now, how meaningless. And as Tang San fell to the ground, everyone knew that Yifeng had won this bout. The distant Chao Tianxiang also recognized the reality at this moment, and hurriedly went to help his granddaughter up. She was somewhat regretting letting Meng Still agree to the match at the moment. Meng Still and Yifeng is not at a level at all. Yifeng did not even make a move. Meng Still was beaten by the other side of the defense of the mentality has collapsed. This also play a fart. Only, let her feel surprised. That is called Tang San's little waif was beaten so badly. Their team among them actually did not have a person to help him up. This is kind of interesting. Chapter 10, Little Dance, Sango's really down head. It's not just chaotix. Even Yifeng was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. After all, according to his memories, the people of Shrek Academy were the most protective. He beat Tang San into this look. Zhao Wuji surprisingly did not make a move, and the others even all stood by and watched. Yifeng subconsciously looked at the few people on Shrek Academy's side and instantly understood. It seemed that the words he had gifted them seemed to have all come into play at the moment. Alas, Zhao Wuji sighed deeply when he saw Tang San being beaten so badly. He guessed that Tang San couldn't beat Yifeng, but he didn't expect that Tang San would lose so badly. Although according to the custom since Shrek, no matter who the other party is, as long as the person who hit his Shrek, he will make the other party pay. Only, this time, Zhao Wuji didn't make a move. On the one hand, it was Zhao Wuji who was concerned about the powerful people that might exist behind the other party. On the other hand, Zhao Wuji only felt extraordinarily tired today, inexplicably a bit sleepy and tired. He now only wants to end it quickly, and then go home to have a good sleep. Not the slightest desire to make a move, and even to go and help Tang San up. After all, Tang San wasn't a child anymore. He had to get up by himself when he fell. He shouldn't need others to help him. Not only Zhao Wuji, even Xiao Dance, who had the best relationship with Tang San, didn't have much of a reaction when she saw this. Because of the effect of her talent, Little Dance only had Yifeng in her eyes at the moment. Only Yifeng's incomparably powerful and magnificent figure. As for Tang San, now that you're down, get up. What's he doing on the ground? He's still trying to blackmail people? Is it hard for him to expect someone to go over and pick him up? At least it was a 29th level Great Soul Master. Such a big person, still needing someone to help him. What was the difference between that and a waste? Inexplicably, Xiao Dance only felt that the Tang San at this moment was obnoxious. There's no harm without comparison. Compared to Yifeng, Tang San was not only childish at the moment, but also downright breathless. The others had their own thoughts. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. At the moment, their eyes all fell on Yifeng and couldn't move away, being convinced by Yifeng's strength and charm. And Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai is now on fire, his eyes skimming to Zhu Zhuqing's protruding parts in front and behind his body from time to time, with all kinds of YY contents floating in his mind. He can't wait to hold Zhu Zhuqing down on the ground and fry him right now. However, he also knew that it was impossible to take down Zhu Zhuqing right now, so he just wanted to finish quickly and go back to those two twins to fight for 7 days and 7 nights. As for Oscar, his heart is also a bit inexplicably restless at the moment. Bad hobbies makes him extraordinarily obsessed with certain things. Taking advantage of the fact that no one can see him, he directly puts a hand into his pants pocket. His gaze falls on Ning Rongrong's small feet wrapped in white silk beside him. The last one, Ma Hongjun, His word, rice bucket, just made him feel hungry, coupled with the fact that no one else was there to help Tang San. Ma Hongjun didn't dare to move. This time, it was Tang San's turn to be a little embarrassed. He lay on the ground, covering his face, getting up or not. It hurt to be hit, but it didn't hurt his brain. He's just waiting for his buddies to care enough to pick him up and give him a leg up. After all, if he were to just admit defeat, it would inevitably be a bit too humiliating. Losing face was only secondary. If it lowered his status in Xiao Dance's mind, this would make it very difficult for him. Of course, if now Tang San now look up, see Xiao Dance's eyes are all attracted by Yi Feng, absolutely will be anxious to jump up. This young friend has strong strength. We admit defeat. I don't know which sect young friend comes from. At this time, Chao Tianxiang suddenly opened his mouth and showed a kind smile towards Yi Feng. She wasn't a little cutie either. After seeing the talent Yi Feng displayed, she guessed that the other party was definitely from a very powerful force, or a newly risen genius from some super hidden sect. Otherwise, even if the other party was truly capable of absorbing soul rings at a transgressing level, it would never be possible for an ordinary power to pull the other party's soul ring configuration to such an extent. Just that 110,000-year-old soul ring alone, the other party would definitely not be able to obtain it without a soul sage making a move. Don't look at the other party as just one person, but in reality, there was probably a soul saint or even a higher ranked powerhouse secretly guarding them. So she also chose to be willing to gamble, but also wanted to make good friends with the other party. And in the future, if there was an opportunity, she also thought of letting her granddaughter and the other party have more contact. I'm from the Star Sect, so if there are no comments, I'll take this phoenix-tailed cockatrice away. Yi Feng casually made up a clan, and then lifted up the ingredients on the ground with the intention of going back to make a meal. Wait, just then, Zhao Wuji suddenly opened his mouth and called out to Yi Feng. Wow, anything else? You guys can't afford to lose and want to rob it by force, can you? Yi Feng raised his eyebrows and stared at Zhao Wuji without any fear. It looks like an emboldened look. Oh, little friend has misunderstood. Zhao Wuji smiled awkwardly, before saying somewhat embarrassedly, little friend is already a Soul Zune expert at a young age. I'll take the liberty of asking one more time. This phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake's soul ring is useless to little friend. Why is it possible for little friend to sell it to us? Wow, how can it be useless? This crested cockle snake is a superior ingredient. No matter if it's made into a roasted snake or a snake soup, it's an immortal ingredient. How could it be useless? Yi Feng spoke faintly. I see. Little friend only wants the snake corpse. So can you give it to us to kill and sell us its soul ring? Zhao Wuji heard this and immediately rejoiced. Wow, that's a good one. Yi Feng nodded, but did not refuse, as this was expected. Little friend, we also want this phoenix-tailed cockatrice, and the bid is definitely higher than the other party. Right at this moment, the snake lady also hurriedly opened her mouth. Big sister Chow, what do you mean by that? This little friendgy is the one who is going to promise to sell it to us. Zhao Wuji sniffed and became anxious on the spot. His tone was a bit impulsive. This little friend only agreed to buy and sell, and didn't necessarily say that he would sell to you, and you didn't even negotiate the price. So how can you be sure that this little friend agreed to sell to you? Chao Tianxiang still had a kind face, but his words were inching forward. After all, if it was compared to strength, she thought that she was no match for this old thing, the immovable Ming King. But if it was a comparison of financial power, she was naturally not in the least bit weak. Since both of you want it, then naturally the highest bidder will get it. Yi Feng didn't bother to watch the two of them argue, but instead directly intended to auction. After all, he would be going to the world of humans soon, and a little bit of golden soul coins was still necessary. Chapter 11, Auctioning the Cockle of the Phoenix Tail, Poorer Than Shrek. 100 golden soul coins. We, Shrek, offer 100 golden soul coins. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and made his first bid. 1,000-year-old soul ring. 100 gold soul coins and you can afford to take it? Chao Tianxiang sneered, then spoke. I am willing to offer 1,000 gold soul coins to purchase the phoenix-tailed cockatrice soul ring in the hands of my little friend. What do you think, little friend? 1,000 gold soul coins. Damn. As soon as he heard the other party's bid, Zhao Wuji's face darkened. Although this result had long been anticipated, the other party directly offered 10 times the price, which not only robbed them of their soul rings, but also slapped them in the face, because he simply doesn't have that kind of money. Shrek Academy was already poor, and there were even times when they had to rely on Dai Mubai, the rich young master, for pocket money to pick up the slack. He had only brought a total of over 100 gold soul coins with him this time out, and he would have to ask Flandre for money for more. Of course, with Flandre's cheapskate personality, he certainly wouldn't be happy to pay for it. There was nothing else to do. They could only continue to look for other soul beasts. Luckily, There were quite a few soul beasts in the Star Double Great Forest, and it shouldn't be too hard to find one suitable for Oscar. It would just take a little more time. Good. In that case, then 1,000 gold soul coins is the deal. Seeing this, Yifeng also agreed in one breath. After all, he only needed money, and whether Shrek's people could get soul rings or not was none of his business. But this Chao Tianxiang even bid so high. Seems to be a bit to please him, but Yifeng doesn't care. Don't want something for nothing. This is 1,000 gold soul coins. Little friend can count it. Chao Tianxiang smilingly took out a money bag and used his soul power to send it to Yifeng. In fact, a 1,000-year-old soul ring was only worth 500 or 600 gold soul coins, and the reason why she bought it at a premium was mainly to leave a good impression on Yifeng. Using a few hundred gold soul coins to purchase the goodwill of a future powerhouse was definitely worth every penny. Soon after, the deal was struck. Meng still slashed the unconscious and dying unlucky snake to death, bursting out the soul ring, and then began to absorb it. Yifeng, on the other hand, took the money and directly turned around to leave. This experiment had already been completed and had yielded quite a lot, so he naturally wouldn't stay here for much longer, and Zhao Wuji and the others could only watch dryly from the side, watching Meng still absorb the soul ring that originally belonged to Oscar. Oscar, I'm sorry, your soul ring will have to wait a little longer. Zhao Wuji looked at Oscar and said somewhat helplessly. Oscar would have been reveling in the pleasure. However, he quickly reacted and quickly withdrew his hand, waving his hand and saying, "No, it's okay, Teacher Zhao. There are so many soul beasts in the Star Dipper Great Forest. Surely I can find one that suits me." Also right. Although Zhao Wuji said so on his mouth, but he is a little reluctant to go at the moment. He really does not want to move. Really want to go back to have a good sleep. Lying in a recliner in the sun. Do not have to do anything. This is the life he wants. Now what is this? How do you make it look like a part-time job? By the way, Sango, are you okay? Just then, a voice came. Ning Rongrong was the first to spot Tang San, who was still on the ground, as if he had fainted. Isn't it just getting punched in the face? Is it as bad as that? Little Dance frowned with a look of disgust. I don't see people putting in much effort. Why did they pass out? Shu Zhuqing also spoke faintly, because Tang San's face value wasn't enough. She didn't have a high favorable opinion of Tang San, so naturally she wouldn't speak up for Tang San. Hey, you guys don't be like this. Tang San is also for me to be like this. Tang San, you're okay? I'll give you to eat to recover the big sausage. At this time Oscar just reacted, and hurriedly wiped his hands, then coalesced a big sausage with his bare hands, and hurriedly handed it to Tang San. Thank you, Oscar. Tang San actually did not faint, just pretending to faint. At this moment finally get rescue, suddenly a face of gratitude, and quickly ate a mouthful of recovery sausage. Sure enough, as the sausage entered his mouth, Tang San immediately felt that his face was no longer hot and painful, and he felt much better. Alright, everyone find a place to rest. We'll continue later. As Zhao Wuji said that, he led the crowd out of here. After all, out of sight, out of mind. It wasn't long before Shrek's people found a small hill and sat down to rest in unison. However, the crowd at the moment had their own thoughts. Daimo Bai was very cranky by the evil fire at the moment and couldn't suppress it in any way. Ma Hongjun, on the other hand, was inexplicably feeling hungry and nibbled on dry food to himself. Oscar, on the other hand, found an unoccupied corner and continued his bad habit. Shu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were sitting together and chatting. Mai was also leaning against a large tree as she thought about finding a chance to make a trip home to meet Deming and Erming. As for Tang San, Little Dance, why don't you just come over to help me? Tang San came to sit beside Little Dance, his tone even more with a trace of inexplicable aggravation. Under normal circumstances, Tang San was definitely not like this. However, because of the reason of love affair, he was extraordinarily concerned about Xiao Dai's attitude, and even more so, he was thinking of getting closer to Xiao Dai. Even if he didn't have anything to say, he wanted to stick together with Xiao Dai. However, Little Dance's attitude towards Tang San had changed drastically. It's not like you've had your limbs cut off. You have hands and feet. Why do you need me to help you? When did you become so weak? Third brother? Little Dance lightly glanced at Tang San, with a hint of contempt in her tone. My, you misunderstood. Tang San immediately stammered, unable to speak, and his face was reddened beyond measure. Although the words of love is in the air made him extraordinarily eager for love, and even more so, he sensed Little Dance's feelings for him. Tang San was a single dog in two lives, had never been in love, and his emotional quotient in this regard could be said to be almost zero. At this moment, facing Xiao Dance's severe attack, he was at a loss for words and didn't know what to say at all. At the same time he was overwhelmed with panic and sadness. After all, being looked down upon so much by one's favorite girl would not be good in anyone's heart, no matter who it was. Oscar, what are you doing? Suddenly, A curious exclamation came from the side. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads, and then they saw Oscar sitting in the corner. No, nothing, just a little itchy scratch. Oscar was inexplicably flustered and pulled his hand out in a hurry. Mess. Oscar, you're not going to be in that, are you? Ning Rongrong, as a veteran driver, instantly thought of something, her beautiful eyes glaring round, and her tone of voice even revealed an uncontrollable dislike and disgust. She just suddenly realized that Oscar, this guy, inexplicably did not come to her to talk to her. Is curious to see what he is doing, but did not expect to see such a disgusting scene. Chapter 12, Tang San advances. Xiao Dai taken captive. No, Rong, you misunderstood. I'm really not. Oscar, a face instantly red, hastily want to explain. He didn't really know what was wrong with him, even though he knew it was wrong, and he knew it would be easy to find out and humiliating, but he just couldn't help it. But he never expected that Ning Rongrong would suddenly notice, which made his mind break down a bit. Oscar, now it's in the Star Duel Great Forest. Everyone is recuperating. You kid even. Zhao Wuji at this moment is also aware of what is happening, almost did not die of anger. Good lord, all of them were going to great lengths to find a suitable soul beast for Oscar. But this Oscar stuff is surprisingly on. Even if you can't help it, you can't do that kind of thing in public. That would be outrageous. Oscar, you're just as disgusting as Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing, even if I starve to death, I won't eat a single sausage from you in the future. When Zhu Zhuqing saw Oscar looking like this, a strong sense of disgust and dislike immediately appeared in her eyes. Dai Mubai? Next to him, Dai Mubai was dumbfounded. Who did he invite and who did he mess with? How did he get involved? But he was also finding it a little strange. Oscar wasn't usually like this. Did you just not wash your hands when you gave Sango the recovery sausage? But it was at this moment that I discovered the blind spot. Oscar sniffed and blushed. I wiped it down. It's definitely clean. Oscar lowered his head and was overwhelmed with a moment of weakness. Oscar, you vomit. Tang San only felt like the sky had collapsed, almost didn't throw up on the spot. It's not a matter of being dirty, it's a matter of being evil. Even if he was the same man, Tang San was feeling sick all over at the moment, and couldn't wait to go back and give himself a thorough stomach cleansing right now. Tai Chi puts the nausea away. Junior, I really didn't. The recovery sausage I gave you was absolutely fresh and not tainted with dirt. You have to believe me. Oscar rushed over to help Tang San. Oh, don't you touch me. Tang San had a jolt, instantly ejecting away. Oscar the ear didn't wash his hands at first glance, and hell knows when the ear started. It's just disgusting. The others saw this and moved away from Oscar. Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Dang's faces were all extremely ugly because they had all eaten Oscar's sausage before. Even though it had been a long time ago, there was still an inexplicable feeling of revulsion in my heart. Alright, let's rest here. Hurry up and find the soul beast, hurry up and go back. At this time, Zhao Wuji still came out to round up the situation, but he also glared fiercely at Oscar and said viciously, Little O, I'll tell Flanders about this. Yes, sorry. Oscar lowered his head at the moment, a look of guilt and remorse on his face. He didn't want to, but he just couldn't help it. Every time his hands went into his pockets, he subconsciously. Soon, the group was once again setting off towards the depths of the Stardust Great Forest. However, all of them deliberately stayed away from Oscar, and even glanced at Oscar's hands from time to time. It's a good thing there were scares along the way and Oscar had some restraint. In the end, the crowd combined their efforts and killed a power bear that had just reached 1,000 years. After Oscar absorbed it, he also succeeded in advancing to level 31, and obtained a new soul skill, which could create powerful gut, which could increase his strength by 20% after taking it and lasted for 10 minutes. It may seem like it overlaps with Ning Rongrong's assist, but the fact that the sausage effect can stack with Ning Rongrong's assist, the effect is still very powerful. Only, because of Oscar's bad habit, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Dang and Ning Rongrong refused to eat Oscar's big sausage to death. Not to mention the three little dance girls, even Tang San, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were very repulsed by Oscar's sausage. Unless Oscar washed his hands before each sausage-making session, they would never take even a bite. Zhao Wuji was helpless about it, planning to go back and have Flanders give Oscar a good education. Alright, since we got the soul rings, let's quickly leave this place before it gets dark. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Wuji was planning to leave this place with his students. Zhao Wuji really didn't want to stay here for a moment, because he feels very tired and exhausted. He doesn't want to do anything, just like going back to sleep for 10 days and half a month to relax. Wait, Mr. Zhao, I seem to need a soul ring as well. Just then, Tang San walked over and spoke somewhat embarrassedly. Stop it, Junior. You're only level 29. What soul rings do you need? Zhao Wuji waved his hand somewhat breathlessly and said, But, I'm already level 30 now. Tang San blinked towards Zhao Wuji in a pretense of innocence. What? Wait, You're level 30. Zhao Wuji sniffed and directly exclaimed in shock. A 12-year-old soul exalt. This is something that has never been seen before in the history of Shrek Academy. The gazes of the others looking at Tang San all changed as well. After all, Tang San could only be 12 years old now. Originally, Oscar had already broken Shrek's record by advancing to Soul Exalt at the age of 14. And now, Tang San was directly dry-shattering this record. That battle just now gave me a lot of pressure, allowing me to directly break through to level 30. Speaking of which, I still have to thank the Jifeng. Tang San scratched his head, pretending to be relaxed. It was just that his face was still bruised and somewhat swollen at the moment, and laughing tugged at his wounds, causing him to feel inexplicably sharp pain. But this bit of pain, Tang San naturally endured it, lest he make a fool of himself in front of little Dance. Ha ha ha, well, Junior 3, you're really good. Zhao Wuji burst out laughing cheerfully, fiercely slapping Tang San's shoulder a few times, obviously very proud. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai. There was also some envy in their gazes towards Tang San at the moment. After all, a 12-year-old soul exalt, this could definitely be taken out and blown for a lifetime. Even Ning Rongrong, at this moment, there was a slight movement in her gaze towards Tang San. Only, little Dance and Zhu Zhuqing didn't have much of a reaction to this. After all, Xiao Ma's heart had long been stuffed with Yifeng. Even though Tang San had reached the soul exalted level at the age of 12, he was still far from Yifeng's opponent. As for Zhu Zhuqing, he only looks at face value. Yifeng's face value and charisma had become a benchmark in her mind. All heterosexuals whose face value was lower than Yifeng's did not deserve to be noticed in her eyes. Rumble. Just then, the earth shook. The tens of meters of earth and rocks in front of them exploded, sweeping towards Zhao Wuji and the others. Be careful, there's a soul beast sneak attack. Zhao Wuji was immediately shocked and hurriedly blocked in front of the crowd. However, the unexpected attack did not come. Only the crowd looked around, but realized that there seemed to be one person missing. Chapter 13, You've been targeted by the sealed Doluo. My is gone. Ning Rongrong was the first to react, and immediately exclaimed in shock. After all, Xiao Dai had just stood right next to her, and she was naturally the first to notice Xiao Dai's disappearance. What? My, where are you? Don't you scare me. Tang San's face changed drastically when he heard this. Hurriedly, he rushed into the broken earth and rocks next to him and frantically searched. Just now that aura. It seems like 100,000-year-old soul beast. Zhao Wuji was incomparably terrified at the moment. Others might not be able to feel it, but as a soul saint, he felt it most clearly. Just a moment ago, an incomparably terrifying aura landed on his body, and the other party even released an ability similar to gravity manipulation, causing him to be dead fixed in place, unable to move the slightest bit. While his attention was all attracted by the other party, he completely did not expect that the other party's target was actually Xiao Dance. What he couldn't understand the most was why this soul beast didn't hurt anyone but only captured them, and with so many people here, why did the other side just stare at Mai and grab her? For a moment, Zhao Wuji felt a bit of a brain ache. He was already bad at thinking, and with the addition of laziness, his thoughts became more and more sluggish, which made him feel unusually irritated. Little 3, calm down. Little Dance might just have gotten separated from us. Dai Mubai hurriedly grabbed Tang San and comforted. Yeah, there are no traces of fighting at the scene, and Little Dance is still so strong, so it will definitely be fine. Ning Rongrong also persuaded. I don't care. I have to find Mai. Tang San was completely mad. By himself, he rushed straight toward the depths of the forest. Junior, wait, don't be impulsive. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji and the others also hurriedly chased after him. They had already lost to Xiao Dance. They couldn't afford to lose another Tang San, especially since Tang San was about to become the youngest soul-exalted powerhouse in Shrek Academy's history. If he were to die prematurely here, it would be a great loss for Shrek Academy. In the meantime, deep in the Stardust Great Forest, the Titan Giant Ape carried Little Dance on its back and quickly traveled through the forest. Ming, why did you suddenly appear? Also did not notify me earlier. My friends are scared to death by you, and I suddenly disappeared. They must be very worried. Mai poked Ermin's head and whispered with a beak. Although it had the influence of the words, Xiao Dance still treated Tang San and the others as friends. If he suddenly disappeared, then his friends and teachers would definitely be very worried. Ouch! The Titanic Ape whimpered and responded accusingly. What? You said the Major wants to see me. Little Dance was a bit surprised when she heard this. She had once returned when she was coagulating her second soul ring, and naturally knew that the Soul Beast clan had produced a young master. Only at that time the other party seemed to be under the bottom of the lake of life, and at that time she was only thinking of going back quickly to see Tang San, so she hadn't paid too much attention to it. I didn't realize that the other side was paying attention to her. However, although she had never seen the other party, She had learned from the mouth of the heavenly green bull python that the other party was human. A human was able to become the young lord of the Soul Beast clan. This made her naturally curious about the young master. The titanic ape led Dance through the dense jungle, eventually arriving at an open and peaceful valley. Here, verdant trees cover every knoll, gently undulating in the wind. Wildflowers compete in the grass, and the air is filled with the fresh earthy scent and the fragrance of wildflowers. Streams flowed quietly from the depths of the mountains, sparkling with sunlight. And next to the creek, a campfire was burning. Next to the bonfire, a teenager is handling a piece of cut meat skewer in his hand, followed by a little bit of various powders, coated with special sauce, and finally set on top of a small fire. In an instant, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of meat, causing people to salivate. Yi Feng, the Soul Beast young lord, wouldn't be you, would it? Little Dance froze on the spot when she saw Yi Feng instantly, somewhat unresponsive. What? Not like that? Yi Feng slightly turned his head sideways and raised an eyebrow. No, either, or I didn't think about it. Little Dance and Yi Feng looked at each other for an instant. Their faces instantly became slightly red, their speech became stammered, and their small hands clenched the corners of their clothes, obviously very nervous. To her death, she could not have imagined that the legendary young master was the one she admired the most in her heart. Yi Feng is the young master of all soul beasts, then the other party is also her young master. If Yi Feng goes to the human world in the future, she can follow the other party. The moment she thought that she could have such a relationship with such a super genius, Xiao Dance's heart was involuntarily thumping. Alright, I've heard about you from Tai. Do you know that your current situation is very dangerous? If a human powerhouse knows your identity, you will definitely be killed and stripped of your soul rings and soul bones. Yi Feng turned his head slightly to look at Xiao Dance and pretended to be stern. I'll be very careful, La. Xiao Dance was instantly startled by Yi Feng's stern attitude, and instantly lowered her head, stammering and weaseling. Sealed de Loi is so rare, I surely won't meet it. Moreover, there are still my friends in the human world, and they are all very nice. I'll roar. Young lord, it's not Little Dance's fault. Little Dance is still young, please don't chastise her. The Titan giant ape still saw Yi Feng being so harsh for the first time, and hurriedly ran over to plead for Little Dance. Oh, very careful? Yi Feng let out a light laugh and didn't pay attention to the Titan giant ape. Instead he looked at Xiao Dance and coldly said, I'm afraid you don't know that you've long been targeted by the sealed Doluo, and if it wasn't for your luck, I'm afraid that you would have already been slaughtered and made into a roasted rabbit. What? This is unlikely. Little Dance was stunned when she heard this, but she still weaseled out with some disbelief. I have always been very careful, and the place where I am is so remote. How could there be a sealed Doluo? After all, if there was really a sealed Doluo staring at her, then she would have long ago captured and killed her soul ring to take her soul bone. How could she still be allowed to bounce around for so long? It's all said and done. You're lucky because that one sealed Doluo is Tang San's father and the youngest sealed Doluo on the continent. He actually found out about you a long time ago. If it wasn't for your relationship with Tang San, you would have been turned into flying dust 6 years ago. Yi Feng opened his mouth indifferently and directly stated the truth. What? Sango, his father is a sealed Doluo. Isn't his father an alcoholic? Little Dance was once again shocked in her heart when she heard such a secret story. The drunkard is just his disguise. Of course, I have no proof, believe it or not, although sealed Doluo is rare, but with your Shrek's performance, you will soon be noticed by the sealed Doluo, and at that time, you will have to die sooner or later, and you may not be able to drag your partners along with you to be buried. So, what am I supposed to do? Little Dance sniffed, and a wave of fear welled up in her heart, her legs trembling a little. In fact, she had thought about all of this, but every time she chose to escape, always thinking that Lady Luck would be on her side, always thinking that she wouldn't need a sealed Doluo, always thinking that Tang San would be able to help her through any difficulties. And now, all these fantasies were nakedly punctured by Yi Feng, which made Xiaoma somewhat unable to accept for a while. After all, Yi Feng was by no means an alarmist at this moment, but something that was very likely to happen. Chapter 14. The snake is so cute, how can you eat it? Don't worry, it's not me. Yi Feng smiled faintly, then took out a black elixir and handed it to Xiao Dance. This is the concealment elixir. After taking it you will be able to completely erase the residual soul beast aura on your body. Even a sealed Doluo won't be able to detect it. When Yi Feng finished speaking, he directly shoved the elixir into Xiao Dance's hands. Really? Really okay? Little Dance was a little surprised as she surveyed the small pill in her hand, slightly puzzled in her heart. After all, she had lived for 100,000 years, but she had never heard of the existence of such a thing. As a soul beast young master, would I still lie to you? This is my unique secret recipe that I have researched. Just try it and you will know, Yi Feng said in a serious manner. Of course, the pills certainly didn't do anything, having been made by him rubbing random herbs together. As for the effect he's talking about, it's naturally what the words do. He had gained quite a few draws before, and with 10 consecutive draws guaranteed, he drew a phrase for dance, breath hiding, purple. This phrase would allow little Dance to completely hide her soul beast origin aura from being felt by powerhouses above the sealed Dolua level. The reason why the soul beast shape will be exposed, or because the soul beast shape after the compression of the 100,000 years of origin energy is too powerful, even after compression, is also a very powerful energy source, can be easily felt by the sealed Dolua, and after the soul beast transforms into a form and reaches the soul saint, it is possible to suppress this special fluctuation, completely masking the soul beast's aura and becoming no different from humans. And this phrase that Yifeng gifted to Xiao Dance was the one that could directly step in and allow Xiao Dance to completely conceal her soul beast aura. Sooner or later, Shrek would fall apart, and when that time came, all the time trajectories would be disrupted, and Yifeng didn't want little Dance to be caught and eaten in advance. In the future, when he went to the human world, he would still need maids, and this little bunny was quite suitable. Well, my origin breath, it's really gone, yeah. Soon, Xiao Dance realized that the drug effect had kicked in, and the soul beast origin aura that she was constantly emitting was actually completely hidden. For a while, little Dance's eyes were colorful, and her gaze towards Yifeng was filled with admiration. Yifeng was not only powerful and had a terrifying background, but he even knew how to concoct pills, directly solving her biggest problem since she had taken shape. Such a powerful and handsome boy who still had his abilities. I don't know how many times better than Tang San. When she thought of the strange feelings she had for Tang San before, Xiao Dance was feeling how childish she had been at that time. It could also be that at that time, the only person of the opposite sex she had met was Tang San. Right, and her eyes were too narrow. It wasn't until she saw Yifeng that she realized what it meant to be a real man. Alright, since it's alright, let's sit down and eat something. And by the way, tell me about the human world. Yifeng waved his hand, signaling Xiao Dance to sit down and eat the roasted meat together. Of course, he didn't want to listen to little Dance tell a story. It was purely because he wanted to brush up on his goodwill, just like playing a game as an NPC character. After all, he would have use for Mai in the future. Wait, this roast won't be. Mai took a skewer of kebab in her hand and instantly realized the blind spot. Well, it's the blood and flesh of the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake. Not only is it delicious, but it's also tremendously beneficial to cultivation. Yifeng nodded and said, in this world, there were only a few cultivation resources for soul masters, pills, heavenly treasures, and the simplest of all, soul beast blood and flesh. Pills and heavenly materials were expensive. In fact, most soul masters ate soul beast blood and flesh, which had the effect of increasing chi and nourishing chi in blood. Normal academies gave their students this kind of nutritional meal, and the higher the cultivation level, the higher the number of years of soul beast blood and flesh needed. But Shrek was poor and stingy, so naturally he didn't have this kind of treatment. Snakes are so cute, why eat them? Xiao Dance immediately looked at Yifeng with a bitter face, very puzzled. Yifeng is clearly a soul beast young master. How to still eat soul beast blood and meat? Really excessive. She, little Dance, would not eat the flesh and blood of her kind even if she died. The soul beast world is weak and strong. The weak are meant to be food for the strong. Do you think all soul beasts are vegetarians like you? This crested cockatoo snake, for example, is a very powerful hunter and specializes in rabbits, and can eat a litter in one meal. And you still think it's cute now? I know you've made many friends in the Star-Do Great Forest, but that's because of your identity as a 100,000-year-old soul beast that they're willing to befriend you and show kindness. Look at those 10-year-old rabbits, 100-year-old rabbits. As soon as they dare to appear in front of a carnivorous soul beast, they'll turn into a pile of hot poop the next day. Yifeng lectured nonchalantly. Soul beasts are also categorized as carnivorous, vegetarian, and omnivorous. The soft bone phantom rabbit clan, on the other hand, is a pure vegetarian soul beast, belonging to the bottom of the food chain, and is the favorite food of all carnivores. The reason Little Dance was able to make friends with other carnivores was purely because she was a 100,000-year-old soul beast. It could be said that her mother, no, her father, whom she had never met, had built her up. Little Dance's father was definitely a very powerful soul beast. Otherwise, Little Dance's mom wouldn't have been able to grow to 100,000 years. Little Dance that would be even less likely to grow to 100,000 years. Of course, even though Little Dance was 100,000 years old, her battle power was actually pretty trashy. However, because Little Dance was followed by the Titan Giant Ape and the Heavenly Green Bull Python by her side, this was how she was able to mix well in the middle of the Star Dipper Great Forest. And actually, the Stardust Great Forest, however, was incomparably cruel, with countless hunters of the weak and the strong. In the eyes of a powerful soul beast, a weak soul beast was food. Only the strong are worthy of being considered by them as a kindred spirit. If every meat-eating soul beast is as kind as Little Dance, then they are afraid that they would have starved to death already. Of course, humans were the common enemy of soul beasts, and that would not change. But Xiao Dance was instantly disliked and was speechless, her face reddening as she couldn't say anything, because what Yifeng said was all true. She actually realized it, but she just hadn't dared to accept it. Moreover, now that you're a human, you'll need to follow your partner to hunt soul beasts in the future. When your partner is attacked by a soul beast, will you still stand idly by? Yifeng's words were sharp, hitting Little Dance straight in the heart. No, won't. Mai shook her head gently as she thought of a scene like that. Then eat it, it's a test for you. Yifeng stood up and directly said in a commanding tone. How are you so overbearing? I eat is not okay. Little Dance slightly tooted her small mouth, although her mouth said so, but a heart of hers was thumping chaotically. Her pretty face also quietly surfaced a touch of redness. Obviously, Yifeng's overbearing behavior could be said to have completely poked at Xiao Dance's sexual fetish. Maybe because of Yifeng's bullying, or maybe because Yifeng said that this cockatoo phoenix-tailed snake likes to eat rabbits the most. Little Dance eventually overcame her fear and gently opened her little cherry mouth, taking a bite out of the skewer in her hand. And the moment the roasted meat entered the mouth, Xiao Dance's entire body froze instantly. The dark red beauty eyes instantly widened, erupting with a piercing aura. There are even tears flashing. Little Dance bit the bottom end of the grill stick and pulled it out with force, directly stuffing all the grilled meat into her mouth, and the oil stains and saliva slowly flowed down the corners of her mouth. OMG, it smells so good. Chapter 15. Little Dance digs in. Time will tell. A few hours later, Little Dance had eaten and drank her fill, and at the same time, she had successfully condensed her third soul ring. On the occasion of leaving, the small Dance is still a little reluctant to look at Yifeng, could not help but persuade, young master, you really do not think about it. Shrek is really a very good academy. With your talent, coupled with the help of our Shrek, absolutely able to become stronger. The words would only cause Xiao Dance's favorability towards Yifeng to skyrocket, but it wouldn't affect Xiao Dance's emotions towards Shrek and those in Shrek for a short period of time. Moreover, Xiao Dai was still deeply brainwashed by Shrek, and after seeing Yifeng's talent, the first thing she thought of was to convince Yifeng to join Shrek, to add to Shrek, and to carry Shrek's philosophy forward. No need. You think Shrek is good. That's just because you have too little insight and haven't seen a better academy. Yifeng heard this, but he gently waved his hand and directly rejected it. He didn't even bother to explain too much. After all, time would tell. In fact, if it wasn't for Tang San and Xiao Dance, the Shrek guys would basically be trash. Before they were soul exalted, they might have been able to cultivate much faster than their peers by virtue of their talent. But after soul exalted, Shrek's that poorer than the academy. The cultivation resources absolutely can't keep up. Shrek a few people basically wasted. In the original, Shrek a group of people up to the Soul Zone, cultivation has reached a bottleneck, which is thinking of going to the Royal Academy borrow chicken eggs, to rub a little resources, but unfortunately failed. Immediately after Shrek several people are to join the Blue Bar College, because of the relationship between Yu Xiaojiang, eat soft rice, embracing the rich woman thighs, which is able to continue to develop. However, Blue Bar Academy ultimately had limited financial resources, so Shrek's development had actually reached a bottleneck before the Soul Master competition. Finally, relying on the sudden emergence of Immortal Grass, which is directly hanging in place, against all odds, so that the follow-up has been far ahead of their peers. Of course, now because of the words, Shrek is afraid he won't last long. Well, Little Dance sniffed and slightly lowered her head, her heart somewhat aggrieved and unwilling. Since time will tell, I'll prove it to you. Little Dance secretly made up her mind in her heart, intending to cultivate properly in the future, and together lead Shrek to flourish. When Yifeng saw Shrek's splendor, he couldn't say that he would change his mind and choose to join Shrek. In the meantime, the other side of the Stardust Great Forest, Tang San in the process of searching for Xiao Mai, got his own chance human face magic spider, this time with the help of Zhao Wuji and others. Tang San easily killed the human face magic spider, because Meng had still gotten his third soul ring to advance to soul dignity. He had long since left the Star Do Great Forest, so at this time, naturally, no one was grabbing any soul rings from Tang San. Things were going well. Tang San had successfully absorbed the 1,000-year-old soul ring of the human-faced demon spider. Not only that, he had even gotten the 8 spider spear exterior attachment soul bone. Ah, there you all are. Just as Tang San finished absorbing his soul rings, a surprised voice suddenly came from the dense forest behind the crowd. The crowd was all startled, and when they turned their heads back, they saw that Little Dance had suddenly appeared behind them at an unknown time. My, where have you been? Do you know how much Junior was worried about you? My, What the hell is going on? I'm glad it's okay, I'm glad it's okay. The crowd gathered towards Mai in unison. I don't know what happened. I just remember being grabbed by a giant ape and Mai lowered her head and stammered out a story. While she felt a little bad about lying to her partner, there was no way she was going to tell the truth. What? Are you saying that not only are you out of danger, but you accidentally encountered a soul beast that was about to die? And even more so, you stumbled upon a dying 1,000-year-old soul beast and obtained the third soul ring. Everyone was a bit incredulous when they heard that. It just feels like there's something heavenly about this whole thing. But if that wasn't the case, then no one could explain how little Dance could come back unharmed and with an additional 1,000-year soul ring. Well, no matter what, all three of us from Shrek Academy have advanced to Soul Exalted today. Congratulations! Ha ha ha! Zhao Wuji was naturally too lazy to ask anything more because of his laziness. There were some twists and turns in the process, but the outcome was ultimately good. Right, where's third brother? You guys said he broke through to Soul Exalt as well? At this time, Xiao Dance looked around and realized that Tang San was suddenly missing, and was a bit puzzled. Although she was not a fan of Tang San, but the feelings over the years were still true. For Tang San, she was really purely treating him as a brother at the moment. For Tang San only had the affection of companionship over the years, but no more love. Tang San, on the other hand, was just the opposite. After all, Tang San had treated Xiao Dai as his own sister until he became enlightened. And now, Tang San realized that he really liked Xiao Dance and wanted to marry her as his wife. My, is that you, little Dance? And at this moment, Tang San had just finished absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring when he heard Xiao Dai's voice, and his entire body instantly catapulted up from the ground. The whole person became even a little crazy from the surprise. My, do you know how worried I am about you? Tang San brought his 8 spider spear, covered in blood, and subconsciously lunged towards Xiao Dance. What for? I'm just missing, not dead. Why are you so excited? Xiao Dance dodged and quickly dodged away. For some reason, seeing Tang San in this fiery state, she was instantly a bit disgusted, and subconsciously compared Tang San to Yifeng. Tang San slightly encountered a little and lost his temper like this. This was too lame. If Yifeng had encountered such a thing, he would have definitely behaved 100 times better than Tang San. Sango, what is this thing behind you? Can you put it away? It's not good to stab someone. Ma Hongjun was somewhat speechless. The others also subconsciously dodged, lest they be stabbed by the spider spear. I don't know what this is. I can't seem to control it right now. Tang San scratched his head. Alright, let's not talk about this. It's getting late. Let's go back quickly. I'm exhausted after working all day. Zhao Wuji waved his hand and said, catch up or whatever, go back and do whatever they want. He wanted to go back to sleep now. It was really a bad day for him. He swore that the next time he helped them obtain their soul rings, he would not come over even if he killed himself, and let that old thing Flanders get it on his own. Yes, the crowd nodded in unison as well. After all, the danger of the Star Dipper Great Forest was something they were feeling extremely deeply at this moment. It wasn't just the soul beasts that were dangerous. The kindred among them were even more dangerous. If they didn't have Zhao Wuji's shelter, they were afraid that they would have been bullied to death by that Chao Tianxian old woman. Chapter 16 Tang San, Xiaomai, you yell at me? Sunset. Shrek's group was finally back at the academy. Zhao Wuji, after returning to the academy, rushed in at the first opportunity and returned to his room to fall asleep. Mr. Zhao was really exhausted. When the crowd saw this scene, they were a bit emotional. At the same time, each one of them was very grateful to Zhao Wuji in their hearts. After all, if it wasn't for Zhao Wuji, they were afraid that they wouldn't even have the chance to enter the Star Do Great Forest. Grass, I'm finally back. I have to go find those two twins to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Dai Mubai roared out, seemingly venting the pent-up frustration in his heart. Because of the words, Dai Mubai is really suffocating at the moment. If he does not still have sense, I am afraid that he is really sneaking a shot with Oscar. However, the moment Dai Mubai shouted out, everyone all turned their heads in unison and looked at him with an odd gaze. Although the few people here all knew that Dai Mubai's favorite thing to do was to play with that pair of twins. But, Dai Mubai said it directly in public. That's a bit too perverted. It's not as perverted as Oscar's sneaky hands asterisk, but it's very easy to get girls to dislike it. And at this moment, Dai Mubai also reacted to his own out of order, almost embarrassed social death. Especially, he forgot that Zhu Zhuqing is still next to him. Ha Jack, Dai boss, you really down head. Xiao Dance subconsciously took a step back with a look of disgust. Although we all know you're unclean, is it really good for you to say it like that? Ning Rongrong also looked at Dai Mubai with a contemptuous gaze. That's disgusting. Seeing you makes me want to vomit. Zhu Zhuqing had originally not been able to see Dai Mubai's face value, and at this moment, she was thoroughly disappointed in Dai Mubai's character. After Zhu Zhuqing finished speaking, she directly turned around and twisted her butt to leave, leaving the crowd with a delicate back. Bamboo Ching, it's not. You listen to my explanation. Daimubai's intestines were green with remorse at the moment. In recent times, he was not easy to set up a good persona in front of Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment completely collapsed. Oscar, why don't you go with Daimubai? It's better than using your own hands. Just then, Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke up. Everyone heard such a blunt description, and in unison, their eyes fell on Ning Rongrong. Anyone cannot imagine Ning Rongrong, seemingly a well-behaved and understanding of the beautiful girl, will be in public to say this kind of words. The sense of contrast is really too big. Ning Rongrong blushed a little at being looked at, but she still pretended to be bland and hummed lightly. Humph, what are you guys doing looking at me like that? Did I say anything wrong? The crowd heard. This is to look at Oscar. Of course, several people's eyes mainly fall on Oscar's hands, all subconsciously to see if he has sneaked in. Good thing Oscar didn't. You guys don't look at me like that. I've quit. Rongrong, you listen to my explanation. I'm not that kind of person. Oscar was looked at some scalp numbness, even backed up, even more some aggrieved to look at Ning Rongrong. After all, he was by no means random. Even if it was that one, the one he was weighing in his head was Ning Rongrong, not anyone else. His taste is very high. He can't look at all those sultry es in the hookah. His several ex-girlfriends, although not as good as Ning Rongrong, were all very beautiful. Well, I think Wing is right. You know a lot of women. Boss Dai, introduce Oscar to a good-looking one. Well, better for him to get a long-term one. Better than him sneaking a hit on his own. Little Dance also nodded seriously at this moment, and gave a reasonable suggestion. Oh, I don't have that kind of free time. All grown-ups, if you can't even find a woman, what's the difference between that and a waste? If you really can't help it, you'd better go to the hookah. It's convenient there. Daimubai laughed coldly and rejected it outright, looking at Oscar with dislike in his gaze. After saying that, he just turned around and left. Having suffered a defeat here at Zhu Zhuqing, Daimubai was already in a bad mood, and with the bath fire raging inside his body, where else would he be in the mood to help Oscar find a woman? Besides, his two pairs of twins were the ones he spent 30 golden soul coins per month to charter. Oscar, a poorer man, was only worthy to go and mate with the ants in the hookah who could come once for 20 or 30 coppers. TSK, 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 no wonder Zhu Zhuqing hates him. He can't even control his own bottom. His temper is still bad, and the only good thing he's afraid of is that he has a few crappy dollars. Ning Rongrong sked twice, feeling equally disgusted in her heart. Rongrong, I can be different from Dai Lauda. I have never been to the hooker kind of place. Even if I really cannot help it, it is also my own. Oscar was still trying to explain at this moment, but he was met with a fierce glare from Ning Rongrong. Asterisk 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 off. If you touch me with your filthy hand, I'll cut it off. After Ning Rongrong finished speaking, she left straight away. No, Rongrong. Oscar was a bit overwhelmed by the chiding, and his entire body froze in place, looking incredibly forlorn. Seeing this, Little Dance and Tang San also shook their heads, no longer saying anything more, and directly left. At this time, Ma Hongju gnawed on a chicken leg and walked over, gently patted Oscar's shoulder and said somewhat helplessly, Xiao Aoa, men need that every once in a while. I actually understand you, but you can't do that in public. If you can't look at those women in the hookah, you just talk to the dean and let the dean find you a cleaner one for a long-term cooperation. Ma Hongjun, what are you babbling about? I, Oscar, am not like that. Oscar sniffed and became furious on the spot, pushing Ma Hongjun away and then turning to flee. Ugh, what's wrong with Xiao Ao? How does he seem to be a different person? Dai boss isn't right either, and Xiao Dai seems to be as well. It's weird. Ma Hongjun scratched his head with a greasy hand as he nibbled on a chicken leg. The effects of the words are subconscious, so one doesn't even notice them, but outsiders are able to feel the changes in a person. But since you can't see the words, you can't guess the truth. In the meantime, dormitory area. Little Dance walked in front, and Tang San followed behind like a licking dog. My, are you alright? Did something happen? Tang San clearly detected the change in Xiao Dance's attitude towards himself, which caused some trepidation in his heart. Third brother, I'm fine. Can you go and deal with the 8 spider spears on your back first? What's this look like? Little Dance crossed her arms and glared furiously at Tang Sandao. It's like a sister treating her own no-good punk of a brother. The dislike in his eyes was so obvious. I'm not concerned about you. Xiao Dance, do you know how scared I was after you disappeared? Tang San licked his face and came over, a heartbroken expression on his face. I told you I'm fine. Where did you get all that? Stop following me. I'm going back to the shower. Little Dance was also a bit impatient by the words at the moment, and her tone was a bit heavy. After saying that, she left without looking back. My, you yell at me. What the hell is wrong with you? Tang San's entire head was buzzing at the moment. and his heartache was even more like a knife twisting. Before, little Dance had never been incredibly gentle when she spoke to him, just like a cute younger sister. He knew that at that time, Mai liked him. It was just a pity that he didn't get the hang of it. And now, he has understood the small dance of the heart, but also intends to meet the small dance of the crazy love. Good and small dance to a roaring love. But he never expected that Xiao Dance would somehow change her mind. It's not like he did anything wrong. Chapter 17, Snubbing the Silver Dragon King and Entering the Human World. Stardust Great Forest Line. Although the Shrek 7 have received great benefits, there are 3 people who have been promoted to Powerful Soul Exalted, but their already somewhat problematic internal conflicts are starting to gradually erupt. In the meantime, deep in the Stardust Great Forest, Yifeng came back riding the Titan Giant Ape and then directly drilled under the bottom of the Lake of Life. Here, a huge ferocious beast was prostrate on the ground, drawing on the life purification within the big fat worm. The heavenly dream ice silkworm knew that it couldn't break free, so it simply chose to fall asleep as well, as this would reduce a lot of unnecessary pain. Because this was the safest place, these ferocious beasts were all in a deep state of cultivation and were oblivious to Yifeng's arrival. Yifeng came to the side of the heavenly dream ice silkworm and recited an incantation in his mouth. In the next moment, a purple portal slowly opened in front of him, followed by Yifeng directly stepping away and walking in. After the portal, naturally, was the special space where the Silver Dragon King was located. This space, theoretically, did not allow anyone to enter. After all, it was the equivalent of the other party's boudoir and the other party's lair. Even Ditian was not qualified to enter. However, Yifeng left from here, so naturally, he was given permission. Entering the portal, what met his eyes was a huge silver dragon prostrate on the ground. The terrifying dragon might ravage the entire space. Any outsider entering it would be crushed by this terrifying dragon's might, except for Yifeng. Of course, it wasn't because of the authority given to him by the Silver Dragon King, but because his own bloodline was too powerful. As if the superior could not tolerate the provocation of the inferior, Yifeng's body aura slightly shook, directly dispersing the surrounding dragon's might instantly. Well, the Silver Dragon King had originally fallen into a deep slumber, but at this moment, sensing that his domain had been invaded, he also slowly opened his eyes. The large purple vertical pupils exuded a regal and ferocious aura. In the huge dragon body, the violet breath slowly brewing, seems to be about to explode in the next moment. However, when the Silver Dragon King saw that the person coming was Yifeng, the aura on his body instantly collapsed. The ferocious aura in the purple vertical pupil also slowly dissipated, and was replaced by a strong tenderness. Little Feng, why did you suddenly come in without informing sister in advance? The Silver Dragon King's soft voice came out. Immediately afterward, the other party's gigantic dragon body slowly dissipated, turning into countless points of light that eventually coalesced into a curvaceous and stunningly beautiful woman. With her bare white jade feet, the woman slowly landed in front of Yifeng, and took him into her arms. Hey, I miss my sister too much. Yifeng inhaled the milky scent on the tip of his nose and smiled heatedly. Less oily, who the hell did you learn this from? Silver Dragon King gently blanked Yifeng, reached out and tugged at Yifeng's face, helplessly said, what is it this time? I'll definitely help if I can. She had been in contact with Yifeng for so long, how could she not see what Yifeng had in mind? The kid must have asked her for something today. However, Yifeng had always been a good boy, not causing any trouble on weekdays, and over the years, Yifeng had actually begged her twice. The first time was for the chi of the Stardust Great Forest. In recent years, the Star Dipper Great Forest's chi was inexplicably much less, as if it was breeding something. Yifeng wanted her to help find that pregnant existence. It was a pity that her strength had not been restored, plus the existence in that gestation seemed to be sheltered by the Star Do Chi luck, and no one could find its location before it was born. The Silver Dragon King actually vaguely guessed what was in the midst of the gestation, but she didn't say anything. After all, she was just guessing, and it's true that she didn't know the exact location of the thing. If one wanted to find that existence in conception, one would not be able to find it unless one turned the Stardust Great Forest upside down. The second time, naturally, was for the awakening of the martial soul. She also had Ditian personally make a trip to the human world to recruit the topmost awakening stones from the human world, and she personally set up the spell formation for Yifeng. The result, naturally, did not disappoint her. Well, actually, sister, I think that we soul beasts shouldn't stick to the Star Dipper Great Forest. If we can integrate into the human world, this will be better for you soul beasts. Yifeng slowly spoke. He still uses the word we instead of you. Obviously, although he was a human, he was already a soul beast young lord, so he naturally considered himself a member of the soul beasts. What? Integrating into the human world? Xiao Feng, why is this? The humans outside are so weak. Why do we have to go to the human world to socialize with those weak people? The Silver Dragon King sniffed and frowned slightly, somewhat unable to figure it out. The reason why the Silver Dragon King couldn't figure it out was mainly because he still felt that humans weren't in any danger, and felt that humans were weak races, garbage and trash. So naturally he rejected humans from the bottom of his heart and looked down on them. After all, this is a time when humans are really just weak. The reason why the soul beasts didn't exterminate the human race was not because of kindness, but because of too much pride and complacency. In addition, Tian and these guys are all sucking the blood of the heavenly dream iceworms at the moment, busy raising their strength, and have no idea what's going on in the human world. And by the time Tian and the others returned to their senses, the humans had already grown to a level that could rival that of a soul beast. In the period of the 3 fights, human beings completely prevailed. Soul beasts have become endangered creatures, need to be protected by the people. Humans are more powerful than the imagination of the soul beasts. The Silver Dragon King recovered from his injuries, which will make the integration into the human choice, but unfortunately, after all, did not escape the sanctions of the love brain, a hand of good cards to play a broken. Well, it's actually me who wants to go to the human world to practice, but I don't have a background and I might get bullied, so I need a power. Yi Feng dryly coughed and said in a different way, after all, the Silver Dragon King was in a love dilemma. That was tens of thousands of years later. Yi Feng could not possibly convince the other party with this reason, so it was better to tell the truth. Although he had a powerful talent, he really didn't have any strong background or power in the human world. And if these ferocious beasts like Tian were allowed to enter the human world, then they would definitely be able to form one of the continent's top forces in a short period of time. With such a power as his backing, Yi Feng felt that he could basically walk sideways after entering the human world. What martial soul hall? What bull Hautian sect? 7 treasures Liuli sect, thunder and lightning reigning dragon sect, as well as the heavenly doe's abandoned mist royal family and Star Luo empire. All of them are no longer a threat. At the same time, doing so would help the soul beasts understand humans better. However, that was not the focus of the Silver Dragon King's attention. No, you want to go to the human world to experience. You are still so young. The human world can be dangerous. I forbid you to go. Silver Dragon King subconsciously grabbed Yifeng's arm, and his tone even became a bit stern. Of course, it was more of a worry. After all, in her opinion, humans were devious and cunning. Yifeng was such a simple child. If he went to the human world, he was afraid that he would be swallowed without any bones left. Of course, she wasn't thinking of letting Yifeng stay in the Star Do Great Forest all the time. Only when one day Yifeng truly had the power to defend himself would she let the other party go to the human world to experience. With Yifeng's talent, it would only be about 10 years, which was just a snap of the fingers for her. Not long at all. Nothing at all. Sister, I've grown up. It's impossible for me to stay here for the rest of my life, and I really want to go to the human world to take a look. Yifeng immediately revealed a pitiful look, and his flashing big eyes were full of longing for the human world. He knew that the Silver Dragon King didn't allow him to go to the human world because he was worried about him, but there was nothing he could do about it. The Soul Beast world was just too boring. There was also the word sake that he had to make a trip to the human world as well. Chapter 18 Before parting, Silver Dragon King rewards. But, when the Silver Dragon King heard this, his heart inexplicably softened, and his purple eyes instantly softened. Although she knew that Yifeng's bastard was pretending, she still couldn't help but feel soft. Humans know a lot about soul beasts, but soul beasts really know very little about humans. And it's good to let Tian bring people to the human world to form a force that will allow soul beasts to know more about humans. Seeing that the Silver Dragon King had somewhat loosened up, Yifeng hurriedly continued to snub him. Well, you say so, it should be by your thoughts. Soul beasts do know very little about the human world, very little, and contact with humans does allow them to understand humans. Finally, the Silver Dragon King still let go. The reason why she had loosened her lips was not focused on Yifeng's words about letting the soul beasts understand humans better, but because the soul beasts formed a force that could protect Yifeng. In the Silver Dragon King's view, humans were incomparably weak. As long as she was around for a day, humans would not be able to turn over the sky. Even if humans could become gods, it would be just luck. Just a handful of people, unable to inflict a devastating blow on the soul beast community. So naturally, she didn't put it in her mind. Instead, it was Yifeng's safety that she was most concerned about. Yifeng was a human after all, and it was unjustifiable to go to the human world to practice, and she couldn't bear to stop it, much less force Yifeng to stay in the Star Do Great Forest. Since she couldn't stop it, she could only build a strong backing for Yifeng, and never let him be bullied in the human world. Thanks sis. When Yifeng heard this, he heatedly smiled. His heart was satisfied. However, the human world is dangerous. You must be careful and careful again no matter what. The humans out there are devious and cunning. you can't be fooled by them. The Silver Dragon King clutched Yifeng's palm tightly and softly admonished. Although Yifeng was a human being, he had grown up in the Star Dipper Great Forest and had never come into contact with the human world. And even if he had an understanding of the human world, he had heard about it from the mouths of these ferocious beasts in the Star Dipper Great Forest, especially since Yifeng was so handsome. If he was cheated out of his body by some demonic ES in the human world, then she would really be heartbroken. Although she had not awakened many times, the time she spent with Yifeng was not short, and she had long regarded Yifeng as the most important man in her life. She hated to wish that her injuries would heal faster, so that she could leave here, be with Yifeng every day, watch Yifeng grow up, and not be able to say, "Don't worry, I'm so strong, I'll be very careful, even if something really goes wrong, isn't there still the amulet you gave me?" Sister Yifeng said with a smile. With that, he took out a small silver-white scale from his waist and waved it in front of the Silver Dragon King. This is the hardest heart protection scale at the heart of the Silver Dragon King. Not only does it possess the ability to automatically protect its owner, but it also carries a small portion of the Silver Dragon King's chi, which can bring good luck to the wearer. To be able to give such a precious scale to himself, it was obvious how much the Silver Dragon King cared and loved Yifeng. Alas, when a child grows up, he wants to go outside alone, and it is not possible to say that one day he will forget about me as his sister. The Silver Dragon King knew that she couldn't keep Yifeng, and also sighed softly, pretending to be aggrieved. Which is not true. The Star Do Great Forest will always be my home, and my sister will always be my sister. Yifeng hurriedly hugged the Silver Dragon King and said, "Humph, that's more like it." The Silver Dragon King was satisfied when she heard this, and then she bent her beautiful eyes and said, "It takes a little time to form a force. During this time, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Just stay here and accompany me properly." In fact, another reason she didn't want Yifeng to leave was that Yifeng's cooking was just too good. I don't know where Yifeng learned to cook. Even if he cooks well, he will also do some small snacks to make her happy. What especially chocolate and ice cream are her favorites. Of course, keep Yifeng, but also afraid that Yifeng suddenly ran away. No one to sit for her to eat. Good. Then if I stay with my sister, shouldn't there be a reward? Yifeng this time took the initiative to grasp the Silver Dragon King's slender waist, and his eyes fell on the rations of his own childhood. Jack, you're so big, shy. The Silver Dragon King pinched Yifeng in mock disgust. This guy is so bad that he has to get an inch every time. But she also knows that it's all her own spoiled. Because Yifeng, no matter what she does, she can't bear to be angry with him, and never even reprimanded, which makes this bad guy more and more inches. "I'm not going away. I don't know when I can come back." Yifeng pretended to be pitiful and directly played the emotional card. It could be that the Silver Dragon King was too beautiful, or it could be that the ancestral dragon bloodline really affected him. Yifeng felt that as he grew up, his thoughts in this regard became more and more frequent. The word, preterm baby, will not only bring him to birth early, it will bring him to maturity quickly. Combined with his own physique, he now felt like he could go days and nights without getting too weak. Oof, that depends on your performance. If you perform well, it's not impossible. Guyuna slightly skimmed her head and grunted. Despite what she said, she had actually gone soft. She had heard that the human world was very prosperous, and Yifeng originally belonged there. And after Yifeng left, she didn't know when he would be able to come back. Slightly giving Yifeng a taste of sweetness before parting might not be able to make him remember a bit more and come back for a visit as soon as possible. Sis is the best. Yifeng heatedly smiled and directly pressed up against the Silver Dragon King's red lips. Both hands, on the other hand, held their childhood rations. "No, I haven't promised. You'll have to behave yourself." The Silver Dragon King huffed and glared at her purple beauty eyes. Her hands pinched Yifeng's soft flesh around his waist with force. But in the end, he couldn't bear to push Yifeng away. Of course, Yifeng knew the difference. At this stage he could only satisfy a little bit of his appetite. More was definitely not an option. But in this way, he was content. A few days later, Yifeng was driven out by the Silver Dragon King. "Really?" said "A few months? This is only a few days." Yifeng wiped the saliva at the corner of his mouth and left helplessly. Inside the special space, the Silver Dragon King straightened her clothes and skirt, and a blush covered the top of her stunning face. This guy, it's getting out of hand. It wasn't that she hated Yifeng, she just felt that Yifeng's mind was still immature, and it wasn't very friendly to Yifeng's growth to be exposed to this kind of thing too early. A little kiss and a ration, she could tolerate. Any further than that won't work. She actually has long regarded Yifeng as her own little man. The future is thinking of giving Yifeng many dragon babies, but that is all waiting for Yifeng to grow up. Definitely not now. Chapter 19, Source of Life, Sucking Blood to Heal Wounds. Late at night, Yifeng was lying on the trunk of a huge tree, quietly looking at the bright stars in the sky through the sparse leaves. His mind was full of thoughts. Tian has already taken a few great ferocious beasts to the human world. With their strength, they should be able to create a not-so-weak force very soon, Yi Feng secretly thought. In the original during the Do-san period, Tian was the one who brought the Soul Beast clan, entered the human world, and formed a not-so-small force. In the era of Do-san, the Soul Beast clan was able to establish a firm foothold amongst the humans. Well, in this day and age, this kind of thing should be easy to do, maybe a month or two almost. After all, with Tian's current strength, sweeping across the entire human world would not be a problem. Only, this would not be of any benefit to the Soul Beasts, and would even draw the attention of the Divine Realm to discover the existence of the Silver Dragon King, which would be more than worth the loss. Idle, draw a prize to console myself, Yi Feng muttered. He now had 51 draws left, which seemed like a lot, but really wasn't much. In the previous 10 consecutive draws, except for the word for dance, which was purple, the rest were all below purple quality. The increase words Yi Feng equipped himself, and the trash words were saved for others. Each draw has a guarantee to wish for a similar reward. However, Yi Feng suspected that if he wished for a guaranteed word, the probability of a high-quality word appearing would be greatly reduced. But would it have been better if he hadn't wished for the guaranteed choice, but instead drawn all 10 in a row at random? Wanting to do it, Yi Feng directly opened the 10 consecutive draws this time, but did not wish for any of the desired word types as a guarantee. In the next moment, 10 words appeared in front of Yi Feng. Source of life, gold. Your body contains a trace of life essence, possessing an incomparably powerful life force, and your blood is the best healing elixir in the world, capable of curing 100 diseases. King of strength, purple. You have an extremely strong command of strength. Strength plus 50, physique plus 20, precision strike. Blue. You specialize in finding your enemy's weaknesses, and each attack has a 50% chance of dealing an additional 1% damage. Blade runner, green plus 20 to blade technique. Tough, green. You are tough, physique plus 20, kidneys, white. You're very weak, energy minus 20, out of the gold again. Yi Feng's attention fell directly on the first golden phrase, and the other phrases were naturally ignored by him directly. Although it was just an experiment, Yi Feng discovered the catnip of the lottery. No wonder, other than the first time, the subsequent 10 draws have been mediocre. It turned out that it was because he had chosen to guarantee the bottom, and although the bottom could choose the type of words he preferred, it did not guarantee the quality, and it would also reduce the probability of producing high-quality words. If you forego the guarantee and choose a random 10 in a row draw, then you can increase the probability of drawing a high-quality word. Of course, this is just an experiment, and subsequently, when the number of draws increases, it is possible to have 100 consecutive draws, and in the meantime, look at the probability of each quality word. And with the equipping of the source of life phrase, Yi Feng immediately felt a huge life force surging out of his body, constantly nourishing his entire body. His originally extremely terrifying qi and blood had become more and more powerful at this moment, and it was even involuntarily spreading out towards the surroundings. And with the increase in vitality, his physique was also sublimated once again under this wave of increase. The sublimation of the physique is naturally accompanied by the unsealing of the bloodline. 98, 5%, 98, 3%, 98%. A life evolution directly unsealed another 0.5% of his bloodline, and as the bloodline was unsealed, the talent contained within it was also gradually unsealed. The next moment, Yi Feng's right hand above the emergence of dense golden scales, the palm has also gradually become larger and thicker. Nails are transformed into a sharp dragon claw. Dragonization is surprisingly fast. Yi Feng was instantly surprised in his heart. Dragonization was the natural ability of many dragon martial soul possessors, such as the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, where the higher the purity of the bloodline, the greater the degree of dragonization. This is completely different from martial spirit possession. Martial soul possession was simply gaining a martial soul-like ability, causing the body to strengthen drastically. The dragonization is to let part of one's body temporarily transform into a dragon body, and its power is more than 10 times or even dozens of times that of the martial spirit attachment. However, at present, Yi Feng can only be regarded as half-dragonized. However, dragonization was inspired by the bloodline, so it wasn't a soul skill. It didn't consume soul power, it only consumed physical strength. And with Yi Feng's physical strength at the moment, he could dragonize at any time, and it could last permanently. And as the bloodline is unsealed more and more, the degree of dragonization will spread to the whole arm, legs and feet, and finally even the whole person can complete the dragonization, completely transformed into a real star ancestral dragon body, holding the sun and moon and picking stars. Of course, it's certainly not possible to achieve that level of success in a short period of time. Right, the healing ability. I wonder if it can be effective against the Silver Dragon King. Yi Feng rubbed his chin and suddenly thought of something. his eyes lit up. Although the Silver Dragon King looked normal, his internal injuries were extremely serious, and they were also internal injuries caused by the Supreme Law. So ordinary treatment methods definitely wouldn't work, and the Silver Dragon King himself could only use his powerful body to wear them out. This process, on the other hand, was very consuming of life force, which was why it was necessary to absorb the life essence of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm to restore the worn-out flesh. Yi Feng naturally didn't think that the amount of his blood could match the million years of cultivation of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, but he felt that the quality of the life force contained in his blood definitely far exceeded that of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, a big fat insect, coupled with the power of the ancestral dragon bloodline. It could not be said that it could really help the Silver Dragon King's healing. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Feng couldn't wait for a moment, and couldn't wait to drill into the bottom of the Lake of Life again, and quickly swam towards Gu Yuna's boudoir. In the meantime, inside the underground space, the Silver Dragon King had just finished his shower and slowly stepped out from the middle of the bathroom. She was wrapped in only a soft woolen bath towel, with drops of water still remaining on top of her long, white, slender legs. Long, wet, silver hair fell casually behind her. In the next moment, the blazing fire element swept through, from top to bottom, instantly vaporizing all the water stains. The Silver Dragon King had been dormant in her native form most of the time, except that after meeting Yi Feng, she had tried to gradually adapt to her human form in order to be able to get closer to him. Not only that, but she tries to learn some human habits, such as eating, sleeping, bathing, and so on. For this reason she deliberately opened up an extra space next to it for herself, constructing 2 rooms with bathrooms, kitchens and everything. As for the furniture, most of it was made by himself, while a small portion of it was bought from the human world by him by asking Ditian to go to the human world to buy it. Buzz. Right at this moment, the Silver Dragon King suddenly noticed a slight tremor in space, and it was obvious that something had come in from outside. The Silver Dragon King subconsciously looked towards the entrance, and then he saw Yi Feng's smiling expression. Little Feng, why have you come back again? Didn't I tell you to stay outside for a while first? The Silver Dragon King was inexplicably a little nervous when he saw Yi Feng, and his originally calm face was instantly surfaced with an extraordinarily good-looking reddish color at this moment. After all, she had just driven Yi Feng away, and she had actually made a great determination to do so. If Yi Feng was going to do anything else to her now, she really couldn't bear to kick him out a second time. At that time, if she didn't hold it and something happened with Yi Feng, then it could really be a big mistake. Chapter 20. Sister, when I was just cultivating, my bloodline seemed to have awakened a special ability, and that's why I wanted to find my sister to test it out. Yi Feng, in order to avoid the Silver Dragon King's misunderstanding that he would be driven away once again, he also hurriedly explained. However, his eyes were still on autolock, staring intently at the full rations. Although he had eaten and touched, Yi Feng still couldn't get tired of looking at it. However, the Silver Dragon King was completely unconcerned about Yi Feng's gaze at the moment, but rushed over and hugged Yi Feng, saying with some excitement, "What? You've awakened your bloodline talent again. Quickly let your sister take a look." As a dragon, she naturally knew that awakening a bloodline talent meant that the power of the bloodline had received a huge boost, while her strength would also skyrocket. Yi Feng's strength had skyrocketed, and she was naturally incredibly happy in her heart. Well, I can feel that my life force has been greatly enhanced, and also, my blood seems to possess very powerful healing abilities, Yi Feng said, then looked blearily at the Silver Dragon King and said, "Sister, haven't you been healing from your injuries? So I can't say that my blood can speed up the recovery of your injuries." The Silver Dragon King's heart inexplicably warmed when he heard this. She never expected that the first thing that came to Yi Feng's mind after he awakened this talent was that he wanted to use blood to help her heal. This little guy, he's still got some conscience. He really didn't suffer for nothing. The Silver Dragon King was secretly moved in his heart and held back his tears. Then, reaching out, he just knocked on Yi Feng's head. "Ah, sister, why are you hitting me?" Yi Feng was a bit confused when he was bounced on the head, although the Silver Dragon King collected the force, but this time is still very painful. The pain of his heart to the Silver Dragon King of the non-thinking are dissipated a lot. "Sister's strength is much stronger than you, even if your blood does have healing power. It's just a drop in the bucket for me. Even if I drain you, you won't recover much. If you want to help sister, then you have to at least reach a strength like sister's. Don't get involved in grown-up things when you're a little kid." Although the Silver Dragon King was moved in his heart, he nevertheless said in a tone of an adult lecturing a child. Of course, despite saying that, even if Yi Feng really grew to her level in the future, it was impossible for her to use Yi Feng's blood to recover from her injuries. After all, this was equivalent to sucking Yi Feng's blood, which was definitely a huge damage to his body, and she liked Yi Feng so much, how could she possibly bear to hurt him? However, Yi Feng didn't think so. If the Silver Dragon King could recover earlier, then he wouldn't need to slumber from time to time, and he would have more time to brush up his goodwill with the Silver Dragon King. At the thought of this thought, Yi Feng also did not hesitate, directly stretched out his hand, manifested a dragon claw, and flicked at his wrist, directly opening a large mouth. With his physical qualities, ordinary sharp blades couldn't even break through his physical defense, and only his own dragon claws could easily break through. There, in a flash, a touch of crimson surged out of Yi Feng's palm. However, it might be because Yi Feng's bloodline was too powerful, or it might be because of the source of life. Yi Feng's blood looked incomparably sticky and thick, and every drop of blood was like 1,000 pounds, which ruthlessly smashed on the ground. The blood splattered and landed on the Silver Dragon King's delicate white jade feet, making it look especially bright. When the Silver Dragon King saw this scene, he first froze for a second, followed by a burst of inexplicable heartache. "Idiot, what are you doing?" The Silver Dragon King was almost exasperated and cried, and after saying this, she didn't hesitate to pull up Yi Feng's hand and opened her small mouth to stick it on. Of course, the Silver Dragon King was only doing this with the thought of using his power to stop the bleeding and heal Yi Feng's injuries. Only, the moment the Silver Dragon King came into contact with Yi Feng's blood, her entire body froze, because the imagined smell of blood did not come. Instead, it was somewhat inexplicably sweet. The blood entered her mouth and melted directly in her mouth. She was even more surprised to find that Yi Feng's blood was carrying a large amount of life force, which continuously surged towards her body. The power of life contained in just a small mouthful of fresh blood was actually able to dissolve the injuries of the rules in her body from suffering tens of thousands of years ago. Back then, the Shura Sword Dragon God split into two, transforming into her and the Golden Dragon King. Although she escaped to the lower realm, her body was still constantly being attacked by the Shura rule and destruction rule, which could not be dissolved and could only be slowly worn down with her physical body. Now, she was surprised to find that the life force in Yi Feng's blood could actually have an effect on wearing down both the destruction and Shura rules. In addition to the power of life, the star ancestral dragon bloodline in Yi Feng's bloodline was equally domineering. Not only was it able to wear down the rules of destruction and Shura, but it was also slowly upgrading the level of her bloodline. This caused the Silver Dragon King to be incomparably horrified in his heart. After all, although she knew that Yi Feng's bloodline level was much higher than hers, she didn't expect that there would be such a strange effect. With just this small bite, the recovery of her injuries was surprisingly worth the amount she would get in a month. This is also incredible. Subconsciously, the Silver Dragon King sucked harder, wanting to suck more. It came from a purely life-giving instinct, not that she wanted to do it. And with the entrance of more blood, the Silver Dragon King only felt that her body was warm and inexplicably comfortable. And in this instant, her brain all became a little blank and stopped thinking. Her body also slowly fell down. Apparently, it's cool to pass out. Sister. Seeing this, Yi Feng hurriedly supported the Silver Dragon King, but he did not draw back his hand. With his current recovery power, as long as there was still a drop of blood left in his entire body, then he wouldn't die and would recover very quickly. However, as the blood flowed, the power of his bloodline was being drained away. Of course, just the power of the bloodline in the blood, and will not hurt the foundation, but it will take longer to recover, and it will even affect the progress of his bloodline unsealing. Forget it, it's just a matter of taking more time. Yi Feng let out a light laugh and still didn't pull his hand back. If he could use his time in exchange for the Silver Dragon King to recover from his injuries faster, he was naturally beyond willing. Yi Feng lowered his head and looked at the stunningly beautiful woman who was lying in his arms and sucking blood, and gently smiled. "I don't know how much longer I'll have to suck it. It's not very comfortable here." Yi Feng looked around and felt that it didn't seem good for the two of them to be like this. He was standing and so was the Silver Dragon King. Not only was it awkward, but it was also tiring. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Feng was slowly squatting down and gently picked up the Silver Dragon King. However, because only one hand was functional, coupled with the fainting of the Silver Dragon King, Silver Dragon King's body was originally not very tightly wrapped bath towel directly slipped to the ground. Chapter 21 Silver Dragon King, you can only give your body to the king. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When Yi Feng saw this, his nose instantly became hot. Both the upper and lower heads are a little engorged. He's actually seen and eaten all of the above, but elsewhere, the Silver Dragon King was covered tightly, although the legs together vaguely, but this scene still almost will Yi Feng to directly ignite. Miscalculation. Yi Feng hurriedly suppressed the thoughts in his heart and carried the Silver Dragon King into a nearby room. Originally the place was empty, nothing. However, because he had lived here as a child, the Silver Dragon King had also decorated the place, making several rooms that were as cozy as home. Enter the room. Yi Feng gently placed the Silver Dragon King onto the bed. However, His wrist was currently being firmly sucked into the Silver Dragon King's mouth. It's like when he was a kid and he sucked the out of the Silver Dragon King. But, as a kid, he couldn't suck anything. And now, the Silver Dragon King was sucking his blood. A large amount of blood loss caused Yifeng's arm to also dry up quickly. Veins rippled, and unimaginable severe pain was constantly hitting Yifeng's mind. That really hurt. Fine beads of sweat broke out on Yifeng's forehead as he grimaced. The sharp pain was something he really hadn't expected, but it was still within his range of pain. Just a little hard to bear. Cricket, the little pain. Yifeng naturally will not let go, just like the Silver Dragon King did to him when he was a child, letting him suck and bite as much as he wanted. The Silver Dragon King was all smiles, letting him fool around. Now, the identities are swapped. Even if the Silver Dragon King kept pumping him down to just a drop of blood, Yifeng had no complaints and instead felt happy. Finally, he wasn't the child he once was. He had been able to grow to the point where he could help the Silver Dragon King. Yifeng bent down like this, gently lying on the edge of the bed, looking at the Silver Dragon King's cheeks that were slightly reddened due to absorbing too much life force, and the corners of his mouth also carried an inexplicable smile. Just then, boing boing, the Silver Dragon King softly chanted, then slowly opened his eyes and his mouth released Yifeng's wrist. Yifeng's wrist, at this moment, was almost completely dried up, only skin and bones were left, and the blood and flesh at the wrist opening almost shed a large chunk of scarlet, which looked extraordinarily horrible. Little Feng, are you alright? The Silver Dragon King completely reacted at this moment and hugged Yifeng as tears flowed out. She looked at Yifeng's dry arm and her heart almost choked with pain. Although she was the one who had just gotten high, she knew very well what pain she had just caused Yifeng. Sis, I'm fine, I'll recover soon. Yifeng gently touched the Silver Dragon King's face and waved his hand with a smile. Under the nourishment of the powerful vitality, his parched arm was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and according to this speed, it should only take half an hour to recover completely. Of course, in fact, this speed could be faster. It was just that the current Yifeng's cultivation was too weak and the energy in his body was too little, so that's why it was so slow. If there was enough energy, or Yifeng's cultivation was stronger, this kind of small injury could be recovered instantly. After all, Source of Life was a golden quality attribute, second only to the seven-colored quality. It was impossible for the words to be weak, and the only one who was weak was the current Yifeng. I'm sorry, did sister hurt you? I'm sorry, it's me who didn't hold back. The Silver Dragon King saw this scene, the guilt in his heart increased even more, and he tightly gathered Yifeng into his arms and cried bitterly. She was genuinely heartbroken at the moment. There was no faking it. Yifeng wanted to say something, but his entire head was wrapped in great softness and he couldn't say a single word, so he could only gently pat the Silver Dragon King's slippery white back, trying to calm her down first. After a while, the Silver Dragon King then stopped crying. Of course, the main thing was that she realized how awkward she was now. Face inexplicably began to roll, as did her body, but she didn't do anything to cover it up. After all, Yifeng seemed to like it, and although she was shy, she was willing to show it to Yifeng. Sister, look, I'm almost recovered. When I'm recovered, I'll suck you again. Sister. Yifeng raised his hand again at this time, gently waved it in front of the Silver Dragon King, and said with some showing off like, in just a few moments, his arm had already recovered. It just still looked a little pale. Of course, although the blood had returned, the power of the bloodline had been drained quite a bit, and it would take at least 2 or 3 days of recuperation to do so. I won't, I refuse. When the Silver Dragon King sniffed, he immediately turned his head away in exasperation. That's what you just said, and you still didn't pass out. Yifeng heatedly laughed, looking beaten. He hadn't felt it, but he could guess, and even empathized a little. It's like in a previous life, when every time you indulged yourself, there was a strong sense of guilt in your heart, and while you wiped it off, you made a poisonous oath that the next time you did it, you'd chop off the hangings, and then the next day it still continued, week by week. After all, it's really hard to block out that feeling when it comes, with poor willpower. Eventually this had to be quit because of kidney weakness. How dare you? When the Silver Dragon King heard this, her face once again turned red, and then she directly opened her mouth and bit hard on Yifeng's face, and then she glared viciously at Yifeng. I don't care, you're not allowed to do this next time, or I'll really get angry. As the Silver Dragon King spoke, the tears in his eyes couldn't help but well up once again. After all, she was really similar to what Yifeng said at the moment, and her heart was incomparably guilty, though just now that moment of blood-sucking was enough to be worth several years of her cultivation to recover. However, she was deeply hurting Yifeng, which was something she absolutely could not accept. She vowed to hold back next time. Even if Yifeng delivered the blood to her mouth, she would never be able to take a bite. This time it was her carelessness, not knowing that Yifeng's blood was so horrible, and for a moment she got caught up. Next time, she was prepared, and she definitely won't tea. Well. Yifeng knew that the Silver Dragon King was in a period of guilt at the moment, so he just followed her words. Saying that, Yifeng also drilled into the arms of the Silver Dragon King, pretending to be tired. Well, I'm so tired today, I don't have the strength to go back. I can only sleep with my sister tonight. You guys. The Silver Dragon King clenched her silver teeth, but there was nothing she could do. She knew that Yifeng was deliberately eating her tofu, but she just couldn't refuse. However, after looking at her current state, she still gently pinched Yifeng and warned, "It's just sleeping, no messing around." Aha! Yifeng inhaled his nose, smelling the warm fragrance at the tip of his nose, and quickly fell asleep, not having the strength to move around at all. After all, his current strength was still too weak, and the Silver Dragon King had pumped too hard. It seemed that he had only dried up an arm, but in reality, the blood in his body had almost been drained away by more than 70%, and recovering was quite exhausting. Alas, you pay for me like this, what should I take to return it? The Silver Dragon King inexplicably sighed, with an indescribable softness in his eyes. In her opinion, she had only 6 years of nurturing for Yifeng. At first, she was thinking that Yifeng would grow up in the future and be able to shelter the Soul Beast clan, which was why she raised Yifeng. But as her feelings for Yifeng deepened, her expectations for Yifeng became much smaller, and she only hoped that Yifeng could grow up peacefully and happily, which was enough. And now, Yifeng was giving back to her in this way. It moved her and at the same time was a bit helpless. According to the way humans are grateful, I may only be able to give my body in return. Giggle. The Silver Dragon King laughed inexplicably as he spoke. To be honest, if she was really with Yifeng, the one who took advantage of the situation really wasn't Yifeng. It was her who was right. The dragon race was originally based on bloodline in terms of honor and inferiority, and Yifeng's bloodline was more powerful and honorable than even the dragon god's bloodline. She's the one who's high on the list. Chapter 22 Star Sect established. Jade Little Anus arrives. Early the next morning, Yifeng slowly awoke. The room was dimly lit, with only a few night jewels on the walls emitting a faint ethereal light. However, with Yifeng's awakening, the night pearl seemed to be infused with energy, and its light flourished, instantly illuminating the room. Yifeng subconsciously reached out and tried to grab something, but he grabbed an empty hand. Yifeng was slightly stunned, and only then did he react. The Silver Dragon King did not know when he had already gotten up, leaving only a faint warm fragrance on the bed. He slowly sat up and was a little disappointed to find that he still had his clothes on. Click! Just then, the door to the room opened and a familiar figure appeared in the doorway. "Wake up, I boiled chicken soup for you, taste how it is." When the Silver Dragon King saw Yifeng awakening, he walked over with a smile and sat beside Yifeng. Today's Silver Dragon King was a little different, wearing a plain long dress wrapped in an apron, but her beautiful purple eyes looking at Yifeng were always so gentle, like a good wife and mother. When Yifeng saw this scene, he was also in a bit of a trance. He always felt that the Silver Dragon King seemed to be a different person today. What's wrong? Is it that the injuries haven't recovered yet? When Silver Dragon King saw that Yifeng was a bit dumbfounded at the moment, his heart was immediately tightened and he hurriedly pulled Yifeng's hand and injected his soul power to examine it carefully. "Thank you, sister, I'm fine," Yifeng said in a hurry. After sleeping for a night, the minor injuries on his body had long since fully recovered, only that the loss of blood was a bit too much, and he still lost quite a bit of bloodline power. The damage to his bloodline would not only affect the progress of bloodline unsealing, but also the power of his soul skills, requiring a day or two to completely recover. "What a fool! Who asked you to heal my wounds without authorization? If it wasn't for my timely reaction, you were afraid that your life would be in danger." When the Silver Dragon King thought of last night's events, she was also a bit helpless and pinched Yifeng in mock anger. She also encountered this situation for the first time. So unprepared, directly fainted with pleasure. If not for the subsequent reaction of her, I am afraid that she might really suck Yifeng dry. She would definitely feel guilty for the rest of her life if she did. "Here, this is the 10,000-year-old Soul Beast golden striped brocade chicken that I had someone prepare this morning. It has a very good effect on replenishing blood. You try it." As the Silver Dragon King said, he brought over the porcelain bowl with chicken soup and carefully fed Yifeng. She pretended to be angry on her lips, but her concern for Yifeng was undisguised. "Thank you sis, it's delicious." Yifeng enjoyed the Silver Dragon King's feeding service with a satisfied face. The little bit of blood he lost was really nothing compared to such a benefit. "All this big? Can you be a little bit out of your league?" The Silver Dragon King gently glared at Yifeng, somewhat speechless. She was a bit skeptical at the moment that Yifeng was purely trying to stay here, and that was why he acted the way he did yesterday. "Well, it's only good if you don't have any talent. Otherwise you won't be able to enjoy your sister's service. Yifeng had an extremely thick skin and didn't feel the slightest bit of shame. Shame on you. The Silver Dragon King grabbed a chicken leg and directly stuffed Yifeng's mouth. Yifeng, this bad guy, is really hateful. Not long after, eaten and drunk Yifeng was once again driven out by the Silver Dragon King, and this time the Silver Dragon King even locked the gate, directly prohibiting Yifeng from entering and exiting. The Silver Dragon King was also worried that she couldn't help sucking Yifeng's blood again. The only way to completely stop it was to not let Yifeng come in, and it wouldn't be too late to let him come back the next time she woke up and missed Yifeng. Yifeng was helpless at this, so he simply returned to the Star-Do Great Forest as well, and returned to the small cabin he had built himself. He also knew that the Silver Dragon King needed to slumber, so he didn't disturb it. However, he was not without gain this time. At least he knew that his blood could really help the Silver Dragon King recover from his injuries, and the effect seemed to be very good. Otherwise the Silver Dragon King wouldn't have relied on it so much and almost sucked him dry. This time, it was mainly because Yifeng wasn't prepared. It could also be said that his cultivation level was too low, and the gap between him and the Silver Dragon King was just too big. However, as he grew, as his bloodline was gradually unsealed, the healing effect of his blood would definitely be stronger. When I get a little stronger, my healing ability should be better as well, and then I will be able to let the Silver Dragon King's injuries heal ahead of time. Yifeng secretly cheered himself up in his heart. While that's at least a few years if not a decade away, it's nice. After all, if we follow the normal process, the Silver Dragon King completely recovered from his injuries. It was 20,000 years later. 1 month later, good news from the return of Empyrean. They had established a small sect in the Heavenly Dipper Empire called the Star Sect, which was located in the Heavenly Twilight City, which was adjacent to the Heavenly Dipper City and had a favorable geographical location. The name of this clan was naturally suggested by Yifeng, and Tian directly adopted it. However, at present, this clan was still very small right now, only about 300 people in size, and was governed by the two ferocious beasts, Bai Ji and ZG. Bai Ji's healing, ZG's management ability, coupled with the powerful strength of the two, only needed to show a little to attract the investment of many disciples and the families behind them. After Yifeng got the news, he also formally bid farewell to the Silver Dragon King and left the Star-Do Great Forest to go out and travel. Traveling to the human world is partly about giving away words and partly about the various treasures of the outside world. For example, the immortal grass in the Eye of Ice and Fire, and the legendary Dragon Valley. Well, there is also the Qiankuan Valley of Love. The greatest value of this place to Yifeng is that it should have a broken god frame. If he can devour it in the future, it will also be a good help to him. Whenever he had time, Yifeng would also make a trip to the extreme north. In the meantime, Shrek Academy. After all, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't rest assured about Tang San, and still chose to come to Shrek Academy. As for Flanders, when he saw Yu Xiaojiang, it was like seeing a savior, and he was instantly overjoyed. Xiaojiang, you're finally here. The few brats in this term are just too hard to teach. I'm going crazy. Flanders' face was filled with chagrin, and a look of help filled his gaze towards Yu Xiaojiang. Whoa, what's the matter? There's actually a student who can make you, Cat Eagle Flanders, feel tricky? It was the first time that Yu Xiaojiang had seen Flanders reveal this look, so he was a bit curious. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. With a depressed look on his face, Flanders immediately followed by telling Yu Xiaojiang what had happened during this period of time in its entirety. The Shrek 7 are already monsters, and also come from different places. Some of them already have a lot of conflict, but ever since the last time they came back from the middle of the Star-Do Great Forest, the conflict between the teams had completely erupted. The team, which had been fairly amicable, had often come close to fighting over things lately, which had forced him to stop teaching and keep them apart for a while. Chapter 23, Testimonials on the Shelf. This book first QQ read, so basically 5W words on the shelves. Members of the whole book permanently free. On the shelf plus more. Ask for a catch-up read, ask for a subscription, ask for a recommendation. And, Happy New Year! 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 End of chapter. Chapter 24, Shrek's Mess. First up is Oscar. I don't know why I caught the bad habit, always liked to play in public, even if he took Oscar to the hook several times, but could not completely solve this problem. Of course, it's normal for normal guys to do this sort of thing when they don't have a girlfriend, but Oscar just likes to do it in public, and it's outrageous that he got caught. Oscar's sausage soul spell is inherently disgusting and resistive. Now, everyone knows that Oscar has a habit of beating and creating sausages without washing his hands afterward, plus his disgusting soul spell. Tang San and the others tolerated it, barely willing to eat Oscar's large sausage, but Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Dang. The girls, naturally, were completely intolerable and refused to eat it to death. Oscar is the continent's unique, and even the most talented innate full soul power food system soul master in the team can definitely play a very important role. But no matter how great it is, someone has to be willing to eat food made by the other side. If no one is willing to eat the food of a food faculty soul master, then what is the difference between this food faculty soul master and a waste fog? In addition to Oscar, Dai Mubai has a serious problem. I don't know what this kid is stimulated by. Not cultivating day after day, specializing in thinking about finding women. Before, Dai Mubai was only messing around with that pair of twins, and since Zhu Zhuqing came, Dai Mubai even became very restrained. Now, Dai Mubai directly opened the harem mode. As far as he knew, Dai Mubai had a dozen girlfriends by now. He went to Dai Mubai last time, but he even saw the scene of Dai Mubai fighting a dozen people by himself. Simply, and because of Dai Mubai's excessive indulgence, he was able to clearly find this goods more and more weak. Every day is the face white eyes black. Cultivation is directly stagnant. Well, there is also Ma Hongjun. This goods is still good. Is that recently I do not know why the amount of food has increased a lot. The hole has become bigger and rounder. Used to be a turkey, and now it is a fat chicken. Battle power is also much lower. Of course, the one that caused him the most headache was still Tang San. Originally, Tang San was the calmest among the team, and by all rights, after Tang San advanced to Soul Exalted, he should be able to become the boss of the team and lead the team to the top. But he never thought that Tang San would fall into the whirlpool of feelings. The feelings between Tang San and Xiaomai don't know what reason there is a rift, which makes Tang San every day are plunged into endless pain. No intention to cultivate, only thinking about how can make Xiaomai back to his heart. Little dance. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were quite normal. However, it was useless for them to be normal. After all, the Shrek 7 were a team, a whole. Oscar, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and Tang San all blew up, and Zhu Zhuqing's 3 girls simply couldn't support the entire team. Now Flanders is also out of options. Stopped teaching. Just let them go to the Soto Big Soul fighting field fight by themselves. It was only that kind of place that could inspire their battle spirit and enhance their battle power. What? Something's wrong with Junior too. What's wrong with him? I'm going to see him. Yu Xiaojiang's mind almost exploded after hearing Flanders' complaints. He had originally only planned to come to Shrek to be an auxiliary teacher, which was at best the icing on the cake. He meowed that he didn't expect Flanders to dump a mess on him straight away. Of course, how the others were. He actually didn't care very much. After all, he had just come over, and was not familiar with the others. However, Tang San was the one he had watched grow up since he was a child. And even more so, he had pinned all his hopes on him. If he, Yu Xiaojiang, wanted to turn over a new leaf and prove himself, he had to rely on Tang San. And now that Flanders had actually told him that something was wrong with Tang San, how could he not be anxious? Don't be anxious, Xiao Gang. Xiao San's situation is still considered stable right now. It's just that the team has a not so small amount of conflicts between them, making it difficult to form them into a battle team with a strong fighting force. Flanders hurriedly comforted. In fact, what he didn't say was that in addition to Dai Mubai and the others, Zhao Wuji, that old bastard surprisingly seemed to have some problems as well. That bastard was usually the most active in class, and disciplined his students the hardest. But that guy recently also do not know what happened. Suddenly began to swing. Every day is to eat and drink sunshine. Completely in the swing state. The temper seems to be much better. Really hell. I know. Take me to see these children. The corners of Yu Xiaojiang's mouth twitched, but he still chose to take this mess. After all, who made Flanders his best buddy? And having come all this way, he had to give it a try. Of course, the main thing was that Tang San was here. Such a learning environment. He was afraid that Tang San would be raised wasted here. Ha ha, Xiao Gang, I knew you wouldn't not care. I'll take you there. Flanders smiled at his words and immediately laughed, pulling Yu Xiaojiang towards the academy's playground. Jingle bells. Above the playground, the assembly bell rang. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Soon, the Shrek 7 were informed of the news that a new teacher had arrived, and they hurriedly ended their training and ran over together. The 7 stood in a line in unison. The 3 women, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Dang and Ning Rongrong, stood together, while the other 4 stood together. There didn't seem to be any problems, but if you looked closely, you could still see something unusual. For example, Oscar, bearded, slightly hunched. The whole person looks extremely lewd. One hand is even slightly twitching, very much want to reach into the trouser pocket to pull out something. However, it may be that Flanders is here. Oscar finally restrained. Next to Oscar, there is a big red ball. Well, it is Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun was already fat, and after a month of eating hard, He had managed to gain over 100 pounds, and there was a tendency to continue to grow, so he had to expand to at least twice his original weight. Fortunately, as a soul master, although the weight was a bit fatter, it only reduced the opponent's agility, and it didn't have much of an effect on the battle power, and probably because of his better digestion, Ma Hongjuan's cultivation had grown, reaching a terrifying level 28. Next to Ma Hongjun, there was Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was tall, considered the tallest of the 7 monsters, and had the most robust physique. However, if you look closely, but can clearly detect the other body of the color of a wave of lethargy, eyes slightly sunken, the whole person looks listless, from time to time will also subconsciously rub the waist, seems to be some kidney deficiency. Next to Dai Mubai, there stood Tang San. Tang San didn't seem to have any problems, his entire essence seemed to be very good, especially after seeing Yu Xiaozhang. He became extraordinarily excited and confident. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Dance, and Ning Rongrong all looked very normal because they didn't have negative words. Only, there was a large empty space between the men's and women's teams, as if they disliked each other. Apparently, something did seem to be going wrong within this squad. End of chapter. Chapter 25, First Day of Teaching. Jade Xiaojiang pretending to be a pussy. Now that everyone is here, I have an announcement to make. Flanders looked at the several people with a touch of helplessness in his eyes, but he still spoke. This time, I've gathered everyone to introduce you to a new teacher. Flanders looked at Jade Xiaojiang and said, this is by virtue of his own research, arriving at the top 10 martial soul competitiveness, known as the strongest and wisest soul master of martial soul theory, and also Tang San's teacher, Mr. Jade Xiaojiang. Jade Xiaojiang is also my best brother. You guys can just address him as master from now on. When the crowd heard this, they all looked at Yu Xiaojiang with curiosity. After all, Yu Xiaojiang was Tang San's teacher, and to be able to teach such an outstanding disciple was obviously very outstanding. Tang San heard these words, his heart was also slightly shocked. He didn't expect his teacher to be a good brother to Dean Flanders. No wonder they were both so outstanding. Master, can I ask you a question? Right at this moment, Ning Rongrong's eyes rolled, and suddenly thought of something, looking towards Yu Xiaojiang to inquire. I've actually read some of your writings, and you said that the maximum number of years for a soul master's first soul ring is no more than 423 years, 764 years for the second, and 760 years for the third, and that it's the same for everyone? Ning Rongrong asked the curiosity in her heart. Others heard, naturally all thought of the teenager called Yi Feng. Well, everyone's physique is different. This is just the upper limit of my statistics. The exact number of years may deviate, but the deviation will never exceed 100 years. Yu Xiaojiang lightly smiled, nodded with a proud face and said, although those materials are extracted from the historical records of the Palace of Martial Souls, they are also summarized after his thorough consideration, and no other scholar in the entire continent has ever been able to do what he has done. After all, he was relying on the tens of thousands of years of books accumulated by the Martial Spirit Hall, and other scholars had a fart to make. Naturally, none of them could compare to him. When the crowd heard this, their faces turned odd. However, the last time we were in the Star Do Great Forest, we saw a teenager whose first and second soul rings were 1,000 years, and his third soul ring was a 10,000-year-old black soul ring. Why is that? And as Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, Yu Xiaojiang's face instantly became awkward. What are you saying? The first and second soul rings are 1,000 years old, and the third 10,000 years old soul ring. This is impossible. This is never possible. Are you guys looking at it wrong? Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brows violently, clearly in disbelief. If he were to say that the other party's soul ring age exceeded the theories he had studied by 100 or 200 years, or even 300 or 400 years, then he would be able to make up a slight excuse to fool him. But the first soul ring was 1,000 years, and the third soul ring dried right up to 10,000 years. It's simply not possible. How could a level 30 withstand a 10,000-year-old soul ring? This was something that was simply impossible, and there had never been such a record in the entire history of the Martial Spirit Hall. Teacher, what Rongrong said is true. I also saw it at that time, not just the 7 of us, but Mr. Zhao Wuji also saw it with his own eyes. At this time, Tang San stepped forward to testify for Ning Rongrong. At the same time, the gaze towards Yu Xiaojiang was filled with anticipation, hoping that Yu Xiaojiang would give a reasonable explanation. After all, he was also incredibly shocked at the time, so he wanted an answer at the moment, especially since that guy had even stolen his thunder. He wondered how the other guy had managed to do it. He, Tang San, being a traveler, plus having the assistance of Xian Tiangong, that guy called Yi Feng could do it. He felt that he could as well. It's just missing a method. He asked Flanders, and Flanders didn't know. Then only the master, who was the strongest person in the continent's first theory, could possibly know why that was. Yeah, master, Aren't you the continent's #1 theory master? Can you explain how that guy actually did it? Is there some special method? Ma Hongjun also spoke in a hurry. He was still only level 28 and was about to reach level 30. If he could know the method, even if he couldn't obtain a 10,000-year-old soul ring, then getting a 4,000 or 5,000-year-old soul ring, wouldn't it be like a grass chicken turning into a phoenix and taking off from the same spot? This amount. Yu Xiaojiang was sweating early at this moment, because he never imagined that anyone in the world could actually do that. He's just a theory guru and the theories are summarized by previous generations. What the hell does he know? However, very soon, he seemed to have thought of something, and with a flash of light, he then pretended to be profound. If I'm not wrong, that teenager you guys are talking about is most likely the legendary twin lifetime martial soul. What? Dual-born martial souls? What is this? When everyone heard this, a big question mark all surfaced in their minds. Only Tang San's heart snapped with relief when he heard this. So it is. I thought he was unique. Did not expect that Yi Feng is also a dual-life martial soul. That everything, it seems to be able to explain. Ahem. The so-called dual-life martial soul is. Yu Xiaojiang explained the dual-lifetime martial soul, while illustrating the advantages of the dual-lifetime martial soul, so that Yi Feng isn't a soul sovereign, but a soul king or even a soul king or above powerhouse? Ning Rongrong muttered out. Yes, that's it. Yu Xiaojiang said with an affirmative face. That's too unbelievable. The other party looks about the same age as us, but he's actually a soul king or even a soul king or above powerhouse. That's also impossible. Oscar muttered in a small voice, obviously not quite convinced. The youngest among them, Tang San, was only level 30, so how could Yi Feng be more than 50 levels? Could it be that he was innately level 20 or 30 full soul power at birth? Dream on. The crowd fell silent as they heard the words. After all, Oscar has a point. Although everyone didn't quite believe Yu Xiaojiang's claim, it was the only explanation that could be given at the moment. What dual-life martial soul? Yi Feng is originally a genius. Okay. In the middle of the team, Xiao Dan skimmed her mouth in her heart and secretly thought, only she knew Yi Feng's true identity, and the other party, as a soul beast young lord, naturally could not pretend to hide his cultivation. Ordinary soul masters naturally couldn't do this, but Yi Feng was a soul beast young lord, so he naturally had a unique place, which was not something ordinary soul masters could understand. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Well, starting tomorrow, I'll be giving you special training, and all of you will be at my disposal. Yu Xiaojiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally fooling around. After saying this, he left in a hurry, afraid that if he stayed here, the other party would ask any more strange questions. In the meantime, outside of Soto, Yi Feng carried a bag and slowly entered the city gates. To be honest, as a human, this was the first time he had traveled to a human city. The Star Sect was still a bit far from the Star Do Great Forest, so Yi Feng planned to stay in Soto City for a while first. By the way, let's see how the Shrek 7 are doing now. Well, counting the time, it seems like the group of unlucky bastards from the royal fighting team will also come over. Where the protagonist is, that's where the chi is, and it will always attract the geniuses of this era. If it weren't for Tang San, the son of Qi, being here, it would be impossible for the Imperial fighting team, such a top team of the Empire's current generation, to cross thousands of miles to run to Soto City to fight. Entering Soto City, Yi Feng stayed in the largest hotel in Soto City, the Sox Hotel. Although the cost of staying here for one night wasn't low, Yi Feng had gotten 1,000 gold soul coins from the Dragon Duke and Snake Woman before. Plus there was still the Star Sect behind him now, so naturally, he wouldn't be too short of money. After a simple night's rest, Yi Feng departed for the Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena. In the eyes of ordinary people, soul masters are honored and noble, high above, not to be blasphemed, but the reality is harsh. A soul master's cultivation required a lot of golden soul coins, and merely relying on the subsidies from the Martial Soul Hall was completely insufficient. And if you were to earn money on your own, then not only would you earn less, but you would also waste your cultivation time. Therefore, this kind of big soul fighting arena is actually the main source of money for soul masters. The Great Soul Stadium refuses to allow civilians to enter, which seems to be superior. But in fact, it is to cover the soul masters with a cloth of shame, so as to prevent the soul masters from collapsing in the hearts of the civilians with this superior and honorable image. Imagine, usually walk on the street by countless young girls chasing worship-honored soul masters in the big fight soul field, but in order to earn a few gold soul coins were held down by others on the ground burst fried, or he people catch and kill. Dog brain hit out pig brain. No matter which civilian sees this scene, their mindset will change drastically. This was not just for soul masters, but even for the entire soul master class. This is like a big star in Yi Feng's past life. on the surface of the bright and shiny, but secretly for the sake of money, for the sake of fame to eat chicken, and then be seen by fans. The scene was a natural shock to the fans. The Soul Master realm's top echelons naturally didn't want this to happen, as long as the populace didn't know that Soul Master was still high and mighty, possessing an incomparably honorable and exalted status. End of chapter. Chapter 26, Extra, Sunflower Treasure Dictionary presented to Xiaojiang. Sox Hotel, Penthouse Suite. Yifeng stood in front of the transparent floor-to-ceiling window and looked downward to see the brightly lit half of Soto City. It was getting dark at the moment, and Soto City was very prosperous at night. It was a big city after all. Although there were no such high-tech contraptions as soul guides in this period now, various lights and some soul guide-like facilities still existed. Spirit guide technology was like the high-tech chips of the previous world. The current soul guide-like technology, on the other hand, was like the product of a large collection of crude transistors. The technology was poor, but in this world, it was already advanced. Looking further into the distance was an immense and magnificent oval-shaped building. The height of this building reached 120 meters, and the entire building was like a torch, like a lighthouse in the middle of the night, exceptionally dazzling. If Yifeng hadn't guessed wrongly, this should be the Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena. It's kind of fun. I'll have to go have some fun tomorrow. Yifeng rubbed his chin and found it a bit interesting. Moreover, by going to the Great Soul Fighting Arena, he could also give away a large number of useless words in his hands. Many of the good words in his hand were loaded on himself, leaving a few negative effects and weakly increasing effects. The weak increase effect was equivalent to nothing for Yifeng, so he might as well give it away so that he could get more draws. Negative effect words. That's definitely something to find someone with a good cause to give out. The next day, noon, Yifeng slowly stepped out of the carriage and entered the Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena. Entering the main venue, the eye is a huge stone monument, densely knocked with numbers. These are the unlucky ones who died in the soul fighting field, hanging in the most conspicuous position, naturally, or to remind the newcomers not to die. Of course, the death-defying ones are all really just a minority, and most people are here to make money. After coming to the registration desk and simply entering his level and martial soul information, Yifeng was successfully registered. A few soul masters passed by and whispered when they saw Yifeng enter the Great Soul Fighting Arena alone, especially when they saw how young Yifeng was. TSK, another white boy. I wonder which family's male son. There was an ungrateful little white boy carried out last month, as I recall. Oh, this kind of goods are sandbags, but this kid is so young, it should only be about 11th level. I'm not even interested in beating him. A few burly men muttered, and while they didn't scoff loudly, they didn't speak very well either. Yifeng bowed his head at this and just gave away words. Same-sex attraction. Green, you are good-looking and have a 20 attraction to the same sex. Hubris. Green, you have exceptional confidence in yourself. Strength plus 10. Intelligence minus 10. Iron-headed waif. Green, in the face of all kinds of difficulties, it's hard for you to give in and beat yourself to death. Fortitude plus 10. Intelligence minus 30. Do not bully the poor in old age. White 2% increase in all attributes after 120 years of age. After sending out a dozen or so garbage words in one breath, Yifeng then turned around and entered the preparation area. Although this pitfall is unethical, but the good thing is that Yifeng is not a good person and does not have much of a conscience. So naturally, he does not have any self-condemnation on his conscience. Anyway, soul masters have high resistance to stress. Each soul master has no problem topping 7 or 8 garbage words. At most, it will just lower the quality of life a little, giving away a dozen words. Yifeng got a total of 21 draws. The harvest was still a lot, and he could have a good dash tonight. The soul fighting area was divided into a gaming area and a life and death area. Yifeng was not a killicide, nor did he have a life and death feud with anyone, so he naturally chose the gaming area to have some fun. However, just as Yifeng entered the preparation area, he unexpectedly saw a familiar few figures, none other than Shrek. However, this time, the one leading the group wasn't Zhao Wuji, but a middle-aged man who appeared to be mediocre. Although it was the first time for Yifeng to see this middle-aged man, he instantly recognized that this was Yu Xiaojiang. When you meet for the first time, it's natural to have a meet and greet. Yifeng did not hesitate to give away the long-cherished purple words. Sunflower Treasure Tantra, purple cultivation improves qualifications, but also loses some irrelevant things. Yu Xiaojiang. Although this thing was a phrase, it was a merit class, and although Yifeng had never equipped it, he could guess its general usefulness. It would be good to smoke a few useful kung fu type words later on when the need arose. It was like Tang San Xian Tian Gong, Xian Yu Hands, Ghost Shadow Misty Trail, and other feats, but when placed in this trashy world, it could be said to be something of a descending blow. Although Yifeng's talent was very strong, but that was all for the big late stage. In the early stage, if he could draw a powerful technique to transition, it would be very comfortable. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. And just as Yi Feng sent the words out, Yu Xiaojiang's figure lurched. Inexplicably, there were many inexplicable and marvelous contents in his mind, which finally formed the Gongfu Sunflower Treasure Classic. What is this thing? Could it be my martial soul hidden talent? The Sunflower Treasure Classic can actually improve my qualifications after practicing it, so can it allow me to break through to level 30? Yu Xiaojiang's entire body froze in place, his mind racing with thoughts. He seems to have gotten an extraordinary chance. Although it was said that cultivator stuff would lose something, if it could really make him break through level 30, then paying some price was something he could accept. Teacher, what's wrong with you? When Tang San saw Yu Xiaojiang suddenly stop, he hurriedly asked with concern. No, it's fine. Hurry up and go in. Every battle you have to go all out. Every battle will face different opponents. This can greatly enhance your temporary responsibility and combat experience. Every battle I will watch and do a post-battle summary for you. Yu Xiaojiang suppressed the fluttering in his heart and spoke flatly. Teacher, we'll try our best, Tang San said with a firm face, then led the crowd directly into the soul fighting area. This time the 7 of them came together, and it was more of a 7-man team fight, with Oscar in the mix. Under the efforts of the master in Flanders, although Oscar didn't quit his bad habits, he finally didn't dare in public, and he had to wash his hands before every fight, which made the Tang 3 accept it, and was barely able to eat Oscar's big sausage. Of course, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and the 3 girls, Xiao Dance, still had psychological shadows and refused to eat it to death. Yu Xiaojiang can't do anything about it. After all, the kind of thing Oscar did was indeed too disgusting. If Oscar didn't wash his hands before making sausages, he also felt disgusted, and as the crowd entered the battle waiting area, they just happened to meet Yi Feng. Yi Feng? Why are you here? Xiao Dance was most familiar with Yi Feng, and when she saw Yi Feng appear here, she immediately greeted him with a surprised look on her face. After all, Little Dance was the only one who knew Yi Feng's true identity, and it was reasonable to say that it was almost impossible for the other party to leave the Star Do Great Forest, and now the other party appeared here. Could it be that Yi Feng has figured it out and is willing to join Shrek, and that's why he came here to find me? This was what was going through Xiao Dance's mind at the moment. I came to Soto City for something. I thought this place was fun, so I came over to take a stroll. I didn't expect such a coincidence. Yi Feng smiled faintly and opened his mouth to reply. Although he knew that Shrek would come here every day to fight a few battles, Yi Feng didn't know exactly when the other party would come, and it was quite a coincidence to meet this group. Ah, that's right. Little Dance sniffed and was a little disappointed. Just as she wanted to invite Yi Feng to team up, Tang San was quickly walking over. End of chapter. Chapter 27, Fighting Tang San again. The little thoughts of the women. Little Dance. This guy robbed Xiao Ao's soul ring last time. He's not a good person. Why are you so familiar with him? Tang San pulled Xiao Dance to his side and looked at Yi Feng with a wary face, his eyes full of hostility and even a hint of killing intent. After all, Mai was his forbidden domain. He would never allow Mai to get so close to another member of the opposite sex, especially this pretentious kid called Yi Feng. Third brother, don't you dare talk about Yi Feng like that. Yi Feng is my friend. However, Little Dance was offended on the spot when she heard Tang San slandering Yi Feng in such a way, and directly yelled at Tang San. Little Mai, you yelled at me again for him. Tang San's entire body froze in place at the roar, his head buzzing a bit. Little Dance, I just came over to have some fun. All of them are here to participate in the gaming tournament. Good luck can't be denied if they bump into each other. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Yi Feng, you are so strong. If you run into us, you have to give us a little bit of slack. Xiao Dance smiled and covered her mouth and laughed softly. Depends on the mood. Yi Feng waved his hand, then found himself a seat and waited for the draw. By the way, casually throwing a dozen or so ordinary words to Tang San and a few other Shrek people. Moneylender, blue, you only like to make money and hate spending it. Fortune plus 20, Flanders. Bitterness for fun, green when enduring extreme pain. Your cultivation speed increases by 10%. Tang San, cowardice, white you're timid, but that's not a bad thing. Luck plus 10, Ma Hongjun, chrysanthemum remnant, blue front defense increased by 10%. Back defense reduced by 30%, Dai Mu Bai. In this giveaway, Yi Feng gave away all the trash words and gained a full 28 draws. Together with the previous ones, Yi Feng's number of draws had now accumulated to 80. It would be nice to go back and have a good indulgence and smoke a few big waves, Yi Feng thought secretly in his heart. My, did you and that kid know each other before? Why are you so familiar with him? That guy beat up Sango last time. Little Dance and you're not hurt at all? Returning to their team, Oscar and Ma Hongjun all looked at Xiao Dance and asked about the doubts in their hearts. Well, I didn't recognize him last time. He's actually from my hometown. Sort of a playmate of mine when I was a kid. I nodded and casually made up an excuse. My, that guy is not a good person. You must not associate with him in the future. Tang-san walked over at this moment with a black face, revealing a constipated look, obviously having a hard time. Humph. Third brother, you're just being careful. Isn't it just being beaten up? If you have the ability you can find him for a one-on-one fight, and if you win I'll break off relations with him. Little Dance lightly hummed, glancing at Tang-san with a rather disgusted look. Tang-san, Junior, what's the deal with that teenager? Having trouble with you? At this time, Yu Xiaojiang walked over and asked the doubts in his heart. How did he feel? That teenager and Xiao Dance had an unspoken relationship, and Tang-san had a great deal of animosity towards the teenager. It was about Tang-san, so Yu Xiaojiang naturally cared a bit more. Grandmaster, Yi Feng is the teenager with a 10,000-year soul ring that I was talking about. At this time, Ning Rongrong stood out and interjected. What? It's him! When Yu Xiaojiang heard this, his gaze was filled with shock. In his mind, he actually did not believe it from the bottom of his heart, and had been anesthetizing himself and ignoring this matter. But he did not expect to see a real person so soon. It's really that the other side is too young. If the other party was around 20 years old, he still thought that the other party might really be the legendary twin-born martial soul, but the other party looks just 13 or 14 years old. How can it not be a strong person above the Soul King? If he was already a Soul King at the age of a teenager, then he was only level 29 at the age of a few dozen. What did he count as? At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang's Dao heart was a little unstable, and there was even a hint of jealousy. Let's go and draw lots first. It's not likely that we'll meet Yi Feng, and then you'll be able to take a look at Yi Feng's strength. Master, Xiao Dance smiled. The others sniffed, but they didn't say anything, each with their own little thoughts. For example, Ning Rongrong, her gaze was if anything, glancing at Yi Feng. After all, in her heart, she actually had no small idea about Yi Feng. After all, such a powerful young man, not to mention good-looking, but also powerful, can be said to be the most perfect man in her mind. Very suitable to be a son-in-law of the Seven Treasures Liuli sect. It was only that it was more dangerous in the Stardust Great Forest last time, and she didn't have the time to deeply communicate more with the other party. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. This time the other party had come directly to Soto City, and she felt that she still had a chance. It's best to get to know each other and talk in depth. These are naturally slow and day-to-day later. Although her figure was not as good as Zhu Zhuqing's and her legs were not as long as Xiao Dance's, her face value was definitely top-notch, and she considered herself to be no inferior to anyone. It shouldn't be too hard to take down a teenager about her age. There was also Zhu Zhuqing, whose gaze likewise subconsciously fell on Yi Feng. After all, Yi Feng was the only one here who could make her look good. Everyone else was ugly. On top of that, she actually didn't believe that Yi Feng was a dual-born martial soul. Instead, she was more convinced that the other party possessed a method to be able to obtain soul rings over the levels. If she had the chance, she wanted to ask the other person if this method could be replicated on her. After all, the purpose of her coming to the Heavenly Dipper Empire was to become stronger. Dai Mu Bai, this piece of crap ugly bastard, was no longer reliable, and the only person she could rely on was herself. The sparring area here was a Soul Exalted level 1v1, so only Tang San and Dai Mu Bai were able to participate. Soon, Tang San ended the draw. The crowd rushed to gather around. However, when they saw the opponent Tang San had drawn, each of them looked odd, because the opponent Tang San drew was none other than Yi Feng. No way. Such a coincidence. Junior, you're also too unlucky to have drawn this monster? When the crowd saw this, they all mourned for Tang San. After all, Yi Feng's power was well known, and the crowd had seen it with their own eyes the last time Tang San had been blasted and hammered by Yi Feng. Now that Tang San had drawn Yi Feng, he was naturally bound to lose. Good lord, it's really true what my said. Humph, before was before, now is now. Last time I was only a great soul master, and now that I've advanced to soul dignity, coupled with master's training, my strength has long been different from what it used to be. So why do you guys have so little faith in me? Tang San lightly grunted, and instantly said with some dissatisfaction, last time, it was just that he was careless, and the most powerful Zhuge divine crossbow was not even used. This time, he was fully prepared. And with the toxins of the 8 spider spears in combination with the concealed weapons, there was no way he could lose. Just in time, a clean slate. End of chapter. Chapter 28, Zhuge Divine Crossbow showing its power? Yes, that's the kind of faith a soul master should have. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang also said with a look of recognition, losing once is not scary. You can always win it back. As partners, you guys should have faith in Junior. When Yu Xiaojiang said this, he was naturally confident in his teaching style. He had also heard about Tang San's last fight, and after his analysis, Although Tang San was weaker than the other party, it was mainly because he was too careless and underestimated the other party that he lost so badly. This time Tang San learned his lesson. Even if he couldn't win the fight, he would never lose too badly. In the next match, Golden Dragon Battle Soul Master Yifeng will fight Blue Silver Grass Battle Soul Master Tang San. Soon, the host's announcement came. Because the name Star Ancestral Dragon was too pretentious, coupled with the fact that Yifeng's current martial soul was still very weak and had not developed into a full Star Ancestral Dragon form, he reported the name of a Golden Dragon. However, even so, the sound of the broadcast drew the attention of countless people. Golden Dragon Martial Soul. It's actually a dragon-type martial soul. It's really rare. I didn't think that a spent martial soul like Blue Silvergrass would be able to come here to compete. It's really rare. You're afraid that you've only come recently. That Blue Silvergrass Soul Master Tang San has never been defeated at the Great Soul Master stage. That kid has eccentric means. The average Soul Master is not really an opponent. Che, how strong can it be as strong as a dragon-like beast martial soul? Also right. Originally, this kind of 1v1 game basically no one watched, but because Yifeng's dragon-type martial soul had won out, it immediately attracted many Soul Masters to watch. On the Soul Fighting stage, Yifeng and Tang San were already on the stage. Tang San's body swirled with blue silver grass around him, and his entire body looked full of battle intent. Yifeng also released his martial soul and soul ring. The moment the 2 purple and 1 black 3 soul rings appeared, the nearly 100 Soul Masters within the stands in this area were all silent, and the entire venue was as if time had stood still, instantly quiet for a split second. In the next moment, the whole room was in an uproar. Asterisk. What do I see? 1,000 years. 10,000 years of soul skills. What kind of monster is this kid? He's just a soul exalt. How could he possibly possess a 10,000-year-old soul skill? My first soul ring is only a 10-year soul skill. How come he's 1,000 years old? And the second soul ring as well. This is not bullying. Illusion. This must be an illusion. It's impossible to say that his soul skill ability is to change the color of his soul ring to deliberately deceive us. Yes, that's it. When the surrounding Soul Masters saw the scene, one by one, their Dao hearts almost crumbled. They couldn't believe their eyes. After all, although Soto City is a big city, most of the Soul Masters are wild Soul Masters without backgrounds. Only 1/10 of the first soul ring is 100 years. Most of the first soul ring is 10 years. The second soul ring is only 100 years. And the ones who have 1,000-year-old soul skill are very few. And now, not only did they see a teenager with 1,000-year-old soul skill in his first soul ring, but the third soul ring was even a terrifying 10,000-year-old soul skill. The disparity is so great that it would cause psychological discomfort for anyone to look at it. Damn, how did he get stronger again? Tang San's face also changed violently as he felt the terrifying aura oppression from Yifeng. He had fought with Yifeng, and compared to the last time, he could clearly find that Yifeng had surprisingly become stronger again, and it was not even 1 star stronger. He was able to grow so quickly because he obtained the external soul bone, the 1,000-year soul ring, and the devil training of the world's #1 theory master, Yu Xiaojiang. The other party is still a soul exalted, but why does his strength seem to be progressing even faster than his? However, although his heart was shocked, Tang San, a man of 2 lives, quickly calmed down. This time, he had learned his lesson and directly took out his strongest concealed weapon, Juga Divine Crossbow, from among the 24 bridges in Bright Moon Night. Last time, he was the one who was careless and didn't have time to use the Juga Divine Crossbow, which was why he was held down by the other party and blasted and hammered. This time he learned to be smart, no longer hiding. The opening was to go all out and directly amplify his moves. What's in that kid's hand? Isn't he a blue silver grass martial spirit? That looks like a crossbow? Using a crossbow against a soul master. He's a cutie. Well, there's something strange about that crossbow, how it's not quite like what I've seen. When the crowd of spectators below saw this, all of their faces showed a puzzled look. After all, Soul Masters have never fought by relying on their martial souls, and ordinary weapons really have limited lethality for Soul Masters. Even if it was a bow and arrow, with a Soul Master's reflexes, he wouldn't be shot at all. Soul Masters who didn't use Soul Masters but instead used external objects to assist them. This was completely seen by other Soul Masters as putting the cart before the horse. Humph, a bunch of short-sighted fellows. Is the Tang Sect's concealed weapons not comparable to ordinary weapons? Tang San sniffed, and snorted disdainfully in his heart. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. In the next moment, without hesitation, he directly aimed at Yifeng and pulled the trigger. Juga Divine Crossbow specializes in breaking soul power defense, and it was even quenched with the strongest toxin by him. However, killing wasn't allowed in the gaming area, so Tang San didn't aim at Yifeng's head, but rather at the opponent's abdomen. a position that was also the most difficult to dodge. Anyway, as long as he could just graze his opponent's skin a little bit, he was confident that he could take him down. Whoosh! At the moment Tang San pulled the trigger, the crossbow was instantly shot out. Its speed was so fast that it swept over a distance of more than 30 meters in the blink of an eye, appearing in front of Yifeng. This scene had really happened too quickly, and not even the soul masters below had reacted. This kind of speed, this was simply not something that an ordinary soul master could dodge. However, just when everyone thought that Yifeng would be hit by an arrow on the spot, something that the crowd did not expect at all happened, only to see that the extremely fast arrow in the moment of approaching Yifeng, it seemed to be pulled by some force. The direction was slightly biased, directly, and Yifeng brushed past, and ruthlessly stabbed on top of the energy shield of the fighting soul platform behind him. The powerful attack unexpectedly stabbed the energy shield directly through. In a flash, the entire room was once again in an uproar. The soul masters watching the battle sucked in a breath of cold skin when they saw this scene. Generally speaking, the shield strength of every soul fighting platform would be one large class higher than a soul master, and for a soul deity level fight, the shield strength of the soul fighting platform would be soul sect level, and the crossbow in the other party's hand looked plain and ordinary. But no one had expected this thing to be able to explode with soul sect level power, which was too terrifying. Moreover, the speed of that crossbow was dozens of times faster than a normal crossbow. Even the soul sect could not react to it, right? If this gets shot in the head, hiss, terrifying as hell. Of course, what amazes them even more is that such a terrifying crossbow misses. Not only were the soul masters in the audience, even Tang San was a bit confused at the moment. He could never have imagined that the other party had used some unknown means to be able to change the direction of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, which was outrageous. End of chapter. Chapter 29, Star Force Field. Explosive Hammer Tang San. The reason why Yifeng was able to deflect Tang San's Zhuge Divine Crossbow's crossbow was because of a talent that he had awakened not too long ago, the Star Force Field. Star Force Field and Starfield are of the same origin, plus this talent is not very strong, so it can't be coalesced into a fourth soul ring. It can only be integrated into the third soul ring, which also makes his third soul skill soul ring years directly rise to 4W years. This soul skill directly made Yifeng a super doubled version of Magneto. He could control all objects within a 100-meter radius with a force field. The closer the distance, the stronger the control. In fact, at this moment, as long as Yifeng had a single thought, his force field would be able to directly crush Tang San's head. Changing the direction of the Zhuge Divine Crossbows was naturally easy. Nice weapon, carry on. Yifeng smiled faintly, not rushing to strike, but wanting to see Tang San's methods now. Of course, he wasn't afraid to roll over, although he has not yet grown up, but his current combat power, Soul Sage below Gaga Mess Kill. This strength in the fight 1 period. Self-protection is more than enough. Of course, with the addition of the bottom card Summon Emperor Sky or even Summon Silver Dragon King, there is no enemy below the divine level. I don't believe it. When Tang San saw this pretentious appearance of the other party, he gritted his teeth, and his heart was even angrier to the extreme. Normally, Tang San definitely wouldn't be enraged by such tactics. Tang San had originally planned that even if he couldn't win, he would still make Yifeng make a fool of himself and even pay a price to wipe out his former shame. But now it was a plan that fell through, which made him feel a bit embarrassed about his face. The main thing was that Little Dance was watching from the stage at the moment. Moreover, his afterglow was able to see that Little Dance's gaze was even falling all over Yifeng, and even exuded a look of adoration, full of little stars. His own woman is so worshipful of other people. Who the hell can stand that? Tang San didn't hesitate, directly pulling the trigger and choosing to empty the magazine. Swoosh dash. 4 crossbow arrows burst out, directly blocking all of Yifeng's retreating paths. A large amount of blue-silver grass shot out from under Yifeng's feet and wrapped Yifeng's legs in a knot. At the same time, in order to be on the safe side, Tang San was directly releasing the 8 spider spears behind himself, running Ghost Shadow Misty Trail under his feet. The whole person attacked towards Yifeng with an extremely bizarre body style. The toxin of the 8 spider spear couldn't even be undone by Oscar's antidote salami, and its sharpness was even capable of piercing through Zhao Wuji's defenses, so he didn't believe that the other party could even defend against this. Tang San appeared to have made a lot of moves, but in reality it all just happened in an instant. Kind of. Seeing this, Yifeng remained where he was. The 4 crossbow arrows shot at him, naturally, were unsuspectingly off-looking track, brushing past him and bringing up a cold wind. And in the face of Tang San's seemingly bizarre but extremely fast stance, Yifeng still didn't have any intention of dodging, but instead slowly stretched out a hand to Tang San and faintly opened his mouth. Star Force Field. Condense. As Yifeng fell, the field in the repeated horizontal jump, Tang San suddenly only feel the surrounding airborne countless transparent silk threads firmly tied him. The original light and bizarre pace violently stagnant. Speed is also plummeted. In the end, his figure even assumed an extremely twisted and bizarre posture, and was directly fixed in place. No matter how Tang San struggled, he couldn't move a single bit. However, the 8 spider spear behind the other party was able to move in small increments, thus making Tang San look like a toy, inexplicably somewhat comical. What kind of soul skill is this? How is it possible to have such strong control? Tang San's heart was full of shock at the moment, while being incomparably more ashamed. Although he was fixed in place, his consciousness was incomparably clear. This made him feel endless humiliation, but no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. He wanted to use his purple extreme magic pupil to attack Yifeng's mind, but because of the repeated horizontal jumps he had just made when he was fixed at this moment, he was facing this side of Shrek's several people, so he couldn't even see Yifeng's face, much less perform a mental attack. It made his heart incomparably stifled. Not only that, but he also saw that Little Dance's gaze at this moment was still completely on Yifeng, and the admiration in those eyes seemed to be overflowing. Now, Tang San was completely fried. Yifeng, let go of me if you're capable. Let's fight squarely. What kind of skill is it to use such despicable means? Tang San had been stimulated too much at the moment. The whole person was so enraged that he even lost his mind a bit, and his speech was a bit descending. However, before Yifeng could open his mouth, Xiao Dance was a bit unhappy and directly grabbed the first opportunity to open his mouth. Third brother, what are you talking about? Yifeng has already shown mercy. If you don't admit defeat, do you still think that losing face is not enough? Me, put. Originally a bit furious Tang San, at this moment and then by the small dance viciously a backstab. Finally as the chi and blood attacked the heart, the reverse blood surged. On the spot sprayed a mouthful of blood mist, plopped down on the ground, directly fainted. I didn't do it. He pissed himself off. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Yifeng hurriedly lifted his force field control and raised his hand to express his innocence in a hurry, lest he be touched by Tang San. After all, this was only the gaming ring, and if someone died, he would still be in some trouble, especially if Tang San dies. Who knows if Tang Hao will go crazy and fight him. He didn't have a bodyguard by his side right now, and if Tang Hao blew up his 9 soul rings and died with him, he really wouldn't be able to remain unharmed. The match is over. Yifeng wins. Soon, the referee's voice came, followed by a staff member coming up and carrying Tang San down. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Tang San had only fainted from anger. Soul Master physique is strong. Fatal injuries have a high probability of being saved. Fainting is just a matter of fainting, and will soon be able to recover. No harm done. Seeing this, Yifeng also breathed a sigh of relief, and then entered his own separate small lounge from the resting channel, which was considered a small benefit for the winner. On the other hand, Tang San had gone through the simple healing of the ordinary healing soul masters in the soul fighting arena, and although he hadn't woken up, it wasn't a big deal. Seeing this, several people from Shrek rushed to surround them. Tang San, are you alright? Junior. The eyes of the crowd were filled with concern and worry. After all, under Yu Xiaojiang's teachings, a few people still had a slight sense of companionship. Jade Xiaojiang, in particular, was heartbroken. After all, Tang San is his baby bump. If something happens to Tang San, then his various theories to find who test. It's just fainting. What's the point of worrying so much? Little Dance skimmed her lips, even more so as she made snide remarks from the side. After all, she possessed the strong mentality, and had a heartfelt dislike and disgust for losers. End of chapter. Chapter 30 Zhu Zhuqing, he's more handsome than all of you. If Tang San won, she wouldn't hesitate to jump into her opponent's arms. Unfortunately, Tang San not only lost, but also lost his face. Little Dance hated to pretend she didn't recognize Tang San at the moment. It's simply disgraceful. Little Dance, Junior is your brother. How can you speak for an outsider? Daimubai instantly frowned and said coldly, that's right, that Yifeng knows at a glance that he's not a good person. Little Dance, you must have been deceived by him. Oscar also muttered in a small voice. Ma Hongjun also nodded, mainly because he felt that Yifeng was too handsome and too pretentious, so he was also a little jealous. How is it that people aren't good people when they beat Tang San in a dignified manner? You guys are just jealous because you see the other party is too talented and dazzling. Zhu Zhuqing at this moment but suddenly opened her mouth. Not only did she not speak for her own people, instead, she stood on Xiao Dance's side and spoke for Yifeng. Zhu Zhuqing, why are you giving outsiders a talking to as well? Daimubai instantly looked at Zhu Zhuqing angrily and spoke a bit heavily. Bamboo Ching is right although Tang San is strong, but compared to Yifeng it's far worse. The other Yifeng even only put out one hand. Tang San even said that the other party is despicable. To say despicable, Tang San's hidden weapons and poison are the most despicable means under the sky. Right, how can he have the nerve to talk about others? The last to speak was naturally Ning Rongrong. Although Ning Rongrong had a little bit of goodwill towards Tang San before, ever since she saw Yi Feng, Ning Rongrong was getting a little bit upset the more she looked at Tang San. Damn, what did you say? Who was it that begged Tang San to buy the Zhuge divine crossbow last time? Dai Mubai sniffed and exploded on the spot, itching to tear Ning Rongrong's mouth apart. Slightly. I told you. You're not even as good as Tang San, and compared to Yi Feng you're just lung fog. Slightly neat. Ning Rongrong was not afraid in the slightest, and directly made a face at Dai Mubai. The little devil girl deserves her name. Not afraid of death in the slightest. I'll kill you. Dai Mubai burst into a rage and directly possessed his martial soul, as if he really wanted to break Ning Rongrong into pieces. Stop. What are you guys doing? You guys are partners. What did I teach you before? Just then, Yu Xiaojiang finally exploded. He had originally felt depressed in his heart because his students were being crushed, but he never expected that the students he had worked so hard to teach for so long would directly infight. It was worse than killing him, though he could see that there was a little bit of conflict between the Shrek 7, and that everyone in Shrek had some little bad habit, but it seemed to him that these contradictions and bad habits would surely be completely corrected under the teachings of him, the master of the theory. But I didn't expect that it was only for a short time, but it directly and completely exploded, and even almost fought. How can we fight side by side and give our backs to our teammates after this? This problem is just too much. And with Jade Xiaojiang's yell, Shrek's few people then quieted down. After all, Yu Xiaojiang's prestige was still very high. Master, it's this with a cheat mouth. I really can't stand it some more. Dai Mubai pointed at Ning Rongrong, his eyes still filled with killing intent. Humph, I did not say anything wrong. And Bamboo Ching and Xiao Dance both think so. You have the ability to beat them together as well. Bullying me in auxiliary department, what is the ability? Bullying soft and fearful of the lung fog is just a thing, compared to Yi Feng, is not right. You and he cannot be compared at all. Ning Rongrong snorted lightly, looking at Dai Mubai with contempt in her eyes. You. Dai Mubai was suffocated for a bit and almost didn't switch off. After all, she really can't beat Little Dance, and as for Zhu Zhuqing, he doesn't dare to fight. It was only Ning Rongrong, the auxiliary faculty, who was good at bullying, and he could crush this hag with a single slap. Alright, I'll stop talking. That Yi Feng is indeed very strong, but you guys shouldn't raise others' morale and fall on your own. Seeing that there was going to be another argument, Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly chided. Although that Yi Feng is now far beyond your imagination, he clearly looks much more mature than you guys, and is definitely older than you guys. You're all still young now, and one is even more of a monster. As long as you're willing to work hard, you'll definitely be able to surpass each other in the future. Yu Xiaojiang looked for a snub and continued. Moreover, the battle of a soul master is not just a battle of a single person. The power of a team is infinite. The other party is only one person even if they are strong. While you guys have partners, if the 7 of you are united, you are definitely not weaker than the other party. Yu Xiaojiang finally stabilized the crowd by pacifying them while pouring chicken soup. It took 7 of us to beat one person from the other side. How humiliating to say it. Ning Rongrong bristled. Humph, what do you know? The world of soul masters is supposed to be about the weak and the strong? Fist is the hard way. The winner gets respect. Yu Xiaojiang coldly grunted. Just like your last encounter with the dragon male and snake female before becoming famous are mediocre. No reputation. But the two united, but was able to explode infinitely close to the strength of the sealed Doluo, just a few years on top of the continent to break out of her prestigious name, respected by countless people. Well, the most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Ning Rongrong sniffed and spat out her tongue in a small way, feeling that what Yu Xiaojiang had said did make sense, and she really couldn't refute it. Little Dance, you too, even though you know each other, you shouldn't have stabbed Tang San in the back when he was trapped. Jade Xiaojiang glared at Xiao Dance again. Although he didn't have a girlfriend, he could tell at a glance Tang San's feelings for Xiao Dai, and Small Dance but backstabbing Tang San. This shelves who can bear. He felt at the time that Tang San still had a bit of a chance to turn the tables, but how could he play when Tang San blew up on the spot after being messed with by Little Dance? I'm just being honest. And third brother did slander Yi Feng at that time. Little Dance also spat out her tongue and whispered a sly defense. When Yu Xiaojiang heard this, the corners of his mouth also twitched. After all, Xiao Dance was telling the truth, but Tang San was still mainly angry at the time and lost his mind. And it was understandable that he said those kinds of things. And Zhu Zhuqing, why are you also speaking for that Yi Feng? Yu Xiaojiang once again looked at Zhu Zhuqing and was also a bit confused. Little Dance and Yi Feng knew each other. As a young princess, Ning Rongrong had an eccentric temperament and a foul mouth. It was understandable for the two to speak for that Yi Feng, but Zhu Zhuqing didn't seem to know Yi Feng. Right, so how could she also speak for an outsider? He's handsome. Xu Zhuqing shrugged his shoulders and told the truth. Yu Xiaojiang. When the crowd heard this, they all involuntarily twitched their mouths. Is not just a little white boy. Dai boss and third brother is also good, okay? Ma Hongjun whispered, skimming his mouth. Ha! Xu Zhuqing was silent, but the contempt and dislike in her eyes was undisguised. Cough cough. That kid's looks are a bit of a thing, but many times you can't just look at the exterior. You also have to look at the heart. There are many people with a human face in this world. You can't be confused by the other party's exterior. Bamboo Ching. Yu Xiaojiang coughed dryly and hurriedly persuaded. Wow. Xu Zhuqing rolled her eyes, obviously not listening. Crowd. End of chapter. Chapter 31. Tang San's hatred. Yu Xiaojiang's ecstasy. Outside the Great Soul Fighting Arena, Shrek's group walked out with their heads hanging down. Originally, the crowd was in high spirits, ready to do a big job, with everyone winning a battle and reaching the golden fighting soul level as early as possible, but never expected to be bloody abused by Yifeng. His mentality all collapsed, and even caused infighting, so naturally, he had little heart to fight in the ring again. Alright, everyone go home for today. I hope today is the last time something like this happens. We are a team. We should help each other out, not backstab and dislike each other, Yu Xiaojiang said in a deep voice. When the crowd heard this, they all nodded their heads honestly in agreement. However, the attitude of the three little dancers was clearly a bit perfunctory. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang frowned slightly, but did not say anything more. If he had been a teacher in a normal academy, he would have expelled such students who backstabbed their classmates. But that's all Shrek has, a few baby bumps, and besides, he's learned of Shrek's plight, not to mention expelling all of them. Even if one is missing, Shrek will not be able to compete and will most likely be disqualified from teaching altogether. It wasn't what he wanted, and it wasn't what Flanders wanted. On top of that, it was also the fact that the students in this class were all very heaven-defying, all first-class monsters, with a little cultivation. In the future, he would definitely be an awesome and sensational figure in the continent, and he, Yu Xiaojiang, would be able to become famous because of it. So, naturally, he was unwilling to let these students go to others. Otherwise, wouldn't we be letting someone else get a reputation for nothing? As Jade Xiaojiang left, the Shrek crowd dispersed. All Ma Hongjun could think about at the moment was to go find a restaurant and have a good meal. He was already hungry. Oscar, on the other hand, was thinking of ducking under the covers and continuing his handiwork. Daimubai was on fire right now, and he had to go find his dozen or so adopted girls for a rumble. As for Tang San, he was in a depressed mood at the moment, always feeling a little green on his head. Little Dance, what's wrong with you? What exactly is your relationship with that Yifeng? How come you've never mentioned him to me before? Tang San finally couldn't help himself and opened his mouth to question. I've said it all. Ah, he and I are just friends. What are you thinking? Third brother? Little Dance crossed her arms and huffed. Tang San was glared at by Xiao Dance and stopped speaking on the spot. Little Dance, you seem to be familiar with Yifeng. Is it okay if I want to meet him? Right at this moment, Xu Zhuqing, who was on the side, suddenly thought of something and opened her mouth with some embarrassment. Yeah, actually I also want to find Yifeng for something. Can you introduce me? Little Dance? Ning Rongrong also came over at this moment, pulling Little Dance's hand, looking at Little Dance somewhat pleadingly, her big eyes flickering, looking very cute. Ha, what do you want to see Yifeng for? Mai was a bit confused by the duo and had no idea what was going on. I think Yifeng is very strong. I want to learn from him, and by the way, I want to ask him how he managed to be so strong at such a young age. Xu Zhuqing said in a serious manner, but her face was slightly flushed. Of course, she wasn't lying. Besides this reason, she actually had a little bit of other thoughts about Yifeng. After all, Yifeng could be said to be the only one who could make her look good, and it would be best if he could become a good friend. Aha, that's what I thought too, Ning Rongrong said without blushing. She actually wanted to draw Yifeng into the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. After all, Yifeng's talent was too powerful, and could be said to be the favorite partner of every female Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda martial soul possessor, although Yifeng had said that the other party came from that whatever star sect. However, in Ning Rongrong's opinion, that star sect was at most a small trash sect, nothing to worry about. She came from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, so she naturally knew that there were only a few top powers in this world, and there was definitely no such thing as the star sect. No matter how strong the other party was, that was definitely not as strong as the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and it was impossible to say that the other party would be happy to join forces with the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. If he could rely on the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, a super upper sect, it would be considered a blessing for that star sect. Humph, strong people rely on themselves, with a teacher as good as the Grandmaster. Why do you guys still need to go find that Yifeng? Tang San heard the duo say this from the side, and was a bit unhappy on the spot. He admitted that Yifeng was very strong, but if it was compared to the way of teaching, then there was not a single teacher under the sky that could compare to Yu Xiaozhang. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. No matter how strong the master's theory is, it's still only stuck at level 29. Can his understanding of soul dignity surpass that of Yi Feng? Zhu Zhuqing coldly spoke. It was a good thing that Yu Xiaozhang wasn't here, or else he would have been afraid of being pissed off. That's right, the achiever is the teacher. Besides, we're just going to make a friend. Tang San, you're a big man. Why are you so petty? It's hard to believe that you're still afraid that Yi Feng will snatch away your little dance? Then you're also too unsure of yourself. Ning Rongrong added from the sidelines. You guys. Tang San was once again choked, unable to say a word. Alright, third brother, you go back first. I'll wait here for Yi Feng to come out. Just chat with him for a few moments. Little Dance nodded and agreed, and then started to rush people. It better be. Tang San clenched his teeth and finally left unwillingly. He is actually still uneasy about the small dance, but he is afraid to stay and then cannot help but clash with Yi Feng again. At that time he is sure to make a fool of himself in front of the small dance again, so it is better to go back. First, this time he went back he vowed to create even more insidious and powerful hidden weapons. That Yi Feng was more arrogant and cocky than even he was, and this was exactly the weakness of the other party. There would always be a day when the car would roll over. In the meantime, Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaozhang hurriedly returned to his residence, closed the door to his room, and immediately after that, he began to study the strange Dharma door that he had just obtained. Sunflower Treasure Classic. There is such a marvelous cultivation method in this world. It's so good. It's so good. Yu Xiaozhang had already practiced the way of soul power operation described in the Sunflower Treasure Canon before, and he surprisingly found that the soul power in his body, which had been stagnant for nearly 20 years, actually had a tendency to start growing. Doesn't that mean that, as long as he sticks to his cultivation, he can't help but break through to level 30, become a soul father powerhouse, or even stronger? Ha ha ha. From today onwards, I, Yu Xiaozhang, am no longer a waste. Jade Xiaozhang couldn't help but let out a loud laugh, and even more tears flowed down his face. However, practicing this Sunflower Treasure Classic seemed to have some kind of side effect, but the description of the feat isn't very detailed. It says something irrelevant will be lost. Since it was all irrelevant, Yu Xiaozhang didn't really care. After all, what did it matter if you paid some price compared to breaking through level 30? End of chapter. Chapter 32, Snubbing Zhu Zhuqing. Gift for entering the sect. The Soul Arena. The restroom. Little Dance brought Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to meet Yi Feng, who had just come out after a break. At the entrance of the restroom. Whoa, what are you guys doing here? Yi Feng was slightly stunned when he saw the trio of Xiao Dance waiting for him at the door, obviously not expecting it. Yi Feng, this is Ning Rongrong, this is Zhu Zhuqing, they want to get to know you, so they asked me to introduce them, Little Dance said in a hurry. Wow, so, come with me then. Yi Feng nodded and seemed to have guessed something, so he directly paid to rent a separate lounge and guided the three of them. Xiao Dance. Inside, the lounge was small, but it was well equipped and had a nice coffee table in the center. Say, what do you want with me? Yi Feng sat himself down, made himself a cup of tea, and faintly asked. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were seen through, their faces slightly red, but they didn't squirm. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to speak. Hello Yi Feng, I would like to ask you how exactly you managed to obtain such a high number of soul ring years. I'd give anything if you could teach me. Of course, it's your secret, and you can keep it to yourself. Zhu Zhuqing was also a bit vain as she said that, after all, it was really impolite to ask a soul master about his secrets like that. However, she felt that Yi Feng was a very kind person and should not be bothered with her. Yi Feng sniffed, slightly raised his eyebrows, then said, the reason why I can obtain such a powerful soul ring, that's all thanks to our clan's secret method. Of course, this secret method is not incapable of being outsourced. But, Yi Feng leaned back slightly and looked meaningfully at Zhu Zhuqing and asked, are you sure you can pay any price? Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Feng stared at each other, heartbeat inexplicably accelerated, more subconsciously rubbing thighs. I'm sure. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, not daring to look at Yi Feng's regal gaze, but her tone was full of determination. She really wanted to get stronger so badly. Dai Mu Bai. This punk couldn't be relied on. She could only rely on herself. She's fighting for her own future. Even if Yi Feng really made any excessive demands for this, she could still agree. After all, her perception of Yi Feng was really good, and Yi Feng was the only boy whose face value grew on her heart. Plus Yi Feng was so powerful at such a young age. Who could not like such a genius? It was a pity that all these thoughts of Zhu Zhuqing's were her fantasies. Only Yi Feng nodded his head gently and said indifferently, it's actually not something that will make things difficult for you. as long as you promise my clan, the Star Sect, then I can give this method to you. Ah, just join the Star Sect and that's it? When Zhu Zhuqing heard this, confusion filled above her pretty face. Of course, it's actually not a method to absorb powerful soul rings, but because of our Star Sect's secret method, which can drastically improve a soul master's physique, which makes it possible to absorb soul rings over the levels. As a registered disciple of the Star Sect, you are not yet able to obtain the complete secret method, and you need to go through some tests before you can do so. With that, Yi Feng took out a black medicinal pill, similar to the one he gave to Xiao Dance at the beginning. It wasn't so much a leg-stretching and gazing pill as it was a black weed he rubbed together, clean and hygienic, just maybe a little less flavorful. Of course, even if there was a bit of a problem, the Soul Master had a strong constitution and wouldn't have diarrhea if he ate it. What is this? What is this? Zhu Zhuqing looked at the small black pill in Yi Feng's hand and couldn't help but gulp, and her face became very ugly, her eyebrows almost wrinkled together. This is the test, Yi Feng said indifferently. Although he was willing to give Zhu Zhuqing good words, he couldn't give them for nothing. At least he had to see the sincerity and determination of the other party. It was just a small test. If this determination was not there, then Yi Feng could only give up. Test? Zhu Zhuqing pursed her red lips, her puffy breasts rose and fell slightly, and she took a few hard, deep breaths. In the end, it was the hatred in his heart and the hope for life that overcame his fear. Anyway, she knew that Yi Feng would definitely not let her die, and the worst result would be some aphrodisiac-type pills, so in order to become stronger, she also gave up. With this thought, Zhu Zhuqing directly picked up the pill and directly took a mouthful of it. It's just a pity that Zhu Zhuqing thought too much, and with the pill in his stomach, Yi Feng also gave away two long-cherished words. King of Strength, Purple, you have an extremely strong command of strength. Strength plus 50, physique plus 20. The more you fight, Purple, the process of fighting excites you, and for every 1 minute of fighting, your full attributes increase by 1%, up to a maximum of 10%. This was what Yi Feng had drawn earlier. The most uptack, new uptack, small uptack, novel uptack, and uptack, 6 uptack, 9 uptack, book uptack, bar uptack, first uptack post. He was strong in his own right, and the increase of King of Force on him was negligible. As for the more you fight, it was also a chicken rib for Yi Feng. For him, fighting past a second opponent in one move. You can't beat it, but you just shake people and then one move your opponent in seconds. He didn't have much use for this crappy talent at all, so he might as well give it away for a raffle. Zhu Zhuqing's agility was high, but her strength was poor, and these two phrases just supplemented her shortcomings, and could directly multiply her battle power by several times. Sure enough, after Zhu Zhuqing took the pill, her beautiful eyes instantly glared, because she could clearly feel that just now, her body seemed to be changing in some way. She could clearly feel that her power seemed to have been greatly enhanced. What is this thing? How did my power increase so much? Zhu Zhuqing clenched his fist with a shocked face. Such a terrifying increase in power. This was worth a year of her hard training. Congratulations, you passed the test. This is considered a newcomer's gift for joining the Star Sect. Yi Feng smiled faintly and reached out his hand to Zhu Zhuqing. Newcomer, gift? Zhu Zhuqing muttered and subconsciously reached out to shake Yi Feng's hand, but she was still immersed in shock and unable to extricate herself. You are now considered a registered disciple of the Star Sect, and the Star Sect's headquarters is in Sky Curtain City, so you can pay a visit. The Star Sect has no special rules. As long as you don't betray the Star Sect, you can continue to further your education in Shrek, and after a year you need to go to the Star Sect for an examination. If you pass the examination, you can become an official disciple of the Star Sect, and you can get more benefits, and if you fail in the examination, then from now on you have nothing to do with the Star Sect. Yi Feng briefly talked about the rules of the Star Sect, which could be said to have no limitations. After all, this clan's main duty was to serve as a backstage for him, not to cultivate any geniuses. Recruiting Zhu Zhuqing was just a casual act. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing didn't expect the Star Sects to be so tolerant, and her heart's favorability towards the Star Sect and Yi Feng skyrocketed once again. The duo's conversation was all heard by Xiao Dance, which made her a bit confused. Isn't Yi Feng the soul beast young lord? What the hell is the Star Sect? How come she doesn't know anything? But doubtful to doubtful, she also did not talk too much, lest she be beaten by Yi Feng. Only then did Yi Feng drop his sight on Ning Rongrong, who was on the side, and asked with a smile, "Wow, and this? Well, Miss Ning, what are you looking for me for?" End of chapter. Chapter 33, Prideful Ning Rongrong. It's not a big deal. I just think you're very good and want to invite you to join our 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Well, your Star Sect seems to be good as well. If you're willing to become my 7 Treasures Glazed sect's affiliated sect, I can actually make the decision to agree. Ning Rongrong raised her chin slightly and spoke of her clan with a haughty expression. Wow, not interested? I thought you wanted to join my Star Sect. When Yi Feng heard this, He immediately waved his hand and said with a disinterested face, "Humph, what star sect? I don't want to join this sect that I've never even heard of. It's far worse than my 7 treasure glazed sect." Ning Rongrong was instantly somewhat unconvinced. She clearly wanted to come over to pull Yifeng into joining the 7 treasure glazed sect, but she didn't expect Yifeng to try to dig her up to go to the star sect. What kind of thing was this? Our star sect is just keeping a low profile. It doesn't mean that we don't have the strength to be no weaker than your 7 treasures glazed sect. Yifeng's tone was still flat, as if he didn't think much of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Our 7 treasures glazed sect has the existence of 2 super Doluas, and we even have my father, the continent's #1 auxiliary soul master. What can you star sect compare with? When Ning Rongrong saw Yifeng belittling her 7 treasures glazed sect in such a way, she was a bit furious. It felt that Yifeng was looking down on her. Ning Rongrong, by belittling the 7 treasures glazed sect. Wow, our star sect also has several sealed Doluas, only that they are closed. Yifeng casually said. In terms of comprehensive battle power, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the star sect was the #1 sect in the world. When Tian came out, he hung on to all the human sealed Doluos currently in this world. Even if Sword Dolua and Bone Dolua were combined, they would still be nothing more than a one-handed fight for Tian. Bragging, there are only a few sealed Doluas in this world. All of them have names. How can there be others? Ning Rongrong had a look of disbelief on her face. Putting aside other things, the fact that our star sect can cultivate a genius like me is enough to prove a lot of things. I can hang everyone below your 7 treasure Lioli sect soul sect with one hand. What can your 7 treasure Lioli sect have? Yifeng asked with a light smile as the corner of his mouth hooked up. Ning Rongrong. Our 7 treasures glazed sect is a supporting sect, so of course we're not good at fighting. Ning Rongrong immediately reddened, but was still very unconvinced. Our 7 treasures glazed sect is richer than yours. The number of people and power of the sect also far exceeds your star sect. Wow. Yifeng faintly replied back, obviously not the slightest bit interested. With the star sect's battle power, the 7 treasure glazed sect being a dog to the star sect could only be said to be barely qualified. Ning Rongrong wants the star sect to become a subordinate sect of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Why doesn't she go to heaven? When Ning Rongrong saw Yifeng's indifferent attitude, she was also infuriated and could not speak. At the loss of her speaking up for Yifeng before, she could actually accept Yifeng's unwillingness to join the 7 treasures glazed sect, but Yifeng's attitude of not looking at it at all. This was simply an insult to the 7 treasures glazed sect. Don't talk about those falsehoods. Your 7 treasures glazed sect is so powerful. Then does your 7 treasures glazed sect have this kind of treasure that can allow people to rapidly increase their battle power? Yifeng cast a sidelong glance at Ning Rongrong and asked indifferently. Soul master cultivation is all about one step at a time. How can there be such a thing? Ning Rongrong was furious again, then looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said, Zhu Zhuqing, what he's giving you must be some kind of evil drug. It's likely to overdraw your talent. I've never heard of such a thing in this world. No, I can feel that my body's strength has really gotten a substantial boost, and my body doesn't notice any abnormalities. Moreover, I believe Yifeng wouldn't lie to me. Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head and opened her mouth. She had no grievances with Yifeng, plus Yifeng was so powerful that he didn't even bother to lie to her. After all, the other party would not have any benefits by lying to her. Wrong. The elixir Yifeng gave to Bamboo Ching has absolutely no side effects. I can testify to this point because I also took the elixir Yifeng gave me. At this time, Xiao Dance hurriedly stood out and testified to Yifeng. She was also favored by Yifeng. Plus Yifeng was still the young master of the soul beast, so she definitely stood on Yifeng's side. Little Dance. Zhu Zhuqing, how could you do this? Ning Rongrong was so angry that she almost cried out when she saw that both Xiao Dance and Zhu Zhuqing were actually helping Yifeng. Alright, if there's nothing to say you can leave. Yifeng gently waved his hand, directly intending to drive people away. Although Ning Rongrong's looks were okay, it was a pity that her temper and character were poor, and she had to be tempered ruthlessly. It's still Zhu Zhuqing who's the best behaved. Mai was also quite obedient. Just Ning Rongrong's character needs to be changed. Wrong, let's go. Yifeng won't join your 7 treasures glazed sect. Xiao Dance pulled Ning Rongrong's hand and said, Rong was her good sister, but Yifeng was the young master of the Soul Beast clan, and her heart was still toward Yifeng. Wrong, the star sect might be really strong, and the pills Yifeng gave me are also very useful. When I familiarize myself with this force, you'll know by then. Zhu Zhuqing also said with a serious face. Shrek was good, but it seemed far worse than the star sect. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. It was a pity that she was still only a registered disciple. She had to work hard this year to become an official disciple of the star sect. The star sect seemed to be even more powerful and terrifying than the 7 treasure glazed sect. and its power definitely far exceeded that of the Zhu family. When the time came for her to lose to her own sister, Zhu Zhuyun, in the middle of the family's struggle for the throne, it was impossible to say that she would be able to rely on the star sect to leave a life behind. As for Dai Mubai, that scrap full of is going to die in a woman's belly sooner or later. Humph, star sect when this semester ends, I will definitely bring my sword grandfather to pay a visit. Ning Rongrong knew that she didn't have the face to stay any longer, and with a shake of her hand, she huffed and puffed. However, she also knew the location of the star sect, and when the time came for her to bring her grandfather's sword to her door, she really didn't believe that the other party could really be so powerful as to ignore the seven treasure-glazed sect. After Ning Rongrong left, only then did Xiao Dance look at Yi Feng with an apologetic face and said, Yi Feng, Rongrong has this temper. Don't take it to heart. She knew Yi Feng's life. As a soul beast young master, behind him stood the entire soul beast clan. Naturally, it was not something that the seven treasures glazed sect could touch. She only hoped that Yi Feng would be generous and leave Ning Rongrong alone. After all, Ning Rongrong was also considered her good girlfriend. She didn't want anything to happen to Ning Rongrong. Don't worry, I don't mess with kids. Yi Feng smiled faintly. That's good. My smiled sweetly, secretly relieved in her heart. After bidding her farewell, she then left with Zhu Zhuqing. The seeds have been planted and are waiting to germinate slowly. Yi Feng looked at the departing backs of the duo and smiled faintly. Although the star sect doesn't need any geniuses or disciples, Xiao Dance, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing are still somewhat useful and can't be spoiled for Shrek. Yi Feng had originally planned to want to touch the Imperial fighting team, but counting the hours, he seemed to be early. Since this was the case, then he could only go to the star sect first and bring Bai Ji and ZG to make something happen. For example, that ice and fire eye. He had been coveting it for a long time, getting some immortal grass to give the Silver Dragon King a taste. End of chapter. Chapter 34, The Passion of Bicky and Zicky. 1 month later, Yi Feng took his time and finally arrived at the Sky Curtain City. Canopy City was over 800 miles from Soto City. With Yi Feng's speed, he would be able to arrive within a day. However, Yi Feng had lived in the Star Do Great Forest most of the time before and had never been to the human world. It was not easy for him to come out for a trip. He naturally wanted to experience a good wave of Dolua continent's customs, which took him a month to arrive. Sky Curtain City was about 20 miles away from Heavenly Dipper City, and it was just a small city. There were hundreds of small cities like this one around, surrounding the Heavenly Dipper City, which could also be said to be the satellite city of Heavenly Dipper City. If there is ever a war, these cities can be used as strategic fortresses against foreign enemies. Entering the city, the layout of the buildings therein was not much different from Soto City, except that Soto City was considered a big city with quite a few iconic buildings, while Skyfall City had much less, just like a city dweller entering a countryside town. Although it was said that the number of soul masters was scarce, Soto City could still see quite a few soul masters when walking on the road. The proportion of soul masters on the streets of this Heavenly Curtain City was less than 1%. It was really pitifully small. However, it is also a city like this that facilitates the construction of new forces. If the Star Sect wanted to develop quietly and slowly, this kind of small place was the most suitable. Yi Feng simply asked a few passers-by and soon learned the location of the Star Sect. After all, the Star Sect had become the most powerful force in Sky Curtain City in just over a month, and even the city lord had to be courteous, and coupled with the massive recruitment of disciples, the reputation had spread throughout the city. According to the address, Yi Feng quickly arrived at the entrance of the Star Sect. Although the Star Sect's name sounded big, in reality, the Star Sect was a very large mansion. If Yi Feng was not mistaken, this mansion had been around for quite a few years. Obviously, the probability is that this mansion was snatched by D. Tian and the others. The original owner doesn't know which unlucky person it was. The gate of the Star Sect was greatly open, and there were only 2 guards watching the entrance, both of which were ordinary people who looked lethargic and were obviously just a window dresser. Yi Feng just wanted to go in and greet him, and immediately afterward, he was slightly stunned, because just at this moment, inside the Star Sect suddenly walked out of a delicate figure. The woman wore a purple armor, with a slender figure and straight, slender thighs, revealing snow-white shoulders, and the great rift valley on the chest, which is so deep that you can't see the bottom. A head of long purple-black hair was draped behind her, dispersing a charming fragrance with the wind, and her deep purple eyes revealed endless charm. One is left standing without containing it. The person who came was naturally ZG, the Hell Demon Dragon King, belonging to the Demon Dragon clan, with terrifying battle strength. But here, ZG was only responsible for taking care of the Star Sect. When ZG saw Yi Feng, her purple eyes lit up and she directly rushed over to give Yi Feng a big hug. Young master, you finally come. The slave has been waiting for you for a long time. ZG ruthlessly ravaged Yi Feng with her own axioms, very generously. Sister ZG, don't be like this, I can't breathe, Yi Feng said sullenly. The Silver Dragon King has a naturally elegant body with almost perfect proportions. Ziggy's body, on the other hand, is then completely unreasonable in how big it is? ZG, if you're like this and the Lord finds out, he'll definitely skin you. Right at this moment, a woman wearing a long turquoise-colored dress slowly walked over with a speechless face. The green-skirted woman's figure was not as hot as ZG's, but it was also extremely perfect. Face and Purple G is not similar, but less a trace of flirtation. More a few points more wives in general gentle maturity. Green dress woman is naturally the Emerald Swan by G. While D. Tian went back to cultivate, the two of them stayed here and were in charge of all the affairs of the Star Sect. And of course, the main thing was to be in charge of protecting Yifeng's safety. Everyone knows that Yifeng is the forbidden domain of that one. If ZG is found out like this, it would be strange not to be skinned and cramped. ZG saw Bai Ji come over, then reluctantly let go of Yifeng. Snapped. Bai Ji, look at what you said. The man that the Lord looks at. How dare I mess around? Of course, she actually liked Yifeng. She was the Hell Demon Dragon King, and although she was a fallen demon dragon bloodline, she was also very fond of the ancestral dragon bloodline in Yifeng's body. Moreover, she found that as long as she posted with Yifeng, the demonic dragon bloodline in her body would evolve. Just being close to each other can do that. So if you're with each other, wouldn't that be straight up cool flying? Of course, she certainly wouldn't dare to do that sort of thing. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. After all, after the cool, you have to face the endless anger of that one. That is absolutely worse than death. Bai Ji didn't bother to look at ZG, but gently walked over and held Yifeng's hand. Her tone soft. Young master, come with me. You've had a long journey. I'll bathe and dress you first. She had just scared ZG, but she actually had a small mind of her own. Although she and Yifeng were not of the same race, being in contact with each other for a long time seemed to have a considerable benefit to her bloodline. Moreover, Yifeng's dragon bloodline is very pure and noble, so this guy is very good astringent. She will not take the initiative to go on Yifeng, but Yifeng wants to go on her. Then she is certainly powerless to resist. Good you BG, you can't lead the young lord astray. I'm going to spy on you together too. ZG instantly understood what was going on and instantly crossed her arms and huffed. No, you're too seductive. What if young lord can't help it? Bai Ji rolled her eyes and said, I don't care. You can't keep the young lord all to yourself. ZG walked over and hugged Yifeng's other arm, wrapping it with great tenderness. With this, the duo directly sandwiched Yifeng in the middle and walked towards the depths of the sect. Along the way, they encountered quite a few sect disciples, and when they saw this scene, each one of them almost didn't have their jaws dropped in shock. It was well known that the Star Sect's patriarch and vice patriarch were both great beauties, so there are quite a few people who have moved, but those guys who moved their hearts, all of them somehow evaporated, and the next day their families were copied by the city's main government. Since then, no one had dared to hit on these two patriarchs, and now, they actually saw that the two patriarchs were so close to a teenager, which simply turned their worldview upside down. However, although shocked, he did not dare to say more. Although the rules of the Star Sect were few, there were many red lines that no one dared to touch, because, as long as it is touched, there is only one word for what will happen: death. The Star Sect disappeared quite a few people in the early days as a result, and those who managed to survive were naturally rule-abiding. However, the welfare benefits of the Star Sect were really good, and with a bit of luck, he could also see the two beautiful patriarchs and have a good time. This was one of the reasons why many males were willing to join the Star Sect. End of chapter. Chapter 35, Plotting the Eye of Ice and Fire. Backyard. The hot springs emanated a slight heat. Yifeng was naked, leaning against the shore with a face of enjoyment. On the left is Bridget. On the right is Ziggy. The two were wearing semi-transparent tulle, and each of them rubbed Yifeng's back and massaged him. Young master has really grown up. Giggle. Ziji's pretty face was covered with redness, and the charm in her purple pupils almost drowned Yifeng. To have such a good body at such a young age. Lord is really lucky. Bai Ji also covered her mouth and laughed softly, looking at Yifeng with a strange color in her beautiful eyes, and secretly praising in her heart. Worthy of being a pure dragon bloodline, all aspects could be said to be at the perfect level. Sisters, it's almost ready. Yifeng dryly coughed and also blushed a little at what was said. Although his bloodline was strong and he was naturally immune to this kind of seduction, his own heart failed him, and which cadre could withstand such a test? Of course, at best, it's a favor. What happens is certainly not possible. The Silver Dragon King was very sensitive. If he did anything to apologize to the Silver Dragon King, the Silver Dragon King would definitely be able to find out the first time. Of course, the Silver Dragon King definitely couldn't bear to hurt Yifeng, but Bai Ji and ZG would definitely be in bad luck. Yifeng was also aware of this, so he was also restrained. Unless the Silver Dragon King agreed, he really didn't dare to mess around. Giggly young master is still shy. ZG laughed daintily and half of her body approached Yifeng. Although Bai Ji felt that this behavior of ZG was very Thai, she also felt that this was interesting, and she also stuck over and teased Yifeng. 1 hour later, only then did Yifeng end his bath with a refreshed look. ZG squatted in front of Yifeng and applied the special fragrant oil on him. Bai Ji, on the other hand, changed Yifeng's clothes. If this scene was seen by outsiders, they would be afraid that their jaws would drop in shock. After all, Bai Ji and ZG were the two super powerhouses of Sky Curtain City, but now they were serving a teenager like maids. I'm afraid no one would believe this if I told them. By the way, Sister Bai Ji, Sister ZG, I've heard that there's a special treasure land in the Sunset Forest. I want to find some time to go in and explore it. It was only at this time that Yifeng opened his mouth and stated the purpose of this time. Wow! What kind of treasure can there be in a place like the Sunset Forest? Who did you hear that from? Young lord? ZG looked up at Yifeng and asked curiously. Right, the soul beasts in that Thai place are all ferocious and violent and still have no brains. It's even more dangerous for humans than the Star Dipper Great Forest. The young master should not be don't go. Bai Ji also opened her mouth and persuaded in a small voice. The Star Dipper Great Forest was so big that it had only given birth to such a precious place as the Lake of Life. That Sunset Forest was much smaller than the Star Dipper Great Forest, and the resources were also relatively barren, in which there weren't even 100,000-year-old soul beasts, so how could there be any precious place? I read it in an ancient book. I'm just a little curious. Outside the Star Do Great Forest is always full of all sorts of treasures. It's not likely that I'll find it, Yifeng said with a hefty smile. What he was talking about was naturally that ice and fire eye. Only, the eye of ice and fire was occupied by Dakubo, so he definitely couldn't do it alone, and had to bring Bai Ji and ZG with him. If it was a normal situation, Yifeng might use the condition of helping Dugubo and Duguyen to cure the poison to exchange for the immortal grass, but he wasn't alone now. Behind him stood the entire Soul Beast clan, so naturally he wouldn't do such a stupid thing that lowered himself and was troublesome. It's only cool to directly bring ZG and Bai Ji to kill them. Well, since young master said there is, then there must be. Our young master is blessed with good fortune. We can't say that we can really find a treasure. Bai Ji changed Yifeng's clothes and came over to barf on Yifeng's face. Her tone was full of doting. Don't worry, young lord. With Bai Ji and I protecting you, there will definitely not be any ungrateful soul beasts to disturb you. ZG also patted her chest and assured. That's good. Let's take a rest tonight and set off tomorrow, said Yifeng with a faint smile. ZG's eyes lit up when she saw that Yifeng was going to stay here and sleep tonight. Good. Then rest well tonight, young master. Slave will serve you well. Cough cough. No need. I'm still used to sleeping alone. Yifeng politely refused in a hurry. He's going to draw a big one tonight, so it's better to be careful. Well, ZG was instantly a little disappointed, but still stared straight at Yifeng with bewildering eyes and said, but if young master has a need for it, the slave can do it at any time. Got it. Yifeng couldn't stand ZG's gaze and hurriedly fled, afraid that he couldn't help himself. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Cluck. Seeing Yifeng in such a sorry state, Bai Ji and herself all covered their mouths and laughed. The heart also grew more and more fond of Yifeng. Although Yifeng was a human, they had already treated each other as their own. Plus Yifeng's pure dragon bloodline. As long as they were with Yifeng for a long period of time, under the subtle influence, their bloodline would start to gradually purify and even evolve. This was the power of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Even Di Tian's bloodline was far inferior. Returning to his place, Yifeng spent a long time before he could throw out the two seductive figures of Bai Ji and ZG from his mind. Mainly because in the middle of the hot springs has asterisk once. Otherwise he is afraid that tonight will really not be able to sleep. Yifeng calmed his mind, then adjusted himself, rubbed his hands, and started the long-lost grand draw. Previously on his way here, he opened 2 random 10 consecutive draws. Basically all of them were white words, and the highest was only a purple word. Drawing this thing is really all about luck, and even after a gold draw, there will be a period of weakness, during which the draw quality words will drop significantly. Of course, this was all Yifeng's speculation. However, Yifeng still felt that the probability of gold coming out of a random draw was higher, so he didn't specify the type of reward. Yifeng sent out the words below purple color, no matter how good or bad, and then picked the lucky ones. After all, low-level words really didn't have a strong increase effect for him, unless it was some skill words, such as cooking, zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, which he would keep. After giving away all the low-level words, Yifeng's draws came to 98, almost breaking 100. System, Open the 10 consecutive draws. Yi Feng rubbed his hands together and directly opened the draw. Soon, 10 phrases appeared, headed by a purple 1, swift pace, purple for every attack. There is a 20% chance of recovering 1% of one's soul power. The phrase looked good, but it wasn't useful to Yi Feng. After all, he never fought a protracted battle, and the phrase was chicken feed. In addition to this purple phrase, there are 8 white and 1 green. With apparently less luck, Yi Feng didn't believe it and opened the 10 consecutive draws again. The next moment, a flash of dazzling light flashed, and 10 words appeared in front of Yi Feng again. At the head of it was none other than a big, golden phrase, the end of chapter. Chapter 36, Dragon Soul leads the way. Epiphany body, gold when practicing. There is a high chance of entering the state of epiphany. In the state of epiphany, the speed of practice increases by 1000%, and enlightenment is plus 100. Boxing master, red, you are a great genius in practicing boxing, plus 80 boxing skills. Although the white words are still predominant this time around, a single gold word is enough to make up for any shortcomings. Good luck today. One more round. Yi Feng felt that his hand was up, so he opened the 10 consecutive draws again. Soon, 10 words popped up again. Roadrunner, white, you get lost easily. Lucky 1. Body scent, white, your body scent is extraordinarily noticeable. Charm plus 1. Asterisk asterisk, white. Leaf maple. Yi Feng didn't believe it and came back with another 30 rounds of consecutive draws and even started to specify the rewards. It's just a shame that the system seems to have fallen into a period of emptiness and weakness after the gold, coming out with 29 white words and 1 blue word. Mountain breaking fist, blue, cultivate to a great extent to be able to break mountains and rocks, but requires a strong physique. This phrase was exactly the guaranteed phrase that Yi Feng had wished for. The Sunflower Treasure Dictionary, that was given to Yu Xiaojiang before, let Yi Feng know that the system can still produce feats. So he tried it out, and he didn't expect it to work, but the quality was a bit low. However, when combined with Fist Dao Master and his dragon claws after his dragon transformation, it was able to barely suffice. Ending the lottery, Yi Feng let out a deep breath and then began to meditate and cultivate. The epiphany body that he had just drawn directly allowed him to enter a state of epiphany, and his cultivation speed instantly skyrocketed. With Yi Feng's talent, the speed of cultivation was already very fast, and although he couldn't raise his soul power, the soul power from cultivation wouldn't be compressed. A portion of his soul power would explode after he condensed his 4th soul ring, causing him to raise his soul power by 7 or 8 levels or even directly dry up to level 50. The other part of the soul power would be compressed and purified. The legend of the Dragon King has an indicator of soul force compression. The more solid the cultivation, the higher the compression. For example, Yi Feng's compression was now around level 7. Which meant that the purity and quality of his current soul power was equivalent to that of a hard-cultivating normal 7-ring soul saint, and with his soul skills, he could hang on to all the soul masters under the 7 rings. If Yi Feng had worked a little harder and increased the compression degree of soul power to up to level 8, level 9, the soul power at this time would have almost become a solid state. As long as the spiritual power is enough, then you can choose to condense the soul core and advance the infinite soul power of the sealed Delua. Of course, the main reason is that the bloodline has not been unsealed. The awakened talent is not strong enough. For example, the last awakened small talent star force field, because too weak, cannot be condensed into the 4th soul ring, can only be integrated into the 3rd soul ring. This time, the Eye of Ice and Fire was an opportunity to say that it could give him a big surprise. The next day, Yi Feng was cultivating, but he suddenly noticed something. He slowly opened his eyes, but realized that Bai Ji and ZG had sat beside her at some point. ZG was wearing a purple lace cheongsam, open to the root of her thighs, and the fitted cheongsam outlined her fiery figure extremely perfectly, and with her makeup today, she was a super big imperial lady. Bai Ji was still in a plain green dress, wearing a wife-like smile, and in her light green eyes was endless tenderness. Bai Ji is okay. ZG's snow white and longer than Yi Feng's life thighs, white and unusually eye-catching. Cluck, the young lord has finally woken up. I didn't expect the young lord's talent to be so powerful that he has entered the legendary Epiphany realm. When ZG saw Yi Feng waking up, she hurriedly came over and hugged Yi Feng from behind, letting Yi Feng's head rest on the big soft pillow. Her hands then gently rubbed Yi Feng's temples, massaging him. As a ferocious beast, ZG's vision was still ruthless and poisonous, and she saw through Yi Feng's cultivation state with a single glance. Nah, just lucky. Yi Feng smiled, still a little uncomfortable with ZG's passion, his heart fire blazing. Alright ZG, don't bully the young lord. When the time comes to overplay your hand, let's see how you'll end up. Bai Ji slightly glared at ZG and said helplessly, playing once or twice is fine. If they play more, Yi Feng really can't help it. Then they will probably have bad luck. Got it. ZG smiled sarcastically before letting go of Yi Feng. Since both sisters are ready, let's get going. Yi Feng sighed in relief and stood up. his entire body refreshed. Young lord, in such a hurry, why don't you have breakfast first and relax? Bai Ji was a bit surprised and softly suggested. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Yi Feng turned his head, and only then did he realize that there were quite a few pastries and desserts on the table next to him, which should have been prepared by Bai Ji herself. That's okay. Seeing this, Yi Feng naturally wouldn't let people down and still agreed. Noon. Yi Feng still broke away from the tenderness and took Bai Ji and Ziji with him to the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest was located 100 miles to the east of Tiando City, but with the speed of Bai Ji and Ziji, even if they brought Yi Feng along with them, they didn't take more than half an hour to reach their destination. The duo entered the Sunset Forest and unabashedly dispersed their aura, dispersing all the soul beasts within a radius of a few thousand meters. Obviously, they didn't want those retarded soul beasts that hadn't opened their spirit to disturb Yi Feng's adventure. Ahem, you guys don't have to be like this, and it's best if you don't reveal the identity of your soul beasts, or else you'll still be in trouble. Yi Feng coughed dryly and hurriedly reminded. If the other people find out that the soul beast powerhouses have mixed into the human world, then they will definitely come to look for trouble and fight at that time. The human side was definitely going to be held down and rubbed against the ground by the soul beasts. Yi Feng is not sympathizing with humans, but the impact of this kind of fighting is too great. The death of more people, leading to chaos in the empire. Then how can he still enjoy this kind of leisurely days? As ferocious beasts, Bai Ji and Ziji both had the means to hide their breath, and as long as they didn't explode with all their might, then the average sealed Dolua would definitely not be able to see the identity of their soul beasts. Fine, all listen to the young lord. Ziji covered her mouth and laughed lightly, quickly collecting her soul beast's aura. The three of them paired up and quickly walked towards the depths of the Sunset Forest. Although Yi Feng had never been to the Eye of Ice and Fire, he didn't know where the Eye of Ice and Fire was either. However, he was burdened with a pure dragon bloodline, and the moment he approached the Sunset Forest, he was able to feel two mutually exclusive dragon breaths. If he hadn't guessed correctly, those two auras should be the corpses of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King among the 7 elemental dragon kings among the 9 sons of the dragon god. Although they had fallen, they still had remnants of their souls left behind. Their remnants, on the other hand, were transformed into ice and fire eyes. Moreover, the formation of this ice and fire eye shouldn't be more than 10,000 years old. After all, the Dragon Clan war that was an unknown number of thousands of years ago, and as there wasn't even a single 100,000-year-old plant-based soul beast in the Ice and Fire Amphitheater Eye, based on the year of the immortal grass in the Ice and Fire Amphitheater Eye, the approximate time of its formation could actually be deduced. End of chapter. Chapter 37, Dokorobo, you already have a way to take your death. This time, Yi Feng came here, partly for the immortal herb, and partly for the 2 dragon souls buried under the Eye of Ice and Fire. After so many years, the dragon bodies and dragon bones of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings had long been fused with the Eye of Ice and Fire. If they were forcibly dug out, the Eye of Ice and Fire would be scrapped, and the dragon bodies would be scrapped together. Therefore, only the dragon soul could be extracted, and if it could be absorbed, it would definitely be able to accelerate the unsealing of the bloodline. This Sunset Forest is really harsh. The environment is far worse than the Star Dipper Great Forest. ZG walked ahead and whispered in a skittish voice. Apparently it was a little hard to look at the environment here, and even harder to look at the soul beasts here. The geographical location is just different. The Star Dipper Great Forest's geographical location is the most suitable for soul beasts to flourish. The Sunset Forest is actually quite good, although the environment is a bit harsh, but the soul beasts here are all top hunters, and their battle prowess is quite a bit higher than that of the Star Dipper Great Forest soul beasts of the same age. Bai Ji explained with a smile. Bridget's character was just gentle and kind, and her tone of voice was soft and melodious. Young master, how can there be treasures in this kind of place? Well, you must have been cheated. I used my spiritual probing and didn't find any special places around me at all, Ziggy said with some boredom. She preferred posting with Yi Feng or playing a little adult game than this boring adventure. That a treasure land has a breath cover, can interfere with the spiritual power, ZG's sister cannot detect very normal, should not be far away, will soon be able to arrive. Yi Feng said with a smile. As he gradually went deeper and deeper, the aura of those 2 dragon souls grew stronger and stronger, constantly attracting him. The 3 of them passed through the layers of dense forest and finally arrived before a huge hill. The hill was 100 meters high and stood out for the variety of tall trees that grew lushly on it. Not only that, there was a layer of turquoise green thin lingering on top of the mountain, emitting an aura that made the surrounding soul beasts not dare to approach. What a peculiar hill. Inside it seems to be inhabited by a fellow of good strength. Ziggy licked her lips, detecting the presence of it through her powerful senses. ZG could sense the strong people inside. and the strong people inside could naturally sense the situation outside. Whoosh! Right at this moment, above the hill, a figure rose up into the sky. Yifeng's trio slightly raised their heads, and they saw an old man wearing a turquoise-colored robe standing on a distant hill. The old man looked 70 to 80 years old, with a head of green hair. His eyes were equally green, and the whole thing looked very evil. "Who are you people? How dare you trespass on this seat's territory? Do you want to die?" The old man's tone was grim, with a strong killing intent. The 9 soul rings behind him showed his powerful strength. Obviously this was a sealed Doluwa powerhouse. After all, this is his Dugu Bo's forbidden land, which is a lot of heavenly treasures. If it is found by other people, it is not allowed to say that one day it will be stolen home. Normally, when faced with this kind of soul master who intruded rashly, he would absolutely kill him here. However, this time, Dakubo inexplicably felt a hint of threat, which was why he didn't rush to make a move. Cluck 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 cluck, a rascal snake. Also dare to talk to the seat like this, really don't know what to do. Just then, a petulant laugh came, only to see ZG's entire flying swept up, and her height even exceeded that of Dugubo by a large margin. ZG also released her own aura. The 9 soul rings behind her slowly circled around, and even more so, she unabashedly released the terrifying aura of her Hell Demon Dragon King. As a ferocious beast, illusion into a person easily. Illusion soul ring naturally can also be done to fake the real, as long as not all out, unless the limit Doluwa, otherwise no one can see through her disguise. Under the circumstance of suppressing her strength, the aura on ZG's body was also attenuated, barely reaching the level of a sealed Doluwa. But even so, bullying a small Dugubo was certainly not any problem. Sealed Doluwa. As expected, when Dakubo saw this scene, his heart was immediately horrified, as he sensed that the aura on the other party was not inferior to his own. Not only that, the other party's martial soul was actually a dragon-type martial soul, which had a natural suppression on him. His biphosphorus snake emperor only had a trace of dragon bloodline, while the other party's martial soul was a true dragon. Who exactly is your excellency? This is my territory in the Sunset Forest, and it seems a bit impolite for you to rashly bring someone to intrude. Moreover, we are both sealed Doluwa. Your excellency insulted me the moment we came up. Is it not a bit of a disregard for me? However, shocked as he was, Dakubo was still not false. As the words fell, Dakubo directly summoned his martial soul true body, Buzz. In the next moment, Dakubo's entire instantly transformed into a huge turquoise phosphorus snake emperor, hovering at the top of the mountain, and the terrifying poison even instantly spread out, completely flooding the entire mountain, and even more rapidly sweeping towards Yifeng's direction. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. He, Dakubo, was famous not only because of his strength, but also because of his terrifying toxins. He could tell that the teenager below seemed to be important to the sealed Doluwa woman who had suddenly appeared. If they really fought, even if he, Dakubo, could not defeat the other party, he could definitely spread the toxin through the toxin and threaten the other party with that teenager right after. That was the real reason why he, Dakubo, was so famous in the continent. Of course, Dakubo's idea is certainly no problem, but he was more unlucky this time, encountering ZG and BG. The poisons that swept around Yifeng and Baiji were all easily blocked out by Baiji, and this maneuver of Dakubo's directly angered ZG completely. A stinking worm, how dare you lay your hands on the young lord? You already have a way to take your death. He himself didn't hesitate anymore at this moment, and his entire body instantly transformed into a giant black dragon. The giant dragon was dozens of meters long, exuding pitch-black demonic flames all over its body, and its purple vertical pupils exuded a horrifyingly ferocious light. Roar! ZG roared, directly toward Dakubo as a war trample, obviously angry to the extreme. Magic! Magic dragon! What kind of monster are you? Dakubo's eyes glazed over when he saw his opponent's true body of martial spirit. If the opponent was an ordinary sub-dragon pseudo-dragon, he would still be able to barely resist, and even if he was undefeated, he wouldn't be too miserable. And now he realized that the opponent's martial soul was actually a purebred demonic dragon. This was still a fart. Medusa gaze. Frozen in time. However, although Dakubo was horrified in his heart, the powerful battle sense of a sealed Doluwa still caused him to quickly react and decisively cast his strongest attack in defense. End of chapter. Chapter 38 ZG explodes. Explosive hammering Dakubo, only to see Dakubo's eyes instantly turn grayish-black, and two tragically white rays of light simultaneously shot out from the biphosphorus snake emperor's eyes that had turned white. At the same time, Dakubo's 8th soul ring lit up, and the black light rendered the snake's body, instantly causing the turquoise color to turn dark green. Dakubo's raised snake head returned to its normal state, and a turquoise bead was spat out from his mouth. Medusa gaze was Dakubo's 10. 000-year-old head soul bone soul skill, which possessed a powerful petrification ability that could petrify even energy. It was a very domineering offensive and defensive soul skill. The time freeze is his strongest control ability, which can temporarily freeze time and space. Time freeze with his 9th soul skill is enough to wipe out a big city. That's one of the reasons everyone fears him. No power in this world could afford such a ruinous loss. However, although Dokubo's soul skills are strong, but only to the weak have a powerful effect, for the same realm of the strong actually have a much weaker effect. Not to mention, this time, he faced a 200,000-year-old super soul beast ZG. Click 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 dash. Medusa caused all of ZG's skin to petrify slightly, but it only petrified the skin and didn't have a single effect on ZG's speed. However, that time stagnation was what caused ZG's figure to stop in midair for that brief moment, and it was such a moment, but it made ZG feel a strong sense of shame. Good lord, she was a 200,000-year-old hell demon dragon king, but she was actually controlled by a rascal snake. If this were to be told, she would definitely be laughed at by the other ferocious beasts. ZG was furious at the moment and directly used her big move, Hell Annihilation Cannon. ZG fiercely tilted her head, her huge dragon's mouth opened wide, and her mouth instantly condensed a magic flame fireball with a diameter of more than a meter, and its temperature was so high that even the space was baked and drastically twisted up. Die for me, ZG roared, and the magic flame fireball in her mouth instantly shot out towards Dokubo. Stop, misunderstanding. I recognize. Dokubo felt the terrifying power in that demonic flame and was almost scared to pee. But, it's already too late. The terrifying fireball of demonic flame arrived in front of Dokubo almost in the blink of an eye, and then exploded with a loud bang. Rumble. The huge magic fire directly flooded the entire mountain. The magic flame swept, not an inch of grass, and even the rocky soil or high temperature was melted into one. Soon a breeze blew through. A large chunk of the originally hundreds of meters high mountain was directly burned off, creating a crater-like crater. A blood-blurred figure was lying in it, and it was none other than Dokubo. At this moment, Dokubo's clothes were burned in tatters, his body was covered in charred flesh and blood, and his head of turquoise hair was burned into charcoal, leaving only a little bit of hair roots. In front of him, a light green bead dripped and spun. This was precisely the Dan bead that Dokubo's blue phosphorus snake had evolved into the Snake Queen's cohesion, and it could be said that half of his strength was in this bead. However, the original Dan bead was dark green and filled with terrifying energy. If the toxin in it exploded, slaughtering the city would be easy. But now, the green color on top of this Dan bead is extremely bleak, showing a light green color, and even looks a little white, and the periphery of the Dan bead is covered with dense cracks, which seems to have the possibility of breaking completely at any time. Just now, it was this Dan bead that released all its energy, which saved Dokubo's life. At this moment, Dokubo had basically run out of gas. He didn't even have the strength to move a single finger. Even if an ordinary person came over, he couldn't say that he could kill him on the spot. Just a stinking worm. It's a blessing of 8 lifetimes for the young lord to come to your mountain. Who gave you the guts to dare to be so arrogant and even try to disadvantage the young lord? ZG transformed into her human form and slowly fell down. She directly reached out, and a force of nothingness surged out, strangling Dokubo's throat and lifting him off the ground like a dead dog. Spare life. Dokubo's eyes were filled with fear and regret. If he had known that the other party was so strong, he would never have made an enemy of the other party. He can't die. He still has his granddaughter. If he dies, he has so many enemies, and his granddaughter will surely have to accompany him. A strong desire to survive allowed Dokubo to hold on and not die violently on the spot. If he could, he would even be willing to kneel down and beg the other party to spare his little life right now. Humph, it's too late to regret it now. ZG snorted coldly, intending to directly crush the other party to death. Humans are all evil, let alone a human sealed Doluwa. This Dokubo is so powerful with toxins and killing nature. He must have slaughtered a lot of soul beasts. He is not worthy of death. Alright, Sister ZG, spare his life. Just then, Yi Feng's voice came from behind him. Young lord, he just tried to threaten me with you. How can you let him go? ZG instantly pouted her small mouth, somewhat dissatisfied. There was even some aggravation. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. And this scene, in the eyes of Dokubo, almost didn't die of shock. Such a terrifyingly strong person had shown such a face in front of that youngster, and had even called out to the other party as young lord. That teenager, what kind of person is he? And he just tried to threaten the other side with this teenager. When he thought of this, Dokubo couldn't wait to smack himself a few hundred times. He's done a lot of this kind of thing in his day-to-day life, but this time he's really kicked the can down the road. At least it's a sealed Doluwa, and this one treasure site will still need to be guarded by this bastard. Yi Feng smiled faintly. It was impossible for him to empty the Eye of Ice and Fire, so naturally he had to have a guardian. Dokubo would fit right in. Moreover, Biji and Ziji were soul beasts and had no roots among humans, so some things were ultimately inconvenient. Dokubo is at least a very famous sealed Doluo, and is still the guest of honor of the heavenly Do royal family. The utilization value is still very big. It's a strange pity to kill it. Moreover, Yi Feng also knew Dokubo's soft underbelly. Pinching the opponent's soft underbelly, coupled with the suppression of a powerful battle force, was enough to make Dokubo obedient. Humph, count your luck. My young lord is generous and will spare your life. If you dare to do it again, I will make your life worse than death. Ziji sniffed, and only then did she throw Dokubo to the ground with a displeased look on her face. Much thanks to your excellency. Where was Dokubo at this moment that he still had the same might as in the beginning? If not for the fact that his body couldn't move, he would definitely directly kneel on the ground to thank the other party. It's a bit humiliating, but he's a big old man, and he can afford to take it, so what's face? Of course, the main thing was that he must not die here for the sake of her granddaughter. Sister Bridget, please. Yi Feng looked at Bai Ji and said, aha. Bai Ji nodded, and a white and soft light emanated from her body, landing on Dokubo's body and quickly healing the other party's injuries. Although treating a human made her a bit upset, she would still unconditionally obey Yi Feng's request. However, it was impossible for her to heal the other party completely, and it was enough to ensure that the other party would not die violently from her injuries, lest the other side backfire. End of chapter. Chapter 39 Eye of Ice and Fire. Searching for immortal products. A few minutes later, Dokubo's breath was finally stabilized, and most of the external skin wounds were healed, but the other party's breath was still extremely weak, less than 1/10,000th of what it was initially. However, Dokubo fainted straight away. I'm going on a treasure hunt. It's better to keep this guy under control for now. Yi Feng glanced at Dokubo and said, the bastard was still useful, but it wasn't like he could take his opponent into the Eye of Ice and Fire right now. I'll do it. Ziji smiled faintly, then casually waved her hand, opening a void door directly beside her. In the next moment, an ugly-looking monster with a flame-stained body burrowed out of it. This is, feeling the aura behind the void door, Yi Feng's pupils slightly condensed. This is a small abyssal gate that can summon abyssal demons, but I can only summon abyssal imps from the first 10 levels. Don't look at this demon as a small one, but it has the equivalent of a human soul king's battle power. ZG explained with a smile, and said with some pride, that's good. It's still Ziggy's sister who's great. Yi Feng also laughed and did not spare any compliments. I didn't expect that ZG would be able to open up the passageway of the abyss. In the future, if there was an opportunity, it would be possible to travel to the abyssal world with the help of this passageway. The abyssal world was a place where a super god artifact existed, and it was still valuable. Of course, ZG, this passageway was definitely unable to pass through strong people, but Yi Feng had the word system, so as long as he got the coordinates of the abyss, it was only a matter of time before he invaded the abyss. By the way, the treasure you're talking about, young lord, wouldn't be this old man's lair, would it? ZG pointed at Dokubo and said. She looked a bit puzzled. This Dokubo looked like a vegetable, and it didn't look like he had a treasure, right? Of course, it's just that the other party is occupying the treasure mountain and doesn't know how to mine it. Yi Feng said with a faint smile. The only one in this world who knew about immortal herbs was Tang San. Even the Silver Dragon King didn't know about these things. Although it was strange, it was the truth. As Yi Feng said that, he stopped paying attention to Dokubo and walked straight towards the top of the hill. Bai Ji and ZG looked at each other, and although they were still puzzled in their eyes, they followed closely. Only one imp was left to guard the unconscious Dokubo. Of course, there must be a way for Dokubo to run away, but the other party would most likely not do so. After all, Dokubo still had a soft spot, and it was so hard to survive. It would be more than worth it if he was hunted down because he ran away. Yi Feng crossed the hill. Into the eyes is an inverted cone-shaped depression. The top of the hill where they are is the edge of the depression. Thick hot air from the depression. The hot air is very humid, but also with a few points of sulfur peculiar flavor. The terrain below the depression is complex and there is a small cliff with lush vegetation that goes deep. The hot air is wafting up from below. It's kind of weird that there are hot springs down there. ZG and Bai Ji were immediately a little surprised, and their hearts began to wonder. Could it be that the treasure was this hot spring? Yi Feng didn't reply, but quickly drilled under the cliff. The cliff wall was very steep, and the light below was very dark. If an ordinary person went down, one carelessness could kill them, but for Yi Feng it was nothing at all. A few minutes later, Yi Feng managed to fall under the cliff. There is a small valley here. In the valley, the most obvious thing was the piece of hot spring right in the center. The hot springs were not large in size, but they were divided into two pieces, and in the oval-shaped pools, The colors of the hot spring water were milky white and vermilion, distinctly separated from each other, and they didn't infringe on each other, always remaining on their own side. The Eye of Ice and Fire. It's really here. Yifeng was ecstatic when he saw this scene. Around the Eye of Ice and Fire, there were all sorts of plants, in 1,000 different forms, all of which were rare. Yifeng naturally didn't quite recognize most of the herbs in it, but the ordinary heavenly herbs here weren't of much use to him, and only immortal herbs could catch his eye. There are only a few types of fairy herbs, and the characteristics are extremely obvious, so they are still very recognizable. For example, next to the huge chrysanthemum, but showing a fascinating purple, the central stamen is higher than the petals of more than half a foot, like golden luster. This one should be the legendary Chi Velvet Tongtian chrysanthemum, can be through the strange meridians, practicing the body of the invincible Vajra. There was also the snow-white 8-petaled orchid next to it, an 8-petaled immortal orchid, possessing the effect of fixing the root and cultivating the vitality of the body against the heavens, removing impurities from the body. Yifeng also saw the cockspur phoenix anemone, cherry tulip, the ghostly cherry fairy. However, Yifeng's gaze was always on that extreme cold spring and blazing yang spring, or to be precise, that octagonal Xian ice grass and flaming apricot jiao shu. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. These two immortal herbs were his ultimate goal, and they were also one of the most precious immortal herbs here. What a magical place. I didn't expect that the barren sunset forest would have such a richly vibrant place. Although the area of this valley is small, the vitality in it is surprisingly thicker than even the surroundings of the Lake of Life. It's really unimaginable. Those two hot springs, what on earth are they? They actually emit two different extreme ice and fire attributes. This is simply a paradise for extreme attribute soul beasts. ZG and Bai Ji were all stunned by this scene, even with their experience. Surprisingly, they had never heard of such a magical place in the world. Not only that, most of the medicinal herbs in them were known to be incomparably extraordinary at a glance, but they surprisingly could only recognize a handful of common celestial treasures. Among them, those who emitted a strong fragrance, and a look at the year know that the high level of medicinal herbs, they have not even heard of. This place is called the Eye of Ice and Fire. It's considered a paradise for plant soul beasts. The growth rate of plant soul beasts here is 10 times that of the outside world. At the same time, the probability of the plants here becoming plant soul beasts is also far greater than that of the outside world. When you have the chance, you can let the 10,000 Demon King come over to watch over this place. Yifeng slowly explained. No wonder even the young lord was moved. I didn't think much that this precious land would be so magical. If our soul beasts could occupy this place, the plant-based soul beasts would definitely be able to flourish. The 10,000 Demon King is indeed suitable for this place. As long as it comes over to guard this place, it will definitely be extremely beneficial to our soul beasts in the future. Bai Ji and ZG's eyes both erupted with an exquisite aura as they looked at Yifeng with adoration in their beautiful eyes. The young lord deserved to be a young lord. Not only was his bloodline strong, he also had such heaven-defying luck. With such a young master, the Soul Beast clan would definitely be able to move towards glory in the future. I don't know what you guys are suitable for, you guys being ferocious beasts. Pick the heavenly treasures here with your senses. 1 plant per person. Don't be greedy for more. Yifeng spoke indifferently. Immortal grass. This thing is still more mysterious. Although taking multiple plants of immortal grass is naturally no problem, but it needs to bear powerful karma. Non-great fortune people cannot bear it. Even ferocious beasts can't top that. Only a son of Qi like Tang San could take the 3 immortal herbs, anise, flame, and looking through autumn water dew, without suffering backlash. Well, it could also be that it's already been retributed, like the sacrifice of Mai. This could be inevitable, or it could just be the backlash of too much fairy grass. Only Tang San and Xiao Dance's own Qi was terrifying, plus Xiao Dance was carrying Acacia Broken Heart Red, which allowed them to carry through. Although Bai Ji and ZG are ferocious beasts, their Qi luck is definitely not as good as Tang San's. So if they eat too much, they can't say they'll have bad luck. End of chapter. Chapter 40 Ice and Fire Twin Dragons. Dragon Soul Forging. Yes, sir. ZG smiled cheekily, obviously very happy, and her gaze towards Yifeng was a bit drawn. Bridget also smiled with a beaming smile and began to pick the right herbs for herself, although they didn't know each other. As Yifeng said, the intuition of soul beasts was sharp and could clearly sense the herbs that were beneficial to them. Seeing this, Yifeng also stopped paying attention and slowly came to the side of the Ice and Fire Eye. He stood at the divide. On the left was the extreme cold ice spring, with terrifying extreme ice emanating, even the air was condensed. On the right, there is a blazing yang spring that boils like magma and burns away everything. The cold and hot chi kept hitting Yifeng's body, but it couldn't do any harm to him. This brings us to a golden phrase, elemental affinity, that Yifeng drew at the very beginning. although he hadn't awakened an elemental-type soul skill yet. This phrase was able to make him extremely resistant to elemental-type damage, and coupled with his bloodline-hardened physical strength, even if he jumped directly into the eye of ice and fire, there wouldn't be any problems. Next to the extremely cold ice spring, there was a large octagonal white flower growing. The center of the octagon was like ice crystals flickering with dots of stamens. It was the strange cold immortal product octagonal Shin ice grass, and next to the blazing hot spring, there is a plant that looks like a cabbage, but with a reddish color, named flaming apricot jiaozhua. These two immortal grasses could be said to be the extreme ice and extreme fire top immortal grasses. Yifeng first came next to the octagonal Xian ice grass. His right hand transformed into a dragon's claw, stretching out his jasper-like sharp dragon's claw, and gently picked it off, followed by the fiery apricot jiaospars. Same operation. Octagon in the left hand, blazing fire in the right. Although Yifeng's resistance was extremely high, he also felt pain, and the extreme coldness and extreme heat flow made his hands, which were transformed into dragon claws, tremble a little. Immediately after that, Yifeng put his hands together and directly rubbed the two immortal grasses together. A layer of red light appeared on the octagonal Xian ice grass, while a faint layer of white gas shrouded the fiery apricot jiaoshu. The original extreme heat and cold instantly disappeared, apparently neutralizing each other. Yifeng did not hesitate and directly opened his big mouth to take a mouthful. Gulp! It was indescribably hard to eat, but he swallowed it. The immortal grass melted in his mouth and instantly merged into his limbs and bones without any pain. Soon, however, the cold and heat gradually broke out. Yifeng's entire face changed, blue in color for a while. Cold air bubbled out of his mouth, and ice slag was sprayed out between his breaths. A moment later his skin turns red again, like a roasted shrimp, and his nostrils spit fire, like a windproof lighter, with great firepower. Although Yifeng's defense on the outside was strong, his internal organs were still somewhat unable to carry the destruction of the ice and fire, and he appeared to be in some pain. Young lord, are you alright? Young lord, did you eat some poisonous herbs? Don't scare us. Bai Ji and ZG were originally searching for suitable immortal herbs for themselves. At this moment, when they saw that Yifeng had suddenly become strange, they instantly came to Yifeng's side, with a tense look on their faces. I'm fine, don't worry. Yifeng gently waved his hand, reassuring the two women. Immediately afterward, he felt that the medicinal power of the two immortal herbs had dissolved, and without hesitation, he jumped directly into the spring water of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Dash! Ice springs and hot flames splashed in all directions, and both Bai Ji and ZG subconsciously took several steps back. Entering the cold spring, the blazing heat and icy cold not only didn't harm Yifeng's body, but on the contrary, it helped Yifeng quickly digest the medicinal power of the two immortal herbs. Yifeng closed his eyes and hovered in the spring, only revealing a head. His face was still blue and red, but there was not much of a pained look. On the contrary, it was somewhat soothing. The two immortal grasses were madly transforming Yifeng's body at the moment. Not only that, the unsealing speed of the ancestral dragon bloodline in his body was also skyrocketing. Roar! And just then, two dragon roars inexplicably came from the valley. The terrifying dragon might instantly filled the entire valley. Extremely cold on the left, blazing hot on the right. The cold spring and yang spring between the Eye of Ice and Fire were also instantly boiling at this moment, with icy cold spring water and blazing hot spring water splashing crazily in all directions. What's happening? What a powerful dragon's might! What a terrifying ice and fire attribute! What the hell is this place? Bai Ji and ZG inexplicably felt a trace of awe as they felt those two terrifying pressures at the moment. This was actually a true dragon's might, and the pressure in it was surprisingly no less than that of Dtion. Immediately afterward, a shocking scene appeared. In the valley, the silhouettes of two giant dragons slowly emerged. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Although the silhouette had shrunk a lot, it still occupied almost the entire valley. The giant dragon on the left had a head with two horns and was covered in ice blue scales. Each breath of dragon breath spewed out could freeze the air with horrifying power. On the right, there was a head covered in blazing flames, its exterior covered in lava-like scales, and its body was emitting a blazing cold aura. Even space was being scorched and violently distorted. Although this was only a vision displayed by two soul shadows, it still caused the viewer to tremble as if they were there. Dragon souls of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. I didn't realize that this was the place of their fall. No wonder such a treasure land was formed. Everything makes sense. No wonder the young lord was able to find this place. So it was the guidance of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. At this moment, Bai Ji and ZG all raised their heads, staring blankly at the dragon soul in the sky, muttering, finally understanding everything. After all, they had lived for so many tens of thousands of years, and ZG was even a dragon, so she naturally knew some of the secret stories. Combined with the visions of this place, they were also able to guess the truth. Right at this moment, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, and the silhouette of the Dragon of Stars appeared behind him. Buzz! The terrifying dragon might instantly filled the entire valley, many times more powerful than the pressure released by the Ice and Fire Dragon King just now. The two dragon souls felt this powerful dragon might and directly prostrated themselves, lowering their lofty heads towards Yifeng. Although theirs had long since lost their spiritual intelligence, the ancestral dragon bloodline in Yifeng's body caused them to subconsciously submit. Ice Dragon King, Fire Dragon King, I want you to help me cultivate. Yifeng slowly spoke, conveying his intention. Ow ho! The two gigantic dragons received this surge of intent and instantly roared up to the sky. Immediately after that, the two dragon souls instantly burst into countless points of light, which slowly coalesced and transformed into two streams of red and blue light, rushing straight into Yifeng's body. Boom! In the next moment, Yifeng's body instantly erupted with endless might, exploding the spring water underneath him to continuously burst and splash. Yes, Dragon Soul Forging. Yifeng only felt that his body was undergoing an amazing change. The speed of the bloodline unsealing also suddenly accelerated. End of chapter. Chapter 41, Ice and Fire Juggernaut. Star Pupil. The previous awakening of the astral force field was 97.6%. Now it's 97.5%, 97.4%, 97.1%, 96.5%. Because it was really too good, Yifeng directly fell asleep. I don't know how long it's been. Only then did Yifeng slowly awaken. He was still soaking in the spring at the moment, but the depth of the spring was a full third less. Young lord, you finally woken up. Scared the hell out of me. Bai Ji and ZG hurriedly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Yifeng awakening. Just now Yifeng unresponsive. They really thought Yifeng accident, but did not dare to disturb each other, which is why they waited here. Waiting for 2 hours at a time was extremely torturous. How long has it been? Yifeng asked curiously. 2 hours. Bridget replied. 2 hours? So fast. Yifeng raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Tang San seems to have slept in the spring for a long time. However, his physique was powerful and it was normal for him to absorb the medicinal power faster. Yifeng first felt himself and realized that only 93% of the bloodline seal was left. Indeed, dragon souls and immortal grasses are the greatest tonic. This if we'll make a trip to the Dragon Valley and devour all the dragons in it. Wouldn't that be a direct takeoff in place? Yifeng's eyes exploded with light, his heart filled with anticipation. After the bloodline was unsealed, he also condensed his fourth soul ring. Yifeng's mind moved slightly and directly released his soul ring. The fourth soul ring was a 50,000-year-old black soul ring. However, on top of the soul ring was able to faintly see the two colors of blue and red alternating, which was a little different from the third 10,000-year-old soul ring, because, under the influence of the dragon soul and the immortal herb, he had awakened his elemental system talent in advance, transforming it into the fourth soul skill called Ice and Fire Mastery. As the name suggests, it is the master of ice and fire, possessing all the abilities to control the elements of ice and fire. Yes, it's all the abilities. Other ice and fire soul masters can only release a single soul skill, such as Ice Ball, Fire Ball, Icicle, Rocket, Fire Pillar, Ice Seal, Summon, etc. Whereas Yifeng's Ice and Fire Mastery was a direct inclusion of all of these skills. He could have the ice and fire abilities released in any form of soul skill, and was no longer bound to a single soul skill. As the name suggests, in the two realms of ice and fire, he was the master. Moreover, this fire attribute and ice attribute were not ordinary attributes, but extreme attributes. It is a bully. In the original Tang San came to make a trip, cast gold body, ice and fire all free. Yifeng, on the other hand, had directly become the ice and fire lord, basically gleaning all the benefits. In addition to the fourth soul skill, Yifeng had even awakened a special talent, the Star Pupil. Of course, it's not exactly a gift, but an organ, which is equivalent to the dragonization of the palm, which comes with it. The Star Pupil's abilities are many, and are slightly similar to Huiyuhao's spirit eyes. After awakening the Star Pupil, Yifeng was able to attract the power of the stars to strengthen his spiritual see and increase his spiritual power. The physical body was important, and the spiritual power was equally important. Star Pupil has a very high growth power, now just awakened. Ability is very little. Eyesight Skyrocket counts as 1. Without cover, the ants outside of 1,000 meters can see clearly. There's also the ability, Perspective, which is quite useful. In addition to this, it also releases a mental shield that is capable of defending against mental attacks twice as strong as its own. On top of that, absorbing the dragon's soul skyrocketed tens of times for his mental power, and his perception was also greatly enhanced. Originally, Yifeng's weak point was his spiritual power, and now the last shortboard was completely made up, and with the cohesion of the fourth soul ring, Coupled with Yifeng's previous months of hard training, his soul power is also thick. After breaking through the 41st level, all the way soaring, directly dry to 50, directly pull full. Well, there's dragonizing. Originally, he could only dragonize one palm, but now he could cover one arm. The dragon scale defense could even be spread anywhere on the body, and the defense power skyrocketed dozens of times. Of course, the benefits of bloodline unsealing go beyond that. His first, second, and third soul ring years all skyrocketed. The first soul ring went up to 1W years. The second soul ring went up to 2W years. The third soul ring went up to 5W years. The fourth soul ring is also 5W years. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the rhythm of invincibility. Yifeng felt his power at the moment and almost got high. The previous battle power could be said to be unrivaled below a soul saint. And now, Yifeng was confident that he could manage to crush the soul saint. Soul sect crushing soul saints and placing it in Doi was awesome. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. But if you put it in that period of the legend of the Dragon King, it's just that. Of course, this is only Yifeng's conservative estimate. The Doi period of Sol Delua is also a weak batch. The general Sol Delua should not be his opponent either. Congratulations, young lord, for receiving a chance against the heavens. Young lord is indeed a person of great fortune. Dragon soul forging body. This is not a blessing that ordinary people can enjoy. Bai Ji and ZG hurriedly walked over to congratulate them, their faces filled with smiles. The stronger Yifeng became, the happier and prouder they became. After all, Yifeng was the soul beast young lord. So what if the human body? As long as Yifeng's heart is on the side of the soul beast, it's enough. And the person's bloodline is on the side of the soul beast, so of course they are the soul beast's own people. And the human identity was even better. With the talent Yifeng was showing now, becoming a god in the future was definitely the nail in the coffin. After entering the god realm, Yifeng was also in the first echelon. If Yifeng was able to control the god realm, he might be able to abolish the iron law of soul beasts are forbidden to become gods. At that time, all of them, these ferocious beasts, would be able to receive heavenly benefits and enter the divine realm, enjoying an endless life. Ha ha, well, have you guys picked out any suitable heavenly materials? Yifeng laughed and then opened his mouth to ask, looking in a good mood. Well, I found a dragon's blood vine that is over 30,000 years old, and after taking it, all of my blood veins received a considerable boost, so getting through the 300,000 year tribulation should be easier. It's really thanks to young lord's good fortune. ZG smiled with a beaming smile, obviously very happy. Although with her bloodline, she would have been able to survive the 300,000 year tribulation, but with the addition of this dragon blood vine, it would definitely be easier for her to survive the 300,000 year tribulation. I took an herb somewhat similar to swan's neck, don't know its name, but I could sense it was working for me. Bridget also smiled and spoke. Swan neck, you eat snow-colored swan kisses? Yifeng's eyes widened violently. Anan, is there anything wrong with it? The life force in my body is all that much denser after I took it. Bai Ji was startled by Yifeng and thought she had done something wrong. Her voice weakened a bit. Wow. No, it's fine, since you don't think it's a problem. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, and then he also reacted. The snow-colored swan's kiss is not a poison. Its effect is only stimulation. Encountering poison can instantly stimulate the poison's effect, expanding its effect tens of thousands of times. Of course, it can also be used to energize other attributes. Bai Ji was originally a life attribute, and the Scarlet Swan Kiss naturally stimulated the life attribute in Bai Ji's body, causing it to go to the next level. Not only the life attribute, but also the fire attribute and ice attribute, could be stimulated and amplified. It was only because Tang San was playing with poison that he used the snow-colored swan kiss as a recipe for poison. End of chapter. Chapter 42, Scarlet Swan Kiss. Acacia Broken Heart read. Now that the Scarlet Swan Kiss had been taken by Bai Ji, it was considered a change in history, and the killing capital wouldn't be destroyed by Tang San. In the original, Tang San's play of this hand over the river is really 6. After taking the benefits of the killing capital on one foot, they destroyed it on the next. It's disgusting when you give yourself the righteous excuse that such a filthy place should not be kept. The killing capital was a prison of sorts, and in cooperation with the Palace of Martial Souls, most of the criminals and evil soul masters were thrown in there to prevent the evil soul masters from massacring civilians. Of course, there must be innocence. After all, there was darkness in the Martial Spirit Hall. Regardless, the killing capital had dealt with most of the instability and prevented various countries from being persecuted by madmen like the evil soul masters. One might even say it's meritorious. What Tang San did, destroy the Hall of Martial Souls, then pat your ass and take off with the Shrek 7 monsters. I do not know. After the war, the Doluwa continent of life and suffering, the people do not want to live. Decades to slow down. During the period of starvation, death of the sick, death of ordinary people, do not know how many deaths. War is about dying. It was only that most people only saw the Chiluk Sun's takeoff, and could not see the countless corpses underneath him. Alright, since we've all gotten the benefits, let's leave. Yifeng walked out from the Ice and Fire Eyes and spoke indifferently. Yikes, young lord you. However, just after Yifeng came out, Bai Ji and ZG exclaimed in unison, and then with red faces, they covered their mouths, but their eyes were wide open, staring at Yifeng's body with unblinking eyes. Yifeng looked down and realized that because of the Eye of Ice and Fire, his clothes had long been ablated. Sorry, forgot. Yifeng scratched his head before he took out a set of clothes and quickly put them on. It doesn't matter. It's not like we haven't seen it before anyway. Cluck cluck cluck. ZG saw this, and immediately laughed out. Her purple beautiful eyes looked at Yifeng, and the winks in her eyes were almost drawn out. It was really because Yifeng was too attractive. Originally Yifeng's figure was very good, and experiencing the double baptism of the Ice and Fire Eyes and the Dragon Soul made the lines on Yifeng's body more and more perfect, and every muscle seemed to compress a terrifying power. Also, certain parts seem to have been horribly enhanced. Bridget and Ziggy are really getting envious of the Silver Dragon King. Soon, Yifeng got dressed. However, he had no intention of leaving, but instead dropped his eyes to a corner. There, a flower as white as snow grows, petals cascading, shaped like a peony, but more full and rounded than a peony. The petals had a delicate texture, like the finest rice paper, so thin that they were almost translucent. The stalks plunged straight into the ebony boulder below, the roots entangled tightly with the stone as if they had become one. The whole flower stands quietly, although there is no green leaves to set off, but has its own kind of lonely beauty. Acacia Broken Heart Red, a divine product amongst immortal products, possessing heaven-defying supreme efficacy. Yifeng raised his eyebrows and muttered. He came next to the Acacia Broken Heart Red, stretched out his dragon claw, and directly dug it out along with the Wu Jie stone underneath it, placing it in his hand and examining it, and it was hard to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Such a good thing was naturally given to the Silver Dragon King. As for taking it off right now, Yifeng was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it even if he vomited blood and died. After all, he was a traveler, albeit one who had grown up in this world, albeit one whose perceptions were incredibly real. But within Yifeng's heart, this world was still like a game to him. He did like the Silver Dragon King, but his feelings were not pure. But the Silver Dragon King was definitely able to take it off. After all, the feelings of soul beasts were all very pure. Each and every one of them was a top-notch love brain, and when they looked at a person, it was until death do us part. Picking off the Acacia Broken Heart Red can be said to be easy. Moreover, this Acacia Broken Heart Red was considered a divine product amongst the immortal products, having divine effects that exceeded ordinary immortal grasses. It was not allowed to have a considerable healing effect on the Silver Dragon King's injuries. Young lord, what is this? It looks plain. Why are you so happy? Bridget and Ziggy came over to the. This is the best heavenly material here, but it's not suitable for you guys. Yifeng put away the Acacia Broken Heart Red and said with a faint smile, wow. Bai Ji and ZG seemed to understand and nodded their heads in confusion, but they didn't ask any more questions, and they were even less jealous. After all, they were satisfied with what they got this time. Half an hour later, Yifeng picked a few more immortal herbs that he felt would be useful in the future and packed them in a special jade box that had been prepared long ago before leaving the place with Bai Ji and ZG. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. At this moment, at the top of the hill, Dakubo had awakened and was sitting on the ground meditating to recover from his injuries. Next to him, there was an imp watching over it. Dakubo also knew that this was a servant summoned by that one, which should be used to spy on him, so he had no intention of escaping. It was so hard to come back from the dead, he wouldn't be stupid enough to go to his death. Of course, the most puzzling thing in Dakubo's mind was still the origin of these three people on the other side. It was outrageous that he had never heard of such a terrifyingly strong person after living for decades and traveling through almost the entire continent. Of course, he had initially suspected that the other party might be from the Martial Spirit Hall, but he soon dispelled that thought. If it was an ordinary sealed Doluwa, it might actually be a hidden powerhouse of the Martial Spirit Hall. However, that one sealed Doluwa's martial soul was a huge demonic dragon, and it was even capable of summoning abyssal demons. This kind of person was simply too evil, and it was absolutely impossible for the Martial Spirit Hall to recruit them. Not only was it the other party's origin, there was also the fact that the other party had actually rushed directly towards his medicinal garden, obviously knowing the herbs in it. This is even stranger. Although Dakubo is playing poison, but also has a very deep study of pharmacology, even he does not recognize the heavenly herbs in it. Those three people even know. as expected of a poisoned Doluwa, you've recovered well. Just then, a soft laugh suddenly came from behind him. When Dakubo heard the voice suddenly coming from the rear, his heart was shocked, and he subconsciously recalled the tragic situation of being blasted and hammered just now, and subconsciously winced. However, Dakubo still reacted quickly and turned around, hastily kneeling down on one knee at Baiji with a grateful face. Thanks to your excellency's treatment, otherwise I would definitely not be able to recover so quickly, though his injuries were caused by the other side, but the strength was here. He would never dare to show a hint of holding a grudge. Instead, he still needed to be grateful to the other party. If it wasn't for the other party's treatment, even if he didn't die, his cultivation would regress and even fall to the sealed Doluo realm. It was already the best outcome for the other party to save his life. It's not that I'm saving you, but my young lord is keeping you to be useful. Bai Ji coldly spoke. She didn't really have much love for humans, especially the stronger they were the more she hated them. After all, stronger meant more soul beasts to kill, and she had less distaste for ordinary humans instead. Many thanks. This lord. Dakubo looked at Yi Feng. Although he felt that the other party was too young, he still put down his dignity. After all, the other party had come from an extraordinary source, and even had 2 sealed Doluwa protectors by his side, and still 2 such terrifying sealed Doluwas. This power was afraid to be comparable to the palace of martial souls, the young lord of such a great power. He naturally wasn't ashamed to call out to his lord. End of chapter. Chapter 43, you can call me Yi Xiao. I can afford it. Jasper Snake Emperor, this is a good martial soul. However, this martial soul of yours has a huge flaw and will even be passed on to future generations. Yi Feng casually coalesced a frost throne and sat on it, crossing his legs and looking at Dakubo with a smile. My lord, you're saying that my granddaughter's inherited Jasper Serpent is also flawed? Dakubo raised his head fiercely, his eyes instantly widening, clearly having some difficulty accepting it. Of course, the Jasper Snake's martial soul was already tremendously flawed. Your martial soul should have gotten some sort of chance to advance into the Jasper Snake Queen, which is what allowed you to live for so long. If I'm not mistaken, your son died under the backlash of the martial soul, right? You see, you think that your granddaughter hasn't inherited the flaws of the Jasper Snake, but let me tell you, it's not that she hasn't, but your granddaughter's cultivation is too shallow and the Jasper Snake hasn't grown up yet. If your granddaughter's martial soul is unable to advance to the same level as yours to become a Jasper Snake Emperor, then the day she advances to Soul Emperor will be the day she dies a violent death. Yi Feng still spoke flatly. How? And as Yi Feng's words fell, Dakubo's face instantly became incredibly ugly, because Yi Feng was right. His son's early death was because of the biphosphorus snake venom, and his daughter-in-law was also implicated by the toxin and didn't live for long, leaving him with only a granddaughter. This was the reason why he valued Dokuragain so much. Dugwian was his only offspring and his lifeblood. How could he not be anxious when it was a matter of Dugwian's safety and security? He had observed Dugwian, and the other party did not seem to manifest signs of poisoning, and he thought that Dugwian's martial soul had not inherited the defects of the blue phosphorus snake, but he never thought of it. It's not that it's not there, but it's not kicking in for a while. As soon as he thought of this, Dakubo directly gave up his last dignity, and with a plop, he directly knelt in front of Yi Feng. I still ask your excellency to save my granddaughter. As long as my granddaughter can be safe and sound, I, Dakubo, am willing to pay any price. Dakubo clenched his fists in death. Although he knew that the other man was probably holding him up, there was nothing he could do about it, because he was indeed being held up. He was willing to pay any price as long as his granddaughter could get through it. There's no need for that. I have a way to cure you and your granddaughter's martial soul defects. I'm not going to threaten you with anything with this. I just want to make a deal with you. When Yi Feng saw Dakubo with such an attitude, he was satisfied in his heart, but he didn't say too much. If it was a threat, Dakubo would definitely listen, but there was inevitably resentment in his heart, and if it was a trade, then Dakubo would not only cooperate, but would also be grateful to him. The latter was what Yi Feng wanted. And please, my lord, speak plainly. Dakubo was still kneeling on the ground, his posture lowered. I actually come from a hidden sect called the Star Sect, but this generation's Star Sect needs to come out, and I am the representative of the Star Sect. However, my family elders do not feel at ease with me, and they are not convenient to protect me all the time, so it is the need to find a protector. What you mean, my lord is? Before Yi Feng could finish, Dakubo slowly raised his head, obviously guessing Yi Feng's intention. Well, as a sealed Doluwa, you are qualified to be my protector. If you are willing, then the deal is struck. When Yi Feng saw that Dakubo was so uptight, he also nodded his head and acknowledged it. Both Bridget and Ziggy have their own things going on. The main thing was that they hated humans more, so it was impossible for Yi Feng to take them with him all the time. Hiring a human sealed Doluwa at a small cost was the most cost-effective. Moreover, Dakubo had a soft spot and Yi Feng was not afraid of his betrayal. Even if the other party really has second thoughts, with Yi Feng's current strength, he can resist for a moment or two, and then directly summon Tian to dry the other party. Of course, unless Dakobo died violently and inexplicably, the probability of Dakobo having a different heart was almost zero. Thank you, my lord. I agree to this condition. Dakobo once again cowed out his thanks, and there was even some joy in his tone. He had thought that the other party would put forward some very excessive conditions, but he had never thought that the other party's requirements would be so simple. Now, he had no more hatred for Yi Feng's trio, and instead, he was somewhat grateful. If he had not encountered them, he was afraid that it would be difficult to know that Duge Yen had also inherited the defects, and at that time, he would definitely repeat his son's tragedy and watch his granddaughter die from the backlash. That kind of pain beat him to death, and he didn't want to go through it again. Moreover, the other party comes from such a powerful clan. If he can get on this line, in the future, if he dies, he can also find a backer for Duge Yen. Well, then it's a deal. Yi Feng nodded, then looked at ZG and Bai Ji beside him and said, Sister ZG, Sister Bai Ji, the development of the star sect still needs to trouble you, so you should go back first. But, young lord, Bridget and Ziggy sniffed with some concern. Although it was true that they were not very suitable for appearing in front of humans, they could be hidden, and each of them could take turns on guard duty every day, which was still more than enough to protect Yi Feng. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. It really doesn't matter. You guys have worked hard. Rest for a while. I'll ask for your help after a while. Yi Feng said with a smile. Mainly, he wasn't used to the feeling of being watched, and he was still a little freaked out by the fact that with the personalities of Bai Ji and ZG, they would definitely be spying on him in the dark. Well, although Bai Ji and ZG were a bit reluctant in their hearts, they also knew that Yi Feng probably didn't like the feeling of being watched, so they agreed. After all, Yi Feng had their summoning means, plus the Sky Curtain City was nearby. As long as Yi Feng took the initiative to summon or something happened, they could arrive in 10 breaths under the full force of their outburst. Bai Ji and ZG looked at Yi Feng with some reluctance. In addition to their love for Yi Feng, they also do not want to give up each other's bloodline. After all, as long as they are close to Yi Feng, their bloodline will be able to get slowly evolved. And this effect was extraordinarily effective for the dragon race. The more mixed the bloodline, the better the effect. Bai Ji and ZG guessed that Yi Feng's treatment of the defects in Dakobo's bloodline should be to use his own bloodline to submerge it. What a bargain! In the end, Bai Ji and ZG returned to the star sect. Lord, your star sect is truly unfathomable. Feeling the departure of those two powerhouses, Dakubo sighed in relief. His back had long been drenched in cold sweat. It was really because the pressure of those two was too powerful. Definitely a terrifying powerhouse of level 95 or above. And there were still two of them, and they were not less hostile towards him. Even if he was a sealed Doluo, he was still a bit overwhelmed. Well, they are my elders. They are considered to be the lowest in terms of strength. My other elders are falling into a deep sleep using secret techniques, and they have come out for me. Yi Feng said casually. What? They're still just the least powerful. Dakubo heard. The heart once again set off shock waves. Now the sealed Doluo are so worthless? There are only a few sealed Doluo in the entire Doluo continent. How many does this star sect have? Alright, don't call me Lord in the future. My name is Yi Feng. You can call me Yi Xiao. I can afford it. Yi Feng said indifferently. Dakubo. Yes, Yi Xiao. The corner of Dakubo's mouth twitched, but he didn't refuse. After all, he was originally a prisoner, and at this moment, he was even begging for help. He has lived for so long that face and other things are naturally unimportant, and his reputation is even worse, so let's just lose face. No one dares to say anything to his face anyway. Alright, let's start solving the problem of the toxins in your body next. Yi Feng saw that Dakubo was so sensible and nodded, intending to give Dakubo a taste of sweetness first. End of chapter. Chapter 44, Conquering Dokorobo, greatly completing the poison body. What? Lord, are you saying that you can cure my martial soul defect right now? Dakubo's face was shocked and delighted, and there was a hint of disbelief. Of course, after all, you are now considered my protector. I don't want you to suddenly die violently. Yi Feng nodded, then handed Dakubo a small black pill that he had prepared in advance and said indifferently, eat him, it will be good for you. For the henchman, it's not good enough to just draw a big pie. You have to let the other person eat at least a little bit of pie crumbs, so that they can follow each other to the death. The toxin on Dakubo's body had already penetrated deep into his bones and marrow, and had fused with his soul power, so a normal detoxification naturally wouldn't work, and could only be done with words. Yi Feng simply drew 10 consecutive draws directly. However, when the words appeared this time, Yi Feng was dumbfounded on the spot. for at the top of the list is, quite literally, a red word. Decheng poison body, red you are born to be a master of using poison. Invulnerable to all poisons. Poison talent plus 500. Perseverance, green for every 10% blood loss. Battle strength increases by 1%. Cap 5%. Grass. How did you get so lucky this time? Even drew out the red words. Cheap Dugubo. Yi Feng's mouth was slightly twitching and he was a bit speechless. Unfortunately, he didn't use poison himself, and his physique was already immune to the vast majority of poisons, so this talent wasn't even the icing on the cake for him. However, if this phrase was equipped on Dakubo, it would be a reversal of fortune for Dakubo, and his cultivation would absolutely skyrocket. Dakubo was of great use to Yifeng, so Yifeng wasn't too stingy and didn't intend to withhold the phrase. In addition to that, Yifeng also drew 8 white words and 1 green word, both good and bad. Yifeng planned to give all of them to Dakubo in one go. The white word effect was actually very weak, and even if there were side effects, the impact on the sealed Doluwa was extremely slight and negligible. Yes, Dakubo looked at the black pill. Although his heart didn't quite believe that such a pill could cure him, he still didn't hesitate to take the pill and directly suffocated it in one mouthful. As for whether it was poisonous, he was not the least bit worried. He was originally a master of using poison. He could have countless ways to die, just not by other people poisoned to death. Moreover, if Yifeng wanted him to die, he would have done it long ago, so why bother? And with the elixir into the abdomen, Dakubo did not feel anything strange, and even some want to vomit, and do not know what disgusting thing this elixir is rubbed out. Yi Xiao. This. Dakubo was about to say something when his eyes snapped open, because, at that very instant, he only felt that his body seemed to be undergoing a strange change. The original toxin in his body that was constantly eating away at him had instantly disappeared. Originally, his toxin would flare up every night, causing him excruciating pain and requiring him to use his soul power to suppress it at all times. And at the moment, it was completely and utterly gone. It's like his body is completely immune to toxins. Not only that, he even realized that his comprehension of the poison system had all skyrocketed at this moment. Boom! Dakubo only felt the soul power in his body surging crazily. Originally most of his soul power was used to suppress the toxin backlash of his martial soul, making it difficult to refine his cultivation. And at this moment, he no longer had to worry about the toxin backfiring, and under the outbreak of soul power in his body, he actually directly broke through his 91 level bottleneck, allowing him to reach a terrifying level 92. It was important to realize that after exceeding level 90, each level was a huge bottleneck. Dakubo had been stuck at this level for 10 whole years, but now it was the fact that he had finally made a breakthrough that directly caused him to cry tears of joy. Many thanks to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's great kindness is beyond my ability to repay. In the future, as long as Xiao Yi has the need, I am willing to go through fire and water for Xiao Yi. Without hesitation, Dakubo directly knelt down, old tears streaming down his face. There's no need for that, it was meant to be just a deal. Yifeng raised his eyebrows and was also a bit surprised, not expecting Dakubo to be able to break through to level 92. The difference between each level of sealed Doluwa was huge, and with the fact that Dakubo no longer needed to be suppressed, the battle power he displayed should be even more powerful than that of an ordinary level 92 sealed Doluwa. Yi Xiao, I don't know about this elixir. At this time, Dakubo suddenly looked up at Yifeng with a hint of embarrassment and a hint of curtness in his eyes, but he wanted to say something. There is only one of this elixir, but don't worry, your granddaughter's poisoning is nowhere near as deep as yours. You don't need any pills. All you need is for you to find a piece of soul bone to give to your granddaughter so that she can transfer the toxin to the soul bone, and then you can eliminate the backlash of the martial soul. Yifeng said indifferently, directly telling Dakubo about the solution. Of course, Yifeng could also use words. However, every time he drew, Yifeng felt like he was wasting his luck, and it wasn't really worth it for the sake of a Dokiragain. Although Dakubo didn't have a good reputation outside and was ruthless, his character was still good in some aspects, which was why Yifeng was willing to invest in a red word for the other party and also told the way to cure Duguyen. Thank you, Yi Xiao. Dakubo sniffed and once again kowed out in gratitude. However, he also had some regrets in his heart. If he could do it all over again, he would actually be more willing to leave this miraculous elixir to Duguyen. After all, this elixir not only solved the problem of his martial soul toxin backlash, it also enhanced his qualifications. This kind of heaven-defying treasure, given to him as an old undead who was about to go into the ground, even he felt that it was a bit of a waste, but it had come to this, and he had to accept it. At the same time, the slightest bit of mustiness in his heart towards Yifeng was completely dissipated, and there was only strong gratitude, completely treating Yifeng as his savior. Okay, it's just a deal. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Yi Feng waved his hand. Then he thought of something and suddenly said, I heard that the Tiando Royal Academy is the best academy in the Tiando Empire. I want to go in and take a look. Don't worry, Yi Xiao. I have a considerable amount of say amongst the Tiando royal family. If you want to join the Tiando Royal Academy to study, it's all a matter of my word. When Dakubo heard this, he hurriedly stood up and patted his chest to show his worth, saying with a proud face, he really owed a big favor this time, and now that he finally had a chance to pay it back, he was naturally very active, not to mention letting Yi Feng join the Tiando Royal Academy. Even if he let Yi Feng become a teacher, he could directly arrange it for the other party. However, the only thing that surprised him was that he couldn't see through Yi Feng's soul power cultivation. He didn't think that Yi Feng's soul power cultivation exceeded his. He just guessed that the other party might have some kind of cultivation shielding treasure. After all, a big family, it's normal to have a deeper heritage. And he has a small mind. His granddaughter, Du Guyen, was at the academy. If she could arrange for Yi Feng to enter the academy, then her granddaughter would have the opportunity to come into contact with Yi Feng. If the two could come to fruition, it would be simply wonderful. After the two of them had slightly recuperated for a few moments, Dokubo was leading Yi Feng towards Tiando City. The reason why Yi Feng had taken in Dokubo was because apart from looking at the other party's sealed Dolua battle power, he also looked at the other party's connections. The other party, as a guest elder of the Heavenly Dipper Imperial family, had a pivotal position in the entire Heavenly Dipper Empire. Yi Feng did think that he could use this opportunity to enter the Tendu Royal Academy for a bit of fun. Naturally, he wasn't doing it for any Dokura gain, but Qian Ringshui, unlike the Shrek 7 monsters, Qian Ringshui's chi was actually not inferior to Tang San at all. The reason why the Shrek 7 monsters became gods was not because their chi was heaven-defying, but because Tang San's chi was heaven-defying, and they had been with Tang San for a long time, and that's how they tainted Tang San's chi, and finally became gods. Chiron, on the other hand, had passed the angelic test and obtained the divine position through her own talent and hard work. If it wasn't for the traveling Tang San, Qian Ringshui would be the true daughter of chi in this world. As for Little Dance, she was only worthy of becoming a soul ring and soul bone. Of course, even with Tang San taking away most of his luck, Qian Ringshui could still become a god. It's a shame that a lifetime of talent and hard work has been placed on the love brain, the continent of love, true to its name. However, this time Yi Feng intercepted the immortal grass in the eye of ice and fire. Coupled with the factor of the words, Shrek 7 monsters basically abolished half of the Shrek 7 monsters. Tang San is even more caught up in the whirlpool of feelings, unable to extricate themselves. Not to mention being seen by Qian Rinshui, it was questionable whether Tang San would ever meet Qian Rinshui. If he was able to take Qian Rinshui in advance, he would be able to cultivate her to take charge of the martial soul hall in the future. Love brain to love brain, it's still good to use which one as long as it's well tuned. End of chapter. Chapter 45, Tendu Royal Academy. Half a day later, the duo arrived at the Heavenly Dipper Royal Academy. The Tendu Royal Academy was not within Tendu City, but instead was situated on top of a mountain to the east of Tendu City, about 20 kilometers away from Tendu City, which wasn't very far. Mainly, it was still that the Tiando Royal Academy needed too much space, especially the mimetic cultivation environment, and that inch of land in Tiando City simply couldn't accommodate such a huge academy. There were very few resources for soul master cultivation in this world, and the mimetic cultivation environment was considered one, and it was so precious that the average academy simply didn't have the funds to build such an environment. Of course, the mimetic cultivation environment only had a good effect on soul elders, and after soul's owners, it was each according to their own chance, and the effect of the mimetic cultivation environment was minimal. The two of them slowly climbed the mountain. Yi Feng suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, by the way, I remember that the Royal Academy of Heavenly Dipper has a very strong Royal Dipper battle team. I don't know if it is now in the academy? When Dokubo heard this, he thought that Yi Feng wanted to join the Royal Fighting Combat, and immediately said with some embarrassment, Young Yi, although I can let you interview directly to enter the Royal Academy of Heavenly Duel, or let you join the Royal Fighting Combat team. However, each of the students of the Royal Academy of Heavenly Duel are geniuses and untamed, and if you want to convince the others, you must definitely have to show some strength. What Dokubo said was also the truth. Although most of the academy were nobles, but the Tendu Royal Academy being the face of the Tendu royal family, all the members in the team were not just fancy people. With his status and position, it was only a matter of words to compile Yi Feng into the Imperial fighting battle. But if Yi Feng couldn't do it, then entering the Imperial combat team would in turn add to the ridicule. Of course, he wasn't looking down on Yi Feng, but he wanted to take this opportunity to test Yi Feng's true strength. If he didn't feel wrong, Yi Feng's battle power was definitely very strong, but he didn't know exactly how strong, which was why he wanted to slightly provoke him. Whoa, you're trying to test me? Yi Feng wasn't a child, and instantly guessed what Du Gubo was thinking. Yi Xiao, how dare I? I just want to remind you, as long as Yi Xiao is able to show enough strength, then he will be able to gain more status and respect in the Royal Academy of Heavenly Dipper. A cold sweat broke out on Dakubo's forehead and he hurriedly explained. Well, I know, take me to the Royal Do battle team. I also want to see what the strength of the strongest battle team of the younger generation of the Royal Academy of Heavenly Do is. Yi Feng didn't mind much. Instead, he was a bit eager to try. After all, he had obtained a new soul skill, and it would be good to try out its power on the Imperial fighting team. Wait, Yi Xiao, you mean, you want to face the Royal fighting team alone? Dakubo instantly discovered the blind spot with a shocked look on his face. What? Are you afraid I'll cripple them? Don't worry, I'll keep my hands to myself. Yi Feng walked in front and said without looking back. It's not. Yi Xiao. Dakubo was incoherent and didn't even know what to say for a while. In his opinion, Yi Feng was so young that he would already top the sky if he could reach soul dignity, and with the other party's star sex martial soul, it would be more than enough to take up a position in the Imperial combat team. But he never expected that Yi Feng would want to single-handedly challenge the Royal fighting team? Then what exactly is the strength of the other side? It's not the Soul Sect, is it? But the Soul Sect wasn't qualified either. The Royal Do battle team, when united, had a combined battle power comparable to that of a Soul King. Ordinary Soul Kings are not necessarily the opponent of this team. How did Yi Feng dare? Although he was worried in his heart, Dakubo wouldn't say anything, lest he lose face with the other party. Big deal. If Yi Feng can't beat the other party at that time, he intervenes in time. At least he can't let Yi Feng make a fool of himself. Well, there's also Dokuragain. When the time comes, we have to warn each other that we should never use poison. Dakubo followed closely behind Yi Feng, secretly calculating in his heart, obviously bringing himself into the role of a real guard. The two entered the academy, and Dakubo first took Yi Feng to register as a cadet. The Heavenly Do Royal Academy represented the face of the royal family, and generally speaking, even nobles would have to pay a great price if they wanted to enter. However, Dakubo's status was extremely high and his authority was great, so with his status, arranging for a cadet to enter was naturally easy. From the time he entered the teaching office to the time he obtained the status of a cadet, half a quarter of an hour had not elapsed, which was extremely efficient. Young lord, now that you have the status of an official student of the Heavenly Dipper Royal Academy, I will now take you to the exclusive teaching area of the Royal Dipper battle team, Dakubo said while leading the way in front of Yi Feng, looking very humble, not even caring about the gazes of some of the surrounding students. Luckily, most people didn't recognize Dakubo, they were just curious about Yi Feng's identity. After all, there aren't many students who can bring their own servants into the academy. This is not the offspring of some prince. However, both Yi Feng and Dakubo ignored the others. The duo walked through an oversized plaza that covered an area of over tens of thousands of square meters and arrived at a somewhat special teaching area. As the face of the entire Heavenly Dipper Royal Academy, the Royal Dipper battle team, no matter if it was the training environment or resources, was the top of the line, and even had a separate teaching area that ordinary trainees were not qualified to enter. Before the huge circular school building, there was a huge playground. On top of the playground, there were just two teams training. The most uptack, new uptack, small uptack, novel uptack, and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack, book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. These two teams are both Do Huang battle teams. The one on the left is the second team, which is on the weak side, while the one on the right is the main team, which is the top team of the entire Heavenly Do Royal Academy in this generation. Dakubo introduced. He even had a little pride when introduced to the second team. After all, his granddaughter, Du Guyen, was among the second team, and was also the vice-captain of the second team, and was the strongest control system of the entire team. And at this time, the two teams that were training over there also saw Yi Feng and Dakubo, who suddenly barged in. Both teams all stopped training. Generally speaking, such training areas are off limits to the uninitiated. But Dakubo was naturally indifferent. Coronation Poison Doluwa, what brings you here? When the tutors of the two teams saw Dakubo, where they blamed him, they hurriedly ran over with a respectful face. Grandpa. Duguyen was a bit surprised and hastily jumped into Dakubo's arms. Ha ha, good granddaughter. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit again recently. Dakubo incomparably doted on Duguyen's head and smiled with a very pleased smile. Grandpa, who is this kid? Duguyen looked at Yi Feng, blinking her beautiful eyes, and asked somewhat inexplicably. After all, she knew her grandfather's character. He hardly interacted with outsiders, and it was a bit strange that he suddenly brought a teenager with him today. Yen, don't be rude. This is Yi Xiao, from the Star Sect. When Dakubo heard this, his face went cold on the spot. It wasn't that he was tendentious, but because Yi Feng was the savior of Dugu Yin in him. Although he was ruthless in the world, he was also clear in his grudges, so he naturally did not allow Duguian to be so rude to Yi Feng. End of chapter. Chapter 46 Extreme Fire Combat Emperor, Grandpa Yu, Dokiragain. This was the first time her grandfather had been so strict, and the whole thing was a little confused. Not only Duguian, the two Soul Emperor level teachers, and the students who followed behind them, were also looking at each other at the moment, looking at Yi Feng with odd faces. Everyone knew that Dugubo was a sealed Doluo, and even more so, he knew that Dugubo favored his granddaughter and was overbearing and arrogant. And now, Dugubo was so respectful to a teenager that he even went so far as to chastise his granddaughter for it. It was almost as if the sun had come out of the west. However, this was a family matter, and the others didn't dare to say anything more. Coronation Poison Doluo. What kind of clan is the Star Sect? Why have I never heard of it? Just then, the younger, 30-something looking teacher stood out and arched his hand at Dugubo, then looked at Yi Feng and asked curiously. The one who spoke was none other than Qin Ming. Although it was a bit inappropriate to interject at this moment, Duguian was his student, so he still chose to open his mouth to relieve Duguian. However, Dugubo sniffed and spoke directly. The Star Sect is a powerful hidden sect, and this Yi Feng Yi Jr., the Star Sect's junior master, will be a member of the main team of the Imperial Combat Team starting today. And as Dugubo's words fell, everyone was in an uproar. On what grounds? The Royal Do Battle Team is the face of the entire Tian Do Royal Academy. He is a newcomer. That's right, looking at how young the other party is, he probably hasn't even reached Soul Exalted. He's not even qualified to enter the second team. I've paid countless prices and passed through many tests before I barely made it into the second team. What qualifications does this kid have to make it into the main team? Sealed Doluo can't be this overbearing. These Imperial Do Battle Team trainees were all the pride of heaven, and although they knew the terror of a sealed Doluo, at this moment, they were also a little less convinced and complained in whispers. Poison Doluo Sr., the Royal Fighting Battle Team is the face of the entire royal family. Every student needs to pass a heavy assessment. Only with the approval of the 3 teaching committees can they become members of the main team. If they hastily inserted students of unknown strength, I'm afraid that it will undermine the majesty of the royal family. Qin Ming was also feeling a bit tricky at the moment, and spoke stiffly. He looked at Yi Feng as a teenager with fair skin and a handsome face, without a trace of the temperament that a battle soul master should have. Instead, he looked like a playboy. This kind of person, even if his soul power level wasn't weak, he was still a flamboyant person. This if he was allowed to join the main team. He as a teacher was afraid that he would lose face, and the academy's face would be affected as well. Therefore, for the sake of the academy, even if he offended Dugubo, he had to open his mouth to dissuade him. Of course, it is only dissuasive. After all, the matter must ultimately be decided by the 3 members of the Board of Education. Grandpa, you didn't used to be like this. Duguian also raised her head and looked at Dugubo blearily, with a hint of aggression in her eyes. When Dugubo saw this aggrieved look of Duguian, his heart softened a bit. However, soft heart to soft heart, there was no way he would compromise on this matter of Yi Feng. If it was on a normal day, he would have directly shocked this group of guys with his mighty pressure, letting them know what it meant to be a sealed Doluo. However, he had previously told Yi Feng about the situation of the strength of the royal fighting team, and Yi Feng remained unmoved. He also had a bottom in his heart, and knew that Yi Feng was not some kind of flowery show, as if he really had something. That's why Dugubo didn't explode this time either, but instead faintly said, whether or not you're qualified, you'll know if you have a fight. As long as your Imperial Fighting Team's main team is able to defeat Yi Xiao, then we'll turn our heads and leave. If Yi Xiao defeats you, then naturally, there's no need to say anything about qualifications. When Qin Ming heard this, he seemed to have discovered a blind spot and asked with some uncertainty, Coronation Poison Doluo, what you mean is that this Yi student, he alone is going to beat all of us on the main team. Well, what's the problem? Dugubo raised an eyebrow and asked rhetorically. At this moment, not to mention the second team's trainees, even the main team's trainees, who had just kept their cool, almost couldn't hold it together. Good lord, what is he? One person dares to challenge our entire team. Look at him, he's only 14 or 15 years old, a little white boy, and he dares to mouth off about beating us all. I'll do it, let's see how I get the beat out of him. Among the first team, the 2 brothers of the Sher family, as well as Royal Wind and Oslo opened their mouths, obviously feeling that they were being looked down upon and were a bit furious. If we're talking about 1v1 one-on-one, then no one has anything to say, but people are going to hit them all when they come up. Anyone who heard that would be uncomfortable. Alright, cut the crap and get started straight away. I'll allow your Imperial Fighting Team's main team and second team to go together. At this time, Yi Feng, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. If you don't open your mouth, you directly pull the hatred instantly. What a cocky kid. I admit that it's great that you can be seen by Coronation Poison Dolua, but for you alone to threaten to single-handedly take on both of our teams, isn't that a bit too cocky? At this time, Yu Tianhong, who was amongst the Imperial fighting team, was also somewhat unable to sit still. His own team had been provoked again and again, and he was afraid that if he didn't come forward, he would really lose face. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Whether it's arrogance or not, we'll know in a fight. Yi Feng grinned, then slowly raised his hands. Hula dash. In an instant, a cluster of red flames appeared in Yi Feng's palm, and with the appearance of this seemingly ordinary flame, the temperature within a radius of tens of meters suddenly rose by several degrees. Obviously, the temperature of this flame was unimaginably high. Extreme fire. Seeing this scene, Qin Ming's pupils violently burst. Not only Qin Ming, but Dugubo's heart was also extremely appalled. Such a terrifying flame could only be achieved by the extreme flame. Good guy, Yi Feng, this kid is really able to pretend. Usually looks honest. I didn't expect, but the martial soul actually possesses such a horrible killing weapon as the extreme fire. Dugubo's heart was shaken inexplicably. Other students might not be too clear about it, but Dugubo, who was a sealed Dolua, knew that this was the legendary extreme fire, the pinnacle of the fire element. Putting aside the others, the martial soul of the extreme flame, the most basic thing is that it is invincible in the same realm, and it is easy to challenge it across the levels, and the rating is even above the super martial soul. Not only Dugubo, but Qin Ming, as a heavenly dipper level teacher, had also read about the legend of the extreme martial soul from the ancient books in the Academy Library. Unexpectedly, the extreme martial soul, which was rare to encounter in thousands of years, was actually encountered by him. Moreover, it was still the most terrifyingly powerful extreme fire. What's the point of this? Of course, it's impossible to admit defeat. After all, in Qin Ming's opinion, Yi Feng was so young, at most a soul zun, and even if it was the extreme flame, it had not grown up yet, and wanting one person to single-handedly take on the entire Imperial fighting team still had a lot of difficulty. Everyone scatter. Tian Hung, this is the extreme flame. You all go together. With that thought, Qin Ming waved his hand and stormed back with the members of the second team. At the same time, the fight was announced straight away. It wasn't quite right to fight more than less, but it was better than just being scared into admitting defeat, and definitely cannot let you Tian Han alone, otherwise it will turn into a lightning roasted whole dragon in minutes. End of chapter. Chapter 47, Pig Teammate Duguian, Explosive Hammer Imperial Fighting, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex Possession. Yu Tianheng's face changed drastically when he felt the searing heat that greeted him, and he hastily summoned his martial spirit. It wasn't that he hadn't fought against soul masters with fire attribute martial souls, but there had never been a fire attribute soul master who was able to achieve this level of success with a single cluster of fire. And through Qin Ming's reaction, he is also aware that this time, I'm afraid that they have encountered a truly great enemy. Basilisk Turtle, Possessed, Pocahontas, Ghost Panther, Jasper Snake, and with the appearance of Yu Tianheng's Thunder Dragon, the other members had also completed their martial soul attachments. Yu Tianheng stood in the main seat. The Xuanwu turtles of the two brothers of the Shi family protected the left and right sides. The blue phosphorus snake, Dokoroyan, and the ghostly leopard, Oslo, were on the flanks. The wind chime bird, on the other hand, flew up into the sky. Control, treatment, assistance, defense, strong attack, all can be said to be the most perfect soul master team combination. Yen, go all out. A trace of cold sweat was also appearing on Dugubo's forehead at this moment, and he hurriedly transmitted his voice to Duguyen. Before he came, he would have been afraid that Duguyen's snake venom would hurt Yi Feng, but now it seemed that if Duguyen didn't go all out, this team was afraid that they would be held down and blasted and hammered. Biophosphorus purple poison. Duguyen received Dugubo's permission, and the Millennium Soul ring behind him flashed violently. In the next moment, he only saw Duguyen's snake's mouth open and a large amount of purple poisonous mist swept directly towards Yi Feng. The biphosphorus purple poison could be said to be Dokoroyan's killing move. Even Yu Tianheng did not dare to resist it. As long as it is stained, it will turn into pus within an hour. It can be said to be extremely overbearing. As long as there were no soul masters with antidote to poison soul skills in the team, then when they encountered Duguyen, it was basically a total loss. And facing Duguyen's poisonous mist, Yi Feng didn't panic at all, but casually flicked out a fire. The fire was the size of a fingernail. However, when the fire touched Dokoroyan's purple poison, it was as if it had encountered gas, and the tiny flame instantly set the poisonous mist ablaze. Yen, retreat! When Dugubo saw this scene, He instantly felt that something big was wrong and hurriedly transmitted his voice secretly. Geese, stop it! Yu Tianhong also realized this and yelled at Dugwian. However, the duo's reaction was ultimately a bit too slow. The next moment, a mushroom cloud slowly rose in the field. Rumble. It was only moments after the mushroom cloud had risen that the sound reached the ears of the crowd, and along with the sound came the terrifying shockwave that swept across tens of meters in a circle. Ah, grass! A scream came. Waiting for the mushroom cloud to dissipate, the crowd realized that the members of the royal fighting team had all fallen to the ground one by one at the moment, scattered and grimy. Because the battle wasn't taking place on the sole fighting stage, the explosion directly lifted the ground of the playground, and a large amount of dirt smashed all over the members of the imperial fighting team. Blah blah blah. Geese, you're killing us. The royal wind, who was originally flying in the sky, was also knocked down by the explosion at this moment, with a stifled look on his face. I don't know. Dugwian was the most confused at the moment, and was also the most traumatized. The flames followed the poisonous mist and directly rushed to her face, and her hair was scorched in a large piece. If it wasn't for her grandfather's timely reminder, the flames were afraid to burst down the poisonous mist in her mouth, with unimaginable consequences. Goose, don't make a move. The opponent's flames are too powerful. Your poisonous mist is a bomb in the middle of this battle. Yu Tianhong stood up with a gray head and was also somewhat speechless. They had actually encountered fire attribute soul masters, but there had never been a fire attribute soul master whose flames had been able to ignite Dokuragene's poisonous mist. Yi Feng was considered to be the only one. Kling, hurry up and heal them. Don't be careless. Together. At that moment, Qin Ning's anxious voice suddenly came from the side. Generally speaking, when soul masters fought against each other, mentors were definitely not allowed to intervene or guide them with their words. But at this moment, Qin Ming was also anxious and angry in his heart, so naturally he couldn't care less. They had just looked down on others and thought highly of themselves, and now, they were slapped in the face by the other party. The other party had only used a cluster of flames to beat the Imperial Combat's strongest battle team's dusty face, and if this were to be told, his Qin Ming's face would be disgraced. Although Yi Lingling was at the very back of the group, she was still shocked by the horrific explosion wave and fell to the ground, and at the moment, her entire mind was in a daze. She has been paying attention to Yi Feng, but never thought that she would be blown up by her pig teammates. The flower of the begonia. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Disregarding that, Yi Lingling also knew that this moment was not the time to hesitate. She hurriedly released her own soul skill and began to heal her teammates. Resting in Yi Lingling's hands, it was a pink begonia flower, made up of white and pink petals. The begonia flower was colorful and beautiful. The begonia flower transformed into a gorgeous flower petal that landed on each of his teammates, quickly healing their bodies that had just been rushed by the shockwave, as well as those that had been burned by the flames. Yu Tianhong and the others hadn't actually suffered any too serious injuries. They were just momentarily unaware and were dumbfounded by the other party. Now after Yi Lingling's treatment, all of them got up again and organized a brand new formation. Of course, Piggyback Dugwian was placed at the end of the team, responsible for protecting Yi Lingling, and is not allowed to release the toxin. This made Dokuroyan incomparably suffocated, but there was nothing he could do about it. Mikado, Oslo, you guys take the left side. Graphite, Ishmael, you guys take charge of the right side of the attack and counteract the opponent's fire. Thunder Fury, Yu Tianhong quickly gave the order, followed by his entire body transforming into a thunderbolt, taking the lead in attacking and killing towards Yi Feng. The weakness of the elemental system Soul Master was the weak physical body. Generally speaking, there would be auxiliary system Soul Masters to protect them, and the other party was only one person. As long as they were able to get close to them, Yu Tianhong was certain that they would be able to kill them in one move. Facing the sudden attacks from all sides, Yi Feng remained where he was and casually threw out a few flames. Whoosh! The fire hit the turtle armor of the two graphite stone mill brothers, directly burning a black crater out of their turtle armor. Asterisk. What kind of temperature is this? The two brothers of the Sure family let out a cry of shock and retreated violently in a hurry. The other side. Oslo tried to dodge, but the temperature of the fire was so hot that it scorched his fur just by brushing against the edge. Asterisk. Hot. Royal Wind was even worse. He used his martial spirit to roll up a gale in an attempt to extinguish the fire, but he never expected that the flames in the gale suddenly swelled hundreds of times and transformed into a fireball. Rumble. A loud bang came from the sky, and the entire royal wind in the sky flew backwards, hanging on a distant tree trunk, fainting on the spot. Damn! Yu Tianhong was also cursing at this moment, almost exploding with anger. The temperature of the opponent's flame was simply too high, and even with his dragonized right hand, He was completely unable to carry one of the opponent's flames and had to dodge. Grass. What kind of martial soul is he? How come he doesn't need to release his soul ring? What kind of pervert is this? The Royal Do battle team was facing Yi Feng's fire at the moment, constantly running in all directions, unable to even come close to Yi Feng within 30 meters. Yi Feng, at this moment, did not even move his body, just moved a few fingers, is to beat the Imperial fighting team scattered to flee. No resistance. This is a bit of a departure. Of course, this was just base manipulation for Yi Feng. He was all turned on. If this was still unable to explode the Hammer Imperial fighting team, then he might as well die, lest he disgrace the travelers. End of chapter. Chapter 48, I want to be a teacher. How can this kid's martial soul in the end, what is it? Martial soul are not released, surprisingly hit the Imperial fighting battle group so woeful. This in the end where to come out of the monster. When Qin Ming saw this scene, his mind collapsed a bit. The moment Yi Feng unleashed the extreme flame, he felt that the royal fighting team was suddenly a bit hung up, but he didn't think that Yi Feng alone could fight against it. Immediately after, as Yi Feng's flames ignited Duge Yan's poisonous mist and blew up the Imperial fighting team in an incomparable mess, he still held on to his confidence. As long as the Imperial fighting team can unite, even if they fail, they will at least be able to force out the opponent's martial souls and soul skills, but he never expected it. Yi Feng would be so powerful that just by casually releasing the fire, he had beaten the Imperial fighting team without any resistance. Extreme fire, it's so strong. Da Kubo, who was on the side, also scared when he saw the scene. Extreme fire, that was all he had seen in the ancient books. The last recorded extreme martial soul, all existed 1,000 years ago. The book said that the extreme martial soul was very strong and invincible in the same realm, but he never thought that it would be outrageous to such an extent. At this moment, the Kubo also finally understood why the Star Sect was so strong. It would be strange for a sect that possessed the extreme flame martial soul inheritance not to be strong. If the Star Sect really came out, there would really be nothing left for the upper three sects. What 7 treasure glazed pagoda, what Haut Yen hammer, and what blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex were all garbage in front of the extreme flame martial spirit. Only a force as vast as the martial spirit hall could possibly be comparable to the Star Sect, right? Meanwhile, on the grounds, Yi Feng was also feeling a bit bored. One hand ejected sparks while the other covered his mouth and yawned. His ice and fire mastery has almost touched the rule level, so even if he doesn't need to release his martial soul and soul ring, he can still perform it directly, but the power will be on the weak side. This kind of power, if placed in the legend of the 3 Dragon Kings, is nothing, but put it in fighting one and it basically just crushes everything. If Yi Feng had released his martial soul and soul ring, he was afraid that a little spark would be able to burn all of this Imperial fighting team into cinders. Yi Feng wasn't pretending, but he was afraid of hurting the other party, but he didn't expect that the other party couldn't even catch his own sparks. Damn! Yu Tianhong and the others almost exploded with anger when they saw Yi Feng showing such a bored look. One's face was a little twisted. However, no matter how they attacked, they couldn't get within 30 meters of each other. They did have long-range attacks, such as Yu Tianhong's Thunderclap and Royal Wind's Wind Blade. However, all of these soul skills required casting time and aiming, which added up to at least 2 seconds. Now, they were being chased by Yi Feng's sparks, not to mention 2 seconds. As long as they were 1 second slower, they might not be able to avoid Yi Feng's sparks. The sparks were incomparably terrifying, and as long as they were touched a little, the terrifying temperature would be able to scorch their flesh and blood and even their bones. It's over. Just then, Yi Feng suddenly snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the sparks bursting out of his hands all seemed to turn into balloons that were being inflated, expanding instantly. Crap! Yu Tianhong and the others' faces changed drastically. The speed of Yi Feng's sparks was already extremely fast, and it was already incomparably difficult for them to dodge Yi Feng's sparks, and almost every time, they were narrowly brushing past. No one would have thought that the spark that was originally only the size of a fingernail cap, even if it contained high temperatures, it also contained such a terrifying energy. Next moment, boom, 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 boom. Several terrifying explosions came. Yu Tianhong, Royal Wind, Oslo, and even the 2 brothers of the Shi family were all blown away under these terrifying explosions. The clothes on all of them were burned in tatters. Their bodies were scorched black. Their hair was burned, and they opened their mouths and kept spitting out black smoke. If an ordinary person was beaten like this, they would basically die for sure. However, they were all powerful soul exalted and appeared to be seriously injured, but this was nothing, and they would be fine after a little treatment. Hiss. Good. Scary. When Yi Lingling and Duguian saw the scene, they were directly shocked and sat on their asses. They didn't dare to imagine what would happen to them if they were caught in that explosion. Tian Hung. Quickly. Ling Ling, heal. Qin Ming couldn't sit still any longer at the moment and rushed over, yelling, Wow. Well, Yi Lingling was also stunned, and at this moment, she came back to her senses and hurriedly cast her soul skill. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. A flower petal landed on the bodies of several people in Yu Tianheng, light flowing and healing quickly. Soon, the burns on Yu Tianheng's and their bodies quickly scabbed over and molted, then revealing white and delicate skin, intact, without even a single scar. The burnt hair is also growing back and recovering a lot. Phew. After a few minutes, Yi Lingling's soul power was exhausted and she wiped the sweat from her face, almost deflated. Although her healing ability was very powerful, Yu Tianheng and the others were injured over too large an area and in too many numbers, and she used up all of her soul power before she could complete the healing. Although Yu Tianheng and the others were healed, one by one they all fell to the ground in 7 different directions and couldn't get up. The injuries on the outside were healed, but the wounds on the inside were deeper. They prided themselves on being the #1 battle team of the Heavenly Dipper Empire, and now they were being held down and rubbed on the ground by their peers, beating them without any resistance. This is a shame for them, and it is an unprecedented huge blow, and it makes them somewhat skeptical of life. Ha. How about it, Mr. Qin? Is Yi Xiao now qualified to join your Imperial Combat Team? Dakubo walked over at this time and asked with a smile, although his granddaughter was also struck down. This was good for Dokuragain. It was mainly because Yi Feng's strength was beyond his expectations. As long as Yi Feng became a sealed Doluo, he would definitely be the #1 strongest person in the world without exception. And as the other side's protector, he couldn't help but get the light. Under the face of poison Doluo, this Yi Xiao you brought is really too strong. He is indeed qualified to join the Royal Do battle team, but with my strength, I'm afraid I can't teach him. Qin Ming was also smiling bitterly at this moment. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that the strength Yi Feng had displayed before was clearly the tip of the iceberg. If the other party exploded at full strength, even he, a Soul Emperor, was afraid that he would not be a match for the other party. The opponent's extreme flame was simply too overbearing, and even a super martial soul possessor of the same realm would be held down and beaten the out of by the opponent. If he lets Yi Feng join the team, when he trains in the future, he, the teacher, is not allowed to say that he will be beaten every day. When Dakubo heard this, he was also slightly stunned, feeling as if what Qin Ming said made some sense. Who says I want to be a student? I think I'd be a good fit as a teacher. Right at this moment, Yi Feng's voice came from the side, directly causing Qin Ming and Dakubo to freeze in unison. End of chapter. Chapter 49, Level 50. The Shadow of the Imperial Fighting Team. Qin Ming froze slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Dakubo reacted and laughed brightly. Ha, right. With Yi Xiao's strength, there really isn't a teacher who can teach him. It's better to be a teacher. When Dakubo heard this, he also reacted and laughed. With his status, he naturally had no problem arranging a teacher status for Yi Feng. Only, before, he was unaware of Yi Feng's strength, which was why he had arranged a trainee status for the other party. And now, Yi Feng picked over the Royal Do battle team with one hand, and his comprehensive battle power definitely exceeds that of a Soul King or even a Soul Emperor. It is just that I don't know exactly what level the other party is, but it is more than enough to be a teacher. Brother Yi, can you ask one more time? Just how many levels of Soul Master are you? Qin Ming turned his head to look at Yi Feng at this time, still unable to resist opening his mouth to ask. The several people who were pretending to be dead on the ground, Yu Tianheng, at this moment, heard Qin Ming's inquiry, and one by one, they all perked up their ears as well. Obviously, they were also curious in their hearts as to what strength Yi Feng actually had. If Yi Feng was many levels higher than their soul power level, then it wouldn't be wrong for them to lose. If Yi Feng was at the same level as them, then they were really disgraced this time. Having just reached level 50, they didn't lose unfairly. Yi Feng spoke faintly, but he didn't lie, and he didn't care to lie. As for not releasing his martial soul and soul ring, on the one hand, it was to test the power of his newly acquired ice and fire juggernaut. On the other hand, it was also because he felt that the 4 black 10,000-year-old soul rings behind him were too dazzling, and if they were seen by the other party, these people were afraid that they would all be scared silly. After all, the royal fighting warriors are generally only 30 levels of soul dignity. The strongest is only 1,000 years of soul ring. The whole team, all the soul ring years added up, is not as high as Yi Feng's. If they saw Yi Feng's 4 10,000-year soul rings, they were afraid that they wouldn't even have the courage to fight Yi Feng. 50-level quasi-soul king. This is too scary. Is this what people can do? No wonder it's so strong. We didn't lose unjustly. When Yu Tianheng and the others who were lying on the ground heard this, each and every one of them all sucked in cool air and were shocked in their hearts. They only reached Soul Zone at the age of 19 or 20, while Yi Feng seemed to be 14 or 15 years old. but he was actually a quasi-Soul King powerhouse. It was too outrageous. Not only Yu Tianhong and the others, Dugubo and Qin Ming, as well as the teachers and students of the next Imperial fighting team too. The gazes they were looking at Yifeng at the moment were all like they were looking at monsters, especially Qin Ming, who thought that achieving Soul Emperor at the age of 30 was already enough to be proud of himself and rank among the monsters. Unexpectedly, Yifeng was even more of a monster than him. Not only was his battle strength terrifying, but his cultivation was surprisingly the same. As long as Yifeng obtained another soul ring, he would be a true Soul King. And Yifeng, he's only in his teens, a teenage Soul King. There had never been such a terrifying genius in the history of the Dolua continent. Even the Shrek he was in at the time, the youngest Soul King, was 21 years old. With such cultivation and strength, Yi Xiao is more than enough to be a teacher at the academy. Let's go. I'll apply for your teacher status right now, and by the way, I'll arrange for you to live in a cultivation residence with rich heaven and earth Yuan Qi. Seeing this, Dugubo also hurriedly made a pleased gesture to Yifeng. Well, go. Yifeng nodded and followed Dugubo as he slowly left. This scene dumbfounded everyone present. It was even if Dugubo shouted at the other party, Yi Xiao, but his behavior and demeanor was so humble, as if he was Yi Feng's servant. Was this still the ruthless poisonous Dolua Dugubo? However, doubts were doubts, but no one dared to ask directly. Duguian was inexplicably a little heartbroken at the moment as he looked at the departing backs of the two of them. On the one hand, it was the mind that was blown up by Yi Feng's flames that was somewhat collapsed. On the other hand, it was because his omnipotent grandfather was so groveling in front of the other party, and even his grandfather yelled at her for this teenager. This was really hard for her to accept for a while. Well, all rise. When Qin Ming saw the other party leave, he then turned to look at the students behind himself and said somewhat helplessly, Teacher, I'm sorry I embarrassed you. Sensei, it's because we were careless. The tactics didn't work out at all. Yu Tianhong and Duga Yan led the way, and several members of the Imperial fighting team came to Qin Ming's body in unison, each with their heads bowed like children who had made a mistake, completely devoid of the condescension and arrogance they had in the past. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. This battle was too great a blow to them, although Yi Feng's cultivation was higher than theirs. But the other party didn't even use their martial souls, so they held the 7 of them down and rubbed them on the ground. This makes them feel that all these years of cultivation have been cultivated to the dog. Well, it's good to learn from your mistakes, and this failure is not a bad thing for you. At the very least, it lets you know that there are people outside of people, and that you are very talented. But there are definitely those in this world who are more talented than you. Qin Ming was not angry at the moment, but on the contrary, there was some relief. He took over the royal fighting team for several years already. The royal fighting team was good at everything. That is, they had never experienced defeat. No matter what opponent they faced, they all won easily, and had never tasted the bitterness of defeat. He had originally planned to take the royal fighting team to challenge the soul fighting arenas in major cities across the country after a while, to see if there were any hidden experts who could defeat the royal fighting team. Now Yi Feng's appearance directly accomplished the plan for him, giving the royal fighting team a hard lesson in suppressing their always high spirits. This is a huge help to the growth of the royal fighting team. If he really counted, he still had to thank Yifeng. Teacher, do you know why he is so strong, and what do we need to do to become as strong as him? Yu Tianhong suddenly looked up at Qin Ming and clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. He, Yu Tianhong, thought that his talent was no less than anyone else's, and his background and resources were not lacking. He also wanted to be as powerful as Yifeng, even if he had to pay any price. However, when Qin Ming heard this, he gently shook his head and said, I don't know. However, Yifeng is already a monster among monsters. You guys are not on the same level as him. You can't surpass him in this lifetime. You can only keep working hard and try to narrow the gap with him. It's a solid statement, but it's the truth. He was gifted, possessed an extreme martial soul, and even had a background that even Dugubo had to curry favor with. Casually taking out one thing, it was far beyond Yu Tianhong. What is Jade Tianhong going after? Giving Yu Tianhong 10 times as much time. He probably wouldn't be able to catch up with the other party. How is it possible that he is really powerful to such an extent? Yu Tianhong sniffed, the whole like struck by lightning, his face full of disbelief. His footsteps were a little unsteady, almost planted on the ground. That's the truth. But Yifeng should be the academy's tutor from now on. If you guys are not convinced, you can ask him for advice or challenge him, and you'll know the gap by then. After Qin Ming finished speaking, he turned around and left. He said all he had to say. What should be said has been said. If Yu Tianhong they cannot get out of the shadow of Yifeng, for fear of the subsequent cultivation will have an impact. Not to mention Yu Tianhong, Even he felt a great sense of crisis at this moment. He had to hurry back to cultivate, lest his cultivation be surpassed by Yifeng at that time, and thus his mind was unstable. End of chapter. Chapter 50. Dugubo's bullying. Heavenly Dipper level teacher. Tendu Academy. Board of Education. Top floor conference room. The 3 teaching committees of the academy were all gathered here. But at this moment, the faces of the 3 teaching committees were somewhat ugly. Senior Dugu, letting a child become a Heavenly Dipper level teacher. Is there something wrong? The leader, Meng Shinji, frowned and spoke. Yes, although the other party possesses a strength of 50 levels, he is ultimately a child. Giving the other party a teacher's qualification at the Heavenly Micro level is already a bit excessive. How can we give the other party a teacher's qualification at the Heavenly Do level? The teaching of the academy concerns the future of the students. Senior Dugu, is this a little bit not very good? The other 2 teaching committee members also spoke up in the same way, obviously resisting to letting Yifeng become a Heavenly Dipper level teacher. In fact, Yifeng didn't ask to become a Heavenly Dipper level teacher. This was the status that Dugubo wanted to give the other party to ask for because he wanted to please Yifeng. Teachers at the Heavenly Dipper Academy were categorized into the Heavenly Micro class, Heavenly Solstice class, and Heavenly Dipper class. The promotion of the Heavenly Micro class and Heavenly Solstice class did not require the consent of the teaching committee, but the Heavenly Dipper teachers were considered to be the face of the entire academy. And the promotion of every Heavenly Dipper teacher did not only require strength to be attained, but it also required the consent of the 3 major teaching committees in order for it to be possible. Yifeng's level 50 cultivation could only be a Heavenly Micro level teacher. Wanting Yifeng to become a Heavenly Dipper level teacher, the 3 major education committees would naturally not agree. If they really counted, the 3 major teaching committees were only Heavenly Dipper level teachers, and now they were letting a brat sit on an equal footing with them. Who could bear this? Humph. I'm just here to inform you, not to discuss with you. Dakubo let out a cold snort as his terrifying aura spread out. With Yifeng's status, it would be a real drop in the bucket if he were to become an ordinary Heavenly Microclass teacher. So today he had to fight for Yifeng to become a Heavenly Fighting Class teacher no matter what. Coronation Poison Doluwa, you are only Prince Snowstar's guest secretary. It's not even enough for you to privately appoint an outsider as a teacher of our academy. You also want to appoint him as a Heavenly Doluwa rank teacher. Does Prince Snowstar know when you do these things? Meng Shinji angrily rebuked. They hadn't had much contact with Dakubo, but they had never expected Dakubo to be so overbearing. Ha ha, so what if you know? So what if you don't? Since you guys aren't convinced, I'll fight until you're convinced. Dakubo laughed out loud. His terrifying sealed Doluwa aura erupted, directly summoning his martial soul's true body, transforming into a turquoise blue phosphorus snake emperor, spitting out snake letters towards the dream goddess of mercy trio. Dakubo had also come to his senses since he was held down by Ziji and blasted with a hammer. In this world, strength is the hard way. He was a sealed Doluwa, so why did he still need to be scrupulous when facing a bunch of trash soul Doluwa? Why did he need to ask for their consent? Just do it straight and be done with it. Who dares to do anything with it? Fine, fine. Since Senior Dakuro is so persistent, then let us 3 old guys learn about Senior Poison Doluwa's strength. As Meng Shinji's words fell, his figure suddenly became illusory, and thick black mist rose from beneath his feet as 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black, appeared in order and surrounded his body. Dokubo's 5th soul ring was already at the 10,000 year level, while Meng Shinji's 5th soul ring was still 1,000 years old, which undoubtedly exposed the disparity between the two in terms of cultivation. At the same time, a golden glittering cauldron emerged from the palm of Celestial Star Furnace Soul Doluwa by Baoshan, with 7 silver stars inlaid on the body of the cauldron, and the starlight flashed dazzlingly. On the other side, only one heavenly green vine Soul Doluwa Jilin showed on his body, but the vine was as crystal clear as an emerald, and a faint green-colored aura permeated out from his body, lingering all over his body, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Ha ha, well, it's been a long time since I've moved my muscles, so you guys practice. Dakubo laughed and took the lead as he rushed up into the sky. The 3 of them, Meng Shinji, Bai Baoshan and Luo Jilin, followed closely. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the green and black mists blended together, making it difficult to see the battle scene within. Although the terrifying battle didn't reach below, the battle still stirred up the entire Heavenly Dipper Royal Academy. Such a horrible battle. Ordinary soul masters are afraid of a lifetime may not see. At this moment all have rushed out of the school building, curiously surveyed the sky, want to know in the end which a few strong people in the battle here. In the middle of the academy, on the shore of Lake Mingyu, Yifeng was originally sitting by the lake to enjoy the scenery, but suddenly discovered the big battle in the distance, and was a little confused. Good guy, isn't that Dugubo? Who is he fighting with? It can't be with those 3 teaching committees? Yifeng looked at the battle in the sky and seemed to think of something. Before Dugubo left, He said that he was arranging for him to have a teacher status at the Heavenly Do level, and although Yi Feng didn't care, he couldn't refuse when Dokubo was so enthusiastic. It can't be because of the status of a heavenly fighting class teacher. Dokubo, this is why he fought with the 3 teaching committees, right? Yi Feng was stunned. This battle was really a bit inexplicable. Meanwhile, in the sky, the 3 teaching committee members' faces were now green and purple, and their bodies were full of injuries eroded by toxins, looking rather wretched. Ha ha ha, how about the 3 teaching committees? Old man's biphosphorus snake venom tastes pretty good. Dokubo had his hands behind his back and laughed loudly. Earlier, he had been held down and rubbed against the ground by ZG, and that kind of suffocation was a little hard for him to think about now. This time, he had taken it out on these 3 unlucky old men, which made him feel much more comfortable. The most uptack, new uptack, small uptack, novel uptack, and uptack, 6 uptack, 9 uptack, book uptack, bar uptack, first uptack post. Dokubo, you're so insidious. You even advanced to level 92 without saying a word. Meng Shinji gritted his teeth. If Dokubo was still rank 91 at the beginning of the seal, then the 3 of them would still be able to barely cope. However, Dokubo had advanced to level 92, and his battle power had increased by an unknown number of times, surprisingly directly beating the 3 of them without any resistance. When did old me advance and when did I need to report to you 3 old guys? Even the one sitting on the dragon throne isn't qualified to ask about my cultivation. Dokubo's turquoise vertical pupils stared at the dream goddess trio and coldly said, 3 of you, I'll give you one last chance. Either you agree to my conditions, or I'll beat the 3 of you up violently in front of hundreds of teachers and students. As Dokubo said that, the terrifying poisonous mist around him once again became a few points thicker. If he had been level 91 before, coupled with the need to split his soul power to suppress the toxin backlash, it would have been impossible to say that he could really only fight these 3 old guys to a draw. But now that he had solved the problem of the toxin backlash, not only had he reached level 92, he seemed to have deepened his understanding of poison as well, and his combined battle power exploded several times over. 3 old things about to go into the ground. What right do they have to fight him? Moreover, even if he severely injured these 3, the royal family would not say anything. After all, the Heavenly Dipper royal family didn't even have a single seal Doluo, and the strongest were these 3 old men. It was nothing more than relying on the 7 treasures glazed sect, which was the only way to gain a firm foothold. With his strength as well as his terrifying toxin, even if those 2 from the 7 treasures glazed sect came, they wouldn't dare to do anything to him. After all, everyone knew that if he was pushed to the brink, he would directly explode himself, and the terrifying toxins would be enough to wipe out dozens of cities. They're all going to die with him. Alas, Poison Elder, this time it's us who have lost. We agree to your request. Seeing this, Meng Shinji sighed deeply, his entire look seeming to have aged a dozen years at once. When the other 2 saw this, they were also bitter in their hearts. After all, it's not as skilled as it should be. Although it was against the rules to let Yi Feng become a Heavenly Dipper level teacher, but it was better than them being held down and blasted by Dokubo, because they knew that with the character of this crazy person, Dokubo, they could definitely do such a thing. End of chapter. Chapter 51, Ultimate Love Brain Ryu Erlong. Chapter 51, Ultimate Love Brain Ryu Erlong. Inside Tendu City, Yi Feng walked down the street with his hands behind his back in a leisurely manner. Right after Dokubo punched the 3 major teaching committees, he received his badge as a Heavenly Dipper ranked teacher. Yi Feng didn't expect that Dokubo would actually get him such an identity. It directly allowed him to be promoted from an outsider to a Heavenly Dipper ranked teacher. And even more so, he enjoyed the most top-notch treatment of the academy. Qin Ming had struggled for an unknown number of years in the Heavenly Dipper Academy to obtain this title, and he had obtained it as soon as he arrived. If this matter were to be heard by some of the old teachers of the academy, they would be afraid to vomit blood in anger. I just came to mix up my identity. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. Yi Feng touched the badge in his hand and smiled helplessly. It's not like he's teaching the students, so asking for this is really not useful except for pretending. Tiando City was incomparably prosperous, surrounded by all kinds of commercial restaurants and stores, and on the street, all kinds of luxury carriages came and went, and in each one of the carriages, there were nobles with honorable status. Most of the nobles were soul masters, and there were a few that weren't. After all, martial souls could be awakened, but the probability of being able to emerge with soul power wasn't really high. However, every successor and controller of a noble must be a soul master, because this world was ultimately a place of the weak and the strong. Without a strong force in heritage, it was simply impossible to pass on, and the nobility was no exception. Yi Feng came to a relatively remote tavern and found himself a seat. The tavern looked a bit old, not many people, and the decoration was average, but this tavern was located in the most prosperous area of Tiando City. Obviously, the owner of the tavern was of an unusual status. The guests who came here seemed to be ordinary, but each one of them had a unique temperament, and it was obvious that their status and position were all very unusual. However, none of this was Yi Feng's concern. He only came here to experience life. Yi Feng sipped the wine in his cup and was slightly staggered. Although he couldn't taste wine, it was still a flavorful wine with a strong aroma and a sip of aftertaste. The main thing was that this thing could only be bought for 2 for 1 golden soul coin, and with it being so expensive, the quality should be very good. He had been living in the middle of the Star Dipper Great Forest for 6 years and was getting depressed, and when he came out for a trip, he naturally had to savor all kinds of food and wine on Earth. Of course, being alone is a bit lonely after all. He had to seize the time to cultivate and become stronger, and when the time came, using his blood to heal the Silver Dragon King's injuries, coupled with the Acacia Broken Heart Red, should allow the Silver Dragon King to quickly recover from his injuries. Just as Yi Feng finished a glass of wine and planned to pack a few altars to take away, a woman in a plain dress suddenly appeared at the door. The woman's appearance was gorgeous, but her face was slightly pale, and she had a pair of beautiful Danfang eyes that were very pretty. The other man looked to be about in his 30s, with tolerably undetectable wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. The most important thing is the other party's figure. Even wearing ordinary cloth robe, but still difficult to hide her mature and plump body, such a huge thing, is by no means an ordinary girl can reach. The woman's appearance immediately caused the gazes of the men in the tavern, also including Yi Feng. The moment that woman walked into the tavern, her gaze was on autolock, directly landing on Yi Feng, and then she walked straight towards Yi Feng. In the end, he directly sat on his butt opposite Yi Feng. This, aunt, what is your business? Yi Feng was a bit confused when he saw that the other party seemed to be here to find himself. He admitted that the other was very attractive, but that was about it. Not as good as Ziggy, and he was sure he had never seen the other man. However, through his own bloodline, Yi Feng was able to detect that the other party had a dragon bloodline in his body and should also be a dragon-type martial soul. Auntie, the woman sniffed. The corner of her mouth was slightly twitching, but she didn't bother with Yi Feng, but asked curiously, little guy, what's your name? You look very strange. How come you come to drink alone? I'm a new student of the Tiando Royal Academy and I live in the neighborhood, Yi Feng said casually. Pretending is also to be divided into objects. Yi Feng did not even know who the other party was. Naturally, he was thinking of ending the topic earlier, and did not want to spend more time with the other party, let alone saying that he was some kind of Heavenly Dipper level teacher. Besides, he always felt that this woman had something on him, and when the woman heard Yi Feng say that he was a student of the Tiando Royal Academy, a flash of disappointment flashed across her eyes. However, she still handed Yi Feng a business card and said with a slight smile, I'm the Dean of the Blue Bar Advanced Soul Master Academy. I think you and I have a destiny. If there is a chance, you can come and visit the Blue Bar Academy. Yes, the woman was none other than Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong had basically locked himself up in the academy and couldn't leave his house because of his feelings. However, because of her love affair, she needed to drink to drown her sorrows, so she basically came here every day to drink, sometimes sitting there all day. However, when she came here today, she saw a strange teenager. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Although she had never seen this teenager before, the first time she saw the other party, she felt that the other party was very dear to her, and even her own martial soul stirred a little, subconsciously wanting to get closer to the other party. Lu Erlong guessed that this teenager's martial soul might also be a dragon-type martial soul and might also possess a very advanced bloodline, which was why she wanted to pull the other party in. It's just a pity that the other party has already been recruited by the Tendu Royal Academy. You're Dean Ryu of the Blue Fighter Academy? However, when Lu Erlong showed his identity, it was Yi Feng's turn to be a bit surprised. He didn't expect that by casually coming for a stroll and a drink, he would meet Yu Xiaojiang's old flame. Whoa, you know me? When Lu Erlong heard this, her beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and she was even more surprised. She had barely shown her face all these years. The older generation might have still heard of her, but the younger generation definitely didn't know about her. Never would I have thought that this teenager had even heard of her name. Just a little bit. Yi Feng smiled faintly, inexplicably having some interest in his heart. Although Lu Erlong had a figure in face value of more than 8 points, he was not yet able to get into his eyes. Moreover, Lu Erlong is still one of the rare extreme love brains in Dolawa continent, a heart that has long been stuffed by Jade Xiaojiang. Yi Feng is naturally too lazy to intervene. He never liked second-hand stuff, but since we met, it was fate. Yi Feng directly drew a customized phrase for Lu Erlong. Love is stronger than gold, white you are very persistent in love, and no external object can stop you from pursuing it. Charm +1, perseverance +1, probably because the luck of the last time was given to Dakubo. The 10 words drawn directly this time were all white. However, Lu Erlong's feelings for Yu Xiaojiang were already strong. It was just missing an opportunity. Although it was only white words, it should be enough to make Ryu Erlong determined to find Yu Xiaozhang. I wonder how well Yu Xiaozhang's Sunflower Treasure Dictionary has been practiced. End of chapter. Chapter 52, The Side Effects of the Sunflower Treasure Tantra. Half a day later, Blue Bar College. Lu Erlong carried the wine back to his small alibi. For some reason, she was inexplicably in a somewhat melancholic mood since she had chatted with that Yifeng, because she felt that Yifeng was very good and extraordinarily attractive to her. She even saw the shadow of Yu Xiaozhang in Yifeng. When he thought of Yu Xiaozhang, Lu Erlong's breathing became a bit rapid, and his eyes instantly reddened. It had been almost 20 years since Jade Xiaozhang had left her. Unheard of and downright cruel. She didn't really care about blood. All she wanted was an attitude. As long as Yu Xiaozhang returned, she was even willing to immediately rebel against the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex clan and elope with him. But Yu Xiaozhang hadn't even written her a letter in all these years. Love is something you have to earn. At this time, what Yifeng had said before suddenly surfaced in Lu Erlong's mind, and his heart was inexplicably touched. Yeah, love is something you have to earn. Since Kong doesn't take the initiative, I'll take the initiative myself. I've had enough of this kind of day. Lu Erlong originally wanted to go to find Yu Xiaozhang, just in the way of a woman's a little bit of reserve and face, as well as a little bit of resentment towards Yu Xiaozhang for leaving her behind in the first place. And now, under a mysterious force, Lu Erlong suddenly figured it out. I don't know where he is, but Flanders must know, and I've got to find Flanders first. Lu Erlong's thoughts were clear. The excitement in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and he was even a little impatient. She didn't know where Jade Xiaozhang was, but she knew that Flandra was at Shrek Academy. As soon as Lu Erlong thought of this, he hurriedly returned to his room, quickly packed up, brought along his daily needs, and directly left the Blue Bar Academy, leaving the Heavenly Dipper City. She, for one, is going after her love. In the meantime, Soul Hunting Forest. Yu Xiaozhang plopped down on the ground, his eyes tightly closed. In front of him, a purple soul ring was gradually dissipating. Next to him, Flanders had a tense face, staring at Yu Xiaozhang with a deadly stare, his forehead sweating coldly. Just a few days ago, Yu Xiaozhang suddenly told him that he had broken through to level 30. At the time he was shocked. After all, Yu Xiaozhang's cultivation level was permanently stuck at level 29 due to the defect of his martial soul. Back then, when the Golden Iron Triangle, broke into the continent, it was partly for training, and partly to look for a method that would allow Yu Xiaozhang to make a breakthrough. However, the three of them had searched almost the entire continent without finding any clues. And then Yu Xiaozhang and Lu Erlong parted ways, and only then did the three of them separate. Yu Xiaozhang gradually became disheveled, making it even more impossible to break through. But he never expected that Yu Xiaozhang would suddenly break through after coming to Shrek Academy and teaching for more than a month. This is a bit of a departure. However, shock was shock. As Yu Xiaozhang's good brother, he was still happy for Yu Xiaozhang's breakthrough. So he personally brought Yu Xiaozhang to the Soul Hunting Forest and picked out a 1,000-year-old soul ring for Yu Xiaozhang. Jade Xiaozhang's physique was too weak due to his age, and the 1,000-year-old soul beasts of the Star Dipper Great Forest were too powerful that he might not be able to absorb them. That was why he had brought Yu Xiaozhang to the Soul Hunting Forest. The same 1,000-year-old soul beasts. The 1,000-year-old soul beasts bred in the Soul Hunting Forest were much gentler, and the soul rings were much easier to absorb. Buzz. Just then, Flanders only felt a strange wave coming from him. He turned his head, and then he was able to see that the 1,000-year soul ring in front of Jade Xiaozhang had been completely absorbed. Yellow, and purple. 3 soul rings slowly rose from underneath Yu Xiaozhang's body. The big, golden-colored, fat pig Luo Sangun also appeared in front of Yu Xiaozhang. However, at this moment, although Luo Sangun was still very fat, his body had become slightly more robust, with shiny hair, inexplicably somewhat majestic. Ha ha ha, Xiaozhang, congratulations. Advancing to Soul Exalt, Flanders hugged Jade Xiaozhang and burst into tears of joy. Flanders, I finally broke through. Thank you. Yu Xiaozhang also hugged Flandra tightly, tears streaming down his face. He had been looking forward to this day for over 20 years. It was expected that he would only stop at level 29 for the rest of his life. But the sky is not the end of the road. Yu Xiaozhang is also a person with great luck. Accidentally obtained the heaven-defying technique Sunflower Treasure Tantra, which is able to change the fate of the sky, break through the upper limit. Moreover, he felt that the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary's limits went far beyond that. If he could continue to cultivate, he might not be able to hope to advance to the Soul Sect realm in the future. Kong, how the hell did you do that? Flanders couldn't help but ask after all in his delight. It's a long story. I unintentionally obtained a chance, which enabled me to make a lucky breakthrough. Yu Xiaozhang laughed bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but Flanders probably wouldn't believe him if he did. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. After all, the gung fu in his head was something that only he himself could cultivate, but he couldn't teach half of it. Fine, as long as we don't use some forbidden spells. Flandre laughed and was instantly relieved. They had actually found some forbidden spells that could force a breakthrough before, and the side effects were so great that they could damage their lifespan by 10 years or more, or lose their cultivation, or even die violently on the spot. So all those methods Yu Xiaojiang didn't use. Now that he saw that Jade Xiaojiang was alive and well, he thought that he must have really gotten some good chance, which enabled him to make a breakthrough. Alright Flanders, let's go back first. Yu Xiaojiang waved his hand, seemingly thinking of something, his mood inexplicably a bit melancholy, because as he practiced, he vaguely guessed the side effects of the sunflower treasure tantra. He just couldn't believe it all the time. Ha ha, go back and celebrate. Flanders didn't see any abnormality in Yu Xiaojiang and pulled him out of the soul-hunting forest. Shrek Academy. Late night. After celebrating with Flandre, Yu Xiaojiang also drank a lot of wine and wandered back to his room. Taking off his clothes, Yu Xiaojiang entered the bathroom, with the help of the ice-cold bath water, so that he was slightly awake. Yu Xiaojiang's face was getting paler and paler. Various images flew through his mind, forcibly arousing the bathing fire in his heart. Really can't get up. How did this happen? Yu Xiaojiang's mind completely collapsed and he sat on his butt. The cool water hit his body and made his heart go cold. Previously, in order to break through, in order to be able to get rid of the waste name, desperate cultivation, subconsciously ignored this small problem. And now, although he managed to break through, he has completely lost his manhood. Irrelevant stuff. Irrelevant. Yu Xiaojiang tilted his head with a self-deprecating bitter smile. He finally knew at this moment what the side effects of the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary really were. Only, he has already cultivated the initiation. This side effect cannot be reversed. The good thing is, he's over 100 years old. Bibi Don is having a baby. Lu Erlon must be married. He had long ago let go of everything and looked away. It won't be noticed anyway. Woohoo! Although Yu Xiaojiang comforted himself like this in his mind, in the end, he could not hold back and cried out in pain, tears falling like rain, inexplicably egg-curdling. End of chapter. Chapter 53, Perspective on Xianren Shui. Half a month later, Tiando City. Yu Xian. As the Heavenly Dipper Empire's Palace Ceremonial Academy, Yu Xian only enrolled 100 students each year, and for these 100 spots, the nobles throughout the Heavenly Dipper Empire almost crowded their heads. Yu Xian was placed in the Blue Star where Yifeng was in his previous life. It was equivalent to the top prestigious schools in foreign countries. As long as he could successfully graduate, it was equivalent to a layer of gold plating. For Yu Xian's annual graduation ceremony, the top dignitaries of the entire Tiando city would be invited to come and watch the ceremony. As the youngest Heavenly Dipper ranked teacher of the Heavenly Dipper Academy, Yifeng's fame had spread to Heavenly Dipper City within this half-month, causing no small amount of attention. Plus Yifeng's relationship with Dugubo had been rumored, and Yifeng had entered the circle of the upper echelon of Heavenly Dipper City as a result. This time, Yifeng also received an invitation to observe the ceremony somewhat unexpectedly. As the graduation ceremony begins, a stunningly beautiful young woman dressed in a silver palace dress with a smile on her face slowly appeared. It was none other than Yu Xian's owner, Tang Yuehua. Although Tang Yuehua was unable to break through level 10 for the rest of her life, her talent above music was the pinnacle of excellence. And since creating Yu Xian, Tang Yuehua's status had risen every step of the way. It was said that in the early times, even His Majesty today had a relationship with Tang Yuehua. Of course, it was wishful thinking on the part of the Snowy Night Emperor. Tang Yuehua was a brother controller. Her heart had long been taken away by Tang Hao, so naturally she couldn't possibly tolerate anyone else. In the end, the Snowy Night Emperor naturally failed, and Tang Yuehua gave the Snowy Night Emperor face, so naturally she wouldn't make a sound. That's why the outside world has still been rumoring that Tang Yuehua and the Snowy Night Emperor are having an affair. And as Tang Yuehua appeared, a young boy and girl dressed in silver began to make their appearance one after another. Everyone has an elegant and confident smile on their face, and between their hands and feet, their noble temperament is revealed, causing guests to glance at them frequently. Yifeng was also among the guests, but he didn't look at these brats, nor did he go to look at the charming Tang Yuehua. Instead, his gaze flowed among the guests. Soon, he was able to see it on a man sitting in the very center wearing a moon-white robe. The man looked to be around 27 or 18 years old, with an upright figure, and his appearance, though not handsome, gave off a very refreshing feeling, and the corners of his mouth had been wearing a faint smile, looking very gentle. Yifeng had also investigated before he came, and at a glance, he recognized the other party, who was none other than Shui Qinghe. the crown prince of the Tendo royal family. Of course, it's Chiron, to be precise. If you look at it normally, the other party's disguise is simply invincible, even if Yifeng knows that he is Thousand Rinxue disguise, but also cannot find the slightest crack. I don't know if my star pupil can see through. Yifeng suddenly thought of something, and then directly opened the star pupil. In the next moment, the pupils of Yifeng's eyes instantly changed to a light silver-white color, in which the stars flowed, causing the world in front of Yifeng's eyes to instantly undergo a subtle change. He looked at Xueqinghe again and realized that Xueqinghe's body had disappeared, replaced by a thin layer of mist. Obviously, this layer of mist was the other side's disguise. Yifeng deepened his eye power operation and instantly penetrated the mist, revealing the scene in the mist. It was a blonde woman with stunningly beautiful features, delicate and fair skin, delicate and perfect features, and dark golden eyes with a hint of a divine and inviolable aura. Eyes down. Well, it's massive. Eyes down again. Well, I really didn't mean to. Yifeng touched his nose. Fortunately there was no nosebleed. This was the first time he had utilized his star pupils, and he didn't expect to see so clearly. A small mole on its left breast, even tiny pores, was clearly visible. It was like holding a magnifying glass in front of the other party to scrutinize it. This feeling instantly made Yifeng a bit headstrong. Suddenly, Yifeng sensed something, and when he raised his head, he met Qian Rinxue's pair of sharp golden eyes. Discovered? Yifeng raised an eyebrow and withdrew his star pupil, but still stared straight at Qian Rinxue, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. After staring at each other for a few seconds, Yifeng got up and walked towards the outside of Yuxian. Well, this guy. Why do I have the feeling of being seen through all over? Xueqinghe subconsciously clenched her legs, her body unnatural. He naturally knew Yifeng, one of the youngest Heavenly Do Royal Academy's Heavenly Do ranked teachers, who was said to be only 16 years old, was actually a level 50 quasi-soul king, and also seemed to possess the legendary extreme fire attribute Martial Soul. Such a terrifying talent was unparalleled, directly breaking the historical record of the Heavenly Dipper Empire. He was very appreciative of Yifeng, and originally thought of finding an opportunity to get in touch with the other party to see if there was any possibility of pulling him into his command, but he didn't expect to meet him here. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. This guy, it's really some strange. Xueqinghe was inexplicably a little resistant to Yifeng in his heart at the moment. He always felt that there was something strange about Yifeng, but he couldn't tell. And the look in the other guy's eyes just now. Xueqinghe seemed to have thought of something and slowly got up, walking towards the direction Yifeng had left. Seeing this, the guards behind him immediately wanted to follow, but they were stopped by Xueqinghe. You wait here, there's no need to follow. Your Highness. A few of the guards immediately wanted to say something, but in the end, they didn't follow. Xueqinghe walked out of the hall and arrived in the huge courtyard outside of the Moonxian. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a man-made pond, and by the pond, a gazebo was situated. In the pavilion, Yifeng sat across the stone table, looking at Xueqinghe with a smile on his face, seemingly having waited for a long time. Although Xueqinghe vaguely felt that something wasn't quite right, he still revealed a gentle smile as he looked at Yifeng and said, I've long heard that the Heavenly Dipper Academy has produced one of the youngest Heavenly Dipper ranked teachers, and when I see it today, it's really extraordinary. As Xueqinghe said that, he had already come to the opposite side of Yifeng and slowly sat down. Whoa, the prince has heard of me? Yifeng raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. He did not expect that his reputation had already reached the ears of Xueqinghe, which spread quite quickly. Teacher Ye's outstanding talent has attracted a lot of attention, and I've heard a little about it. Xueqinghe smiled faintly, but he still didn't hold back to remind. Although Teacher Yi has outstanding talent, there are still some aspects he needs to pay attention to, especially casually probing a strong person in a public place, which is very impolite behavior. Although Xueqinghe seemed to be reminding, there was actually a hint of warning. After all, he was at least a prince and even a powerful soul saint. Although Yifeng's probing was very hidden and he had no evidence, his intuition told him that Yifeng must have probed him very carefully. Although he was confident that his disguise wouldn't be seen through, the fact that the other party was doing this still gave him some minor irritation. Your Highness is mistaken. I am not probing your privacy, I am simply looking at it more. It's just that my martial soul is a bit special and comes with the ability to see through. The corner of Yifeng's mouth hooked up slightly, and he spoke the truth without hiding it. End of chapter. Chapter 54. Your Highness doesn't want your identity to be exposed, right? What? Perspective. Xueqinghe's pupils suddenly shrunk, his heartbeat violently accelerated, and a flash of terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, all of this happened in an instant. Xueqinghe quickly calmed down. His face was calm, and he even revealed a hint of a rakish look as he curiously asked, Wow, then may I ask Mr. Yi, what did you see? Xueqing has stared tightly at Yi Feng. Although he was very confident in the camouflage ability of his angel soul bone, he was still inevitably a little nervous, and his palms were slightly oozing cold sweat. If Yi Feng really saw something, he would definitely not hesitate to storm out and kill the other party on the spot. The big deal was to arrange a murder charge for Yi Feng afterward, only as a last resort. Of course, Yi Feng, as the youngest Heavenly Dipper ranked teacher, had a reputation, and also had an unspoken connection with Dugubo. If he really killed Yi Feng, the consequences caused would be difficult for him to bear. I saw. Yi Feng spoke halfway, deliberately whetting people's appetites. What to see? Xueqing leaned forward, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the terrifying soul power on his body was poised to lock Yi Feng firmly in place. See, your highness is wrapped in a mist that is too dense to see through, Yi Feng said with a faint smile. Who dash? Hearing this answer, Xueqing's entire body instantly relaxed, but a heart was still bouncing madly, almost died of shock. If Yi Feng really saw something, then he was afraid that his 10 years of undercover career would be completely buried. This consequence was something he could not bear in any way. As a prince, the body naturally has a covering probe. Secret security. It is normal that you can't see through it. Although Xueqing has said so, his tone was still a bit unkind. If it's an ordinary probing, it's fine. If you dare to mess around with your penetrating eyes in the future, I'll never spare you. Your highness, I'm not done yet. Yi Feng still did not change his face and continued. However, it's fortunate that I have deep power and saw your true form. Your highness, through the mist. I didn't realize that his royal highness the crown prince was actually a woman. Snow clearing river. Boom. I sharked you. Xueqing erupted with a roar, and a terrifying domain was suddenly released, obscuring the aura of this place. Immediately after that, Xueqing's entire body transformed into golden light, carrying the huge angelic holy sword and slashing straight towards Yi Feng's head. In a violent rage, Xueqing's disguise also completely dissipated, revealing his true appearance. Qian Rinxue's mind was really fried this time. The terrifying killing intent completely enveloped Yi Feng. The whole thing was ashamed and angry. It's not even enough to have your identity seen through, but your body was actually seen naked as well. Who the hell can stand that? Rumble. The terrifying greatsword directly chopped the gazebo to pieces and landed straight on Yi Feng's brain. Hoo. The smoke cleared. Qian Rinxue fixed her eyes on it, and her pupils suddenly shrunk. One word popped into her mind empty-handed. Her big sword was actually caught by Yi Feng with his bare hands. Your highness, sneaking up on people isn't polite behavior. Yi Feng grinned. Although Qian Rinxue was already a soul saint, the other party didn't want to make a big noise, so they didn't use two powerful soul skills at all. And even more so, they underestimated Yi Feng, which allowed him to catch the other party's greatsword so easily. The next moment, boom, under the terrifying outbreak of power, a huge pit with a depth of more than half a meter appeared under Yi Feng's feet. Yi Feng's entire body was like an arrow that had left the strings and ruthlessly crashed into Qian Rinxue's body. Catching dash. A crisp bone-cracking sound came from Yi Feng and Qian Rinxue as the two of them embedded themselves together within the solid wall behind them. How could you possibly have such terrifying power? Qian Rinxue's eyes popped out. She only felt like she was hit by a ferocious beast. Her head was a little confused. It was really because Yi Feng's speed was so fast that Qian Rinxue could only use her arms to fend it off. The terrifying force directly broke all of her arms and ribs, causing her to be seriously injured on the spot, and her martial soul was knocked back, completely losing all of her battle power. Obviously, she had completely underestimated Yi Feng's battle power. Your highness, being a daughter, you still have such a good body. No, body hand. Yi Feng held Qian Rinxue down inside the wall, grinning with a wistful face. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. You let go of me. I'm not the crown prince highness. His highness has something temporary. I'm just replacing his highness for a period of time. Qian Rinxue gritted her teeth in death, forcing a cunning defense. As much as being molested upset her, she knew this was not the time for anger. All she wants to do at the moment is run away, because Yi Feng definitely didn't know that she was an undercover agent of the Martial Spirit Hall. As long as she could escape, there was still room for everything to turn around. Your highness Qian Rinxue, don't pretend. I actually knew it already. Yi Feng naturally knew what Qian Rinxue was thinking and directly stated the other party's identity, shattering the other party's last hope. Sure enough, when Yi Feng said this, Qian Rinxue's head instantly went blank and she froze in place on the spot. The strength of his entire body was also instantly dissipated at this moment, and despair filled his delicate and absolutely beautiful face. Who the hell are you? How could you possibly know who I am? Qian Rinxue knew that she was now completely and utterly screwed. Identity exposed. Even if she can escape, more than 10 years of planning will be ruined. A decade of dedication. More than simply being undercover. This program was everything to her. the result of her desire to prove to that woman. And now, it's been completely destroyed. For a moment, Chen Renshui even had thoughts of lightening her life. She was targeted and almost killed by that woman at birth. In order to prove herself, she left the Palace of Martial Souls with a difficult task on her back and came to a foreign country, killing Xue Qinghe and then posing as the other party's identity. It seemed simple, but it had involved countless hours of effort on her part, in order to prove herself in front of Bibi Dong. But now, the mission had failed, and even if she could escape, she would be mocked and abused and humiliated by the other party. This is hard for her to accept. Instead of that, then she might as well die now and be done with it. I didn't do anything and you're in a hurry to die? Yifeng was taken aback when he saw Qian Renshui's complete lack of resistance, so he hurriedly spoke. Your Highness Qian Renshui, I'm sure you don't want your identity to be exposed. In fact, there's still a possibility for us to cooperate. Qian Renshui's heart shook violently when she heard this, but she still frowned and asked, what do you want? Although Qian Renshui said so, she did not hold too much hope. After all, even if the other party let her go, she still had a handle in the other party's hands. There was no telling if the other side would ask her to do something weird. She admitted that Yifeng was very handsome, and his talent was okay. Even she was ashamed of herself. Such an excellent man was definitely the dream lover in the hearts of countless young girls. However, as the young master of the Martial Soul Hall, it was naturally impossible for her to give in because of this. Even if you really have no choice, she has to be on it too. However, Yifeng is at least a teacher. He should be a decent man, not too likely to do that kind of thing. When Qian Renshui thought about it, her face inexplicably began to burn and redden. P.S. The prickly dolphin and snake spear is 1,000 Rinshue behind the plan to launch the time to invite. The two sealed Doluwa cannot be in order to protect the 1,000 Rinshue and hide in the palace and even the sky docheng. After all, the sword Doluwa and bone Doluwa and the Dugu bow is not a vegetarian. How can you let the two sealed Doluwa in the eyes of the underground lurk for more than a decade? Prickly dolphin and snake spear is also not so idle. End of chapter. Chapter 55 Bloodsucking Therapy. Investing in Chiron. Although Yifeng had perspective, he didn't have mind-reading techniques, so naturally, he didn't know what Qian Renshui was thinking. Let's go. Get out of here first. Yifeng didn't rush, but picked up the severely injured Qian Renshui and quickly scaled the wall to leave. The field that Qian Renshui had released earlier could only isolate the aftermath of the battle and the sound. It could not isolate the line of sight. If someone saw that this place was being beaten to death at this moment, something big would definitely happen. So Yifeng didn't dare to stay here for much longer. Slow down. Qian Renshui's face was pressed on top of Yifeng's solid chest, and the scorching hot manly scent continuously followed the wind and drilled into her nostrils, causing her already hot face to roll more and more, making her body uncomfortable. But she couldn't do anything about it. Yifeng's strength was too great. Just a savage punch had shattered most of her bones. Her internal injuries were severe. Her body couldn't move at all. She could only let Yifeng hold her. Since the graduation ceremony was at night, taking advantage of the night color, Yifeng easily dodged the crowd and brought Qian Renshui into his hotel room in Tiando City. Yifeng drilled into the room through the window and placed Qian Renshui on his bed and couch before he ruthlessly breathed a sigh of relief. Yifeng was really afraid that Qian Renshui would blow herself up halfway. Previously, Qian Renshui's look of lifelessness was really scary and almost scared Yifeng. Qian Renshui was of great use to Yifeng, and Yifeng hadn't even thought about killing her. What the hell are you doing bringing me here? Qian Renshui asked somewhat nervously as she lay on the bed, using her soul power to pick up her bones. Just now she thought that Yifeng was a decent man, but now Yifeng directly brought her to the hotel, which made her become uneasy again. Of course it's healing. What did you expect? Yifeng washed his face, then slowly sat down next to Qian Renshui. As far as I know, you should be a fire attribute soul master. Where did you get the healing ability? Qian Renshui moved her but towards the corner of the bed and curled up, a little scared. She was now in a heavily injured body. Even if she exploded with all her strength, she was by no means a match for Yifeng at such a close distance. The other party's terrifying power that was as terrifying as a ferocious beast was still fresh in her mind. Within 5 meters. No, 10 meters. She was defenseless even in her heyday. Yifeng didn't bother to explain, but instead directly stretched out his claw and made a small opening on his finger. Open your mouth. Yifeng looked at Qian Renshui and faintly said. Qian Renshui felt the taste of blood in her mouth and just wanted to spit Yifeng's finger out. Then she violently froze, because she realized that Yifeng's blood, surprisingly, possessed healing abilities. The blood entered her mouth and directly merged into her body as a terrifying vitality roared out, rapidly recovering the injuries in her body. Although he couldn't recover instantly, such a powerful healing ability, I'm afraid that a healing soul Doluwa would be no better. Simply horrible. Feeling a little ashamed though, but Chiron still subconsciously sucked harder, wanting more. Jojo, because she sucked too hard. Strange sounds kept coming out, and Chiranai's face instantly turned red. If it had been normal, she would have let go of her mouth. But the feeling of healing was just too good. 100 times more comfortable than being treated by a healing soul master, and she simply couldn't let go of her mouth. Moreover, she had to recover her injuries quickly now so that she could take some initiative next and not be held by Yifeng. Therefore, even though it was very shameful, Chen Rinxue still didn't let go. Suck hard, suck, 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 suck. And as the power of life spread, the injuries in Qian Rinxue's body recovered quickly. The crushed bones had already been connected by Qian Rinxue's soul power long ago, and at this moment, under the infusion of terrifying life force, they were also healing rapidly. In just a minute, Chen Rinxue's injuries were completely healed. All told, she's only taken a dozen puffs, and with such a small wound, the total amount of blood added up doesn't even come close to the amount she gets in a day when she loses blood once a month. If Yifeng's blood was packed in advance, a mouthful of it when he was injured would instantly fill his blood in a few breaths. This healing ability was not inferior to the continent's #1 healing martial soul, the Nine Hearts Begonia. Is that enough? Still sucking? When Yifeng saw that Qian Rinxue was still nibbling on his finger even after her injuries were healed, he was a bit speechless and gently hooked his finger and rubbed it on Qian Rinxue's tongue. Well, bah! Qian Rinxue only reacted at this time, and hastily spat out Yifeng's finger. Her absolutely beautiful face was red and glowing, obviously completely full of blood. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Just now you said you don't want it. Why don't you let go now? Yifeng wiped his fingers while looking at Qian Rinxue somewhat derisively. The wounds on his fingers, on the other hand, recovered in an instant, thanks to Qian Rinxue's fast and powerful suction. If Qian Rinxue hesitated a little bit for a second, Yifeng's finger wounds were afraid that they would directly recover and could not be sucked at all. Humph, it was you who injured me. What happened to me sucking some blood? Qian Rinxue lightly hummed, stalking his neck and cunningly said, well, then, let's get down to business. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and didn't think of fighting with Qian Rinxue, and said indifferently, I'm a bit interested in your martial soul hall. I can invest in you and let you grow fast, so that you can take charge of the martial soul hall in the future and be of use to me. Yifeng was naturally too lazy to beat around the bush and directly opened the door. Invest in me? I'm at least a prince. There's no lack of cultivation resources at all. What do you have to invest in me? Unless it's something special and useful. Luckily, she thought Yifeng was so powerful that he could say something that would interest her. She is at least the crown prince, although it can't be said to be rich, but the cultivation resources are not lacking at all. Yifeng, the little kid, can invest in her what? What I'm investing in is naturally not any cultivation resources, but other things, such as my power. Yifeng spoke quietly. Resources Qian Rinxue was naturally not lacking. After all, the other party's innate level 20 soul power, talent was already heaven-defying, and now at the age of only 27, he had reached level 72, Soul Saint. Although it was a bit worse than Tang Hao, but in the outside world, it was also considered a super monster. After all, most soul masters in their 30s were only just Soul Zun Soul Kings. Yifeng was able to feel that Qian Rinxue's soul force was very solid. It was still quite impressive to say that he had broken through at the age of 26. The immortal herb was precious, and he wasn't very familiar with Qian Rinxue yet, so it wouldn't be too late to give it later. Aside from the immortal herb, the only thing Yifeng could invest in was the words. What? Are you saying that this terrifying power of yours did not come from cultivation, but through external objects? Qian Rinxue was shocked on the spot when she heard this. He had never heard of a way to raise one's power to a level comparable to that of a soul beast. After all, Yifeng's profile was that of a fire attribute soul master. It was almost impossible to possess such a powerful force, which in turn made her really curious about Yifeng's investment. End of chapter. Chapter 56, Yifeng vs Qian Rinxue. Sure, Yifeng smiled faintly. Since you know my identity, why do you still dare to say such things? I only need to grow up for a few more years and I'll still be able to take charge of the martial soul palace, so why should I accept your investment and control? Qian Rinxue hummed lightly, a hint of pride in her tone. She was also merely curious. She had her own pride. She possessed innate level 20 soul power, and in the future, she was even able to inherit the angelic martial soul and achieve godhood. Naturally, he couldn't look at this bit of Yifeng's stuff. He even felt that the conditions Yifeng proposed were still a bit childish. Have you forgotten where you are right now? Yifeng suddenly reached out and pinched Qian Rinxue's delicate face, narrowing his eyes slightly as he said, I'm threatening you now, not discussing with you. Chiron. Qian Rinxue was silent for a moment at the moment, speechless as she admitted that she was indeed threatened, but it's the first time she's seen someone threaten her and have to invest in her first, and still have to let her grow up before working for him. Isn't the other side afraid that she'll grow up and just flip the script? as long as she took down the Heavenly Dipper Empire, then her identity didn't matter. Naturally she wasn't afraid of being exposed, much less threatened. Humph, it's not impossible to agree to your request, but I have a condition. Chen Renshui broke away from Yifeng's big hand and grunted. On what terms? Yifeng seemed to have guessed something, but still asked knowingly. Fight me. Chen Renshui stared straight at Yifeng, her eyes full of battle intent. I was careless before, and that's why you got away with your sneak attack. I am at least a soul saint. You are just a soul king who talks big about investing in me. You must at least let me see your real battle power. In Chen Renshui's opinion, she hadn't exerted her true strength before, and Yifeng hadn't given his full strength either, especially the extreme flame. She really wanted to see if the extreme martial spirit was really as capable of transgressing challenges as it was rumored to be. Moreover, if Yifeng didn't dare to answer the battle, it would mean that whatever investment the other party said was bull asterisk 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 asterisk, and if the other party dared to answer the battle, win or lose, she would not lose. If she won, she wouldn't kill Yifeng, but would continue to work with the other party. After all, Yifeng didn't have any killing intent towards her, he only threatened her, and he also gave her a treatment for her injuries, so she guessed that Yifeng might have something that needed the help of the Martial Soul Hall. She felt that Yifeng was a talented person, and that Yifeng needed the power of the Martial Spirit Hall, and she actually wanted to wait for Yifeng to grow up in the future and take him under her wing. If she loses, then she has nothing to say, the same as to accept the threat of Yifeng, only then she completely lost the initiative. Could be. Yifeng nodded, but did not refuse. The opponents he had encountered so far were either ridiculously strong or as weak as a dog, completely unable to make him give his full strength. Although Qian Renshui was a soul saint, the opponent's battle power was close to approaching that of a soul Doluo, just enough for Yifeng to try out his current true battle power. Good, let's go. Let's go to the great soul fighting arena. When Qian Renshui heard this, her beautiful eyes instantly lit up, looking somewhat impatient. Qian Renshui got out of bed, and her entire body instantly blurred, once again changing into the appearance of Xueqinghe. What are you doing? However, when Yifeng saw this scene, he instantly became a bit upset and pulled Xueqinghe's arm. What's wrong with me? Xueqinghe was confused. He didn't do anything just running the Soul Bones camouflage soul skill, changed into the original appearance. What's wrong with that? It's better for you to change into your original appearance. How nice it looks. Xueqinghe's appearance is too ugly. It makes me diabolical to look at. Yifeng's tone was serious. Obviously, this matter was very important to him. Cheron. Chen Renshui didn't know whether to be happy or angry now. It was the first time she had been told that she was ugly and good-looking. Humph. A young age does not learn, but also like to look at beautiful women. Qian Renshui quickly thought of something, petulant humming, but very honestly lifted the disguise, once again changed into a blonde hair of a stunningly beautiful woman. To be honest, in the Tiando Empire, Yifeng was still the first man who had seen her real face. If an ordinary member of the opposite sex saw her true face and showed a scrutinizing and lustful gaze, she would definitely not hesitate to kill him on the spot. But the other party is Yifeng. Yifeng is so young. At a glance, we know that it is a little chef man, but also so good-looking. Qian Renshui think of themselves as a worldly big sister, naturally have to show manners, cannot be so petty, so Qian Renshui didn't feel any anger at this. Instead she was happy to show off her beauty and figure in front of the other party, and she even had an urge to molest the other party. Not only the appearance change, Qian Renshui is the use of camouflage, directly on the spot to change, changed into a goose yellow long dress. Feet do not know when also put on a pair of high-heeled sandals, revealing delicate as jade-like white jade feet. Originally, Chen Renshui's height was about the same as Yifeng's, but under the increase of the 10-centimeter high heels, Chen Renshui was directly taller than Yifeng. Yifeng's gaze was more like looking at a little brother in general. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. How are you going to fight when you're dressed like that? The corner of Yifeng's mouth twitched, somewhat speechless. He admitted that Chen Renshui's outfit was very pretty and made his eyes light up. But they're going to fight. Won't they get naked dressed like that? It's not like I'm a reckless person like you who fights with your physical body. It doesn't matter how I dress. Qian Renshui hummed petulantly, but despite what she said, she changed into a tight light blue battle dress with gold prints. After all, her fighting style wasn't melee, but Yifeng was. If she was accidentally approached by Yifeng, wearing a skirt was really inconvenient. However, when Chen Renshui changed into this combat outfit, Yifeng's eyes lit up. Just now wearing a skirt might not be too visible, but now this battle dress could be considered a perfect outline of Qian Renshui's delicate figure. The front of the body is full and upright and well capitalized. The back is rounded and stiff and just as eye-catching. Thighs are straight and full, but not bulky. Perhaps it was due to the angelic martial spirit, making Qian Rinshui's body appear extremely perfect, unable to pick out a single flaw. What are you looking at? Hurry up! Qian Rinshui gently pushed Yifeng and pouted with a red face. She held some advantages in terms of age, but in the end, she hadn't experienced much of this kind of world, and at this moment, being peered by Yifeng so much, she was ultimately a bit overwhelmed. What's the point? It's not like we haven't seen it before. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and said, how dare you? The next time you dare to look at me with your perspective eyes, I will fight you even if I die. Qian Rinshui sniffed and exploded on the spot. Her body's terrifying soul power stirred as if she was about to self-destruct and die with Yifeng in the next second. Okay, I'll try. Yifeng laughed and quickly left the room. You stand still. You must promise me, or I will fight you. Qian Rinshui furiously chased after him. She didn't do it after all. After all, Yifeng looked at it all, and she didn't have any memory erasure techniques to undo it. Moreover, she had been lurking for more than 10 years, and now that the Snowy Night Emperor was physically incapacitated and she was about to start her own operation, she mustn't be undone by this matter. In the end, Qian Rinshui still gritted her teeth and chose to swallow her humiliation after all, and vowed that she would never hold back in the fight later. Definitely give Yifeng a hard fat beating. End of chapter. Chapter 57, Angelic Realm vs. Star Realm. The Heavenly Dipper Great Soul Stadium. This was the largest soul fighting arena in the Heavenly Do Empire and the entire Heavenly Do Empire, boasting a main soul fighting arena and over 100 large and small secondary soul fighting arenas. Conflicts and bouts between soul masters abounded. Fighting was not allowed within Heavenly Duel City, and there was no guarantee for fighting in the wild, so most soul masters would choose this place as a place for soul fighting, no matter if it was personal safety or the credibility of various betting fights. The soul fighting arena could serve as a guarantee, and could be said to be an excellent choice. The two of them, Qian Rinshui and Yifeng, directly chartered a huge soul fighting arena and kicked out the referee and all the staff. The soul fighting stage was a huge ring that reached 100 meters in diameter. Such a ring in the entire Tian-Do Dido Soul Stadium, also only a few, is second only to the Dido Soul Stadium Soul Stage. The strength of the ring is able to withstand the sealed Dolua level of fighting. The rent for a day's rental reached a terrifying 10,000 gold soul coins. Luckily, Qian Rinshui had plenty of money, and 10,000 golden soul coins was really nothing to her. On the soul fighting stage, Yifeng and Qian Rinshui stood opposite each other. Qian Rinshui has already released her own martial soul, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, the whole 7 soul rings suspended at her feet. The whole is emitting a piercing light of the Holy Spirit. Under that intense golden light rendering, Qian Rinshui's eyes also turned completely golden, and the huge angelic silhouette of her face floated behind her. The angel's figure was more than 30 meters tall, and the wings behind it were 3 pairs of 6, the legendary 6-winged angel. Come on, let me see your strength. Qian Rinshui's golden eyes stared tightly at Yifeng, and her tone of voice even became a bit icy. That's good. That's a little bit of pressure. When Yifeng saw this, he grinned. Immediately after that, he also slowly released his martial soul. In the next moment, only a golden dragon shadow slowly emerged from behind Yifeng and hovered above his head. Although the dragon was tens of times smaller than the archangel because of Yifeng's cultivation, the dragon might it released was no less than the pressure released by the 6-winged archangel. Immediately after that, only a black soul ring was seen gradually appearing under Yifeng's feet. When Qian Rinshui saw a black soul ring, she was still a bit confused and didn't react. Immediately after that, the second, third, in an instant, 4 terrifying black soul rings gradually enlarged, each one releasing a terrifying 10,000-year-old soul ring aura, one more terrifying than the other. 4 10,000-year-old soul rings. You're only level 50. How is this possible? Qian Rinshui's eyes were about to glaze over when she saw this scene. If Yifeng's power had shocked her before, then the 4 10,000-year-old soul rings at this moment were so unbelievable that even her worldview of more than 20 years had been drastically impacted. This is a 10,000-year soul ring, not some crappy 10-year 100-year soul ring. She was a 7-ring soul saint, which only had 4 10,000-year soul rings. Ordinary soul saints only had 3 10,000-year soul rings at most, and some poorer soul saints might only have 2 10,000-year soul rings. And Yifeng, a soul sect, even possessed 4 10,000-year-old soul rings. What's wrong with the world? Qian Rinshui remembers that she is not a dead house. She is also always concerned about the news of the outside world. Now the soul masters are so powerful? Yifeng was now level 50. If he could find a 100,000-year-old soul beast, Yifeng could definitely absorb a 100,000-year-old soul ring. How horrible was this physical quality? It's not just the soul ring issue, but also the opponent's martial soul. A dragon? Wasn't this guy a soul master of the extreme fire attribute? And this terrifying dragon didn't look like a fire dragon? Qian Rinxue was full of question marks at the moment, and her delicate pretty face was filled with confusion above, which seemed to be somewhat cute. This time, it was indeed the first time since Yifeng had left the mountain that he intended to exert his full strength. In the original, when Qian Rinxue fought Tang San, her battle power was straight up against a sealed Doluo, and now, Qian Rinxue had only just entered the Soul Saint and was not yet fully developed, but with the angelic domain, the combined battle power could reach the Soul Doluo level. This was already enough to qualify Yifeng to take it seriously. Your Highness, don't get distracted. You're the first opponent I've encountered that can make me release my martial soul. When Yifeng saw Qian Rinxue freeze, he grinned and casually condensed a fireball and threw it towards Qian Rinxue. Humph, no wonder you dare to fight me. So you're still hiding such an undercard. Qian Rinxue lightly snorted, directly condensing the angelic greatsword and casually waving it. Whoosh! The golden sharp blade composed of sacred soul power exploded, directly blasting Yifeng's fireball to pieces. Although the extreme fire was powerful, it was only a high temperature, and if it couldn't hit its target, its attack power was actually average. I recognize that you're strong, but this time I won't be careless, much less give you a single chance. Angel Field. Qian Rinxue let out a cold cry and directly opened her strongest domain, the angelic domain. Originally, Qian Rinxue still wanted to hide her hand, thinking that she had already given Yifeng face by displaying her true body of the martial soul. But when she saw Yifeng's terrifying soul ring and martial soul, she changed her mind. This time she must go all out and not give Yifeng a single chance. Earlier in the Moon Hen, she was the one who released the angelic domain, isolating the outside world's aura. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack and uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Only, at that time, because he did not release his martial soul and soul ring, the angelic domain released could only isolate his breath without any additional effect, which was how he was able to be sneak attacked by Yifeng. And the angelic realm now is what it is at its full strength. The golden field opened up, directly covering the entire soul fighting arena completely. And that's just the upper limit of the soul fighting arena, not the upper limit of the angelic realm. Angelic domain allows Chiron to take on an illusory form, increasing its own battle power by 30% and reducing the opponent's battle power by 10%. The Holy Spirit energy contained within the domain would continuously erode the enemy's soul power and drastically weaken the opponent's senses. Not only that, the field was able to fix the opponent in the center, and even if they moved instantly, they would only be in place. Instead, Qian Rinxue was able to come and go as she pleased within the realm, comparable to instantaneous transportation. Kind of interesting. Yifeng felt the pressure on his body, then grinned and opened his star field without hesitation. Buzz. In the next moment, only an extremely transparent light curtain spread out from Yifeng's body, directly tearing the angelic realm apart from the inside, creating its own heaven and earth. Yifeng's light curtain appeared to be a light silver-white color, with many stars flowing on it, and the stream of light constantly flickered and changed. If you look at it from the outside, it looks like a small silver-white bubble wrapped in a huge golden bubble, but even how much pressure the big bubble exerts, it can't shake the little bubble one iota. Not only that, as Yifeng's domain expanded, it even directly merged into the angelic domain, and the angelic domain fought against each other. In this case, neither side could use their field abilities. However, Yifeng's domain was only the third soul ring after all. Although the quality of the star domain was a bit higher than Qian Renxue's angel domain, Qian Renxue's martial soul was already a super martial soul. Plus the angel domain was just able to compete with the star domain under the support of Qian Renxue's martial soul's true body. In this aspect of the domain, Yifeng could only tie with the other party. In Yifeng's opinion, this was normal, but this scene was different when placed in the eyes of Qian Renxue. Her most powerful angelic domain could only tie with Yifeng. How could this still be played? End of chapter. Chapter 58, Star Pupil. Perspective again. Yifeng, your kid's hiding is really deep. You even possess a domain-type soul skill as well, and it's even more advanced than my angel domain. At this moment, Qian Renshue's heart was once again hit hard by Yifeng, and her mind was a little fried. The strongest angelic domain that she was so proud of was far inferior in quality to the other party's domain, and she could only go 50-50 with the other party after occupying such a huge advantage. This caused her pride to take a sharp hit, and her entire breathing became a little unsteady. Generally speaking, I'm actually quite curious about the depths of Her Highness Qian Renxue. Yifeng laughed out loud. Humph, then I'll let you. Yuck, you don't learn at a young age, and you speak so vulgarly. Qian Renxue instantly reacted, immediately spat lightly. A face is also instantly red. Body originally that sacred majestic and noble breath is a violent turbulence. Roar, angel roar. In the next moment, the angelic silhouette behind Qian Renxue seemed to have felt the humiliation, and turned to Yifeng with a fierce roar. Terrifying sound waves shook out, carrying a terrifying spiritual attack. This was the sixth soul skill of Qianren Shui, Angelic Roar. The person attacked will experience a strong mental shock, with the damage based on the target and Qiren's mental power determination. Of course, this is only based on the target not doing any defense. Before Qianren Shui's spiritual attack landed on Yi Feng had already opened his star pupil. In the next moment, Yi Feng's eyes changed to a light silver-white color, with streams of light flickering in them, like stars flowing, and as Yi Feng opened his star pupil, Yi Feng's surroundings were also wrapped in a layer of translucent silver shield. The terrifying spiritual power continuously impacted Yi Feng's shield, but it was unable to affect it in the slightest. Qianren Shui's spiritual power was a little stronger than Yi Feng's, but only a little, and by no means twice as high as Yi Feng's spiritual power. As long as the spiritual power did not exceed twice that of Yi Feng, then it would not be able to break through the spiritual shield that Yi Feng's star pupil had condensed. Unlike ordinary dragons, Yi Feng's star ancestral dragon was originally a hexagonal warrior. No matter whether it was elemental, physical body, or spiritual power, all of them were ridiculously strong without any shortcomings. Even if Yi Feng's bloodline wasn't completely unsealed, it wasn't something a tiny six-winged angel could touch. Spiritual shield. What type is your martial soul anyway? How could there even be a spiritual defense soul skill? Qianren Shui's entire body was dumbfounded at the moment. Even if Yi Feng had the extreme fire, he even had the ability to resist spiritual power. This was too perverse. No, this feeling. However, soon enough, Qianren Shui sensed that something was wrong, as she felt the same sense of prying eyes that she had felt in the first place. Her gaze fell on Yi Feng's star pupil. Obviously, it was the other party's ability to see through her in the first place, saying that he would no longer use perspective. Yi Feng even used it. It was simply excessive. Told you no more perspective on me. I sharked you. Qianren Shui was completely crazy at this moment, carrying a 30-meter giant sword and stabbing straight towards Yi Feng. Seeing this, Yi Feng hurriedly blasted a pillar of fire towards Qianren Shui. Rumble! A huge explosion came. Qianren Shui's dash was blocked for a moment, while Yi Feng used it to quickly dodge. I'll need to turn on perspective for my mental defense, so don't attack with your spirit, Yi Feng said loudly while dodging. I don't care, you just aren't allowed to use it. Qianren Shui was choked for a moment, but she was just furious, and the great sword in her hand crazily erupted with all kinds of light blades, blasting towards Yi Feng. The seventh soul skill was Martial Soul True Body, sixth soul skill Angel Roar, and the strongest angelic fields. None of the three strongest skills could be put to much use, which caused Qianren Shui's battle power to plummet. If they were facing a normal soul sect, Qianren Shui would be able to cut the pair into flying dust with a single sword. However, Qianren Shui was facing Yi Feng, who possessed a battle power of several dozens of levels, and with the previous 5 soul skills, he was completely unable to cause any damage to Yi Feng. At this moment, Qianren Shui was suffocating so much that she was about to vomit blood. Yi Feng, you can't help me either. How about counting it as a draw? Qianren Shui felt the rapid depletion of her soul power and eventually put down her dignity and wanted to stop. However, Yi Feng would not agree. You've been fighting for so long, but I haven't put in any effort yet. Seeing that Qianren Shui was a bit out of it, Yi Feng also stopped dodging and grinned at Qianren Shui. In the next moment, the fourth soul ring behind Yi Feng flickered slightly, and the soul power in Yi Feng's body was crazily consumed. And as the soul power was consumed, the fire elements in the entire space converged towards Yi Feng crazily. In just a few short breaths, a flame giant with a large sword in its hand, whose size was no less than that of a 6-winged archangel, was condensed. Such a terrifying soul skill. If it was an ordinary soul sect, it would not be able to be performed even if one drained their soul power. However, Yi Feng's soul power was of extremely high quality, and it only consumed 50% of his soul power, which was harmless. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. What kind of soul skill is this? Qianren Shui was clearly shocked when she saw this scene. Her 7th soul skill Martial Soul True Body is also only so horrible. The other side this is only the 4th soul skill, surprisingly can emit and her Martial Soul True Body almost the same power. This also play a fart. Roar! The flame giant roared and charged towards Qianren Shui. This time, then it was Qiren's turn to escape. Extreme fire is really too horrible. If the flame giant alone she is not afraid in the slightest, but the other side of the flame giant if the flame giant in front of her self-detonation. This TM who can top? Qianren Shui was only thinking of dodging as quickly as Yi Feng at the moment. As long as she held on until Yi Feng's soul power was exhausted, the flame giant would naturally dissipate as well. She didn't believe that Yi Feng's soul power was even more terrifying than hers. However, the moment Qianren Shui wanted to turn around and dodge, she only felt that the entire space instantly became incomparably sticky, causing her speed to plummet by 99%, and she was almost frozen in place. Star Force Field. the third soul ring behind Yifeng flashed once again and cast a star force field, directly fixing Qian Rinxue in place. Off. Holy light erupted from Qian Rinxue's body, and in less than a second, she broke free from the confinement of Yifeng's force field. Unfortunately, it's already too late. The flame giant had already arrived in front of Qian Rinxue at this moment, and the terrifying flame giant's sword slashed down fiercely towards Qian Rinxue. Not only that, as the giant's sword descended, the flame giant's figure began to expand crazily. You're crazy. Qian Rinxue's face suddenly changed. Next moment, the piercing fire light erupted as if it were a blazing sun. It was only immediately followed by a terrifyingly loud noise. Rumble. The fiery red mushroom cloud slowly rose, completely submerging the entire soul fighting platform, including Yifeng. However, Yifeng had long ago achieved full immunity from ice and fire, and when he was swept away by the explosion, he only felt warm. A large amount of fire element invaded his body, and it was even directly recycled by him, turning into soul power to replenish himself, while the angelic aura of Qian Rinxue is rapidly dissipating in the midst of the explosion. End of chapter. Chapter 59, Qian Rinxue, Master. A few moments later, the fallout dissipated. All that was left in place was a huge deep pit. Although the soul fighting platform was able to withstand the attacks of a sealed Doluo, it was unable to withstand the scorching ultra-high temperatures of the extreme flame. The ring that was made from an unknown material was all completely melted by the extreme flame at this moment. In the middle of the giant pit, Qian Rinxue held the angelic lightsaber in her hand, kneeling on one knee in the middle of the giant pit, panting violently. Her body had a great deal of burns on it, both her clothes and her hair. But it's just a burn. Although the explosion was terrifying, the power was actually much weaker because the range was too large and the flames were too spread out. Qian Rinxue's fifth soul skill was called Shield of Sacred Light, which possessed a very powerful defensive ability. But this defensive ability was very consuming soul skills. At this moment, Qian Rinxue's soul power was almost depleted and she didn't have much fighting power left. You lose. Yifeng's right hand was still in the state of a dragon claw, with flames pulsating on it. Originally, he wanted to try out the power of the dragon claw and catch a fight with Qian Rinxue for a good fight. I just didn't expect that I had just struck a little hard, and almost blew up Qian Rinxue to waste. Ahem. You guys. Qian Rinxue stared at Yifeng with a deadly stare, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Although this outcome was something she had imagined, she had never thought she would lose so badly. Until the end, she surprisingly didn't even touch the corner of Yifeng's coat. Not only defeated, but also by Yifeng's perspective once again. And she felt that this time by Yifeng to see more than the last. It was a total disgrace to her. You lost. It's time to honor the bet. Yifeng came in front of Qian Rinxue, slowly squatted down and reached out to pinch Qian Rinxue's soft face. What? What bet? Qian Rinxue's brain was slightly not turned around, obviously confused by Yifeng's words. There must be a bet for the battle. You lost. Isn't it time to fulfill the bet? Yifeng raised his eyebrows and said, the bet. It seems like you didn't say this before you fought. Huh? Qian Rinxue pondered in her mind, even wondering a bit if she had lost her memory from the beating. Wow, I forgot to say it. It's the same to say it now. You have to be my mate if you lose. Yifeng faintly said. You soul. Where's the afterthought? And I didn't even say yes. What maid? You're crazy. Qian Rinxue was obviously a bit anxious, waving his big sword and smashing down hard towards Yifeng. Empty hand to white blade. Yifeng casually raised his hand, and the large hand that had transformed into a dragon's claw easily pinched Qian Rinxue's greatsword, as easily and effortlessly as if he was pinching a plastic toy. With that, Yifeng slightly exerted his fingers. Crack dash. The greatsword that Qian Rinxue had condensed with her soul power shattered under the dragon's claws, turning into countless dots of holy light that slowly drifted away. Immediately afterward, Yifeng stepped forward and tackled Qian Rinxue's wrist, and in a few clicks, he held it down on the ground. Willing to bet? You can't cheat. Yifeng heatedly laughed. Well, who the hell is cheating? Ah hey, you're sick. I didn't even agree. Where is the bet? I admit defeat. Quickly let go of me. Qian Rinxue was instantly a bit furious. However, at the moment, one of her faces was being held down against the somewhat warm floor, and so was her chest, which was being squeezed and obviously deformed. Coupled with the fact that her soul power and physical strength were both almost depleted, there was no way to resist Yifeng. I don't care. If you lose, you must have a bet. Quickly call out master to hear. Yifeng rode on Qian Rinxue, obviously wanting to take advantage of the situation. Qian Rinxue was still too proud. Yifeng felt that he had to be properly coached before he could do so that he could conveniently take the initiative in the future. You don't want to. I Qian Rinxue even if I die. Ah, what are you doing? Stop it. Before Qian Rinxue could finish speaking, she felt a burst of fire coming from PP. There was a crunching sound in his ear. This made her entire body blow up a bit and struggled frantically. Yi Feng, this asshole, even dared to hit her. Outrageous. Pa dash. Yi Feng was still unforgiving and gave another hard blow. It was loud, but it didn't really hurt, but it felt amazing. Take a shot and duong. It's like hitting jello with a spoon. Let go of me, soul. I sharked you. Pop plus. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. A few moments later, Qian Rinxue still couldn't stand the humiliation, and very stiflingly shouted in a small voice, Master, Master. What? I didn't hear that. Yi Feng pulled out his ears and pretended to be deaf. Master. Qian Rinxue gritted her teeth at once, her voice a little louder, but it was clearly a bit grumpy. If Yi Feng were to give an inch, Qian Rinxue would definitely have to blow up straight away. Ha ha, so good. Yi Feng laughed and gently pinched Qian Rinxue's cheeks, then quickly jumped away. Qian Rinxue's entire body was catapulted up from the ground, using the last of her soul power to coalesce a large sword to point at Yi Feng, her other hand covering her PP. She angrily said, Yi Feng, are you a pervert? It's all a bit asymmetrical. What if it breaks? Qian Rinxue was really about to go mad at this moment. It was even if he was hit. Yi Feng even hit only the left side. The left one is all a bit swollen and completely asymmetrical with the right one, and walking has become extremely uncomfortable. If she doesn't recover well, she'll be completely wasted. How can she marry in the future? Didn't I just hold you down with my right hand? My left hand can't reach the right. Or you get down and I'll do it again. This time for the right hand to fight. Yi Feng pretended to be innocent. I sharked you. Qian Rinxue's lungs exploded with anger, and he was about to slash Yi Feng with his great sword. However, Yi Feng had already had enough fun, but did not make a count, and quickly buggered off. A few moments later, the two of them left the soul fighting arena. Qian Rinxue walking posture normal, but a pretty face above face full of redness, like a ripe peach. Of course, she wasn't held down and beaten again by Yi Feng, but she chased after him for some blood to recover her injuries. Yi Feng's blood was too top-heavy. Not only did it allow her to heal her injuries, even her qi and blood became a bit vigorous and full of redness. Qian Rinxue followed Yi Feng back to the hotel, and Yi Feng curiously asked, if you're not going back, why are you still following me? Are you going to sleep with me at night? You dream. Qian Rinxue glared fiercely at Yi Feng before she grunted. By the way, the investment you said before hasn't been honored yet. How are you going to invest in me? Thousand Renewal admitted that she was a little heartbroken. Previously, he was only slightly curious about the investment that Yi Feng had mentioned. After all, she herself was very powerful. Even if she didn't want to invest, she was still able to become a god in the future, invincible in the world. Yi Feng's investment was just the icing on the cake for her. And now, after she saw how powerful Yi Feng was, she became somewhat eager for Yi Feng's investment. If she was able to obtain a power like Yi Feng's, then her strength would change drastically. With her top angel martial soul, plus Yi Feng's investment, it is not possible to say that after advancing to Soul Doluo, she can beat all the sealed Doluo, and even hammer Bibidong. The latter was what she wanted most. Wasn't it because of her lack of strength that she was taken by Bibidong? If she had the strength to surpass Bibidong, then the one who was undercover here right now would not be her, but Bibidong. End of chapter. Chapter 60, Shrek's Conflict. Explosion. Facing Qian Rinxue's inquiry, Yi Feng said with odd eyes, I don't think you're suitable for me to invest in. You're too vindictive. If you become stronger, you'll definitely take revenge on me. Chiron. Hey, why are you going out of your way like this? It's too much. Qian Rinxue sniffed and became a bit anxious on the spot. Previously, it was clearly Yi Feng who had beaten her up and then threatened her and forcefully invested in her. Now it's surprisingly straight backtracking. This is too shameless. Okay, just kidding you. I'm sure I won't go back on my word on what I promised before, but not now. I'll come to you when the time is right. Yi Feng waved his hand and said, Qian Rinxue's strength was already very strong, and if you wanted to make her battle power skyrocket, words below red didn't have much effect, or at least words above red would work, but words above red, Yi Feng also wanted. Naturally it was impossible to draw a separate round for Qian Rinxue. The previous Dakubo was purely an accident. Yi Feng just wanted to casually draw a blue-green phrase to help him solve the problem of toxin backlash, but he didn't expect the tone to explode out a red phrase, which not only solved Dakubo's problem, but also made his strength skyrocket. However, Dakubo was considered half of his own people, and although Yi Feng was speechless, he didn't monopolize the words, so Yi Feng planned to save up a wave of luck first and draw a few words for himself, with a quality of red or above, keeping the useful ones for himself and throwing the useless ones back to Qian Rinxue, so he can't really get it out in a short time, so naturally he can't invest in it. Humph, you'd better keep your word. Qian Rinxue skimmed her small mouth and said, She had been looked at and touched by Yifeng, and had suffered a huge loss, so it had to be made up from Yifeng. She needs to invest greatly. Alright, I'll go back to the academy first if there's nothing else. You remember to take care of things on Yuxian's side. Yifeng waved his hand and directly turned around to leave. This guy. Chen Rinxue stared at Yifeng with a deadly stare and gritted her teeth. Although Yifeng was very young, she had stopped treating the other party as a child at this moment. What kind of child is so shy? Wait, when I get stronger, I'll definitely surpass you, and then I'll spank your ass hard. Let you call me master every day. Chen Rinxue clenched her teeth with deadly determination in her eyes, swearing that when she became a god in the future, she would definitely take revenge back. Conquer Yifeng. Although Yifeng was strong, he was still in the category of a soul master. When she got Yifeng's investment, the pace and difficulty for her to become a god would definitely be drastically reduced. As long as she became a god, then she would be invincible. No matter how strong Yifeng was, he couldn't be her opponent. The difference between god level and below god level was comparable to that between an ordinary person and a sealed Doluo. This was something that no soul skill could make up for, although she thought so in her heart. Even Shen Rinxue herself didn't know that she had actually been conquered by Yifeng's power and charm. Her mindset towards Yifeng had also changed greatly. She just doesn't realize it yet. Xian Rinxue went back to continue to be his prince. What happened in Yuxian, naturally, could not be concealed, and it spread in the upper circles, and even caused quite a stir. However, with Xueqinghe's meddling, this matter ended up being settled. Yifeng, on the other hand, returned to the Heavenly Fighting Academy and honestly cultivated. After all, his strength had risen too quickly and he needed quite a bit of time to adapt. For the utilization of soul techniques, the control of the physical body, and the thorough digestion of the medicinal power of the two immortal herbs, all needed time. When he mastered all of this, his battle power should skyrocket by a large margin again. In addition to that, although Yifeng could have refrained from fulfilling his teaching obligations, Yifeng still chose to start a class and take some time to instruct the students of the academy, which was also considered to be experiencing a new life. He didn't really know how to teach, but he knew how to teach. Well, real-world teaching. Yifeng had only one request: let all the trainees attack him together after the class. As long as they could hurt the corner of his clothes, they would be considered to have passed. Originally, there were only a dozen or so people in his actual combat class, and these dozen or so people started shaking people after Yifeng beat them up. Gradually, Yifeng's practical class increased to more than 80 people, and there were people from all grades. Unfortunately, the more that come, the worse they get beat up. The royal fighting team was smart. They had experienced Yifeng's strength and simply wouldn't come over to give away their food, which was a bit disappointing to Yifeng. Shrek Academy, residential area. The most uptack new uptack small uptack novel uptack in uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack post. Rumble. Zhu Zhuqing kicked Dai Mubai's face, directly skewing Dai Mubai's face away and ruthlessly crashing into the wooden house next to him. Zhu Zhuqing, how dare you hit me? You're my fiancé. What's wrong with me touching your hand? Dai Mubai spat out blood, along with the broken teeth in it, with a face of annoyance. Those women of his were all tired of being played with by him. They were all mainly ordinary people, totally not enough to have fun. That's why he came to look for Zhu Zhuqing. A moment of excitement touched the other party's hand, but surprisingly, he was attacked by the other party in such a sneaky way. At the same time, he was more than a little incredulous. He was a level 37 soul exalt, while Zhu Zhuqing had only reached level 31 a few days ago. The other party is even more sensitive attack system soul master. Surprisingly can have such a horrible power. Simply does not make sense. It's you that's beating, punk-ass dog. Next time you touch me, I'll kill. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were filled with anger, and at the same time, there was even a cold killing intent. She had long since separated herself from Dai Mubai in her mind, and no matter how Dai Mubai did it with other women on weekdays, how many times and how many days she did it, she no longer cared. But Dai Mubai had dared to hit her with his idea, and that was something she couldn't tolerate. Yifeng's power, Yifeng's handsomeness had been deeply imprinted in her mind. As long as it was inferior to Yifeng, she could not look at it at all. Being touched by this ugly monster Dai Mubai, she only felt incomparably nauseous and had to go back and wash her hands at least 100 times tonight before she could do so. Well, Zhu Zhuqing, give face-to-face right. Believe it or not, I'll put you on the spot right now. I'm your fiancé. Even if I really do you in, no one will say anything. Dai Mubai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Obviously being verbally abused by Zhu Zhuqing made him very upset. Yo, isn't this our Dai Xiao? How come he can't even beat a woman? What a lung fog that only knows how to F***K. Ning Rongrong heard the commotion and also walked out from the cabin next to him, and seeing Dai Mubai get beaten up was inexplicably soothing. Ning Rongrong, you dead. White Tiger Vidra transformation. Dai Mubai was completely enraged, and without hesitation, his martial spirit possessed his body, and his bushy tiger claws violently killed towards Ning Rongrong, obviously overwhelmed by anger. Ah, Takakio, save me! Ning Rongrong felt Dai Mubai's terrifying killing intent. Her face instantly turned white, and she hurriedly fled behind Zhu Zhuqing. Spectral surge. Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a black shadow and jabbed towards Dai Mubai without fear, obviously really angry. End of chapter. Chapter 61, Explosive Hammering Dai Mubai. Withdrawal. Thump, 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 thump. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing was battling Dai Mubai. After Zhu Zhuqing obtained Yi Feng's words, her strength was increased while her physique was likewise increased, which allowed her to cultivate at a rapid pace, and she finally reached level 30 a few days ago, and obtained her third soul ring. Dai Mubai, on the other hand, was still in the same place, and even because the lack of essence was too severe, his soul power had become a bit weak, and even showed signs of regression in his cultivation. Logically speaking, Zhu Zhuqing's level was much worse than Dai Mubai's, and she was still of the Min attack lineage, so she definitely wasn't Dai Mubai's opponent in a head-on battle. However, Zhu Zhuqing had the word boost given by Yifeng, and then with her agility, she actually fought with Dai Mubai, and even had a vague tendency to suppress Dai Mubai. Bamboo Ching, I'll help you. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong didn't hesitate to release her martial soul and increase Zhu Zhuqing's attributes. Although Ning Rongrong has only 2 soul rings, the 2 attribute increases are all added to Zhu Zhuqing's body. The increase in Zhu Zhuqing's combat power is also very considerable, directly making Zhu Zhuqing from the original slightly dominant into a direct crush Dai Mubai. Bear. Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity to directly paste a claw on Dai Mubai's face. The sharp claws tore through the opponent's face skin and directly grabbed on top of the opponent's face bone. The nose was almost sliced into 2 halves. It was evident that Zhu Zhuqing was really angry this time. Ah! Dai Mubai screamed miserably and subconsciously covered his face. What followed was a vicious kick from Zhu Zhuqing. Bang! Dai Mubai received a heavy kick to the chest, and his entire body instantly flew backwards more than 30 meters. Zhu Zhuqing's power was extremely terrifying. The increase in words, the increase in Ning Rongrong, and the acceleration. The terrifying power was too much for even Dai Mubai to withstand. Blood was spat out furiously. Stop! Just then, an angry cry came. Flanders carried Jade Xiaojiang, as well as Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, all of whom quickly arrived, obviously attracted by the fight here. Little Dance had long been watching from the side, only she also saw that Dai Mubai was very upset, so she didn't stop it, and even somewhat supported Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai, relying on his cultivation advantage, was arrogant every time, except for Tang San, who was not convinced, and now he was defeated by Zhu Zhuqing, which meant that Dai Mubai was a waste. For this kind of garbage, Xiao Dai naturally will not look at it more than once. If it is best to be killed, she follows a radish and directly opens the table. Zhuqing, what are you doing? Seeing Dai Mubai's miserable state, Flanders hurriedly helped him up and rebuked angrily towards Zhu Zhuqing. Dean, it was Dai Mubai who tried to kill me before Bamboo Ching stepped in, and Dai Mubai tried to molest Bamboo Ching. Why are you so indiscriminate? Ning Rongrong instantly crossed her arms and huffed. Even if Mubai was wrong in the first place, but you're all classmates, you shouldn't hit him so hard. Yu Xiaojiang walked over and scolded in a cold voice. In his daily training, although he could see the conflict between the Shrek 7, he had always felt that it was just children throwing tantrums, thinking that he could unite them if he guided them well. Indeed, in the middle of the training process, Zhu Zhuqing and the girls had performed well and excelled, except for refusing to eat Oscar's large sausage. Zhu Zhuqing even didn't know what kind of chance he had gotten, and his cultivation had skyrocketed in a short period of time, advancing to the level of soul dignity. But he never expected that the conflict between a few people would develop to such a point. Grandmaster, you're not right. Even if they were classmates, Dai Mubai shouldn't have slighted Bamboo Ching. Moreover, Dai Mubai, a waste of space who only relies on his lower body to think, can't even beat Bamboo Ching. What's the point of staying in Shrek Academy? Get lost earlier. Little Dance also opened her mouth to help out at this time. When the others heard this, their faces were a little less than pleasant. It was a good thing that Dai Mubai had suffered a heavy blow and fainted, or else he would definitely have to get up and fight with Xiao Dai again. My, cut the crap. Tang San arrived beside Xiao Dance at this time, frowned, and whispered a reminder. Dai Mubai is ultimately a classmate. All the people are training together on weekdays, but also considered a friend. And now the situation is already bad. The small Dance at this time is still arching fire. Humph, I'm telling the truth. Third brother, don't associate with this kind of waste in the future. The highest in cultivation, but can't even beat you. Me and Bamboo Chang. This kind of waste deserves to be a monster? I grunted lightly. speaking without a care in the world. Alright, this matter ends here. Everyone stops training for a week and calm down. Flanders' face was extremely ugly at the moment, and he knew that it was Dai Mubai who was at a disadvantage, so he couldn't say anything more. At the same time, he was cursing Dai Mubai in his heart for being a waste. Even Zhu Zhuqing couldn't beat him. Plus Dai Mubai's recent frantic behavior of snogging had led to his body being deficient. If he continued like this, he would sooner or later die on a woman's belly. Every time you pull more than a dozen women into the room together. This even if the Soul Master cannot carry long. Now he had to quickly take Dai Mubai to heal his wounds. No, Dean. Thanks to the academy for all this time. I don't think I fit in here. Right at this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was the one who suddenly opened her mouth. In a flash, all eyes landed on Zhu Zhuqing's face with a look of disbelief. Bamboo Ching, what did you say? Flanders looked at Zhu Zhuqing with some disbelief, his voice trembling a little. I said, I'm dropping out. Shrek doesn't suit me. Zhu Zhuqing's tone was flat, as if she had already had this in mind for a long time. Bamboo Ching, why? Are we obviously so happy together? We are partners. The first one to open his mouth to stop it was Tang San. Although Tang San acted like a licking dog in front of Xiao Dance, apart from that, Tang San's strength and prestige could be said to be the strongest amongst the team. Although the Shrek 7 each had different conflicts, they were all submissive to Tang San. It was also because of Tang San grinding in the middle that Yu Xiaojiang's training went so smoothly. And now, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly wanted to withdraw from school. Tang San was naturally most distressed. Bamboo Ching, I know that you and Boss Dai have conflicts, but we are a team. You definitely can't bear to leave. Right. Oscar also hurriedly opened his mouth to retain, his face a little less natural. He sometimes to Ning Rongrong, sometimes to Zhu Zhuqing, and to Xiao Dance. Zhu Zhuqing would be sad if he left. Zhu Qing, Boss Dai really didn't mean it. Just forgive him. After all, you're his fiancé. Ma Hongjun also opened his mouth. He and Dai Mubai are very affectionate. Naturally, he has to speak for Dai Mubai. He also knew that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had a marriage contract, and Dai Mubai had always wanted to Zhu Zhuqing, and he had thought that with Dai Mubai's charisma, he would be able to take Zhu Zhuqing very quickly, but never thought that it would end up in such a situation. End of chapter. Chapter 62 Trash Shrek. Don't stay. Humph. I'm just a plaything in his eyes. Where is the love of classmates? As for the marriage contract, when the time comes, I will naturally come to the door to withdraw, Zhu Zhuqing said in a determined tone. Although she had been dissatisfied with this marriage contract before, and also with Dai Mubai, she ultimately had a glimmer of hope for him. I hope to work together with Dai Mubai against Zhu Zhuyun and Davis. But since she met Yi Feng, she changed that idea. Instead of defecting to Dai Mubai, a waste of space, she might as well go and defect to Yi Feng. She was even willing to give her body to Yi Feng than Dai Mubai's marriage contract. At least, Yi Feng could help her fight against Zhu Zhuyun, and even one day was able to let her get rid of the Zhu family's control. And Dai Mubai, what else could he do except for that little bit of skill on a woman's belly? Zhu Qing, Mubai did have some problems with his state of mind during this time, but he's still young and can be corrected. I promise that nothing like this will happen in the future. Flanders' tone at this moment was also instantly softened, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to retain. Shrek only had 7 people in total, just enough to participate in this Senior Soul Master Academy competition. If Zhu Zhuqing left, then where would he find a super genius like Zhu Zhuqing? If the academy could not prove itself in this competition, it would be outlawed. His decades of hard work must not be destroyed. Zhu Qing, we are all classmates. There are conflicts that can be solved. You take a break for a while, and then come back to continue the class when you are calm. What do you think? Yu Xiaojiang also spoke in a hurry. Although Tang San was strong, Tang San was only one person. He needed to bring out a very strong team to prove himself in Shrek Academy. If Zhu Zhuqing left, even if a replacement was subsequently found, it could not be better than Zhu Zhuqing, and even the replacement would become a liability to the team. This term of Shrek 7 is the most demonic 7 he has ever seen. Looking throughout the continent is also difficult to find such a genius. He is naturally reluctant to Zhu Zhuqing to leave. Master, Dean, thank you for the cultivation these days, but I don't fit in here after all. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head in a determined manner, and after saying that, she was ready to turn around and go back to the house, intending to pack up her things and leave. Shrek's buddies are all good, except for Dai Mubai. After this experience, she couldn't be on the same team as Dai Mubai anymore. Of course, she wasn't ungrateful. Shrek had helped her obtain the 3rd soul ring, and if she could win the fight with Zhu Zhuyun in the future, then she would naturally come back to repay Shrek. Alas, Flanders and Jade Xiaojiang sighed when they heard this. The others also wanted to speak. Zhu Qing, I'll go with you. Right at this moment, Ning Rongrong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. What? Glory, you're leaving too? Why? Shrek's crowd was already in a low mood because Zhu Zhuqing was planning to leave, and now that they heard the bad news again, each of them immediately became a bit unable to sit still. Wrong. Shrek is so good, why do you want to go? Yeah, didn't we train well before? And although Xiao has bad habits, we've urged him to improve. Yes, wrong, you're our Shrek's strongest auxiliary. You can't leave. Tang San, Ma Hongjun and Oscar all opened their mouths to retain them, and Xiao Dance was also a bit puzzled, wondering why Ning Rongrong had to leave even though Shrek was so good. There's no reason. Maybe Shrek doesn't suit me either. Ning Rongrong spoke faintly. While her training at Shrek had helped her a bit, it was just too much work. A week of high-intensity training would not increase her cultivation as much as if she took a 1,000-year-old herb. It was mainly Shrek's food that was too poor, not even soul beast blood and meat. Although Tang San and the others were all geniuses, and even with such poor resources, they were able to make rapid progress in their cultivation, but she was somewhat unable to stand it. What's the point of having resources if the effort is useful? Instead of suffering here and being looked down upon, she should go back to getting high. In the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, she had 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs to eat for meals, soul beast blood and meat to eat every day to nourish her flesh and strengthen her body, and the personal teaching of 2 sealed Doluas. After advancing to Soul Exalted, she even had the topmost mimicry simulation training room in the entire continent for her to cultivate. Shrek grossed out. Upgrading might fly around level 20, but after reaching Soul Exalted, Shrek Academy's resources would not be able to keep up at all. She had actually been thinking about leaving for a long time, but hadn't made a good decision because she wanted to prove herself. And now that Zhu Zhuqing was taking the lead, she had figured it out. Garbage Shrek, don't stay. After Ning Rongrong finished speaking, she turned around and left. As for her belongings, they were all in the storage soul guide, so naturally she didn't need to pack them. When the others heard this, they were all speechless. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing packed up all his luggage and slowly left Shrek under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The atmosphere was silent. It's a good thing Daimubai was unconscious, or else he would have definitely made a serious scene. How did this happen? It shouldn't have. Flanders looked at the back of the duo as they left, and instantly covered his head with a look of despair. How did it come to this when it was obviously fine? Yesterday, he was still bragging with Yu Xiaozhang, saying that this term of Shrek can be called the Shrek 7 monsters, and that in the future, they will definitely be able to make a name for themselves on the continent, so that Shrek's reputation will spread all over the continent. And today, reality is giving him a huge backstab. Only 5 of the 7 monsters remain. How can this be fun when you don't even have the qualifications for the continent-wide Senior Soul Master competition? Dean, Mubai has shed a lot of blood. Should we treat it first? At this time, Ma Hongjun pointed at Dai Mubai on the ground and said, Mubai, this guy. Flanders looked at Dai Mubai on the ground for a long time. It was the first time he was so disappointed in Dai Mubai. The talent was very strong, the martial soul was also very strong, and the cultivation was very hard-working, but the character was a huge flaw, easy to rage, and things were not overly cerebral, and full of women. Ma Hongjun can do all the hook and line bushes, not touching a single leaf. Dai Mubai, however, was delayed by women and couldn't cross this hurdle. In the end, Flanders sighed deeply and pulled Dai Mubai to take him to treatment. In the meantime, outside Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing had just stepped out when she saw Ning Rongrong. Wrong, you're not going home? Zhu Zhuqing asked curiously. Ning Rongrong's withdrawal was actually expected by her. After all, every time she trained, Ning Rongrong was lazy and always quarreled with Dai Mubai. She didn't submit to discipline, so withdrawing from school was deserved. Ning Rongrong was the 7 Treasures Glazed sect's young patriarch, and having grown up accustomed to fine clothes, she naturally couldn't stand a poor place like Shrek. End of chapter. Chapter 63, Enlightenment Against the Heavens. Great success, sword body. Zhu Zhuqing, are you going to the star sect that Jifeng talked about? Ning Rongrong smiled cheekily and walked over to hug Zhu Zhuqing's arm. How do you know? Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow. Clearly spoken for. Of course, last time we but together to see that leaf maple. I feel that leaf maple is interesting to you. You also seem to like that leaf maple. You will not be going to go and elope with the leaf maple. Ning Rongrong feverishly raised his eyebrows. A face of gossip. What elopement? Rongrong, don't talk nonsense. Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face flushed red, and she hastened to argue in a sly manner. I only went to the star sect to become stronger. And, Yifeng is so talented and is also the heir of the star sect. How could he possibly look at me? At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's voice when she spoke was all somewhat weak. Yifeng is like the sun in the sky, and she is just an inconspicuous little black cat on the ground. She can only look up to Yifeng. How can she dare to have other ideas? That can't be said. Zhuqing, you're so pretty and have such a good body. That punk Dai Mubai is all mesmerized by you as long as you take the initiative. Yifeng definitely won't be able to hold it. Ning Rongrong revealed a devilish smile and kept egging on. Go away, go away. I'll ignore you if you keep talking nonsense. Xu Xuqing hastily pushed Ning Rongrong away. Really cannot stand some of this little devil. Afraid that I will be said to be moved to seduce Yifeng. She also has dignity, alright. How could she do something like that? Unless, then let's go together. Ning Rongrong smiled cheekily and once again stuck to Xu Xuqing. Aren't you looking down on the star sect? Why are you going? Xu Xuqing was a bit puzzled. Last time, Ning Rongrong had almost quarreled with Yifeng. Ning Rongrong obviously couldn't look down on the star sect, so why did she still want to go with her now? Of course I'm going to inspect the star sect, lest you be cheated. Bamboo Ching, if the star sect lives up to its name, you'd better come to my 7 treasures glazed sect. The resources that my 7 treasures glazed sect can give you are unmatched by any advanced academy. Ning Rongrong grunted, her tone filled with pride. Of course, mouth so say. Ning Rongrong heart were already a little believe when Yifeng words. Xu Xuqing's surge in strength was a good example. After taking a single elixir, it was outrageous that the Min attack lineage could cross the line and burst Hammer Daimubai, a strong attack lineage, so she had to go and see if she could snub a potion to make her stronger too. Not only that, the news of her leaving Shrek Academy should have already reached the 7 treasures glazed sect, and at that time, her grandfather's sword or grandfather bone should come to look for her. And by the way, they would go to the star sect together to see if that star sect was really as powerful as Yifeng had said. She actually had quite a lot of good feelings for Yifeng, and was considered half liking him. It was because Yifeng could be said to be perfect in all aspects, matching her needs in choosing a spouse. It's so many times better than Oscar's loser who's just a dear broad. Well, I believe in Yifeng. If you have a better attitude, Yifeng can actually give you a chance. Xu Xuqing didn't know the small thoughts in Ning Rongrong's mind, and also smiled slightly, but didn't refuse. After all, the star sect was a long way away, and it was not bad to have an extra companion on the road. And the other party was still the princess of the 7 treasures glazed sect, so with Ning Rongrong accompanying her, the road was a bit safer. Just then, a beautiful woman with a gorgeous appearance suddenly appeared in front of them. When the beautiful woman saw Ning Rongrong and Xu Xuqing, 2 young girls with such beautiful postures, she seemed to be reminiscing about the time when she was young, so she went up and asked, "Hello guys, may I ask if Shrek Academy is in this direction?" The person who came was naturally Lu Erlong, who had come from Heavenly Dipper City. Xu Xuqing and Ning Rongrong were also slightly stunned when they saw this beautiful woman. After all, the village was full of grandmothers and grandmothers, although this woman looked to be in her 30s, but this appearance was placed in the village that was definitely the top of the line. Well, it's in this direction. Just walk towards the village and you'll see it. Xu Xuqing nodded and replied. Although her mind was curious about the woman's identity, she had already dropped out of Shrek, so she didn't ask too many questions. Okay, thank you. What a kind girl. Lu Erlong smiled faintly, obviously satisfied with Xu Xuqing, while also feeling some emotion in his heart. Look pretty, not to mention, the body is also so good, and at a young age there is a horrible soul Zun cultivation. This is if her daughter should be how good. If she and Yu Xiaojiang hadn't separated in the first place, she would definitely have had a child, and counting the time, she should almost be this big. However, Lu Erlong lamented as much as she lamented, and she didn't say much. It was just a casual encounter. She was now in a hurry to go to Flanders and ask about Yu Xiaojiang's situation, so after saying that, she turned around and left. This auntie's aura is so powerful, could it be a friend of the dean? Ning Rongrong, as an auxiliary, had slightly stronger spiritual power, and her perception of Lu Erlong's aura was also very obvious. She could perceive that the sense of oppression, if any, given to her by Lu Erlong was no less than that of Dean Flanders. Maybe, but it's none of our business. Hurry up, it's still a long way to go. Xu Xuqing shook his head and said, "Good." Ning Rongrong nodded and didn't pay any more attention. At the same time, the Tendu Royal Academy. Yifeng also opened the grand draw after accumulating luck for nearly 2 months. Enlightenment against the heavens. Gold. You have been favored by the heavens and possess enlightenment against the heavens. And you can designate a target to temporarily share your enlightenment with you for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 month. Enlightenment plus 1000. Nature's child. Red. You are nature's favorite. Able to communicate with plants through your mind without obstacles. Plants near you can greatly increase their growth rate, and have a high probability of awakening their spiritual wisdom. Great successful sword body. Red. You were born to be an expert with a sword. Sword Dao plus 500. Integrity. Purple. Anything you say is easily trusted by others. Charisma plus 20. Fecundity. Blue. You are very fertile and extremely prone to having offspring. Energy plus 10. Charisma plus 10. Peach Blossom. Luck. Blue. You have extraordinarily good luck in certain areas. Special luck plus 10. Vegetarianism. Green. You prefer vegetarian food to meat. Stamina minus 10. Luck plus 1. Densely packed words surfaced and looked good, but Yifeng had drawn 40 times this time before he produced 1 gold and 2 reds. The good thing is, it wasn't bad luck to draw a word that was okay. Enlightenment against the sky allows Yifeng to have a powerful enlightenment and comprehend various martial arts extremely fast. Putting it in the Doluwa continent, it would be creating one's own soul skill, or even comprehending various supreme laws. No matter how powerful a soul skill is, it will eventually be limited by the soul ring years. Tang Wulin's skills fancy dozens, all kinds of abilities, and ultimately created his own Dragon Emperor Forbidden method, is considered a small invincible. Yifeng felt that he had to create one himself, only that he didn't have a clue before, and now that he had a powerful enlightenment, countless thoughts instantly surged in his mind. It was very simple to create one on his own, but there was still a little bit of difficulty in wanting to create one that was even stronger than his current soul skill, and not only was he invincible, but he was also able to share his enlightenment with others, and was able to make other people realize the power of self-created soul skills as well. The second was, Deshang Sword Body. Although it was a red phrase, Yifeng couldn't use it and could give it to Chen Rinshui later. There was also the phrase, Son of Nature, which was supposed to be Blue Silver Emperor Ian's talent and Tang Wulin's 5th soul skill, but now it had become his phrase. Although Yifeng's dragon martial soul, having the phrase, Son of Nature, was also wonderful. Well, there is also the phrase, Many Sons, Many Fortunes. Yifeng dares not use it for the time being. He is still small, he can't make a scene. Even if there is a need, Yifeng is unlikely to equip it. After all, the word equipment is permanent, and it is not a good thing to be sure to hit it every time. There's also a Peach Blossom Luck phrase, which is nice. Sometimes some special encounters are still comfortable. End of chapter. Chapter 60 for the Seed of Life. Plotting for the Blue and Silver Emperor. The most obvious effect was that he was able to commune with the vision and perception of all plants. With a perception range of over 100 kilometers, Yifeng could even feel all the plants in the entire Tiando city at this moment, and was even able to share the vision of these plants. For example, in a yard somewhere, a man and woman are ***king under a tree. The tree saw it. Yifeng then saw it. The tree heard it. Yifeng then heard it. Even Yifeng was able to roughly read the memory of this tree. Yesterday was the same woman, but the man was not this. So weird. Change it. Yifeng's perspective shifted and soon arrived in the imperial palace of Tiando City. Synchronizing the perspective of the surrounding green belt, Yifeng saw that Shuqinghe was taking a walk with a young girl of about 13 or 14 years of age. The two of them were talking and laughing, and they looked like they were in a good relationship. This Qian Run Shui, it's a pity that he doesn't go to be a movie star. Yifeng secretly lamented. That young girl they was Shuqinghe's younger sister Shuiku. Yifeng had seen each other when he was in Yuxian. On one foot, he was talking and laughing with the other, but on the next, he poisoned the other's father to death. So he was ruthless. Who? Just then, Shuqinghe seemed to have sensed something and violently looked in a certain direction. This can all be detected? Yifeng was dumbfounded, but he did not withdraw his sight and peered with a big grin. Brother, what's wrong? Shuike pulled the corner of Shuqinghe's coat, hiding behind the other party in some fear. It's okay. Shuqinghe rubbed Shuike's head and spoke softly in a comforting voice. Instead, he walked quickly toward the green belt and found nothing. What's going on? Why do I have a feeling of being spied on? Shuqinghe frowned and muttered in his heart, though the feeling was faint and muted, more like a sixth sense. He was pretty sure someone was spying on him, because her martial soul was an angel. She was extremely sensitive to all sorts of stinky rats in the shadows, and naturally, she also perceived this kind of peeping very clearly. He clearly sensed that the peek was coming from this green belt, but she couldn't find any target, and he even felt a bit of déjà vu with this peek. It can't be that asshole. Inexplicably, Yifeng's smile surfaced in Shuqinghe's mind. When she thought of Yifeng, she even felt a vague pain in her ass. The unpleasant memory of the last time was deeply engraved in his heart, unforgettable for the rest of his life. In the end, Shuqinghe had no evidence and could only pull Shuike to quickly leave the place. Not bad, that's a great ability. One perspective, one peek. However, I'm a decent man, how can I have this kind of skill? Yifeng withdrew his sight and scratched his chin, feeling that something was wrong. Forget it, whatever. Yifeng shook his head and cast away the thoughts in his mind. Although the surveillance is extensive, the real area of surveillance is actually very small. This is like playing LOL or pesticide. Yifeng's mind perceives a small map. Some special things will be perceived by him, but most of them he can only see a general, very vague. Only when he sank his mind and focused on checking out a particular spot could this share the vision of that patch of plants. In addition to this ability, this phrase also gave Yifeng a domain skill. In the middle of the field, all plants can reach 100% favorability towards him and will not attack him. In other words, The current Yifeng restrained all plant-based soul master soul skills, as long as the other party is a plant system martial soul, within the range of his domain, then Yifeng will not be subjected to any attacks from the other party's soul skills, and can even in turn manipulate the plant system soul skills released by the other party. Hiss, how outrageous! This child of nature seems to be even more powerful than the one Tang Wulin had. Yifeng immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. A talent, directly finished all the plant system soul master. Plant Academy students, if they know, afraid will cry in the toilet. On top of that, within the realm, it can also greatly increase the growth rate of plants, with a minimum of 2 times and a maximum of no upper limit. However, the 2x increase is non-consumptive, and if you want more, then you need to feed it with your own blood. What's with the blood-sucking again? Yifeng was a bit speechless when he felt this ability of his talent. The good thing was that he had a lot of blood, and if he encountered a powerful plant, it wasn't impossible to speed up a wave. For example, Blue and Silver Emperor. There was also the integrity-based phrase. Yifeng felt that this thing was very suitable for him to fool around with good results. The remaining ones, most of which are white words and of no use, are naturally intended to be gifted to those who are fortunate enough to use them to increase the number of draws. Overall, this was a rewarding draw. It's time to leave, Yifeng muttered. After cultivating here for so long, he had thoroughly solidified his foundation. Previously, he had drawn a mountain-breaking fist, and Yifeng had long since cultivated it to its peak. Although it was a blue phrase, when combined with the red phrase, Fistmaster, it allowed him to explode his original 20 times the power of a punch, which was still very considerable. Originally, Yifeng was planning to go back to the Star Dipper Great Forest to visit the Silver Dragon King first, but after inexplicably obtaining the Son of Nature phrase, Yifeng had changed his mind. If he remembered correctly, the current Yin had only just sprouted and was planted within a waterfall not far from the Holy Soul's village. Tang Hao might be squatting, but never every day. Yifeng felt that this was a good opportunity to abduct Yin, because, now Yin, not only is Yin, but also the seed of life of Dolua Xing. Theoretically soul beasts are basically doomed after they are sacrificed, but Yin was the one who left behind the seeds and the soul bones. The soul bone is Yin's. The seeds, on the other hand, come from the seed of life, because Yin is the carrier of the seed of life. In return, the seed of life gives Yin a second chance at life. To be precise, the real Jin is actually dead, but her memories have been preserved in the seed of life. Jin's memories awakened, then she is Jin. But if the memories are not awakened, it's the seed of life and a whole new Blue and Silver Emperor. In the original, after entering the divine realm, Ayan gave the seed of life to a golden tree. This golden tree has become Shrek's guardian god, witnessed the rise of Shrek in the era of Jedi Tangmen. But in the legend of the Dragon King, it was also destroyed together with Shrek. Gave the seed of life to Tang Wulin, who was also a child of nature. Now that Ayan had only grown but 13 years, and had not been brought to be nurtured in the Eye of Ice and Fire, his original memories must not have awakened. Just the right time for an interception. However, before that, there was still a need to fulfill the agreement with Qian Rinxue. End of chapter. Chapter 65, Great Sword Body Gift to the Crown Prince. Yifeng left the Tiando Royal Academy and arrived at Tiando City to find the Imperial Palace. With the prince's token given by Xueqinghe, Yifeng easily entered it and traveled all the way to the prince's chambers unhindered. Your Excellency, please wait, I'll report to His Highness the Crown Prince. At the entrance of the Crown Prince's chambers, the guard saw Yifeng's token and immediately treated Yifeng with immense respect, then quickly turned around and left. A few moments later, the guards walked out from the chambers and bowed to Yifeng. This gentleman, this way please, His Highness the Crown Prince is waiting for you in the study. As the guard said, he bowed and led the way in front. Very polite, not at all slowing down and belittling Yifeng because of his young age. After all, those who can be guards here are extremely high in eyesight, because those who don't have eyesight have long been beheaded. Yifeng followed the guards and entered the prince's chambers. The palace here was several times bigger than even the Forbidden City in Yifeng's previous life, and it was even more magnificent and luxurious. After all, it was a metaphysical world, and a palace decorated with countless rare treasures was not something that could be compared to a palace in an ordinary world. After 7 turns, the guard brought Yifeng to a peculiar wooden door and spoke in a respectful voice. My lord, this is His Highness's study. Got it. Yifeng waved his hand, then directly pushed the door in, not even bothering to knock. The study is not large, and although the decoration does not look as prosperous as the outside, no matter whether it is one of the tables and chairs or the paintings and drawings at the back, or the vase, it looks extremely extraordinary, with a kind of low-key luxury. Xueqing has sat in the first place, looked at Yifeng and said somewhat speechlessly, "You're too impolite, coming in without knocking on the door. We are so familiar with each other, and the soul fighting arena is still intimate. What do you mind about this little thing?" Yi Feng didn't care and directly sat down opposite of Xueqinghe. How dare you? When Xueqinghe heard this, he instantly thought of the embarrassing incident in the soul fighting arena and became anxious on the spot. Wait, you change back first, or you'll look ugly when you get angry. Yi Feng directly interrupted Xueqinghe and hurriedly asked him to summon Qian Rinxue out. Humph, boring. Xueqinghe snorted coldly, but he still removed his disguise and transformed into the appearance of Qian Rinxue. An ordinary woman removing her makeup would basically be knocked back to her original form, and when Xueqinghe removed her makeup, she was transformed into a beauty queen. Although Qian Rinxue knew that this guy Yi Feng coveted her beauty, but being called ugly to her face, of course she was not happy and had to prove a wave. By the way, when did you come to the palace, and did you spy on me again not long ago? Qian Rinxue suddenly thought of something and frowned her willow eyebrows and asked, looking at Yi Feng with suspicion in her gaze. Although she didn't have any evidence, Yi Feng had a previous record, and it was still 2 times, and she very much suspected that the one who spied on her was Yi Feng. I just left the academy. You can investigate yourself if you don't believe me. Yi Feng spread his hands and pretended to be innocent. Really? Qian Rinxue was skeptical, but looking at Yi Feng's appearance, it really didn't seem like he was lying. Moreover, with Yi Feng's face, if he had really peeped, he would have directly admitted it, and since the other party had just left the Heavenly Dipper Academy, the one who had peeped was definitely not him. It may also be that she has been penetrated twice by Yi Feng and has a psychological shadow, but it was still all Yi Feng's fault. This asshole. Qian Rinxue secretly drew circles in his heart to curse Yi Feng. I came this time to fulfill our agreement. Yi Feng was a little uncomfortable by Qian Rinxue's grudging gaze, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to talk about business. Wow, sure enough, as soon as she heard Yi Feng's words, Qian Rinxue became interested. Then how do you plan on you investing in me? Qian Rinxue asked curiously. Yi Feng had said that terrifying power of his was not innate, but came from later in life. She was very curious as to what exactly it was that could raise one's power to such a level. She had never heard of such a thing existing in this world after all her reading, but if it didn't come from later in life, she really couldn't figure out why Yi Feng had such a terrifying strength at such a young age. Her angelic martial soul was at the divine grade martial soul, and her innate soul power had even reached a terrifying level 20, making her the most outstanding child in the history of the angelic family. But she was blasted by Yi Feng. This made her very depressed, so in her heart, she was also incredibly curious about what exactly made Yi Feng stronger. Lean on this. Yi Feng lightly took out a small pill and handed it to Qian Rinxue, faintly saying, this pill is called Sword Pill. After taking it, you will be able to obtain a terrifying sword body, which can greatly enhance your attainments above the Tao of the sword. Although the angelic martial soul does not specialize in the Tao of the sword, after obtaining the sword body, it will be able to drastically increase your overall battle power and cultivation speed. Ken Shimaru, just this little black pill? You're not joking with me, right? Qian Rinxue stared at the small black pill in Yi Feng's hand with her beautiful eyes, obviously a little confused. Her spiritual power wasn't weak, but even how she probed this little black pill, the results she got were all mediocre, ordinary Dan pills. The odor that emanated faintly seemed familiar to her as well, that of the most common weeds rubbed with some adhesive. Yi Feng even said that this thing was some kind of sword pill. Lying to a dog? You don't have to eat it if you're afraid it's poisonous. Yi Feng casually threw the small pill in front of Qian Rinxue and shrugged, looking unconcerned. After all, this is Qian Rinxue's own choice. Want chance? Then it must be accompanied by risk. If you do not want to risk at all, then it is also too cheap. The reason why Yi Feng had come up with such a pill was partly to cover up the ability of the words, and partly to test the other party to see if they were worth investing in. Good, just eat. Qian Rinxue glared fiercely at Yi Feng, then with a clench of her teeth, she picked up the pill and directly swallowed it. Her angelic martial spirit possessed the holy ability, capable of purifying all filth, including all kinds of toxins, so naturally she was not afraid. Moreover, if Yi Feng really wanted to do something to her, there were many ways. Although this Yi Feng guy is bad, but she could also see that the other party was still a bright and honorable person, and wouldn't do such insidious things at all. If it was really poisonous, the other party would definitely say so directly and explicitly, without hiding it. As the elixir entered her stomach, Qian Rinxue frowned slightly. She didn't feel anything unusual as it was swallowed directly. She didn't even taste the elixir. Just as Qian Rinxue wanted to inquire, she instantly stared at her beautiful eyes, because, just at this moment, she felt as if her body was undergoing some marvelous changes. Ken Shimaru, sword body, this feeling, boom, the breath on Qian Rinxue's body violently exploded, and the overpowering sword intent lost control, directly tearing the tables and chairs and various vases and paintings in the study into pieces. The wall even instantly appeared out of the dense sword marks, deep into the wall more than 10 centimeters. However, These sword-intent strikes on Yifeng's body were unable to cause any damage to him, unable to leave even a white mark. End of chapter. Chapter 66, Zhu Zhuqing's doorstep. At this moment, a pretty face of Qian Rinxue was filled with horror above it. She never expected that what Yifeng said was actually true. What she had just taken was, surprisingly, really a sword pill. Qian Rinxue felt like a sword Dao expert who had been practicing for 100 years at this moment. A large amount of sword Dao comprehension continuously surged into her mind, and terrifying sword intent exploded out from within her, causing her to have some difficulty controlling it for a while. Calm down some. If you keep this up, you're going to have this bedchamber demolished. Yifeng rushed over with a healthy step and held Qian Rinxue down, directly releasing the domain and quickly collecting all the sword intent. Although Qian Rinxue used a sword, her comprehension of the Dao of the sword was too shallow, and coupled with her lack of preparation, this led to the outbreak of the terrifying sword intent contained in the Decheng sword body. And as Qian Rinxue reacted, she was also quick to control herself, quickly collecting her own sword intent. Soon, all the sword intent in the room was fully collected into Qian Rinxue's body. Is this what you call an investment? Qian Rinxue muttered, at the moment still immersed in shock and difficult to return to her senses. Although she hadn't tested it yet, just from that terrifying sword Dao enlightenment, Qian Rinxue felt that her own battle power had skyrocketed several times. Originally, when she combined with the angelic domain, her battle power could reach that of a Soul Doluo. And now, she felt like she was able to defeat a low-ranked Soul Doluo. This was still the result of her not digesting this harvest. If she could sink her mind into her senses and absorb it, in conjunction with the angelic domain, her battle power could even be directly comparable to that of a sealed Doluo. Qian Rinxue finally realized why she had lost to Yifeng. An investment that Yifeng casually gifted her was so terrifying. How powerful is the investment that Yifeng has made in himself? Well, my investment didn't let you down, did it? Yifeng said with a smile. Thanks. I feel really great right now. Qian Rinxue nodded her head repeatedly, the look of delight on her face completely uncontrollable. At the same time, his attitude and opinion towards Yifeng had also changed dramatically. Although Yifeng, this guy is a bit bad, and also like to peep, but at least, there are good things Yifeng is really giving. Just one investment would save her years of hard work, because she could feel that her body seemed to have undergone a transformation. Not only was it extraordinarily suitable for the sword path, her physique had also been enhanced, and her cultivation speed had increased by an unknown amount. Originally, she had planned to wait for her to grow up some more before poisoning the Snowy Night Emperor, so as to be on the safe side. And now, Qian Rinxue felt that she was strong enough. The toxin she gave to the Snowy Night Emperor was a chronic toxin, and when the Snowy Night Emperor died violently, she would almost be able to reach the sealed Doluo battle power and not be afraid of anyone. Alright, cultivate well. I'm from the Star Sect, and if there's a need, I'll ask for your help. Yifeng got up and directly turned around to leave. The Star Sect was considered to be his base in the human world, although with Bai Ji and ZG around, it was perfectly fine to steadily grow, but there are some things that still need to be above board. Of course, it's just a small thing. The reason why he invested in Qian Rinxue was mainly because he felt that Qian Rinxue's talent was worthy of this investment, and that in the future, if he had the opportunity, he could take him under his wing and become his right-hand man. So you're from the Star Sect, I see. Qian Rinxue gently nodded. She had naturally heard of the Star Sect, a new force that had recently sprung up in Sky Curtain City, said to have been started by two mysterious powerhouses. However, the Star Sect was very low profile, and she had only heard about it and didn't pay too much attention to it. Unexpectedly, Yifeng was from that mysterious sect. If there is an opportunity, it would be possible to go forward and pay a visit. Qian Rinxue secretly thought in her heart. The next instant, mist emerged from Qian Rinxue's body, once again returning to Xueqing his appearance. There was a faint light smile on his face, gentle and warm. After Yifeng left Tiando City, he then returned to Star Sect. Bai Ji and ZG were naturally very happy, and they stopped practicing and took care of Yifeng closely. Inseparable. Sleeping on the left is Biji, the right is ZG. Yifeng was two pairs of soft big pillows squeezed in the center. Even Yifeng went to the toilet. ZG wanted to come over to give a hand, probably due to the unsealing of the bloodline. Bai Ji and ZG felt that Yifeng was getting more and more fragrant and wanted to stay with Yifeng even more. This makes Yifeng helpless, but quite enjoyable. Yifeng stayed in the Star Sect for a few days, just wanted to leave, but ushered in an unexpected guest. Hello, I'm looking for Yifeng, may I ask if he's here? At the entrance of the Star Sect, a young girl with a fiery figure and a slightly dusty body stood at the entrance, looking at the guards at the entrance and asking. The person who came was none other than Zhu Zhuqing, who had dropped out of Shrek. Originally, she was with Ning Rongrong, but after arriving at Canopy City, Ning Rongrong said that she had to wait for her family, and since she was in a hurry to find Yifeng, she simply came by herself first. Well, this young lady, what do you want with young patriarch? The guard sniffed and immediately looked at Zhu Zhuqing one more time. He was just an ordinary martial artist, but he was no cutie pie. Yi Feng was very low profile. Those who could know Yi Feng's name should be Yi Feng's friends, so naturally he didn't dare to be too rude and just asked normally, I am a friend of Yi Feng, and I came to the star sect to participate in the examination. Zhu Zhuqing spoke. Although Yi Feng said that she would come back in a year, she had already dropped out of Shrek and had nowhere to go, so she could only come to the star sect to give it a try. If the star sect did not accept her, then she would think of other ways. Okay, hold on, Before the guard could even finish his sentence, Yi Feng appeared at the doorway, waved at Zhu Zhuqing and said with a smile, Shu Qing, come in, young sovereign. When the two guards at the door saw Yi Feng, they hurriedly bowed and saluted. Yi Feng. When Zhu Zhuqing saw Yi Feng, her heart was inexplicably happy and she hurriedly jogged over. Didn't I say I'd come for the test a year later? Why are you here now? Yi Feng raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. The star sect was not big, and his spiritual power was able to cover the entire mansion, so as long as a familiar aura appeared, he could immediately detect it. He was curious who it was, but he didn't expect it to be Zhu Zhuqing. I dropped out of Shrek and now I have nowhere to go. When Zhu Zhuqing heard this, she slightly lowered her head and said with some embarrassment, What? You dropped out of Shrek? What happened? When Yi Feng heard this, he was immediately shocked and asked in a hurry, It's nothing, it's just that I don't think Shrek is right for me, plus Dai Mu Bai. Zhu Zhuqing briefly stated the reason. His expression was flat, and he didn't seem to have much attachment to Shrek. I see. Shrek, that kind of place does not have too many rules, but let you suffer. Yi Feng nodded, pretending to be relieved. Although he had guessed that his words might cause conflict to erupt within Shrek, he had not expected it to happen so quickly. Of course, even without his words, Shrek wouldn't last long. Shrek was able to rise up, all brought up by Tang San's chi, and now Yi Feng's appearance has taken away Tang San's chance, causing Tang San's chi to plummet, and Zhu Zhuqing's future will ultimately be limited if he remains in Shrek. But if she joined the star sect, with Yi Feng looking after her, her future would definitely be brighter, and becoming a god would be easy. End of chapter. Chapter 67, Di Tian's Descent. Silver Dragon King's missing. By the way, you said that Ning Rongrong also dropped out of school with you, so where is she? Yi Feng thought of something and asked curiously. Well, Rongrong, she seems to be waiting for one of her elders. She seems to have some misunderstandings about you. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and said uncertainly. She and Ning Rongrong had come here together, and she had heard some of Ning Rongrong's complaints on the road. Ning Rongrong was careful and was obviously very unconvinced by Yi Feng, which was why he had to ask his elders to back him up and test the depths of the star sect. It's fine. She and her elders will be pleasantly surprised if they come over. Yi Feng waved his hand and said indifferently. Ning Rongrong was doing nothing more than calling out to Sword Dolua or Bone Dolua to come over for a visit. Sword Dolua was now level 96, and although powerful, he was not yet a match for ZG. Bone Dolua is level 95, and ZG can beat him to the point where he can't take care of himself with a single slap. After all, Ziggy was the equivalent of a level 98 Super Dolua, above the 95 level. The difference of one level is like a rift valley. Little Sword Dolua, where did he get the ability to fight at a higher level? Coupled with the fact that Bai Ji was also equivalent to a level 95 Super Dolua, if Sword Dolua came to the door and dared to make things happen by utilizing his strong cultivation, Yi Feng would let him see what it meant to be surprised. Alright, let's not talk about this. Since you're here, then cultivate well in Star Sect. Yi Feng patted Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder and said with a smile. Aha! Zhu Zhuqing nodded, looking forward to the next cultivation. Yi Feng then recruited his attendant, and after a simple command, he asked him to bring Zhu Zhuqing to stay at the Star Sect. Zhu Zhuqing is a good seed. He has to be cultivated properly. The continent-wide Advanced Academy Elite Tournament. If there was a chance, Yi Feng actually wanted to go and have some fun, so he had to get some numbers together. It's best if we can get all 7, but if we can't, then we'll just pull in someone else to make up the numbers. As for the issue of the academy, Xueqing his side would solve it. Approving a Star Advanced Soul Master Academy was still very easy. Thunder Academy, Divine Wind Academy, Heavenly Water Academy, Blazing Fire Academy, and also the Elephant Armor Academy. These 5 elemental academies, behind them were actually clans as well. The academy and the sect were actually one and the same. It was only for the purpose of participating in the competition that this hung the name of an advanced academy. However, none of these Yi Feng was in a hurry. There was still more than a year to go before the competition. He had plenty of time to plan. After sending Zhu Zhuqing away, Yi Feng looked at the time. It was already afternoon, so he was planning to go to the backyard to find Bai GZG to have dinner together. However, right at this moment, Yifeng's expression moved slightly as he slowly raised his head to look into the distance. He could feel that there was a powerful bloodline breath that was approaching the star sect, and although the other party had hidden their strength and breath, Yifeng still sensed it through the dragon bloodline sensing and was very familiar with it. A moment later, a black light flashed. A middle-aged man dressed in black with a cold face slowly appeared in front of Yifeng. Empyrean, what brings you here? Yifeng was surprised, obviously not expecting that Tian would come over at this time. Young lord, wait, young lord, how can your strength be so strong? And how come you have the aura of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King inside you? Tian was just about to open his mouth. Then he violently sensed something, and his dark eyes instantly turned into vertical pupils, staring at Yifeng with a deadly stare, as if he wanted to see through him. How long has Yifeng been gone? Strength enhancement is fast even if it is. What is the matter with those two strands of dragon soul power on the other party? Soul Beast Patriarch Dragon God, born with 9 sons, including, respectively, water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, space, 7 elements of the Holy Dragon, plus the Mountain Dragon and the strongest dragon son of the first Golden Dragon, collectively known as the 9 Dragon Lord. After the Dragon God fell, all the other Dragon Kings were nowhere to be found, but the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King were clear that they had fallen. Yifeng was actually able to access the inheritance of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, so wouldn't that mean that these 2 Dragon Kings had fallen in the Dolawa continent? I was in the Sunset Forest, and I came across a treasure called the Eye of Ice and Fire. Yifeng didn't hide it, and directly said the matter of the Eye of Ice and Fire briefly. I did not expect that after the fall of those 2, but also for the Dolawa continent to bring such a strange encounter. That Ice and Fire 2 meters ice so magical. If you can star do great forest powerful plants migrate to it. That for the plant system soul beasts can be said to be the fate of the heavenly Chansa. When Tian heard this, he was overwhelmed with emotion and planned to send the 10,000 Demon King to the Sunset Forest this time when he returned to watch over the Ice and Fire 2 eyes. Such a precious land, naturally, cannot be occupied by human beings. After all, that was a blessing bestowed upon the Dolawa continent by his 2 brothers, and if his 2 brothers were alive in heaven, they wouldn't want such a place to be overrun by greedy humans. Alright, let's not talk about this. Tian, why did you suddenly come to Star Sect? Did something happen? Yifeng waved his hand and hurriedly inquired. Tian had personally come. Could it be that something big had happened in the Star Do Great Forest? No, it's just that. The Lord misses you a little and has asked me to pass on a message for you to go back and see her. Empyrean sighed and shook his head, clearly somewhat speechless. The corners of Yifeng's mouth twitched in the same way. To have the titular beast god make a trip out just to bring a message. Only the Silver Dragon King could do it. Tian is actually also very helpless. He had been cultivating well. The Silver Dragon King suddenly shouted him awake. Let him go to find Yifeng to send a message. This is simply off the mark. But, helpless as he was, he came anyway. He was kind of doing something for the future of the soul beasts, so he didn't have many complaints. After all, he knew the Silver Dragon King's feelings towards Yifeng. Although Yifeng was a human, the powerful dragon bloodline in the other party couldn't be faked. If he could make the Silver Dragon King give birth to an offspring in the future, it would definitely be the biggest blessing for the Soul Beast clan. Young lord, you know, the lord hasn't awakened for a long time. I still hope that you can talk to her more. If you're fine, I can take you back now. Well, I'll send you back then. Seeing Yifeng froze, Tian continued to speak. Although this was a bit troublesome, if he didn't bring Yifeng back, the Silver Dragon King would 100% find him in trouble. The Silver Dragon King is still ferocious when he's angry. Good, then go back now. Yifeng nodded his head, having no opinion. If he was in the Star Dipper Great Forest, the Silver Dragon King would be able to transmit his voice at will, but now that he was extremely far away from the Star Dipper Great Forest here, even the Silver Dragon King couldn't do anything to communicate with him across such a distance. Since the Silver Dragon King had called Tian over, he was obviously worried sick. Yifeng naturally will not let the other party to wait, at least have to go back to report a safe. Take the Emperor Sky Special seat back. Shuttle space can arrive in a few moments. There's no rush. However, at this time, Tian slowly turned his head and looked beyond the Star Sect's gate, smiling somewhat meaningfully. I didn't expect the Star Sect to be so low profile, but it was still able to attract such a strong person. It's a bit interesting. Yifeng was suddenly a little confused as he listened to Tian's headless words. However, when his perception spread out, he instantly detected an abnormality. It was because at this moment, he sensed a very powerful aura slowly walking towards the Star Sect. Although the other party has converged a lot, but that a sharpness is really too conspicuous. In Yifeng's perception, it was like there were countless long swords that were enveloping his Star Sect. It even stabbed his spiritual see a bit. This sharpness, Could it be that old fellow Sword Dolua? Yi Feng secretly guessed in his heart. There are quite a few sword system soul masters in this world, but there is only that one who can cultivate sword intent to such an extent. End of chapter. Chapter 68, Cricket Level 96 Waste. How dare you spread your wildness in front of this seat? Half an hour ago. Sky Curtain City. Inside an inn. Sword Dolua and Ning Rongrong sat opposite each other. Ning Rongrong ate her snack with a bashful face. Sword Dolua, on the other hand, was on the opposite side, with a helpless face. Rong, what do you think? Is our 7 treasure glazed sect bad? Why do you want to go to that what's it star sect? Sword Dolua licked his face and persuaded bitterly. Ning Rongrong had joined Shrek Academy, and the 7 treasures glazed sect was uneasy and still sent guards to follow. Learning that Ning Rongrong was going to join an inexplicable sect, Sword Dolua nearly exploded with anger and flew over. Shrek had a good reputation because of Flandra, so the 7 treasures glazed sect was willing to let Ning Rongrong train in it. But what star sect? A sect that had only recently appeared. How was it worthy of allowing the 7 treasure glazed sect's little princess to join? Most of all, it's a clan. In Dolua continent, the clan is actually similar to the family. Ning Rongrong is the 7 treasure glazed sect's baby bump. Even want to join another small clan, which is the difference between into the family. If this were to be rumored, the 7 treasures glazed sect's face would be disgraced. If the good 7 treasures glazed sect didn't stay, but wanted to join other sects, what would the others think? Doesn't this clearly show that the 7 treasures glazed sect is no match for the star sect? The star sect has special secret methods that can cause people to increase their strength quickly. This is what I've seen with my own eyes. Ning Rongrong spoke up. What kind of broken secret method? Wrong, don't be fooled. There's never a shortcut in the cultivation of a soul master. It's all one step at a time. Sword Dolua hurriedly said, I have heard of some secret methods that can temporarily accelerate one's cultivation, but that kind of secret method is very evil, and the after effects are extremely serious, and even more so, it will overdraw one's life and potential. And if that star sect really uses this kind of evil method to attract disciples, then I'm going to rid the people of the evil today. Sword Dolua's face was filled with righteous indignation, clearly very dissatisfied with the star sect. I'm just going to take a look. It's not like I'm necessarily saying I'm going to join, Ning Rongrong said with a cheeky smile. She had seen Zhu Zhuqing's growth with her own eyes, and there really didn't seem to be any side effects. What Zhu Zhuqing had taken should only be the most inferior pills, while Yi Feng had definitely taken the best pills, which enabled him to be so powerful. Although she said on her lips that the star sect was no match for the 7 treasures glazed sect, she was actually curious about that mysterious elixir as well. If she could get that kind of thing, could she become that powerful too? Wing. Sword Dolua wanted to say something else, but Ning Rongrong grabbed it first. How is the star sect actually? I don't know. Grandpa Sword, you and I will go together to see. Well, Ning Rongrong gently pulled the corner of Sword Dolua's coat. The tone of voice was full of petulance. The eyes were with a trace of cunning. Obviously still remembering the last time Yi Feng looked down on her 7 treasures glazed sect. Even if the star sect really had a sealed Dolua, when they saw her grandfather's sword, then they would have to kneel. Of course, she just wanted to show the might of the 7 treasures glazed sect and let the Yi Feng see what it meant to be a true upper sect. Fine. Then Grandpa Sword will go with you. I'd like to see what that broken star sect is capable of. How dare they hit on my precious Rongrong's idea? Sure enough, Sword Dolua had been easily angered by Ning Rongrong, and was clearly truly angry. A small wild sect also dares to dig his 7 treasures glazed sect's little princess. Isn't this living out of patience? Star sect, he is naturally heard of, but only so much. A small sect can enter his ears has been the other side of the great honor. It is said that there are 2 masters in the clan who founded it, but in Sword Dolua's eyes, what kind of bull expert could be higher than his 96th level cultivation, establishing the sect in such a small, broken city? The other party's whatever experts would be 2 soul saints at most. A soul saint level expert placed in this heavenly curtain city was already at the top of the heap, and the heavenly curtain city's city lord was only a tiny soul emperor. But if compared to his 7 treasures glazed sect, it was really far from it. Aha, if that star sect is really not worthy of its name, I definitely won't join it. Ning Rongrong nodded her head repeatedly, her tiger teeth slightly exposed, looking like a little devil who wanted to do something bad. Time to return. Star sect entrance. Sword Dolua held Ning Rongrong and arrived at the door. When Sword Dolua saw that the star sect's clan residence was actually a plain-looking mansion, he immediately said disdainfully, such a big clan, but only such a small place. Just this is worthy of digging into my 7 treasure glazed sect's corner? Is doesn't look too good. Ning Rongrong hid behind Sword Dolua, pulling the corner of Sword Dolua's coat and arching fire beside him. She wanted to see if this whatever star sect's patriarch would be as arrogant as Yi Feng when he saw her sword grandfather. You, who are you? The guards at the entrance saw the duo and spoke in a somewhat trembling voice. Although he didn't know who these two people were, the aura from the old man was terrifying, pressing him down. Clearly a strong person he couldn't afford to mess with. Have your patriarch come out to see me? Sword Doluwa spoke coldly. Under normal circumstances, Sword Doluwa was gentle and elegant, not much of a temper, and a relatively easygoing person, and would never be so overbearing. But this what a star sect dared to hit his precious Ning Rongrong with their ideas, then he couldn't endure it anymore. Ning Rongrong is his scales. Anyone who touches it has to pay the price. The fact that Sword Doluwa didn't just raise his sword and kill the door was already very polite in his own opinion. Two of you wait a moment, I will go to report the patriarch. The guards sniffed, their legs trembled from the terrifying pressure, and they turned around and wanted to go in to inform. Humph, cricket level 96 waste, how dare you mouth off in front of this seat? And just at that moment, a soft grunt suddenly came from within the sect, and with this soft grunt, what immediately followed was a gloom, and an incomparably terrifying pressure. Buzz. A powerful pressure accompanied by shadows fell precisely on the Sword Doluwa in the doorway. Glory, back off. Sword Doluwa only felt his sweaty hairs stand on end at this moment as he pushed Ning Rongrong away. In the next moment, a huge sword suddenly appeared behind him. Clank! The crisp sound of the sword instantly reached everyone's ears. An infinite sword intent erupted from Sword Doluwa's body to counter that powerful pressure. 1 second later, put! Sword Doluwa violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The huge healthcare shadow behind him suddenly faded, and countless cracks appeared on it. Sword Doluwa's sword intent was also dissipating rapidly. Close to nothing. How can there be such a strong existence? Sword Doluwa's face was pale, staring dead center at the Star Sect's gate, with indescribable horror in his eyes. Just a mere pressure, even made his sword heart almost broken. How can there be such a strong expert in this world? Sword Doluwa really wanted to hang Ning Rongrong up and whip her ass at the moment. It's too damn pitiful. This time it's a real kick in the steel. End of chapter. Chapter 69. A demigod is also a god. Can mortals not see? Grandpa Sword, are you okay? When Ning Rongrong saw that the incomparably powerful Sword Doluwa in his eyes was actually injured, he immediately felt that the sky had collapsed, and he was so anxious that he almost cried out, and his head was even blank, completely unaware of what had happened. And it was at this moment, in the middle of the Star Sect, that the two people slowly walked out. On the left was a middle-aged man, tall in stature, dressed in a black robe with faint gold patterns engraved on it. Black hair hung down like a waterfall, deep eyes with a hint of coldness and loneliness, and dark golden pupils that exuded an endless majesty and nobility. On the right, on the other hand, there was a handsome-looking teenager, who seemed to be plain, but gave off a sense of mystery and unpredictability. Ditian gently glanced at Sword Doluwa and said with a soft smile, "Not bad sword intent, but unfortunately it's not enough. Who are you and why are you hurting my grandfather's sword?" Ning Rongrong was so saddened in her heart at the moment that she completely lost the ability to think, and directly pointed at Ditian and angrily rebuked. Wrong. Shut up. When Sword Doluwa saw that Ning Rongrong had dared to take such offense, his face changed wildly, and as soon as he yanked Ning Rongrong behind himself, an endless chill grew even more in his heart. Immediately after that, Sword Doluwa no longer cared about his dignity. Poof! Kneeling down directly towards Ditian, he pleaded in a low voice, "A small child is tongue-tied, and I have no intention of offending your clan, so please forgive me, my lord." Sword Doluwa's behind was completely drenched in cold sweat at the moment, although he was a 96th rank sealed Doluwa and an even more powerful sword cultivator. However, in front of the man in front of him, he felt like he was facing a mountain that he could never shake. He even felt that in the eyes of the other party, he was a mole cricket that could be crushed at any time, unable to make any resistance. Endless regret and panic filled Sword Doluwa's heart. If he didn't get the other party's forgiveness, he and Ning Rongrong were afraid that they would have to stay here forever today. It doesn't matter if he dies, but if Ning Rongrong is dead, Ning Fingji and Bone Doluwa would go absolutely insane. At that time, what awaited the Seven Treasures glazed sect would be annihilation. Grandpa Sword, how do you? Ning Rongrong was also completely dumbfounded by this scene. Why is this? Her sword grandfather was so powerful that even the current emperor was respectful to his sword grandfather. And now, in her eyes as if the sword fairy general Sword Doluwa, at this moment is so humble, kneeling in front of the other party, praying for the other party's forgiveness. What really happened? That's quite a way to bend the rules. Ditian's eyes flickered slightly as he gently smiled, not meaning to mock, but just a little surprised, because he could tell that the little girl was very important to the other party. For the sake of the little girl's safety, the other party could actually give up the pride of a sword cultivator without hesitation and kneel down to beg for forgiveness. This kind of thing was really very rare. Your Excellency is still high on the list. Blood spilled from the corners of Sword Doluwa's mouth as he looked up at Ditian, his eyes filled with pleading. It's not for me to decide whether or not to spare you. You'll have to ask our young lord. As Di Tian said that, he landed his gaze on Yi Feng. Although the soul beasts had a grudge against humans, in Di Tian's eyes, the other party was just an ant, so it didn't matter if they were killed or not. Moreover, the development of the star sect was now managed by Yi Feng, so he naturally had to consult Yi Feng's opinion. If killing someone rashly caused the star sect's development to be hindered, it might make Yi Feng unhappy. Moreover, that little girl seems to know Yi Feng. Di Tian's eyes surveyed Ning Rongrong's body as if he was pondering something. When Sword Doluwa heard this, his gaze fell on Yi Feng, and there was incomparable shock in his eyes. He had never imagined that such a powerful person would call such a young teenager young lord. What exactly is this young man? Just as Sword Doluwa was thinking of kowtowing to Yi Feng right now, Ning Rongrong was the first to break down. Put. Ning Rongrong directly knelt down, with a sobbing voice in her eyes. Yi Feng, please, don't hurt my grandpa Jian. Okay, we have no malicious intent. I just want to. Oh, as Ning Rongrong spoke, she was directly crying out. The faith in her heart collapsing and her pride being stomped to pieces finally made Ning Rongrong, the haughty little princess, recognize reality. Of course, the main thing was that the pressure of Di Tian falling on the other party made her feel the aura of death, and she was directly scared to death. Ning Rongrong could clearly feel a bit of warmth there. Good thing it's just a little pea. No one should notice. Of course, this wasn't yet Di Tian deliberately targeting her. It was just part of the residual power that Di Tian had leaked out. The weaker the state of mind, the more it is affected. In Di Tian's current state, if an ordinary person were to look at him, there was a possibility that he would directly faint or even die violently on the spot. Demigods are also gods. How can a mortal look directly at it? Glory to you. Sword Doluwa saw this scene, immediately heart like a knife. More incomparable self-blame. Self-blame his own incompetence. Actually want to let Ning Rongrong kneel down to plead for him. At the same time is also very regret. Regret to come to this star sect. Regret too spoiled Ning Rongrong. More regret that he is too unseen. Alright, you guys get up. My star sect isn't a demonic sect. I won't kill anyone without moving. At this time, Yi Feng, who had been silent, spoke up. He was overbearing, but he wouldn't want to destroy someone's entire family just because of one word. People's grandparents and grandchildren are kneeling down and kowtowing. The Sword Doluwa is even more beaten out of the psychological shadow. The sword heart are almost broken. Yi Feng is really not too tolerant to lay down a hard hand. If Ning Rongrong and Sword Doluwa were to be killed, then surely the Seven Treasures glazed sect would have to be destroyed along with them. And making a big deal out of it would be a world war between soul beasts and humans. Now the human is far from the soul beast opponent. Fight the human at least died 99%. 9. How to play this? Yi Feng's original plan was also just to slightly suppress Ning Rongrong and Sword Doluwa with the help of Bai Ji and ZG. But he didn't expect Di Tian to suddenly appear and beat Sword Doluwa to his knees with a single mighty pressure. This was completely out of Yi Feng's expectation. However, the suppression was extraordinarily effective. Thank you, my lord, for not killing me. When Sword Doluwa heard this, he was instantly pardoned and ruthlessly wiped away his cold sweat before pulling Ning Rongrong to his feet. The last time I experienced this kind of life and death crisis was more than 30 years ago. I thought that I was basically invincible in the world with my level 96 battle power, but I didn't expect that there was such a horrible existence in the world. However, my star sect is also not a good character to deal with. Death penalty can be waived, but living sins are hard to escape. Yi Feng's words turned, his tone cold once again, and he faintly said, my star sect is short of odd job disciples, so let her come to atone for her sins for a period of 1 year. Yi Feng glanced at the teary-eyed Ning Rongrong and continued to speak. After Di Tian's intimidation, Yi Feng felt that Ning Rongrong was pretty much tempered and should have grown a memory. The star sect was short of people, and a well-tuned Ning Rongrong was still suitable. Ha, miscellaneous disciples. I don't know how to. Ning Rongrong was a bit confused when she heard. She has never been high and mighty. The little princess is used to doing it. How can she do that kind of rough work? Thank you, Your Excellency. Sword Doluwa reacted extremely quickly and hurriedly looked at Ning Rongrong. Wrong. Why don't you thank this lord? Sword Doluwa was old enough to know that this was the other party's condition for letting them go, so he naturally agreed immediately. Moreover, he hadn't felt the other party's killing intent, so what the handyman might have been a fake, just wanting to make Ning Rongrong learn a lesson. This time, he had also let Ning Rongrong completely screw him over, and his sword heart had produced cracks. It wasn't that she resented Ning Rongrong, but she felt that she did have to let Ning Rongrong suffer some hardships, and that she couldn't spoil her too much. Entering the star sect as an errand boy disciple would also allow Ning Rongrong to have a good experience. Moreover, he could also see that the other party didn't seem to have any malicious intent. Ning Rongrong might be a bit tired from working as a handyman in the star sect, but the odds were that he wouldn't be bullied or harmed in any way. End of chapter. Chapter 70, Interrogation, A Taste. Just one bite. Ah, thanks. Ning Rongrong's head was still dizzy at the moment. However, that powerful pressure of Dion's was still like a demon, constantly pressing down on her, making it too late for her to think too much. Alright, go in. You'll be our Star Sex journeyman disciple from now on, and if you perform well, you can be promoted to ordinary disciple. Bamboo Ching is also within the clan. You can go find her. Yifeng waved his hand and with a simple command, he had Ning Rongrong brought into the sect. To Yifeng, it was still more important for the Silver Dragon King than tempering Ning Rongrong. As for Ning Rongrong's side, let Zhu Zhuqing pacify her first. After all, now the other guy had just pissed himself. Although it is just a tiny bit, Yifeng perceives keenly and sees Ning Rongrong clamping her legs, so she looks at it more and accidentally discovers. As for the handyman or whatever, it was just an excuse used to scare Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's assistance was still somewhat useful, and if he could cultivate it, Yifeng wouldn't skimp on resources. After all, he had the immortal grass that allowed the 7 treasured glazed pagoda to evolve into the 9 treasured glazed pagoda. If Ning Rongrong could become one of his own, Yifeng could also help the other party evolve. And if the conditioning was not good, then forget it. Yifeng actually did not lack such a person. Young lord, let's go. I'll take you back. Seeing this, Dition smiled faintly, pleased. At first, he still had a drop of mind about Yifeng's human identity. However, when he saw Yifeng's talent, he completely threw away this mustiness. With Yifeng's talent, when he grew up in the future, he would definitely be able to become a god, even surpassing his father, the dragon god. At that time, it was possible to lift the curse of soul beasts not being able to become gods. Click 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 dash. Soon after, a spatial crack suddenly appeared beside Dition. Young lord, come close to me and don't run away. Dition spoke in a low tone as his dragon wings slowly opened up, wrapping Yifeng in them, and then he stepped into the spatial crack. The moment he entered the spatial rift, Yifeng's eyes went black and he only felt that there was an infinite pressure falling on his body. The air around them became even thinner, making it impossible to breathe. Fortunately, Yifeng's body was strong, and he only felt slightly uncomfortable about it. However, this discomfort only lasted for just a dozen or so breaths before Yifeng felt a lightness in his body. Then the eyes suddenly brightened, and a familiar fragrance came from the tip of the nose. It was the very scent of the great Stardust Forest. Although he had only left for a few short months, Yifeng had experienced a lot of things, and returning here again, Yifeng still had a feeling that things were different. It's not a bad feeling to be home. Yifeng took a deep breath. Having lived in the city for a long time, he was still inexplicably somewhat nostalgic for this primitive life. Young lord, the lord is waiting for you. If at any time you want to go back, I will come and take you back. Yifeng pointed at the Lake of Life in the distance and spoke. Aha! Yifeng nodded, then came under the Lake of Life and dove in headfirst. With a familiar path, Yifeng came to the Silver Dragon King's boudoir and directly drilled into it. The screen turned, and Yifeng successfully entered. This is coming in? Yifeng was slightly stunned. After being kicked out last time, the Silver Dragon King closed his access. Yifeng had expected to be bounced off, but he didn't expect to come straight in. Yifeng returned to his senses and looked ahead. The delicate figure remained the same, a head of long silver-white hair fluttering slightly. The Silver Dragon King wore a long purple dress with a short hemline, revealing a large section of well-proportioned and slender snow-white thighs, which instantly tore Yifeng's gaze away. Sis! Yifeng hurriedly shouted and jogged over, wanting to give the Silver Dragon King a hard hug. However, when Yifeng hugged the Silver Dragon King in front of him slowly dissipated. Obviously, it was just a shadow, and Yifeng didn't even realize it because he was too anxious. Humph, is the human world fun? You still know to come back? In the midst of the space, a petite grunt faintly tinged with dissatisfaction came from the Silver Dragon King. Obviously, there was some small anger towards Yifeng for not coming to see her for so long, though for the Silver Dragon King, a few months was actually an instant. But since Yifeng left, she misses Yifeng every single day, and is even more worried about whether Yifeng will be bullied in the human world. And even she can dream about Yifeng when she is sleeping. Each day was incredibly long for her, and who could top that? Still, okay, it's still the Stardust Great Forest. Yifeng scratched his head, hearing the wrongness in the Silver Dragon King's tone, and hurriedly said, it's not that he doesn't want to go back, but the distance is really too far. It's hard to come out, at least half a year before going back. Who would have thought? What's with the 2 dragon soul powers in your body? You've encountered the inheritance of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King? And your bloodline has unexpectedly grown so fast, it looks like the odds are not small. Right at this moment, the Silver Dragon King's delicate figure slowly surfaced behind Yifeng, holding down Yifeng's shoulder with a tone of strong surprise and delight. Obviously, the Silver Dragon King had sensed Yifeng's elevation. This at least showed that Yifeng wasn't fooling around a few times in the human world, but was honestly cultivating. At the thought of this, the trace of resentment that the Silver Dragon King had towards Yifeng suddenly became much less. Thanks to my sister's blessing, I've encountered some opportunities. Yifeng heatedly smiled, and then he also told the Silver Dragon King about the ice and fire eyes, without hiding it in the slightest. Not bad, this is supposed to be your chance, and it's grown a lot, so I won't bother with you this time. After the Silver Dragon King heard about Yifeng's strange encounters in the human world, his heart was also happy for Yifeng. With her small hands behind her back, she just circled around Yifeng and carefully surveyed him. Her eyebrows arched and her bright lavender beauty eyes filled with laughter. As Yifeng's bloodline improved, the Silver Dragon King only felt that Yifeng was getting more and more attractive and his body was getting more and more fragrant. Yifeng was looked at a little uncomfortable, but still honestly did not dare to move, and could only give an awkward laugh, obviously a little vain. The Silver Dragon King is still staring at Yifeng with unblinking eyes, but also gently shrugged the tip of the pretty pink nose. That smells good. So much so that I want to take a bite out of it. Forget it. Lick it. Ghostly, the Silver Dragon King suddenly came behind Yifeng, gently pasted on Yifeng's back, and put his head forward. Hiss. What are you doing, sis? Noticing an inexplicable sensation coming from his earlobe, Yifeng jerked his head a little. It's okay, there's dirt. My sister got it off for you. The Silver Dragon King blushed slightly and licked his lips back. However, the whole person was still stuck together with Yifeng. The warmth of Yifeng's body, the ancestral dragon breath in Yifeng's body, and the blazing high temperature of the extreme fire in her body all mesmerized her. The Silver Dragon King felt like his entire body was slightly feverish. It wasn't that she wasn't reserved, but the smell of Yifeng's body was just too fragrant, and she didn't know how many times more fragrant than when she was a child. Just by sticking together with Yifeng, her blood began to boil and cheer, and she didn't want to leave at all. By the way, sister, my bloodline has also been fully upgraded, so the effect of healing your wounds will definitely be better. Do you want to give it a try? Yifeng seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly opened his mouth. End of chapter. Chapter 71, Taking Down the Silver Dragon King. The rule power on the Silver Dragon King was not just an injury, but also a tracking mark. If he came out before his injuries were healed, he would definitely be detected by the Divine Realm. Although the Silver Dragon King was no longer a threat to the Divine Realm, no one could guarantee that the Divine Realm Council would not cut down the roots. The space here is a protection, or cage, for the Silver Dragon King. So Yifeng actually wanted to let the Silver Dragon King leave this one space earlier. Naturally he wanted to heal the Silver Dragon King every day. Well, of course, the Silver Dragon King's reward after healing was delicious. The Silver Dragon King seemed to have thought of something. Her pretty face slightly reddened as she glared and pouted. What happened last time was a disgrace to her, her hallowed quasi-divine powerhouse. She actually needed to rely on the blood of a tiny soul master to heal her injuries, and she even fainted with pleasure. If this gets out, does she still want to lose face? And everything comes with a price. Although Yifeng seemed to be fine, he must have paid a lot of price, and she was heartbroken. Sister, I'm really fine. It was supposed to be my gift. Yifeng hurriedly persuaded. Moreover, your injuries will recover faster, which will enable you to leave this place and not need to fall into a deep sleep often, and I will be able to be with my sister every day. Well, the Silver Dragon King was a bit moved when he heard this. Still, she restrained the longing in her heart and firmly shook her head. I don't care. No is no. If you keep hurting yourself like this, I'll get angry. The Silver Dragon King crossed her arms and glared at Yifeng in exasperation, looking inexplicably a bit cute. Okay. Yifeng sighed hopelessly, then suddenly thought of something and looked at the Silver Dragon King. But this time I have taken a lot of blood replenishing heavenly herbs in advance, and now it's all wasted. Doesn't sister have to give some compensation? After Yifeng finished speaking, his entire body had already arrived in front of the Silver Dragon King, almost sticking together with him. What compensation do you want? Don't give an inch. The Silver Dragon King slightly turned his head away, not daring to meet with Yifeng eye to eye. His face, which was already tinged with pink, turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his heartbeat puffed up. Hey, one kiss, just one. When Yifeng saw this, where could he hold back? He directly took hold of the Silver Dragon King's slender waist, and the whole person pasted on. At the same time, he also bit his tongue, and thick blood spurted out. It's okay. Seeing this, the Silver Dragon King did not refuse, and although on the surface it seemed grudgingly difficult, there was some secret joy in her heart. This guy, taking advantage is taking advantage, and every time he still finds such a lame reason. The Silver Dragon King muttered secretly in his heart, then reached out and hooked Yifeng's neck. The lips were pressed together. Next moment, The Silver Dragon King only felt a burning heat rushing into her mouth with a hint of blood and more of an inexplicable refreshing sweetness. The blood was mixed with terrifying life force, instantly exploding in the Silver Dragon King's mouth and fusing towards her limbs and bones. Wait, you! The Silver Dragon King instantly widened her beautiful eyes, and at this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. Fell for it again, and with the powerful life force pouring in, although it didn't make her pass out on the spot, it did make her lose her mind. Yifeng is also unconcerned about this, is that the tongue is a little numb, but that's about it. The first time it was because he didn't have enough cultivation, that's why he was sucked dry. This time, his cultivation had skyrocketed, and his bloodline power had also skyrocketed. The two immortal herbs in his body still had quite a bit of medicinal power remaining, which was completely enough for him to produce a constant supply of blood to the Silver Dragon King without the slightest bit of fear. Only, the Silver Dragon King was not just sucking blood at the moment. The attraction of the bloodline caused the Silver Dragon King to constantly stick to Yifeng, and his entire body hung on Yifeng, inseparable. What a head-scratcher. Yifeng was somewhat unable to carry the pressure at the moment, and a strong fragrance came from the tip of his nose, continuously heating Yifeng's qi and blood. A powerful stream of qi and blood exploded inside Yifeng's body, and even more so, it continuously filled Yifeng's mind, playing big. Yifeng red-eyed, carrying the Silver Dragon King into the bedroom next to him. Bang! With a muffled sound, the two of them collapsed in unison on top of the soft bed. The Silver Dragon King's eyes widened slightly, apparently regaining some sanity. The blood was still in his mouth. Not only that, she even saw Yifeng's slightly reddened eyes. Obviously, Yifeng was somewhat losing his mind at the moment, just like her. She lost her mind because Yifeng's life force was too attractive to her and she instinctively wanted to absorb it. And Yifeng lost his mind, also because of instinct. Well, the Silver Dragon King was finally a bit anxious at this moment. Viciously bit Yifeng's tongue. Originally, the wound wasn't very big, and with such a bite from the Silver Dragon King, the blood directly exploded. The terrifying life force contained in the blood was continuously absorbed by the Silver Dragon King, making her feel dizzy. Silver Dragon King, never mind, it's finally come to this, sooner or later. Finally, the Silver Dragon King recognized reality and closed his eyes. 3 days later, Yifeng collapsed on the bed in a big zigzag shape. The whole person is like peanut crumbs, squeezed without any oil. Although Yifeng's physique was powerful, he was still far from being able to the Silver Dragon King, a quasi-god powerhouse. The two were not in the same dimension at all, although as desired, but Yifeng do not know why. How can not be happy? What's wrong? A look of listlessness. It wasn't like this in the beginning. Silver Dragon King was sitting on Yifeng at the moment, his hands propped up on top of Yifeng's chest. The whole person was red-faced and smiling as he looked at Yifeng. The beautiful eyes were full of teasing. Little chef boy is so much fun. So sleepy. Yifeng didn't want to move at all at the moment. He was regretting it at the moment. Very much so. I should have known to hold back. This is a big shame. He swore that he would quickly upgrade his physical strength after going out this time, and turn over a new leaf in the future. Put, you brought this on yourself. The Silver Dragon King couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yifeng's appearance. She was reluctant before, not because she didn't like Yifeng, but because she was afraid that Yifeng wouldn't be able to carry it. Okay, get some rest. After the Silver Dragon King had laughed enough, he then leaned over and barfed on Yifeng's forehead. With that, he held Yifeng in his arms and gently wrapped the quilt around him. The two leaned close together. It was just like when she was a child. She hugged Yifeng and slept together. After 3 days of exchanges, the Silver Dragon King had gained a lot. It was because her Silver Dragon King bloodline, after being nourished by Yifeng's ancestral dragon bloodline, became stronger and stronger. If she were to do it a few more times, she felt that her Silver Dragon King bloodline might even actually undergo a metamorphosis and advance to a higher level. End of chapter. Chapter 72, Trial, Gift. Lovely broken heart read. On top of that, the Silver Dragon King realized that his injuries were much better. Yifeng's blood was also truly miraculous. Although she didn't know how much she had sucked in, she could feel that this had saved her at least 2,000 years of time in one go. She estimated that with another 20 or 30 times, her injuries would be completely healed. However, looking at Yifeng's deflated appearance, she couldn't bear to continue sucking. It would be bad if Yifeng was bad by her sucking. Yifeng rested for a day here at the Silver Dragon King, and with the recovery of his powerful physique, although he had recovered a lot, his head was still dizzy. It was lying on the bed at the moment, still somewhat listless. After all, it wasn't just the loss of blood this time, but also the loss of essence, which definitely couldn't be made up without 3 days. Feng, let's eat. Just then, the door to the room opened. The Silver Dragon King was seen walking and wearing a slim nightgown and carrying a steaming bowl of broth. I don't know which unlucky 10,000-year-old soul beast it was again. dinner's ready, get up. The Silver Dragon King gently placed the bowl to the side, then walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, and tugged on Yifeng's quilt with a smile. No strength, can't get up. Yifeng glanced at the Silver Dragon King's exquisite body. Although he was very moved, his body did not allow it. If he acted on impulse, he would be caught and tortured by the Silver Dragon King for 3 days. And you know it, who told you to mess around? The Silver Dragon King rubbed Yifeng's face fiercely, somewhat speechless, but speechless as she was actually heartbroken. After all, the reason why Yifeng was like this was still to help her heal her injuries. Just a few accidents. Yifeng didn't hold back. She didn't hold back either. Nah, then come over here a bit. I'll feed you. The Silver Dragon King gently patted the edge of the bed, signaling Yifeng to move over a bit. Whoopee! Yifeng twisted his body and moved to the edge of the bed, sitting and leaning against it. Really? Like a little kid? The Silver Dragon King shook his head helplessly, before he took the bowl, scooped a spoonful of hot soup, and gently sent it to Yifeng's mouth. A few moments later, Yifeng ate and drank his fill and laid back down again with a satisfied face. Alright, sister is going to slumber. Stay here and recover for the next few days. I've stored a lot of food for you, enough for you to eat for days. The Silver Dragon King put down his bowl and spoon and looked at Yifeng on the bed, his lavender eyes filled with reluctance. Her needed to be dormant to suppress it, and if she awoke for a longer period of time, her injuries could become more severe. Every time you repress it, it takes a month to start. She couldn't wait to stay with Yifeng every day, but it was a pity that her body didn't allow it. By the way sis, I brought you a gift. Suddenly, Yifeng thought of something and hurriedly sat up from the bed. Gift? What kind of gift? Quickly let Sister Kong. Once the Silver Dragon King heard that Yifeng had also prepared a gift for her, her beautiful eyes instantly became snowy. Sure enough, no girl can resist the temptation of a gift, let alone one prepared by her favorite person. Yifeng also did not hesitate, directly took out the Acacia Broken Heart Red. But at this moment the Acacia Broken Heart Red has not been tied down, but connected to a piece of Wujie stone. Is this a flower? It's so pretty, I love it. The Silver Dragon King received the Wujie stone and smiled with a beaming smile, obviously very happy. Although this flower looked ordinary and the scent was average, it was a gift from Yifeng, and it was the first gift Yifeng had ever given her. Whatever it was, the Silver Dragon King loved it. This isn't just a flower, it's also an immortal herb, the most precious immortal herb bred within the eye of ice and fire. Legend has it that in ancient times there was a man and a woman. Yifeng slowly told the story of the Acacia Broken Red Intestine. Ah, there's a story like that. When the Silver Dragon King heard this, he hastily wiped the teardrops from the corner of his eyes and tightened the Acacia Broken Heart Red in his arms, obviously cherishing it even more. Yifeng continued. Acacia Broken Intestine Red is a divine product amongst the immortal herbs, possessing the heaven-defying effect of living death and white bones. If you take it, sister, it is not likely that it will be able to help you with your injuries. The Silver Dragon King's injuries were the remnants of the power of rules, and it was difficult to heal the Silver Dragon King just with Yifeng's own blood. However, if he added Acacia Broken Heart Red, Yifeng felt that it could speed up the recovery of the Silver Dragon King's injuries. After all, Acacia Broken Intestine grass can live and die. Sacrificed rabbits can be saved alive. Hard to shake the soul beast sacrifice must die rule. Even if it couldn't heal the Silver Dragon King, it would be of no small benefit to her injuries. No. Such a valuable thing. How unfortunate to eat it directly. The Silver Dragon King hugged the Wujie stone and shook his head repeatedly to reject it. Her injuries could be recovered by time, and if she borrowed Yifeng's blood slightly, her recovery would be even faster. This Acacia Broken Heart herb was precious as soon as she heard it, so she naturally had to save it for a critical moment. Where is the pity? If the Acacia Broken Heart Red can accelerate my sister's recovery from her injuries, I will be able to bleed less. Yifeng said in a hurry. You definitely need to use the good stuff ahead of time or you can't say you won't be able to use it later. In his previous life, Yifeng played the game like to save the treasure chest, stay or not open, and finally the game shut down the service. Yifeng accumulated thousands of treasure chests are all gone. When he was the whole person are up. Later, Yifeng developed the habit that some things should be used, and leaving them unused would be the same as not having them. Well, when the Silver Dragon King heard this, she seemed to be moved by the words. After all, she also wanted to get her injuries healed quickly. She was heartbroken every time Yifeng donated blood. How is this going to come off? Though, the Silver Dragon King reached out to fiddle with the tiny Acacia Broken herb, and realized that the thing was attached to the Wujie stone and firmly rooted, making it difficult to remove. Well, the Acacia Broken Heart Red is extremely special, and needs to think of the beloved one in your heart and water it with your heart's blood in order to pick it. Yifeng explained. Wow. So, the Silver Dragon King suddenly looked up at Yifeng and said in a ghostly tone, then why don't you take it off and give it to me? Saying that, the The Silver Dragon King's eyes were even emitting a slight purple aura, appearing extremely dangerous. Probably because I'm afraid of pain. Yi Feng stammered and was a bit vain. Put. The Silver Dragon King suddenly snorted a laugh and ruthlessly ruined Yi Feng's head. Alright, I'm teasing you, but you're still serious. Naturally, she knew why. Yi Feng, this good shibboleth. Childhood was also reported by the Emperor Skypeeping it by G and ZG shower. It'd be a hell of a thing to pick this acacia broccoli. Yi Feng had made a trip to the human world this time, and she was already satisfied that she hadn't been tricked by a human demonic for the first time. As for the rest, she would not restrict Yi Feng. As long as Yi Feng had her in his heart, she was content. Well, the big deal was when Yi Feng had other thoughts. She then pulled Yi Feng back to squeeze. A few more squeezes and you'll be honest. End of chapter. Chapter 73. Who the hell is rewarding who? Put. As the Silver Dragon King said that, he stretched out a dragon claw and directly stabbed into his heart, directly ingesting a ball of crimson blood from it and pouring it on top of the acacia broken heart red. And as the dragon's claws were pulled out, the wounds instantly healed and returned to their original state, leaving only the torn clothes, and a bare sliver of whiteness, not even a trace of blood spilled. And as the blood spilled, the originally white with slightly reddish threads of acacia broken heart grass was instantly dyed blood red, making it look particularly poignant. And as the blood fell, the acacia broken heart red gently floated down from the Wujie stone and landed in the Silver Dragon King's jade hand. Really took it off. Yi Feng looked at this scene dumbfounded. Although he had expected it, the fact that it was so easy showed that the Silver Dragon King really had deep feelings for him. Humph. What? You still suspect me? When the Silver Dragon King saw this dumbfounded expression of Yi Feng, he was inexplicably a little angry, and directly pounced over to press Yi Feng underneath him, and ravaged Yi Feng's face. Ha ha, no. Yi Feng hurriedly begged for mercy, especially feel the Silver Dragon King pressing on his face. Although it was very comfortable and fragrant, Yi Feng still restrained himself. Otherwise it's another 3 days and 3 nights. Who the hell can top that? Humph, this acacia broken heartgrass is considered to be something I picked myself, but it doesn't count as a gift from you. You'll have to send me a better one next time. The Silver Dragon King pulled Yi Feng's face and pretended to be angry. This acacia broken heart red was obviously given to her because Yi Feng couldn't pick it off, which was insincere. Of course, she was definitely touched in her heart, but naturally she wouldn't give Yi Feng the word, lest this guy get carried away. Well. Yi Feng hurriedly agreed. In front of the Silver Dragon King, he was truly a younger brother, defenseless. It would take a long time to surpass the Silver Dragon King. In other words, he has. However, Yi Feng was still afraid that the Silver Dragon King would not be willing to use the acacia broken heart red, so he hurriedly urged, "Sister, you should take it quickly, it should have a good effect." I know. The Silver Dragon King sat up from Yi Feng's body, then slightly opened her small mouth and directly stuffed the acacia broken heart red in. The immortal grass melted in his mouth and transformed into a special energy that nourished the Silver Dragon King's body. Well, Yi Feng asked in a hurry. Well, there is nothing special, is it, because my cultivation is too high? The Silver Dragon King frowned at once, realizing that there didn't seem to be any special changes. How? It shouldn't be. Yi Feng was slightly stunned, and apparently also felt a little strange. Logically speaking, this stuff was a divine immortal herb above the immortal grade. How could it have no effect on the Silver Dragon King? Could it be that the Silver Dragon King is too high in rank? Then this broken intestine grass is too trashy. Right, it doesn't even have any effect on the quasi-gods, so why the hell is it still blowing up the divine immortal grass? Hookade is more like it. No, it works. Just then, the Silver Dragon King suddenly let out a cry of alarm. It was because she realized that after taking this acacia broken heart red, her own wear and tear speed for the rule power in her body had accelerated quite a bit. Before this, grinding out the residual deity rule power within her body was like grinding an iron pestle on a stone. Extremely inefficient, and it would take tens of thousands of years to completely wear out the rule power. And now, it was as if she had gained a whetstone, wearing down the rules at least 10 times faster. Even if she didn't use Yi Feng's blood, she would be able to fully recover from her injuries within 1,000 years. This can be very efficient for her. Is this the legendary immortal grass? I didn't expect it to be so magical. The Silver Dragon King's heart was overjoyed and inexplicable. Ha ha, it's good that it works. When Yi Feng heard this, he also laughed and was happy for the Silver Dragon King. Humph, even though this gift doesn't count, I'm still happy with it, so you can ask me for a reward. The Silver Dragon King was still sitting on Yi Feng's body at the moment, condescendingly looking at Yi Feng, like a towering queen to a subordinate who was rewarding him. Although Yi Feng's bloodline was much stronger than hers, Yi Feng had yet to grow up. They say you should beat your brother before it's too late. The Silver Dragon King thought the same way. If she doesn't bully Yifeng properly now, she might not be able to beat him when he grows up in the future. Is the reward a reward for me or a reward for you? The corner of Yifeng's mouth twitched, somewhat speechless. If it was before, he would have asked for a kiss or something, but now certainly do not dare. The Silver Dragon King is too powerful. He has not grown up. There is no resistance. Even can not turn over. How dare he ask for more rewards here? Well, what do you mean? You're disliking me. When the Silver Dragon King heard this, her eyebrows immediately grabbed Yifeng's collar, obviously feeling that Yifeng was not giving her face. Well, then I guess, Yifeng said, and dropped his sight on top of the Silver Dragon King's pair of jade feet that were resting on his side. Then he reached out and gently pinched the slender ankle. Eek, mess with. The Silver Dragon King instantly understood in a second and spat lightly, pretending to be disgusted. She did not expect Yifeng this bad guy. No way. Forget it then. Yifeng pretended to be disappointed. Humph. Forget it. For the sake of your good behavior, I'll give you a cheap shot. The Silver Dragon King blushed and gave a small grunt. One day later, the Silver Dragon King went off to slumber contentedly. Yifeng, on the other hand, covered his waist and quickly fled the place. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. When I grow up, I will make you pay. Yifeng swore in his heart. When he gets stronger, he must take revenge. As for extracting words, forget it for now. The Silver Dragon King's rank is too high, unless gold or above words. Otherwise not only can't suppress the Silver Dragon King, it will make her more excited. This isn't revenge at all. This is a delivery. Iron needs to be hard. Only the stronger the cultivation and the more bloodlines unsealed could one truly gain the upper hand. Of course, one could also consider fooling the Silver Dragon King into morphing. This way he has been able to dominate. January. Yifeng lay on the roof of a small cabin, feeling the departure of that aura, and sighed fiercely in relief. Tang how this dog thing finally left. Yifeng's heart was incomparably excited. He came to the Sacred Soul Village a month ago and directly rented a wooden house to live in. If Yifeng remembered correctly, Tang Hao had planted Ain near the Sacred Soul Village, making it easy to visit at all times. Although he didn't know the exact location, that place was probably a small valley, and there was also a huge waterfall under which Tang San had once exercised his physique. Searching for a blade of grass in the middle of this vast mountain was comparable to finding a needle in the bottom of the sea, but it would be much easier to search for a waterfall. With this huge mountain range right next to the Holy Souls Village, the goal was clear. Through the Sun of Nature, Yifeng turned all the plants within a 100-mile radius into his eyes, and soon found the waterfall. However, Yifeng didn't act in a hurry because he didn't bring BG and ZG this time. After all, even if they brought BG and ZG, it was impossible to snatch In away in front of Tang Hao, who was fighting for his life, and BG and ZG couldn't help but be replaced by one, so it was more than worth it. The best method was still to steal the house, and anyway, Yifeng had plenty of time. End of chapter. Chapter 74, Holy Souls Village. Stealing the family's blue and silver emperor. Sure enough, after Yifeng waited for a month, Tang Hao appeared. Tang Hao had stayed in the waterfall for 3 days, which was today, and finally left. Tang Hao left the Sacred Soul Village, and although he would watch by Tang San's side some of the time, most of the time he was still out solving the problem of the injuries on his own body, only come to see In at intervals. Yifeng estimated that Tang Hao would probably come to visit once a month or so, or maybe 2 months, but no matter what, Tang Hao left today and would never come back in a short period of time. Through the Sun of Nature, Yifeng noticed that Tang Hao had left 100 kilometers away and didn't come back, finally putting his heart down. Sun of Nature would be detected by strong people if he peeped with his flux sense, so Yifeng didn't peep at Tang Hao, but only locked Tang Hao's position through the general perception of plants. It was like looking at that avatar on the small map of the game. Yifeng could locate the other party's position, but did not know what the other party was doing. Yifeng had experimented with BG and ZG so that it wouldn't be detected. Even Tang Hao couldn't. Just to be on the safe side, Yifeng waited for another 2 days before entering the huge mountain range behind the Holy Soul Village. Whoosh! Although the mountain road was rugged, and there were even a large number of trees blocking it, but it could not slow down Yifeng's footsteps at all. 10 minutes later, Yifeng arrived in a small valley, surrounded by mountains, with 10,000 spirits stacked on top of each other. In front of them was the calm stream with ripples, and behind it, the magnificent waterfall that connected the sky to the earth and flew down 3,000 feet. The sound of rumbling waterfalls pouring one after the other. A little farther away, and there was nothing but silence. However, Yifeng's gaze was always on top of the waterfall in the distance, within the waterfall to be precise, because he could clearly feel the aura of the blue-silver emperor plant through the children of nature. Because Ain was more special, the place where it was located was even more isolated by Tang Hao's arrangement of isolation formations. So when he was in the Sacred Soul Village, Yifeng was unable to share Ian's perspective, and even perceiving Ian was very vague, and by this point, Yifeng's perception of Ian became extremely obvious. After all, Yifeng was a child of nature. On the other hand, Ian has the seed of life from the Doluo realm. The two are a perfect match, the equivalent of father and son. The son of nature is the father, the seed of life is the child. The connection between the two sides is naturally very close. Yifeng looked up at the waterfall and directly opened the star pupil. Found it. Yifeng grinned. Immediately after that, Yifeng opened the star force field. A surprising scene emerged, only to see that the waterfall, which was originally flying straight down, seemed to have been torn apart by something, revealing the uneven but lustrous cliff wall behind the waterfall. Yifeng's mind moved slightly, only to see that above the cliff wall, in a very inconspicuous position, a stone was recessed, and as the stone dented, the cliff wall next to it slowly cracked open, and a stone hole appeared that was only passable by one person. In the next moment, Yifeng's legs violently stepped on the ground. Boom! Yifeng's entire body shot up explosively and landed at the entrance of the stone cave. Slowly stepping in, this was a mechanism cave that Tang Hao had created for Yin, and ordinary people could not even notice it. However, Yifeng was a traveler, and with the addition of the star pupil, he naturally had a complete perspective of this one mechanism stone cave, and entering was a breeze. Of course, Yifeng could also forcefully tear apart the cliff wall and directly break in, but that would make too much noise, and Yifeng wasn't sure if destroying the mechanism would attract Tang Hao over. To be on the safe side, it was still safest to break the organ and enter. Because of the waterfall, the cave was very wet. Yifeng entered along the passageway. Although it was very dark without lights, it didn't have much effect on Yifeng. Finally, Yifeng walked about a dozen meters or so to a stone room, and everything instantly lit up, because on top of the stone room, there was a stone hole, and light shone in along the hole, and below the hole, there was a small dirt bag. Above the dirt bag, a slender blue-silver grass fluttered in the wind, while ordinary blue-silver grass was just a flat blue color. The grass leaves of this blue-silver grass carried a fine line of gold. It was none other than the blue and silver emperor, Jin, and as Yifeng approached, the originally quiet blue-silver emperor on the earth bag seemed to have sensed something and began to swing the blades of grass quickly. A vague idea, into the ears of Yifeng. Dad, 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 dad. It was a childish female voice that sounded very childish, but there was an uncontrollable elation in its tone. Sure enough, Yin hasn't regained her memories yet. Now Yifeng laughed out loud when he heard the thoughts coming out from the blue-silver emperor, his mood inexplicably somewhat soothed. After all, now Yin is only 13 years short of a full year, the same age as Tang San. Plants want to become plant-based soul beasts awakening spiritual intelligence. At least 10,000 years, most plants 50, 000 or 60, 000 years to awaken and become a true plant-based soul beast. Even if Yin is the blue-silver emperor, even if he is carrying the seed of life, it is impossible for him to awaken memories of his past life in 13 years. In the original, Yin first met Tang San, the offspring, plus the nourishment of the Eye of Ice and Fire, which restored his memory in a short period of time. Right now, though, Yin definitely hadn't awakened his memories yet. Yifeng squatted down and gently reached out to caress the other side's blades of grass. Daddy, daddy. At that moment, that one idea became more and more delighted, and the blue-silver grass leaves with golden patterns directly wrapped around Yifeng's fingers, looking particularly delighted. Yifeng stroked it while starting to read the other party's memories through the ability of the children of nature. In the next moment, Yifeng only felt that he had entered a world of consciousness. Ordinary plants can't retain their memories for long, but Yin, as the blue-silver emperor, not only can he save all his memories, he also has his own piece of independent consciousness space, as expected of the blue-silver emperor. It's really special. Yifeng secretly lamented and then began to look around. A large number of fragments were floating in the space of consciousness. Each fragment is a memory. Most of the fragments shown above the screen are what it looks like in the middle of a cave, and it looks very lonely. However, there were a small number of memory images that showed a human figure on top of them. It was a bearded-looking middle-aged man with an incomparably old face, but the eyes revealed were incomparably gentle. Of course, this is in Yin's perspective, and this man, Yifeng knew without guessing, was none other than Tang Hao. Most of the time, Tang Hao was telling a few images. On the other hand, had Tang Hao crying old and sad. Yifeng didn't read it carefully, wasting time, and because Ian was really too weak at the moment, the memories were constantly being generated and at the same time rapidly dissipating. Most of them would automatically disappear, and only some of Tang Hao's memories would be preserved for a longer period of time. With a wave of his hand, Yifeng directly started to erase these memories with the authority of the Son of Nature. End of chapter. Chapter 75, Erasing Memory. Tang Hao's incompetent rage. A powerful pressure erupted from Yifeng, sweeping across the entire space of consciousness. Crack plus. Boom boom boom. A powerful aftershock erupted, directly blasting all of these memory fragments to smithereens. If a normal person's memory had suffered such a heavy blow, they would surely become idiots. But Yi Feng used the authority of the Son of Nature, like a rule, erasing only memories, and will not cause any harm to Yin's world of consciousness. Soon, tens of millions of memory fragments were blasted into pieces by Yi Feng. As the memories shattered, the other party's entire sea of consciousness was left only pitch black. However, Yi Feng has found that in the depths of the pitch black, it seems to be something else. Yi Feng continued to go deeper and soon, he saw what it was. It was an orb that emitted a shimmering light. Within the orb, there were countless memory fragments wrapped up, densely packed, because there were just too many of them, and Yi Feng couldn't really see them. However, Yi Feng didn't need to see it to know that this should be the memory of Yin's past life. The memories of the previous life were sealed in the deepest part of the other person's consciousness, and unless there was external interference, if one wanted to unseal it normally, one would have to start at least 100 years, or even 1,000 years. In the original it was because of Tang San's bloodline tugging, coupled with the ice and fire eyes, which allowed Yin's memories to be unsealed. Of course, Yi Feng had the ability to directly unseal the other party's memories right now, but he wasn't going to do so. It's time to let bygones be bygones in your past life. In this life, you are no longer Yin, but the true Blue Silver Emperor. Yi Feng spoke faintly, and then with a slight movement of his mind, he used the authority of the Son of Nature to forcibly erase the sealed memory. And as Yi Feng began to erase his memories, the huge ball of light slowly began to dissipate, like an ice ball, little by little, melting and becoming smaller. Buzz buzz. Maybe it's because the memories are so vast. The process of erasure still caused a slight vibration in Yin's world of consciousness. On top of that, because Yi Feng started destroying the memory fragments, he directly shattered the seal as well. A large number of memory fragments frantically fled toward the outside, wanting to hide. These memories are very deep, can also be said to be very powerful. Is the silver past life memory of the most profound scene, which is able to escape? Yi Feng was able to see through the images of the memory fragments. Among them were Tang Hao, a baby, and a six-winged angel thought to emanate divine light. Unfortunately, these fragments were still forcibly erased by Yi Feng's rules after escaping for a moment. What's out there are deep memories that are slower to erase, and the memories within became shallow and weak, erasing them at a rapid rate. Just half an hour, all the memories of Yin's life and his previous life were completely wiped out, like a hard disk being completely formatted and emptied completely, so that a lot of things could be stuffed back in. Yi Feng saw that nothing more remained in the other party's memories before he exited the other party's world of consciousness. Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was still holding the Blue Silver Emperor's grass leaves. However, the current Blue Silver Emperor was less spiritual than before. Apparently, a large number of memories had disappeared, leaving it a little confused for a moment. However, with Yi Feng's gentle caress, the Blue Silver Emperor still relied on its instincts and waved its grass blades to gently wrap around Yi Feng's fingers, seeming to become more and more dependent on Yi Feng. Come on, I'll take you to a better place. Yi Feng smiled faintly and then took out a jade box from within his storage space. Yi Feng's storage prop was a scale. This was a storage prop created by the Silver Dragon King with his own scales and spatial laws, which possessed 1,000 cubic meters of space, and it was even able to store goods for a short period of time, and all of Yi Feng's things were stored in it. Immediately after that, Yi Feng's hand turned into a dragon claw, directly probed into the small earth bag, and completely dug up the Blue Silver Emperor along with the earth bag below. The root system of the blue silver grass is very thick, rooted more than 10 meters deep, and even more densely packed, which is one of the reasons why the other party's vitality is tenacious. Yi Feng quickly transplanted the Blue Silver Emperor into the jade box, gently covered the lid, and then turned to leave. Sealed Dolua for all kinds of perception are very powerful. If the Blue Silver Emperor was stolen by him, Tang Hao said that he is not allowed to be sensed by the heart. It is not allowed to say that it is now on the way to come. And just 3 hours after Yi Feng left, an incomparably terrifying figure descended from the sky. Rumble. The terrifying figure ruthlessly smashed into the earth, causing the entire mountain to tremble slightly. The visitor was none other than Tang Hao. Ever since he had visited Yin 2 days ago, he had gone to the Star Luo Empire to look for a way to suppress his injuries. But just as he arrived at the Star Luo Empire, a bad premonition rose in his heart, and his heart was even slightly suffocated, as if something very important had left him. After advancing to the rank of Sealed Dolua, his spiritual power had also broken through a magical boundary, and in addition to the enhancement of perception, the most obvious thing was the strengthening of his sixth sense. In the dark, he sensed that something might have gone wrong on Ian's side, so he just turned around and rushed here frantically. Agin, won't. Tang Hao came here at this moment. Instantly realizing that the cave he had set up for Ain showed signs of having been touched, and the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. Tang Hao came to the entrance of his cave and didn't even bother to press the mechanism, lifting the Haotian hammer and smashing it. Rumble! The thick stone door naturally couldn't block the bombardment of the Haotian hammer and exploded on the spot, revealing the passage inside. Tang Hao's entire body turned into a stream of light and instantly rushed in. When he saw in the middle of the stone room, the huge pit that had been dug out and the blue-silver queen that had disappeared in it, the whole suddenly burst into tears. Ah! Who stole my Ain? Who the hell is it? Damn thief! I, Tang Hao, swear that I will make your life worse than death. Tang Hao was completely furious at this moment, constantly roaring and fuming, and the aura on his body was blasting out without hesitation. Rumble! The mountain trembled and the waterfall crumbled. Seal a rage. Rage! Anyway, Tang Hao was just very angry right now, but couldn't do anything about it. Commonly known as incompetent rage and wasteful ranting. Finally, Tang Hao's anger attacked his heart, and he fiercely sprayed out a mouthful of blood. He originally had old injuries in his body that were left over a decade ago, and at this moment, he was also somewhat unable to suppress them, adding to his injuries. The double blow made Tang Hao even think of cutting himself at this moment. No, I can't die. I will find Ain, and my son. I can't die. Tang Hao braced his sanity and directly forced the bruises in his body into his left leg and right arm. Immediately afterward, Tang Hao clenched his teeth and operated his soul power. Only two muffled sounds were heard as Tang Hao's left leg and right arm broke in unison, and dark red blood exploded. End of chapter. Chapter 76, Teaching the Blue-Silver Emperor. Tang Hao's face suddenly turned white, and his entire breath fell crazily, all the way down by 2/3 before it stopped. It's finally come to this. Tang Hao had a bitter face. Originally, his injuries could have dragged on for years more, but just now, because the qi and blood attacked the heart, triggering the old wounds in the body, so he could only force the bruises in his body into his left leg and right arm ahead of time, and then cut them off, and in order to keep the two soul bones, he permanently lost 20 levels of soul power, and at this moment his cultivation level is only 75. However, even if he was only level 75, it would be difficult for an ordinary sealed Dolua to put him to death. Although his battle power was only a third of his original strength, he was still able to reach the sealed Dolua level. Whoever you are, let me find you and I will make your life worse than death. Tang Hao's tone was cold, and his gaze was filled with killing intent. Although he didn't know who the other party was, the other party only dared to sneak around and was obviously not very strong. Even if he only had a third of his strength left, that was still sealed Dolua battle power. As long as he was allowed to find the other party, he was certain that he would snatch Ain back. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he then turned around and left. In the meantime, somewhere in the wilderness, Achoo! What the hell? It won't be Tang Hao chasing after us. It's unlikely. Yi Feng's legs muttered as he swung his legs under his feet and smoked. His speed soared. In just a few short hours, he had already crossed the small half of the Heavenly Dipper Empire and returned to Sky Curtain City. After returning to his home base, Yi Feng breathed a harsh sigh of relief. In Canopy City, he was the head of the ground. Not to mention little Tang Hao. Even if the Martial Soul Palace hit Yi Feng, he didn't bring fear. Really push it. Summoned the war pet Detian. All bean sharks. This time when he came back, Yi Feng planned to keep Ain by his side. If it were normal, the Ice and Fire Eyes would definitely be the most suitable for Ain's growth. However, now that Yi Feng possessed the Son of Nature talent, there was no need for such trouble. When he returned to the Star Sect, Yi Feng said hello to Bai Gzg, and then he returned to his own room. Whoosh! With a slight movement of his mind, Yi Feng directly took out the jade box containing the Blue-Silver Emperor from within his storage space and gently opened it. The Blue-Silver Emperor with light golden lines was still lifelike and didn't seem to show any signs of wilting. Yi Feng came to the courtyard and planted the Blue-Silver Emperor in the very center of the courtyard. It was only at this time that Yi Feng realized that the Blue-Silver Emperor's roots had spread all over the jade box, densely packed. Obviously, the other party was also growing within these few hours. This should be the effect of Yi Feng's Son of Nature talent that comes with the field, which can increase the growth rate of all plants in the field by 2 times. Although it is not as good as the Eye of Ice and Fire, Yi Feng can use his own blood to fertilize and accelerate the growth rate of plants. Right at this moment, the Blue-Silver Emperor's grass blades once again wrapped around Yi Feng's fingers, and an extremely weak idea was transmitted into Yi Feng's mind. Obviously, after Yi Feng's memory cleansing, at this moment, the Blue-Silver Emperor once again returned to a baby-like low IQ, and the transmission of ideas completely relied on instinct, and it was extremely weak. That's a good boy. Puppy will speed you up now. Yi Feng gently touched the grass blades, then he stretched out his dragon claw and gently cut a wound on his finger. The next moment, a drop of sticky dragon blood is slowly gushing out, dripping on top of the soil, quickly soaking into. Whoosh! whoosh, whoosh. And just at the moment when Yi Feng's blood dripped down, the blue silver emperor seemed to sense something and instantly the grass blades swung wildly. Immediately afterward, a large number of roots seemed to be summoned, all growing upwards against gravity, stabbing into the blood-soaked soil and sucking frantically. And as they absorbed, the blue-silver emperor's roots instantly became blood-red, and even the golden lines on the blue-silver emperor's grass leaves took on a touch of blood. However, with the injection of blood, the blue-silver emperor seemed to have been given a hormone, and the blades of grass erupted into shoots at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the original 7 or 8 blades of grass had now turned into a dozen. New blades of grass are sprouting and old ones are quickly withering and falling off. In a short moment, the original palm-sized blue-silver emperor had grown a full 5 centimeters taller. Yi Feng's eyes slightly condensed, then he looked at the blue-silver emperor. Through the sensing of the nature's child, he realized that the blue-silver emperor's growth rate had suddenly skyrocketed by 10,000 times, and it was still continuing to rise. Holy, 10,000 times that outrageous? When Yi Feng saw this, he immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. But think about it, his blood is not only the son of nature bloodline, but also has a terrifying source of life, and the strongest ancestral dragon bloodline. With so many additions, it was inevitable that growth would be so fast. Yi Feng will fall on the line of sight on the blue-silver emperor. At this moment, the blue-silver emperor appears to be unusually thriving. It is the blood in the grass blades is more and more obvious. Asterisk. It's not going to be mutated by me raising it. The corners of Yi Feng's mouth twitched, inexplicably a little heartbroken. In particular, the dragon bloodline is so domineering and strong that it can't be said that it can really make the blue-silver emperor mutate. Yi Feng slightly drew back his hand, and the wounds on his fingers instantly healed. Daddy, hungry. Right at this moment, a prayer-like word suddenly entered Yi Feng's mind, and it was very clear. Hiss, to have a spirit so quickly. Yi Feng was once again a little surprised to hear such a clear voice. Most centennial plants are muddled at this time of year, all with only the most basic of instincts, photosynthesis. But the blue and silver emperor was able to convey what was in his mind, and it was captured by his nature's child with great clarity. Whatever, go on. Yi Feng felt that there was nothing wrong with the blue-silver emperor, and without hesitation, he continued to bleed and accelerate. After all, this amount of blood was just a hair's breadth to him, so he could suck it any way he wanted. If the blue-silver emperor really mutated, it would definitely mutate in a more powerful direction, and could never become more trashy. Hissing, Yi Feng directly enlarged the wound, and the dripping blood turned into spewing blood, directly spilling the entire flower pot. The blue-silver emperor's roots were also completely crazy at this moment. It directly broke through the soil and even wanted to directly drill into the wound of Yi Feng's finger to draw blood. But just then, a blazing flame suddenly burst out in the air, directly burning all the roots that had broken out of the ground into nothingness instantly, not even leaving behind any ashes. Although it didn't burn to the blue-silver emperor's body, the terrifying flames still made the blades of grass on the blue-silver emperor's side near the flames instantly cook, killing at least 1/10 of them. What I give you is yours, and what I don't give you, you can't rob. Yi Feng directly transmitted his intention into the other party's consciousness, and his tone even carried a strong warning and a hint of killing intent. End of chapter. Chapter 77, Blue-Silver Emperor. Sorry Dad, I was wrong. The Blue-Silver Emperor was wiped of all his memories and was now a blank sheet of paper. All creatures, by nature, are greedy, and the Blue and Silver Emperor still draws blood to grow. If you're not properly conditioned as a child, what's the point of growing up? Yeah, sorry Dad, I was wrong. A burst of voice with a sobbing tone came from the Blue-Silver Emperor at once, obviously being scared to tears by Yi Feng. Although the Blue-Silver Emperor wasn't very smart right now, it still had an instinctive fear of the strong, and after being taught such a lesson by Yi Feng, the Blue-Silver Emperor instantly became honest and only dared to absorb the blood that fell into the soil, not daring to overstep the mark in the slightest. Well, that's good. Yi Feng felt the other side of the idea, then satisfied, stretched out his other hand, gently caressing the Blue-Silver Emperor of the grass leaves. A kind face, seems to be really like a qualified father. Half an hour later, Dad, I can't eat anymore. The Blue-Silver Emperor's intention came slowly, obviously full. Yi Feng continued to observe the Blue-Silver Emperor's growth rate and realized that the other party's growth rate had stopped only after it had skyrocketed to 10W times. His blood not only accelerates the growth of the other, but it also energizes the growth of the other. At this moment, the Blue-Silver Emperor's cultivation had directly dried up from less than 13 years to 300 years with the addition of various buffs, and it was still accelerating crazily. Well, 300 years is pretty good. Speed up the growth. Yi Feng nodded, which stopped the blood supply. It seems that there is still a cap on the acceleration of the children of nature. 10W years is the cap, and it only lasts for about 1 day. At this moment, the blue-silver emperor's roots were frantically drilling into the ground, absorbing the heaven and earth yuan qi and all kinds of energies underneath the ground in a 100-mile radius to cultivate. Yi Feng could clearly feel that as the blue-silver emperor cultivated, the heaven and earth yuan qi of the entire canopy city was slowly decreasing. Ordinary people couldn't feel it, and only soul masters above the soul sage level would be able to detect it. If it was like this every day, it would decrease too much, and perhaps even soul emperors or even soul kings would be affected in some way. However, it didn't matter as long as the blue-silver emperor could grow quickly. Less is less, and sooner or later it will return. Moreover, if he were to feed every day, along with the supply of life energy that was already in his bloodline, it would only take half a year for the blue-silver emperor to grow up to 10 years, to say the least. This kind of growth speed, if let those plants in the eye of ice and fire know, afraid will be jealous on the spot explosion it. As for the blood lost from feeding, for the current Yi Feng, it could be recovered in an instant, far less than the Silver Dragon King. If it wasn't for the blue-silver emperor's own limited digestive ability, Yi Feng would be able to feed it directly to 100,000 years right now. Digest it well and I'll see you tomorrow. Yi Feng placed the blue-silver emperor under the sun by the window and then turned around to leave. More than a month did not come back. He had to go to care about Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, lest they ran away. Star Sect. Indoor training ground. A black figure was attacking a solid golem made of steel, and the terrifying attack caused the golem's body to be bruised and battered, with iron shavings flying in all directions. Next to the training ground, a young girl in a pink dress was sitting on a lounge chair with her hands pinned to her chin, looking bored. The two were none other than Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who had joined the Star Sect. The Star Sect is not an academy, so there are no tutors, and when you encounter problems, you can ask the elders of the sect for advice. In addition to training on a daily basis, it was to complete some of the sect's tasks, which would earn contribution points that could be exchanged for some cultivation resources, such as heavenly treasures, soul master bacon, or one-on-one guidance from the sect master. In addition, there is also the vitality pill made by Bridget with life energy, which is a big seller. The vitality pill was able to heal wounds and increase longevity, and it was a huge seller in Canopy City, with prices reaching astronomical levels. Even other cities had soul masters clamoring to buy them, which made the Star Sect very rich now. Clan disciples exchanged their contributions and then resold them. They could earn a large sum of the difference, which was also considered to be common wealth. However, the Star Sect didn't have any heritage, plus the fact that the Sky Curtain City was just a small city, and at this moment, the Star Sect had stopped recruiting disciples. More than 300 disciples were enough for the Star Sect. After all, Yi Feng just wanted to have a base. If he expanded too fast, it would not be easy to manage. Daily training for most disciples is uniform. However, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were given special care by Yi Feng, so they had their own separate training grounds and training rooms, which drew the envy of many sect disciples. Bamboo Ching, you train like this every day, aren't you really tired? This place is really boring. Ning Rongrong yawned gently, somewhat speechless. She had been here for more than a month, and she acknowledged that the Star Sect's strongest people were very strong, but this was ultimately just a small sect that had just developed and had nothing. Most of the clan was still men, and she only had Zhu Zhuqing as a friend to play with. But Zhu Zhuqing was training most of the time, and only after dinner would he go out shopping with her. The only thing she valued was the kind of elixir that Yi Feng had given Zhu Zhuqing, which was able to directly enhance Zhu Zhuqing's combat power, which she had seen with her own eyes. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect had no more resources, but it actually needed its own diligent cultivation to be able to do so. It was impossible to raise a soul master's battle power out of thin air like the elixir given by Yi Feng. If she could obtain this kind of elixir, even if she couldn't compare to Zhu Zhuqing, she couldn't say that she would be able to drastically improve her physical quality and gain a strong self-protection ability. Let's wait for Yi Feng to come back. He left you here. It can't be said that it's just a test for you. Zhu Zhuqing stopped and wiped the sweat from her face as she spoke faintly. She came here to become stronger, and only Yi Feng could make her stronger. Moreover, although the Star Sect was only a small sect, the cultivation resources and environment here were many times stronger than Shrek. The two patriarchs took special care of her, and every day she ate all sorts of high-tier heavenly materials and treasures, and sometimes some soul beast blood and flesh, which caused her physical quality to skyrocket. Cultivation efficiency was more than 5 times that of being in Shrek. In Shrek, bitterly cultivate, bitterly exhausting. Many times will also train to the point of weakness. The progress is only so a throw. And now, she had reduced the amount of training by 10%, but the gains from the training had increased by more than 5 times. That's the power of resources. After all, although Shrek can eat every day, but our coarse tea and rice at most with some ordinary meat, while here is the heavenly treasures. Every week is 1,000 years of spiritual medicine bath. It's hard to justify this without changing the force of God. Of course, It was only Zhu Zhuqing who could enjoy such resources. Although the Star Sect had money and resources, they wouldn't waste them on ordinary soul masters. Not bad, training hard. Just then, a flat and slightly appreciative voice came. When Zhu Zhuqing heard this voice, she was instantly delighted and hurriedly looked in the direction the voice came from. When Ning Rongrong heard this voice, her petite body then slightly trembled. Obviously that life and death crisis last time had brought her a great psychological shadow. Although it was not caused by Yi Feng, she was still inexplicably fearful. Yi Feng, thank you for taking care of me these days. Zhu Zhuqing wiped the sweat from her face and revealed a sweet smile. She knew that all her current treatment was given to her by Yi Feng, and she thanked Yi Feng from the bottom of her heart. There's no need for that. This is all what you deserve. Our Star Sect values geniuses the most. I'll give you even more powerful pills after a while. They'll definitely surprise you. Yi Feng waved his hand and laughed. Zhu Zhuqing's performance was considered okay, and his loyalty was extremely high, qualifying him to have a purple or higher word. What about me and me? Ning Rongrong couldn't hold it in any longer at this moment, and hurriedly walked over, looking blearily at Yi Feng. Wasn't the reason she joined the Star Sect for that black elixir of Yi Feng's? Zhu Zhuqing had them all, and she wanted them too. Chapter 78, Self-Created Soul Skill, Dragon Scale Shield. You? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow and looked at Ning Rongrong, teasing, aren't you looking down on my Star Sect self-resources? In the past it was me who didn't know better. Ning Rongrong spat out her little tongue and stammered, and, it wasn't you who recruited me. You've said that I'm a genius, so at least give a little bit of welfare. Ning Rongrong said, and even raised her head to look at Yi Feng pitifully, with tears still flashing in her bright beautiful eyes. Although it was pretending, it did impress Yi Feng. Well, I'll give you one of those when the time comes. Yi Feng couldn't stand this little goblin Ning Rongrong, so he simply agreed to do the same, intending to give a few white and green words to test the waters first, and if they performed well, then he would invest a little more. Although Ning Rongrong had a big lady temper, she wasn't the kind of retarded villain with a descending intellectual aura pulled full circle that she was in the middle of other novels. The other guy was always only a teenager, with a well-developed body, but still just a little bear of a kid mentally. The main thing is that there's no animosity between the two sides. If he could be trained well, Yi Feng could still cultivate the other party. Really? Ning Rongrong's eyes instantly lit up when she heard this. She had thought that Yi Feng would hold a grudge against her previous rude behavior, but she didn't expect the other party to be so nice. Originally, she was still a bit afraid of Yi Feng, but Yi Feng's words now made her change her opinion of Yi Feng a lot, thinking that Yi Feng was a great person. Alright, you go back first. I still have some things to do with Zhuqing. Yi Feng waved his hand, intending to drive people away. Ah, Yi Feng and Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong seemed to have heard something unbelievable, covering her small mouth and widening her beautiful eyes, revealing an unbelievable look. Obviously, Ning Rongrong had already thought that Zhu Zhuqing had become Yi Feng's woman at this moment. As an old driver who has read countless various books, Ning Rongrong has even imagined the picture of the two of them in bed in her mind. Wrong, don't think nonsense, okay? Before Yi Feng could say anything, Zhu Zhuqing started to get anxious first. She and Yi Feng were innocent, although she did fantasize about that with Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng's strength and status were too strong, and she thought that she was not worthy of Yi Feng, so she buried the fondness in her heart and did not dare to show it at all, lest Yi Feng would get angry. I didn't say anything. What are you so excited about? Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong hurriedly turned around and ran away, fearing that she would be held down and beaten by Zhu Zhuqing. And with Ning Rongrong leaving, only Yi Feng and Zhu Zhuqing remained in the training ground. A man and a woman in a room together. Yi Feng, are you looking for me for something? Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head a little embarrassed, not daring to meet Yi Feng's eyes. If it was a normal situation, Zhu Zhuqing would definitely not think much about it. But after being interrupted by Ning Rongrong, an old driver, she became a bit unsettled. After all, she already had a good feeling about Yi Feng, plus Yi Feng's face value. It was impossible to say that she didn't like it. Her feeling towards Yi Feng was the same as a man's feeling when he saw a beautiful woman. The same fear of being detected by the other party. There's no need to think too much. I just think that your soul skill execution is too ordinary. There's a lot of room for improvement. Yi Feng spoke indifferently. Improved space? Zhu Zhuqing was slightly confused. Apparently it was the first time he had heard that soul skills could still be improved. You can also understand it as self-created soul skill. Yi Feng explained slightly. Naturally, he wanted to test his enlightenment sharing ability at this moment. His enlightenment against the sky phrase not only allowed his own enlightenment to skyrocket, but he was also able to temporarily share it with others for 10 minutes. His own soul skill is too strong. Want to create a stronger soul skill is extremely difficult. He and the Holy Souls village tinkering for a month, but also just get a few ordinary self-created soul skills. The power barely reached the level of 10,000 years of soul skills. Ordinary can only be regarded as the icing on the cake, while Zhu Juqing's soul skills were all centuries and millennia old soul skills. If the other party possessed heaven-defying enlightenment, coupled with Yi Feng's guidance, she should be able to combine her own soul skills in a short period of time to create an even more powerful self-created soul skill. Self-created soul skills. Soul skills can still create themselves? When Zhu Juqing heard this, her entire body became even more confused. After all, she hadn't seen much, and according to her common sense, didn't soul skills all require hunting soul beasts and obtaining them from soul rings? How is it possible to create your own? Wouldn't that be as many soul skills as you want? When she went to school at Shrek, Jade Xiaojiang was so powerful, and also the sister said it could be like this. Of course, when the understanding of one's own martial soul and soul power reaches a certain level, combined with an existing soul skill, one can form a self-creating soul skill. But this is extremely difficult and requires a very strong sense of enlightenment and chance to do so. Yi Feng knew that Zhu Juqing didn't quite understand and also explained a little more clearly. I see. It sounds like it's difficult. Zhu Juqing also slightly understood at this moment. However, even though she had never heard of it, she knew that it should be very difficult to create her own soul skill. Otherwise it wouldn't be so rare. The difficulty is naturally there, but as long as there is enough enlightenment, then there is no difficulty. Yi Feng didn't explain too much, but instead looked at Zhu Juqing and said, "Alright, you're going to launch an attack on me first next, and I'll see what I can improve." Enlightenment sharing time is only 10 minutes. Yi Feng needs to give some pointers himself before sharing his own enlightenment against the sky with Zhu Juqing. With ideas, it should be much easier to comprehend. Good. I'm coming then. Zhu Juqing slowly retreated and directly began to possess his martial spirit. The whole transformed into a black shadow and flew towards Yi Feng. Spectral surge. The 100 claws of the underworld. Obviously, Zhu Juqing knew Yi Feng's strength, so he didn't have the slightest intention of keeping his hand. Yi Feng did not dodge in response, but directly utilized his soul skill to form a light shield similar to dragon scales at the point where Zhu Juqing's attack landed. There, the sharp claws clawed on the light shield, and countless sparks immediately emerged, and it even flicked Zhu Juqing away from a long distance. This was considered a self-created soul skill that Yi Feng had comprehended. Dragon Scale Shield. Dragon Scale Shield was a self-created soul skill created by combining his star field. With just a thought, the shield could be condensed instantly, and it consumed very little. Although this self-created soul skill is weaker than his own dragon scale defense after the dragon transformation, but it is more elegant, and also convenient. It was considered to be an improvement of his own soul skill, and could be considered half a self-created soul skill. Most soul masters followed the rules, and their soul techniques were very single-minded, and only when they reached the level of Soul Emperor or above would they delve into other uses of their soul techniques. But most soul masters did not have enough enlightenment to be able to create their own soul techniques. Yi Feng didn't lack enlightenment, and it wasn't difficult to do this. Surprisingly, really can't break defense. Although Zhu Juqing knows that Yi Feng is very strong, but has never faced. At this moment she and Yi Feng really fight. This is to know what is called despair. At this moment, she also understood how Tang San had felt in the beginning. This feeling of powerlessness is really hard. Yi Feng didn't break defense. Instead, she broke her defenses a bit. Spectral chop. Zhu Juqing didn't believe it and continued to attack towards Yi Feng. But no matter how she attacked, no matter what soul skill she used, no matter which direction she attacked from, they were all easily blocked by Yi Feng. Not even Yi Feng's martial soul was forced out. Chapter 79. Zhu Juqing's self-created soul skill. Go on. Zhu Juqing made another flying lunge, but just when she was about to kill in front of Yi Feng, she only felt a blackness in front of her eyes, and her whole as if she was drained. She instantly lost her strength. Crap! Soul power is running out. Zhu Juqing was shocked, but there was no longer any way to stop. Yi Feng just wanted to use his shield to resist, but found that Zhu Juqing's whole body suddenly lost control in the air, and flung straight towards him. Holy, what are you doing? Bang! Yi Feng was unprepared and was directly hit by Zhu Juqing, taking several steps back before the impact was removed. Of course, Yi Feng could have not stepped back, but then Zhu Juqing would have to at least end up with broken bones. At this moment, Zhu Juqing's entire body landed in Yi Feng's arms in a strange position. One of Yi Feng's hands wrapped around Zhu Juqing's slender waist, and the other hand ended up on Zhu Juqing's PP. Soft to the touch, with a warm scent, Yi Feng only felt like he was hugging a huge pillow, really soft and really fragrant. Yi Feng set Zhu Juqing's posture straight and pinched it with his hand, then asked with concern, "Is everything alright?" He remembered that he had equipped a Peach Blossom Luck ability. The probability is that this is the effect. No, nothing. Zhu Juqing's face was blushing at the moment and she didn't dare to look at Yi Feng at all. She naturally felt Yifeng's small movements, but there was not the slightest bit of resistance or annoyance in her heart. Instead, she was somewhat delighted, because she realized that Yifeng wasn't so high and mighty. At least he was still a man and had thoughts about her body. Does that give her a chance? It's just an ordinary sparring session. You don't need to fight so hard. Yifeng put Xu Zhuqing down gently and said somewhat speechlessly, casually sparring. Will soul power exhaustion? This is too outrageous. This is the battle maniac chanting. I didn't realize we were so far apart. Xu Zhuqing slightly lowered her head, her entire body looking wilted, obviously struck down. She had worked so desperately, and although she thought that she definitely couldn't beat Yifeng, she didn't expect the gap to be so large. Not even Yifeng's back could be seen. Well, don't compare yourself to me. The others are geniuses. You're a monster, and I'm a god. No one can catch up with me. Yifeng walked over and gently patted Xu Zhuqing's shoulder comfortingly. Is it really that outrageous? Xu Zhuqing looked at Yifeng and slightly opened her small mouth, once again shocked by Yifeng's analogy. Monsters no matter what are also belong to the mortal world, but Yifeng has already left the level of the mortal world and is a god. That's a big difference, isn't it? It's true. That's why I said, you can compare yourself to anyone else, but just not to me. Yifeng was very serious. Only a hangbai can beat a hangbai. It doesn't matter if you're a gifted player, a liver old man, or a kryptonite giant. All of these are garbage in the face of a true hanging ratio. Well, Xu Zhuqing nodded, seemingly accepting the statement. And when Yifeng explained, she inexplicably felt much better in her heart. Well, through the fight you just had, I can offer you a line of thought. You can fuse your first soul skill Spectral Surge with your third soul skill Spectral Slash. Burst can be used not only for attacking, but also for displacement, while Spectral Slash can be used to build up power early and explode when it reaches its destination. Yifeng roughly stated his thoughts. Xu Zhuqing was only a soul exalted, so he didn't have much understanding of soul techniques, which were all released singularly, and the coordination was sparse. Although Yifeng wasn't much of a teacher, his powerful perception allowed him to reach an extremely high level of understanding of combat and soul techniques, and with a glance, he could see Xu Zhuqing's flaws. This is how powerful enlightenment is against all odds. It doesn't need to be learned. It comes naturally. Is that so? Then I'll try. Xu Zhuqing nodded plausibly. Although he felt that what Yifeng said made sense, he felt that it was very difficult to realize. There's no rush. Wait until you've recovered a bit. I have an elixir that will allow you to temporarily raise your enlightenment, and then you can practice against me. Yifeng faintly said. Yes. Xu Zhuqing nodded gently, then sat down on his knees and slowly recovered his soul power. Half an hour later, Xu Zhuqing had recovered a lot of soul power. Yifeng felt that it was almost time, so he casually took out an elixir pill and handed it to Xu Zhuqing, saying, eat it. 10 minutes after taking the elixir, you have a very powerful enlightenment. You need to do your best to attack me. You can follow my train of thought, and with any luck you may not be able to comprehend a brand new soul skill. Yes. Without hesitation, Xu Zhuqing swallowed the elixir in one gulp. However, this time the elixir unexpectedly tastes exactly the same as last time. So strange. Before Xu Zhuqing could react, her delicate body violently trembled, because at this moment, she suddenly found her consciousness has become incomparably clear. Thinking has become extremely sharp. Usually encountered some difficult problems. At this moment actually all welcome to solve. It seemed as if nothing else in the world could be difficult for her. Time is limited. Don't hesitate to attack me. Yifeng hurriedly reminded. Yes. When Xu Zhuqing heard that, she didn't ink, and once again transformed into a residual shadow and attacked towards Yifeng. Although Xu Zhuqing's attack was still easily blocked by Yifeng, Yifeng realized that the other party's attack angle and force had become extremely tricky and perfect, and his combat skills had improved by at least 2 times, and it was still insanely improving. At this moment, Xu Zhuqing was like turning on the overclocking mode, and the whole person was in an extremely calm state. Not only were they thinking about combinations of soul techniques, they were also constantly perfecting their combat skills. Yifeng himself had long been accustomed to it because he was in the state of enlightenment against all odds, at all times, and didn't feel too much. On the contrary, Xu Zhuqing's first experience was extremely effective. I don't know how long it's been. Whoosh! Suddenly, Xu Zhuqing dodged and came behind Yifeng as if he was instantly moving, and the moment Xu Zhuqing's figure fell, a terrifying chopping attack erupted from behind Yifeng. Rumble! A loud noise came. Yifeng remained motionless, but Xu Zhuqing was fiercely blown away by the impact aftermath. However, there was no pain on Xu Zhuqing's face at the moment, but instead a look of surprise. It's done! Yifeng! I did it! Xu Zhuqing shouted towards Yifeng, obviously a little overjoyed. Yifeng was also aware of the unusual nature of Xu Zhuqing's last attack, and it was obvious that the other party seemed to have actually completed a self-invented soul skill, and at this time, The 10 minutes of reverse gnosis sharing had just ended. If it doesn't work out again, you'll have to wait for next month's shared cooldown. Good luck. Chapter 80, Underworld Instant Hell Killing, Comprehending the Rules. What is the soul skill effect? Yifeng asked curiously. Although he had experienced it, the exact effect was still best known to Zhu Zhuqing himself. I fused the first and third soul skills to create a brand new soul skill that has the effect of locking onto a target, instantly moving directly behind it, and unleashing a surefire chopping attack that deals tremendously powerful damage. It's just that the consumption is a bit high. Releasing it once consumes 20% of my soul power. Zhu Zhuqing opened his mouth. She could feel that it was a soul skill that belonged entirely to her. Although it still required the first and third soul rings to work with it, it was indeed a separate soul skill. For soul skills in the third ring, this wouldn't be believed even if it was said. Not bad. Does this soul skill have a name? Yifeng nodded and complimented. Not yet. Zhu Zhuqing shook his head. Then let's call it Spectral Instantaneous Prison Kill. The power is already close to a 10,000-year-old soul skill. Yifeng gave a name. Spectral Instant Prison Kill. What a great name. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes lit up, obviously very pleased with the name. At the same time, his heart was incomparably grateful to Yifeng. She thanked Yifeng for giving her such a chance to create her own soul skill, and also thanked Yifeng for naming her soul skill. She was even more grateful to Yifeng for bringing her into the star sect. She could not repay such a great favor. Well, if there's a chance. Inexplicably, Zhu Zhuqing thought of giving oneself in return, but she quickly put that thought aside. She is willing. Yifeng cannot say. It would be embarrassing to be rejected. Alright, it's getting late. You should go back and rest properly first. Self-created soul skill possesses grow ability. Exercising it diligently should have unexpected benefits. Yifeng waved his hand and reminded. There was no time limit to his heaven-defying enlightenment. As long as he learned it and then referenced it in his mind every day, he could continuously improve the effect of his self-creating soul skill. However, Zhu Zhuqing's heaven-defying enlightenment had already ended, which was why he needed to keep training every day, which was the only way to completely solidify the self-created soul skill and slowly improve it. Good. I'll try. Zhu Zhuqing was thrilled and left with a satisfied face. Self-created soul skills are too low level. What I want is not this. Yifeng looked at Zhu Zhuqing's back as she left and muttered. In this period of Doluai, self-created soul skills were really rare. Zhu Zhuqing could have a self-created soul skill. Compared to opponents in the same realm, basically he could manage to easily crush them. However, all of these were just ordinary in Yifeng's opinion. A true self-created soul skill was one that fused all of one's soul skills to reach the point of comprehending the rules. The essence of soul skills was actually rules. The soul ring was the medium through which one could perform soul techniques. That is, utilize the power of rules. The higher the soul skill, the more powerful it was and the more rule power it utilized. As his cultivation level increased, his comprehension of the rules deepened. The same 100-year-old soul skill, an 11th level soul master releasing it and a sealed Dolua releasing it. Surely the latter was more powerful. However, the utilization of the rules remained extremely low, and a 100-year-old soul skill might only utilize 0.001% of the rules. As for Yifeng's fourth soul skill, Ice and Fire Juggernaut, although it was only a 50,000-year-old soul skill, because of the Dragon Soul, this soul skill's utilization of the rules of Ice and Fire was almost 100%, because the Ice and Fire mastery includes all Ice and Fire type soul skills. It is equivalent to countless self-created soul skills. It was just that his cultivation level was not up to par, and he could only utilize the rules at the moment, but not control them. Tang Wulin fancy skills dozens, and ultimately will be fused into one. Created the Dragon Emperor Forbidden Law, in fact, is through their own comprehension of soul skills, and thus control a part of the rules, which can have such power. Yifeng had a heaven-defying enlightenment. Creating his own soul skill could only be considered as a passing fancy for him. At most it was just icing on the cake. If you want to drastically increase your battle power, you still have to blend in and reach the level of controlling the rules. Comprehending the rules would take time. After all, the adversary gnosis was only a golden word, not a color, and could not be comprehended instantly. Controlling the rules, on the other hand, required cultivation, and Yifeng estimated that when he reached Soul Emperor, he should be able to initially control the Ice and Fire rules. When the time comes, you can go to the extreme north and meet the two kings, the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. Of course, ordinary self-created soul skills were simple for Yifeng. Yifeng had also tried to create his own soul skills in the Sacred Soul Village. For example, the previous Dragon Scale Shield was one of them. There was also the Fire Eyes and Golden Eyes, which combined with the Star Pupil and seemed to be very powerful. But in fact, it was just letting the flames erupt from both eyes, and there was no increase in power. It was just a bit more flashy. There are also quite a few other various fancy skills that are generally powerful, but good for pretending. There was also one more enhancement that was bigger, and that was that Yifeng had incorporated the effects of the first soul skill, Star Dragon Might, and the second soul skill, Starbuster, into the Star Field. This made the Star Field add the effect of suppressing the opponent's battle power and boosting one's own battle power. Somewhat similar to the Angel Field, but more powerful than the Angel Field. In reality, it was still 3 soul skills, just that Yifeng had blended them together, and the power hadn't increased, but it was much more comfortable to perform. To put it bluntly, psionic efficiency increases dramatically and psionic consumption decreases. Just like the tram in the previous generation, 1 degree of electricity can drive 10 kilometers, and after the increase in efficiency, 1 degree of electricity can drive 20 kilometers. The improvement effect is still very obvious. In the meantime, Tendu City, a few youths with green faces, following a few adults, were walking towards the Blue Barrier Academy. This group of people, Hurley is from, is here. Lu Erlong originally wanted to go to Flanders to find out where Jade Xiaojiang was, but he didn't realize that Jade Xiaojiang was also in Shrek Academy. Lu Erlong expresses his feelings to Yu Xiaojiang, but Yu Xiaojiang still maintains a refusal attitude. Although Lu Erlong was angry in his heart, he did not give up and stayed at Shrek Academy. However, Lu Erlong soon learned of Shrek's predicament, and discussed with Flanders the plan to merge Blue Bar Academy with Shrek Academy. Let Tang San and the others enter the Blue Bar Academy to cultivate. Naturally, Flanders was more than happy to do so, and Jade Xiaojiang knew that Shrek was basically wasted, so he also swallowed the soft food. Shrek's other teachers naturally had no problem with it. After preparing for more than a month, they finally arrived at Heavenly Dipper City. At this moment, Shrek's few people, except Dai Mubai, all of them were curiously surveying the academy, just like a country bumpkin entering the city, very curious about anything and everything. Aside from Dai Mubai, everyone else was basically poor and had never seen such a luxurious academy at all. Even though the Blue Bar Academy was far inferior to the Heavenly Dipper Royal Academy, it was a heaven and a doghouse compared to Shrek. This is too big. It's much better than our Shrek. Oscar looked at the environment of the Blue Bar Academy with a demented face. After all, his main gaze still fell on the female cadets in the middle of the academy who wore school uniforms that revealed their long legs. Oscar, you'd better quit your bad habits. If I know that you molested the female cadets in the academy, I'll castrate you on the spot. Lu Erlong glanced at Oscar and spoke coldly. She's been with Shrek for quite a while, so naturally she knows about Oscar's bad habits. Sometimes this dog Dixie even s at her. It's outrageous. If the boy hadn't been Flanders' adopted child and had been gifted, she would have cremated him long ago. Mr. Aragon, don't worry, I will absolutely refrain. Oscar almost shriveled up and waved his hand. He was finally learning restraint since the last time he'd been caught and fatally beaten up for F*** King at Ryu Erlong. At least not in public ***, which is a big improvement. It better be. Lu Erlong snorted coldly before withdrawing his gaze. Chapter 81, Yu Xiaojiang's Unspeakable Secret. Ha ha, little Aoa, it's still Mr. Erlong who can cure you, laughed Dai Mubai. Tang San and the others couldn't help themselves. Neither Yu Xiaojiang nor Flanders got Oscar to break the bad habit. Oscar sometimes even sneakily ***Tun Xiao dance, and was beaten by Tang San several times, but remained unrepentant. It wasn't until Lu Erlong arrived that Oscar was barely able to restrain himself, or at least didn't dare to do so when there were many people. As to whether it's in the room at night or not, I don't know. What are you laughing at? Boss Dai, aren't you the same? Oscar held back his red face and said indignantly. After Lu Erlong learns about Dai Mubai's daytime whoring, he also catches Dai Mubai in a super barbecue without saying a word. After 2 or 3 times, Dai Mubai's search for women suddenly became much less frequent, and his entire essence looked much better. Do you have a death wish? When Dai Mubai saw that Oscar dared to reveal his scars, his face darkened, and he pinched Oscar's shoulders and pushed hard. Ow, pain. Erlong teacher Dai boss bully. Oscar's face twisted as he hurriedly complained to Lu Erlong. Mubai, it's fine to spar, but no bullying your classmates. In the future in the academy as well. Lu Erlong similarly glared at Dai Mubai. Hey, Mr. Erlong, I'm just messing around with Xiao Ao. Dai Mubai retracted his hand and smiled awkwardly. Yu Xiaojiang can't beat him. Flanders and Zhao Wuji didn't bother to hit him. Only Lu Erlong really dared to do it, and a fire almost scorched his chicken. Who can top this? Mubai, if you bully Xiao Ao like this, be careful that he won't wash his hands and make sausages for you. Ma Hongjun teased from the side. Fat chicken, don't be ridiculous. Dai Mubai blew up again and pointed at Ma Hongjun. Then who's to say? Ma Hongjun was too lazy to bother with Dai Mubai, and while he was talking, he was also stuffing snacks into his mouth. Ma Hongjun could only keep eating and eating because of his increased meal size and often feeling hungry. Now the weight is almost 3 times of the original. At the moment the whole person is fat into a pile of balls. The nickname is also from grass chicken to fat chicken. You guys stop. It's disgusting. Little dance followed beside Tang San, revealing an expression of disgust. There was no way in hell she was going to eat Oscar's manufactured sausage in her lifetime anyway. Even if she washed her hands of it, she still felt disgusting. Inexplicably, Xiaomai thought of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing who had left. I don't know how Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong are doing. She is now disliking this place more and more. On the one hand, there were a couple of piggybackers, each of whom disgusted her. Dai Mu is a daytime whore. Ma Hongjun is not only a whore, but also a fat pig. Oscar, on the other hand, is so immersed in his own world that he can't help himself, and spends every night. And then there was Tang San, following her around all day like a licking dog, getting some kind of gift every now and then, and talking about sucking. What a childish ghost. As much as she loves gifts and sucks, only the strong can catch her eye. Tang San has been held down by Yifeng and rubbed on the ground twice in a row, but he is still not doing his job, and he doesn't cultivate properly. And every day he even engages in some fancy garbage stuff, so the more he looks at it, the more he gets down. Although she still treated Tang San as her brother in her heart, her loathing and dislike for Tang San was instead growing. Well, this is your dormitory. You'll stay here today, and tomorrow I'll introduce you to your new classmates, Lu Erlong said, pointing to the dormitory area in front of him. Okay, Mr. Aragon, what a great dormitory area. Sure beats the comfort of my crappy cabin. Punchy punchy punchy. A few of Shrek's men cheered and quickly entered the dormitory building. They had lived in shabby huts before, which were still clean, but really rough to pick up. Instead, they are now able to live in a villa and are naturally delighted. These little guys. Flanders shook his head helplessly. He actually wanted to improve the lives of his children, only that his financial resources did not allow him to do so. The money he earns every month is not enough to eat. How can he have spare money to improve his living environment? Kong, let's go. You stay at my place so that I can also instruct you in the cultivation of the Soul Exalt realm. At this time, Lu Erlong suddenly took Yu Xiaojiang's arm and said with a smile. Yu Xiaojiang had broken through to level 31, and her subsequent cultivation speed was so fast that she had reached level 34 in just 2 months, and she was also happy for Yu Xiaojiang from the bottom of her heart. Aragon, that's not good. Yu Xiaojiang waved his hands in succession, a look of weakness on his face. The reason why he did not dare to approach Lu Erlong. On the one hand, it is the kinship between the two sides. On the other hand, it is also because he himself cannot. But this kind of disgraceful matter, he definitely couldn't tell Lu Erlong about it. What if this sleeps together and Lu Erlong finds out something unusual? Wouldn't his reputation be completely ruined? Originally he had accepted the reality, but never expected. Lu Erlong even waited for more than 10 years have not married, and also find the door. What's wrong with that? I don't care. I just want to live with you. You don't want to escape this time. Lu Erlong grabbed Yu Xiaojiang's arm with a death grip, a man in his 40s and still pouting. Xiaojiang Erlong has been waiting for you for almost 20 years, how come you still don't appreciate it? Can you stand Erlong like this? Seeing this, Flanders, who was next to him, frowned and opened his mouth. He and Yu Xiaojiang liked Lu Erlong at the same time at that time, and after more than 20 years had passed, his liking for Lu Erlong still wouldn't change, even if Lu Erlong chose Yu Xiaojiang. At this moment, seeing Lu Erlong constantly being rejected by Yu Xiaojiang, his heart was also indescribably painful. This dog Yu Xiaojiang is really not a human being, robbing his Lu Erlong and not taking responsibility. Not me. Yu Xiaojiang wanted to speak, completely at a loss as to how to explain. The bitterness in his heart was known only to him, but couldn't tell anyone, even his best brother and favorite. He couldn't speak. It is not a matter of trust, but of a man's principles and dignity. Stop talking. Hurry up. Even if we don't sleep in the same bed, then we still have to live in the same yard. Lu Erlong didn't bother to listen to Yu Xiaojiang's explanation and directly forcefully dragged Yu Xiaojiang towards his backyard. Yu Xiaojiang was a man after all. She's not very good at hooking up at Shrek Academy. Now that she had come to her big camp, she just had to let go a little bit, and she couldn't believe that Yu Xiaojiang wouldn't take the bait, unless he's not a man. The big deal is the drugging. Must take. Erlong, wait, don't yank. I'll walk by myself. There are students watching. I don't care. You have to live with me. The sounds of Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong bickering gradually faded away. Flanders looked at the departing backs of the duo, and a touch of despondency flashed in his eyes. Erlong, Kong, I wish you happiness. Flanders murmured softly, once again hiding the feelings in her heart for Erlong Lu deeper. He'd endured it for so many years anyway. He'd gotten used to it long ago. As long as he could watch the two of them love each other, he would be satisfied. It's better to have a baby early so he can help with the kids then. Chapter 82 Lava Purgatory, the Domain of Eternal Frost. Another month passed by quietly. In the cultivation room, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes and ended today's cultivation. The surrounding light was dim, with only a faint glow from a dim soul guide lamp in the corner. Yi Feng's breathing was smooth and deep, and it was obvious that his cultivation had improved a lot during this period of time. Perhaps he was too involved. Yi Feng had been cultivating from morning until dark, and he didn't even notice the passage of time. After all, after Yi Feng fell into an epiphany, his cultivation speed increased dramatically, and his perception of time would be greatly weakened. In his perception, only an hour had actually passed. A month of cultivation. He had gained a lot, the main thing being that his bloodline had been unsealed by another 1%. Yi Feng could feel the powerful force within his body slowly flowing as if it could burst out at any time. It's a pity that it still hasn't reached the awakening of the next super talent, so I wasn't able to condense the fifth soul ring either. A trace of regret flashed in Yi Feng's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Yi Feng slowly stood up and moved his somewhat stiff limbs, feeling the fluctuation of soul power in his body. He had an epiphany body, and although his soul power didn't improve, a month of bitter cultivation had allowed his soul power compression degree to directly dry up to the soul dolua level. His current soul power quality was equivalent to that of a soul dolua, and with Yi Feng's powerful physique, the total amount of stored soul power wasn't in any way inferior to that of an ordinary soul dolua. The difference between Yi Feng and soul dolua was just 4 less soul rings, and in terms of battle power, Yi Feng had long been able to resist soul dolua, and now that his strength had increased, he should have no problem hanging onto an ordinary soul dolua. After all, not everyone had a field like Chiron's. In addition, although Yi Feng still didn't have control over the rules, with the increase of his powerful enlightenment, he still managed to create 2 good self-created soul skills. He combined the Starfield and the Fire Mastery to create a Lava Purgatory, which not only possessed the effects of the Starfield, but was also able to draw out all the fire elements within a radius of tens of miles, resulting in an extremely high-temperature field. Because it was the ultimate fire, it was extremely overbearing, and all the rocks within the domain would all be melted into magma. Soul Masters below Soul Saint would be vaporized instantly. Above a Soul Saint, one could only use their soul power to barely resist, and after their soul power was depleted, they would likewise be devoured by the magma. This is a lava inferno, the combination of Starfield and Master of Ice. The starred domain of Eternal Frost belongs to the extreme ice cold and has a similar effect. The reason why Soul Saints were a watershed was because the Soul Saint level possessed a martial soul true body, and the increase in battle power was still very terrifying. A soul skill killing a Soul Saint in seconds was difficult to do even for a sealed dolua. Barely, after acquiring the 5th soul ring, it will almost be possible to condense the soul core, basically making it semi-invincible. Yi Feng muttered. Soul power was compressed to the peak of soul dolua, and then beyond that was the solid state, which was the formation of the soul core and the achievement of the sealed dolua. Generally speaking, the achievement of a sealed dolua required very strong spiritual power for support, lest the soul core blow up and fall on the spot. According to the division of spiritual power levels in the legend of the Dragon King, spiritual power was divided into the spiritual Yuan realm, ordinary people, spiritual passage realm, ordinary soul masters, spiritual sea realm, spiritual abyss realm, spiritual domain realm, and divine Yuan realm. Spiritual power could only be achieved by reaching the spirit sea realm in order to achieve the sealed dolua. Most soul masters' spiritual power was at the spirit passage realm, which was one of the reasons why sealed doluos were rare. Yi Feng's spiritual power had long reached the peak of the spirit sea realm after absorbing the dragon soul and awakening the star pupil, and was able to achieve spiritual power outward, possessing extremely powerful spiritual detection and interference abilities. Spiritual power that reached the spirit abyss realm had a chance to achieve super dolua, such as sword dolua did. If one's spiritual power reached the spiritual domain realm, they had a chance to become an ultimate dolua. To go further, it was the divine elemental realm, touching the threshold of the divine level, where spiritual power could interfere with the laws of space and time. Spiritual power. Yi Feng was not very worried. His star pupil was originally the embodiment of the spiritual power in his bloodline. Even if he didn't cultivate, his spiritual power would grow by leaps and bounds, and as his bloodline was unsealed, the growth was getting faster and faster, and it was only a matter of time before he broke through to divine elemental realm. Leaving the retreat room, Yi Feng arrived in the middle of the backyard. The backyard that was illuminated by the soul guide lights was very empty, with only one blue-silver emperor plant growing alone. The air was filled with a faint earthy scent, the surroundings were quiet, and the breeze blew gently, making a rustling sound. After a month of feeding, the blue-silver emperor at this moment had undergone a huge change. The blue-silver emperor had now grown from the size of an adult's palm to half a meter tall, becoming a giant blue-silver emperor. If needed, the blue-silver emperor could become tens of times larger in an instant, and the blades of grass were able to cover the entire star sect. After all, this was only the blue-silver emperor's extreme shrunken state, and its roots underground had expanded beyond a dozen kilometers. and about 5 kilometers deeper into the ground. The Blue Silver Emperor had 10W times the cultivation speed under Yifeng's acceleration. It was not enough to rely on the life energy in Yifeng's blood. She also needed to absorb heaven and earth vital energy from the outside world by herself. At this moment, on top of the Blue Silver Emperor's grass blades, the golden lines had fused with the color of blood, and the fine serrated teeth at the edge of the leaves were gulping down the blood-colored cold aura, and the gold and blood colors were intertwined, as if there was liquid gold rushing through the veins, which appeared exceptionally splendid. Yifeng, through the sensing of the children of nature, also realized that the current Blue Silver Emperor seemed to have an additional attribute: blood-sucking. Looting, to be precise, predation of life force. Originally, the Blue Silver Emperor was a pure life attribute, very gentle, vigorous, and able to provide a huge amount of life force when necessary. But it was mutated by Yifeng's raising. There was an extra attribute of predatory life force, with a hint of domineering attributes mixed in with the mildness. The good thing is, this mutation seems to be something that doesn't affect the character of the Blue Silver Emperor. After Yifeng's tutelage, even with the overbearing attribute of plunder, the character of the Blue Silver Emperor was still very gentle. Moreover, at the moment, the Blue and Silver Emperor's years had risen to 2W years, increasing their cultivation by more than 600 years every day. This kind of speed, the plant soul beasts in the ice and fire eyes would cry out when they looked at it. The life energy contained in Yifeng's blood provided the Blue Silver Emperor with more than 300 years of cultivation every day, and the Blue Silver Emperor cultivated on his own, and with 10W times acceleration. He was also able to raise his cultivation by more than 200 years every day, and together they were approaching 600 years of growth every day. Of course, this kind of speed was only possible for the Blue Silver Emperor. If it was any other non-life attribute plant-based soul beast, it would be far from reaching this growth rate. Master, good evening. As Yifeng appeared, a milky voice entered Yifeng's ears, just like a cute little lowly. Not bad, growing up again. Yifeng touched the Blue Silver Emperor's grass blades and instantly revealed a satisfied look. After the Blue Silver Emperor reaches 5,000 years, the spirit is completely awakened, is no longer the previous only blood-sucking instincts of the silly children, but has a very high intelligence of the real soul beast. And as the Blue Silver Emperor grew up, the language also changed from the raw and fuzzy at the very beginning to the lively and lovely lowly sound now. Of course, this is also the result of Yifeng's deliberate conditioning. Not only that, Yifeng also found that although he eliminated all the memories of the Blue Silver Emperor's past life, the other party still had a large number of inherited memories in his bloodline, which continued to awaken. These legacies are the essence of the legacies that countless blue silver grasses have seen and heard for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years on the entire continent, all of which are burned into the genes of the Blue Silver Emperor. This includes some human languages, cultures, and even oddities. This saved Yifeng a lot of time. He had thought that the Blue and Silver Emperor was a blank sheet of paper that would require him to spend a lot of time teaching and instilling various cultures and concepts of the human world. But now, since the other party came with their own inheritance, then Yifeng could save a lot of time. He only needed to be responsible for conditioning and nothing else. That's a big relief. Chapter 83, Becky's Service. Master, I feel that after absorbing some more nutrients I will be able to do the transformation into a human being. At that moment, the Blue Silver Emperor suddenly said, "What? Are you sure? Isn't it said that a soul beast can only transform and recultivate in 100,000 years?" When Yifeng heard this, his eyes instantly widened, obviously a little confused. Right now, the Blue Silver Emperor's cultivation level was only around 20,000 years, and if he raised it some more, it wouldn't exceed 30,000 years at most. Master, you may have some misunderstandings. The soul beast's 100,000 years of transforming and recultivating is a situation of last resort. As long as the origin has matured, it can choose to transform earlier, but humans have a short lifespan, so there simply won't be any soul beasts that will give up tens of thousands of years of life down the line to retrain. The Blue Silver Emperor seemed to have guessed Yifeng's thoughts and hurriedly explained. I see, that makes sense. Yifeng rubbed his chin, a contemplative look on his face. It was because he suddenly thought of the three-eyed golden gaby, the mythical beast. The Rue Beast three-eyed golden guy beast 1W years of cultivation will allow it to transform into a new form and rebuild. It may just be that the origin is ripe for the picking. A 1W-year-old three-eyed golden guy beast, whose battle power could be comparable to a 10W-year-old soul beast, could be explained. The Blue Silver Emperor had evolved due to the influence of his ancestral dragon bloodline, and although his battle power didn't reach 10W years, it almost reached around 3W years, and his origin would mature, allowing him to do the transformation and recultivation. Then, if you transform and recultivate in advance like this, will it lead to a decrease in potential? Yifeng seemed to have thought of something and asked with a frown. There was a hint of worry in his voice. Soul beasts transforming and recultivating was essentially sealing the power of the origin. And the reason why soul beasts were able to condense soul rings on their own. Their energy was naturally drawn from the power of the origin. If the Blue Silver Emperor were to take form now, his origin would only be 2 years, and that future ceiling couldn't be said to be lower. Back to Master. By transforming into a form early, my upper limit will indeed be lowered, but I have fused the seed of life and possess an extremely high talent. Plus I have a blood-sucking talent that allows me to plunder life force to replenish my essence, so it won't have too much of an impact on my future. The Blue Silver Emperor hurriedly replied. Her blades of grass swayed gently, as if soothing leaf maples worries, and Master's bloodline contains very powerful and pure life force. If you lose too much, I'm afraid it will affect your cultivation, Master. The Blue Silver Emperor continued to add, even more for Yi Fang's sake. After all, after she transformed into a human, she was able to cultivate on her own and had very little dependence on Yi Fang's bloodline. And if Yi Feng kept feeding like this, although he could also become a 100,000-year-old soul beast, the consumption of Yi Feng was just too great. Moreover, after 100,000 years there will be a thunderbolt. She fused the seed of life. 100,000 years of thunderbolt should be able to easily get through, but in this case, she will have to suck Yi Feng's blood again. She is really afraid that that time will suck Yi Feng dry. Although she hadn't been with Yi Feng for a long time, she had long since developed deep emotions towards him, and naturally, she was unwilling to see Yi Feng suffer any harm. Don't worry, the loss of blood doesn't affect me too much, Yi Feng comforted, then asked, if I provide a sufficient amount of blood every day, how long will it take for you to transform? Half a month, the Blue Silver Emperor answered dryly. Half a month, grow to 3 years, and she'll almost be able to do it to seal the power of her origin and truly transform into a human. Of course, the main thing is that she thinks Yi Feng needs. After all, although she hadn't left in the courtyard, her roots were spread throughout the entire star sect and even the entire Sky Curtain City, in which everything was under her surveillance. She naturally knows that Yi Feng seems to be obsessed with beautiful women, flirting with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong in the training room, at the backyard hot springs with Brigitte-sama and Shiki-sama. She saw it all. Although Yi Feng was good to her, she always felt a sense of alienation between the two of them. That's why she had to transform into a human as well, so that Yi Feng could like her more. Good. Then feed for another half month. Yi Feng nodded and reached out to gently touch Ayan's grass blades. Yi Feng didn't have the fetish of monitoring Ayan's thoughts in real time, so what Ayan had in mind at the moment, Yi Feng didn't know. Of course, Yi Feng knew about Ayan monitoring the entire star sect. After all, he was the only one who understood the Blue Silver Emperor's ability. This was not even noticed by Brigitte and Ziggy. Ayan's surveillance wasn't active observation like monitoring, but passive reception of all sounds and images through his countless roots and the blue-silver grass that could be found everywhere. Who cares about weeds on the side of the road? Only Yi Feng possessed the son of nature talent, which allowed him to understand all of Ayan's abilities, and naturally knew that the other party had the ability to monitor the entire star sect. Yi Feng pacified a wave of Ayan and fed a wave of blood on a daily basis before he turned around and walked towards the next courtyard. The next courtyard is a quadrangle, and Bai Ji and ZG Yi Feng lived together, each with a room. Next door to the next door was the courtyard of the Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing duo. This area was all Yi Feng's own people, and no one else was qualified to enter. Yi Feng returned to the quadrangle, but he found that his room was lit up. Yi Feng slightly sensed it and realized that it was Bai Ji, and of course, it could only be Brigitte. Ziggy seems to be a bit of a fan of the human world, and went out for a trip half a month ago, and hasn't come back yet. The star sect is all taken care of by Brigitte. Especially Bai Ji's vitality pills have a slight effect of increasing longevity. The value of one has been speculated to 5,000 gold soul coins. 10 vitality pills is enough for a month's expenses of the star sect. Yi Feng was also glad that it was Bai Ji and ZG who came instead of those stupid big men from Xiong-jun. Yi Feng pushed the door and entered, finding that Bai Ji had appeared in his room at an unknown time. Sister Brigitte, why are you here? Yi Feng asked curiously with a slight smile. At this moment, Bai Ji, still wearing a light green dress, looks extraordinarily beautiful and moving, with a pair of ultra-thin meat silk that Yi Feng likes very much, adding a touch of a different flavor. Yi Feng's gaze was also on autoscan, constantly glancing over Bai Ji. I sense the breath of the young lord coming out of the gate, and I have specially prepared a bowl of ginseng soup for you, young lord, to ease your fatigue. Bai Ji sat on a chair, pointing at a steaming bowl of thick soup in front of her, and spoke with a smile. And for Yi Feng's gaze, not only does she not care, but on the contrary, she likes it a little, but also gently flicked her toes and took off her shoes, revealing her white and tender feet, gently swaying. When Yi Feng saw this, where did he still care about the ginseng soup? He directly walked over, hugged Bai Ji from behind, and laughed he. I think it's better for Sister Baiji to personally help me massage to relieve my fatigue. Yifeng smelled the fragrance of Baiji's hair, and his hands also opened the indestructible grip, automatically locking. Since young lord doesn't mind, then Biji is naturally willing. Bridget smiled softly and turned around. Then she took Yifeng into her arms and came to the soft sofa next to her. Yifeng's head was directly submerged by a huge flood. Yifeng also did not hesitate and spoke directly, mouth full of flavor. Pfft, young lord, why are you still like a child? Baiji couldn't help but laugh out when she saw Yifeng in this state. She had been with Yifeng for so long that she naturally knew Yifeng's preferences. However, she spoiled Yifeng very much, and she would give him whatever Yifeng liked. I was originally a child. Yifeng slurred. Bridget sniffed and froze slightly. Seems like Yifeng only this year. It was only because Yifeng's body was developing too fast that she subconsciously ignored it. P.S. Don't say Baiji and ZG are D. Tian's wives. This book is set up as of the third installment, and none of the later settings count. Whatever, it's on first. Chapter 84, 7 Colored Words. After some hand-waving from Bridget, Yifeng lay on the bed. Satisfied, Bridget sat on Yifeng's lap, took off the stockings soiled by Yifeng's stains and threw them into the pile of clothes on the floor. Then he took a handkerchief and carefully wiped Yifeng with great gentleness. At the same time, a burst of green light was surging out of his hands, using the strong vitality to do maintenance for Yifeng, lest the weapon wear out. Young lord, you can give you whatever you want Baiji, but that thing won't work. Oh, the lord will kill me if he knows, Baiji said softly while massaging Yifeng. Obviously, he was very jealous of the Silver Dragon King. She could be small, but only if the Silver Dragon King agreed. Well, I know. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, somewhat helpless. From the attitude of the Silver Dragon King last time, Yifeng could tell that although the Silver Dragon King had a grudge against this kind of thing, he was also mentally prepared. He wasn't afraid, but Bridget was still terrified and didn't dare to cross the line in the slightest. Yifeng was helpless about this. He couldn't force people. Young lord's bloodline is strong. Only the lord is worthy of you. Last time young lord went back, didn't he do anything with the lord? Bridget inquired curiously as she massaged. Women are gossipy, and so is Bridget. Dragon bloodline is especially strong in this aspect. Since Yifeng has grown up, the Silver Dragon King should be able to resist first. Yes, Yifeng said breathlessly. 3 days, I can't beat her. Bridget sniffed, first froze for a second, and then pfft, directly laughed out. Cluck 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 cluck. Bridget seemed to be thinking of that image and burst out laughing, unable to stop. No wonder she felt strange after Yifeng came back. It turned out to be abused. Thinking about it, Yifeng's physical quality could be said to be as terrifying as compared to a soul master. But compared to a real dragon, that's really just little bitty. How can you beat that? You're overdoing it, Sister Bridget. No laughing. Yifeng's face darkened and he sat up in a hurry as Baiji pounced and took a bite. Giggle. Young lord, stop it. I'm not laughing. Giggle. Baiji hugged Yifeng's head, but she still couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a while, Bridget then stopped laughing. The two were cuddling together at the moment, lying under a blanket. Yifeng buried his head in the tenderness. Slightly sleepy. Young lord doesn't need to be discouraged. Your bloodline is even stronger than the lord's. 3 days is already impressive, and as long as it grows up, it will definitely be able to bounce back. After all, his tone was gentle, gently patting Yifeng's back, like a big sister coaxing her little brother. She knew that Yifeng always appeared as a strong man outside, and she also knew that Yifeng was the strongest, so naturally it was a bit difficult to accept this kind of failure. After all, it's still about a man's dignity. Anan. Yifeng answered sullenly and stopped talking, looking autistic. However, it was impossible to be autistic. Yifeng was just too comfortable and thought about having a good sleep. As for the revenge Silver Dragon King, a short time is unlikely, such as the Silver Dragon King after the injury healed, to see if you can not fool her morphing. That would be a bipolar reversal. Leave from Bridget's room. Yifeng returned to his bedroom, intending to have a good smoke. The words that he couldn't use before were given away, and the words that didn't have any side effects were all dumped on Zhu Zhuqing and Ningrongrong. Consider it a payday. Words with side effects, on the other hand, are thrown out on the street by random soul masters of decent strength, for better or worse, and the kind of negative phrases that are all about side effects, that's naturally reserved for those who have them. The last time he drew 40 consecutive times, the next 10 times were all white words, so this time Yifeng also learned from his mistakes and chose a solid 30 consecutive draws. 10 times is random. 10 wishes to give Zhu Zhuqing a guarantee. 10 wishes to give Ning Rongrong a bailout. Swish dash. In a split second, 30 huge words instantly ejected, filling Yifeng's mind to the brim. Especially the first phrase. The brilliant 7 colors almost blinded Yifeng's eyes. Void Walker, 7 colors. You have the ability to travel through the void at will. Within the realm you can travel. Outside the realm you can roam at will, but beware of unknown dangers. Space rules plus 10,000. Fatal combo, gold in the middle of the battle. Every effective attack on the enemy can boost the power of your next attack by 1%, with a ceiling of 1000%. After reaching the ceiling, you can get a chance to strike a blitz, which can be launched at any time of your choosing to make your next attack deal 2000% damage. The chance to strike a blitz cannot be accumulated, and will dissipate after the end of the battle. Heavenly Blessing, red 30% chance of getting double effect, 10% chance of triple effect, 5% chance of quadruple effect, 1% chance of quintuple effect every time you perform a soul skill. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Resonance of Glory, purple every teammate within a 100-meter radius increases your soul power by 10%, capped at 50%. Anti-armor, blue 10% chance to rebound 1% damage to any target within 50 meters of you when attacked. Dodge, green 5% chance of being immune to this attack when attacked, 5% chance of dealing 0 damage when attacking the target. Get comfortable. The moment Yifeng saw the 7 colored words, his entire body almost climaxed. 7 colored words, which meant that this was a good item on the same level as the ancestral dragon bloodline. He had long experienced the power of the ancestral dragon bloodline, and even after being sealed for so much, it was still so terrifyingly powerful. This, Voidwalker, is definitely not that bad. However, Yifeng will not float. Although Voidwalker wasn't sealed in the same way as ancestral dragon bloodline, it wasn't something he could just control right now. With his strength, it was fine for him to run around in Dolua Star, but if he ran to other places, it would be no different from looking for death. The void was full of dangers, and the probability of encountering a danger might be very small, but as long as you encountered a danger, it was certain death. Those who could travel through the void in the same way as him were top-notch powerhouses, and a little weakling like him might not even have a chance to escape when he met the other party. Without hesitation, Yifeng directly equipped the Voidwalker on his body. In a flash, a large amount of comprehension of the rules of space was madly transmitted into Yifeng's mind. A marvelous change also occurred in Yifeng's body, and the entire person began to become slightly illusory, and the space around him became extremely distorted, gradually spreading around the room. Click 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 dash. The distortion of space, not ordinary objects can withstand. Yifeng around the furniture seems to be suffering from what inhuman torture. All become twisted and broken. Chapter 85, Voidwalker. Zhu Zhuqing's Heart Affairs. When Yifeng heard the commotion, he quickly came back to his senses and quickly stopped casting this talent. Just now, he was dazed by the large amount of understanding of the rules of space, causing him to fail to react. Looking back around now, that's when I realized the anomaly. After completely digesting the phrase, Yifeng also understood it. The greatest danger of traveling through the void was the void turbulence and those rampant spatial forces. Creatures that didn't master the rules of space would basically be strangled in minutes as soon as they entered the void. If one's physical body was strong, one could still resist and make a short-distance shuttle. However, if one's physical body was weak or did not have the ability to resist spatial strangulation, then one would basically die for sure. And Voidwalker could allow Yifeng to void his body, directly immune to all spatial strangulation and turbulence, to be precise, immune to all non-spatial types of damage. As long as the comprehension of spatial rules was weaker than Yifeng's, then it would not be able to harm Yifeng. Other people couldn't hurt Yifeng, but Yifeng could attack other people. Moreover, this phrase granted Yifeng a great deal of comprehension of the rules of space, and as long as he was given time to digest it, he would be able to create space-type soul skills and even fuse them into his own original soul skills. Yifeng was already able to travel at will in the starfield, and already came with a spatial type of soul skill. It was just that his understanding of spatial rules was too shallow before. Now that I'm going to feel it again, it's going to be a completely different feeling. Other than the one phrase, Voidwalker, the other phrases are pretty good. Fatal Combo was the guaranteed phrase that Yifeng had drawn for Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's luck was good. It was actually a golden phrase, and it did fit Zhu Zhuqing perfectly. Although the effect of this phrase was strong, it really wasn't suitable for Yifeng. He never crushes his opponents, let alone 1,000 attacks. If the opponent could block 100 attacks from Yifeng, then Yifeng would pull his legs and run. Can't solve the fight within 100 moves. This is still a fart. Yifeng directly shook people and summoned Dtian to destroy the opponent. However, for Zhu Zhuqing, attacking 1,000 times could be accomplished in a moment. There was also the Heavenly Blessing, a red quality talent that should be Ning Rongrong's bailout. However, this ability was also quite useful to Yifeng, but it was also of limited use, with a slightly lower probability and a cooldown. Keep this phrase for now and get a normal phrase for Ning Rongrong to test the waters. In the future, if you perform well, you will then give this phrase to the other party. Resonance of Glory, this purple phrase would be very suitable for Ning Rongrong. Assisting would have required the consumption of a large amount of soul power. This phrase would be able to give Ning Rongrong a substantial increase in endurance. As for Yi Feng, as long as he had condensed his soul core, his soul power was basically even infinite. And this phrase was very chicken ribs to him. Most of the others are generic phrases, a mix of good and bad, and a few are full of side effect junk phrases, still left to those who want them. After drawing an unknown number of times, he finally drew a colorful word, and Yi Feng was in a happy mood and couldn't wait to test it out. Yi Feng came into the courtyard and directly opened the Voidwalker state. Terrifying spatial power swept through, causing all the dirt within a 10-meter radius to be twisted and become abnormally distorted. Only the soil within 30 centimeters of Yi Feng didn't change much. Currently, Yi Feng's understanding of spatial rules could only protect up to so much. In other words, he could now take up to one person through space, and as long as he stayed close to the other person, with a range of no more than 30 centimeters, it was safe. And with the activation of Voidwalker, Yi Feng only felt that he had entered a special space where the real world was like a model, becoming only outlines and almost all transparent. His vision swept past the star sect and arrived at the Sky Curtain City, continuing to sweep towards the distance. He soon arrived at the Heavenly Dipper City. Yi Feng's consciousness landed outside of Tiando City, picking a landing spot at random, and then slowly took a step forward. Swish dash. In the blink of an eye, the space transformed. A faint sense of oppression came, and Yi Feng stepped out of it, appearing on a hillside outside the city. What came into view was the huge walls and brilliant gates of Tiando City. There were many pedestrians in the distance one after another. Yi Feng's sudden appearance also attracted a lot of gazes. A gaze filled with surprise, followed by admiration and awe. After all, one who could appear here out of thin air must be an extraordinary soul master. Even in Heavenly Dipper City, soul masters were a very honorable profession. Crossing 10 kilometers in one step, it's worthy of being a 7-colored level talent phrase. Yi Feng felt the breeze blowing around his ears. His heart filled with emotion. He felt it, and currently, with his comprehension of the rules of space, he could only teleport up to 20 kilometers at a time if he was sure of his destination. But this was not the limit of Voidwalker. It was Yi Feng's limit. Because Yi Feng could only see so far, it probably had something to do with his spiritual power. If the distance is more than 20 kilometers, then the landing point will be very inaccurate and it will be a random teleportation. Up to a distance of 50 kilometers. This was only Yi Feng's initial comprehension of the spatial rules. As Yi Feng's comprehension of the spatial rules deepened, this distance would grow exponentially. The main thing was that the consumption of this ability for Yi Feng was almost negligible. Trying to get somewhere, just go wherever. Yi Feng once again opened the Yi Voidwalker and took a step to the Starsex training room. In the middle of the training ground, Zhu Zhuqing was still training alone, the whole person sweating profusely, day after day, tireless, and after more than a month of training, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power level had already reached level 33, and without taking the immortal herbs yet, such a cultivation speed had actually exceeded many people. Not only do they have talent, but they also have perseverance. If this was placed in Yi Feng's previous life, no matter what they did, they would be a proper winner in life. It's just a pity that this is the world of metaphysics, coupled with Zhu Zhuqing's birth. If there were no heaven-defying chances, Zhu Zhuqing's future fate would be absolutely miserable. Taking advantage of the moment when Zhu Zhuqing was taking a break from retraining, Yi Feng then appeared. Ah, Yi Feng, why did you suddenly appear here? Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback when she saw the suddenly appearing Yi Feng, and was inexplicably a bit shy. This month Yi Feng often came to guide her in her cultivation, and although she didn't have another chance to create her own soul skill like last time, her relationship with Yi Feng was also heating up dramatically. She didn't know what Yi Feng thought of her, but she knew that she had fallen deeply in love with Yi Feng. After all, she already had a great liking for Yi Feng, and with this period of time, she naturally fell in love with him. With the more contact she had, the more she understood Yi Feng's power, and the more she understood the gap between herself and Yi Feng that was like a rift in the sky. This caused her to develop a great sense of inferiority, so she completely dared not show her heart in front of Yi Feng. But she didn't know how Yi Feng felt about her, so she didn't dare to show it. She could only say that she had a crush, and she was afraid of being discovered by Yi Feng. Chapter 86, Taking Down Zhu Zhuqing. Why is your face so red every time you see me? Yi Feng walked forward with a teasing smile at the corner of his mouth and teased. Instead, his gaze was recklessly sizing up Zhu Zhuqing, not looking at him for nothing, because it was a separate training room. Zhu Zhuqing's upper body only wore a close-fitting leotard, revealing a large portion of her sweat-dampened belly, and upwards, a super-exaggerated curvature. Underneath, she was also just wearing a pair of tight athletic supershorts, outlining her perfect figure, and down below were her round, full, snow-white, long legs. The proportions are almost near perfect, and it makes your head spin just looking at it. Which, I just finished training. Xu Zhuqing hastily retracted her gaze and whispered sophistry, voice as thin as a mosquito fly, naturally did not notice Yifeng's gaze. Of course, even if you see it, you won't care. After all, she wears so little. Originally intended to let Yifeng see more. Well, lately you've been training a little too frantically. You're already very strong. You don't need to work so hard. Yifeng walked over, reached out and gently wiped the sweat from Xu Zhuqing's face, and softly persuaded him. His movements were soft and gentle, with a hint of concern in his eyes. In recent times, Yifeng realized that Xu Zhuqing's training had reached a crazy level. He trains more than 20 hours a day and practices instead of sleeping at night. This is too ing rolled up. Where is a soul master like this? This made Yifeng feel guilty every time he ate and drank. This unhealthy inward roll must be resisted. Xu Zhuqing naturally did not know what was in Yifeng's mind. Instead, it was because Yifeng's concern made her heart inexplicably warm. Still, she gently shook her head and said, "It's nothing, I just want to become stronger." There was a hint of determination in her voice and a flash of stubbornness in her eyes. The competition amongst the family was her own business, and she didn't want this matter to involve Yifeng. She was already grateful that Yifeng could give her so much help. Is it because of the matter of competition between your families that you learned of Xu Zhuyun's strength and that's why you felt the pressure? Seeing Xu Zhuqing like this, Yifeng also stopped pretending not to know and took the initiative to say it. There was a hint of seriousness in his voice, but a hint of tenderness in his eyes. "Ah, how did you know?" Xu Zhuqing's body trembled slightly, her eyes averted, obviously not expecting Yifeng to know this. After all, she had never told anyone about her, not in Shrek and not when she came to the Star Sect. Moreover, although this kind of thing wasn't top secret, only the Zhu and Dai families knew something about it, and Yifeng actually knew it so clearly. Of course, every disciple who joins the Star Sect is subject to identity verification. Yifeng lightly laughed. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep this from you." Xu Zhuqing hurriedly lowered her head, like a small child who had made a mistake, and there was even some fear in her tone, fearing that Yifeng would kick her out because of this. "Well, you purposely hid it from me, making me very dissatisfied, so I'm going to punish you." Yifeng's tone was serious, sounding as if he was really a bit angry. "Okay, any punishment is fine, but please don't kick me out of the Star Sect. I promise there won't be a next time." It was the first time that Xu Zhuqing saw Yifeng showing this expression, and she immediately shrunk her neck, inexplicably a little scared, really like a child who had made a mistake. "Yeah, that's what you said." Yifeng's words changed, then he gently hooked Xu Zhuqing's chin and lifted her head up to meet his eyes. "Well, any punishment will do." Xu Zhuqing clenched her silver teeth, obviously intending to be prepared for the punishment. Preparation. But the imagined punishment didn't come. Xu Zhuqing only felt a slight darkening before her eyes and a strange sensation coming from her lips. Fixing his eyes, it turned out to be Yifeng who had posted up. "Well," Xu Zhuqing instantly stared at her beautiful eyes. Her head went blank, and she went down on the spot. Apparently there was no reaction to what was going on. "Where's the punishment? That's like a reward, isn't it?" The two of them locked eyes. Xu Zhuqing's gaze was a little confused, and Yifeng's gaze was filled with aggression that was undisguised. Xu Zhuqing returned to her senses slightly, and not only did her heart not get angry, but on the contrary, it welled up with endless joy. "So, he likes me too." Xu Zhuqing slowly closed his eyes, only this one thought remaining in his mind. It's like realizing that your crush likes you too, and naturally, the feeling of surprise is needless to say. Xu Zhuqing subconsciously reached out her hand and took the initiative to hook Yifeng's neck, slightly exerting force. The slender and powerful thighs directly wrapped around Yifeng, and the two sides were tightly pressed together. Well, Yifeng was slightly stunned. Originally, he just felt that his relationship with Xu Zhuqing was already almost the same, and he casually found a reason to establish a relationship to facilitate future development. "I didn't expect that Xu Zhuqing would be so proactive. Who's gonna be able to handle that?" Yifeng hugged Xu Zhuqing and directly rushed into a small lounge next to him. The training room is small, but the infrastructure is there. The lounge didn't have a bed, but it did have a large couch. The two collapsed onto the couch in unison, followed by, 2 hours later, Xu Zhuqing plopped on the sofa with a tired face. Punishment over. Yifeng lay on top of Xu Zhuqing's body, came to her ears and gently blew. "You're such a monster. What kind of bully?" Xu Zhuqing breathlessly swept a glance at Yifeng. The corners of her eyes still had crystallized teardrops, obviously being bullied badly. "I originally just wanted to have a taste. It was you who posted yourself up." Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and said breathlessly. Xu Zhuqing sniffed and blushed inexplicably. After all, it was true that Yifeng did not do more than that at that time. It was her own brain that took the initiative to stick up. "I don't care. You are like this. You have to be responsible." When Xu Zhuqing heard this, she immediately became a bit anxious, and held Yifeng's palm over and pressed it under her body, obviously afraid that Yifeng would leave on the spot. Whoa, and how do you propose to take responsibility for that? Yifeng felt the softness in his palm, and his tone carried a strong sense of teasing. Shu Zhuqing was immediately choked. Today this is a complete accident. It is her own fire, and it is also her voluntary, forcing Yifeng to be responsible. The reasoning does not make sense. On top of that, she's just a member of a clan that's pretty much recognized as a loser in the family. No background, no strength. As for Yifeng, he was the young master of the entire star sect. In other people's opinion, it was already a blessing of 8 lifetimes for her to be able to flatter Yifeng, something those wild women out there dreamed of doing. So how could she possibly want more? Not to mention everyone else, even herself. She, who doesn't deserve Yifeng. As for making Yifeng responsible, that was even more nonsense. As soon as he thought of it, Shu Zhuqing was some inexplicable aggression and confusion. Tears snapped and dripped down. Originally tossed by Yifeng had no strength. Now it was even more completely wilted. Buried his head in the sofa, sobbing softly, with indescribable grievances and sadness in his heart. She doesn't blame Yifeng. She only blames herself for being too stupid. Okay, just kidding. Yifeng saw that Zhu Zhuqing was brainstorming some strange contraptions again, so he hurriedly opened his mouth and explained, "From today onwards, you are one of us." "Since, your own people?" Zhu Zhuqing raised her head slightly, obviously a little confused. "Yes, one of my own." Yifeng gently leaned down, cupped Zhu Zhuqing's chin, turned her head around, stared straight at her, and said earnestly, "From today onwards, your affairs are my affairs. I will help you become stronger and help you defeat all your enemies." Chapter 87, Giving Away Immortal Herbs. Level 40. After resting for a while, only then did Zhu Zhuqing recover a bit. The two of them leaned against the sofa, and Zhu Zhuqing's entire body collapsed into Yifeng's arms, her eyes still slightly red. "Thanks," Zhu Zhuqing spoke softly. "It's been said that we're on our own. We don't need to say thank you in the future. And if you say something like that again, I'm going to have to punish you again." Yifeng pinched Zhu Zhuqing's face and pinched it into an O shape, threatening viciously. "Well, got it." Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Yifeng and nodded repeatedly. Apparently the punishment she had just received had caused her a great psychological shadow. No one knows how she made it through those 2 hours. "Alright, let's go take a bath together." Yifeng gently picked up Zhu Zhuqing and walked towards the nearby bathroom. "Wait, I can wash myself." Zhu Zhuqing struggled in a hurry, but unfortunately Yifeng's grip was too tight, making it completely impossible for her to escape. The bathroom was small, but there was a bathtub with warm water all the time, making it easy for the trainer to soak at any time. Yifeng stepped into the bathtub with Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. He was underneath while Zhu Zhuqing was sitting on his body. "Well, why don't you get up and I'll help you wash it?" Zhu Zhuqing whispered. She was sitting on Yifeng at the moment, and could clearly feel Yifeng's. She is really a little afraid that Yifeng here again punishment her. "Stop it, I have a present for you." Yifeng gently pressed Zhu Zhuqing down, then took out a jade box and opened it in front of Zhu Zhuqing. "Gifts?" Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was instantly drawn to the jade box. After all, girls by nature have an irresistible resistance to gifts. No exceptions. This is an immortal herb named Water Fairy Jade Muscle Bone, with the effects of moisturizing the tendons and tonifying the bones, and she opening up the 8 meridians and veins, and its grade far exceeds that of any heavenly material treasure, allowing you to drastically increase your cultivation and gain unexpected benefits. Yifeng slowly explained. "Ah, so precious. Well, why don't you use it yourself?" Zhu Zhuqing was originally still a bit elated, but once she heard about the efficacy of this immortal grass, she was a bit hesitant. "Although I do not know what is immortal grass, but this thing is heard to know incomparably precious, is definitely the most top-grade heavenly materials and treasures." She had gotten so many resources for free from the star sect here, and she was already feeling guilty, so how could she dare to take more? "Take it if it's for you. I won't be stingy with my own people. If you don't take it I'll have to punish." "Wait, I'll just take it." With a jolt, Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly clutched the jade box tightly in his arms. "Well, that's good." Yifeng glanced at the jade box in Zhu Zhuqing's arms. Inexplicably some envy. "Would like to have a swap position." "Ah, take it now. I'll guard you," Yifeng faintly said. "Yes." Zhu Zhuqing was also very obedient at the moment, gently taking out the small plant of Narcissus jade muscle bone and swallowing it in one gulp. And the moment Zhu Zhuqing ate the immortal herb, a layer of white mist instantly dispersed on top of the other party's body, and her entire body spread a light jade color. With the release of the medicinal effect, Zhu Zhuqing slowly plopped down on her knees, the whole thing hovering steadily in the bath, her hands resting on her plump puffy breasts, quietly absorbing the medicinal power. As the medicinal power was absorbed, Yifeng could also sense that Zhu Zhuqing's soul power level was insanely skyrocketing. Level 34, Level 35, Level 36, Level 40. In just 10 short minutes, Xu Zhuqing's soul power level had actually directly dried up to level 40. Level 40. This. How is this possible? Xu Zhuqing slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and when she felt the changes in herself, even she was a little disbelieving. That's a whole 7 levels up. This wasn't even the 7th level of a great soul master, but the 7th level of a soul exalt. If she were to cultivate normally on her own, she would have to laboriously cultivate for half a year or even a year to reach it. And now, just by taking a single herb, he had actually saved a year of cultivation time. This is unbelievable. Well, did you like the gift? Yifeng gently wrapped Xu Zhuqing into his arms and gently blew in her ear. Well then, love it. Thank you, Yifeng. Although Xu Zhuqing was a bit shy, she had to admit that this gift was really too useful for her. Originally, she still felt that the gap between her and Zhu Zhuyun was still very large, but now that she had reached level 40, as long as she obtained another soul ring, she would be at level 41, and together with the additional increase in self-creative soul skills given to her by Yifeng, she was confident that she would be able to surpass Zhu Zhuyun. However, when Xu Zhuqing finished saying this, she seemed to have thought of something and her face changed slightly. She was just about to open her mouth to make amends, but it was too late. I've told you that we don't need to thank each other. Xu Qing, you don't have a long memory. I'll have to punish you properly. Yi Feng's tone was ghostly, and his hands that landed on Xu Zhuqing's soft belly slightly exerted themselves. I'm sorry, Xu Zhuqing had just opened her mouth when her cherry mouth was directly blocked by Yi Feng. As the old saying goes, when the strong strike out at the weak have to strike out at the even weaker. Yi Feng had suffered a defeat at the Silver Dragon King. Now that he had finally found someone to bully, his mood was naturally very pleasant. Half an hour later, the duo walked out of the lounge. Yi Feng was neatly dressed and clean. Xu Zhuqing, on the other hand, was wrapped in a wide white coat with nothing inside. After all, she didn't even expect this to happen when she came here. Her clothes were all shredded by this bastard Yi Feng, and she didn't bring any clothes with her, so she could only temporarily drape herself in Yi Feng's coat. Yi Feng, why don't you go to my room and help me get my clothes? If I go out like this and someone sees me, it might affect you. Xu Zhuqing gently tugged on the corner of Yi Feng's coat and weakly spoke. Yi Feng was the young master of the Star Sect. If other people saw her coming out with Yi Feng in such a state, they would definitely be privately suspicious and would not be able to rumor unfavorable words about Yi Feng. Yi Feng had said that he would be responsible for her, and with these words she was satisfied. She didn't really want to bind Yi Feng for this and make things difficult for him. What are you afraid of? The disciples of the Star Sect have the strictest mouths. The disciples who are not strict. Anyway, you don't have to worry. No one will talk nonsense. Yi Feng patted Xu Zhuqing's shoulder without a care in the world. Well, Xu Zhuqing heard, is still unmoved, gently tugged Yi Feng's clothes. Watery eyes are slightly with teardrops flashing. Looks pitiful. She didn't want to follow Yi Feng out, but on the other hand, she didn't have anything inside, and although her coat was wrapped tightly, she was still a bit uncomfortable. She was only willing to show Yi Feng alone. She didn't want to show anyone else. And even more so, she didn't want anyone else to Yaito her body. Fine, let's do it another way then. Yi Feng couldn't stand Xu Zhuqing's gaze that was so pleading, so he hurriedly agreed. Chapter 88 Ning Rongrong catches adultery. Well, I'll wait for you then. When Xu Zhuqing saw Yi Feng's promise, she also breathed a hard sigh of relief. There's no need to wait for me. We'll go back together. I have a soul skill that can take people through short distances. Yi Feng opened his mouth. So awesome. Xu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes instantly lit up when she heard this. Although she had never seen this kind of soul skill, she knew that soul skills that travel through space were extremely rare, and she had only read about them in an ancient book. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng would possess this divine skill. Of course, but space shuttling is more dangerous. You only have to hold on to me tightly. Don't ever let go. Yi Feng urged very seriously. Good. When Xu Zhuqing saw how serious Yi Feng was, she was also a bit nervous and hurriedly surrounded Yi Feng from behind and hugged him tightly. It doesn't seem to be working. Yi Feng used his perception and estimated the distance, and found that Xu Zhuqing's body was outside the safe range. It was mainly because Xu Zhuqing's body was too full and bumpy. It just took up a lot of space. What about? Xu Zhuqing was slightly stunned, not knowing what to do. Try it the other way around. Yi Feng let go of Xu Zhuqing's hand, then turned around and hugged Xu Zhuqing face to face. Because of the limited space, in order to be able to keep Xu Zhuqing within a safe range that he could control, Yi Feng could only hold on tightly with force as well. Is this okay? Xu Zhuqing was strangled a bit and couldn't breathe. Almost. Yi Feng frowned, then lifted Xu Zhuqing's clothes and hugged up again. Well, it's just right now. Yi Feng felt the warmth of Xu Zhuqing's body, which satisfied him. So, then hurry up and go. I'm a little out of breath. Xu Zhuqing spoke with difficulty. She was already being strangled a bit tightly, plus Yi Feng is still This caused her to breathe more and more rapidly, and if it weren't for her strong soulmaster physique, she would have been deprived of oxygen, and she very much suspected that Jifeng did it on purpose, but there was no evidence. How much space does a coat take up, and do you have to lift it? Okay, go. Yifeng did not hesitate and instantly turned on Voidwalker. In the next moment, Yifeng and Zhu Zhuqing's figures vaporized in unison and entered a strange space, and as Yifeng took a step, the scenery around the two of them suddenly changed. By the time the duo had their feet on the ground, they had left the training room and returned to Zhu Zhuqing's room. Only then did Yifeng let go of Zhu Zhuqing. Within a short distance, the positioning is still spot on. Well, is it really that dangerous? I suspect you're deliberately trying to scare me. Zhu Zhuqing gently blanked Yifeng and muttered in a small voice. Her eyes were back here in a flash, and she didn't feel any danger. Sure enough, Yifeng is deliberately bullying her. Are you sure? Yifeng raised an eyebrow and reached out to slap Zhu Zhuqing on the back. Pa! The crisp voice came. Yeah! Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in shock, and her entire body jumped straight up, hastily covering her PP. Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly looked at the mirror behind her, and only then did she realize that the clothes behind her had been ripped out of a hole the size of a faceplate at some point. Not only were her clothes torn, but even above her PP, there were quite a few red spots, obviously injured. She was so nervous just now that she didn't react at all. It was only now that it felt cool and there was a hint of fiery pain. Such a large area of red marks was definitely not from the slap Yifeng had just given him, but was rubbed by the power of space and the process of space travel. If I hadn't held you tightly, I can't say I would have lost a piece of meat. And you still doubt me? Yifeng deliberately scared Zhu Zhuqing. In fact, the safety range he now controls is actually 50 centimeters. Only within 30 centimeters was the safest. Outside of 30 centimeters would be subjected to a slight spatial tearing force. And with Zhu Zhuqing's physique, the most that could be done was to rub the skin. Dropping a piece of meat is definitely out of the question. But Zhu Zhuqing didn't know this. Only at this moment did she understand Yifeng's bitterness, and her heart was instantly filled with endless guilt. Yes, sorry Yifeng. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, her tone filled with apologies, and when she saw that Yifeng didn't respond, Zhu Zhuqing thought that Yifeng was angry, and she immediately became a bit anxious, so clenched his teeth, directly up to the front. A hand will Yifeng's arm dragged into the arms of the ruthless comfort, but also with a kind of petulant tone of voice. Yifeng, I'm sorry, I'm not good, I shouldn't have suspected you, you'll forgive me, okay, if you're really angry, then just punish me. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth and continued. At the moment there was real guilt in her heart. Yifeng had treated her so well, not only giving her magical pills, but also giving her such precious immortal herbs, and yet she still doubted Yifeng's character. She was looking down on herself a little at the moment. It was just too much. So even if Yifeng punishes her on the spot for a few hours, she is willing to do it. Well, I'm not such a cheapskate. Seeing this, Yifeng also gently waved his hand and smiled. The medicinal power of the immortal grass won't be consumed all at once, so after you digest it for a few more days and stabilize your realm, I'll take you to obtain the fourth soul ring. Yeah. Seeing that Yifeng really didn't seem to be angry, Zhu Zhuqing ruthlessly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart and nodded her head very nicely. Bamboo Ching, are you back? I found a very delicious cake store, eh? Let's go and try it together. Just then, the courtyard door outside was suddenly pushed open. Ning Rongrong ran back with gusto. Apparently it was afternoon tea time and Ning Rongrong wanted to find Zhu Zhuqing to go eat something delicious together. I'm back. Rongrong, you wait. Zhu Zhuqing was instantly a little nervous in her heart and hurriedly replied. Saying that, he even signaled Yifeng to hurry up and leave. Never let Ning Rongrong find out, mainly because Ning Rongrong was a veteran driver. Zhu Zhuqing felt that if she and Yifeng's affair was known by Ning Rongrong, the bastard would definitely need to find her to drive every night. But it's too late. Kaching dash. The door to the room was directly pushed open by Ning Rongrong. Zhu Qing, what are you doing? Why are you so secretive? Ning Rongrong muttered as she stepped in. However, when she saw the scene inside the door, her entire body froze on the spot. Inside the room, Yifeng and Zhu Zhuqing stood side by side. Yifeng looked neatly dressed, but Zhu Zhuqing surprisingly wore only an overcoat. Moreover, at this moment, the coat was still completely open towards Yifeng. At this very moment, Ning Rongrong's mind went down on the spot from brainstorming too much, causing her entire being to freeze in place. Why did you come in without knocking? Wrong. Zhu Zhuqing let out a gasp of surprise and hurriedly covered her face, turning around and turning her back to Ning Rongrong. It was just that she seemed to be forgetting something. The shirt behind him had a faceplate-sized tear in it, and the large red marks in the white, like they were made by a whip. You guys are so good at this. Ning Rongrong's head went down for a second time, but it still crashed out these few words. Chapter 89, Taking Down Bridget. Wrong. Listen to my explanation. we really didn't do anything. Inside the room, Yi Feng left in a flash, leaving Zhu Zhuqing to face Ning Rongrong's torture alone. He haven't done anything yet. Look at Yi Feng's eyes are almost stretched out. It's this long. Ning Rongrong opened her hand and made an extremely exaggerated gesture. It's not as dramatic as you make it sound. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes fiercely. That's just the way it is. By the way, how far have you gotten? Is it already? Isn't Yi Feng's body very good? And isn't that one very? By the way, how long did he hold out? Zhuqing, I can tell you, time is a very important indicator. If it is less than a quarter of an hour, then you'd better give up. You certainly won't be happy in the future. And. The protection has to be good or people will get killed. By the way, Ning Rongrong droned on and on, driving frantically and mouthing yellow words. The wheels of the car kept running over Zhu Zhuqing's face. Although Ning Rongrong had never experienced it, she had read countless books and knew a lot. Ah, Rongrong, you shut up. I'll get angry if you keep this up. Zhu Zhuqing finally couldn't take it anymore and ruthlessly pounced on Ning Rongrong, covering Ning Rongrong's face with a pillow to prevent her from saying any more. This guy Ning Rongrong, he really doesn't know how to be ashamed. Bamboo Cheng, I'm doing this for your own good. How can you do this to me? Ning Rongrong was suppressed by Zhu Zhuqing, but the muffled voices still kept coming. If you want to know, just go and try it yourself. Don't ask me. Zhu Zhuqing huffed. Really? You're not jealous then, are you? Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a sly expression. Zhu Zhuqing was visibly choked. It was impossible not to be jealous, but when she thought of Yi Feng's terrifying physique, it was by no means something that she alone could withstand, so she raised her chin slightly and said with a provocative face, I won't. If you have the ability to do so, then take down Yi Feng. You'll know if you try it yourself. You wouldn't dare, would you? Although there was a bit of a grudge in her heart, if Yi Feng really had something with Ning Rongrong, she would have said something. At least Ning Rongrong can still help her share the pressure. I just hope that Ning Rongrong's little body is not too brittle, otherwise she might still have to shake people. This time it was Ning Rongrong's turn to be speechless. A small face suffocated red, obviously a bit vain. Moreover, she did not expect Zhu Zhuqing to say so. Humph, don't dare. Zhu Zhuqing hummed petulantly and continued to provoke. Who said they wouldn't dare? Just try it. I'm going to find him. Ning Rongrong's temper flared up. She was a little witch. How could she possibly back down from this? Good. Yi Feng lives next door. I'll wait for your good news. Zhu Zhuqing crossed her legs and looked at Ning Rongrong in a good way, obviously waiting for her to go to Yi Feng. Humph. I'll leave it for today when my one comes. Next time for sure. Ning Rongrong let out a petulant grunt, flung her sleeves, turned around and fled back to her room in ashes. Say the meanest things and do the wimpiest things. A stiff upper lip was a stiff upper lip, but for Ning Rongrong to go to Yi Feng and say that kind of thing, she definitely didn't dare. Cluck 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 cluck, what a wimp. When Zhu Zhuqing saw this, she also laughed out loud and delicately. After being harassed for so long by Ning Rongrong, this filthy girl, she was finally out of the blue. She knew that Ning Rongrong would only brag, and if she was really allowed to do it, she would be the one who ran the fastest. And when Yi Feng returned to his courtyard, the first thing he did was to go and find Bai Ji. This is not a dog licking, but Bai Ji is so good to him. If it is because of Zhu Zhuqing and the coldness of Bai Ji, it is really good. Of course, if you really say, Yi Feng is indeed in the lick Bai Ji, lick every day, Bai Ji body every place and corner of his. Sister Bridget, is it in? Yi Feng came to the door of Bai Ji's room and gently knocked. Not in. Bridget's voice came from within the room, still warm and soft, but with an obvious hint of sultriness. Well, it seems to be really angry. Yi Feng scratched his head, a little embarrassed, but still tried to gently push the door. Friction. The door to the room opened. Obviously, Bai Ji never had the habit of locking the door for Yi Feng. It's a show. Yi Feng was delighted in his heart and hurriedly drilled in. Bridget's room was still neat and tidy, with a hint of a faint scent, and a large, light green customized couch next to it was the most eye-catching. At the moment, Bridget was wrapped in a blanket, sprawled on the sofa eating a snack while reading a talking book, her snow-white rounded long legs exposed and bobbing up and down. For the soul beasts, human cuisine and culture was something they had never embraced before, and basically became addicted at first glance. It's like the novels, comics and TV shows of the past life. As long as you poke a preference, then you can't stop. It doesn't matter how many thousands of years you've lived. It's all the same. Sister Bridget, are you really angry? Yi Feng came to the sofa, squatted down, and put his head next to Bai Ji's pretty face, almost sticking together. No. Bridget beamed and threw her head away, obviously mouthy and sulking at first glance. However, Bridget was sprawled out on the couch at the moment, covered with a blanket. Yi Feng just did not realize. Now come forward, down the neck. You can see the quilt Bai Ji seems to be nothing to wear. it should be fresh out of the shower, and the tips of her hair are still slightly damp. Yi Feng originally wanted to come and explain a little, but seeing this scene, his nose was also slightly hot. What are you looking at? No looking. Bai Ji sensed Yi Feng's gaze and hurriedly tightened the covers and reached out to block it in a pretense of anger. I didn't look. I just think it's warmer here in Biki-san's place, Yi Feng said, directly uncovered a corner of the quilt, straight into it, and then to Bai Ji's red lips is directly affixed to it. Explaining to a woman only makes her more and more annoyed. The best solution is distraction. Yi Feng knew this well and hardened his head and went straight on. What are you doing? Shameless. You Bai Ji gently glared at Yi Feng, with helplessness in her eyes and a hint of doting. Eventually, he slowly closed his eyes. The blanket covered both of them, and Bridget resisted slightly for a few moments before she was lost. A few moments later, something seems to be happening. Bridget gave a slight lurch. Yi Feng fiercely froze, obviously not expecting it. There had been places that Bridget wouldn't allow to be touched. It's amazing how easy it is. Sister Bai Ji, you are not afraid anymore? Yi Feng asked in a nebulous voice. Usually, Bridget would use the reason of fear of retaliation from the Silver Dragon King to refuse. But today, she was bold enough to do so. Humph, she is not afraid. What am I afraid of? The big deal is a death. BG delicately grunted. Seems to be more like gambling in general, directly out of the box. As for she, it naturally refers to Zhu Zhuqing. In Bibi's opinion, it was clear that she was the one who got Yi Feng first. The Silver Dragon King was the first, so how could she be the second? But I didn't expect that it would be Zhu Zhuqing who would get there first. It made her very upset. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing was fine, so she didn't have to worry so much. There was no benefit to humans doing this kind of thing with Yi Feng. However, when a soul beast like Bai Ji did this kind of thing with Yi Feng, their bloodline would be nourished by Yi Feng's bloodline and become even stronger. The deeper the exchange, the stronger this influence. This was the main reason why Bai Ji liked Yi Feng so much. It was from the heart, from the bloodline, completely irresistible. Chapter 90. Ning Rongrong's mind exploded. 2 days later, Bridget was defeated. Although she was a ferocious beast, she was not of the dragon race and had no advantage in this. On the contrary, Yi Feng, although his physique was not as good as hers, his talent in this area was exceptionally strong because of his dragon bloodline. After all, Yi Feng was slightly better. Well, what a monster. Only the Lord can cure you, Bridget muttered in a small voice as she leaned back softly on the couch, her speech a little breathless. Yi Feng lay on top of Bai Ji, rubbed her face and laughed. Sister Bai Ji isn't angry now, right? Poof, don't even have the strength. How can I be angry? Bai Ji hummed and gave Yi Feng a blank stare. She wasn't angry in the first place, and would never be angry at Yi Feng. She was just slightly upset. But now, the unhappiness in his heart had long since vanished under the 2 days and 2 nights of being rinsed by Yi Feng. Regardless of whether it was a human or a soul beast, the instinct to reproduce was burned into the deepest part of the bloodline. And the pleasure that came from doing this kind of thing was also the most intense. She was tired, but her mood was inexplicably pleasant. That's good. Sister Bai Ji, have a good rest. I'll go back first. Yi Feng was relieved to see that Bai Ji wasn't angry anymore. After slightly wiping down Bridget's body, he got up to leave. Returning to his room, Yi Feng took a shower and planned to go find Zhu Zhuqing. It seemed that 2 days and 2 nights of physical labor were incredibly easy for him, and didn't leave him with the slightest feeling of fatigue. Yi Feng was still relaxed when he faced Bai Ji. The rhythm was completely under his control and loose. As for the Silver Dragon King, the rhythm was completely under the control of the Silver Dragon King, frantically squeezing without giving a single moment of respite. Yi Feng's ability to carry it for 3 days was already very good. Yi Feng used Voidwalker to instantly move outside the training room. Through perception, Yi Feng could see everything in the middle of the training room. Zhu Zhuqing was training in the training room, still working so hard. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, had moved the sofa in the lounge out and was lying on it, crossing her little feet, and was eating snacks and watching the talking books with great relish. Compared to Zhu Zhuqing's exhausting work, Ning Rongrong was just enjoying life. Being in the auxiliary lineage, her requirements for physical fitness were extremely low, and her requirements for combat strength were also very low, so she didn't need to work too hard at all. It was enough for her to just cultivate her psionic power, replacing sleep with meditation at night, and taking another 4 hours out of her day to cultivate. She could almost finish her psionic tasks for the day. After all, there was an upper limit to increasing soul power with meditation, almost 12 hours to reach the upper limit, and subsequent meditation would reduce the efficiency by more than 90%. That's why efficiency is important for soul masters, also known as talent. Ning Rongrong's talent was already good, plus she didn't need to exercise her physical strength, so she naturally had a lot of free time to do other things, and her cultivation wouldn't fall too far behind, saying it would make countless soul masters envious. Yifeng watched for a while before he made a flash and instantly entered the training room. Ah! Ning Rongrong exclaimed, startled. When she saw that it was Yifeng, she immediately revealed an unbelievable look. Yifeng, you, how did you get in here? How did you suddenly appear beside me? Just a little trick. Yifeng casually said perfunctorily. He ignored Ning Rongrong and instead looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said, Zhu Zhuqing, almost adapted. Today I will take you to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Well, the cultivation level of 40 has been consolidated, so it's time to go and obtain a soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing nodded with some delight and said, acquiring soul rings was secondary. Being with Yifeng was the main thing. Since that incident with Yifeng, she had been thinking about Yifeng almost every day for the past 2 days. Although she lived very close, she always felt that Yifeng was very busy, so she held back from taking the initiative to find him. If it wasn't for the presence of Ning Rongrong, a gossipy woman here, she would have definitely jumped into Yifeng's arms and kissed him hard a few times. Wait, stop, what are you guys talking about? What hunting soul beasts? What level 40? Bamboo Chang, when did you level 40? Why didn't you even tell me? At this time, Ning Rongrong suddenly rushed over and looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a confused expression. Anan, you didn't ask either. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, blinking her big black and white eyes, looking very innocent. But this kind of look seemed to Ning Rongrong that it was simply too much of a beating. If she hadn't been unable to beat Zhu Zhuqing, she would have hated to hold Zhu Zhuqing down and blast him on the ground right now. You weren't only level 33 a few days ago. How is it possible to surge forward in a few days? It's not possible to be so fierce even if you're high on drugs. Ning Rongrong's voice rose steeply, and it all became a bit shrill. If we were talking about a rise of 1 level in a few days, she could barely accept it. Nima ed straight to level 40? Why don't you go to heaven? There's nothing impossible. Remember the elixir Yifeng gave me last time? Last time the elixir was to boost my battle power. This time it's to boost my cultivation. Zhu Zhuqing was inexplicably a little proud, and even more so, there was some showing off in it. After all, Ning Rongrong has been harassing her for the past 2 days, telling her some dirty jokes, so she naturally had to take a little revenge. Although Ning Rongrong had also received resource support from the Star Sect, Yifeng hadn't given Ning Rongrong a single one of those pills until now. On the contrary, it was her who not only got the pills, but also took what seemed to be an even more precious immortal herb. In contrast, if she were Ning Rongrong, she would also feel extremely unbalanced in her heart. Elixir. Ning Rongrong murmured, her entire body envious. Yifeng, I also want that kind of elixir. You said I'd give it to me if I behaved well. Ning Rongrong violently turned her head and looked blearily at Yifeng. Her little mouth suddenly deflated, looking pitiful. No more, because Zhu Zhuqing performed better. You'll have to wait for the next time if you want it. Yifeng spread his 2 hands and pretended to be helpless. Although he had prepared immortal herbs and red words for Ning Rongrong's current performance wasn't good enough, much less one of his own, so Yifeng wouldn't arbitrarily give out something so good. Yifeng would only be kind to his own people. Zhu Zhuqing was already one of his own, so Yifeng didn't mince words, but having already given the immortal grass, the golden words will wait a bit longer. Giving everything at once was not Yifeng's style. Delivering it slowly, each time it was a surprise, could greatly increase Zhu Zhuqing's loyalty. You have joined forces to bully Neo. Ning Rongrong finally couldn't hold it in and cried out with a wow. Although Ning Rongrong is known as the Little Witch, but after all, it is just a bare child. The young mind can't stand such aggravation at all and just falls apart. Chapter 91, The Cat Lady is better. Alright, I still have secondary elixirs here, so I'll give them to you first, and when you reach level 30, I'll give you better ones. Yifeng looked at Ning Rongrong crying with pearly blossoms, tears and snot smeared all over his face. He was a bit unable to top it, and hurriedly took out an elixir from his pocket and handed it to Ning Rongrong. There are no good phrases, but there are plenty of ordinary ones. There was a white phrase called dexterity that could slightly improve the control of one's soul force, which was somewhat useful to Ning Rongrong. Really great. Ning Rongrong's crying came to an abrupt end, and as soon as she snatched the elixir from Yifeng's hand, with tears at the corners of her mouth, she directly suffocated it in one mouthful. She had actually coveted Yifeng's pills for a long time, especially after watching Zhu Zhuqing become stronger, and now seeing that Zhu Zhuqing had directly raised 7 levels and saved almost a year of hard training because of the elixir. Her entire body was envious. Now it's finally as good as it gets. However, as the elixir entered her stomach, Ning Rongrong did indeed feel a change in herself. But the change, it seems, isn't a little too subtle. In her opinion, even if it was a secondary elixir, it would have to raise 1 or 2 levels of soul power. But this thing doesn't raise a single drop of soul power, and it seems to have only slightly raised its spiritual power. Is this a substandard elixir? The effect is too poor. I highly doubt you have shady dealings. Ning Rongrong looked at Zhu Zhuqing and Yifeng somewhat grudgingly. Rongrong, don't talk nonsense, I and Yifeng. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed red and she hastened to make a sly defense. Everything that Zhu Qing has is from her own hard work. If you cultivate well, when you reach level 30, I can also give you a big gift. Yifeng slightly boarded up his face and said in a serious manner, well, I got it. Ning Rongrong bristled and didn't say anything more. In the end, he could only watch Yifeng and Zhu Zhuqing leave, waiting for the two to leave. Ning Rongrong then muttered, what a petty. She was also now aware that Yifeng was only kind to his own people. Zhu Zhuqing had become one of Yifeng's own, and that was how she was able to receive so many benefits. She even suspected that Zhu Zhuqing had an affair with Yifeng a long time ago. This is why she chose to withdraw from Shrek, in order to come to Star Sect to elope with Yifeng. But, Zhu Zhuqing's promotion made her envious and jealous, and she really wanted to get the same benefits given by Yifeng as Zhu Zhuqing. If she could become one of Yifeng's own, she would definitely be able to receive so many benefits as well. To be honest, she actually liked Yifeng. Handsome, powerful, and with a different kind of charm. She had kind of fallen in love with Yifeng since the first time she saw him, treating him as her flunky alternative. Only, things are unpredictable. She did not expect the Star Sect to be so strong, not to mention recruiting Yifeng as a son-in-law. She herself almost hitched a ride. Entering the Star Sect, she was thinking of getting closer to Yifeng. It was impossible to say what could happen, and it would be good if it could develop into a romantic relationship, but she had miscalculated again. Who would have thought that Zhu Zhuqing, who looks honest, would somehow take down Yifeng? Humph, isn't it just a little bit bigger and better built? Men really are all good shibboleths. I'm not bad, just haven't grown up yet, Ning Rongrong muttered, her mind not knowing what she was thinking. Somewhere in the sunset forest, the late fall forest was colored by the sun into a golden red oil painting. The palm-like leaves rustled in the wind, and a fresh, resinous fragrance wafted through the forest. A few large-sized squirrels leaping and chasing in the middle of the woods. In the next moment, two figures suddenly appeared in the forest as if they came out of nowhere, startling some of the surrounding beasts into scattering. The two were none other than Yifeng and Zhu Zhuqing. Yifeng remembered that Zhu Zhuqing's fourth soul ring was obtained in the Sunset Forest, and he got a split soul skill. This soul skill and the phrase, deadly combo, could be said to be a perfect match, so Yifeng wasn't going to miss it. Well, Zhu Zhuqing was still holding Yifeng tightly, her whole almost hanging on Yifeng, her eyes tightly closed, obviously very nervous. Obviously, after experiencing what happened last time, Zhu Zhuqing had a psychological shadow and was afraid of getting hurt if she didn't stick close enough. Well, come on down. Yifeng gently patted Zhu Zhuqing's PP and said with a smile, ooh good. Zhu Zhuqing reacted and slid off of Yifeng with a red face. At the first opportunity, she reached up and covered her PP, making sure her clothes weren't broken before she breathed a sharp sigh of relief. Where is this? It was only at this time that Zhu Zhuqing reacted to the fact that they seemed to have arrived in the middle of a huge forest. Tall trees stood around, giving a great sense of oppression. Compared to the vibrant greenery in the Star Dipper Great Forest, the environment here was a bit worse, appearing slightly depressed. This is the Sunset Forest, a gathering place for soul beasts second only to the Star Dual Great Forest, and I know of a soul beast here that is more suitable to be your fourth soul ring, Yifeng explained. If he remembered correctly, Zhu Zhuqing's doppelganger was obtained from the soul beast named Ghost Tiger, and the location of the Ghost Tiger should be near the Eye of Ice and Fire. The area around that one valley in the Eye of Ice and Fire was surrounded by poisonous miasma formations by Dakubo though, causing the soul beasts to be unable to enter. However, the heaven and earth yuan qi around the Eye of Ice and Fire was exceptionally dense, and a large number of high-grade soul beasts had gathered around it. The Ghost Tiger was known for its terrifying speed and attacking power. Belonging to one of the powerful soul beasts, the habitat must be nearby. Good luck would soon find it. Even if bad luck, it would only take a little more time. Okay, all yours. Zhu Zhuqing gently pulled Yifeng's hand, then clenched it slightly. Obviously, she had complete trust in Yifeng, truly treating him as a man she could rely on. The two walked companionably. Zhu Zhuqing walked in front, and even summoned her martial spirit, always on guard against attacks that suddenly came out. Yifeng, on the other hand, was following behind Zhu Zhuqing, clouded over, but his gaze was firmly fixed on Zhu Zhuqing's cat's ears and cat's tail after his martial spirit was semi-attached. Last time I did not pay attention. Now Yifeng realized that it seems to let Zhu Zhuqing become a cat lady. It seems to be more powerful. The curves of Zhu Zhuqing's body at this time seem to be even more perfect, and looking at it makes you want to. Subconsciously, Yifeng reached out and caught Zhu Zhuqing's tail and gently jerked it. Zhu Zhuqing let out a cry of surprise and jumped up 3 meters high as a whole, obviously frightened. Yifeng, you, what are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing reacted, a stunningly beautiful face instantly reddening. Cat tails are very sensitive. How could Yifeng touch them? Xu Zhuqing originally thought of walking in front to help Yifeng relieve the pressure, but never thought that this guy Yifeng would not sympathize with her even if he did not, but also secretly molested her. It's really bad. Chapter 92 Xu Zhuqing, ears are very sensitive, okay? It's okay, I'm just curious. Yifeng stroked his chin and just looked at Xu Zhuqing, with a distinctly unsuspicious look in his eyes. No more touching. Xu Zhuqing clamped her tail and stomped her foot gently. Her heart was more than a little flustered. She very much suspected that Yifeng was thinking of something very perverted. And no more touching, no more touching, Yifeng continuously assured. Better. Xu Zhuqing hummed in a small voice before she turned around and continued to open the way for Yifeng in front. However, she was at least 3 meters away from Yifeng at the moment, so as not to be sneak attacked by Yifeng again. Of course, Yifeng was no longer sneaking around. There's plenty of time anyway. It's not like there's any point in touching one. The duo continued to go deeper. Although Xu Zhuqing was the one who opened the way, it was Yifeng who directed the direction. Although Xu Zhuqing was puzzled, she didn't ask too many questions and trusted Yifeng. Generally speaking, wanting to find a specific soul beast in the middle of the sunset forest could be said to be like finding a needle in a haystack. However, Yifeng had a general location, and also used the ability of the Son of Nature, directly using the plants of the sunset forest to look for the ghost tiger. It would be much simpler, even though Yifeng had never seen a ghost tiger. As long as he described a generalization, he would be able to sift through the countless plants he had seen and heard to view similar memories. In just half an hour, Yifeng had already grasped the location of the ghost tiger. There were quite a few ghost tiger clans, but there was only one 5,000-year-old ghost tiger, and it was also the strongest one, with its lair near the Eye of Ice and Fire, no more than 10 kilometers apart. Not long after, the two came to a cliff below, in front of the dark cave, which is dark and damp. Vaguely there are beasts roar coming out. At a glance, we know that the danger is very dangerous. Yifeng, what are we doing here? It looks so dangerous. Xu Zhuqing looked at the deep cave in front of her, inexplicably a little frightened, and subconsciously retreated behind Yifeng. In the end, Xu Zhuqing was a girl after all. She could fight to the death with powerful soul beasts, but she had an instinctive fear of this darkness seeping into the environment, causing her hairs to stand on end. It was only by Yifeng's side that she could feel a trace of security. If I remember correctly, there is a soul beast named Ghost Tiger in the middle of this cave that possesses powerful detachment skills, which is very suitable to be your fourth soul ring. Yifeng opened his mouth to explain. In that case, then can we not go in? Is there any way to draw it out? Xu Zhuqing nodded her head, but still didn't really want to go in. The cave was still a bit small, and she felt like she couldn't exert herself in it. Moreover, she didn't know where the inside of the cave led to, so it would be dangerous if she was caught in a back-and-forth attack. It's okay. Yifeng nodded and agreed with Xu Zhuqing's idea. He wasn't too scared, but the cave was really a bit disgusting. Even standing outside, he could smell the faint odor of feces and taint. If you go deeper into it, it must stink even more. However, through his perception, Yifeng could clearly feel that the 5,000-year-old ghost tiger was indeed inside and there were no other ghost tigers. After all, the ghost tiger's territorial consciousness was extremely high. One mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers, and this was this ghost tiger's territory. So naturally, it would not allow other ghost tigers to get their hands on it. Stand back a bit, I'll take control of it, and when the time comes, you'll listen to my command and prepare for the obligatory strike. Yifeng waved his hand and told Xu Zhuqing to back off a bit so that he wouldn't hurt her. Aha! When Xu Zhuqing heard this, he also quickly retreated towards the back. However, she had released her martial soul, clearly planning to strike at any time. Yifeng came to the entrance of the cave, then directly pinched out a fireball and flung it in towards the cave in front of him. The fireball was only the size of a ping-pong ball, but the moment it entered the hole, it instantly exploded and expanded thousands of times, directly flooding the entire hole. Rumble! A loud ringing sound also came out at this moment, and the entire cavern trembled fiercely. Whoa dash! The cave entrance was blown to pieces, and a large amount of rubble even slid down from above the mountain wall, almost blocking the cave entrance. Ow ho! And just then, a roar filled with violent anger violently erupted from the blocked cave. 3 seconds later, the cave covered by rocks exploded violently. Boom! A huge spotted tiger that was more than 6 meters long and covered in pitch black rushed out from it and pounced straight towards Yifeng. This big black tiger was the ghost tiger with 5,000 years of cultivation that Yifeng had sensed through various plants. The distance between the two sides was roughly 20 meters, and the moment they lunged, the other side split into 4 more identical figures. The 4 figures intersected hundreds of times within just half a breath, and then encircled towards Yifeng from 5 directions, making it difficult to distinguish which one was the main body. Only, the other side of this trick, in Yifeng's star pupil under the cracks. Useless. a glance by Yifeng to see the real body. However, even without the star pupil, Yifeng wasn't too worried. In the next moment, a horrifying cold aura erupted from beneath Yifeng's feet. Buzz! The extreme coldness suddenly spread with Yifeng as the center, and violently collided with the five-headed ghost tiger. Click 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 dash! The moment the terrifying cold chi encountered the five-headed ghost tigers, it erupted into a large amount of solid ice, firmly freezing the five-headed ghost tigers in place. The four ghost tiger silhouettes had no energy to support them and collapsed, leaving only four empty shells. Only the leftmost ghost tiger remained, standing stiffly in place. Although the ice layer was only a thin centimeter, the hardness of the extreme ice was comparable to diamond, not to mention the tiny ghost tiger. Even a 10,000-year-old soul beast would find it difficult to break through. Moreover, the terrifying cold air was constantly penetrating into the ghost tiger's body, gradually stiffening the other party's body. Takakio, attack the opponent's head. As Yifeng's words fell, the solid ice above the ghost tiger's head violently melted, revealing the ghost tiger's head. Roar! Ghost tiger opened his mouth and growled breathlessly. The extreme cold made its body stiff, and it couldn't even roar loudly if it wanted to, and its eyes were filled with panic. Whoosh! In the next moment, a figure flashed to the front of the ghost tiger's head as if it was instantaneous. Spectral instant prison kill. The moment Zhu Zhuqing appeared, the terrifying chopping attack also erupted at the same time, landing heavily on the ghost tiger's head. Put! The terrifying chop directly cut the ghost tiger's head in half, but there was no imagined splattering of brain matter. This was because the ghost tiger's head was frozen by Yifeng's cold ice the moment it was sliced open. One cut, clean and dry, killed on the spot. Well done. Yifeng walked over, reached out his Rua a little Zhu Zhuqing's head, focusing on the cat. Furry, soft, touch very comfortable. It's all because of you. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed red, a little embarrassed by what was said. After all, she had been playing the sauce and filling in at the end, and if it wasn't for Yifeng, there was absolutely no way she would have been a match for Ghost Tiger. Alright, hurry up and absorb it. This is a soul ring I prepared especially for you. It surely suits you well. I'll give you another gift when you've absorbed it. Yifeng pointed at the purple soul ring that burst out and said, yes. Zhu Zhuqing was also aware that the soul ring would disappear if he didn't absorb it in a hurry, so he didn't say anything more and hurriedly sat down on his knees and began to absorb the soul ring in front of him. At the same time, he was also looking forward to the gift from Yifeng, which was sure to be another surprise. Chapter 93, Deadly Combo. 20x Blitz. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing had successfully absorbed the Ghost Tiger soul ring and obtained a 50-100-year soul ring, while her soul power level had also reached level 41, so it could be said that it had gone very well. Yifeng, I did it! Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes looking towards Yifeng, her heart full of excitement. She's still only 12 years old. Previously, she felt that Oscar and Tang San breaking through to Soul Exalted at such a young age was already very powerful, making her envious. And now, she had reached the Soul Sect realm at the age of 12. She is really glad that she left Shrek, glad that she joined the Star Sect, glad that she met Yifeng, glad that she became Yifeng's woman. Everything was Yifeng, so that she could be so accomplished. When she left Shrek, Daimubai was still level 37, and now that only a few months had passed, Daimubai was afraid that even if he was reformed, then he would only be level 38, or at most level 39. She could hang Daimubai when she was a Soul's owner, and now that she had advanced to Soul's owner, she was confident that she could hold Daimubai down and rub him on the ground with one hand. Of course, the current Daimubai was no longer in her eyes. Her only targets were Zhu Zhuyun and Davis. I don't know if she can beat the other two alone now. Congratulations, the strength has increased again. Yifeng walked over, gently wrapped Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist, and directly barfed on Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face. That's all thanks to you. Zhu Zhuqing's face was flushed, but she didn't retreat at all. Instead, she took the initiative to hook Yifeng's neck and stick on it, bright eyes full of love, almost overflowing. Yifeng felt the warmth and softness in front of his body. Where to hold back? Pushing Zhu Zhuqing came to the side under a birch tree. Stop it, this is still out there. A moment later, Zhu Zhuqing gently tugged on Yifeng's hand, and then pulled down the corset on her chest to cover. No one saw it anyway. Yifeng tilted his head, obviously unsuspecting. Interest came up and was a bit overwhelming. I thought you said you had a present. Where is it? Zhu Zhuqing was a bit flustered and quickly changed the topic. What? No gifts or no food? Yifeng brought his face to Zhu Zhuqing's ear and gently rubbed her earlobe with his nose. No, not la. Can not hear. Go to the side of the grove or Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly waved his hand and stammered. It was surrounded by a large clearing with only a handful of plants, and she really wasn't too comfortable with the idea of declaring asterisk in broad daylight. In broad daylight, even if we do have to be in the wild, Then we have to find a grove of trees to block it. Haha, okay, just kidding. When Yifeng saw Zhu Zhuqing's overwhelmed look, he laughed and reached out to pinch Zhu Zhuqing's flushed face. Well, you're bullying me again. Only then did Zhu Zhuqing realize that she had been tricked by this guy Yifeng again, and almost cried in aggravation. How could she stand it with all the ups and downs? After all, she just made a good determination to be ready to be with Yifeng here. Okay, I won't tease you. Eat this. It's a little gift to congratulate you on your breakthrough. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing was really going to cry out, Yifeng hurriedly took out an elixir and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. Really? Zhu Zhuqing was overjoyed when she saw the elixir and hurriedly wiped her tears as she ate the elixir in Yifeng's hand. Only after eating did she curiously ask, by the way, what is the effect of the elixir this time? This is a special soul skill elixir. After taking it you will have an additional effect similar to a soul skill. I call it the deadly combo. Each attack will increase your battle power. Yifeng casually gave deadly combo to Zhu Zhuqing, explaining the word effect to her in passing. This kind of auxiliary type of soul skill would not have any effect on the body, and Zhu Zhuqing would only notice it when fighting. But Zhu Zhuqing couldn't see the words, so it would take a long time to fully understand the effects of this word. That was why Yifeng needed to explain. Is it that good? Zhu Zhuqing seemed to understand, as she indeed did not notice any special changes in her body. Just try it out. And by the way, try out your new soul skill as well. Yifeng retreated a few steps and offered with a smile. Yes. When Zhu Zhuqing heard this, she was instantly aroused by Yifeng's battle spirit. She also wanted to know how big the gap between her and Yifeng was after she advanced to Soul Sect, plus the new abilities Yifeng had given her. Spectral Surge, Spectral Shadow Split. Zhu Zhuqing instantly released 6 doppelgangers, each from a different direction to pounce madly towards Yifeng. Her doppelganger had attack power for a short period of time, and the doppelganger was able to use soul ring techniques. Moreover, the shadow doppelganger just happened to be able to trigger the new ability she had just acquired, Deadly Combo, which was able to quickly build up the number of attacks to 1,000. Whoosh! Ding! 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 Countless residual shadows flashed rapidly around Yifeng's body, but every attack was perfectly received by Yifeng, making ear-piercing sounds of gold and iron clashing. Yifeng could clearly feel that Zhu Zhuqing's each attack was stronger than the other. Zhu Zhuqing's own attack speed could reach 10 times per second. Zhu Zhuqing's 6 doppelgangers had poor speed, attacking about 6 times per second. With both sides combining their attacks, it was almost enough to put together 1,000 attacks in a minute, and each of Zhu Zhuqing's attacks increased in power by 1,000%, or 10 times. However, it was still unable to break through Yifeng's defense. I'm going to use Blitz. Zhu Zhuqing reminded a word. Right after she completed 1,000 attacks, she could clearly feel that she had gained a chance to strengthen herself, which was what Yifeng called Blast, and was said to be able to deal 20 times the damage. That's a whole 20 times, the equivalent of 10 Ning Rongrong's aids. The only pity was that the blast could only work on itself, and there was no way for it to work on the shadow doppelganger. Otherwise the gold value of this ability will rise again. And as Zhu Zhuqing's words fell, her figure violently flashed and came directly behind Yifeng, using all her strength to launch an attack towards the back of Yifeng's head. Spectral Instant Prison Kill. This was Zhu Zhuqing's most powerful soul skill at the moment, and with the 20x blast strike, the terrifying chop tore through the air with an explosive sound. Boom! The terrifying chopping attack ruthlessly crashed into the dragon scale shield at the back of Yifeng's head, and the terrifying soul power stirred, emitting a popping sound. It was the first time that the illusory dragon scale shield behind Yifeng's head had suffered such a heavy blow, and it finally trembled slightly in tribute. After all, Zhu Zhuqing's previous attack did not even qualify to make the dragon scale shield tremble. Chapter 94 Zhu Zhuqing, Meow. Not bad, 20 times the attack. The attack is already very close to a Soul Emperor's outburst. With your current strength, as long as you don't encounter a control system or a Soul King that restrains you, you can basically be easily defeated. Yifeng felt the power of Zhu Zhuqing's outburst just now and gave a very pertinent evaluation. The bursts across 20 levels have been awesome. Although Zhu Zhuqing had just been promoted to Soul Sect, with that hand just now, it was easy to hang an ordinary Soul King, but still can't break your defense. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the unharmed Yifeng. Yifeng didn't break defense, but she almost did. He had thought that he should at least be able to break through Yifeng's defense when he had advanced to Soul Sect, plus the powerful abilities given by Yifeng, but I didn't realize that it would still be the same result. She and Yifeng, how big is the gap? Ha ha, I told you not to compare yourself to me. Why don't you listen? Yifeng smiled helplessly and pulled Zhu Zhuqing over, ruthlessly ruining her cat ears. Well, I just don't want to be left behind too much by you. Zhu Zhuqing pouted and whispered. That's probably what's at stake. After getting Yifeng, she in turn became more afraid of losing him, wanting to become stronger, not wanting to be left too far behind by Yifeng. lest she be disliked by him. Alright, let's not talk about this. It's getting late. Let's go back first. Yi Feng guessed Zhu Zhuqing's mind, gently patted her shoulder and changed the topic. Zhu Zhuqing is not in the right state. It's best to go back and calm down. Well, don't. However, to Yi Feng's surprise, Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head. Yi Feng could clearly feel Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks burning, and Zhu Zhuqing's next sentence made Yi Feng's head spin on the spot. Don't you want to be here? Well, not once. Just fulfill you once well. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, her voice getting smaller and smaller, her face getting hotter and hotter. She is a very conservative girl. In principle, for this kind of place is very exclusionary, but Yi Feng is so good to her. Since Yi Feng then she can also for Yi Feng reluctantly break the principle. Takakio, love you. Yi Feng laughed, pushed Zhu Zhuqing and came to a tree, then grabbed the other party's cat ears. Don't scratch your ears neither can the tail. Meow. 1 hour later, Yi Feng hugged the soft Zhu Zhuqing and disappeared. 3 days later, only then did Yi Feng bring Zhu Zhuqing back to the star sect. I'm going to go first. I'm going to rest for the next few days. Don't come looking for me. Zhu Zhuqing left behind a sentence and directly ducked into the room, locking the door securely, and then directly burrowed into the quilt. Zhu Zhuqing swore that she would never listen to Yi Feng's fooling around again. During the day, he fought with the soul beasts, and at night, he had to fight with Yi Feng. Who's gonna be able to handle that? Not really. Yi Feng touched his nose, somewhat embarrassed. He just felt that Zhu Zhuqing needed to get more acclimated to fighting in the wild. Well, fighting soul beasts, so that he could hone even more powerful fighting skills in the midst of a crisis. So he brought Zhu Zhuqing to train for 3 days in the middle of the Sunset Forest. She had planned for 7 days of training, but she didn't expect Zhu Zhuqing to be unable to hold out in 3 days. Never mind, let's go find Bridget. Yi Feng shook his head, but he also guessed something. But he couldn't. Ever since that one time with the Silver Dragon King, it seemed like some kind of switch had been flipped. He felt his need growing. It's okay if you're alone. But he himself was surrounded by 2 great beauties, Zhu Zhuqing and Bai Ji. A few more looks and you're on fire. However, what made Yi Feng helpless was that Bai Ji seemed to be in seclusion, and the doors to the rooms in the cultivation room were locked. Because the development of the sect needed to rely on Bai Ji's vitality pills, Bai Ji would take a few days out of her month to refine about 20 of them. The material used to refine the pills was naturally Bai Ji's origin power, but as long as it wasn't overly consumed, it would soon be able to make up for it. Theoretically, without harming Bridget, she could refine 100 of them a month. However, Yi Feng's heart ached for Bai Ji, plus the fact that things were more expensive than they were rare, and refining too many pills would in turn make them even cheaper. So he let Bai Ji refine only 20 pills each month. Now that the supply of the vitality elixir exceeds the demand, more and more great nobles have learned of the news and offered several times the price of the customized elixir, so there is no worry about selling it. With the current price of the vitality pills, selling 20 of them would be enough to sustain the development of the sect, and there would still be half of the surplus. Yi Feng originally wanted to use his own blood to refine the source of life after he got it, but he was stopped by Bai Ji. There is no reason. Bai Ji is purely heartbroken Yi Feng, not even willing to let Yi Feng break a little skin, not to mention the use of Yi Feng's blood to refine the elixir. No matter how Yi Feng explained it, it was useless. Even Bai Ji threatened Yi Feng. If Yi Feng dared to use his blood to secretly refine pills for sale, then she would just go back to the Star Dogray forest and leave the star sect alone. Yi Feng was also pinned, so he did not dare to do anything. Zhu Zhuqing ignored him. Bai Ji was in seclusion. ZG wasn't at home, and Yi Feng could only go to the Blue Silver Emperor to play with him, and in the meantime, carry out his daily feeding. I hope the Blue and Silver Emperor will grow up and take form sooner. Ning Rong Rong, Zhu Zhuqing, the Blue Silver Emperor after transforming into his form, plus himself. This would make his team 4 people, and if he pulled a few more people at random to make up the numbers, he would be able to participate in the continent-wide Soul Master competition. Although his entry was a bit of a bully to the kids, but this kind of Soul Master world's most grandiose event, Yi Feng naturally couldn't just be a spectator. Besides that, it was also for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Since he had recruited them into the sect, then Yi Feng would definitely have to be responsible for cultivating them as well. And even more so, he would have to let them show their strength. The Soul Master competition is a good stage. Bai Ji was also unavailable, so Yi Feng could only return to the cultivation room and go to the Blue Silver Emperor for his daily blood feeding. Master, what's wrong with you? Why don't you look happy? Although the Blue Silver Emperor couldn't say that he was connected to Yi Feng's mind, he obviously noticed that Yi Feng didn't seem to be in a very good mood. Children should not ask questions about grown-ups' affairs. Yi Feng gently grabbed the Blue Silver Emperor and said somewhat breathlessly, "She can't say it's because she wants to be with Bridget so badly. The Blue and Silver Emperor is still a little kid. Although the Blue Silver Emperor was secretly spying on Yifeng while he was doing his business with Bai Ji and Zhu Zhuqing, the other party's thoughts were still very pure. After all, the other party was still only a plant-type soul beast right now, so Yifeng felt that he still couldn't bring her down. Whoopee! The Blue Silver Emperor nodded with seeming understanding and asked no more questions. Although she had inherited quite a few memories, they were only memories, and she knew very little about the complexities of human feelings. To learn more, she'd have to morph and retrain to truly become human. That's why she wanted to morph early. Only in this way could she get closer to Yifeng and truly understand him, and even be with him forever. Chapter 95 Blue Silver Emperor Transformation. Half a month flew by. In the middle of a certain courtyard, Bai Ji and Yifeng stood side by side. Bai Ji gently waved her hand. A green light is floating out of the entire compound, all wrapped in it. Alright, this place has been isolated by me. Your aura will not be leaked, so you can rest assured of transforming into a form. Bridget spoke faintly, her eyes filled with amazement. After all, it was the first time she had heard of a soul beast that had transformed in 3W years, and it was also a plant-based soul beast. The stronger the bloodline, the smaller the number of years it would take to transform early, and she and ZG could actually choose to transform at 3-4W years. However, as a super soul beast with a talent beyond 100,000 years, she naturally wouldn't choose to morph into a weak and short-lived human. This Blue Silver Emperor plant had gone through Yifeng's watering, and its bloodline had evolved, so it would be easy to pass through the thunder tribulation and become a ferocious beast. However, this one seemed to be somewhat deeply influenced by Yifeng and couldn't wait to become human. At any other time, she would have thought it a very foolish decision, but Yifeng's appearance made her change that idea. After all, with Yifeng's talent, there was a great probability that he would be able to become a god in the future, and a very powerful one at that. At that time, as long as you follow Yifeng's side, you will be able to chicken and get heavenly benefits. This Blue Silver Emperor was lucky to be able to rub up against Yifeng's big ship. Buzz. Master, I'm going to start. In the next moment, a strange fluctuation came, and a piercing blue light instantly erupted above the Blue Silver Emperor's gigantic grass blades. Yifeng was able to sense through the children of nature that with the appearance of the blue light, the Blue Silver Emperor's roots that covered the entire canopy city instantly contracted and recycled its energy. All of the energy was used to compress her own power of origin. Not long after, as the blue light contracted, the original Blue Silver Emperor had disappeared, and in its place, was a 2-meter-high blue giant cocoon. Soul Beast transformation is the compression of origin power, which requires a great deal of energy, and after more than 100,000 years, the origin power is too strong to be transformed again, which is the case for ZG and I. The rules of this world are also based on the power of the origin to judge whether or not it is a soul beast. As long as it has the power of the origin of the soul beast, then it will be suppressed. Every 100,000 years of cultivation suffers a calamity, and will never become a god. And the essence of a soul beast transforming into a form and recultivating is to hide its origin and slowly reify it into its own cultivation, evading the probing of the heavenly Tao rules. Although ZG and I have taken human form, we still possess a powerful origin power, which is the difference between the essence of a soul beast and a human. Seeing Yifeng coldly looking at this one giant cocoon, Bai Ji thought that Yifeng didn't quite understand it, so she took the initiative to explain. She thought of something else and continued to speak. However, some powerful lifeforms are special. They still have great strength to suppress the power of the origin even if they are more than 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of years old, such as the Lord and the Beast God Lord. If the Lord or the Beast God Lord were to take on a new form, then their potential would be extremely terrifying, probably not inferior to you, young Lord. So it is. Yifeng nodded plausibly. Of course, he, as a traveler, naturally knew best, but since Bridget was so sweet, he definitely had to put on a serious listening face. Alright, it will take a while for the Blue Silver Emperor to transform into a form. This place is isolated by my breath. No one will come to disturb it. Why don't you go and take a rest? Lord, Bai Ji said, gently hugged Yifeng from behind, her delicate body tightly pressed behind Yifeng. Sister Bai Ji, you've changed for the worse. You weren't like this before. Yifeng turned his head sideways and looked at Bai Ji with a smile. Humph, it's not all because of you, young lord. Hurry up. Bai Ji pouted, then pushed Yifeng and headed towards the room. In the beginning, it was Bridget who helped Yifeng. Later, Yifeng began to help Bridget, but neither pushed the boundaries. Until the last time, Bai Ji saw that Zhu Zhuqing had gotten there first, so she also went out on a limb. Bridget was also benefited in a real way, with her bloodline evolution increasing drastically. If she said that she had posted with Yifeng and simply slept, the evolution rate of her bloodline was 1. But if it is with Yifeng, her bloodline evolution rate is 10. Who can resist this temptation? One thing led to another and Bridget was on top. This has led to Bridget now thinking about it every day or else she's not feeling well. 3 days later, Yifeng once again came to the small courtyard where Ain was. Through his senses, Yifeng was able to clearly notice that the Blue Silver Emperor's origin was almost suppressed. The scent of the origin was already very faint, while the scent of the human was getting stronger and stronger, though it was still mixed with the scent of the soul beasts. Soon it will be able to transform successfully. Bridget also walked over from the back and slowly opened her mouth, a strange light flashing in her eyes as she looked at the Blue Silver Emperor. Although she didn't ask, she also knew that this Blue Silver Emperor plant was the one that had transformed decades ago. She was sleeping at the bottom of the Lake of Life, and she also roughly knew what was going on outside, especially the soul beasts transforming. The movement was not big, but the kind of fluctuation that emanated from the time of transformation was very obvious. The only thing that puzzled her was that, as far as he knew, this strain of Blue and Silver Emperor had been sacrificed for the sake of a human over a decade ago. Why would any seeds remain? Shouldn't the sacrifice be followed directly by death? When a soul beast was sacrificed, the entire Star Dipper Great Forest would tremble slightly, and all soul beasts with spiritual intelligence would feel something in their hearts, inexplicably giving birth to a touch of sadness. 100,000-year-old Blue Silver Emperor was very important to the entire Star Dipper Great Forest, and could even represent the life core of the Star Dipper Great Forest. When the Blue Silver Emperor was sacrificed, they all woke up temporarily from their slumber for a moment, and the King of 10,000 Demons was so furious about it that he almost went to the human world to settle the score with that human. After all, this strain of Blue Silver Emperor was personally selected by the King of 10,000 Demons, and even more carefully cared for to grow up, but was actually cheated by a human to sacrifice, which who can tolerate? But in the end, the 10,000 Demon King was stopped by Tian. After all, soul beast sacrifice could only be active. The Blue Silver Emperor sacrificed for that human, clearly having fallen in love with the other party and willing to lay down his life for him. If the 10,000 Demon King kills the human who accepted the sacrifice, then the Blue Silver Emperor will have died in vain. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. In this 100 years, besides the Blue Silver Emperor, there was another rabbit that also chose to transform into a form. I just don't know if it died or not. The death of the Blue Silver Emperor could be considered a major loss for the Star Dipper Great Forest, but that rabbit, luckily, only managed to survive for 100,000 years. If she was really eaten in the human world, it would be her bad luck. Only the celestial green bull python and the titan giant ape would be sad. The other ferocious beasts didn't care about the death of a small rabbit. Chapter 96, Lori Blue Silver Emperor. The two didn't have to wait long before the Blue Silver Emperor's origin aura completely disappeared. Click 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 dash. Immediately afterward, a fine crunching sound continued to come, and the cracks on the Blue and Silver Emperor were getting more and more dense as if they were cobwebs. Seeing this scene, Yifeng couldn't help but recall the scene when he was born. Could it be that I took advantage of the star ancestral dragon transforming into a human to take over the other party? Yifeng secretly guessed, but he quickly abandoned that idea. After all, the star ancestor dragon did not belong to this world. It's only the sewer world of Dolawa continent that has so much bull asterisk 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 asterisk. There's no such thing as transforming and recultivating out there. Bang! Just then, a piece of eggshell was kicked away and a short foot stuck out. Whoa dash! As a piece of eggshell flew out, a large amount of debris lost its support and collapsed as quickly as dominoes, just revealing a portal capable of passing an adult. Revealed a figure in it. That is a small loli that looks years old, 1 meter 4 tall, no clothes, pale skin, light blue hair hanging down in front of her body, slightly covering her body. In front of her, holy, yen boy asterisk giant. Although Yifeng knew this word, he had never seen it in his previous life, and this was the first time he had seen it. It's worthy of being a life soul beast, full of milk. What's going to happen when it grows up? And as the little loli raised her head, Yifeng also saw the other party's face. A gooseneck face is as round and lovely as a ripe apple, with a small nose that is slightly arched, long and thin curved eyebrows that carry a bit of fairy spirit, and a slightly upturned nose that carries a hint of playfulness and spirituality. The most peculiar thing was the other party's light blue eyes. The left side has a noble gold filigree interspersed with the blue color, which looks incredibly dignified. The right eye, on the other hand, had red blood in its blue color, with a hint of bloodlust. The two are combined into one, but without apparent contradiction. That would be amazing. When the little loli saw Yifeng, her eyes instantly lit up, and she shouted somewhat rawly, "Master, master!" Her voice was soft, with a hint of milkiness that made people want to pamper her. In the next moment, the little loli did not hesitate to swoop towards Yifeng. Both sides were already very close, and in 3 or 2 steps, the Blue Silver Emperor directly jumped into Yifeng's arms. "Master, I did it!" The little loli let out a cry of joy and hugged Yifeng tightly, her whole body wrapped around Yifeng. as if she was used to wrapping her arms around Yi Feng's arms with blades of grass every day when she was in the plant state. Well, congratulations. Yi Feng patted the blue silver emperor's white and glossy back and smiled faintly. However, one of his hands was holding on the blue silver emperor's PP, his nose sniffing the fragrance of the other party's hair and feeling the softness in front of him. Yi Feng was a bit headstrong on the spot. Well, get dressed first. Humans are meant to wear clothes, and running around naked is not a good thing. Next to her, Bridget couldn't stand to watch and still couldn't help but voice out a reminder. She was afraid that Yi Feng wouldn't be able to hold back at that time and directly put the blue silver emperor in his place. Ah, I'm sorry, master. I'm sorry, Bridget-sama. The blue silver emperor let out a cry of surprise before he reacted and slid off of Yi Feng in a hurry. In the next moment, her martial spirit emerged, and a large amount of blue-silver grass surfaced, covering the key areas. At the moment, however, the other party's face was long red and looked inexplicably cute. You have a martial spirit so soon. So are you considered level 0 now? Yi Feng probed with his spiritual power and found that the soul power in the blue-silver emperor's body was very weak at the moment, with a soul power of less than 0.1 level. He had thought that soul beasts needed to awaken their martial souls just like humans after transforming into their forms. Reporting back to our master, we will lose all our cultivation after transforming, and everything will need to start all over again. The blue-silver emperor nodded, waving his fleshy little pink fists, and said with a cheeky smile, but even though I'm incarnated, I can still be nourished by you, master, and as long as I cultivate by your side, my cultivation speed will be very fast, and I should be able to rise to level 10 within 3 days. Level 10 in 3 days. It should be able to be considered as innate full soul power. Yi Feng stroked his chin. Although it sounded good, Ian's talent should be more than that. Soul beasts are all gifted with innate full soul power that far exceeds that of humans after they transform, and cannot be judged by human standards. If her talent is placed amongst humans, it should be unparalleled and can definitely be recorded in the history books. Bai Ji added from the side. So it is. Yi Feng nodded. It was the first time he had witnessed a soul beast transforming into a form. He was indeed confused for a moment. Master, I'm a human now too. Can you give me a name? The blue-silver emperor suddenly ran to Yi Feng's side at this time, hugged Yi Feng's thighs, tilted his head high, and looked at Yi Feng blearily with a pair of big watery blue eyes, obviously very eager for one to have its own name. Isn't Ain quite good? Yi Feng touched his nose, a little embarrassed. After all, he was a name-taking wastrel, and names and stuff were the most troublesome. No. I want. Balled up. I want to take your last name, master. When the blue-silver emperor heard this, he immediately revealed an aggrieved look, and his tone was full of pettiness, and I don't know who I learned it from. Yi Feng couldn't top it at all. Well, since you have my last name, you'll be called Yi Blue Silver, and I'll still call you Silver anyway. Yi Feng casually thought of a name and said, Yi Blue Silver. Yi Blue Silver. He. Nice name. Thanks, Lord Kinky. Silver let out a cheer and jumped up a meter or so and barked him hard in the face. Alright, go back and rest first. Hurry up and cultivate. I still have a task for you. Yi Feng hastily waved his hand and said, okay. Ain nodded her head very obediently. Her eyes never left Yi Feng since the beginning, carrying an indescribable fondness. Congratulations, young master. There's one more little follower. Seeing this, Bridget covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Sister Bai Ji, you're not jealous, are you? Yi Feng heard the wrongness in Bai Ji's tone and came to her side, asking somewhat oddly, Humph, don't pry into adults' matters, children. Bai Ji gave a petulant snort and directly turned around to leave. Obviously, it was guessed by Yi Feng. In Bridget's opinion, the blue-silver emperor, a silly simpleton, didn't understand anything. Yi Feng as long as reveal a little meaning. Ain will absolutely directly wash white on the bed pouting good. However, Bai Ji naturally wouldn't bother with a junior, so she just didn't see eye to eye and didn't stay here for a long time. Master, Lord Bai Ji seems to be angry. Is it because of me? Ain hid behind Yi Feng and asked weakly. This is not green tea on her part, but she really doesn't get it. After all, inherited memories were just memories, without feelings, and Ain was basically just clueless when it came to the human condition. Don't worry, she won't be bothered with you. Anyway, we'll all live together in the future. Just call out to your sister a few more times. Yi Feng softly comforted. How about? Ain nodded, obviously feeling that Yi Feng had a point. Come on, I've got a room for you and I'll take you to a place to stay. Yi Feng took Ain's hand and went to the next quadrangle. The quadrangle naturally had not just 4 rooms, but 15, excluding the storage, kitchen, and communal bathrooms, which were still several. There's more than enough room to spare for the Blue and Silver Emperor. Chapter 97, Sleeping Together? As soon as Ayan heard that she had to sleep separately from Yi Feng, she was not happy on the spot. A catch Yi Feng's thighs, refused to let go, but also with a sticky petulant tone, "Master, I want to sleep with you." Okay well. Moreover, I can only be nourished by my master if I'm near his vicinity, so I can speed up my cultivation speed. Ian said with a smirk, justifying it, leaf maple, row by row. Yifeng couldn't stand pampering, and it was such a cute one at that. Of course, he also felt that Ian had a bit of a point. His son of nature and Jin seed of life were a perfect match. When the two cultivated together, not only could Ian benefit, Yifeng could as well. Yifeng returned to his room and laid down on his own bed, also intending to have a good rest. Ian a jump, directly into Yifeng's comforter, followed by, "Holy, Ian, what are you doing?" Yifeng caught Ian's small hand with a confused look on his face. Ian drilled his head out of the comforter, blinking his big, cute eyes, and said somewhat innocently, "Sister Bamboo Ching and Lord Bai Ji do this with Master every time. Doesn't Master like it?" The corner of Yifeng's mouth twitched viciously, pulling Ian out from under the quilt, and said breathlessly, "That's an adult's thing. Children aren't allowed to learn." When Ian was a soul beast, his roots were all over the place, plus there were quite a few blue-silver grasses in the star sect. Ian was almost monitoring the entire star sect. Yifeng hadn't cared much about it, so she could just watch it if she wanted to, but never thought that this one would not only watch, but also want to learn. This is outrageous. Ooh, okay Silver didn't really understand, but he was obedient nonetheless. Alright, hurry up and go to sleep. Disobedient children are not good. Yifeng rubbed Ian's head and told her to hurry up and go to sleep. If Ian didn't sleep, Yifeng felt sure that he wouldn't have to sleep tonight either. Although cultivation can be a substitute for sleep, sleep is about as pleasant as reproduction. Got it, Master? Ian whispered back, and also stopped doing those strange things, but tightly hugged Yifeng's arm, slowly closed her eyes, and a shallow smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Soon he fell into a deep sleep. However, as Ian went to sleep, the clothes on her body, which were made of blue and silver grass, were disintegrating by inches and turning into soul energy. Leaf maple. If Ian was a plain and ordinary little loli, Yifeng would only think that the other party is cute, and would not have too many thoughts. But Ian is obviously in accordance with Zhu Zhuqing's specifications to her own price, reached an abnormal size, and also tightly attached to Yifeng's body. This makes Yifeng very difficult. The next day, the flower shop. Ian eased out of the locker room with some formality. Yifeng's eyes lit up when he saw Ian's appearance at the moment. Ian had changed into a light blue dress at the moment, which had delicate lace edges, embellished with small, sparkling beadwork that swayed gently with the hemline. A pair of needy little short legs wrapped in ultra-thin cool white silk, like white jade that had just been carved, delicate and smooth, adding a touch of extraordinarily pure beauty to her. "Master, does it look good?" Ian playfully came in front of Yifeng, lifting the hem of her skirt and gently turning it around, wanting Yifeng to appreciate it more truly. Her light blue twin ponytails bounced lively with her movements, and her whole person exuded an innocent and rosy aura that made people unable to resist wanting to hold her in their arms and love her. "Well, that's nice." Yifeng nodded with great satisfaction, then came to Ian, slightly bent down, rubbed her head and said, "In the future, don't call out Master outside, call out brother, and if others ask where you came from, you'll just say that you're my cousin." Although shouting Master seemed normal to Ian, if others heard it, Yifeng felt that he would be labeled as a pervert, which was a very serious problem, and Yin's origin had to be disguised just enough as her own cousin. "Okay, brother Yifeng." Silver nodded obediently. She didn't know much about the human condition, but she still had a high IQ, so of course she knew why this was, so she didn't ask much. "Alright, we'll take you to see Zhu Qing later, and in the future you should all get along." Yifeng nodded with a smile. Immediately after that, Yifeng took Ian to other clothes stores, bought dozens of nice clothes that fit Ian, and lingerie and stuff. I bought a lot of everything, and stockings and shoes and stuff. Not only did he buy them for Ian, Yifeng bought some for Zhu Zhuqing, as well as Bai Ji and ZG. Yifeng knew their sizes and bought 1,000 pieces each for each of them. Anyway, Yifeng had a large storage space, so putting it away would be useful sooner or later. After dealing with these things, Yifeng then brought Ian to the training ground, intending to introduce Ian to Zhu Zhuqing to get to know him. As for Ning Rongrong, she had already gone home. 2 days ago she broke through to level 30. However, the matter of the soul rings acquired, Yifeng still stayed out of it, choosing to let Ning Rongrong's parents get it on their own. So Ning Rongrong will be away for a few days. It was also considered an explanation to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. After all, he had forced Ning Rongrong to join the Star sect as a servant. If it takes too long to put back, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect still thinks Ning Rongrong is being used as a slave. Although Yifeng wasn't afraid of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, he wouldn't cross the line and give the other party an explanation. Of course, Yifeng wasn't afraid that Ning Rongrong wouldn't come back. After all, he had promised Ning Rongrong that when the other party came back, he would give the other party a nice word. Yifeng had already given Ning Rongrong an ordinary phrase before, and although it was trashy, it was still a solid boost, and was considered to be a white whoring ability. This kind of thing, only the Star Sect had it, and as long as Ning Rongrong wanted to become stronger, then she would definitely come back. Yifeng, ha, who's this little girl? So cute. Zhu Xuqing was already a bit surprised to see Yifeng, and when she saw such a cute Ayin, she also curiously came over. Her name is Yi Lanin. She is my distant cousin. You can call her Yin. She will be your partner in the future. Yifeng briefly introduced. As for Zhu Xuqing, Yifeng didn't need to be introduced because Ayin had long known of her existence and even knew her preferences very well. Ah, Yifeng, how old is she? Don't we have to send her to the primary Soul Master Academy to train and study for a period of time before it's good? Zhu Xuqing said with some surprise. Zhu Xuqing felt that Ayin was just too small. At most a 10th level Soul Master at most. How could this train with her? Cough cough. Ayin just hasn't developed yet. Her actual age is only a little bit younger than you. Yifeng definitely can't say Ayin's real age. Otherwise there will be a serious generation gap. And Ayin is rather special and has a strong talent. You'll know after a while. Yifeng said and even revealed a mysterious smile. Chapter 98 Yin's Arrangement. Special. What's special? Zhu Xuqing became even more curious. Yin's martial soul is the Blue-Silver Emperor, which is the emperor among the blue-silver grass. But because of special reasons, Yin's current cultivation level is only level 3. Yifeng babbled. What? Level 3? Even if the innate soul power is no matter how low it is, it can't be only level 3, right? Zhu Xuqing was instantly taken aback, because she had bought into the fact that Jin was about the same age as her, and thought Jin was around 11 to 12 years old. It's usually awakened at the age of 6. Even if the talent is no matter how bad it is, there's no way it's only level 3. Ayin was originally a level 31 soul exalted. It's just that Ayin's previous martial soul was actually blue-silver grass, evolving into the blue-silver queen. His soul power was temporarily zeroed out, and his body returned to its old age, becoming young, but he'll be able to cultivate it back soon. Yifeng blurted out a reasonable reason on the spot. After all, Soul Beast transformation was actually a bit similar to him. The speed of physical development was related to soul power. The stronger the soul power, the faster the development, and was not limited by age. Blue-silver grass is the Blue-Silver Emperor, the same as Tang San's martial soul, or is it stronger? Zhu Xuqing asked curiously. Zhu Xuqing has been studying in Shrek for not a short time. Tang San, although his face value is a little lower, but his battle strength is still very strong, especially the blue-silver grass martial soul, which is performed with great skill, is the core of the whole team. Yin's blue-silver emperor martial spirit was an evolved version of blue-silver grass. Wouldn't that be even stronger than Tang San? Of course it's stronger. You'll see later. Yifeng sold a small secret. Yin is Tang San's mom. Beating Tang San is not the same as beating his son. Coupled with the evolution of Yin's bloodline and the assistance of his natural son, the future was certainly strong beyond measure. That's really great. I'll definitely train Jin well. When Zhu Xuqing heard this, she immediately smiled with joy, clearly having great expectations for Yin. With that, Zhu Xuqing squatted down, pinched Yin's somewhat baby-fat face, and smiled. My name is Zhu Xuqing. From now on, you can call me Sister Xuqing from now on. Hello, Sister Jukio. So cute giggle 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 giggle. Yin cried out in a very well-behaved manner, which instantly made Zhu Xuqing's heart blossom, and she barked fiercely at Yin's face. Adorable little Lolita. Definitely unisex. Even Zhu Xuqing, who was often cold-faced, loved it from the bottom of her heart at the moment, and couldn't help but squat down to tease Yin. Alright, in the next few days, Takakio, you'll be leading Yin's training. Yifeng waved his hand and directly entrusted Yin to Zhu Xuqing. After all, in addition to cultivating on a daily basis, he also liked to visit Bai Ji's room. Zhu Xuqing cannot withstand his pressure. Only Bai Ji can, and Bai Ji better understand him. For this kind of thing, it was naturally impossible to bring Yin. As for Yin's cultivation, feeding him some blood every day and sleeping with him at night was basically the same as riding a rocket, and he didn't need to be with him all the time. On the other hand, Yin and Zhu Xuqing were both girls, and Yin was still slightly retarded when it came to gender, so she had to let Zhu Xuqing educate her properly. Lord, Yifeng brother, are you going to leave Yin behind? When Yin saw that Yifeng was going to leave, he was so anxious on the spot that he almost said something. She hastily tugged on Yifeng's coat corner, tears instantly flashing in her bright big eyes, as if she was going to cry out in the next second. Looking pitiful. It's not. I just have other things, so I'll let you train with Bamboo Ching during the day, and I'll pick you up at night. Yin be good and obedient. Yifeng hurriedly squatted down and rubbed Yin's head, softly explaining, he just can't conveniently carry Yin all the time. How come it looks like he's going to sell him off? Good. Then brother Yifeng must keep his word. Yin sniffed, and then she was relieved, but she was still a bit reluctant, when she was still in her plant soul beast form. Although she wasn't with Yifeng every day, her gaze was on him all the time. As long as Yifeng was in the middle of Canopy City, she could see him and felt happy. And now that she didn't have this ability after transforming into a human, the thought of not being able to see Yifeng for the next period of time made her inexplicably feel a little panicky. Don't worry about it, I'll be sure to pick you up tonight. Yifeng stood up, looked at Zhu Zhuqing, and instructed, Shu Qing, Yin is in your hands. After Yin's martial soul evolved, he lost quite a lot of his memories. He is like a small child. There are a lot of things in life that you need to pay attention to. Don't worry, I will. Shu Zhuqing nodded her head very seriously, knowing that this was the task Yifeng had given her. She definitely had to fulfill it properly. She could not let Yifeng down. Moreover, Yin was also her teammate in the future. She would definitely teach Yin well. She also saw that Yin seemed to be very dependent on Yifeng, but Yifeng was so busy that he didn't have time to teach Yin, and as Yifeng's woman, she was also obligated to share the pressure for Yifeng. Well, that's good. I'll reward you after a while. Yifeng gently wrapped Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist, kissed her on her red lips and whispered, well, don't make a fuss. Yin is still watching. Don't bring bad little children. Shu Zhuqing hastily took a step back, red-faced and pouted. Although she said that, she was still looking forward to it. After all, she hadn't made out with Yifeng for several days, and her heart was stupidly excited. It's just that she couldn't take the initiative to go to Yifeng, because as long as she took the initiative, then Yifeng would be very excited, and it would be a few hours at a time, so she really couldn't carry it. Yifeng, this guy, does not know how to sympathize with her physical strength, at all. Brother, I want a kiss too. When Yin saw this scene, he immediately raised his head and looked at Yifeng with bated breath. Well. Yifeng squatted down and favored Yin with a bite on her fleshy cheeks, which satisfied Yin. Shu Zhuqing naturally felt nothing when he saw this. After all, Yin was so young and still Yifeng's cousin. How could she be jealous? After getting Silver settled, he planned to go find Bridget. It wasn't that Yifeng couldn't endure it for a day. Rather, it was because Baiji's martial soul was about to evolve. After many days of exchanges, Baiji's martial soul finally showed signs of evolution. Therefore, Yifeng planned to ride on his success and strive to make Baiji's martial soul evolve within this month. Because Yin had absorbed his blood, his martial soul had not only changed, it had mutated. And Bridget just went deep with him and didn't draw blood. So there was a high probability that Baiji's martial soul wouldn't mutate and would only evolve towards a more advanced bloodline. Although Baiji was the matriarch of the Emerald Swan clan, she was still just an Emerald Swan, and Yifeng was actually curious as to what Baiji would become after she evolved. Well, it's definitely prettier. Chapter 99, Strengthening the Kidneys in the Body, Red. Yifeng returned to the courtyard from the training ground. The first time he noticed the two scents in the middle of the courtyard. One scent was naturally that of Bridget's, while the other scent was, surprisingly, that of Ziggy. Yifeng stood outside the courtyard, and from time to time, a sound like a silver bell like delicate laughter came from inside. Ziggy's back? Yifeng's heart moved slightly and he directly pushed the door in. In the center of the courtyard, Baiji and Ziggy sat opposite each other. Bridget was still in a beautiful green tight dress, and her stockings were changed to white silk, which was still Yifeng's favorite. Ziggy, on the other hand, had changed into a tight purple cheongsam with a high split right up to her waist, which rhymed, and there didn't seem to be any sign of chaps. Above the snow-white slender thighs is wrapped with a pair of lace-edged black silk knee socks, only a section of snow-white absolute field exposed outside, firmly attracting Yifeng's gaze. Ziggy's sister, you're back. When Yifeng saw Ziggy, he also quickly walked over, leaned down and hugged Ziggy's neck and gave her a kiss on her cheek. Giggle, haven't seen you for more than a month. The young lord has grown up quite a bit again. Ziggy smiled as she returned a fragrant kiss. With that, he backhanded Yifeng and pulled him over, pinned him in his arms, and sucked on him fiercely for a few mouthfuls. Although the human world was wonderful, Ziggy still preferred the smell of Yifeng's body. Humph, young lord, you've grown in skill. Since you did that kind of thing with Baiji, you really aren't afraid that the lord will find out? Ziggy seemed to have thought of something and hummed twice, her tone filled with grudges. She traveled to the human world, partly because she was a bit interested in its culture. On the other hand, she was afraid that if she did that with Yifeng every day, she was afraid that she really couldn't help it. After all, she was also a dragon. Yifeng's attraction to her was stronger than Baiji. After all, it can be tolerated. She's not so good at it, but never thought that Bridget would get there first. Ziggy's sister, you know all about it. Yifeng immediately smiled awkwardly, with a sense of weakness of being caught in adultery. Giggle, well, you guys chat, the clan still has things for me to deal with, so I'll go first. Seeing this, Bai Ji also covered her mouth and laughed lightly, intending to leave time for ZG and Yifeng. She had occupied Yifeng for so long, so she definitely had to give ZG some time. Sister Bridget. Yifeng opened his mouth to speak. He had originally come to find Bai Ji, wanting to help Bai Ji complete her bloodline evolution as soon as possible, but he didn't expect ZG to return. Young lord, Bai Ji is occupying so much of your time. Can't you spend some time with people? When ZG saw this scene, she immediately revealed a look of resignation. At the same time, she even put her chin against Yifeng's shoulder and pressed her hot face against Yifeng's ear, exhaling her breath as if it were orchids. Full of charm, ZG could clearly feel the changes in Bai Ji's bloodline. Obviously, this was the benefit of exchanging with Yifeng, which made her envious. As a dragon, she would definitely gain more benefits if she could be like Bai Ji. At their level, the desire to become stronger was even stronger than reproduction. If Yifeng didn't come back, she was planning to attack Yifeng's bedchamber at night tonight. Sister Ziggy, I didn't mean that. Yifeng hurriedly waved his hand, trying to explain. Giggle, I knew young lord still loves me. ZG didn't give Yifeng a chance to speak at all and directly pasted up. Well, Yifeng blinked, somewhat confused. It feels like this scene is deja vu all over again. Before he could react, he was rushed into the room with Ziggy in his arms. 3 days passed in a flash. Bai Ji was like a gentle big sister to Yifeng, and ZG is like a crazy big sister to Yifeng. Although ZG's physique was nowhere near as good as Guyuna's, as a dragon, her physique was still a drop stronger than Yifeng's. So when the fight started, Yifeng was slightly inferior. At first he had the upper hand, but later he was in the lower position when he ran out of strength. Give the dual channel directly. What a good old-fashioned sister. This was something Yifeng hadn't experienced. How is it? Sister is treating you well, right? Bai Ji definitely won't let you do that. While ZG came over, her hands were pestled with her chin, and she just looked at Yifeng with a smile on her face, a look of contentment on her face. Shiki-san is so nice. Yifeng nodded in agreement. Yifeng had to admit that the dragon race was really good at playing. Both Bridget and Guzuna are considered conservative. ZG is worthy of being a magic dragon, but also a great witch. Everything is open, so that he has a new experience. Coupled with ZG's put-upon personality, the emotional value provided to Yifeng was pulled straight through. If not for his body not allowing it, Yifeng felt like he could still fight again. Gonna have to get a reinforcement of that aspect of the word next time. It's good to know. In the future, you have to be nicer to your sister. The evolution of your sister's bloodline depends on you. Young Lord ZG smiled with a beaming smile and took Yifeng's head into her arms, gently ravishing it. Unsurprisingly, after 2 days of exchange, the evolution of her bloodline skyrocketed by a large margin. On one hand, it was because the two of them exchanged close communication, and on the other hand, it was because of the hegemony and power of Yifeng's bloodline. It's just that Yifeng's physique is a bit weak. She has to take it easy, but she can't break Yifeng, or she'll really be finished. Yifeng nodded, inexplicably tired. Seeing Yifeng's appearance, ZG was also a little heartbroken and leaned over to give Yifeng a kiss on the cheek before she laughed chirpily and said, all right, young master, you have a good rest. I'm going to go and find Bai Ji to boil some tonic for you together. After saying that, ZG was rolling out of bed and leaving the room. Yifeng saw ZG leave, and then in his mind, he silently read the system and directly guaranteed to open the 10 consecutive draws. Although his current physique was already very strong compared to ordinary people, it was still far worse than a ferocious beast. Soon, 10 words surfaced in front of Yifeng's eyes. Strong kidneys and body. Red, you have a very strong body and energy. Charisma plus 50. Crafty tongue. Green, your tongue is very flexible. Foot control. White, you have an extraordinarily good feeling about jade feet. Night vision. White plus 50% night vision. Minus 20% day vision. Good luck. Yifeng's heart was delighted when he saw these words. Although I didn't draw a gold word, the red words in this area seem to be good. A bit of a strange phrase this time though. Artful tongue, this phrase. Yifeng felt that it was still quite suitable for him. He already had crafty before, and Bridget was satisfied with that. Now add another one. Bridget should like it quite a bit. There is also foot control. This Yifeng definitely won't want it. He loves Giorgio and stockings though. But before you taste it, you have to see the face of the chef. Only if the chef looks good, the food will taste good. If you are equipped with this phrase, it is impossible to say that you will not become a picky eater and eat anything jade feet. That would be the end of the other words were also average, and Yifeng gave up on all of them. And as Yifeng equipped the strong kidney health, red, his entire just felt an instant lightness throughout his body. No more pain or soreness in the loins, and the mind cleared. The whole feeling was instantly energized, comfortable. Yi Feng stretched hard and felt refreshed. However, Yi Feng was still very self-aware. It's not possible to challenge Ziggy right now without thinking about it. Otherwise there would be only one result, more excitement for Ziggy. After all, ZG hadn't exerted her full strength before. If Yi Feng thinks that having a small red word can defeat a magic dragon, it would be too naive. Chapter 100 Emerald Swan Emperor, Ruling Holy Sword. Half a month later, in the middle of Bridget's room, a greenish glow and a silvery white glow met. On top of the soft king-sized bed, Yi Feng and Bai Ji hugged each other tightly. An emerald swan's silhouette emerged behind Bridget, and behind Yi Feng, the silhouette of a young star dragon that had not yet fully developed emerged. The young dragon wrapped around the swan's silhouette, and the light on both of them blossomed. The emerald swan's light growing more and more magnificent. The emerald swan spread its wings, each of its feathers swirling with a greenish-blue glow. The white swan neck was raised high, and the originally slender swan neck unexpectedly surfaced with dragon scale-like golden lines. The tail feathers spread out and 7 glazed plumes grew from the end, each engraved with ancient life runes. The most obvious change, or the original emerald swan's turquoise eye pupils, more than 1 golden lines. The whole swan's breath became more and more noble and divine. The soft aura of life instantly swept across the room, but it was warded off from emanating by a dark red curtain of light outside. Outside the room, ZG cast a secret method to shield the aura of this place. At the same time, there was a strong sense of envy in her eyes. I can't believe that Bridget evolved so quickly. So envious. She had worked so hard to seduce Yi Feng, but Yi Feng had even chosen Bai Ji and slept with her every night. In just half a month, Bai Ji's bloodline had successfully undergone a metamorphosis. Bai Ji's bloodline was already very strong, and she would have no problem surviving 4 or 5 heavenly tribulations, and would be able to cultivate until at least 400, 000 to 500, 000 years. And now, after Yi Feng's reinforcement, Bai Ji couldn't say that she would be able to carry through the great calamity of 700, 000 to 800, 000 years. 1 hour later, the silhouette behind Bai Ji was finally completely set. The emerald swan silhouette behind her became more and more gorgeous and solid at this moment, and her vitality was also unknown how many times thicker. Obviously this wave of evolution had brought great benefits to Bai Ji. Sister Bridget, did it work? Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes and asked curiously. Young lord, thank you. Because of the influence of your bloodline, my emerald swan evolved into the Emerald Swan Emperor and became a royal bloodline, with all of its attributes being drastically increased. Bai Ji hugged Yi Feng tightly, her eyes full of surprise. That's good. The evolved sister Bai Ji seems to have become even more beautiful as well. Yi Feng looked straight at Bai Ji and realized that Bai Ji's figure did seem to have become more and more perfect, and not to be outdone by the healing. All the milk has increased significantly. Young master, how do you focus on such strange focus? Bai Ji gave Yi Feng a good-looking blank stare, her face most scarlet. Still, he continued, the most obvious change is that my healing ability has become stronger. My domain has evolved from the original healing domain to the Emerald Divine Domain, which can instantly restore all injuries to those injured within the domain, even if they are already dead. As long as the time of death does not exceed 1 day and their soul has not dissipated, then they can be instantly revived. So fierce. This is simply a divine skill. Yi Feng stared with wide eyes, obviously not expecting that Bai Ji was so strong after evolving. It's still thanks to young lord. Bai Ji gently leaned down and pushed Yi Feng down. Her charming eyes were like silk. Her love for Yi Feng had almost reached the extreme. Young lord, after my bloodline has evolved now, I've been able to manage to forcibly suppress my origins and take shape to recuperate. And if young lord is willing to do so, Bai Ji is willing to give birth to a child for you. Bai Ji was telling the truth. She really wanted to give Yi Feng a child. As long as Yi Feng was willing, she would not hesitate to give up these more than 200, 000 years of cultivation, recultivate into an adult, and marry Yi Feng. Cough cough cough. No. I still like the way sister Bai Ji looks now. Yi Feng was almost choked and quickly waved his hand. Although Bai Ji transformed into her form, she could add a powerful super nurse to his team, and could even be said to be the world's #1 healing lineage. But Bai Ji is not Een, and cannot enjoy the enhancement of the children of nature. After transforming into a small lowly, at least a few years to grow up. With Yi Feng's current growth rate, a few years was too long. Still good to have Bridget now and whenever you want. Aha, it's all at the young lord's discretion. Bai Ji's voice was soft, and her red lips were even directly pasted over towards Yi Feng. Just as the two were about to do it again, there was a sudden knock on the door from outside, along with Ziggy's voice. Dum. Hey, are you guys done yet? Bai Ji, you don't go too far. Can you sympathize with the young master's body? After ZG finished speaking, she didn't wait to see what happened inside and directly pushed the door in. When she came to the next bedroom, Ziggy saw the two men on the bed. "Ziggy, what are you doing? We agreed that the major would pay me back tonight." Bai Ji held Yifeng tightly in her arms and slightly glared at Zg, obviously a little angry. "Your bloodline has already successfully evolved, and you're still hogging the young lord. It's too much." Zg crossed her arms, obviously very unconvinced. Bai Ji had a head start. Plus, after dominating Yifeng for so long, her bloodline had evolved. She wanted to evolve because she came late. Plus, her bloodline was already very strong, and it would take a long time. So of course she wanted to occupy Yifeng for a bit longer. "Young master helped me evolve my bloodline. Can't I reward young master?" Bai Ji argued with reason. "Humph, so can I. Together then, together is together." Cluck cluck cluck. Bai Ji took the initiative to move her butt and sat directly on Yifeng's face, freeing up a spot for Zg. Ziggy had no problem climbing right up, either. Leaf Maple. Half a month later, Heavenly Dipper City, Crown Prince Palace, backyard. Xue Qinghe was alone, slowly waving the long sword in his hand in the courtyard. It seemed slow, but with each swing, an invisible sword aura erupted, leaving a shallow sword mark on the surrounding walls. If you look closely, you can see that the frosted material on the wall in the middle of Qianrenshue's backyard is not decorative, but is composed of countless sword marks. Ever since taking the elixir given by Yifeng, he felt that his comprehension of the sword Dao had reached an extremely high level. In the recent period of time, he had collected various sword dictionaries and sword techniques from the folk to practice. Those sword techniques that were extremely difficult to practice even for martial arts experts, he could immediately learn them just by glancing at them, and he could reach the grand achievement realm in an hour. He incorporated these sword techniques into his martial soul and created his own soul skill called Ruling Sacred Sword. Angels were already the main explosions, and the way of the sword was even the main killing, with both sides stacked on top of each other. That power was absolutely unimaginable. However, the various folk sword techniques were ultimately unimpressive. The power of the ruling holy sword's outburst was only 3 times the power of her strongest sword move. He had originally thought of finding an opportunity to consult that sword Doluwa of the 7 treasures glazed sect and learn some sword arts from him. Unfortunately, he had learned from Ningfengji that sword Doluwa was in seclusion for as little as a year or as much as several years. It made him feel bad. It would have been better if he had gotten Yifeng's pills earlier and asked for advice before sword Doluwa closed his doors. "Your Highness is a good swordsman." Just then, a light laughter suddenly came from behind Xue Qinghe. Chapter 101, The Killing Capital. Chiren's Pier. Who? Xue Qinghe instantly sweated, and although he did not turn around, the long sword in his hand was already chopping out in the direction the voice came from. Whoosh! The terrifying sword she instantly tore through the air, ruthlessly and furiously chopping down in the direction where the voice came from. Sword cultivators were notorious for their fast hands. Even if she was a soul saint, releasing her martial soul and soul techniques would require a half-breath delay. While swinging the sword, it did not require any hesitation, and in a split second, it could erupt into an all-out strike that exceeded that of an ordinary soul saint. When they met under the same realm, if Xue Qinghe had a sword in his hand, he was confident that he would behead the other party before they released their martial souls. Unfortunately, the imagined screams did not come. Xue Qinghe turned his head, and his afterimage only saw his own chopping attack being blocked by a palm-sized scale-like shield, which then exploded with a bang. How? Xue Qinghe's heart shook wildly. Just as she wanted to release her martial soul, she finally saw the appearance of the visitor. It was Yifeng. "Your Highness, haven't seen you for many days. How are you?" Yifeng carried his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. "Yifeng, how did you appear here? How did you escape the heavy defenses of the palace?" When Xue Qinghe saw Yifeng, he was immediately shocked. This was the depths of the palace, the most heavily guarded place in the entire palace. Even a sealed Doluwa would find it hard to sneak in silently. Yifeng had actually just waltzed in, and he didn't even notice until the other guy appeared behind him. If Yifeng had other thoughts about him, with Yifeng's strength, he would be absolutely defenseless. Not only that, that strike she had just made seemed simple, but it was also comparable to the full force of an ordinary soul saint's strike. Yifeng unexpectedly blocked it so easily. It seems that Yifeng's strength, more powerful than last time. It's just one of my soul skill abilities. No need to be surprised. Yifeng waved his hand and said, "Is that the problem? This is my chambers, eh? It's too rude of you to barge in. What if I'm taking a bath?" Xue Qinghe said with some exasperation. "It's not like I haven't seen it before." Yifeng skimmed his lips, and with one sentence, he directly dry-broke Xue Qinghe's defense. "Yifeng, you asshole. I'll shark you." Xue Qinghe red warmed on the spot and raised her sword to slash at Yifeng. Bang bang bang. A few moments later, "You're shameless. If you have the ability to let go of me, let's go to the wilderness to fight to the death." Qianrenshui was held down by Yifeng on the wall, and one of her faces was squeezed into a somewhat deformed state. He was even beaten back by Yifeng and changed back to his original form of Qianrenshui. Logically speaking, Qian Renshui would never lose so quickly with the addition of the great sword body. Only, this was in the palace. Yi Feng could strike out with impunity, but Qian Renshui couldn't, and even she didn't dare to release her martial soul. Qian Renshui, who didn't have a martial soul, was of course hung up and beaten by Yi Feng. Going to the wilderness, you are also not my opponent. Yi Feng was a bit speechless, but he didn't continue to do excessive things, casually releasing Qian Renshui. Recently I've had full progress. It's still not clear who's going to lose and who's going to win. Qian Renshui grunted, obviously very unconvinced. Last time, it was because she was careless and didn't know Yi Feng's strength, and the soul fighting arena was also too small for her to let go at all. If she were to do it again, she would never lose as badly as she did last time, even if she couldn't beat it. Well, this time I came to talk to you about business. Yi Feng waved his hand and sat himself on the chair next to him, making himself a cup of tea and sipping it. Although he couldn't taste tea, the tea from the palace was certainly superb. Qian Renshui saw this scene and froze. That cup was the one I drank from. Qian Renshui opened her mouth and mumbled, "Wow, no wonder it tastes so good." When Yi Feng heard this, he was also slightly stunned, and then he began to reminisce. "You pervert, give it back." Qian Renshui really couldn't endure Yi Feng's cheekiness, and snatched the teacup in Yi Feng's hand. The whole person was a bit furious, and even more furious, glaring at Yi Feng. "You guy, besides bullying me, what other business is there?" She really couldn't do anything about Yi Feng. Her handle in the hands of Yi Feng, and also cannot beat him, can only be forced to let the other side to take. Every time she met Yi Feng, she was the one being bullied. It was simply too suffocating. Yi Feng didn't bother to fight with Qian Renshui. Instead, he directly opened the door and said, "I came over today because I want to invite you to a place. You should have heard of the killing capital, right?" That's right. The real purpose of Yi Feng's visit this time was that he wanted to go to the killing capital with Qian Renshui to have fun. The killing capital. Isn't that the place where the martial spirit hall holds the most evil prisoners? What are you doing there? Qian Renshui sniffed and frowned slightly. In her memories, the killing capital that was the most evil place. Every month, the Palace of Martial Souls would send those criminals who had committed the most heinous crimes to the killing capital, so that they could kill each other and endure the most extreme torture. It was natural that she had never been to such an evil place. Moreover, the killing capital could only be entered but not exited. What was Yi Feng doing there? Wow. It seems that your understanding of the killing capital is still too one-sided. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows slightly surprised, not realizing that Qian Renshui knew so little about the killing capital. But think about it. The killing capital is supposed to have had cooperation between the two sides after Bibidan came to power. Angels and the evil of the killing fields are supposed to be opposites. Qian Renshui's lineage inherited the purest angelic bloodline, and it was impossible to cooperate with the killing capital. It was normal for Qiren to not know the inside story. What do you mean? Does the killing capital have other secrets? Qian Renshui is not a little cute either, and at this moment, she also sensed that something was wrong. The killing capital, it seemed, had secrets she didn't know about. The killing capital is actually one of the tests of the god of destruction, similar to the test of your thousand families angel god. If you pass the examination of the killing capital, you will have a chance to gain the favor of the god of destruction, and if you can obtain the holy sword of destruction, then there is a great probability that you will become the inheritor of the god of destruction, and inherit the divine position of destruction. Yi Feng slowly opened his mouth and spoke a secret story that Qian Renshui had never heard of before. The god of destruction's test. The god of destruction. Isn't that one of the 5 supreme gods in the legend? Qian Renshui's beautiful eyes widened as shocking waves rippled in her heart. Ancient texts recorded that the god of destruction was an existence that was countless times more powerful than even the angelic god. The killing capital, surprisingly, is the place where the god of destruction is tested. This kind of secret information, I'm afraid it's unlikely that her grandfather is even clear about it. How did Yi Feng know about it? Star sect. What is the origin? While Qian Renshui was horrified in her heart, she was also more curious about Yi Feng and the origin of the star sect. P.S. Bridget's cultivation. Chapter 102, Plotting to Kill the God's Domain. Exactly. Yi Feng nodded and said, as long as you are able to pass the examination, not to mention whether you can obtain the favor of the god of destruction, the biggest benefit is that you can obtain a domain, that is, the god of killing domain, for which you should not be unfamiliar with, right? God killing domain? Isn't that Bibidan's realm? She's been to the killing capital. Qian Renshui's heart was once again shaken. Apparently, that's what she didn't know. Although she had never seen it, she had heard her grandfather say that Bibidan possessed a god-killer domain that was no less than the angel domain. I had thought that this was a domain brought about by Bibidan's 100,000-year-old soul skill, but I didn't expect that it would be obtained from the middle of the killing capital. That's right, I'm inviting you this time because I want to try out for the killing capital. If you can pass, you should be able to obtain an extra domain. Yifeng followed the lull. Right now, Yifeng still had 95% of his seals. Under normal circumstances, a month of him cultivating hard should be able to unseal about 1%, but it could be due to overindulgence. It could also be because of other reasons. Normal cultivation to unseal the blood vein is getting slower and slower. It must take at least 2 or 3 months to reach 90%, so it needs external stimulation. The killing fields are a great place to exercise. However, one person was ultimately too boring, and Xu Zhuqing hadn't grown up yet, so only Qian Renshui was the most suitable. Kill the gods field? When Qian Renshui heard this, her beautiful eyes also lit up slightly, clearly somewhat moved. The power of the domains was most clear to her. If she could get 2 domains, wouldn't she just take off? However, she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly frowned and asked, but I already have a domain. My angelic domain is still of the divine attribute. Won't it clash with the destructive attributes killing god domain? Don't worry about that. It certainly won't create a conflict, Yifeng said in relief. Of course, if you have the ability, you can fuse the 2 domains. That would be even more powerful. Tang San's life attribute blue-silver domain wouldn't even clash with the destruction attribute killing god domain. Shiren's angelic realm certainly won't either. Also, domains can be fused. It's just that Qian Renshui's angelic domain might not be quite a match for the slaying god's domain, and the 2 are 50-50. However, Yifeng feels that his star field will be even stronger, and I wonder if his star field will be able to devour and fuse with the god killer field after obtaining the god killer field. Of course, no matter what the outcome was, he was the biggest beneficiary, and could definitely strengthen hard. A wave took off. Good, so when do we leave? Qian Renshui sniffed, completely put down her heart, and was more than a little eager to try. It was obvious that she was also very covetous of the god-slaying domain. It's ready to go now. As Yifeng's words fell, he reached out and wrapped his hand around Qian Renshui's slender waist, and the whole thing was stuck on top of her back. Soul Taker, what are you doing? I just said adventure together. Didn't say I'd sell my body to you. Qian Renshui's body was tense and tense. However, she didn't dare to struggle against it, for fear that Yifeng would catch the opportunity to give her a fat beating. She had seen Yifeng's power. It was ridiculously strong, comparable to a humanoid soul beast, invincible in close combat. She was not a match at all. Didn't you want to know how I suddenly appeared here before? I will tell you now. This is my soul skill, capable of traveling through space, and also capable of taking people with me. This process is very dangerous, so you'd better not move around, lest you be torn apart by the power of space, Yifeng said, and the force in his hand tightened a bit more. You let go of me. I don't want to know. Qian Renshui was on the verge of crying out. She didn't dare to resist in the first place, and now that she heard that it was so dangerous, she dared not move even more. Through space, her 99th grade grandpa wouldn't dare play like that. How many levels is Yifeng? And it's still ing shuttling with people. Isn't that looking for death? Qian Renshui at this moment even began to suspect that Yifeng is not to have any opinion about her. Want to use this to get her dead. Yifeng, however, ignored it and instead directly turned on Voidwalker. Yifeng's body and Qian Renshui's body instantly vaporized, and then as Yifeng took a step, the two of them disappeared in an instant. Of course, Yifeng's hand is still holding Qian Renshui tightly, lest Qian Renshui move around. Half a day later, in the northern part of the Tiando Empire, Moto City, in a secluded tavern, Qian Renshui clutched a large cake in her hands and took small bites. I said, chew chew chew, you don't even know where the killing capital is. Chew chew, and you dragged me here. Chew chew chew, isn't this bullying? Qian Renshui said, looking at Yifeng with a drop of dissatisfaction in her gaze. At this moment, Qian Renshui was wearing a snow-white mink coat. It's a long way from the far north, but the climate is still very harsh in the winter. Although soul masters were not afraid of the cold, they would also feel the cold, and if they had clothes, they would definitely need to wear more warmth, and it would definitely be best if they could not freeze. What's the hurry? When you enter the killing capital, do you have to make some preparations as well? Yifeng took a sip of the hot wine and let out a slight sigh of relief, looking like he was enjoying himself. Ready? You mean this? Qian Renshui pointed to a large sword next to him, growing more and more speechless. Her soul skill Angel Holy Sword was both a skill and a weapon. Although it was only a 1,000-year-old soul skill, it was a perfect match for her, and it was many times better than the groundbreaking broken sword that these few gold coins had bought. You still know too little about the killing capital. Yifeng gently shook his head and said, you probably don't know that you can't use soul skills in the killing capital. Your angel would be fine if it came with its own weapon, but this weapon of yours is a soul skill, so it won't be of much use. Yifeng remembered that Qian Renshui only obtained the Angel Holy Sword and Angel Holy Armor given by the Soul Bone set after obtaining the Soul Bone set, and before that, Qian Rinshui's weapons had been transformed into soul techniques. When the time comes to enter the killing capital without a weapon, won't Qian Rinshui be confused on the spot? What? Killing capital can also seal a soul master's soul skill. Qian Rinshui was shocked at his words. Obviously. Again, this is something she doesn't know. This is at least the god of destruction's trial. Do you think you're playing house? Yifeng cast a sidelong glance at Qian Rinshui and said, I don't know, and you didn't say it. Earlier, Qian Rinshui gently spat out her tongue, obviously very embarrassed. However, this scene was inexplicably somewhat cute in Yifeng's eyes. After all, the angelic martial soul already had a boost to face value, and Qian Rinshui's current appearance looked to be around 18 or 19 years old, which was considered to be the peak of face value, and was still beautiful. Growing up a bit more, all that adds up is gravitas. The shift towards young woman. Chapter 103, Small Town Tavern, Bloody Mary. Actually, Qian Rinshui was right. Yifeng didn't even know where the killing capital was. Yifeng only knew that the killing capital was located in the northern part of the Tiando Empire. However, Yifeng had the Sun of Nature, which had a probing range of over 100 kilometers. Just now, he had learned the location of the killing capital, just about 80 kilometers northwest of Moto City. The only thing in the killing capital that Yifeng was afraid of was the king of killers. That is, Tang Chen, who was controlled by the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. This was because the appearance of every god of killing would cause the killing capital to suffer heavy losses, and might even subvert the killing capital. The successive hopefuls who would become killing gods were either recruited by the king of killers to become enforcers, or they were destroyed by them. Although the king of killers wouldn't directly lay hands on the participants due to the rules, he could lay his hands on them and force them to go against the rules so that he would have a justifiable reason to strike. Although Yifeng wasn't very afraid, he would definitely be disgusted, and it wasn't good to resist. Yifeng's strength could have cleared the killing capital a long time ago, but he hadn't been there to be on the safe side. It was only after obtaining the talent, Voidwalker, that Yifeng dared to venture to the killing capital. With the Voidwalker, then he could simply ignore the rules of the killing capital and come and go as he pleased, greatly increasing his safety. Even if he brought Qian Rinshui along with him, Yifeng was sure that he could keep her alive. Why are you still gawking? Now that you're ready, let's go now. I don't really like it here. Qian Rinshui scowled and said. She was used to staying in a four-season environment like the palace, and she really didn't like this cold climate in the north. Although she wasn't much afraid of the cold, she was still inexplicably uncomfortable. It was probably because she didn't want to stay with Yifeng for too long, especially overnight. If she stayed here for the night, she very much doubted that this guy Yifeng would find an excuse to attack her room at night. Ha ha, let's go. Yifeng laughed, then dashed to Qian Rinshui's side and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. I seriously doubt that you're intentionally eating my tofu. Qian Rinshui reddened her face, her eyes ghostly. Then you do it yourself. Remember to hold on tight. The range I can control is very small. I don't care if in the middle of the process you get ripped off by the power of space and lose your arms, legs and butt. Yifeng said that he let go of his hand and slowly entered the Voidwalker state. Don't! Qian Rinshui's face changed drastically as she felt the constantly pressing space around her. She no longer cared about any image, and her whole body directly jumped onto Yifeng, hugging Yifeng's neck hard. She naturally knew the danger of the power of space, which even a sealed Doluwa could not defend against. If she did get rubbed, something really bad would happen. You're going to strangle me. Relax. Yifeng felt his neck inexplicably strangled a bit, and gently patted Qian Rinshui's butt, signaling her to loosen up a bit. It's not all your fault. Qian Rinshui blushed slightly as she felt the burning breath coming from her ears. Her hands slightly loosened some, but she still hugged her tightly, afraid that Yifeng would drop her halfway. Okay. Yifeng shrugged his nose, smelling the fresh fragrance at the tip of his nose, took a step and instantly disappeared. A flash of light. Yifeng and Qian Rinshui then arrived at a clearing. Well, here it is. Yifeng patted Qian Rinshui, signaling that she could let go. Being strangled so tightly, Yifeng didn't feel too good either. That fast? Qian Rinshui reflexively scrunched her butt, as if she had gotten used to it. After reacting, she hastily slid off of Yifeng. What came into view, on the other hand, was a small town that didn't look like much. The town as a whole became gray tones, and although it was now broad daylight, the entire town was inexplicably quiet, and it seemed to be a bit eerie. Is this the killing capital? It really is an evil place. Qian Rinshui looked at the town in front of her and frowned slightly. Her angels are divine attributes, and all kinds of filth and evil feelings are extremely evident. Even she had an urge to just completely overthrow this town. Well, go inside and take a look, Yifeng said, and entered the town straight away. The whole person walking idly, looking very cozy, and didn't seem to be affected by this weird atmosphere of the town at all. Wait for me. Qian Rinshui hurriedly chased after him, closely following Yifeng. If it were normal, she certainly wouldn't be so scared. However, Yifeng said that this was the trial place of the god of cultivation, and since it involved a legendary deity, of course she didn't dare to mess around. If one accidentally violated the rules left behind by the other party, hell knows if one would die on the spot. That was one of the legendary 5 supreme gods. Even if she had inherited the divine position of the angel god, she was still far from being able to fight against the other side. This asshole, leaving me alone after bringing me to such a dangerous place is too much. Better offend the rules of the god of Shura and let the god of Shura teach you a good lesson. Qian Renshui followed while whispering in her mind and drawing circles to curse Yifeng. What for? Yifeng felt some inexplicable chills behind his back and jerked to a stop. Qian Renshui had been following closely behind Yifeng, and at this moment, when Yifeng suddenly stopped, Qian Renshui naturally crashed headlong into Yifeng's back. Why did you stop? It hurts. Qian Renshui covered her head. She just felt like she had hit a steel plate. There were no injuries, but the impact of being caught off guard was a real pain in the ass. Just now I forgot to say, this is the land of sin. Everyone deserves to die, including us. Other people can kill us. We can also kill recklessly and release the killing thoughts in our hearts, but we must not get lost in it. Yifeng seriously cautioned. He was extremely resistant to all kinds of negative states, and as long as he stabilized his mind, he would not be affected. Not so for Chirin. After all, this place not only had the killing will of the Shura god, but also the crazy will of the Rakshasa god. The killing capital is the result of the fusion of the two. The god of Shura didn't mean any harm, but the Rakshasa god's intention could easily drive people into madness. It would be a shame if Qian Rinxue were to accidentally fall for it. Humph. I'm not a child. Where do I need you to remind me? Qian Rinxue gave a petulant humph, feeling that Yifeng was lecturing her, and instantly felt some dissatisfaction in her heart. In terms of age, she was definitely older than Yifeng, and now it is Yifeng who is educating her. Isn't this the reverse of the Big Dipper? It's good to know, but the main thing is that strength is the honor. As long as you have strength, you can do whatever you want. Yifeng dropped a sentence and continued to move forward. Qian Renxue bristled, but still quickly followed. Soon, the duo arrived at a tavern nestled in the middle of the town. The tavern's decor was on the darker side, absorbing most of the light and making the tavern inexplicably a bit dim. It was daytime outside, but there was a sense that it was nighttime in the middle of the tavern. P.S. The killing capital is the 9th examination of the Shura god. The previous hand error to right the wrong has been revised. Chapter 104 Bloody Mary, Night of the Enforcer. Because the duo did not change their appearance. In particular, Qian Renxue, who was wearing a beautiful long dress, instantly attracted the gazes of all the men in the tavern. Yo, what a pretty beauty. This is not the place for you to be. Come to brother's arms. I didn't expect to get so lucky today. Suck it up. A flirtatious voice came out, with all sorts of obscenities in it. Qian Renxue was already somewhat disgusted by this kind of place, and the anger in her heart was completely exploding at this moment. Get out! Qian Renxue let out a stern cry and directly released her martial soul and soul ring. 7 soul rings rose up under his feet, and a terrifying pressure impacted the surroundings, instantly causing the faces of those flirting around him to change wildly. Soul Saint, crazy, grass, bad luck. This looks soft and weak, but I didn't expect it to be a tough one. So what if it's a soul saint? There are so many of us. Brother, if you want to find death, go yourself. Don't bring us along. The surrounding drinkers backed away. People here are crazy but not. The strongest among them was only a soul sect. If Qian Renxue was only a soul king, they would definitely rush out without hesitation and tear the other party apart. But Qian Renxue is a soul saint. What the hell are you doing up there? Oh, you two should be here for that place. I'll give you two Bloody Marys. Just drink it and you'll qualify. At this time, a lewd-looking middle-aged fat man walked over and handed Yifeng and Qian Renxue 2 dark red drinks. What is it? Qian Renxue subconsciously took a step back and pinched her nose all of a sudden. The drink in front of her had a strong fishy odor that made her stomach lurch and she almost didn't throw up. She could tolerate the pain, but not the disgust. Oh, since you two have come here, you should know the rules here. The middle-aged fat man glanced at the duo with some surprise and said indifferently, this is a Bloody Mary. Only by drinking it will you be qualified to enter that place. Qian Renxue gritted her teeth and finally held back her nausea, wanting to reach out and pick it up, because she knew that this was a test. She didn't want Yifeng to look down on her or be ridiculed by him. It was just a little bit more disgusting. She could put up with it. However, just as Qian Renxue had just picked up a cup of Bloody Mary, a disdainful voice slowly came out. Isn't it just human blood? What's the point of being so cryptic? What? Human blood? When Qian Renxue heard Yifeng's reminder, her heart tightened and her fingers unconsciously loosened. Snapdash! The cup fell to the ground and instantly fell in pieces. The human blood in it splattered in all directions, and the rich fishy stench instantly spread out, causing Qian Rinshui to unconsciously take 2 steps back. She knew this was a place of evil, but never would she have thought that the people here would drink human blood as a beverage. Wouldn't that be a diet of human flesh? This isn't the land of evil anymore. This is the land of the fallen. Thinking of this, Qian Rinshui's angelic martial spirit again has signs of stupidity. Apparently some can't stand the evil filth here. Want to go out to completely purify this place. This guest, I recognize that your strength is strong, but that's no reason for you to waste food. You need to give me an explanation or I will never allow you to enter that place. When the middle-aged fat man saw this, his face went cold. Bloody Mary is faith for them people. And for the other side to have the audacity to waste a Bloody Mary like that was a travesty of their faith. Although he couldn't beat his opponent, the killing capital had enforcers. The other party would have to be punished most severely if they broke in without being tested by him. That's a lot of bull *********. Yi Feng laughed lightly and casually waved his hand. The terrifying force field directly pulled the fat man, who weighed 400 to 500 pounds, and directly threw him out. Rumble. The middle-aged fat man directly transformed into a residual shadow and instantly took off. The terrifying speed rubbed the air and directly set the fat boss on fire, transforming into a small fireball that went straight into the atmosphere. When the surrounding drinkers saw this scene, they were immediately frightened and exited the tavern, casually killing the tavern owner in seconds. This person should never be messed with. It's been said that the most important thing here is strength. You're at least a soul saint. Why are you still intimidated by a tiny soul sect? Yi Feng shook off his hand and gave Qian Rinshui a somewhat speechless look. I didn't just come over here. Qian Rinshui had a face that was suffocatingly red, and she stammered for words. She had just come in with big words, but she didn't realize that she hadn't even entered the killing capital yet, and she had been intimidated by a Bloody Mary and threatened by a small soul sect, even more ridiculed by Yi Feng. This made her a bit groundless, and her heart was even more stifled. Come on, get in there. Yi Feng came to the back door and soon saw a cave. Yi Feng leaped in. Qian Rinshui gritted her teeth, still following closely behind. A few seconds later, the duo landed firmly on the ground and appeared within a tunnel. The tunnel is cold and dark, and there is an inexplicable aura in it that constantly evokes fear in the hearts of those who are in it. If it were ordinary people, they would have been scared to death. Qian Rinshui was also inexplicably a bit baffled by this kind of weird place, and her sixth sense constantly gave her an early warning to stay away from this place. However, when she saw that Yi Feng still had that idle look, she instantly stopped panicking. Although she couldn't beat Yi Feng, she thought that the gap between her and Yi Feng wasn't too big. Yi Feng wasn't even panicked. She was afraid of a ball. At the thought of this, Qian Rinshui inexplicably had courage, slightly raised his chest, full and abnormal. Soon, the duo had been walking for a few minutes when a door of light appeared ahead of them. At the same time, an ice-cold voice suddenly came from all directions. Welcome to the killing capital. This is the capital of hell, a world full of killing. Here, you can obtain everything you want at the cost of your life. Who's talking? Qian Rinshui's heart tightened, and she hurriedly looked around, only to find that her spiritual power had been suppressed, and she could only feel the cold, icy cave walls. Yi Feng didn't say anything, but stepped into the light door. Qian Rinshui hurriedly followed. Leaving the light gate, what appeared in front of the duo was a large group of armored troops, 202 in total, 200 soldiers, 2 knight captains. Obviously, this was the enforcer of the killing capital. You have broken the rules and need to be punished. The 2 soldiers in black armor spoke in a cold voice. No fun. So many people. All of them are trash. Yi Feng's eyes were flat, and there was even a hint of boredom. These 2 knights in front of them were only ordinary soul sectors, and they were similarly unable to use soul techniques. The 200 people behind you are ordinary people. All trash. They should all be former participants of the killing capital, and probably performed well, which led them to be recruited by the killing capital and become enforcers. However, these were not really enough to look at in front of Yi Feng. You're looking for death. When the 2 knight captains in the lead saw how Yi Feng did not put them in their eyes, they became furious and charged towards Yi Feng on their war horses. It's you who seek death. Qian Rinshui let out a cold cry and directly blocked in front of Yi Feng. With her greatsword in hand, she delivered a horizontal slash at the 2 men rushing towards her. Whoosh! Although the terrifying sword chi suddenly erupted as if it were a pike, fiercely bombarding the 2 black-armored knights. Ah! 2 screams came at the same time. Accompanying them were 2 figures that flew out backwards, spraying blood furiously, and eventually collapsing viciously into the crowd behind them. However, Qian Rinshui didn't go ahead and kill anyone after all in order not to cause trouble for Yi Feng. It was Yi Feng who had killed the fat man from the hotel before, which had attracted this group of soldiers. She is not a cutie. If she killed these people again, she couldn't help but attract even stronger ones. Chapter 105, Ignoring the Rules. Hell's Killing Fields. Well done. Yi Feng nodded, but he looked at Qian Rinshui one more time. Humph, I told you, don't look down on me, that was an accident before. Qian Rinxue put away her greatsword, inexplicably a little smug. Ahem, the two of you. Congratulations on passing the test. This is your proof. Please take it. At this time, one of the knights that was knocked down covered his stomach and walked towards Yifeng and the two of them as if he was pleasing. And in his hands, he was even holding two signs. Obviously, the other side has been scared by the fight. There was not the slightest trace of the initial flair, but instead, there was some flattery. Yifeng took the two signs, which each had two numbers written on them, 8888 and 8887. Not bad, it's quite an auspicious number. Yifeng nodded, still satisfied. Both of you, welcome to the killing capital, which is the main city, and with your strength, you can't help but become my bosses in the future. The knight smiled fawningly. They, the enforcers, were all experts who had killed their way out of the hellish killing fields, thus being absorbed as enforcers of the killing capital. This was because the killing capital could only be entered and not exited, as was the case with most of the strongest people. Of course, there were a few experts who didn't listen to advice and ended up with nothing but death, adding more bloody marys to the killing capital. Well, maybe. Yifeng responded indifferently, then walked towards the pitch-black city in the distance. The killing capital has suppressed everyone else, but it has no effect on Yifeng, because the essence of the killing capital's inability to use soul techniques was actually cutting off the connection between the soul master and his soul ring. As I said before, the soul ring is just the medium. The soul master invokes a throw of rule power to explode through the soul ring by inputting soul power into the soul ring, which is also known as performing soul techniques, and the killing capital is the one that cuts off the connection between the two. Therefore, self-created soul skills are not included, because creating one's own soul skill was to get rid of the shackles of the soul ring and forcefully use the power of the rules of heaven and earth. The rules of the killing capital are naturally unrestricted. Yifeng's soul ring was essentially his own talent, and condensing it was to better communicate the rules. He didn't need to release his soul rings to unleash all of his soul skills. It was just that without the soul rings as a medium, the power was slightly weaker, around 10%. It was harmless, but the soul skill Ice and Fire Juggernaut is included. Because of Yifeng's powerful enlightenment, his comprehension of the rules of Ice and Fire had reached an astonishing level. Casting it by himself and casting it through his soul ring had exactly the same effect, and it was not affected in the slightest. On top of that, Star Pupil, Void Walker, and all of these can be used as well. The killing capital's weakening of a sealed Doluwa could reach 99%, but the weakening of Yifeng was not even 1%. However, even if Yifeng's soul skill was sealed, he was still invincible here. It's really strange here. My soul skills are actually really unusable, Qian Rinxue muttered in a low voice as she walked. As a soul master, not being able to use soul techniques made her feel awkward. Well, most people are like you. Yifeng smiled gently, not denying it. Most people are like me? Aren't you affected? Chiron has found the blind spot. Maybe. Yifeng smiled gently. Chiron, you, how did you do it? This is also too unfair. Qian Rinxue was almost shocked and dropped her jaw, and was more than a little tearful. Didn't you practice swords for so long? You should have created your own soul skill, right? Yifeng didn't answer, but asked in return. Humph, that is of course, if not here. Wait, you mean to say, here is only restricted soul skills, but not self-created soul skills. Chiron is not a cutie. Instantly understood something. She took out her greatsword and swung it gently. Sure enough, she realized that although her original soul skill had been suppressed, she could perform her self-created soul skill, ruling Sacred Sword, if she performed it. After adapting for a while, Qian Rinxue then thievishly came to Yifeng's side, gently poked Yifeng's shoulder, and curiously asked, by the way, so you also have a self-created soul skill? What is your self-created soul skill? What for? Yifeng cast a sidelong glance at Qian Rinxue, feeling that this woman did not have good intentions. What can I do? I'm just curious. Have a sparring session sometime? Qian Rinxue raised an eyebrow. Provocative. She even had a self-created soul skill. Yifeng must have one as well. In her opinion, it was extremely difficult to create her own soul skill. Yifeng's soul skill was powerful and his physical body was strong. She didn't believe that Yifeng's self-creating soul skill was also more powerful than her. Would you believe me when I say that all of my soul skills are self-invented? Yifeng raised his eyebrows and said that he casually condensed a flame and placed it in his hand to play with. Chiron, that's okay. Qian Rinxue resentfully retreated 2 steps back. His heart was incomparably suffocated, and he almost cried out. This asshole is really not a human being. It was hard for her to get a self-created soul skill, and she wanted to show off, but she didn't expect Yifeng to be so perverted. The flames in the other party's hands were something she had naturally seen before. That explosion nearly wiped her out. She can't even block it in her heyday, and now she only has a self-created soul skill. and Yifeng cutting that is not purely looking for abuse it. Soon, Yifeng led Qian Rinshui into a huge city. A narrator who called himself the messenger of the King of Slayers explained to Qian Rinshui and Yifeng and was responsible for protecting them for 12 hours, which was considered a novice protection period. Through the narrator, Qian Rinshui was also informed of the situation of this place. The killing capital was divided into an inner city and an outer city. Killing was not allowed in the outer city, while the inner city honored the strongest. However, the outer city is a prison for the weak and requires a contribution of 2 Bloody Marys per month. And as long as the inner city is strong enough, then you can enjoy everything. In the inner city, there is a place called the Killing Fields of Hell that everyone must attend once a year. Hell's Killing Fields has 10 people per game, and only one person survives. And the only way to get out of the Killing Fields is to get 100 consecutive wins. Feeling what Yifeng had said again, Qian Rinshui quickly came to the conclusion that the condition for passing the examination should be the need to complete a 100-game winning streak. The reward for passing the test is most likely to be the God Killer Field. The narrator took Yifeng and Qian Rinshui on a tour of the outer city. The outer city is full of cowards who survive by contributing Bloody Marys, or they can become blood slaves, whose only reason for living is to contribute Bloody Marys to the killing capital. That's why the people in the outer city are all skin and bones, with withered and yellow faces, as if they are going to pass away the next moment, and they don't even have the desire to. And into the inner city, into the eyes is a piece of obscene luxury. Broad daylight day, often seen, more still killing. The weak are killed by the strong by the strong. The strong are stolen and killed by the weak. It's a common occurrence. That's disgusting. Although Qian Rinshui had long been psychologically prepared, at this moment, when she saw the scene, she still felt unusually nauseous and regurgitated. You'll get used to it. Yifeng spoke faintly. It was the first time he'd seen it as well, but boys were much more accepting in that regard, mainly because Qian Rinshui was in a high position, pampered, although not exactly a flower in a greenhouse, but still have not seen this lowest level of filth and evil. It is normal to adapt. Chapter 106, all killed with one sword. You should be coming to the killing capital for the first time. Could it be that you are the descendant of one of the killing gods? The narrator was unusually surprised to see this calmness and composure of Yifeng and couldn't help but ask out loud. It was the first time she had seen someone so calm. The killing capital was only accessible, and other than the killing god, no one would even know about the situation in the killing capital. I'm just more receptive, Yifeng casually said, obviously too lazy to explain. Good thing too. It's been a while since any interesting guys came in the killing capital. You two might be able to bring some extra fun to the killing capital. The narrator licked his lips in what seemed like anticipation. After all, the killing capital was ultimately about strength, and even if one knew the rules here in advance, it was still useless. Come with confidence and end up dying in despair. That's the best show in the killing fields. Let's go. Take us to the killing hell field. Yifeng felt that there was no point in looking around and planned to go to the ring now. 100 games, played early and finished early. Yifeng planned to end his trip to the killing capital in about a month. If one were to honestly cultivate, 2 or 3 months would be about right. So why come here to waste time? Okay, you two come with me. The narrator also knew that these two were not fallen, but had come specifically for the killing capital, so he didn't bother to explain more. The killing fields of hell is what you have to go through if you want to really understand the killing fields. A few moments later, the three came to a huge conical building. Conical building below the area of the largest. The more upward will narrow with it, like the ancient Roman Colosseum of Yifeng in the previous life, only not the area to be much smaller. The black building gave off a very depressing feeling, and on top of the huge portal that was 10 meters high, there were all sorts of complicated patterns carved, combining into the shape of a dark red bat that was lifelike. This is the killing fields of hell. You can sign up with your ID cards and wait for the killing to begin. Each fight is for 10 people, and the fight can only end when there is only one living person left on the field. Hell's Killing Fields has viewing stands, and every time you watch a match, you need to contribute a Bloody Mary as a ticket, either your own or someone else's. The narrator said slowly. I'll go first. Qian Rinshui was very competitive and decisively grabbed in front of Yifeng and entered the Hell Killing Ground. After she handed over her identity card to the guards, she was then brought to the preparation area by one of the guards. She's not close to you, is she? And aren't you worried enough to go in and see? The narrator looked at Yifeng and asked curiously. No need. Yifeng's eyes flickered as he gently shook his head. His star pupil had a perspective effect, and standing here, he could see through everything in the entire Hell Killing Fields. The interior of the Hell Killing Fields looked pretty pick-me-up, with a circle of bleachers stretching upwards on the periphery, and a huge empty field with a diameter of hundreds of square meters underneath. There were only a few dozens of people sitting in the large auditorium. Inside the venue, a miserable scream was ringing out, and soon there were 9 corpses lying on the ground. A bloodstained figure falls to the ground and slowly crawls toward the victor's gate. However, his injuries were too severe, and halfway through his climb, he finally failed to hold on and directly burped in place. 10 men entered and the regiment was destroyed. Yi Feng withdrew his gaze and looked towards the battle preparation area. Because he was a newcomer, the matching was fast, and just after going in, Qian Rinshui was matched with 9 unlucky people. Together, the 10 people slowly walked through 10 different portals and into the middle of the huge field. Most of the people here were fallen ones, the death row inmates sent over by the Palace of Martial Souls, and all of them were dressed in rags. Only Qian Rinshui was dressed gorgeously and looked polished. In an instant, all 9 people's gazes landed on Qian Rinshui's body. It could be because they felt that Qian Rinshui was easy to bully, or it could be because they were jealous or envious, or perhaps the faint aura of sanctity emanating from Qian Rinshui was out of place here. 9 people unanimously took the weapons in their hands and surrounded towards Qian Rinshui. Kill her! Asterisk 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 ing. Why the hell is she dressed like that? Ha. Another newcomer. I won't let you die too fast. I propose that she can be taken down and let my second brother go first. Swish dash. As several people were talking, a bright silver-white light suddenly appeared in their eyes. Next moment, they didn't see what it was at all clearly, and they felt a stabbing pain coming from their necks. Dash. 9 fresh heads shot up into the sky, and the blood from the aorta was like a fountain spraying 3 or 4 meters straight up. The powerless body slowly collapsed, and several heads fell to the ground and rolled out a long way with a grunt. Scarlet blood was spilled on top of the ground, but because of the special grid-like ground, all the blood seeped down towards the bottom of the ground, flowing in an unknown direction. The surrounding audience was also looking confused, and it took a while for a burst of cheers to ring out. Boring. Ignoring the rest, Qian Rinshui put away the large sword in her hand and walked straight towards the open gate. A few moments later, Chiron walked out. That fast? The narrator was inexplicably a bit confused when he saw that Qian Rinshui had come out so quickly, and that there wasn't even a trace of battle on the other party. Although she was standing right in front of the entrance to the hell-killing fields, she was still quite a distance away from the battlegrounds, and the sounds from inside basically wouldn't come out, so the narrator didn't know the specifics of what was going on inside. Nice and clean. Yi Feng gave a slight nod of praise to Qian Rinshui. That's for sure. It's just a bunch of mongrels. 1 sword and it's seconds. For some reason, Qian Rinshui's mood was indescribably pleasant when she heard Yi Feng's praise, and her tone was filled with complacency. 1 sword solution. Are you sure it's just a soul saint? The narrator was also a bit incredulous when he heard Qian Rinshui's boast. She admitted that Qian Rinshui was strong, but a soul master who was unable to use soul techniques reduced his battle power by 99%. She had even seen many soul-exalted soul kings being slaughtered by some martial artists who were just ordinary people. The woman in front of her was outrageously able to kill 9 people with a single sword. I don't think 100 consecutive victories is that hard. If they were all battles of this level, I could finish them in a day. Qian Rinshui disdainfully glanced at the narrator. Provocative. Oh, do you think that the killing capital is only about killing? Many people think the same as you, but they all end up becoming a cup of Bloody Marys. The narrator also sneered, obviously a bit unconvinced. The real danger of the killing capital wasn't the hellish killing fields, but the ever-growing killing intent. Even if they were no longer strong, if they couldn't control their killing intent, they would end up going completely insane. You don't need someone else to kill you. This kind of lunatic will play himself to death. 100 matches a day isn't so much, but it's still possible to play 10 matches a day. As Yi Feng said that, he walked towards the gate of the hell-killing fields. Although Qian Rinshui wanted to go in and watch the match, she thought better of it. It wasn't because there was no Bloody Mary, but she felt that Yi Feng would come out soon. By then, it would be embarrassing if Yi Feng ended the fight before she even went in. And 1 fight was far from her limit. 100 games a day is unlikely, but it's easy to hit 10 a day. Chapter 107, The Killing King's Jealousy. Entering the hell-killing ground, Yi Feng was quickly placed at a doorway to wait. Yi Feng was first in line. No one in front of him and no one behind him. Apparently, the number of entries wasn't very high. Yi Feng originally wanted to do this 10 games a day, 10 days to finish, but now it seems that this time will have to be extended. Yi Feng learned from the narrator that the Martial Spirit Hall would only send a batch of people every month. It's been half a month since the last giveaway, and most newcomers are too scared to participate in this death game, choosing to contribute Bloody Marys instead to avoid being slaughtered. Only madmen who thought they were powerful and whose sanity had been affected by the rules of killing in this place would constantly engage in killing. Through his perspective, Yi Feng saw that there were 9 portals around him, and only 6 portals were currently occupied, which meant that there were still 3 people missing to put together a battle. Those 6 people, each of them had bloodlust and madness in their eyes, almost similar to wild beasts, without much sanity left. This kind would definitely be standard terrorists and would cause a lot of damage if they were out there. Of course, this was all affected after entering the killing capital. After waiting for a few minutes, Yifeng was able to see that the other 3 portals also had people, and as the number of people arrived, the iron gates in front of all of them slowly opened, as if they were trying to release a ferocious beast from an iron cage. Click click click, and as the iron door opened, a smell of blood that was countless times thicker than that outside hit the room. Not only is the smell of blood, but there are other scents in it that seem to be able to stir the most primitive desire to kill in the human heart. However, this influence was very slight and could only be detected by Yifeng's spiritual power. If one were to be affected by this force for a long time, it would be easy to get lost in the desire to kill. And the source of this smell of blood is from the ground. Yifeng didn't need to look to know that underneath the ground was the core source of the killing capital, the blood pool. It's also the source of all the Bloody Marys in the killing fields. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the side. A man on Yifeng's left saw that Yifeng was dazed and directly touched over from the side, raising his dagger and stabbing hard towards Yifeng's temple. And as the dagger fell, the corners of the man's mouth cracked open in madness. It seemed to be inexplicably excited by the prospect of seeing bursts of brains and blood. Yifeng has long known the other side of the sneak attack, but he is simply too lazy to dodge. Cricket's a soul father only. Ta dash. The dagger ruthlessly stabbed Yifeng's temple. Then there's no more. The man only felt that his dagger was stuck on a solid steel plate, and the terrifying recoil shook his arm so much that he almost couldn't hold it steady. No, this can't be. The man's face was filled with shock. Then he raised his hand again, this time to Yifeng's eyes. Although he didn't know why the other party's defense was so high, it didn't matter. He didn't believe that the other party's eyes were also capable of such defense. It's over. Yifeng's eyes were flat as he casually glanced at the other party. In the next moment, the other party's descending dagger violently stopped, and then the dagger reversed and slowly stabbed towards the man's brow. How? What's going on? With my hand. Why can't I control my hand? What the hell did you do? The hell killing ground was unable to use soul techniques, and everyone fought physically with cold weapons, and the man simply couldn't comprehend such a bizarre thing. He only felt that his right hand was controlled by an invisible force, bringing the dagger in his hand towards his brow. The man leaned back frantically, trying to dodge. Unfortunately, his hands were growing on him and he had nowhere to hide. Dead hand. Just stop it, asshole. The man used his left hand to pull his right hand to death, and the terrifying strength was even more direct to break his right hand. But even so, the other party's right hand still carried the dagger and pierced into his brow. Put! The dagger pierced through his brain and the man collapsed unwillingly, despair in his eyes. There's something odd about this kid. Kill him. This scene was also seen by several other people, and they were shocked. In the battle that had just erupted, in addition to this one person killed by Yifeng, 2 other people had died. The other 6 all took Yifeng as the most dangerous target, and obviously wanted to work together to eradicate him. After all, the rule of combat was that only one person could live, and the strongest one was always the greatest threat. However, before they could begin to make a move, they saw a dagger on the ground suddenly fly up. Whoosh! 7 stars in a row. The dagger flew around the ring, bringing out 7 blood flowers, and finally returned to Yifeng's hand. The fight is over. As the 9 people died in battle, the gates of the hell-killing field slowly opened. While Yifeng's gaze was penetrating, he could see that the blood in the bodies of the several people who had fallen to the ground were all being pulled by a mysterious force, and were surging towards a certain place underground. However, Yifeng didn't pay any attention to it because he knew that this was the source of the killing capital. Without the blood of these people, not even the Hell Road could be opened. Opening the Hell Road requires a large blood sacrifice, which is why you must win 100 consecutive matches to qualify. 100 games, 9 dead per game, is 900, together with the various people who died during the period by killing each other. There were probably more than 1,000 people with blood in corpses. As for the 2 of them, Yifeng and Xian Renshui, then they would need at least 2,000, 3,000 or even more people's blood to be able to do so. In the meantime, deep within the killing capital, there was a dark red, blood-colored palace. The palace was very empty, and at the very front of the palace, there was a throne of blood made of gems and withered bones. Above the throne, a tall and thin figure sat quietly, radiating endless majesty. Great King. This time, 2 powerful newcomers have come to the killing capital, and both of them even possess the legendary self-created soul skills. Should we contact them? A cold female voice slowly sounded in the middle of the hall. No need. They're not ones you can mess with. The man at the head of the table shook his head gently and spoke faintly. King, but it's been a long time since we've had any fresh blood join us in the killing capital. The grim female voice clenched her teeth, obviously a bit disheartened. These 2, That female has a pure angelic bloodline and is definitely the offspring of that one. That one is one of the strongest existences on the continent today. Even without the god-slaying domain, it's a huge threat to us. The other kid, that's kind of interesting. Let's wait and see for now. It's best not to touch them unless necessary. The king of killers spoke faintly, but the grim female voice remained somewhat resigned. Shut up. The man on the first seat was instantly a bit annoyed, and coldly shouted, aren't you just jealous of that angel's beauty? Although this king favors you, if you dare to lay your hands on those two people, I guarantee that I will throw you into the blood pool as a sacrifice. The grim female voice was obviously startled and dared not speak at once. Don't worry, although they are strong, strong has a strong price. Too strong is not good news. The king of killers spoke in a hushed tone, because both of those guys are so strong. Win too much and no one will want to fight them then. Without an opponent, then naturally the condition of 100 consecutive victories could not be completed, and there was no qualification to even open the hell road, let alone leave. The entire killing fields are filled with toxins that can arouse the desire to kill in a person's heart. The longer they were in the killing capital, the deeper they were poisoned. At that time, the other party would either submit to him or perish in the midst of the killing. There was no other choice. Although he was afraid of the existence behind that angel, as long as it was within the rules, the other party had no excuse to strike at the killing capital. Obey the will of the great king of killers. The woman said nothing more, her tone becoming respectful once again. Chapter 108, Negative Erosion. Need to vent it out. Day 1. Yifeng and Qian Rinshui completed their 10 consecutive victories very smoothly. The duo had also made a name for themselves. No one was looking for them at all, and they had even picked the cleanest house in the inner city to stay in. Humph, what a killing capital. It's nothing more than that. Shirenji looked relieved as he sat down on his butt on the couch, clutching his greatsword. In the previous 5 battles, she had killed everyone with one sword and ended the battle in 1 second. In the next 5, she did take a bit of time, but no more than 10 seconds each. It was completely unchallenging for her. If the lines weren't so long, she really wanted to finish 100 fights in one day and be done with it. This is just the beginning. The most dangerous thing about the killing capital isn't the hell killing fields, it's the killing capital itself, Yifeng explained as he drank. Not only could they do whatever they wanted in the inner city, but he and Qian Rinshui, as the strongest people in the inner city, were enjoying unlimited food and having whatever they wanted. It's the envy of everyone out there. Che, alarmist, why don't I feel any danger? Qian Rinshui disdainfully skimmed her mouth, then snatched the wine cup from Yifeng's hand and directly took a mouthful of it. She hadn't had a drink all day, plus being affected by the filth of the killing capital. Qian Rinshui's cleanliness had long since ceased to exist, so she didn't even care if the glass had been drunk by Yifeng. Danger is everywhere, like the air you breathe, and the food you eat, and the alcohol you drink. It can all be toxic. Yifeng glanced obliquely at Qian Rinshui with a hint of teasing in his tone. Put, you didn't say so. Qian Rinshui sprayed on the spot and fiercely glared at Yifeng. I just said it might be. I didn't say it must be poisonous. Yifeng said and poured himself another cup. Chiron. Hard. Fists are hard. Qian Rinshui couldn't wait to hack Yifeng to death with a sword. It's just too much of a beating. But reason still let Qian Rinshui calm down. If she dared to do it, she felt that her butt must be swollen again. However, Yifeng actually didn't lie. The entire killing ground was poisonous. Food and water, even the air is toxic. These toxins stimulate the desire to kill in the human heart and become more hungry for the taste of blood, i.e., the desire to drink a Bloody Mary. The Bloody Mary is even more poisonous, and although drinking it can provide temporary relief, the desire for blood will increase exponentially after that surge of energy passes. Only, these toxins are microtoxins. Qian Rinshui's angelic martial soul came with a purification effect, and coupled with the opponent's soul saint cultivation, he wouldn't be affected for a short period of time, but over time, that's impossible to say. As for Leaf Maple, with his physique, this amount of toxin really wasn't enough for him to stuff his teeth with. Day 2. Yifeng played 3 games. Thousand Renewal only played 1 game. Because Yifeng and Qian Rinshui's fierce reputation spread out, the number of fallen who signed up for the hell killing fields plummeted. It caused Yifeng and Qian Rinshui's waiting time to increase greatly. Thousand Renewal swung straight for the fences and went back after 1 game. Yifeng persisted until the 3rd game, and also did not want to wait too long, and also returned to his room helplessly. Yifeng, how long is this going to take? I can't stay in this tight place for a second. As soon as Yifeng returned, Qian Rinshui whined towards Yifeng, looking unusually grumpy. What's wrong? Yifeng frowned slightly, obviously sensing that something was wrong with Qian Rinshui. This Thai place, you can't cultivate. There's no entertainment measures whatsoever. It's so boring. Qian Rinshui was still upset and walked around the room. You're not right. You seem to be poisoned. Yifeng frowned slightly, He could clearly feel the irritability and abnormality in Qian Rinshue's body. Obviously, this was the result of being affected by the killing capital but not releasing the desire to kill. The most obvious effect of the toxins in the killing capital is to stir up the idea of killing in one's heart. The only way to suppress it is to kill or drink Bloody Marys, or blood, for an experience similar to killing. It was natural for Qiren to not be able to drink a Bloody Mary, plus she had only killed 9 people today, and the toxins in her body were finally showing up somewhat. Only the toxin is mild now, and it just makes Qiren irritable. If the poisoning goes any deeper, the grumpiness will turn into murderousness. Poisoned? How could I? Qian Rinshue was shocked in his heart and hurriedly looked inside himself, but he could not find any abnormality. Everything in the killing capital has toxins in it that make people murderous, and if they don't kill or suppress with Bloody Mary, then they become very violent. I didn't think you'd be affected so quickly, Yi Feng explained. What? Then you didn't say so. Qian Rinshue's face instantly became a bit ugly, even lowering his breathing rate on the spot. If I say it in advance, you are afraid that you will suffocate yourself on the spot. Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders, somewhat speechless. If he had said it ahead of time, with Qian Rinshue's cleanliness, she would definitely feel extremely pressured and might be even more affected. However, Yi Feng did not expect that the power of the toxin was stronger than he had imagined. It was just that his physique was too powerful, and that's why he felt weak and frail, not taking into account the gap between Qian Rinshue and ZG. Of course, it was mainly because Qiren had killed so few people. In the original, Tang San and Juliana were killing over 20 or more people a day, and with their willingness to drink Bloody Marys, this was barely suppressed. Of course, Bloody Mary is much more effective at suppressing killing thoughts. What about? Qian Rinshue was instantly a bit flustered, and even regretted coming here a bit. What? Scared? Yi Feng seemed to be able to tell what was going on in Qian Rinshue's mind and asked with a raised eyebrow. Who's afraid? It's your fault for not saying it earlier. Qian Rinshue gave Yi Feng an exasperated look, in a very bad mood. What's the point of saying it earlier? The only way to suppress the toxin is to kill and drink a Bloody Mary. You choose one. Yi Feng leaned on the sofa and looked at Qian Rinshue with a smile. Qiren choked. Drinking a Bloody Mary is out of the question, but killing she wasn't too keen on either. The line at the killing fields of hell was taking too long, and she really didn't want to wait for hours in that stinky place. Although the inner city can be killed at will, but the more people killed, the longer the queue time of the hell killing field, and even the queue cannot line up. The direct vicious circle, that's even worse. By then she was afraid that she would never be able to complete 100 games in her life and be stuck here forever. At the thought of this, Qian Rinshue's heart grew more and more grumpy. Is there no other way? Qian Rinshue looked at Yi Feng somewhat unwillingly. Yi Feng had a strong physique and wasn't much affected by the toxin, but she really couldn't. If she keeps this up, she's afraid she'll go crazy. There is. Yi Feng gave an affirmative reply. What a way! Qian Rinshue's beautiful eyes instantly lit up, and she hurriedly came to Yi Feng's side, looking at him with bated breath, obviously wanting to know the answer very much. That means venting in other ways, which is less effective but still okay to suppress for the time being. Yi Feng glanced at the majestic in front of Qian Rinshue, meaning something. Qiren. Yi Feng wasn't lying either. When Yi Feng entered the inner city, what he saw was chaos and killing. The killing capital invokes the primal killing intent in the human heart, as well as other desires, greed, lust, killing and so on. These various negative emotions build up and are very much in need of venting. Killing and ing are both ways of letting off steam. Chapter 109, The Name of the Sword Demon. I suspect you did it on purpose. Qian Rinshue reddened her face, her eyes incomparably sultry. She didn't think that the method Yi Feng said was ineffective, but she thought that Yi Feng might be deliberately counting on her by tricking her into the killing capital. I thought your angel bloodline could purify the toxins. Who would have thought you'd be so lame that you couldn't top it the next day? Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders and told the truth. The angelic martial spirit has a powerful purifying effect, especially on those evil desires. But the sacred attributes and the evil toxins here are supposed to be mutually exclusive. As long as one side is vulnerable, then the other side will attack very hard. This was probably the main reason why Qiren was affected so quickly. If Qian Rinshue's martial soul could suppress the toxin, then she might never be affected. But if you can't top it, then you'll quickly get lost in it. You, Qian Rinshue suddenly some furious, already not very good mood, now even worse, become more and more grumpy, eyes are more killing intent flashed. Of course, it wasn't the killing intent towards Yi Feng, rather, it was the murderous intent of the entire killing capital, and she wanted to kill to vent her anger, ruthlessly. Well, there is one last way, and that is for me to just take you away, but if that's the case, we'll be considered to have violated the rules, and we won't be able to enter this place again in the future. or else we'll be liquidated by the king of slayers. Yifeng spoke out the last method. The king of killers couldn't strike at normal participants, but if Yifeng used Voidwalker to force his way out, it would be considered a violation. Never get a chance to come in again. As long as you come in, then you will suffer the madness of the king of killers. If he didn't have to, Yifeng wouldn't have used this method. Forget it then. I'll just go kill people. Qianrenxue breathed a harsh sigh of relief and finally chose to go kill people. Drinking a Bloody Mary is out of the question. As for Enleaf Maple ***, she actually had a little bit of good feelings towards Yifeng. Even after being eaten by Yifeng many times, she didn't have any aversion towards Yifeng. But it's just a good feeling, not quite a in-place kind of thing. Finally, the option to leave the killing capital and run for it was not one she would choose. If she chose to leave, Yifeng would surely have to leave with her. And then Yifeng would miss the opportunity to obtain the God Killer domain. Although this guy Yifeng was abominable, but she also didn't want to affect Yifeng's access to this great opportunity because of herself. A few hours later, Yifeng is resting on the sofa. Qianrenxue walked in slowly with her sword, her body stained with a lot of blood, and she didn't know if she had gone to the killing fields of hell or if she was just randomly looking for unlucky people to slaughter in the inner city. Qianrenxue glanced at Yifeng and without a word, entered the bathroom next to her. Soon there was the sound of clattering water in the middle of the bathroom. Although the killing capital was cruel, there was also endless enjoyment, and as long as one was strong enough, one could enjoy everything. People in the outer cities have to drink rainwater that's been stored for years. As for the room that Yifeng and Qianrenxue lived in, although it was a bit shabby, but all kinds of furniture and facilities were available, and it was even possible to bathe with fresh water, which was considered very good. Yifeng glanced at the bathroom and found that Qianrenxue, this fellow, seemed to be a little overtired. The bathroom door was not even closed, and it leaked a gap. Even without looking carefully, Yifeng could see a piece of white. Bang! Asshole! No peeking! Qianrenxue noticed the prying eyes and reacted by locking the door in a hurry. Day 3. Qianrenxue eventually chose to kill, and fought all 3 duels to pretty much ease the desire to kill in her heart. But for all 3, Qiren waited more than 20 hours. Day 4. Qianrenxue waited all day for one game. It nearly broke her. So the unlucky ones were randomly selected in the inner city to be killed. For that matter, Qianrenxue didn't have much mental burden, because it was indeed as Yifeng had said. Everyone who was here deserved to die. Besides, she'd found that it was much better to vent in the inner city with wanton slaughter than to kill in the killing fields of hell, especially seeing the image of that one fallen person being cut off by her sword after desperately begging for mercy. The warm blood, the smell of blood, relaxed her otherwise oppressive mood. Day 7. With Qianrenshue's massacre, all of those crazy degenerates in the inner city Benzhan Nakatetsu were slaughtered to death by Qianrenshue. If you dare not to be afraid of death, Qiren will dare to kill them all. Even though they were no longer crazy, under Qianrenshue's terrifying pressure, they all regained some sanity and fled to the outer city. This resulted in the killing fields of hell being empty, with only Qianrenshue being the only one. And Qianrenshue's reputation was also completely spread throughout the entire killing capital, and even gained a nickname Magic Sword. One man, one sword, killing like a demon. Day 10. There is no one to kill in the inner city, but killing is not allowed in the outer city. Qianrenshue and Yifeng didn't go out and nestled themselves in their rooms. Yifeng was not affected by anything. Instead, he utilized his strong perception and began to continuously comprehend the rules of this place. It was because Yifeng realized that the rules of killing here were incomparably dense, and even if he had never come into contact with such rules before, these rules would automatically drill into him and constantly be comprehended by him. Yifeng had a premonition that even if he didn't go to the Hell Road, he would still be able to comprehend the God of Killing domain through the endless killing rules here. If it was an ordinary person, if they wanted to comprehend the God Killing domain, they would have to need to constantly accumulate killing intent, which meant that they would need to kill people every day and kill like crazy. But that's for the average person. For Yifeng, whose enlightenment was unbelievable, there was no need to kill at all. With his powerful enlightenment, he only needed to breathe in the air of this place, and he would be able to sense the way of killing from it. It's like a genius and an average student. Ordinary students memorize books and need to recite them dozens or hundreds of times and even copy them to deepen their memory. And genius, just look at it. In the middle of the room, Qianrenshue shrank in the middle of the quilt, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The killing thoughts in her heart swelled wildly, but there was nowhere to vent them, making her almost explode. Bastard Yifeng blames this guy. It's too hateful. Qianrenshue cursed. It seemed like the tirade against Yifeng could make her heart feel better. It was at this time that she thought of the solution Yifeng had mentioned. Killing is also a kind of desire, and one can choose to kill to vent it, or in other ways. Any other way? Qianrenshue seemed to have thought of something, her face getting redder and redder. Subconsciously, she reached under the covers and clamped her thighs together, Then, being a holy angel, Chiron would never do such a thing on a normal day. After all, she had only the cause in mind and would never let such vulgar desires interfere with herself. At most you clip your legs or rinse them in the shower. Chapter 110 Qian Rinshui's YY. But now, she had no choice but to paralyze herself in this way, venting the desire to kill that had nowhere to go. If he hadn't done it, Qian Rinshui would have thought nothing of it. But as soon as I started doing it, the feeling came up. Qian Rinshui's figure of Yifeng also involuntarily appeared in his mind. You bastard. I won't let you have your way even if I come myself. Qian Rinshui sensed that look in Yifeng's eyes and immediately gritted her teeth a little. But with such words on her lips, the virtual shadow of Yifeng in her mind is becoming more and more solid. Half an hour later, it was accompanied by a sustained period of muffled grunts. Chiron finally stopped. Qian Rinshui drilled her head out of the comforter. A pretty face bright red and even hotter to smoke. Thinking back to the image just now, Qian Rinshui only felt awkward enough to gouge a killing capital in the ground. Qian Rinshui covered her face and kept rolling on the bed, inexplicably feeling empty and guilty in her heart. He swore straight away to see that he would never do such a thing next time. This kind of behavior is the same as hand rubbing for boys. It's a beating to the video. Enter the state of sainthood on the spot after the fight. There was even some inexplicable weakness, so he began to reflect on himself and vowed never to fight again, and then it remains the same. The cycle repeats itself. The main fight is a dead nature that does not quit. Click. Suddenly, the door to Qian Rinshui's room was pushed open, and Yifeng drilled his head in. Immediately afterward, he saw Qian Rinshui shirtless, red as a shrimp, and only half wrapped in a quilt, rolling around on the bed. When Yifeng saw this strange state of Qian Rinshui at the moment, his heart tightened and he hurriedly asked with concern, "Are you alright?" Although Yifeng was in the middle of the living room, he wasn't at the point where he was spying and eavesdropping on Qian Rinshui all the time, so he didn't really know what was going on. Yifeng only detected what seemed to be a strange movement in Qian Rinshui's room, which was why he thought to come and take a look. After all, Qian Rinshui hadn't killed anyone for 2 days and had been locking herself in her room. Yifeng was afraid that something would happen to Qian Rinshui, but I didn't expect to see a scene like this. Why don't you knock when you come in, soul? Quickly out. Qian Rinshui let out a popping scream and lifted the large sword by the bedside and flung it towards Yifeng. Dang dash. Yifeng casually slapped the large sword away, and then honestly closed the door. Yifeng had thought that Qian Rinshui had really encountered something until his gaze glanced at Qian Rinshui's bed. The bedstead was gray, except that there was a spot in the middle where the gray was so dark that it looked like it was wet with sweat. Yifeng understood in seconds. Of course, do not dare to ask more, lest Qian Rinshui and he fight for his life. Yifeng fixed his mind and sat on the sofa, once again sinking his mind to comprehend the rules. A few moments later, Qian Rinshui put on her clothes, wrapped a blanket and walked out. Sitting on her but next to Yifeng, the redness above her pretty face still somewhat lingered. Yifeng, do you know that entering a girl's room randomly without knocking on the door is very impolite behavior? Qian Rinshui stared straight at Yifeng, her tone carrying strong dissatisfaction. Yifeng didn't say anything and just cultivated. Don't play dead. What did you just see? Qian Rinshui grabbed Yifeng's collar, obviously somewhat furious. Although she had just been shown her body by Yifeng, she was used to it. What she cared about wasn't that, but whether or not Yifeng had found out that she had just been. I don't see anything. Yifeng opened his eyes in a serious manner, admitting it was definitely not going to be admitted, or else Qian Rinshui would definitely want to fight him to the death. Really? Qian Rinshui was skeptical, her light golden eyes staring at Yifeng dead on, wanting to see something in Yifeng's eyes. Well, really, Yifeng was honest and considered it a rare lie. He is now at a critical moment in comprehending the killing intent and cannot be disturbed by Qian Rinshui. Yifeng was previously worried about how Qian Rinshui should give vent to her desire to kill when she had no one to kill. It seemed that Qian Rinshui had found her own way and didn't need him to worry about it. In a few days, the Palace of Martial Souls should have a new fallen sent over, and by then it would allow Qian Rinshui to kill them for several days. Together with the good solution that Qian Rinshui had found on her own, it was no problem at all to last for a month. Humph, you better be. Next time you enter my room without knocking, I'll absolutely fight you. Qian Rinshui lightly grunted and threatened ferociously. The mouth is ferocious, but Qian Rinshui's heart is very heartfelt, and even more so, it is a bit fortunate. Fortunately, Yifeng did not see, otherwise she was afraid that her reputation for a lifetime would be ruined, and she would also be mocked by Yifeng, this asshole, for the rest of her life. It's you who didn't lock the door, and I'm not worried about you, Yifeng said breathlessly. Humph, it's up to you. Qian Rinshui glared at Yifeng again. Right at this moment, Yifeng suddenly turned his head and looked out the door. He seemed to have sensed something, and with a flash he came to the door and slowly opened it. Immediately, he saw a woman in a black robe standing in the doorway of his house. The woman's appearance was gorgeous, but her skin was extremely pale. and her long purple hair was draped behind her in an aggressive manner. However, the other party's figure was quite good, and even though she was wearing a plain black robe, it was still difficult to hide that concave and convex figure. "Who are you?" Although Yi Feng vaguely guessed the identity of the other party, he still chose to open his mouth and ask so as not to make a mistake. "I am the messenger of the King of Slayers. Little one, you two are very good and have managed to catch the interest of the King of Slayers." The woman spoke slowly, her tone not matching her stature, looking extremely grim. "So, you want to recruit us?" Yi Feng raised his eyebrows and asked directly. Giggle, 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 giggle. "I love smart little guys like you." The woman immediately covered her mouth and laughed softly, obviously becoming more and more interested in Yi Feng, and then said, "I think you also know that because of the extraordinary strength of the two of you, it caused the inner city to be almost empty, and the hell-killing fields couldn't be opened properly. I'm sure you've all felt the characteristics of the hell-killing fields. The longer you stay here, the harder it will be to suppress the killing thoughts in your hearts. You may have secret methods of suppression, but for how long? 1 month, or 1 year, or 10 years and 100 years? Only by joining under the banner of the great King of Slayers will you be able to completely free yourselves from being controlled by the slaying thoughts," the woman said, and her tone grew more and more agitated. "It's like a fanatic who can't help but get excited and high asterisk just by talking about the King of Killers. Okay, I'll agree to your request. However, I have one request," Yi Feng said. "Humph, joining the King of Slaying's command is an honor for you, and you still have demands?" The woman was instantly a bit dissatisfied, but once she thought of the King of Kill's reminder, she still said with some impatience, "Say it, what request? Try to fulfill it if you can." Yi Feng looked straight at the woman's gaze and slowly said, "I'm willing to stay here and join the King of Slayers, but only if the King of Slayers opens the Hell Road in advance and lets my friend leave. Of course, joining is not an option, but only if he said that would he have a chance to make the King of Slayers agree to open the Hell Road for Qianrenxue in advance. After all, the rule that a full 100 games opens the path to hell isn't the rule of the killing capital, it's the rule of the King of Killers. With enough blood sacrificed, the path to hell can be opened at any time." Chapter 111, Opening the Road to Hell Early. "Ha ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting." Within the dark hall, the King of Kill's loud laughter echoed continuously. Search for this article's premiere, enter Herjin Ruta. Honorable King of Slayers, that brat is really ungrateful to make such an excessive request. Every time the Hell Road opens, it's a major loss for the killing capital, and just by him, what qualifies him to have the Hell Road open in advance? The cold female voice spoke again, and there was clearly a strong sense of contempt and disdain in her tone. In her opinion, it was a blessing of 8 lifetimes for those two to be the servants of the King of Slayers. The other party not only didn't cherish it, but even had to make conditions, and they were still such outrageous conditions. It was simply a matter of refusing to drink wine without a penalty. "Well, tell them I agreed to the offer." The King of Killers waved his hand and spoke faintly. "What? The great lord of the slaying king? Why, does it matter?" The gloomy female voice sounded again. Her voice was all a bit shrill, and her tone was filled with thick jealousy and malice. "That angel is a time bomb. I still can't wait for her to leave earlier. And that teenager, with a not-so-small secret on his body. I'm a little bit interested in him. If I can get the secret on the other side, it will definitely have a not-so-small benefit for me. Of course, if you can't pass through the Hell Road, it's not my fault." The King of Killers gave a rare explanation. The shadowy woman fell silent as she sniffed, and although she still didn't understand, she didn't dare to say anything more. However, the opening of the Hell Road requires a large number of sacrifices, and the fallen sent by the Martial Spirit Hall this month are almost here, and with next month's, it's almost enough. Tell them to wait another month, and I'll open the road to hell for them. The King of Killers said faintly, "As you command, great King of Killers." The cold female voice faded away. In the meantime, the hut where Yi Feng was. "Yi Feng, what do you mean? Why do you want to stay here as a servant of the King of Killers? Are you crazy?" Qianrenxue somewhat did not understand Yi Feng's intention. With Yi Feng's talent, in the future, he could definitely become an existence of her grandfather's level, and now he was even willing to become a servant of some bull King of Slayers. Was this still the Yi Feng she knew? Qianrenxue didn't even finish her sentence before Yi Feng covered her mouth. "Keep your voice down. I'm not making a false move. If I don't say this, how will you qualify to enter the Hell Road?" Yi Feng was speechless. "What about you? How are you going to obtain the God Slayer's domain without entering the Hell Road?" Qianrenxue was thinking about Yi Feng at the moment. After all, in her opinion, Yi Feng came here for the God of Killing domain, and now Yi Feng is for her. Give up such a great opportunity, how can she accept? What do you care about so much? If you want to comprehend the God of Killing domain, you still need a strong killing intent. You should eat more poisonous food during this period of time and accumulate more killing energy. Yifeng waved his hand and said, the reward received for clearing the Hell Road was only to have one's killing intent condensed into a domain. The stronger the killing intent, the stronger the condensed killing god domain would be. If the killing intent was too weak, then it was impossible to say that it would fail to coalesce and it would be a wasted trip. However, the more Yifeng said, the more Qian Renshue's heart is too much. So he whispered, why don't I stay? You go to break through the Hell Road. By the time you go out, then grasped to pick up out. She was still unwilling for Yifeng to pay so much for her. After all of this was of her own making. It was her inability to suppress the killing thoughts in her heart and kill wantonly, resulting in no one in the hellish killing field. If Yifeng was alone, then he would definitely be able to complete 100 battles very quickly. It was she who dragged Yifeng's back, and now she still needs to let Yifeng wipe her ass. This makes her heart feel bad. I'm convinced. I have my plan. Are you leaving or not? Yifeng pounced Qian Renshue onto the sofa with a fierce light in his eyes. He really couldn't stand Qian Renshue's abrasive appearance. He's only doing this because he wants to maximize the benefits. Only if he stayed could the King of Slayers agree to open the Hell Road early for Qian Renshue to break through. When he realized the god of killing domain, he would directly run away, and the King of Killers would not be able to do anything about him. Instead, it was Qiren's presence here that was holding him back a bit, but the plan could not be made explicit, lest the walls should hear it from the King of Killers. Although Yifeng didn't feel the sensation of being spied on, he really couldn't feel it if people were eavesdropping. No, either go together, Qian Renshue will never eat alone. Qian Renshue at this moment but pursed red lips, clenched silver teeth, appeared extraordinarily stubborn and had iron. Moreover, at this moment, her and Yifeng's bodies were almost completely attached together. Before she just fantasized about being with Yifeng. Now, however, she was smelling the unique smell of Yifeng's body, which caused a large number of strange images to involuntarily appear in her mind, causing her cheeks to rapidly turn red and burn. I'm doing this for your own good. Will you behave? Yifeng pinched Qian Renshue's pretty face and directly pinched her mouth into an O shape. I'm not your whatever. Why should I listen? Chirenji muttered with a slurred voice. Yifeng naturally had a lot of thoughts in that area because of his dragon bloodline, only that he didn't feel that the place of the killing capital was too suitable, so he had been suppressing it. At this moment, being so provoked by Qian Renshue, he didn't bother to suppress it, and coupled with the fact that the two of them were already stuck together, that impulse erupted more and more violently, causing his eyes to glow a little red. No, I didn't mean that. Qian Renshue panicked on the spot, completely not expecting things to evolve to this point. She braced her hands on top of Yifeng's chest, trying to push him away. Only, Yifeng's physique was too powerful, coupled with the fact that Qian Renshue was currently being affected by Yifeng's burning nostrils. The tingling sensation kept hitting her brain, causing her to completely lose her strength for a while. Just then, a petulant laugh suddenly came from outside the door. This caused the two men in the room to stop moving instantly. Disturbing other people's pleasure is a very impolite behavior. You'd better not have anything. Yifeng was still sitting on Qian Renshue at the moment, taking a deep breath and calming his mind. His tone was icy cold. The King of Slayers asked me to relay the message that he agreed to your conditions, and that the Hell Road will open in a month. So please prepare yourselves. Okay, I'm done. You guys go ahead and cluck. You only have a month. Enjoy it. After that you're afraid you'll never see each other again. The grim female voice finished and quickly left. Phew. Yifeng exhaled deeply and looked down at Qian Renshue. Bastard. Quickly come down or I really angry. I do not want to be your woman. Qian Rensnow pulled the cloth over and covered her front, reddening above her collarbone. Her shell teeth lightly bit her red lips, tears crystallized in her eyes, as if she was going to cry out in the next moment, obviously aggravated. This is the first time she has been bullied so much by Yifeng. Yifeng is really so excessive, and the moment is awkward right now. If Yifeng continued, she felt very disadvantaged. If Yifeng left, she felt even more disadvantaged. For a while, he didn't know what to do and could only stare dryly with Yifeng. Yifeng was also embarrassed at the moment, interrupted halfway through. It's not right to leave, and it's not right to continue. He simply flipped Chiron over. What are you doing? Qian Renshue was confused. Yifeng didn't say anything, but instead used the phrase, artful tongue. Chapter 112, to try is to die. Half an hour later. Search this article's first post, rewarded Jiang Liaiba. Qian Renshue sat in Yifeng's arms, the two of them wrapped in a blanket. Qian Renshue shrank in Yifeng's arms like a kitten, her ears still red. Big pervert. You are too much. Qian Renshue opened her mouth and gnawed on Yifeng's chest again, but no matter what, she was not relieved. To this day she's still numb there. This guy, Yifeng, isn't afraid to get dirty. Bah, she is not dirty at all. Yifeng is the dirty one. Listening now? Yifeng ignored Qian Renshue's little grudge and reached out to pinch. No, No la. Qian Rinxue shivered slightly and instantly wimped out in seconds, obviously afraid of Yi Feng's methods. And I just did you a favor. It's better than you doing it yourself. Yi Feng glanced at Qian Rinxue with intent. Wait, you last time Yi Feng, you asshole. Obviously, what she secretly did before was discovered by Yi Feng, and this guy Yi Feng even pretended not to know, then secretly crickets her behind her back. Qian Rinxue read warmed up on the spot. It also feels completely socially dead, though Yi Feng probably didn't know that the imaginary object in her mind was him. But still, Shirenji couldn't accept the fact that he had been found out. I'll bite you to death. Qian Rinxue didn't care, and with a tilt of her head, she gnawed at Yi Feng's neck. However, Qian Rinxue was unable to bite through Yi Feng's skin no matter how hard she tried, leaving only a tiny dent in the teeth marks with spit marks. Stop it. I was the one who helped you just now. Now it's your turn to help me. Yi Feng pinched Qian Rinxue's cheeks and said with a smile. Humph. Aren't you afraid I'll break it off? Qian Rinxue's face slightly reddened, and she immediately hummed. You can try, Yi Feng casually said. To try is to die. Qian Rinxue do not believe in evil. Jade hand in the blanket. Then, however, Qian Rinxue realized that no matter how hard she tried, she could not shake it in the slightest. Half an hour later, Qian Rinxue only felt a heat in her hands. Eat Jack. Though Chiron was covered by a blanket, Chiron realized something. Shoot, thanks already. Yi Feng had a relaxed face. You bully me. Ignore you. As soon as she pulled the blanket over her body, Shirenzuki fled back to her room in a lumbering fashion, obviously a bit furious. Ha ha. Outside came Yi Feng's loud laughter. Asshole, asshole, asshole. Chiron wiped her hands clean and wrapped herself in the comforter, rolling around constantly. She's a holy angel. Surprisingly helped Yi Feng do this kind of thing. Even she was a little disbelieving. It's all because of this hellhole. It's all because of Yi Feng. It's abominable. It's too bullying. Oh, Qian Rinxue's mind was a little broken. I don't know how long it took for Qian Rinxue to calm down. Other things aside, after what she had just experienced, she realized that she had inexplicably less desire for killing in her heart. Not only that, she even felt that the killing intent that she had recently comprehended was in turn becoming more and more pure, as if it had been purified. At first, all of her killing intent was extremely refuted and chaotic, as if she was only killing for the sake of killing, and after each kill, although her killing intent rose, her consciousness was somewhat fluttering, and after venting her anger with Yi Feng, her thoughts inexplicably became enlightened, and her state of mind became much clearer. Apparently, this method works really well. If the daily, blah, 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 that asshole, he must be thinking right now that I'm going to make me beg him to do it again. I'm not going to let him have his way again. Qian Rinxue hastily shook her head, casting that thought away. Even if I, Qian Rinxue, am controlled by the killing intent, I will not be bullied by you again. Qian Rinxue secretly swore in her heart that she would remember to resist next time and not be as cowardly as she was this time. 1 month later, Qian Rinxue's killing intent almost condensed into substance. She already had a very strong talent for the Tao of the sword, and with the addition of the Tao of killing, even without a martial soul, her battle power was still very terrifying now. Of course, this was all the result of Yi Feng's help. Over the past month, Qian Rinxue had become extra cranky almost every 3 days. Then he was caught by Yi Feng in an operation. With the help of the two heaven-defying phrases, skillful tongue, and skillful hands, Qian Rinxue quickly returned to normal and was no longer plagued by the desire to kill, though every time Chiron refused on his lips and cursed. Moreover, after each time, Qian Rinxue's killing intent had inexplicably been solidified and purified once, which had led to the current level. Of course, the number of times Yi Feng intervened and interfered was not much, only 4 or 5 times. After all, the Palace of Martial Souls would send a batch of fallen every month to replenish the fresh blood of the killing capital. This month, a batch at the beginning of the month and a batch at the end of the month. Just 2 batches, letting Qian Rinxue slaughter most of them. This day, the messenger of the King of Killers reappears. It was still the same woman who spoke so grimly. Yi Feng and Qian Rinxue walked out of their room together. Time has come. Number 8887. You come with me. The gloomy woman looked towards Qian Rinxue and spoke coldly. She had already looked at Qian Rinxue very unpleasant, because the King of Killers scruples the forces behind the other party, making her every time she said something bad about the other party, she had to be scolded by the King of Killers. Good. Qian Rinxue nodded, then looked at Yi Feng, wanting to speak. The unwillingness in his eyes was very obvious, although the two have not happened that kind of thing. But these days, Yi Feng to her to do the kind of evil deeds, so that the feelings of the two are also dramatically warmed up. She knows that she can't get away from this asshole Yi Feng. Alright, get going. The hell road is still a bit dangerous. Don't be careless. Yi Feng waved his hand, obviously wanting Qian Rinxue to hurry up and leave. As for the danger, With Qian Renshui's current strength, breaking into the Hell Road was just like playing. What danger could there be? Yi Feng's killing god domain was so close to completely coalescing into shape that it would definitely attract the attention of the king of killers at that time. Only when Qian Renshui leaves, Yi Feng can fully comprehend the god of killing domain and run away with peace of mind. Got it. When did you get so inked? Shirin turned her head and waved her hand impatiently. Although she said so on her lips, a warm current surged in her heart, making her inexplicably a bit touched, and there was a flash of tears in the corner of her eyes. Even she didn't know why that was. Originally, it was just Yi Feng coercing her, and then it turned into a deal. Then, inexplicably, she and Yi Feng were 88. The cold female voice spoke again, and even licked the corners of her mouth, looking at Yi Feng as if she was looking at a little puppy. That would be great. I will serve you well. The corner of Yi Feng's mouth hooked up, revealing an evil smile. A small soul Dolua was just a small soul Dolua. Under a sneak attack, Yi Feng would be able to hammer his head off with a slap. Humph, that would be best. When the gloomy woman saw this, her heart inexplicably balked, but she still managed to mouth a stiff sentence and then quickly left with Qian Renshui. Chapter 113, Sacrifice. Hell Road. The King of Killers. The King of Killers. The King of Killers. At this moment, thousands of degenerates had gathered in the middle of the hellish killing field, and the cheers were loud and clear. Search for this article's premiere, Eat Chicken Tonight Jinwanchiji. Not only because the hell killing field has a stimulant effect, but also because they got the news that the King of Killers is willing to open the Hell Road early to let Shirin, that is, the swordsman left early. If an ordinary fallen could have the opportunity to leave early, everyone would be the jealous ones who would want to flay them. But if it were the sword demon, then naturally no one would complain. The inner city was not a hell but a paradise for many strong people. As long as they were strong enough, they could have anything they wanted. But now we have Qian Renshui, the sword demon, massacring everyone in the inner city. Everyone was forced to harbor in the filled filth of the outer city, and many of the degenerates who had lived in the inner city were about to be driven insane. At this moment, the King of Killers was willing to send this god of killers to that treacherous Hell Road, and everyone raised their hands in favor of it. Whether or not the sword demon could pass through the Hell Road was none of their business. At this moment, the entire hell killing ground was covered in the color of blood. 100 meters in the air, the tall figure of the King of Slayers sat on top of the scarlet throne, covered by a thick layer of blood mist, making it impossible to see his face. However, the pressure emanating from the other party caused Qian Renshui's face to change abruptly. Such a powerful pressure. I'm afraid it's only a step behind Bibi Dong. Qian Renshui's heart is secretly shocked. She admits that Ji Feng is very strong, but in the face of such a horrifyingly strong person, can he really walk? Qian Renshui didn't know, but things had come to this, so she could only go out first. If you can't wait for Yi Feng to come back. Her big deal was to go back to the Martial Soul Palace to beg her grandfather to save Yi Feng. After all, she admitted that this King of Slayers was strong, but compared to her grandfather, it wasn't quite enough. Sword Demon, your angel is out of place here. You shouldn't be here. The King of Slayers looked toward Qian Renshui at the entrance, his tone cold. That's why I'm going out. Qian Renshui met her opponent's eyes without fear. She could tell that the King of Killers seemed to be wary of her. With her strength, it was impossible for the other party to scorn her, much less Yi Feng. Most likely, it was her grandfather. She suspected that the King of Slayers and her grandfather knew each other, and the other party recognized her angelic martial soul. That's why, although Qian Renshui was being held to death by Yi Feng, she was still very smart. And just one sentence from the King of Killers made her guess so many things. When you get out, give my regards to your elders. The killing capital has no intention of making enemies of the angels. The King of Killers was silent for a moment before he spoke quietly. Since that's the case, may I ask the great King of Slayers if he can let my friend leave with me? Qian Renshui took a deep breath, slightly lowered her stance, and slowly asked. For Yi Feng's sake, she was still willing to try. Ha! When the King of Killing heard this, he immediately let out a light laugh and said, Little fellow, I am willing to break the rules for you. That's because you have a good elder. But that kid, since he has the confidence to break into this place, he has to have the consciousness to stay here forever. And you Hell Road is not as simple as you think. If you can't get through, that one angel has no reason to trouble me. The King of Killers waved his hand. In the next moment, a thick red mist emanated from the King of Slayers, instantly sweeping across the entire hell-killing fields. The fallen seated in the audience were all unusually excited, and they were all hoping to see the Hell Road open. But as the eerie mist filled the air, the eyes of these fallen gradually became bloodshot. Kill, kill, kill. I don't know who started it, but the originally lively audience was instantly in chaos. A large number of spectators frantically lunged towards the people around them. Instead of using weapons, they used their hands to frantically tear each other in 4 kills, gutting each other. Skin rolled over, blood and flesh flew. After killing their teammates, those who were alive even started tearing themselves apart, even pulling their own internal organs out of their bodies until they stopped breathing. A large amount of blood spilled, converging into a bloodstream that surged towards the underground in the center of the hell killing fields. What's going on with them? When Qian Renshui saw such a bizarre and bloody scene, even though she had killed a lot of people, she was still a bit sick to her stomach. Obviously this scene was beyond her cognizance. Do you think the Hell Road is that easy to open? The King of Slayers still has some meat on his bones as he speaks. Every time the Hell Road opens, it requires the sacrifice of countless amounts of blood, and they all died for you, but it was also their honor. As the King of Killers whispers, the blood above the ground had gathered into a huge blood-colored pattern at some point. The pattern was so big and large that Qian Renshui couldn't distinguish it for a moment as she stood on the grounds. However, if someone were to look down from a high altitude, then they would be able to realize that it was a huge blood-colored bat. And as the scarlet bat takes shape, in a split second, the entire ground of the Hell Killing Ground instantly erupted with a bizarre blood-colored red light, instantly engulfing Qian Renshui. A few moments later, all scenes disappeared into thin air. The blood pattern is gone. The blood mist also dissipated. There were also countless corpses in the audience that had disappeared. It's like nothing happened. Whether you survive or not depends on your luck. The King of Killers looked at the departing Qian Renshui and muttered. With that, the entire person also turned into a blood shadow and disappeared. Finally gone. Inner city. In a room somewhere, Yi Feng felt his Qian Renshui's departure, and his heart was ruthlessly relieved. Without Qian Renshui's interference, Yi Feng was finally able to properly comprehend the killing intent. After all, living with Qian Renshui, his mind is always thinking about those things, and he can't even practice properly. However, Qian Renshui was still on the Hell Road now, and Yi Feng still didn't intend to run away, lest the King of Killers find Qian Renshui in trouble. Yi Feng didn't know that the King of Killers was jealous of Qian Renshui's grandfather, so he thought the worst of everything. As Yi Feng began to quiet his mind, the killing intent around him was also getting thicker and thicker, almost condensing into substance, wrapping his entire person in it. Not only that, the killing intent even spread out through the house, forming a killing field with a diameter of more than 10 meters around the house, which is considered the prototype of the field. And as the field spread, many of the surrounding fallen who wanted to plot to take over Yi Feng's room were instantly scared out of their wits. Although most of them were soul kings and soul emperors, there was even a soul saint. However, without being able to use soul techniques, it was simply impossible to counter Yi Feng's field. Wrapped by the field, these fallen ones only felt that it was difficult to breathe, and the endless desire to kill surged into their minds, directly causing them to completely lose their minds and start attacking other people as if they were crazy. Chapter 114, Fledgling Domain. King of Kills Covetousness. Kill, kill, kill. All must die. How horrible. Run. I told you we shouldn't have messed with that guy. He's with the sword demon. What kind of good guy can he be? Grass, 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 run. Each of the fallen around them was scared out of their wits. Incoming search term for this article, enter Herjin Ruta. After Qian Renshui left, there were quite a few fallen people surrounding Yi Feng's house, wanting to kill Yi Feng and take the best residence in this inner city for themselves and enjoy it. It's just a pity that they're all out of luck now. What Yi Feng had comprehended was not the god of killing domain, but a stronger killing domain. It was filled with a large number of killing rules, which would not only suppress the strength of those who entered, but would also erode the sea of spirit. If you have a weak willpower, you will turn into a madman who only thinks about killing in minutes. It can also barely be considered a mental attack, and the unusual killing field of this place instantly caught the attention of the King of Killers. Swish dash. A huge blood-colored shadow slowly appeared, hovering 100 meters above Yi Feng's house. Amidst the color of blood, two scarlet eyes shone abnormally bright. Interesting, interesting. Just by virtue of the aura of the killing capital, one can comprehend the fledgling form of the killing domain. This kind of good body should be parasitized by this seat. Jia jia jia. The King of Killers laughed lowly, inexplicably excited. His original body, which was a blood-red 9-headed bat king, possessed exceptionally powerful parasitic and devouring abilities. Its main body was located in the divine examination mystery realm created by the Shura god, and it was unable to leave, but could only go out through its parasitic body. Decades ago, Tang Chen challenged it and lost, becoming its first parasite. According to its plan, after successfully seizing Tang Chen's flesh, his parasitic body would be able to parasitize other creatures again, opening up the program of infinite parasitism. If it was lucky, it could even parasitize the entire world. Only unfortunately, the parasitic Tang Chen, the heart is too strong. So many years of can still rely on a little bit of meager consciousness and its confrontation, resulting in his inability to completely seize the other party's physical body. The plan is stuck on the first step, which is awkward. Moreover, because he hadn't completely parasitized, Tang Chen hadn't been able to leave his body for too long, or else his body's control over the parasitic body would drop, and it would be easy for the other party to break free of its bonds, so he couldn't do anything about Yifeng now. However, it was not in a hurry. Yifeng was still too weak right now. Yifeng wouldn't be able to leave the killing capital anyway, and when the other party grew up, he would almost be able to completely control Tang Chen's physical body. By then, Yifeng would be its second parasite, which was perfect. The King of Killers had a longing in his heart and looked deeply at Yifeng before he slowly disappeared. Phew, is it gone? Yifeng also breathed a fierce sigh of relief when he sensed that prying gaze leaving. It was a good thing the other party wasn't doing anything right now, or he would have had to run away early. Here, he would be able to completely complete the coalescence of the killing domain in almost 7 days. As for the 3 days he agreed to with Qian Renshui, that was something he said casually. At that time, he was only thinking of quickly dispatching Qian Renshui. How could he think so much? But 7 days is fast enough. If they left the killing capital, it would take more than a month to comprehend the killing domain. If he didn't have to, Yifeng would definitely have to completely comprehend the killing domain here before he would leave. Moreover, Yifeng knew that the killing king's body was a blood-red 9-headed bat king with parasitic ability, and the other party might be trying to parasitize his body. However, parasitism definitely needed time, and as long as it wasn't an instant kill, Yifeng was confident of escaping. Luckily, the other party seemed to be up to something bigger and didn't move immediately. Or maybe they want to wait to fatten up before killing. Ha ha ha, by then it'll be too fat to kill. Yifeng let out a low chuckle, then closed his eyes once again, quietly participating in the wonders of killing. In the meantime, outside, a small mountain suddenly exploded. Boom! A horrifying explosion came from the ground, and debris splattered everywhere. In the next moment, a delicate figure with a terrifying killing aura rushed out from it, and it was none other than Qian Renshui. Phew, it's finally out. With the help of her martial spirit, Qian Renshui flew in midair with an inexplicable sense of relief. The Hell Road was dangerous though, and it would really be a bit difficult if Qian Renshui, who had her soul skills blocked, were to do so. However, Qian Renshui possessed a self-created soul skill, and even the most dangerous of them all, the 10-headed blazing sun snake, was easily sliced off with a single swipe of her sword. There's no danger to speak of at all. A place like the killing capital is hell. It's just too depressing. Leaving the killing capital at this moment, Qian Renshui felt as if she had regained her life, and her heart was filled with expectations for a better life in the future. It's like the perennial disease-free person who continues to complain about life constantly even though he eats and drinks, and a patient who has recovered from a serious illness, even if he is poor and destitute, will have immense happiness in his heart and hope for life. Qian Renshui just had the same feeling as the latter at the moment. Before, she always felt that life was too hard and tiring, plus she was bullied and suppressed by Bibidon since she was a child, and even after she came to the Tiando Empire, she was all alone, very lonely and helpless, and the pressure on her body was very great. And now, she had a whole new perspective on everything. Compared to the killing capital, the outside was heaven, and it would be a blessing to live one more second. Well, it's still a bit lonely alone though, if you have a man with you. It was only at this time that Qian Renshui thought of Yifeng. I wonder how that bad guy is doing. All the intimate actions with Yifeng in the midst of the killing, even if she recalled it now, she felt her cheeks burning and inexplicably bashful. However, the line of the killing capital, she also seems to be completely see her heart clearly. She seems to really like that guy. Forget it, whatever, he's so slippery, he should be fine. Qian Renshui shook her head, casting away the strange memories in her mind. Her biggest gain from this trip was still the god-killing domain. After passing through the Hell Road, a strange rule enveloped her, causing all her killing intent to converge and transform into the god of killing domain. Moreover, this domain did not conflict with her angelic domain at all and could be cast at the same time, which made her battle power explode. Let's wait for that bad guy to come back. I don't know if his god-killing domain is stronger than mine. Qian Renshui was a bit swollen at this time, wanting to touch base with Yifeng again. She had killed so many people, while Yifeng had been in seclusion almost all the time behind since she had fought a few matches in the first few days. She didn't believe that her killing god's domain couldn't compare to Yifeng's domain. Qian Renshui withdrew her mind and then flew into midair, and soon she saw a human town. She quickly flew towards the town in the distance. After all, she didn't know where this place was and needed to find someone to ask for directions. Moreover, she had an agreement with Yifeng. 3 days after she left, the two were in Moto City, the same restaurant they had been to before. It took her about half a day to get through Hell Road. It's a long way to 3 days. However, Qian Renshui still planned to go early so that she wouldn't miss out with Yifeng. Chapter 115, Qian Renshui's request for help. Qian Dao Lu appears. The place where Qian Renshui came out is not very far from Moto City. Half a day's time Qian Renshui arrived. Free search, novel Kaozai Shuoniu. On the first day, Shirin Yuki celebrated her new life by eating, drinking, and having a good time. The next day, Shanren Shui still ate and drank, and even more frantically bye. See good things delicious buy. Well, she also didn't forget to buy things for Yifeng. Although she didn't know what Yifeng liked, she had a lot of money, so as long as she bought enough, there would always be something Yifeng liked. Day 3, Shanren Shui woke up early, even more slightly dressed up, full of anticipation to go to the restaurant where the two agreed to wait. It was obviously just an appointment, but she was inexplicably looking forward to it, and even more so, she was a little vaguely excited, and even she didn't know why she was so happy. In the morning, Yifeng didn't come. At noon, Yifeng didn't come either. In the afternoon, until sunset, Yifeng still didn't come. Shanren Shui had been sitting right in the middle of the restaurant all day. The sumptuous delicacies in front of her had long since gotten cold. Hello ma'am, please, are you expecting someone? A waiter finally couldn't help but open his mouth and asked with concern when he saw that Shanren Shui had been sitting here for a day. Well, Shanren Shui propped her chin on her hands, somewhat inexplicably lost. It's probably just that he's on a short notice. Ma'am, why don't you come back tomorrow? The waiter suggested in a whisper. Maybe, then I'll wait. More. Shanren Shui's eyes brightened slightly, feeling that the other party had a point. After all, it was possible that Yifeng really had something to delay. Alas, the waiter saw this, but also no more persuasion. Anyway, this restaurant is open all day. From closing, she just lamented. Another love brain. How good is that guy to charm a pretty girl like that? Shanren Shui waited for another night, but Yifeng still hadn't come. As for Shanren Shui's face, it was slightly pale. Not eating or drinking for a day was no problem at all for the soul saint. It was just the sheer waiting and inner torment that made it extraordinarily difficult for Shanren Shui, and even more so, a little heartbreaking. Is she forgetting about me? No way. He's not like that. Shanren Shui reassured herself in her mind that although Yifeng was a bit bad, he shouldn't stand her up. What was that for? Murphy. Suddenly, Shanren Shui thought of a speculation that was a little hard for her to accept. Possibly, Yifeng's kind of soul skill that was capable of shuttling through space would not be able to leave the killing capital. Although Yifeng's soul skill was strong, the killing capital was a test set by the legendary Supreme God. Would it be so easy to break through? In other words, Yifeng actually couldn't come out at all. He couldn't have known this for a long time before he deliberately lied to her and then chose to make a deal with the King of Killers, leaving her the opportunity to leave. Without this deal, Yifeng might have completed a 100-game winning streak and still been able to leave. But Yifeng chose to make a deal with the King of Killers in order to let her leave in advance, and he himself stayed there forever. Shanren Shui's face grew paler and paler as she thought of this. No, it won't. He's so hateful. How can he do such a good thing? Shanren Shui kept giving herself brainwashing and comforting herself. But the more she was comforted, the more panicked she became, and the more heartbroken she became. Wait another day. There's no telling what he's really up to. On the 4th day, Shanren Shui still didn't wait for Yifeng. Early in the morning of the 5th day, Shanren Shui left the tavern. She was going to find her grandfather and get Yifeng out. Although it was Yifeng's suggestion to bring her into the killing capital, it was also of her own free will. Yifeng was willing to stay there himself forever for her. Putting aside the relationship between the two parties, she would have owed Yifeng a life. So even if she went to beg his grandfather, she had to save Yifeng, even if it cost something. Shanren Shui was fast. In less than half a day, he crossed a quarter of the Doluo continent and returned to the outside of Martial Soul City. However, because of Bibi Dong, Shanren Shui didn't choose to go to the Palace of Martial Souls and didn't even enter the city. Looking in the direction of Martial Soul City, Shanren Shui took out a jade pendant and inputted her soul power. It was the soul guide she and her grandfather used to contact each other, and as long as she was in the same city and injected her soul power, the person who owned the other jade pendant would know her location. Her grandfather is still very good to her and visits her every 6 months. It's the jade pendant that she and her grandfather used to contact each other. In the meantime, Martial Spirit Hall, Hall of Offerings. Shidaru, who was in the middle of his seclusion, suddenly sensed something and instantly opened his eyes. A terrifying golden aura radiated from his eyes, as if they were as dazzling as two suns. It took a long time before it slowly dissipated. Cher is calling me. Shidaru slowly came back to God. And then there was some doubt, but this is Martial Soul City. Schwer is not in the Heavenly Dipper Empire. How will it come here? Could it be that Schwer lost her jade pendant? No, even if it's lost, the other party doesn't have the angel's divine soul power to activate it. It should be that Schwer really came to Martial Soul City. Although Chidori Ryu had doubts in his mind, he quickly got up and changed into clean clothes. With that, he left the Hall of Offerings and quickly blinked in the direction the signal came from. A few short breaths. Chen Daolu then arrived outside of Martial Soul City. and then he saw the figure that made him feel close to him. Cher, what are you doing here? Aren't you in Tendu City? Chitaro hurriedly landed in front of Qian Renshue and took Qian Renshue's hand, his eyes filled with affection and kindness. This was his only granddaughter and the only bloodline inheritor, possessing the topmost angelic bloodline, a super genius who would be able to inherit the angelic divine throne in the future, as well as the treasure of his heart. However, soon after, Chitaro noticed that Qian Renshue's face didn't look too good, and immediately frowned. Schwerer, did something happen? Tell Grandpa. Grandpa will definitely help you get justice, Chitaro said, and there was also nameless anger rising in his tone. Qian Renshue was so proud that even if she received a great setback, her opponent would not show such an ugly face, and Shirenji almost never actively seeks him out. This time, however, the other party had come directly to Martial Soul City to look for him, clearly encountering something that Qian Renshue was completely unable to resolve. Grandpa, no one bullies me. Seeing that Chidori Ryu was about to lose his temper, Qian Renshue hurriedly opened his mouth and explained, "It's a friend of mine. We entered the killing capital together." And then, Qian Renshue recounted the events of the killing capital slightly. Of course, there were many things that she naturally hid, focusing on the things that Yifeng had gotten himself into in order to get her out of the way. What? You went to the killing capital, and you even obtained the killing god domain? Chitaro completely ignored this, instead caring more about Qian Renshue's gains. The angelic realm was already exceptionally strong, and if it was coupled with the god-killing realm, then Qian Renshue's battle power was simply heaven-defying. Chapter 116, Chitaro exploded with anger. Grandpa, who let you care about this? My friend is still inside. Can you save him? Qian Renshue gently stomped his foot, and even pulled Qian Daolu's shoulder to pamper him, obviously anxious. Search this article first, E8E8ZW. If it were normal, she certainly wouldn't be, but she was really worried about Yifeng, so she was willing to beg her grandfather even if she was pampered. Cheryl, that friend you were talking about, male or female? Chitaro instantly frowned and directly asked the most crucial point. When Qian Renshue sniffed, she was a bit weak and subconsciously lied. Female, you lie? He's a guy, isn't he? And what's his relationship to you? Chitaro instantly punctured Chirenai's lie, his gaze aggressive as he pursued. He felt even more vaguely bad in his heart. Ordinary friends. Grandpa, you ask so much to cannot quickly save people. Qian Renshue's face was inexplicably colored with redness, and she hastily stomped her foot, obviously a bit anxious by the question. A common friend? Then forget it, just die. Chidori Ryu spoke coldly, unperturbed, completely losing his just now cordial and amiable demeanor. It was a matter of his granddaughter's life, and he would never be soft. Grandpa, he's my man, I love him. Qian Renshue's suffocated red face finally still uttered the words, the tone of voice is even with a crying voice. Can you save him? Please. Then he deserves to die even more. Knowing that you like him and even taking you to the killing capital serves him right. When Chitaro heard this, his anger rubbed off on him, and he only felt that the cabbage he had raised for more than 20 years was given away by a pig. What was the status of Qian Renshue? There was not a single person among his peers in this world right now who was worthy of Qian Renshue. In his opinion, the wild man in Qian Renshue's mouth was nothing more than a good-looking man who had tricked Qian Renshue with flowery words. This kind of person would be thwarted by him even if he didn't die in the killing capital. Grandpa can't. I'm with him, that one. Qian Renshue's face was almost red enough to drip blood. Of course, the two didn't have that kind of relationship though, but the things that Yifeng did to her are actually almost the same. In fact, Yifeng obviously can directly put her. She wouldn't actually say no, but Yifeng did not. At the end of each time she deliberately threw a tantrum to drive Yifeng away, partly because she was too ashamed and partly because she was angry and speechless. Obviously it has come to this point. Yifeng can still hold back from going up. Simply not a man. Don't you want to lie to me? You observe your breath, still intact, which has that what relationship? Chitaro was an old man, so naturally he would not be deceived by Chirenai's flowery words. Did everything but this? Other. Qian Renshue's ears turned red, lowered her head, and stammered. Although she didn't say much, she seemed to be saying everything. Chitaro instantly understood it in seconds. Immediately afterward, he exploded in anger on the spot. Damned dog! How dare he defile my granddaughter's innocence? He is not worthy of death. Chidori Ryu was on fire when he heard that. Lungs exploded. All play and no play, right? It angered him more than banging Chiren. It was outrageous that such a well-behaved child as Qian Renshue was tempered like this by that brat. Grandpa, no. We love each other with all our hearts. Can you save him? Qian Renshue was also a bit confused as she watched Qian Daolu's killing intent towards Yifeng grow stronger and stronger, and she didn't dare to say anything further at all. She obviously wanted to say the closeness of her relationship with Yifeng. how the more she describes it, the darker it gets. No, not when I say no. That dog deserves to die. Chitara was still angry and said no. He couldn't wait for Yifeng to die directly in the killing capital, so that he wouldn't have to huahua his granddaughter. Clank. Just then, a cold flash flashed before the eyes of the Chitara no eyes. He jerked his head up, only to find that a dagger had been placed against her own neck by Qian Rinxue. Cher, what are you doing? Come on. Stop it. Have a talk. Have a good talk. Don't be impulsive. Chitara almost pissed himself in fear, and his entire being suddenly died, as if Qian Renshue's dagger was not against her neck, but against his heart. It's clear that Chikendo Flu was trying to commit suicide, but Chikendo Flu was being subjected to a life and death crisis. Qian Renshue was his heart. If anything happened to the other party, he would want to die. At the same time, Chitara even cursed Yifeng 1,000 times in his heart. Qian Renshue was such a well-behaved and obedient child, but she had been hardened and conditioned like this. Chitara couldn't wait to pull Yifeng out and kill him by 1,000 cuts. Of course, this is only what Chitara has in mind. He certainly does not dare to say, lest Kai Rengshu get excited and hurt herself. Grandpa, he's really important to me, please. Chen Renshue had a sobbing voice and tears kept slipping down, obviously really anxious. At this time, she really reacted to how important Yifeng was to her. Her mind at the moment was stuffed full of Yifeng's shadow. As soon as she thought that she would never see Yifeng again, she felt incomparably heartbroken, so painful that she almost suffocated. Okay, Grandpa promise you. You quickly put down the knife. It wasn't just Shirin Yuki, Chidori Ryu was also heartbroken. For the sake of a man, Shenrin Shui had actually forced him to die, which was damn near worse than killing him. Wild man. God damn it. Really? When Shenrin Shui heard this, she stopped crying at once, and her eyes even carried a touch of uncontrollable joy. My good granddaughter, you are like this. Grandpa will still lie to you. Quickly put down the knife. Chidori flow at this moment in the heart that angry. What has he done to deserve this? Could it be that the kind of immoral thing his son had done to Bibi Dong in the first place had finally backfired on him now? Then, Grandpa, let's go. Only then did Qian Rinshua put the knife down. When Chitaru saw this, it seemed that the knife in his heart had dissipated, and he also breathed a fierce sigh of relief, subconsciously explaining, Schwerer, just now Grandpa didn't save him, and you also know that that place is the killing capital. Even I can't exert my full strength. What? Grandpa, you just said. Qian Rinshua sniffed, and was anxious again on the spot. No, hear me out. Seeing that Qian Rinshue was about to take the knife again, Chen Daolu was even more anxious than Qian Rinshue, and hurriedly said, however, if Grandpa makes a move, there's still a certain degree of certainty, provided that that friend of yours is still alive. Of course, his words were mainly to appease Qian Rinshue. The killing capital was well known, and he had certainly dealt with the king of killing in it. If he were outside, he could hold the king of kill down and rub it on the ground with one hand. However, if the other party was cowering in the killing capital and had the rules to shelter him, he and the other party could only be said to be 50-50. Although he didn't have the god-slaying domain, he could barely break through the opponent's rules with his own peak demigod battle power. But then, he would lose a lot of his battle power. Of course, if the attitude is tougher, there is still a chance to make the other side release the person. Yifeng is very strong. He's definitely still alive. When Shen Renshue heard this, her eyes shone and she hurriedly affirmed, well, that kid is called Yifeng, right? Old man remembered. Chitaru secretly memorized Yifeng's name in his mind and hated it. However, when he faced Chen Renshue, he was still wearing an amiable smile. Good. Yifeng, what a good name. Schwerer, let's go. Aha, yet. I'll lead the way. Qian Renshue nodded repeatedly, looking impatient. The two of them flew in the direction of the killing capital. Chapter 117, The Killing Fields. Leaving the Killing Fields. At the same time, incoming search term for this article, novel Oxyashuoniu, The Killing Capital. After 5 days of full awareness, the killing intent around Yifeng's body almost condensed into substance, as if it was countless black mists, completely wrapping Yifeng in the house he was in. The range of the field had expanded to a 300-meter radius, and no fallen dared to approach within the field's range. The essence of a field was an aura, and when Yifeng's comprehension of the rules of killing reached a certain level, such an aura naturally formed around his body. The field is chaotic and hostile. However, if one was able to completely control one's own field and allow it to undergo a metamorphosis, that would be the so-called domain. The domain belongs completely to you, can be controlled by yourself, can distinguish between enemy and self, give suppression to the enemy and increase to your own people. It's sort of the essential difference between the two. At this moment, Yifeng's field had accumulated to a very large extent. All he needed to do was to take complete control of this domain. Congeal. Suddenly, Yifeng let out a low gulp. In the next moment, All the killing intent within a 300-meter radius instantly began to collapse. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying pressure directly crushed the house where Yifeng was into ruins. However, this kind of pressure was absolutely nothing to Yifeng. Soon, the 300-meter field continued to collapse until it was 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. In the end, the large field transformed into a small black bead with a diameter of only half a centimeter. Lying quietly in Yifeng's hand, Yifeng put his 5 fingers together and held it gently. Click! A tiny crunching sound came from the small black bead that shattered. But nothing happened. Yifeng's hair couldn't be automated. An invisible field, centered on Yifeng, expanded in all directions, formless and silent. But it carries the ultimate sense of oppression. The killing fields, becoming. Yifeng muttered. He felt it slightly, and there were 3 main effects of the killing domain. Weakening the opponent by 50% of their battle power and strengthening themselves by 50% of their battle power. And weakening the opponent by 50% is only effective for the same realm. The greater the cultivation gap, the worse the effect. In addition, there is also a bloodlust effect, which absorbs the opponent's life force to restore itself. These 3 abilities may seem like crap, but they actually are. It was far less effective than Yifeng's own soul skill. However, fortunately, what Yifeng needed was not the ability of the domain, but the strengthening and remodeling of his own body after comprehending some of the rules of killing. And as the killing field takes shape, the rule of not being able to use soul skills that suppressed Yifeng in the killing capital also collapsed. In the next moment, Yifeng only felt the pressure on his body violently lighten. The soul power in Yifeng's body began to become violent, and the power of his bloodline inexplicably began to stir. The most obvious change was that the seal in his body was rapidly dissolving, finally reached 90%. Yifeng cultivated in the killing capital, and his bloodline seal was actually only 91% left. At this moment, he had successfully condensed the killing domain, and the last 0.1% of his bloodline was also completely finished unsealing. Moreover, with the unsealing of the bloodline below 90%, Yifeng is also able to feel that the talent in his body should be gradually awakened. The silhouettes of the 5th soul ring all began to slowly emerge. No, we have to hurry and find a place to retreat. Yifeng forcibly suppressed the coalescence of his soul rings, thinking to leave quickly and find a good place to close up and make a breakthrough. If you break through here, what's the difference between that and looking for death? And right at this moment, Yifeng only felt that in the sky, an extremely terrifying sense of oppression suddenly came. Jia. I didn't expect. You are really able to comprehend the killing domain. It really surprises this king. Above the sky, the color of blood lingered. The figure of the king of killers was suspended in it. Wow, so it's the great king of slayers. Isn't it a little bad to pry into other people's privacy? Yifeng raised his head with a hint of teasing and relaxation in his tone. He had already obtained what he wanted, so naturally he was planning to leave without having to stay in this kind of hellish place. Ha ha ha, privacy? The king of killing laughed. Kid, you're afraid that you've forgotten the deal you made with this king. You can't leave the killing capital now. You're already the seat's slave. Do you still want privacy? After the king of killers finished speaking, his tone gradually turned cold, and even more so with a hint of killing intent. He said, Kid, you're very talented. Let go of your sea of consciousness, and let this king plant a blood seal, and this king can enthrone you as the #1 warrior general under the seat. Although he couldn't parasitize yet, he could plant a blood seal in the other party's sea of consciousness, controlling the other party's life and death at any time. The reason he didn't do that before was because he felt that Yifeng was just a mole cricket that couldn't make any waves. But now that Yifeng had really comprehended the killing domain, then the other party could use their soul skills at any time. And although the other party was far from being able to reach the point of threatening his position, it was possible to escape from other weak places in the killing capital. That was something he would never allow. So one has to put a ban on the other person, lest they don't listen. Great king of slayers, your proposal is good. It's just that your cricket-sealed Dolua strength is not worthy of enthroning me yet. Yifeng grinned as his figure slowly became illusory. Kid, you seek death. The king of killers was furious when he heard this. In the next moment, the endless sea of blood wrapped down and fiercely bombarded Yifeng. Rumble. The earth shook, and there was only a huge profoundness left on the spot. But there was no more Yifeng's figure. Damn. The king of killing was impotently furious, and his roar resounded throughout the killing capital. Although he didn't have a high IQ, at this moment, he also completely understood that he was being tricked. What an exchange! What a deal! It's all fake. The other side would have had a way to escape this place. Not only was he whored out by the sword demon for a god-killing domain, but he also let Yifeng, this hateful liar, escape. At the thought of this, the king of killers only felt his blood rising. Nameless anger suppressed in his heart. How could he not vent it out? Kid, after fooling this king, even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, I will find you and let you die without a burial place. The king of killing took a deep breath. Then his figure flashed and instantly appeared outside the killing capital. That's right, he was going to leave the killing capital and go after the human called Yifeng. Although his parasitic body couldn't leave his main body for too long, he could vaguely sense the direction the human had left. He was a sealed Doluo, and the other party was just a small ordinary soul master. Even if he had a special method to leave the killing capital, he definitely wouldn't be able to run far. However, the king of killers had just left the killing capital and was just about to give chase when he then sensed two very familiar scents. The two breaths were of the same origin, emanating an incomparable divine aura. One breath is weak and not enough to be feared, but the other breath is like a god, even thousands of meters apart. He was trembling slightly, the blood in his body boiling slightly, obviously in some awe. The other party was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in the sky above the killing capital. Yo, the king of killers, so polite that you even came out to greet him personally? When Chitaru saw that the king of killers had actually left the killing capital, he was a bit surprised. Chapter 118 King of Angels vs King of Killers. Chidori Ryu, so it's you. You're in this together. Why are you doing this? When the king of killing saw Chitaru and Qianren Shue, he instantly understood what was going on, and the anger in his heart increased, and he immediately let out a furious roar. Search this article's premiere, Kanchulu. Apparently, in the opinion of the king of killers, regardless of whether it was Yifeng or Qianren Shue, it was arranged by Chitaru to deliberately suck the blood of the killing capital. He was completely punked by the other side. What the hell? King of killers, what are you mad about? Old man came over today just to ask for a person. Chidori Ryu instantly frowned, clearly not understanding the situation. Ha. You can't be saying that the kid you're trying to find is called Yifeng, right? The tone of the king of killers grew colder and colder, obviously angry to the extreme and already somewhat unable to suppress it. Yes, it's that brat. Just hand him over to the old man and count the old man is owing you a favor. Although Chitaro had a smile on his face, his tone was a bit gritted. He had to bring Yifeng out alive and hand it over to Qianren Shue to deliver. Of course, he also wanted to take a good look at what it looked like to be able to mesmerize Qianren Shue like this. Well, sure enough, you're all for a while. Give me death. When the king of killers heard Chidori Ryu admitted himself, his anger finally erupted completely. The whole instantly transformed into a countless sea of blood, wrapping towards the thousand roads flow. Rumble. Next moment, the endless sea of blood and the divine light that pierced as if it were a blazing sun ruthlessly collided together. Purify. An old voice came out, and in the next moment, the Holy Spirit's light instantly erupted. It directly vaporized 99% of the sea of blood. If it was within the killing capital, the Thousand Paths stream really wouldn't be able to take down the killing king in a short period of time. But outside of King of the Kill, Angel, it means invincible. After all, the blood-red nine-headed Bat King parasitized Tangshan and was unable to utilize Tangshan's true strength. Outside the killing capital, within the huge pit, Xian Daolu had one foot on the face of the King of Killing, slowly bent down and said with a smirk, "Old thing, reasoning with you is to give you face. Now obediently hand over the person. I will be able to spare your life. He has escaped. I thought you were all in this together." The King of Killers spat blood from his mouth, and his brain was a little buzzed. There seems to be some kind of misunderstanding. King of Killers, if you don't want to hand them over, just say so. You don't have to make up such a poor excuse. Chidori Ryu almost laughed in exasperation at his words. You're telling me that the other party, a little kid who couldn't use a soul skill, escaped under your nose? You're lying to a 3-year-old. Really? Just now, the other left, and I came out to chase him. The King of Killers hurriedly explained. The other party has comprehended the killing domain and is not restricted by the rules of the killing capital. And even more so, he has utilized a bizarre teleportation ability to escape. The King of Killers is truly terrified of being beaten. To be precise, it was the blood-red nine-headed Bat King who was afraid. It's just a parasite, and what it fears most is the divine power of angels. If the other party had just struck harder, its parasitic body wouldn't have been purified on the spot, and this parasitic body would have been scrapped on the spot. I'm afraid, at this moment, naturally, the ferocious aura that he had at the beginning was completely gone. What? You're saying that brat not only escaped under your nose, but he also comprehended the killing domain? Chitaro was also somewhat inexplicably shocked when he heard the words at this moment. The King of Killers was clearly not able to lie when he was beaten like this. That is to say, that Yifeng in the mouth of Qianren Shue. Impossible. How can there be such a demonic guy in the world, directly comprehending the domain by himself? How old is he? Chidori Ryu muttered, still somewhat incredulous. What? Yifeng, he left. Where did he go? When did he leave? He wasn't injured, was he? At this time, Chen Rinxue finally had the chance to come over and hurriedly asked, looking very excited and obviously very worried about Jifeng. That kid just left not long ago. I just chased out. Then I met you guys. Before I could still vaguely sense that kid's aura. Now it's all gone. Besides, he disappeared right under my nose. What could have happened? The king of killers was also completely out of temper from being punched. He was regicide, but not. At this moment, his head was being stepped on by others. If he still dared to put up a fight, he had no doubt that the other party would directly step on his head. Yifeng really escaped. Great. At this time, Qian Rinxue also quickly flew over, ruthlessly breathing a sigh of relief, her face filled with joy. And do you know where that kid ran off to? Chitaru frowned slightly, his mood inexplicably a little less than favorable, and the force of his feet was slightly increased. North. I had originally planned to pursue towards the north. The king of killers felt like his head was almost going to explode as he hurriedly opened his mouth, afraid that if he said one word slower, he was going to be slaughtered on the spot by the other party. I should have known better than to leave the killing fields. The first moment he saw Chidori Ryu, he should have run away instead of taking the lead, but at that time, he thought that Chitaru was in league with the kid named Jifeng, which is why he was overwhelmed by anger and chose to strike at Chitaru. He's just sorry now. Very sorry. Okay, you can off. When Chitaru saw that he couldn't ask anything, he let go of his foot and casually kicked the king of killers away. It's like casually kicking away a wild dog. To Chidori Ryu, there really wasn't much difference between the king of killers and a wild dog. However, he didn't intend to kill the other party. After all, there was no grudge. And the other party was in charge of the killing capital, and had cleaned up a lot of evil soul masters for the entire continent, so it was still somewhat useful. Of course, if you really counted, the king of killers was considered the most powerful evil soul master, but the kid basically won't leave the killing capital, which is why it's tolerated. Many thanks for your mercy, my lord. The king of killers left behind a sentence and instantly turned into a blood mist, rolling and crawling back to the killing capital. The king of killers swore that he wouldn't step out of the killing capital half a step again before truly controlling Tang Hao's physical body. Schwerer, let's go. That kid you're looking at seems to be somewhat capable. I'm getting curious. Chitaru looked to the north and spoke faintly. Grandpa, since Yifeng is fine, then why don't you go back first? After all, you are busy with your affairs. At this time, Qian Rinxue was not so anxious, but on the contrary, she was a little nervous, obviously not wanting to let Qian Daolu find Yifeng. Schwerer, before you cried and begged me to find Yifeng, why are you still backtracking now? The corner of Chitaru's mouth twitched fiercely, somewhat speechless. Me, I'm afraid you'll take a shot at him. Chen Rinxue reddened and squirmed, but she finally voiced the concerns in her heart. Judging from her grandfather's reaction earlier, she was truly afraid that her grandfather would slap Yifeng to death after finding him. Chapter 119, Star Dragon Ritual. 1000x increase. Schwerer, is Grandpa the kind of goods that bullies the small in your eyes? Chitaru coldly snorted. I'm at least a demigod powerhouse. How could I take action against a junior? At most, I'm just trying that kid's skills to see if that kid is worthy of my granddaughter or not. That also can't. Grandpa, why don't you go back? I'll just go to find Yifeng by myself. Chen Rinxue will believe the ghost words of Qian Daolu. Quickly pulled Qian Daolu's arm and pampered. Free search this article, find novels Zaox. It was forbidden for the other party to see Yifeng and directly imprison him, not allowing him to come and go with her. Doesn't she just blow up? Then, before, she was the one who was afraid that Yifeng was in danger, which forced her to go to her grandfather for help. And now, Yifeng seems to be out of danger, but her grandfather has become a new threat to Yifeng. This is not negotiable. I'd like to see what that kid is capable of. How dare he do this to my good granddaughter? Chitaru snorted coldly, his tone not to be questioned. As the words fell, an angelic shadow emerged from behind him, forcibly wrapping Qian Rinxue in pursuit towards the north. After all, in Qian Daolu's opinion, even if that Yifeng really had such a heaven-defying spatial shifting ability, with his cultivation level, it was impossible for him to run too far. When he had just come over, he had detected an abnormal spatial fluctuation here. He had originally thought that it was caused by the king of killers, but now it seemed that it was that kid called Yifeng. The opponent's spatial shifting ability was indeed strong, but as long as it shifted, it would leave traces. Of course, this kind of trace could not be detected by an ordinary sealed Doluo or even a super Doluo, and it was only because he had a little bit of setup on the rules of space that he was able to discover a little bit of clues. It had to be said that this hand of spatial shifting ability could be called the strongest in the continent all the same. At this moment, Chen Daolu had actually affirmed in his heart that Yifeng's talent was indeed qualified to be worthy of Qian Rinxue. Only, to become his granddaughter-in-law, talent alone was still not enough. One's character had to be good. That was what he valued most. Grandpa, let go of me. I'm not going anymore. At this moment, Xianren Shui naturally didn't know what was really going on inside Chitaru's mind, but she didn't have any choice but to be wrapped up in Chitaru. Yifeng, you'd better run far away. Don't let my grandpa catch you, or else you're definitely going to be finished, and so am I. Xianren Shui could do nothing but secretly pray in her heart, praying for Yifeng to run far away, or you'll be in for a rude awakening if you get caught. In the meantime, in a cave on the outskirts of the far northland, Yifeng's eyes were tightly closed. This place was more than 1,000 miles away from the killing capital, and Yifeng should be able to get rid of the killing king's pursuit after taking just 10 steps. At this moment, Yifeng's breath was constantly surging. Behind him, the undeveloped star ancestral dragon silhouette slowly emerged. At his feet, there were also 4 pitch-black colored soul rings, and at this moment, under the 4 soul rings, a 5th soul ring gradually emerged. Although it was the same pitch-black color, the blackness of the 5th soul ring was as if it was a black hole, seemingly able to devour light, black and evil. An hour later, the 5th soul ring finally solidified, and with the appearance of the soul ring, Yifeng's soul power suddenly began to skyrocket. Level 51, Level 52, Level 55, Level 60. In just a dozen or so breaths, Yifeng's soul power level had directly dried up from level 50 to level 60, to the top again. After all, Yifeng's own accumulation was incomparably thick. It was only because of the limitations of this world's cultivation system that he was unable to continue to break through. Immediately after that, Yifeng started to check the attributes of his 5th soul ring. Yifeng shockingly discovered that his 5th soul ring had reached 999 years. Apparently, the 10W year soul ring seemed to be a heavenly threshold, and his 5th soul ring was ultimately unable to break through. Stuck at the door. Forget it, I can only look forward to the 6th soul ring. Yifeng sighed, but was content and not too disappointed, because several other soul ring years were also skyrocketing again. The first soul ring went up to 3W years, the second soul ring went up to 5W years, the third soul ring went up to 6W years, the fourth soul ring is also 8W years old, the fifth soul ring is 999 years. Immediately after that, Yifeng felt it and began to check the name and attributes of his 5th soul skill. Star Dragon Sacrifice. Sacrifice 1 drop of one's own blood to gain a 999% increase in battle power. Stackable. Extremely taxing on the body. Terrifying as it is. Close to 1000%, which is 10 times, and it's still a battle power increase, which means the power of all attacks is increased by 10 times. Yifeng also sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw this heaven-defying attribute. Only, Essence Blood was not the same as blood. Essence Blood carried the power of the bloodline in it. Yifeng tried it and it took 10% of his own blood to condense a drop of Essence Blood. If he consumed too much Essence Blood, his seal lifting speed would become slower and slower. However, condensing 1 drop a day had little effect on him. The main thing is that this ability can stack. 10 drops of Essence Blood is a 100-fold increase. 100 drops of Essence Blood, that's a 1000-fold increase. It's like saving money. If you save 1 drop a day on time, you'll have more than 300 drops a year. 3000 plus times increase. Yifeng felt that he was already invincible. Of course, the premise was that one's body could withstand the surge of power. After all, it's not about increasing full attributes, it's about increasing combat power. Currently, his body could probably only withstand an increase of around 100 times. The main reason was that his own battle power was extremely powerful, and exploding 100 times his battle power was extremely attached to his physical body. 1000x is still a bit dangerous. You might blow yourself up. After all, Yifeng didn't increase his fleshly body type words right now, and although he had a bloodline boost, in the end, he hadn't grown up too much yet and wasn't too heaven-defying. But even at 100 times, Yifeng was already almost invincible. Before this, he was a bit weak against the more powerful contrails. But now, with Yifeng's normal use of the 5th soul skill, he was confident that he could hang all the soul Duluos and his battle power was comparable to that of an ordinary seal Duluo. Utilizing 10 times his battle power, Yifeng had the confidence to hang all seal Duluo below level 95. By utilizing 50 times your battle power, you can hang super Duluo, move 100 times the battle power. Hanging, cough, 99 levels of extreme Duluo is still very strong. Level 99 is also divided into quasi-demigods, demigods, and quasi-gods. Chitaru should be at the beginning of the demigod realm. After all, if the other party had reached the peak of demigods or the quasi-divine realm, it would have been qualified to inherit the angelic divine throne, and would not have been a guardian. Dtion was pretty much a peak demigod battle power. During the period of Dolua I, Dtion definitely hadn't reached quasi-god yet, and was only at the peak of demigod. Otherwise, during the Jedi Tang clan's time, it wouldn't be so bad that they couldn't even beat a Shrek. Demigods had almost no power of resistance in front of paragons, and the difference between the two was enormous. In her heyday, Gu Yuna was probably a level 1 god battle force. After all, Gu Yuna had inherited talent, not battle power, and it was the Golden Dragon King who had the battle power of a divine king. The injured Gu Yuna's battle power fell to a second level god or even a third level god. Moreover, Gu Yuna had come to the Doluwa continent to escape the pursuit of the god realm, and had even sealed her strength to the peak quasi-god realm. Otherwise, if she exposes her god-level aura, Gu Yuna will be detected by the world will and forced to ascend, which is a death sentence. This was probably the pinnacle group of powerhouses in the Doluwa continent. Yifeng was still a bit short of that level now. When he obtains the 6th soul ring, together with the outbreak of the Star Dragon ritual, he should be able to reach the peak of this world's combat power. But this was ultimately just battle power, not cultivation. If his cultivation reaches the quasi-divine realm, straight up messy kills. Yifeng exhaled deeply, casting aside his fantasies, and then continued to probe his own situation. After his soul power reached level 60, Yifeng realized that his soul power seemed to be solidifying once again. Originally, the compression degree of his soul force had already reached the soul Doluwa level, and with this impact, his soul power had once again solidified and was already almost close to solid. Yifeng intended to directly coalesce it completely into a solid state in one breath. That is, coalesce the soul core. Although his soul skill was strong, and although he could fight over levels, the consumption would be extremely high in this way. And if he were to condense his soul core, then he could directly form an inner cycle and directly extract energy from the void. Even if he didn't need heaven and earth yuan qi, he could still cultivate on his own. Soul power could be said to be endless, and no matter how one unleashed their soul techniques, there would never be a situation where their soul power would be depleted. Chapter 120, Condensing the Soul Core. The reason why the sealed Doluwa is so powerful is also a very important reason. This article is free search, novel House Sayashwatuai, especially the Soul Saint and above. Basically all standard with 10,000-year soul ring. 10,000-year soul ring consumption is very huge. A battle down. The Soul Saint or Soul Doluwa actually cannot cast a few times. However, the sealed Doluwa, could be cast at will, like a perpetual motion machine, and did not need to worry about the consumption of soul power at all, unless one could kill a sealed Doluwa in a single blow. Otherwise, a sealed Doluwa was practically immortal. With this in mind, Yifeng began to sink his heart and prepare to condense his soul core, and as Yifeng cultivated, the heaven and earth yuan qi within a few kilometers around seemed to be being pulled by something, constantly gathering towards the cave where Yifeng was. It was like a huge whirlpool, crazily pouring energy towards the center. In the meantime, Chitaru brought Qianren Shuet across hundreds of kilometers and finally approached this place. This brat, TMD, is really able to run. What the hell kind of soul skill is that? Doesn't it need to be consumed? Chidori Ryu was cursing at the moment, obviously a little tired. He chased after the hint of spatial fluctuation that the other party had left behind, and it almost didn't tire him out. It's not a couple dozen miles, it's over 1,000. If he rushed slowly, it was really nothing to him. However, the spatial fluctuations left behind by the other party were very subtle and could be about to dissipate at any time. If he didn't hurry with all his might, he was afraid that he would easily lose them. Plus, he also brought a Qianren Shuai with him, which made the consumption even greater. The consumption of soul power was negligible. The consumption of physical strength and spirit was the main thing. I thought that the other party ran out of a 300 or 400 miles would have been outrageous. Never thought that this kid TMs actually ran directly out of more than 1,000 miles, dry to the outskirts of the extreme north. It's outrageous, Schwerer. This man you found is really not simple. Chidori Ryu looked at Qianren Shuai with an inexplicable expression. He then said that his granddaughter was extremely discerning, so how could she somehow fall in love? It turned out that the kid called Yifeng was really something. Yifeng can be powerful. Grandpa, what you see is just the tip of his iceberg. Qianren Shuai sniffed and became a little smug. How could the man that she, Qianren Shuai, had her eyes on be any lesser goods? Then I'll have to try that kid's level when the time comes. Chitaru rubbed his fists and grinned. Grandpa, you're shameless. You said you wouldn't make a move on Yifeng. The smile on Qianren Shuai's face instantly disappeared, and she became a bit anxious on the spot. Yifeng is very strong, but the current Yifeng is still far from growing up. How can he beat her grandfather? I did say I wouldn't bully the small with the big, but isn't it only natural that I just want to test the strength of my future granddaughter-in-law? Chitaru smiled and glanced at Qianren Shuai, then quickly chased after him towards the front. Grandpa, you can't do this. Qianren Shuai stomped her foot fiercely and also hurriedly chased after her. However, just then, Chidori Ryu suddenly stopped. It was because he realized that the soul power within dozens of miles around him was all like a vortex, surging wildly in one direction. Qianren Shuai, who was chasing after him from behind, also seemed to have sensed something, and her gaze slowly looked into the distance. This is someone condensing soul cores. As an ultimate Doluwa, Chitaru naturally knew what this situation meant. He had originally only come to look for Yifeng, but he never expected to encounter a soul Dolua condensing soul cores here. One must know that condensing the soul core is the sign of stepping into level 90, and as long as one obtains the 9th soul ring, one is a sealed Dolua. How many years had it been? The last time a new sealed Dolua appeared above the continent, it was still that kid called Tang Hao. Since then, not a single new sealed Dolua had appeared, and now, all of a sudden, there was a soul Dolua who was going to be promoted. Grandpa, there seems to be some abnormality in the heaven and earth yuan power there. Did something happen? Qian Rinxue didn't have this kind of eye power. She could only vaguely notice that the heaven and earth yuan qi in the distance seemed to be moving differently, and didn't know what this represented. There is a soul Dolua there condensing soul cores. That is, advancing to seal Dolua. Chitaru slowly explained. Gathering soul cores actually represented that the opponent's battle power had already reached that of a sealed Dolua. It was just one soul ring short of a normal sealed Dolua. What? Promoted to sealed Dolua? Who is it? Qian Renxue subconsciously asked. The heaven and earth yuan qi over there is too chaotic, and his divine sense can't probe it. Qian Daolu shook his head. Generally speaking, only great powers could cultivate a sealed Dolua, but if the other party came from some big power, then it should be safest to break through in the middle of the sect. How could they come to this kind of wilderness? However, despite being puzzled, Chitaru didn't bother, and instead intended to protect him. After all, it had been a long time since a sealed Dolua had appeared on the continent, and it was not bad to have a newly promoted sealed Dolua. If there was a chance, he could even be pulled into the martial soul hall. Can you go over and take a look? I always feel that the aura is a bit familiar. Qian Renxue frowned. Let's go. Just don't get too close so you don't disturb each other. Chidori Ryu waved his hand and brought Chirin Yuki quickly closer. By the time the two of them were close to the 1,000-meter range of the cave where Yifeng was, Qian Rinxue gave a violent lurch. That aura. It seems like Yifeng, although the surrounding area was still blocked by the chaotic heaven and earth yuan qi. Qian Rinxue still felt Yifeng's aura. After all, she had communicated with Yifeng so many times, she would never feel wrong. Schwerer, you didn't feel wrong. Didn't you say that Yifeng was only level 50? How could he condense a soul core? There's no mistaking it. I know his soul power aura best, Shiren said. Although the other party was absorbing heaven and earth yuan qi, the other party's soul power aura was also emanating without any concealment. Even though the heaven and earth yuan qi in this place was very violent, Qian Rinxue still felt a familiar aura from it. It was definitely Yifeng without a doubt. Impossible. Never. Perhaps the one who condensed the soul core is someone else. Possibly your little man's elder. Chitaru guessed. Although Qian Rinxue didn't tell him too much about Yifeng, he could tell that Yifeng was extraordinary. Such a genius definitely had a not-so-weak force behind him. Qian Rinxue sniffed and was also slightly stunned, then nodded and said, it's also possible that it's his elders. Qian Rinxue knew that Yifeng came from the Star Sect. She had investigated the Star Sect. The origin was extremely mysterious. Her identity was sensitive. Plus Yifeng's relationship, she did not investigate deeply. If it was said that the person who made the breakthrough was an elder within Yifeng's clan, then it might make sense. After all, the heaven and earth yuan qi in this place was so violent and the various elements were very chaotic. She only vaguely detected the aura of Yifeng's soul power. As for the rest, she was not too sure. It was not allowed to say that there was more than just Yifeng among them could be possible. Chapter 121, Thunderbolt. Wait and see. We'll know when the time comes. Chidori flowed with his hands behind his back and spoke softly. In this article search, Ken reading Kenyuta free reading. He also wanted to know who the one who had condensed his soul core and impacted the sealed Dolua was. However, the duo didn't have to wait long before they sensed a hint of something wrong. Only a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the distant sky. At first it was just the size of a palm. In just 1 minute, it covered half of the sky. The sky, which had been clear and bright, darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rumble. Within the dark clouds, there were even flashes of thunder, and there were constant booms. Not only that, the direction where those dark clouds gathered was exactly the mountain where Yifeng was. Schwerer, run! This is a thunderbolt. Chitaru hadn't reacted at first, and it was only when the dark clouds approached that he let out a cry of fear, hastily pulling Chirin Shui towards the back to retreat violently. Thunderbolt! Qian Shui was pulled back by Qian Daolu, and a look of confusion filled the top of her pretty face. Thunderbolt? Wasn't this the stuff that only 100,000-year-old soul beasts would encounter in the legends? How could it appear here? I can't feel it wrong. The biggest difference between the dark clouds of a thunder tribulation and ordinary dark clouds is that the thunder tribulation contains the power of rules. That is the power of the world. Chitaru's tone was incomparably grave. Isn't it just advancing to sealed Dolua? How could there be a lightning tribulation? Qian Rinxue was even more confused. She had only heard of this thing in the legends, but she had never seen it before. The reason why there is a thunder tribulation is because heaven and earth do not allow creatures that are too heaven-defying to exist. For example, soul beasts are unable to become gods. It's because God-level soul beasts are too heaven-defying, which is why there's the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth, such as the tribulation every 100,000 years. Chituru patiently explained. After all, as the pinnacle of this world's existence, he naturally knew a lot of secret stories. Against the heavens? How is coalescing soul cores against the heavens? Unless, the person who condensed the soul core is not Soul Doluo, but the 50-level Yi Feng. Chituru and Qian Rinxue seemed to have guessed something, and an incredulous look appeared in both of their eyes at the same time. It wasn't just Qian Rinxue and Qian Daolu who were confused. Yi Feng, who was in the cave at the moment, was also confused. You damn. I just coagulate a thunderbolt. How can I dry out a thunderbolt for me? Isn't Tang Wulin also a soul core condensed around level 60? How come the thunderbolt didn't split it? Yi Feng was almost so angry that he cursed. It was the first time he had heard that a soul master's condensation of soul cores would attract a thunderbolt. It's a target. Naked targeting. Of course, one thing that Yi Feng didn't take into account is that Tang Wulin only coalesced his soul core in his 20s, and Yi Feng cultivated for less than a year. Of course, Yi Feng also suspected that it might be because he didn't belong to this world. After all he knew was that he was a traveler and remembered some memories from his previous life. But as for how he died in his previous life, how to come into this world, and why it turned into an egg, he didn't know a thing about it. It was also possible that the thunderbolt was attracted because of this. However, at this moment, the thunder in the sky was getting more and more terrifying, and Yi Feng could not be distracted by the thought of quickly coalescing the soul cores and adjusting his state in advance. As for the thunderbolt, he wasn't too afraid. After all, his current battle power was very powerful, and he even had the heaven-defying phrase, Voidwalker. So if he really couldn't carry it, he could also escape to other realms. At this moment, Yi Feng looked within himself. The soul power vortex in his body was still absorbing the external heaven and earth yuan qi in a continuous stream, like a bottomless pit. How could it not be stuffed? When condensing soul cores, the more heaven and earth yuan qi absorbed, the more powerful the condensed soul core would be. For the average soul master, condensing soul cores was extremely difficult and painful. After all, the power of the soul core was too terrifying, and most soul masters were trying their best to suppress it, and it was even difficult to control it. It was like dancing on the tip of a knife, and if they weren't careful, they would explode in place. However, Yi Feng's spiritual power was very powerful and his physical strength was incomparably terrifying. Soul cores were, taken at random for Yi Feng. Even though the soul core was getting stronger, it was still under Yi Feng's control. Time passes slowly. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed. The thunderclouds in the sky were getting thicker and thicker, and the might emanating from them was getting stronger and stronger, but they still didn't fall. The power of the soul core was also getting stronger and stronger, and the pressure was also getting stronger and stronger, turning from a to a small spring, constantly resisting Yi Feng's suppression. Yi Feng didn't panic in the slightest. He felt that he could still accumulate some more. But Yi Feng didn't panic. Qian Rinxue and Qian Daolu, who were more than 10 kilometers away, were already somewhat unable to sit still. What's going on? It's been 3 days. Why hasn't he succeeded yet? Absorbing so much heaven and earth yuan qi, is he going to explode himself? Chituru had a puzzled look on his face, and was even a bit alarmed. Theoretically, the longer it took to condense the soul core, the stronger the soul core would be, because longer time meant more absorption of heaven and earth vital energy and a stronger soul core. When he first condensed his soul core, it lasted for a day and a night, already breaking the historical record of the Martial Soul Hall. And that was also already his limit. If he absorbed any more, the soul core was afraid that it would get out of control on the spot and explode in place. The guy in the distance, on the other hand, lasted 3 days and 3 nights and seems far from reaching the end of the line. Just how strong was the other party that he could control such a powerful soul core? Wasn't he afraid of a soul nuclear explosion? Such a horrible soul core. If it explodes, the power is absolutely no less than a meteorite impact. 100 miles in a radius may be razed to the ground. Grandpa, Yi Feng, he'll be fine, right? Qian Rinxue was already very sure at this moment that the one who condensed the soul core was Yi Feng. Other than Yi Feng, she couldn't imagine who could be so heaven-defying as to attract such a terrifying thunderbolt. That kid is too greedy. At this rate, it's very likely that he won't be able to control the power of the soul core. He'll die. Chiteru's tone was incomparably grave. The other party, even if they were more heaven-defying, was only a level 54 ring soul clan. The 5th soul ring was not even there yet. Although he didn't know how the other party was able to manage to condense soul cores so quickly. This was too greedy. How could the opponent's body, how could it withstand it? Ah, then what to do? Grandpa, can you save Yifeng? Chen Rinxue sniffed and almost didn't cry out. Never thought that Yifeng didn't die in the killing capital, but he had to be killed by his own soul core self-explosion. This outcome was simply unacceptable to her. I can't help it. It's the kid himself who's too greedy. Chitaru shook his head. This kind of thing, not to mention him as a demigod, even if a real god came, he wouldn't be able to stop it. At the same time he felt some regret in his heart. If that person was really Yifeng, the other party's strength and talent had been thoroughly recognized by him. As long as the other party's character was passable, he wouldn't be too difficult and could recognize this granddaughter-in-law. However, after what happened last time, Chitaru was still afraid that Qian Rinxue would seek death because of Yifeng, so he still added, of course, it's also possible that that little boyfriend of yours is even more heavenly, and that he can really control the power of the soul core, but that's impossible. Chitaru silently added in his mind, yes, Yifeng is so powerful, he must be able to do it. When Qian Rinxue received the chicken soup from Chen Daolu, her eyes instantly erupted with a trace of radiance, and she obviously held the last glimmer of expectation for Yifeng. Obviously, she did not believe from the bottom of her heart that Yifeng would fall because of this. P.S. Soul core aspect is IO consideration. After all, I think Chitaru at least is also considered a demigod. Should not be even the soul core, do not know. Just as half of the second creation content is good. End of chapter. Chapter 122, 99. 999 years. Star chains. Ugh, it's hopeless. Exactly like her mother. Chidori Ryu sniffed and couldn't help but cover his face. Search, eat chicken tonight. Jinwanshiji read this article for free. Because he had seen Bibidan's love brain, he was well aware of its terror. Even if Yifeng died, Chen Rinxue's heart could not be said to still be on Yifeng's side. This was the main reason why he hated Yifeng in the beginning. But there was nothing he could do. Qian Rinxue was his only granddaughter, and he could only spoil her. Rumble. In the sky, thunder roared, and the entire heaven and earth trembled. Seemingly angry at Yifeng's action of not only not being afraid, but also intensifying his actions of absorbing heaven and earth's yuan qi to condense oversized soul cores. Back up a little farther before you get caught in the wave. Chitaru's heart condensed as he brought Qian Rinxue back thousands of meters once again. Time passes slowly until day 10. Almost. At this moment, Yifeng couldn't help but grin as he felt the huge whirlpool in his dantian. Although the pressure of the soul core was now far from his limit though, only reaching 2/3 of his limit, Yifeng still chose to close his hand. After all, you can't be greedy, lest there be an accident. Theoretically, the stronger the foundation, the better, but Yifeng had a golden finger and didn't need to go to the limit every step of the way to reach the peak as well. There was no need to take risks. After all, this was the first time he had condensed a soul core without any experience. It was better to play it safe. And as Yifeng ended his absorption of heaven and earth yuan qi, the vortex in his body instantly began to compress. As the vortex compressed, a silver-white round sphere was also rapidly condensing in Yifeng's dantian. The orb was only the size of a grain of rice at first, and as the soul force compressed into it, the orb grew larger and larger. In addition to the soul power, Yifeng's bloodline power was also beginning to stir, and a strange energy surged into the orb, making the outside of the crystallization dazzle with a circle of silvery white halo, which looked good all of a sudden. What's going on here? Screwing with the star rings, Yifeng was a bit dumbfounded and didn't know what was going on. Whatever, go on. It didn't make sense, but it didn't matter. He didn't feel anything out of the ordinary, so he might as well get on with it. Soon, the orb grew larger and larger, growing to the size of a fist, still expanding wildly. 1 hour later, Yifeng's soul core was completely cohesive. It was a silver-colored orb that reached half a meter in diameter, resembling a giant stone pier. The sphere was surrounded by a silver ring, looking like a silver planet with a star ring. Fortunately, the dantian was not a meaningful stomach with a huge capacity, and the soul core would not burst Yifeng's stomach. The soul core itself was an alteration of the vital signs, similar to the gene dan of the immortal cultivation world. From this moment onwards, Yifeng was no longer an ordinary human, and was considered to have evolved to the next level, a whole new level of life. The most obvious change is the increase in life expectancy. General Soul Masters condense their soul cores and increase their life by 100 years. And Leaf Maple. Yifeng felt the vigorous life force in his body. Slightly silent. 10,000 years. 10,000 year lifespan. This TM can live directly to the Jedi Tangmen period. No, with him, the Jedi Tang clan naturally ceased to exist. Not to mention the Tang sect. Half of this generation of Shrek is ruined. Not to mention 10,000 years. If Shrek still exists in 10 years, it will be hell. The reason why Shrek has existed for 10,000 years is not because of how good the teaching style is or how good the students are, but because this Shrek 7 monsters became gods. It's like a gold standard. constantly attracting talent to join, even if no resources were given at all. Even if the teaching style was, with so many geniuses joining in the support of the families behind these students, the academy would naturally get better and better. And with the evolution of his life level, Yifeng realized that his bloodline seal had actually started to dissolve once again. It went straight from 90% to 87% straight dry. It was worth several months of his hard training. At the same time, Yifeng once again awakened a brand new talent. Star Chain, coalesce an invisible chain. Sense any target within range. Can channel life force and soul force. Efficiency up to 50%. Decreases with distance. Minimum 1%. This talent was considered a supplementary type, not really powerful, and it was directly fused into the fourth soul ring, directly drying out the fourth soul ring to 999 years as well. Good guy. This can't even dry to 100,000 years. Yifeng scratched his head, somewhat helpless. Apparently, it seemed extremely difficult to condense one soul ring to break through 100,000 years, or it needed some specific preconditions, or perhaps, the rules of this heaven and earth do not allow. But think about it, people's soul beasts 100,000 years to take shape after relying on the power of the origin of the cohesion of the soul ring. 9 soul rings add up to only 100,000 years, and his soul ring years is close to 100,000 years, which still let people how to live. Yifeng remembered that in the original, the increase in the number of years of soul rings bestowed by the various tests of the gods could only exceed 100,000 years. Does it take divine power to make a soul ring 100,000 years old? Where am I going to get the divine power on hold? Or maybe next time I'll go to Gu Yuna and ask for some. That said, people little a sea god. 9 tests. Soul ring years like no money to the Shrek 7 monsters Cuckoo send. God-given soul ring is also no money to send indiscriminately. Guzuna is so fierce. How come she doesn't have the ability to do this? So cookie looking. Could it be because Gu Yuna suppressed her cultivation to the quasi-god realm that she looked so trashy? Rumble. While Yifeng was pondering, the thunderclouds in the sky had finally accumulated to a certain extent. Terrifying thunder fell, directly splitting the mountain where Yifeng was located to burst open, revealing a dumbfounded Yifeng in the cave. A small amount of finely crushed thunder splashed on Yifeng's body, but it couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Instead, it was directly absorbed by him. After all, Yifeng had the talent of elemental affinity. Wind, fire, thunder, lightning, gold, wood, water, earth, light and darkness. Yifeng had full affinity for all of them. It was just that Yifeng didn't have the time to comprehend it. Since the heavens are sending me thunder tribulation for nothing, wouldn't it be a loss if I don't comprehend a self-created soul skill? Yifeng slowly raised his head and grinned widely, as if he was looking at a huge treasure. In the next moment, Yifeng directly turned on dragonization. Click 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 dash. Densely packed dragon scales instantly surfaced on Yifeng's body, and on top of each dragon scale there were silver-colored streams of light that flashed by, as if they were shining like stars. With the dragon transformation, Yifeng's size also slightly expanded, becoming abnormally tall and strong. The arms of both hands were also already half dragonized, transforming into dragon claws and arms, and between the grasps of both hands, they were able to emit a popping sound. In addition, Yifeng even opened the second soul skill Star Bastard, upgraded to 50,000 years of the second soul skill, has been able to bring Yifeng 3,500% of the total attribute increase. Boom! Above the sky, the thunderclouds seemed to be enraged by this provocative gaze of Yifeng. A purple thunder with a diameter of more than 30 centimeters fell towards Yifeng. The speed of lightning was not as fast as the speed of light, but it was not something that the current Yifeng could dodge unless he comprehended some time rules. Of course, it is possible to anticipate in advance. However, not only would Yifeng not dodge, but he directly blasted a punch towards the sky. End of chapter. Chapter 123, Thunderjack, don't come over here. Avalanche fist. Rumble. The terrifying giant fist shadow and the thick thunder ruthlessly collided together, sending out a terrifying explosion. Nu Tiangxi. The aftermath once again rushed the cave where Yifeng was in pieces, almost leveling the hill into an alcove. The huge impact directly caused the ground under Yifeng's feet to concave. However, when the lightning fell on Yifeng, it was completely blocked by the hard scale armor on the other party's body, erupting into countless fires, but it did not hurt Yifeng in the slightest. There was even some of the lightning absorbed by Yifeng's body, increasing his comprehension of the rules of the lightning system. As for the paralysis, stun and other negative effects of the terrifying lightning, naturally, it is completely immune to the dominant body, and even the sensation of pain is minimal. That's it? Yifeng raised his head and looked towards the sky, inexplicably somewhat disappointed. He thought the thunderbolt could reach the power of a super Doluwa or even an ultimate Doluwa. Unexpectedly, it didn't even reach the might of a sealed Doluo. He didn't even need to utilize his newly acquired 6th soul skill. In fact, this was already the upper limit of the power of the Thunder Tribulation to be able to use the rules. After all, the Thunder Tribulation, no matter how terrifying it was, had to leave a thread of life. The upper limit of the Thunderbolt targeting Yifeng was the level of a peak soul Doluo. If it was any stronger, the rules of heaven and earth would not allow it. Of course, it was only the upper limit of the power of each Thunderbolt. With thousands of attacks falling, even a sealed Doluo wouldn't be able to carry it. It was just that the Thunderbolt didn't expect that Yifeng would be unharmed. Rumble, Zilla Zilla Dash. The Thunderbolt was completely furious. A Thunderbolt kept falling and striking Yifeng, but it was unable to cause any damage to him. Only the huge impact shattered the ground of Yifeng, causing Yifeng's entire body to be buried into the ground. And at this moment, Yifeng didn't even bother to resist, letting the endless thunder strike on him, while he himself was rapidly comprehending the thunder rules that were pouring into his body. When he was in the killing capital, he himself did not have any affinity for the rules of killing, so comprehending them took quite a bit of time. But now, Yifeng had top-notch enlightenment and top-notch thunder element affinity, and the speed of comprehension was unbelievable. If the rules of killing and the rules of thunder were treated as a book, Yifeng comprehending the rules of killing was like reading a book on his own. It took quite a bit of time to memorize the content on it before comprehending it. As for comprehending the rules of the lightning system, it was a glimpse and a memory, and all the lightning that poured into Yifeng's body became his nourishment. Only half a quarter of an hour had passed, and Yifeng's comprehension of the thunder rules had reached an extremely high level. Originally, Yifeng could only absorb 1/1000th of the thunder, but now, Yifeng had absorbed more than 1/100th of the thunder energy, and it's still soaring. And at the moment, the small hill where Yifeng was originally located was not only leveled at this moment, but there was also an additional pit with a diameter of more than 50 meters. In the center of the pit, there was a pitch-black cave with a diameter of more than 3 meters. The dirt around the cave was all scorched and even melted by the lightning, still smoking from the kookaburras. As for Yifeng's figure, it was already completely invisible. Thousands of meters away, Chen Rinshui and Xian Daolu all froze in place as they watched the scene. Originally, when the thunderbolt split the cave where Yifeng was, Chen Rinshui was still in a good mood when she saw that Yifeng was still alive. But now, seeing Yifeng being blasted by such a terrifying thunderbolt, her heart was once again in her throat. Grandpa, do you think Yifeng will be alright? This lightning tribulation is also too terrifying. Chen Rinshui once again worried for Yifeng. When Xian Daolu heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he said somewhat breathlessly, "Don't worry about it, this kid definitely won't die." To be able to use 10 days to condense a soul core, the other party's physical strength and mental strength has already reached an appalling level. A small thunderbolt is not only a crisis for him, but also maybe a chance. That's good. Chen Rinshui sniffed and let out a slight sigh of relief, but her entire body still looked tense. Seeing this, Shidoru said no more. He also saw at this moment that the Yifeng was simply a demon. What the other side showed was just the tip of the iceberg. Otherwise, even if it took 10 days to condense the soul core, it was absolutely impossible to attract such a powerful thunderbolt to target it. Legend has it that only those who are against the heavens can be targeted by the thunderbolt. That kid definitely had something truly heaven-defying in him, which was why heaven and earth would not allow it. However, if that brat is able to get through this calamity this time, he will definitely be able to soar to the heavens in the future, and will definitely be able to reach above the demigods and become a true deity. Qian Rinshui can also inherit the angelic godhood in the future. These two, they are a bit of a match. At this time, Shidoru's opinion of Yifeng had completely changed. He didn't even bother to test Yifeng's character. After all, he still believed in Qian Rinshui's vision, and there was no need for him to worry about this aspect of character. As for talent and potential, the current Yifeng had already made him very satisfied, and he and Qian Rinshui could be said to be a perfect match. Grandpa, Yifeng has come out. Suddenly, Qian Rinshui let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly pointed to the distance. When Shidoru returned to his senses, he realized that in the middle of the original huge pit, a figure whose body was covered in lightning slowly stepped into the air. In the sky, there was a constant stream of thunder falling on its body, but it was unable to cause the slightest damage to it. Not only that, a large number of lightning is absorbed by that figure, transformed into the other party's own power. That figure, on the other hand, was stepping into the air, walking step by step towards the thunderclouds in the sky, and Yifeng's speed grew faster and faster and faster, eventually turning into a human-sized lightning bolt that shot straight into the clouds. Wait, what does that kid want? How did Yifeng rush towards the thunderclouds in the sky? When Chen Rinshui and Xian Daolu saw this scene, they all slightly tilted their heads and subconsciously opened their mouths wide, and the moment they looked up, Yifeng in the distance had already rushed into the thunderclouds in the sky. Rumble, This time, Yi Feng seemed to have completely enraged thundercloud. Terrifying thunder resounded through the heavens and earth, and the earth shook slightly, and the original slightly flickering thunderclouds in the sky. But at this moment is in a crazy flash of blue-purple light. The light is so strong that it penetrates the thunderclouds, illuminating the whole piece of land. In the meantime, among the thunderclouds, Yi Feng was still wrapped in thunder around his body. Hundreds of millions of lightning bolts around him were constantly converging towards him, and for every lightning bolt that struck Yi Feng, more than 50% of the energy was absorbed by Yi Feng and turned into his own power. At this moment, the thunderbolt was no longer his opponent. Not only was it not a threat, but it became his sustenance instead. The reason why Yi Feng rushed into the thunder tribulation was because he sensed that the tribulation was showing signs of dissipating. The thunder tribulation that was rare in 10,000 years. Yi Feng naturally wouldn't miss it. Thunder tribulation. I want you to help me cultivate. Jia jia jia. Yi Feng laughed recklessly. At this moment, the lightning rules around him had already condensed into the embryonic form of a domain, crazily devouring the lightning rules in the thunder tribulation. Rumble. The thunder remained the same, but it was not as domineering and angry as before. Instead, it was tinged with a strong fear. It seems to be saying, don't you come over here. End of chapter. Chapter 124, Silent Thunder Domain. Hardcore Demigod. Another hour passed. In this article search, micro-interesting novel Wika book free reading. The thunder clouds in the sky were finally completely dissipated. To be precise, they were completely devoured by Yi Feng. And after devouring this wave of thunderstorms, Yi Feng was also given a brand new domain, Silent Thunder Domain. The Silent Thunder Domain was unknown how many times stronger than the Killing Domain. Within the domain, Yi Feng was the master of thunder and lightning, and all the thunder elements would be used for him. Yi Feng could transform into thunder and lightning and move infinitely in the field, and he could also summon silent thunder to attack his opponents. And the power of each thunder was equivalent to the power of Sol Dolua's full power strike. It sounds like crap, but the number of silent thunder is not just one, but thousands. As long as Yi Feng had enough soul power, he could summon countless silent thunder. Even for a sealed Dolua, if they didn't escape in time, they would easily be blasted into dust. The Killing Domain was simply a younger brother compared to the Silent Thunder Domain. After all, in the Killing Capital, the content of the rules of killing was actually not very high, and for Yi Feng to be able to comprehend the Killing Domain was actually very reluctant. As for Yi Feng's comprehension of the Silent Thunder Domain, it was directly taken by force from the Thunderbolt. The Thunder System rules in the Thunder Tribulation were directly pulled full, and there were countless thunder constantly helping Yi Feng comprehend. This was equivalent to forcing all the rules into Yi Feng's mind, and if he still couldn't comprehend them, it would be a waste of his heaven-defying enlightenment. This skill might not be as good as Yi Feng's other soul skills in the midst of a 1v1 battle, but in the midst of a large-scale war, it was carnage. Yi Feng also planned to travel to the abyss in the future, and this skill would definitely come into play then. Ha ha ha, little guy, good talent. Just then, a loud laugh came from the distance. In the next moment, a huge golden palm appeared in front of Yi Feng, wanting to grab him. The big hand was extremely fast and seemed to be plain, but it reinforced the space and could make most of the means of spatial instantaneous transfer all ineffective. Swish dash. With a flash, Yi Feng instantly appeared 1,000 meters away. He then looked at the figure in the distance with some displeasure, and said in an unkind tone, "Old Biden, isn't it too shameless of you, a demigod powerhouse, to take a shot at a junior?" That's right, the one who struck out was none other than Chidori Ryu. Although Chidori recognized Yi Feng, he still somewhat couldn't help but want to make a move to test it out. It was really because the potential and talent Yi Feng had shown was too terrifying. He had to determine Yi Feng's true strength. Moreover, he had already determined that Yi Feng's strength seemed to have surpassed Qian Renshui. When a man is strong and a woman is weak, the woman is vulnerable to bullying. Previously, when Yi Feng did not condense the soul core, Qian Renshui was bullied by Yi Feng. Now that Yi Feng had condensed a soul core and was able to harden the thunder tribulation, this kind of strength was definitely far beyond Qian Renshui. As Qian Daolu was Qian Renshui's grandfather, he naturally wanted to make a move to shock Yi Feng, lest Yi Feng didn't know how much he weighed. However, Qian Daolu never expected that Yi Feng would be able to dodge his attempt. Not only that, but the kid called him Old Biden. "Kid, do you know who you are talking to?" When Qian Daolu heard Yi Feng address him, his tone went cold on the spot. "He's a demigod." Yi Feng dared to scold the demigods. He simply didn't know the heights of heaven. "It's too licentious. Ha ha ha, a half-god. Old Biden is just a half-god. Bullying a 60 junior of mine, do you think you should be scolded?" Yi Feng was nonchalant and directly hardened himself without the slightest bit of fear. Even if the other party was Qian Renshui's grandfather and dared to take a shot at him, Yi Feng would not give him a good face. Moreover, Yi Feng was very vindictive. Today this Yi Feng has already written down in the small book. when he condensed the 6th Soul Ring to promote the Soul Emperor, the first to find a 1,000-road flow-friendly competition. Chidori was almost exasperated, but he was a little too good to retort. After all, he almost forgot that this kid is only a Soul King. No, how come the Soul King is level 60? Didn't Qian Rinxue say before that the opponent was only level 50? Is the news so far behind? When Qian Daolu was confused, Qian Rinxue finally caught up, blaring at Qian Daolu, a little angry. Grandpa, why are you striking out at Yifeng? Yifeng has just experienced a lightning tribulation right now. What if he gets hurt by you? After saying that, she turned her head to look at Yifeng again and hurriedly explained. Yifeng, he's my grandfather. He didn't mean to take a shot at you. I know he's your grandfather, but this old Biden sneaks up on me for old age. Yifeng glanced obliquely at Chidori Ryu, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. If he was at level 50, Yifeng wouldn't quite dare to call the shots of the demigods even if he had the Voidwalker. And now that he was level 60, his battle power had skyrocketed dozens of times. And even if Chidori Ryu was any more powerful, he didn't put him in his eyes. If you can't beat them, run. No matter how powerful Chidori Ryu was, he wouldn't dare to chase him into the Stardust Great Forest? Then Yifeng would let Chidori know what it meant to bully the few with the many. Brat, you still dare to say that I haven't settled the score with you for defiling my granddaughter? Once again, Chidori was so enraged that he almost exploded. Originally, he was still satisfied with Yifeng, so he wanted to test the other party's character. But now, Chidori changed his mind. He would never let his granddaughter associate with this kind of person, even if the other party's talent was heaven-defying. And as Chidori's words fell, a terrifying holy light suddenly erupted from his body. This holy light was Chidori's angelic field. Wherever the holy light shines, it is within the realm. With the appearance of that angelic domain, the speed of the 1,000 paths stream steeply soared, and came directly in front of Yifeng, grabbing fiercely towards him. Garbage field. You think you can trap me? Yifeng laughed coldly and his figure instantly disappeared. When he first obtained Voidwalker, Yifeng would have a period of forward swing every time he shuttled, and it was easy to be interrupted or restrained. And now, as Yifeng's comprehension of the rules of space continued to deepen, this phrase had become instantaneous shift. Although Chidori was strong, he didn't have instantaneous movement, and Yifeng had an instantaneous transfer, and it was still an infinite, ultra-long distance instantaneous transfer. It would be a waste of the colorful word if this could be caught. Moreover, Yifeng could have left within the realm of the 1,000 path stream in an instant, but he did not do so. Instead, he instantly moved to Qian Renshue's side, and even looked at Qian Daolu with a provocative face. Demigods are just like this. Old Biden, I'll give you an incense burner of time. If you can touch the corner of my clothes, I'll let Qian Rinxue be the main wife. If you can't, then Qian Rinxue can only be a concubine. Brat, UTMD looking for death. Chains of light, holy light verdict, void blockade. Chidori Ryu was almost going crazy at the moment. He had achieved demigod for dozens of years. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? And the other party was still a junior. It is simply outrageous. It wasn't just Chidori who was anxious, but Qian Shui, who was watching the show from the side, was also a bit anxious. Yifeng, I haven't agreed to marry you yet. Don't talk nonsense. Qian Rinxue blushed with shame, and a face of shame and indignation. Let's not talk about whether or not she had agreed to marry Yifeng. What did Yifeng mean by concubine? Is it hard to believe that this guy is planning to take multiple wives? This is too much. End of chapter. Chapter 125, Your Highness, you can only be a concubine. Yifeng did not answer Qian Renshue's words, but quickly dodged to avoid it. In this article search, 8686 Kanshu. After all, Chidori Ryu was still terrifying when he started to go crazy. The power of holy light filled the entire field, and every landing point of Yifeng's instantaneous movement would erupt with terrifying holy light and high temperatures sweeping in the next second. However, the space and distance of Yifeng's instantaneous movement was just too wide and too extensive, and no matter how 1,000 Roads stream attacked, it really couldn't touch the corner of Yifeng's clothes. Even though 1,000 Roads flow used the ability to block space, it was directly ignored by Yifeng. After all, his instantaneous movement was meant to ignore arbitrary limitations, and dimensional barriers could be shuttled at will, so the blockade of the 1,000 path stream was not really enough. Chidori's other control type of soul skill is the Holy Light Chain, but the prerequisite for this soul skill is that it needs to be locked on the target. Yifeng was unable to lock on when he entered the Yi Voidwalker state, so naturally it was useless to him. Chidori even tried to use his soul bone skill to mentally attack Yifeng, but he still couldn't touch him. After all, mental attacks also required aiming and locking. Every time Yifeng instantly moved, he would enter an unlockable state and was directly invincible. Of course, even if he was really attacked, Yifeng was not afraid. After all, Yi Feng's star pupil comes with a shield that defends against spiritual power, and Chitaru's spiritual power is indeed very strong, but he is not a spiritual soul master, and his development of spiritual power is less than 1/10. There was no threat to Yi Feng at all. It was fine against ordinary sealed Doluo, but against Yi Feng, it would only be a futile joke. Stop it! Stop it! You guys have to stop fighting. Seeing the battle between the two in the sky, Qian Rinxue hurriedly shouted anxiously. She really couldn't look away. Her demigod grandfather was being played like a monkey by Yi Feng. It was simply too humiliating. At the same time, she had a brand new perception of Yi Feng's strength in her heart once again. Although Yi Feng couldn't beat the demigods couldn't take Yi Feng down either. Before she came, she had been worried that Yi Feng would be in bad luck if he was caught by Chitaru, but now it was just the opposite. Her grandfather seemed to be about to be pissed off by Yi Feng. The time to burn incense has long since arrived. Your Highness, it seems you can only be a concubine. With a flash, Yi Feng came to Qian Rinxue's side and came to her ear and gently blew a breath. No way, I want to be the right wife. Who wants to marry you? Qian Rinxue's brain was also giddy at the moment, and she was obviously equally a bit furious. Kid, you dare to molest my granddaughter in front of me. You really have a way of taking death. Chitaru was really furious at the moment. His heart is burning with anxiety. Burning flames, simply furious to the core. It can be described as incompetent rage, because he was truly unable to do anything with Yi Feng. I'm not just molesting, I'm taking her away, and you can't stop it just the same. Yi Feng grinned, and the spatial power on his body directly wrapped around Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue felt this wave and subconsciously hugged Yi Feng. Don't you dare! Chitaru burst into a rage. Then a flash came to the place where Yi Feng was, and directly shot out to try to grab Yi Feng out. But it's already too late. Yi Feng took a step and directly brought Qian Rinxue and disappeared in place. In the next second, they had appeared 100 kilometers away. With Yi Feng's powerful spiritual power now, each step could span 100 kilometers and was precisely positioned. Of course, the longest distance can be up to 300 kilometers. However, such a teleportation landing point was very inaccurate and could be described as a random teleportation. So Yi Feng basically didn't use it. After all, 300 kilometers is only 3 steps away. Somewhere in the middle of a mountain forest, Yi Feng and Qian Renshue's figures appeared. What's going on? For good reason you brought your grandfather to me? Yi Feng put down Qian Renshue and immediately asked with some irritation. He was too involved in his cultivation and didn't realize that Qian Renshue was crying and begging Qian Daolu to come and save him, though he didn't think Chiron was doing it on purpose. But Chitaru did strike out at him, even if it was a test. I am sorry. Qian Renshue was glared at by Yi Feng and inexplicably felt a bit weak and guilty. However, she seemed to have thought of something, slightly puffed up her small mouth, glared at Yi Feng and said, "It's not because you stood me up. I thought you were trapped in the killing capital. That's why I called out to my grandfather to come to your rescue." Yi Feng sniffed and instantly understood in seconds. Ha ha, well. Anyway, I'm not injured. This matter is just like this to forget. Yi Feng touched his nose. Is also a little weak. Haha, a smile said. Apparently, it was an oops, and it's still him who deserves it. It also nearly pissed off Chitaru. Hey, what do you mean just let it go? Because of you I almost cut ties with my grandfather. And my grandpa is so angry with you right now. If I go back he's going to beat me up. What do you want me to do now? Qian Renshue huffed. She was a little unhappy at the moment. After all, she paid so much for Yi Feng. She did not ask Yi Feng to be grateful, but she could not just let it go. Otherwise she'd have to lose money. So what do you say? Or should I give myself up? Yi Feng was also cheeky and wrapped his arms around Qian Renshue's slender waist with a bad smile on his face. Bah! Shameless! Who cares about you taking your body? Qian Renshue spat lightly with a red face, but didn't push Yi Feng away. Then she thought of something and hummed softly. Then just treat me to dinner. I want to eat something delicious, and you'll accompany me shopping until I'm satisfied. She's also got a little bit of a grudge. Yi Feng, this asshole, had stood her up and made her wait for so long. This matter could never be let go like this. Fine, whatever. Yi Feng smelled the fragrance of Qian Renshue's body, and was again reminded of what happened in the middle of the killing capital, and couldn't help but move over and give her a kiss on the cheek. Go away This is not a killing capital. I don't need that anymore. You are not allowed to mess around. Qian Renshue's delicate body trembled slightly, and she hurriedly warned. This is the middle of nowhere. She doesn't want to be here with Yi Feng. That's not up to you. If Qian Renshue had refused dryly, Yi Feng wouldn't have had any ideas. But looking at Qian Renshue's aggrieved look, he became a bit foolish. In the killing city, Qian Renshue every time this refusal, and then half-heartedly on. Who can top this? Yi Feng said. His hand had taken hold of Qian Renshui closed her eyes and was about to give up her resistance. Then she suddenly sensed something and looked towards the distant sky, only to see a stream of light explode in the distant sky, and with it came the sound of thousand roads of streams raging. Dog Dingshi, you dare to bully the old man's granddaughter. You're dead. Shitaru was already furious and had just chased after him when he saw Yifeng and Qian Renshui sticking together, almost spitting out blood from anger. Yifeng, this dog's hoof even still. It is simply outrageous. Where did Shitaru care about how heaven-defying Yifeng's talent was at this moment? He only wanted to whip Yifeng into shape at the moment, shred his body into pieces. End of chapter. Chapter 126, Meeting the Parents. How did this old den catch up? Yifeng was shocked in his heart, and the interest that had just risen was gone on the spot. Search, find novels ZXSW8. Read this article for free. Yifeng, your spatial teleportation seems to leave traces. My grandfather chased me here based on the traces. Qian Renshui seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly confided. I told you how this old den knew where I was. Yifeng suddenly realized. Although Chiron's voice was small, Shitaru still read the other party's words from the shape of Chiron's mouth. Schwerer, you even snitched to this kid. Chidori Ryu almost spat out blood in anger. It was even if he was fooled by Yifeng, a junior, his own favorite granddaughter even backstabbed him. So that's how it is. Laodang, let's see how you can still chase after me this time. Yifeng grinned, and holding Qian Renshui, he directly disappeared in place. This time, when Yifeng was shuttling, he deliberately erased his traces at the same time. Every time he instantly moved, he would leave tiny traces in space, like the folds of a piece of paper. Very subtle. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect it at all, and only a strong person like Chidori Ryu who stood at the pinnacle of the world would be able to detect it. Yifeng was aware of the existence of such traces, but didn't care, and even more so, he didn't think that someone could trace him through this subtle trace. Now that he knew the means by which the thousand paths stream tracked, Yifeng was naturally able to erase it manually. The means of erasing is very simple, only need to use the power of space to simply smooth out the folds, and just to be on the safe side, Yifeng directly teleported 10 times, from the outskirts of the far northland, drying up to the Sky Curtain City and going home on the spot. Not only that, Yifeng teleported to his own luxury suite in a hotel called Star Hotel in Tianmao City. Because of Baiji's relationship, the Star Sect has a large surplus of money, so it is the disk of some industries to facilitate the use of the Star Sect. This Star Hotel is one of them. Where is this and why did you bring me straight to the hotel? Qian Renshui looked at her unfamiliar surroundings with a confused expression, but while she didn't know where this was, she did know that places like this seemed like hotel suites. Qian Renshui subconsciously wanted to run away, but she was pulled by Yifeng and held down on the bed. Alone man and woman, sharing a room. What do you think will happen next? Yifeng looked at Qian Renshui with a smirk on his face. How can that be? You're imposing, and you haven't even bought me dinner yet. Qian Renshui stammered. A face reddened. She knew that she couldn't resist Yifeng. She could only keep finding excuses, both to try to convince Yifeng and to try to convince herself. According to her fantasy, her first time should be when she meets the person of her choice, steps into a beautiful marriage hall, and finally, and now if it is sparingly and Yifeng, she always felt at a loss, and it was too casual. Just as Qian Renshui closed her eyes, waiting for the sanction, the pressure on her body suddenly loosened. Qian Renshui slowly opened her beautiful eyes, and then she was confronted with Yifeng's very beaten face. Yifeng looked at Qian Renshui with a smile and teased. Alright, get up, teasing you. Yifeng, you asshole. Qian Renshui was instantly furious, grabbing the pillow next to her and ruthlessly smashing it towards Yifeng. Yifeng also did not hide. Hard to carry Qian Renshui's storm attack, and then smoothly took Qian Renshui into his arms, laughing. Why? You are still not happy? Then we continue? Don't. Qian Renshui panicked on the spot and hastily raised her hands in surrender. Well, this is Sky Curtain City, which is where the Star Sect is located. You can consider it my home. Yifeng let go of Qian Renshui and slowly explained. Your family? Qian Renshui softly chanted, and she then remembered that Yifeng came from the Star Sect, which, in turn, was located in Sky Curtain City. Yeah, I'll take you to meet my elders sometime. Yifeng continued. What? See, meet the parents. Isn't that too soon? Qian Renshui sniffed, and for a moment, she was at a bit of a loss for words. What's so fast about it? Didn't I meet your grandfather too? You still dare to say that? If it weren't for my grandfather's good health, he would definitely be pissed off by you. Qian Renshui became a bit angry when she heard this, because Yifeng and her grandfather fell out, causing her to be a little afraid to go back. Ha ha, let's not talk about this, let's go. There's still a lot of good food in Canopy City. Yifeng laughed out loud and pulled Qian Renshui to directly leave the hotel. Girlfriends are the best. Shopping and eating and drinking with them, especially the various snack cakes and desserts. as well as the various milk teas made by Yifeng's own milk tea store, easily captured Qian Rinshue's taste buds. Other than that, get whatever you like, give what you want, take her wherever you want. The duo spent the rest of the day in laughter. Qian Rinshue was pleased with this. That's how a normal man and woman in love should live. She was doing things with Yifeng in the Killing City kind of place. That is not a relationship at all. That is simply erotic transactions. When she thought of that kind of thing, Qian Rinshue still could not help but blush a little. Evening. Returning to the hotel, Qian Rinshue threw a few small packages on her body, shoes off, and directly smashed herself on the soft big bed, gently flinging her small feet wrapped in super translucent white silk, with a face of contentment. A little mentally exhausted from a day of fun, but still in a good mood. How is it? Are you satisfied with today's hospitality? Yifeng also flopped onto the bed and asked with a smile as he swept Qian Rinshue over. Aha! Satisfaction. Qian Rinshue nodded, clearly amused. If you're satisfied, then you'll have to satisfy me tonight as well. Yifeng came to Qian Rinshue's ear and gently blew. Humph, why do you always have bad things on your mind? Qian Rinshue hummed. Then a twist, break away from Yifeng, and then pulled over the quilt. Will be protected tightly? Where's the overkill anymore? Just getting high. Yifeng pretended to be dissatisfied and pounced over to pull Qian Rinshue's soft white face with his hands, pinching it into various shapes. Qian Rinshue had just focused on protecting herself and wrapped her own hands in it, completely unable to move a single bit, and could only be at Yifeng's mercy. Well, I'm too tired. Well, why don't you massage my feet and then Qian Rinshue beamed and suggested in a small voice. She wasn't looking for an excuse. She had played too long today and really couldn't withstand Yifeng's tossing and turning. However, she knew that Yifeng was also tired from accompanying her today, so she still intended to help Yifeng. When she was in the killing capital, she knew that Yifeng was extraordinarily interested in her Jiujio. Ask her after every time you help her. She was really too tired today, so let Yifeng help herself. Requests for daily catch-up reading. Requests for referrals. Thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 127. Qian Rinshue's service. No. I've worked so hard today. I have to pay extra. Yifeng bargained. In this article search, Broken Green Silk Novels book free reading. He also knows that Qian Rinshue today play high. The evening is certainly not much strength, but a buffet is certainly not enough. No, then every day from now on, so it's always okay. Chiron muttered in a small voice. Well, that's more like it. Yifeng was satisfied. With that, he got out of bed and gently held Qian Rinshue's small feet and pressed and rubbed them. Chiron's little feet were soft and still had a hint of warmth to them, although walking for a day, but because Qian Rinshue's soul saint cultivation has long been able to achieve body without dirt, under normal circumstances almost will not sweat. Aside from the somewhat stuffy smell, it was Chiron's own body odor, the latter being much stronger. White light flowed over the tips of the feet, and the thin, cicada-like white ice silk stockings wrapped around the pink arches of the feet, and through the tips of the stockings, one could make out the shell-like, rounded nail beds, glowing with a healthy, aqua-pink color. Yifeng's thumb pressed down gently against the arch of the foot. Boing boing, a soft hum escaped Chiron's throat, her toes curling slightly with the kneading. She hurriedly pulled the pillow and covered her head, obviously not wanting Yifeng to see her reddened face at the moment. Originally, she thought that if she let Yifeng help pinch her feet, she might sleep in peace, but she now realizes she was wrong. Originally still a little sleepy, by Yifeng so messed up, she instantly awake, simply cannot sleep well. Don't you scream, make it sound like I'm doing something to you. Yifeng gently patted the back of Qian Rinshue's foot and was somewhat speechless. He was just admiring it when he was interrupted by this shout from Qian Rinshue, causing his brain to be gradually filled with unhealthy colors now. Who told you to push so hard? Qian Rinshue gently kicked Yifeng and complained in a glutinous manner. Ha ha, unskilled, I'll practice more next time. Yifeng laughed out loud. However, it didn't take long for Qian Rinshue to notice that something was wrong. All she felt was something extra in the center of her foot. By touch, she understands in seconds. Yifeng, this asshole, said good massage, this is only a few minutes. Although speechless, Qian Rinshue still tried her best to cooperate with Yifeng. After all, this was what she had promised. Half an hour later, Qian Rinshue felt an extra touch of warmth on the backs of her feet. That's nice. Yifeng exhaled deeply, barely satisfied. Idiot, help clean it up. Qian Rinshue gently kicked Yifeng and whispered, got it. After Yifeng finished speaking, he then reached out and took off Qian Rinshue's stockings and threw them into the trash can. With that, he fetched a hot towel and carefully scrubbed Qian Rinshue clean. If it's okay, I'm going to bed. When Yifeng wiped it clean, Qian Rinshue then shrunk her little feet back and wrapped herself tightly with the quilt. What's the point of wrapping up so tight? It's not like I'm going to do anything. Yifeng also collapsed onto the bed, casually catching Qian Rinshue and pulling her over. Do you believe yourself when you say that? Chen Rinshui gave Yifeng a blank stare. If she didn't wrap up tighter, she would definitely be bullied by Yifeng tonight. You're not trusting me. That's not good. And there's no such thing as sleeping apart when you're all in the same bed. Yifeng didn't care and ripped off the covers to get in. So, then you're not allowed to do anything else bad. Chen Rinshui felt the warmth in her arms and the body scent that came to her face, and her face became more and more blushing. Not tonight. Yifeng kissed the tip of Chen Rinshui's pretty and tender nose. Satisfied. Humph. You'd better. Chen Rinshui sniffed, and then she was relieved. Then he arched his body and burrowed his head into Yifeng's arms. Soon, exhaustion set in, and Chen Rinshui fell into a deep sleep with a smile on her lips. Early the next morning, bright sunlight shone through the screened windows and onto the soft queen-sized bed. Yifeng opened his eyes with a relaxed face. Chen Rinshui, on the other hand, remained shrunk under the covers and hugged Yifeng tightly, burying her head in Yifeng's arms and breathing evenly. She had actually woken up a long time ago. After all, at their level of cultivation, it was fine if they didn't sleep. Even if they did sleep to recover their energy, half an hour would be enough. Only she inexplicably enjoyed the peace and quiet a little. In the role of Zuiking, she seems to be very relaxed, but in reality the pressure is only clear to her. And now, she just felt inexplicably relaxed, especially with such a powerful man at her back. The pressure on her was inexplicably lighter. She even had an impulse to run away directly with Yifeng. Before she was a bit reluctant to part with the fruits of a decade or so undercover. And now, she felt that if she could stay like this with Yifeng, it wasn't impossible to give up those 10 or so years of hard work. Yifeng noticed the tiny movements on Chen Rinshui's body, and instantly knew that Chen Rinshui seemed to have woken up and had something on her mind. So she reached out and patted Chen Rinshui's head and asked, "What are you thinking about? The sun is on your ass, and you're still not getting up? Well, get some more sleep." Chen Rinshui covered her head and arched into Yifeng's arms, whispering petulantly. However, she soon sensed something was wrong, as if something was rubbing her little tummy. She did not change her clothes last night, and Yifeng is a direct plumb through. Stop arching. I'm going to get angry if you arch any further. Yifeng reached out and rubbed Chen Rinshui's head. Didn't you? Just, last night? Chen Rinshui was confused. This is too much of a monster. Hurry up and fix it. I still have to get up and make you breakfast for you. Yifeng said. Asshole. Chen Rinshui was furious, but there was nothing she could do. You can only get under the covers. Wrap your hands in holy light and, half an hour later, Chen Rinshui held the 2 large buns that Yifeng had bought from outside with a grimace. Where's that promised breakfast? Big liar paper. Chen Rinshui took a hard bite of the bun and huffed. She still wants to taste Yifeng's handiwork. Ha ha, I'll make it up to you next time I'm free. Better hurry up and get ready. Yifeng laughed out loud. That's more like it. Chen Rinshui let out a petulant hum, before she entered the small room next to her and began to change her clothes. After all, today was the day to meet Yifeng's parents. She definitely had to look good. It didn't take long for Chen Rinshui to change her clothes and walk out of the room. Chen Rinshui had changed into a white chiffon dress. The gathered waist was adorned with silver embroidered lace butterflies that loomed as she turned around. Under the knee-length skirt, thin pearl white stockings wrapped around the slender calves, with a delicate silver bell hanging at the ankle, ringing softly with the jingle of the white stiletto heel. Soft blonde hair fell behind her, her lips were glazed pale pink, and her eyes were swept with just a layer of light brown eyeshadow. Although she only wore light makeup, it was still difficult to conceal Chen Rinshui's natural beauty. End of chapter. Chapter 128. Beiji and Ziji's meeting gift. What? Mesmerized by this girl? Chen Rinshui saw Yifeng staring straight at himself, so he slightly raised his white neck, like a proud little peacock. In this article search, look at the book House KSWXSW free read. Well, it's really too beautiful. Worthy of being the woman I have my eye on. Yifeng nodded, his eyes full of admiration. The usual Chen Rinshui was already beautiful, and now that she was slightly dressed up, it was tantalizing. It's a good thing Chen Rinshui helped him before he got up, or else, bah, shame on you. Chen Rinshui spat lightly, but receiving Yifeng's praise, her heart inexplicably had some small leaps. Well, since we're ready, let's go now. Yifeng gently pulled up Chen Rinshui's small hand and held her in his arms, intending to instantly move directly inside the star sect. Wait, how bad it is to go over empty-handed like this. Don't you need to bring some gifts? What do your elders like? We'd better prepare for it. This was the first time to meet the parents. Chen Rinshui was still very nervous and valued. Naturally she had to prepare properly to give a good impression. She wouldn't be like Yifeng. The first time she met her parents her grandfather pissed him off to death. No need. You're the best gift. Yifeng smiled faintly and took Chen Rinshui and directly disappeared in place. Beiji and Ziji are also considered to be Yifeng's parents. After all, they all watched Yifeng grow up. Moreover, the other party was more generous. Rather than sneaking around and getting caught, it would be better to just introduce Qian Rinxue to them. Of course, this was also done to increase the intimacy with Chiranai. They've all met each other's parents, so Chiran must not be able to run away. Although Chidori Ryu might not quite agree, Yifeng didn't need him to agree. His own side would be fine. Star Sect. Yifeng brought Qian Rinxue and teleported directly to the Star Sect's main hall. Bai Ji and ZG were the first to sense Yifeng's aura, and within a few breaths, they rushed over from the depths of the sect. Biki-san, Shiki-san. Yifeng hurriedly got up and greeted him with a smile. The last time Yifeng left this place, on the one hand, it was to go to the killing capital to get some chance. On the other hand, it was also to avoid ZG's juicing. Bai Ji was still very gentle, and because of the evolution of her bloodline, she was even better to Yifeng. ZG, on the other hand, was because her bloodline hadn't finished evolving yet, so she pulled Yifeng to juice her every day, and Yifeng really couldn't top it. You little guy, you still know to come back. Why did you bring a little girlfriend? ZG's eyes were ghostly. Obviously Yifeng suddenly ran away last time, making her a little angry. If something was really wrong, it would be fine, but Yifeng was obviously picking up girls. This is outrageous. Giggle little Feng. Introduce yourself. Bai Ji didn't think anything of it, giggling and looking towards Qian Rinxue. On weekdays, they call the young master, but in front of outsiders, they are Yifeng's elders. Naturally, they have to act like it. Sisters, this is Qian Rinxue, my girlfriend, Yifeng said bluntly, although Qian Rinxue has not yet agreed, but the relationship between the two sides of the duo are well aware of. It is just that they have not carried out in-depth exchanges. Of course, it was also Yifeng who wanted to find a good time. With Qian Rinxue's talent and qualification, naturally he couldn't be too casual. Hello Ziggy's sister, Briggy's sister. Qian Rinxue was also a bit shy at the moment, but she still bowed slightly to Bai Ji and ZG. Before coming here, Yifeng had said that he was an orphan and was raised by the elders in the clan, and if Yifeng called out to the other party's sister, she definitely had to follow suit. Moreover, she could sense that these two women looked young, but the mighty pressure on their bodies was extremely terrifying. Only one step behind his grandfather. It was even more terrifying than her mother Bibi Dong's might. She had been a little unconvinced that the Star Sect had such depth before, but now that she had seen it with her own eyes, she was truly shocked. Qian Rinxue, you are from the Angel Qian family? ZG seemed to have thought of something and raised her eyebrows slightly. When Bai Ji sniffed, she also took an extra glance at Qian Rinxue. Although they were soul beasts, they had heard about the angelic Thousand family. Thousand Rinxue's surname is Thousand. Coupled with the other party's body's strong divine aura, it is easy to guess the other party's origin. Well, I am precisely from the Qian clan, and Qian Daolu is my grandfather. Qian Rinxue gently nodded her head and, surprisingly, it's that one's descendant. Does that one know about your matters? ZG frowned when she heard this. Although she hadn't dealt with that one, she knew that that one had reached the demigod realm and was only half a step weaker than Ditian. Right little Feng, if you abduct her, does her grandfather know about it? Bai Ji was also worried for Yifeng. If Yifeng's abduction of Qian Rinxue was learned by Qian Daolu, then the other party would not be able to say that they would directly kill the Star Sect. It's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass when that happens. Don't worry, I've met that person and he recognizes my talent. Yifeng babbled in a serious manner. It's unlikely that Chidori Ryu would chase him here anyway. The corner of Qian Rinxue's mouth couldn't help but twitch when she heard this, but she didn't expose Yifeng. After all, this was in Yifeng's house, and Yifeng also wanted to save face, so she definitely couldn't go and tear down Yifeng. What? I can't believe you've met that one. The other guy really didn't do anything to you? It was Bai Ji and ZG's turn to be shocked. By all rights, any elder would not be able to help but be furious when he saw his granddaughter being abducted by a wild man. If it was a normal relationship, it would make sense. But how long has it been since Yifeng? It's only been a month or so, right? This is all. Though look at the other two really have feelings in it, but the time is too short. There must be some unknown factors in it. Of course, it could be love at first sight, but in any case, being an elder must be worrying when a relationship is established so quickly. It's probably because my talent has been recognized by the other party. Yifeng didn't talk nonsense this time. After all, he had learned from Chirin Yuki that Chidori Ryo had originally been less opposed to him after seeing his talent, just because of an oolong, resulting in 1,000 road flow by the leaf maple humiliation. The other side, this storm of anger. The relationship between the two sides also made this almost as considered to be the point of no return. So, Bridget and Ziggy breathed a sigh of relief in unison. With Yifeng's talent, he would indeed be able to obtain the recognition of a demigod. Otherwise, the two of them really couldn't carry the wrath of a demigod. Since we're all family, I'll call you Yuki from now on. At this time, Bai Ji walked over, took out a jade box and gently stuffed it into Qian Rinxue's arms, smilingly said, "First time meeting, This is considered to be a little bit of intention from us as elders. Inside this is an extreme vitality pill that I personally refined. Taking it can increase the life expectancy of a soul master by 30 years. Take it well. What? Extreme vitality pills, the star sex vitality pills, were actually refined by you. Qian Runshue's heart was fiercely shocked. She had naturally heard of the vitality pill, and now that it had completely caught fire throughout the entire Heavenly Dipper Empire, the price had soared to a sky-high price. Never did he expect that such a miraculous elixir would be refined by Yifeng's elders. Before Qian Runshui could return to her senses, Ziji also walked over and shoved a purple scale into Qian Runshui's hand, smiling. This is a dragon scale, able to defend you against all attacks below a level 95 sealed Doluwa once, and it can be recharged and used. It's also considered to be a meet and greet gift from my sister to you. End of chapter. Chapter 129. ZG, the young master has grown up again. Both Bai Ji and ZG are very generous. Search, all the way novel 16 Xiaoshua read this article for free. After all, in their eyes, Chen Renshui was really just a very, very small child, and it was also brought over by Yifeng. As elders, they naturally couldn't be too stingy. After all, their relationship with Yifeng was definitely something they couldn't go around saying, or else it would tarnish Yifeng's reputation. Well, as for Yifeng's relationship with that Zhu Zhuqing, they wouldn't say much. This was all Yifeng's own business. They just need to do what elders are supposed to do. Thank you two sisters. Shen Rinshui knew that this was the other party's intention, so she didn't push back. At the same time, there was incomparable envy in her heart. Although Yifeng is an orphan, he is so happy to have elders who love him like this. As for her, while her grandfather loved her, Chitaru mostly didn't care, and she grew up her childhood completely in the shadow of Bibi Dan. Bibi Dan moved to scold her and even tried to kill her. She is really envious of Yifeng. Let's go. Sister will take you to the star sect for a visit. Stay and have dinner together in the evening. Bai Ji seemed to have sensed the change in Qian Rinshui's mood and gently held Qian Rinshui's arm, smiling gently. Yeah. Qian Rinshui was also touched by Bai Ji's tenderness. If only Sister Bridget was her mom, how happy she would be. And with the departure of Bai Ji and Qian Rinshui, Ziji then looked at Yifeng and said with a smile, Young lord, tell me honestly, what's going on here? Ahem, here's the deal. Yifeng slightly picked simple things about himself and Qian Rinshui and said them again. Of course, the kind of things that he did with Qian Rinshui must have been skipped over. However, Yifeng didn't hide his grudge with the Chidori stream. What? Are you saying that you not only tricked Chidori Ryu, but also escaped from his men? Ziji's jaw almost dropped in shock after hearing Yifeng's account. When did Yifeng become so powerful? Why didn't she know? That's a demigod, and a raging demigod at that. Even if she took on a Chidori Ryu in that state, she wouldn't necessarily be able to run away. Not only did Yifeng run away, but he also escaped back with Qian Rinshui? Aren't you afraid that the Thousand Paths stream will directly pursue you to the star sect? ZG thought of something and immediately began to worry. Don't worry about it, that old man also wants face. He knows that there's nothing he can do to me. It's unlikely that he'll come over and make a fool of himself. Yifeng waved his hand and said with a relaxed face, so what if Chitaru came after him? He could just run away again. Moreover, Chidori Ryu was considered the spokesperson of the angelic god, and what he valued most was face and credibility. There were still many people in this world who believed in the angels of the martial spirit hall, and if this kind of scandal were to spread, Chidori Ryu wouldn't be able to say that he would still be punished by the angel god. That's good. Shiki sighed in relief, then asked curiously, but how exactly did you escape from Chidori Ryu's men? Ahem, a newly awakened transient talent of mine recently, Yifeng said with some embarrassment. Instantaneous movement? How far can you move? Can you be faster than a demigod? ZG was even more puzzled. It's only about 100 kilometers. Yifeng touched his nose and whispered. Anyway, this is a talent he uses a lot, and with the trust he has in Ziggy, there's really not much else he can't say about it. Other than the word system, Ziggy, what the hell kind of talent do you have? It's too perverted. ZG was silent for 2 seconds. Then she took Yifeng in her arms and ravished him fiercely. Obviously, she was envied fiercely. She had grown up without even the simplest spatial type talent. As for Yifeng, he could actually awaken such a powerful talent, truly worthy of being an ancestral dragon bloodline. In this world, only Dtian and that one can do such a long-distance space shuttle right. Dtian had also cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, comprehending the rules of space to the extreme, and this was only possible. As for Yifeng, just by relying on his talent he was able to reach that kind of level that ordinary people could not reach in their entire lives. It was truly heaven-defying. Haha, good luck. Yifeng laughed and inhaled the milky flavor fiercely. However, it seems that the young master's cultivation has grown during the time he has been away. ZG turned her words around and pushed Yifeng to the corner of the large hall, holding him down on the wall. eyes with a seductive intent. Let the slave see how much the young master has grown. Ahem. Ziji sister, the gate is still open. It's not good in public. Yi Feng coughed dryly, apparently a little unable to stand Ziji's enthusiasm. What are you afraid of? No one can see. And the young master likes this kind of tone. Ziggy rolled her eyes gently, then stuck right up. Start juicing. 1 hour later, Yi Feng escaped the clutches of Ziji. Ziggy slowly walked out from the corner, draped in a robe, peachy red, and couldn't help but lick her tongue, obviously a little reminiscent. Young Lord is really getting stronger and stronger. It's a good thing I've gotten stronger or I wouldn't have been able to run away. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, who was running away, was secretly happy. His current physique had increased by at least 20 times compared to before. Together with the strong kidney body phrase, he was finally able to barely fight against Ziji. However, Xian Rinshui was still in the sect at the moment, so Yi Feng also acted hastily and hurriedly ran away without being caught by his former subject. As for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, Yi Feng had also learned about them. Ning Rongrong had returned long ago and had already reached level 31. As for Zhu Zhuqing, it is quite obedient, has no longer inwardly rolled, and the daily training time is only 8 hours, and every week is still a double rest. Today just happened to be a break. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong went out to play together, and even took In with them, and they haven't come back yet. However, Yi Feng still felt that this was better. After all, you can't cultivate anything by practicing hard, and resources, background, and opportunities are the most important. It's like being a student in a former life. The kind of average family that works hard at school will eventually be theorized as a social animal, graduating with a few thousand a month and getting married with $1 million loan. Of course, there are those whose reading takes off, but these make up less than 0.1% of the population. And the kind of reading is not serious. A little ask. 90% of the family has assets. Do not worry about food and drink. After graduation, even if you do not find a job, the family will give arrangements, or inherit the family business, marriage arrangements, house, car. Relying on his family for support, he didn't take off, but he was considered a famous male in the small town. Life is too short to have fun in time. One can suffer, but not for the rest of one's life. Yi Feng was still good to his own people. Yi Feng had already arranged the future for all of them, and the god positions were all planned for them. Whether they work hard or not, as long as they become one of their own, then they will all be bound to have a most suitable godly position in the future. This was a chance that ordinary soul masters wouldn't even dare to think about. End of chapter. Chapter 130, Taking Down Qian Rinshui. At noon, Yi Feng took Qian Rinshui and Bai Ji since they had a meal and then brought her back to the hotel. In this article search, Dang Kansha free reading. Returning to the hotel, Qian Rinshui took a bath, wrapped in a bath towel directly into the quilt. Did not move. What's wrong? Not happy? Yi Feng sensed the change in Qian Rinshui's mood, and similarly burrowed into the quilt, gently gathering Qian Rinshui into his arms. Well, Yi Feng, I really envy you for having such a good elder. Qian Rinshui shrank towards Yi Feng's embrace and spoke in a small voice, her tone filled with envy. At the same time there was an inexplicable low mood. She had talked a lot with Bai Ji today, and she knew more about the star sect and about Yi Feng. It could be said that Yi Feng was the regimental favorite of the entire star sect, the treasure of the star sect. Having grown up in the midst of countless care, there's no harm without comparison. On the flip side, her childhood was nothing short of rocky. Yi Feng seemed to have guessed something, and for a while, he didn't know how to comfort. Can only hold Qian Rinshui tightly in his arms. Yi Feng, I know you know quite a lot about me, but you shouldn't know how my childhood came to be. Qian Rinshui smiled to herself, then slowly said, when I was just born, I was almost strangled to death by my mother. If it wasn't for my father blocking it in time. Qian Rinshui just like this, leaning in Yi Feng's arms, slowly spitting out her heart, telling her own past. There was a bit of a problem at birth, but she survived. Her dad is good to her too, but is very busy and rarely has time to visit her. She spent most of her time being watched over by Bibi Dong and the elders of the martial spirit hall, and because of Bibidon's presence, her dad often argued with Bibi Dong. Many times in big fights, it cast a great shadow over her childhood. Later, his father was accidentally killed in battle, and Bibi Dong completely took charge of the Palace of Martial Souls, and she lived almost entirely under Bibi Dong's lustful authority. The year after her father's death in battle, Bibi Dong approached her and asked her to travel to the Tendu Empire to carry out a secret program. She agreed without hesitation. After all, she knew that she was a tool person in Bibidon's eyes. Instead of being bullied by Bibi Dong in the Martial Soul Palace, it would be better to leave her home and grow up slowly, and when she grows up in the future, she will come back to take her revenge slowly. From that moment on, she was no longer Qian Rinshui, but Shui Changhe, seemingly escaping the clutches of Bibi Dong. She has been undercover alone for over 10 years, the heartache and loneliness of which only she knows. Moreover, her mission wasn't just to go undercover, but to completely take charge of the Heavenly Dipper Empire. If it works out okay, if she failed, then she would still be held by Bibi Dawn when she returned to the Martial Soul Palace. The pressure and hard work involved is something only she knows. When Xianren Shui finished speaking, her tears were also already wetting Yifeng's chest. It was the first time she had ever confided in anyone else. For some reason, she seemed to be inexplicably relieved after saying all these things that were hidden in her heart. Well, you still have me now, don't you? Yifeng's fingertips brushed over the corners of her moist eyes, and Xianren Shui's slender eyelashes fluttered at his fingertips. This was the first time Yifeng had seen Xianren Shui cry like this. He had always thought that Xianren Shui was a very strong woman. Even the last time he was held down and beaten Xianren Shui didn't shed a single tear. Unexpectedly. Well, thank goodness for you. Xianren Shui raised her head slightly, her light golden-colored beautiful eyes glittering as she looked at Yifeng. Being an undercover agent in the Heavenly Dipper Empire, she could be said to have no one to rely on, and she had to rely on herself for everything, and now she seems to have something to fall back on. The two were extremely close at the moment, their breaths intertwining. Xianren Shui took the initiative to come forward. Jade Hand gently hooked Yifeng's neck. Some aggrieved muttered, "Because of you, I don't dare to go home now. Now I only have you. You have to be a little bit better to me." Good. Yifeng nodded. At this moment where he could not hold back, directly pasted up. Well, Xianren Shui gently blanked Yifeng, but this time, she didn't resist or make excuses. It was a matter of time anyway. She hadn't been able to convince her heart before. It always felt too casual, and now she had figured it out. Soon, 2 sets of clothes were dumped under the covers. At the same time, Xianren Shui's slightly anxious voice came from the comforter again. She seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly said, "That's right, don't let me be a concubine. I want to be a proper wife." Boing. No sleep all night. Early the next morning, Xianren Shui shrank under the covers and tightly wrapped around Yifeng with a tired face. "What a monster. Don't you know how to empathize with me?" Xianren Shui gently nibbled on Yifeng's neck with a grimace. At first, she thought that Yifeng was so fierce. She must be very happy in the future. 2 hours later, she regretted it. It made her stay up all night, and now she is weak, and her whole body is still a little dizzy now, and she feels floating. She was at least a soul saint. She just started grabbing at the top. After half an hour, she just wanted to lie down and not move at all. Hell knows how tired she was this night. "You're so weak. You can't be a proper wife." Yifeng pinched Xianren Shui's soft face and teased. Me, are wrong. Where do you take this kind of thing as a standard? You promised me last night. No cheating." Xianren Shui became anxious on the spot, grabbing Yifeng's neck with both hands and shaking it vigorously. With Yifeng's physique, let alone a soul saint, even a sealed Doluo might not be able to carry it for a night. "I'm afraid. Ha ha, don't make a fuss. Don't make a fuss. Take a good rest and send you back in a couple days." Yifeng rubbed Xianren Shui's head and said with a smile, "Well, you even drove me away. You dislike me so soon?" Xianren Shui was already very sensitive at this moment. As soon as she heard Yifeng say this, she thought that Yifeng was trying to drive her away, and she became a bit unhappy on the spot. I'm not afraid your disappearance will be discovered," Yifeng hurriedly explained. The current Xueqing has said to the public that he was in seclusion, but if someone found out that Xueqing had disappeared, it would definitely cause some trouble. Xianren Shui had been undercover for so long, and Yifeng didn't really want to cause the other party's efforts for so many years to be undone because of himself. "Really? That's not disgusting?" Xianren Shui looked at Yifeng suspiciously. "Shall I prove it?" Yifeng once again wrapped his arms around Xianren Shui, his eyes threatening. "Don't. I believe. I'm sorry I'm wrong," Qiren said in a second. She was also reacting to the fact that Yifeng was purely worried about her, rather than plucking relentless. It was her own fault for overthinking it. "Well, that's good." Yifeng reached into the comforter, gently Rua. Boing boing. 3 days later, Xianren Shui returned to Tiando City. As much as she was upset, she chose to obey. Of course, there is another reason. That is, she has been with Yifeng every day for the past 3 days. Xianren Shui felt that she was a bit unable to hold her own. Yifeng was just too much of a monster. With the disappearance of 1,000 refugee Snow-Clear River has emerged from the gate and appeared in people's eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 131, First Soul Technique Blue Silver Blood Vine. Chapter 131, First Soul Technique Blue Silver Blood Vine. As for Yifeng, he returned to Tianmao City. In this article search, waits you novel Wika book free reading. He had gained a lot from this trip to the killing capital, and he needed to digest a good wave of it, or else he wouldn't be able to maximize his battle power, especially when he had just condensed his soul core. He was caught by the Thousand Paths stream, causing him to still be unable to adapt to it. After condensing the soul core, cultivation would become extremely difficult. Soul cores were solid, so naturally, they couldn't operate within the body. Therefore, when practicing, you need to change the form of the soul core, turning it into a liquid and solid state, so that you can continue to practice. This was the main reason why Sealed Dulua's promotion was so slow. Level 91 was also a big threshold, and at least 90% of the Sealed Duluas would never be able to advance an inch after reaching level 91. In other words, Yi Feng's difficulty in cultivation from now on and in the future was comparable to that of a Sealed Dolua. Yi Feng felt it. Although the difficulty of cultivation had indeed increased, it was only almost a five-fold increase for him, and it wasn't difficult to accept. Moreover, his soul power cultivation had already reached level 60, still accumulating again. When the next time he obtained the 6th soul ring, it was impossible to say that he would still be able to do it to level 70 in one breath. Cultivation was not a difficult task at all for Yi Feng. What limited his soul power was not the speed of cultivation, but the progress of bloodline unsealing. Yi Feng returned to the Star Sect. The first to detect Yi Feng's aura was not by GNZG, but Yin. Yi Feng had just arrived at the training ground when a petite figure wearing a blue Lolita ran towards Yi Feng with her short legs, barreling. "Brother Yi Feng, you're finally back." Yin gave a cheer and directly jumped into Yi Feng's arms, rubbing hard against his chest. "Well, has Yin been practicing properly lately?" Yi Feng rubbed Yin's head and asked with a smile. No. Yin is practicing very hard. Now Yin is already a 17th level soul master. Yin nodded repeatedly and looked at Yi Feng with bated breath, obviously waiting for Yi Feng's compliments. "Well, my Jin is awesome." Yi Feng naturally wouldn't mince words of praise. Moreover, he could also see that Yin's cultivation had already reached level 17 and had condensed a soul ring that was over 800 years old. This talent, too, is very unbelievable. After all, the reborn Yin is fused with the seed of life, and if it can grow, it can even become the seed of dimension. Coupled with the mutation and the Blue Silver Emperor's talent, it was normal to cultivate so quickly. If you have your brother by your side, Yin can cultivate faster. Yin said with a cheeky smile. "Well, I will stay in Star Sect to keep you guys company during this period of time," said Yi Feng with a smile. If he hadn't gone to the killing capital and Yin had followed him, he could definitely have reached Soul Exalt by now. However, there was no rush for this moment, because after reaching Soul Exalted, Yin's cultivation speed would slow down. Cultivating slowly, one could also compress their soul power and condense their soul core early, gaining the ability to fight at a higher level. "By the way, what is your first soul skill?" Yi Feng suddenly thought of something at this time and asked curiously. Although he could tell how old Yin's first soul ring was, he didn't know his opponent's specific soul skill. "My first soul skill is called Blue Silver Bloodvine, which is capable of sucking the target's life force to replenish its own soul power or recover from injuries." Yin didn't hesitate to tell the effect of his soul skill, and directly released the martial soul and soul ring. In the next moment, a dark red, blue and silver vine emerged from the ground and wrapped itself around Yi Feng's legs. The terrifying suction force erupted, and without piercing into the body or even breaking through Yi Feng's defense, it was able to directly pull out the blood and absorb it. Although this was due to Yi Feng not stopping it, it was enough to appear that this soul skill was heaven-defying. Moreover, Yi Feng also discovered that Yin's vines were extremely tough, although it was nothing to him, but if he was fighting against someone of his age, he simply couldn't be broken through, and was almost crushed. Well, right at this moment, Yin suddenly flushed red, and a large amount of soul power escaped from all of his entire body. "What's wrong?" Yi Feng sensed Yin's abnormality. His heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked with concern. "No, it's okay. Brother's blood is too powerful. I'm holding up," Yin said with some embarrassment. With that, she also hurriedly put her soul skill back. Unlike the blood of ordinary people, Yi Feng's blood contained an incomparably powerful life force. She inhaled a little, and the transformed soul power nearly burst her. Alright, the first soul skill is very strong. You will definitely be the main force in future battles." Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction even after hearing this. This soul skill had both attack and recovery, so it could be said to be very versatile. The first soul ring reached 800 years, the second soul ring could definitely be 1,000 years and should be even more powerful, and that's without the word boost. When Yin condensed a few more soul rings, Yi Feng also planned to match Yin with a golden word, which should be able to directly allow Yin to take off. Aha! It's all because my brother cultivated it well. Yin received Yi Feng's affirmation, and had an inexplicable sense of accomplishment in her heart. Yi Feng hugged Yin and entered the training ground. Immediately afterward, they saw Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing is working hard at his physical training. Ning Rongrong was still looking prettily at the talking book next to her, and every now and then she let out a silvery bell-like dainty laugh. The main focus is a companion. "Yi Feng, you're back." When Zhu Zhuqing saw Yi Feng come in, she hurriedly stopped training and quickly greeted him. directly pounced over and fiercely gave Yifeng a big hug. If Yin and Ning Rongrong weren't here, she would have kissed them hard, and it had been more than a month since Yifeng had left last time, having not seen her for over a month. God knows how much she missed Yifeng. Although leaf maple is bad, but she still couldn't help but like Yifeng and wanted to stick with him every day. Well, not bad. Your cultivation has refined again and grown a lot, Yifeng said softly. The latter sentence could only be heard by Zhu Zhuqing, obviously flirting. Don't talk nonsense. Yin and Rongrong are both here. Zhu Zhuqing reddened her face and pouted in a small voice. Hee Jack, you two have gone too far, showing love in public. On the side, Ning Rongrong immediately said with some disgust, obviously very upset at being inexplicably fed a mouthful of dog food. Not bad. Level 31. Yifeng glanced at Ning Rongrong and casually complimented him. That's for sure. I'm at least at the monster level, Ning Rongrong instantly said with some pride. Well, cheer up and work hard, but don't be surpassed by Yin. Yifeng added another sentence. Ning Rongrong. You're all monsters. I'm not comparing myself to you. Ning Rongrong hummed petulantly, clearly having figured it out. One could also say it's a straight-up swing. As long as there is no comparison, then there is no harm. By the way, you said that you'd give me a reward for my advancement to Soul Exalt. You won't keep your word, right? Ning Rongrong suddenly thought of something and looked blearily at Yifeng. End of chapter. Chapter 132 50 Increase in Blurry Resonance. Chapter 132 Blurry Resonance. 50% increase. Well, I never keep my word. Search this article, 61 reading 61 KSW read for free. Yifeng nodded, and then handed Ning Rongrong an elixir. Since Ning Rongrong had reached level 30, then Yifeng would also fulfill his promise. He also has a purple word here, Blurry Resonance. Sort of suits Ning Rongrong better, and it's good as an incentive. That's more like it. Ning Rongrong let out a petulant grunt, then quickly took the elixir. Yifeng also casually threw the words to Ning Rongrong. This elixir is a talent elixir. After taking it you will be able to obtain a talent, Blurry Resonance. Every teammate within a 100-meter radius increases your soul power by 10%, capped at 50%. Teammates here are subjective and conscious, as long as you think they're teammates. So theoretically, as long as there are 5 people within 100 meters of you, then you get 50% of your soul power. Yifeng briefly explained the effects of the words. In fact, there was no need for him to explain. Ning Rongrong could also feel the effects of the words, but since she didn't know of their existence, she wouldn't know them so clearly, and it would take countless attempts before she could know the exact effects of the words. Yifeng saved a lot of trouble by directly telling the other party about the specific effects. This phrase is a purple talent, but the effect is still very strong. The increase is comparable to the red phrase, only slightly limited for the team. If it was given to a lone wolf like Yifeng, it was basically useless. It's best to give it to a supportive soul master. This was because a support system soul master must have a team of 5 or more people. If you don't have enough teammates, you can take your opponents to make up for it. As long as your subjective consciousness treats your opponents as your teammates, you can still get an increase. After Ning Rongrong learned about the effects of her talent, she directly began to try it out. She treated all 4 of them, Yifeng, Yin, Yifeng, and Zhu Zhuqing, as teammates, and in the next moment, the soul power in Ning Rongrong's body instantly skyrocketed by 40%. A huge boost. Amazing. Ning Rongrong felt the feeling of floating as she felt her abundant soul power. A 40% increase in soul power also meant a 40% increase in her range. Although the 7 treasure glazed pagoda's assistance was powerful, the consumption of soul power was also terrifying. That's why their 7 treasures glazed sect researched a distraction-controlled method, giving different soul masters different increases, which can greatly save the waste of soul power. This talent could be said to be a perfect match for her martial soul. The effect is worth a good 1,000-year-old soul ring. Her third soul skill was soul power increase, and right now it was only 30% effective, and it could only give assistance to other people. This gift can be given to herself. Well, as long as you perform well, there will be better ones in the future. Yifeng said with a smile. I don't believe it. I'm afraid a better one would only be given by you if you became yours, right? Ning Rongrong blushed and muttered in a small voice. Compared to Zhu Zhuqing, she seemed to be just an outsider after all, and it was impossible for Yifeng to give her something good. On the contrary, it was Zhu Zhuqing, whose battle power had skyrocketed, not to mention her cultivation level, leaving her far behind. If you want to take the easy way out, I can fulfill you tonight. The corners of Yifeng's mouth hooked up slightly, an impish smile on his face. Blah, 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 who wants to take shortcuts? Ning Rongrong instantly made a big red face and huffed, skimming her head. However, when Yifeng did this, some strange thoughts kept coming out of her mind. She already had a good feeling about Yifeng, but she just hadn't shown it. Coupled with the fact that Zhu Zhuqing had gotten there first, The thoughts of Yifeng in her heart were hidden even deeper by her. At the same time, the heart also has some regret, if she is not so reserved. Early start words, well now and Yifeng together is her. Alright, let's not talk about this. Next year the continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Academy competition will start. You guys work hard and try to get the championship. Yifeng waved his hand and started talking about business. The Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. Can we participate as well? Shu Shuqing asked curiously. Naturally, she had heard of such contests, but she was just too young to think that she wouldn't qualify. And, isn't that only for advanced colleges? Yifeng, there's only 3 of us. Counting you, there's only 4 of us. I remember this kind of competition needs at least 10 people to be able to do it. 7 participants and 3 substitutes. And only Advanced Soul Master Academies are qualified. Clans are not. Ning Rongrong is to know more. Also thought that Yifeng did not understand, but also took the initiative to explain some. Don't worry about it. I'll make arrangements for the academy. The Star Advanced Soul Master Academy will be approved within a year, and you'll have the qualifications to compete by then. Yifeng waved his hand and said indifferently. As for the number of people, let's count 4 on our side. I'll look for other people when the time comes. If we really can't get it all together, then just look for a few lucky ones. It's just to make up the numbers anyway. That does work if you're in it, and it's a bit of a bully. Ning Rongrong looked at Yifeng and the corner of her mouth twitched. Obviously Yifeng was the same age as them, but she always felt that Yifeng's participation was purely abusive and too bullying. Yifeng alone was able to hang any team, completely thrashing them, and she and Zhu Zhuqing and Ayin could even be said to be making up the numbers. Don't worry, I'm not going to make a move. Zhu Zhuqing and Ayin are enough to hang any team as long as they grow up. You assist from the side and I'll protect you. Yifeng patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder and laughed. That's fine. Ning Rongrong hummed petulantly, thinking that it was quite good, especially being protected by Yifeng. This sense of security was directly pulled to burst. Every auxiliary soul master had a dream of having a super bodyguard that could resist in fight, and preferably heterosexual. Yifeng would fully satisfy this point. It was even more powerful than the object of her fantasies, and even more heavenly. Just a shame. Soul Master competition. What is that? Yin asked munchily as she listened to the clouds beside her. Anyway, it's just a fight. You can fight whoever you're told to fight. Just cultivate well. Yifeng flicked Yin's pink cheeks and said with a smile. Yin was still a child, and Yifeng subconsciously didn't really want to explain much. Oh okay da. Although Yin was puzzled, she was also very obedient and did not ask any more questions. As long as it was commanded by Yifeng, she would unconditionally trust and listen. Well, wrong. You take Yin out for a while, and I have other things to do with Zhu Qing. Yifeng saw that things were almost explained, and then he started to drive people away. Although Yin peeped every day when she didn't take form, but really let her watch from the side. Yifeng didn't care, but Zhu Zhuqing definitely couldn't top it. End of chapter. Chapter 133. Will there be a baby? Yifeng, you asshole, are teaching Zhu Qing bad. Ning Rongrong immediately crossed her arms and huffed. The heart is inexplicably a bit upset. No way. It's all voluntary for Zhu Qing. Adults do things kids don't look. With a wave of Yifeng's hand, a gravitational force landed on Ning Rongrong and Yin, directly pushing them out of the training room. Search this article. 0 point to read the book 0 Diankinshu free reading. The gate closed heavily. Zhu Zhuqing's petulant voice came faintly from inside. So angry. In public. These two even did this kind of thing. Really not even acting. Ning Rongrong caught Yin over as soon as he could and ruthlessly ruined her soft face. Our brother Yifeng and sister Zhu Qing F*** king. Why can't we watch? Silver raised his head and asked bluntly. She read it every day when she wasn't transformed. How come she doesn't give it a look now? She just wants to see Yifeng more. What does it matter? Ning Rongrong. Aha. Yin, who the hell taught you all this? Is it that bastard Yifeng? It was the first time Ning Rongrong had ever heard Yin say these words, and she was a bit unable to hold her tongue on the spot. Although she had not spent much time with Yin, she was deeply attracted by Yin's cuteness and completely treated Yin as her own sister. In her mind, Yin was a very pure child. And now, Yin is actually saying these words. Nope, I taught myself all this. Yin scratched his head, not feeling like he had a problem saying that. There were a lot of memories in Yin's inheritance, but she didn't understand a lot of things very well because she was still young. It's like a child watching anime. They only know that it's good and exciting and interesting, but they don't realize that many of the plots are not real in reality. Some of them are even illegal, and some of them are even dangerous, but none of them knew it earlier and only learned by imitation. Don't try to trick me. It must be taught by this guy Yifeng. It's too abominable to take a shot at a child. Too born. Ning Rongrong naturally didn't know about these things, so she was a bit furious at the moment. Even more so, he flatly decided that it was that guy Yifeng who had instilled Yin with all this strange knowledge. Yin is so pure. so sweet, so kind. She would never allow Ian to be brought down by Yifeng. Sister wrong. Brother Yifeng really didn't teach me this. Ian still wanted to weasel her way out of Yifeng, but she was interrupted on the spot by Ning Rongrong. Well, no need to talk about it. Ian, you come with me. I'll give you some general knowledge about sex. Girls' privacy is very important. And, you remember, if Yifeng makes some strange requests to you, you must not agree. Ning Rongrong pulled Ian and began to educate him on common sense. It was really because Ian was too simple. She was really afraid that Ian would be bullied by this bad guy Yifeng. Xu Zhuqing is such an honest girl. What has she been conditioned into now? Ian is more kind and pure than Xu Zhuqing, so she can't be brought down by Yifeng. 1 hour later, training room, bathroom. Xu Zhuqing's entire body was pressed against the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror. One could clearly see his body, and Yifeng behind him. I haven't even taken a bath yet, and I don't mind getting dirty. Xu Zhuqing gasped slightly and muttered in a small voice. She had only just finished training and was drenched in sweat. Yifeng did not even let her wash it directly. There is no such thing. Fortunately, Yifeng was still considerate this time and didn't go too far. She was actually satisfied. Why? It's not like I mind the level. Yifeng came to Xu Zhuqing's ear and gently kissed her sweat-soaked ear. Although Xu Zhuqing had not yet reached the realm of no dust and no dirt, he was much cleaner than ordinary people, and did not smell of sweat. On the contrary, the elevated body temperature from the training had completely aroused the body scent of the other party, which had a different kind of flavor. Can you talk properly? Don't be so perverted. Xu Zhuqing involuntarily twisted her body. She really can't stand Yifeng like this. It wasn't that she hated Yifeng, but she was already more conservative, and with Yifeng's strange playstyle, she really hadn't gotten used to it yet. However, she still felt happy to be liked by Yifeng. Well, take a shower. Yifeng laughed, then picked up Xu Zhuqing, and the two of them entered the bathtub where warm water had been put in long ago. It was still Yifeng at the bottom, with Xu Zhuqing sitting on top of Yifeng. Well, will there be a little baby? Xu Zhuqing gently covered her slightly bulging little tummy. A little worried. Do you want it? Yifeng raised his eyebrows and asked. No way. How old am I? Xu Zhuqing subconsciously refused, but then she thought of something and blushed. But, I can if you like. Ha, I'm just kidding. It definitely won't happen now. Yifeng leaned over and gave Xu Zhuqing a kiss on her cheeks. Such a Xu Zhuqing was really cute. However, Yifeng thought of something and said with a smile, but you can have it in the future. It's best to give birth to 10 or 8. Surely you won't starve. Humph. You're overthinking it. It's all taken away from you. The child will definitely starve to death. Xu Zhuqing mumbled in a small voice. Ahem. I'm not that kind of person. Yifeng coughed dryly, somewhat embarrassed. You are that kind of person. Don't be sophomoric. Xu Zhuqing said with a face of certainty. Fine. Xu Qing, you even slandered me. Let's see how I'll punish you. Yifeng was instantly a bit anxious. Catching Xu Zhuqing was a sucker punch. Cluck 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 cluck. Don't. I was wrong. Xu Zhuqing was instantly tickled by Yifeng and hurriedly confessed. For a moment, water splashed in all directions. Fragrant. 1 hour later, Yifeng cleaned Zhu white and directly took her and teleported her to her own room. I happen to be free today, so I'll take you out for the day, Yifeng said while changing Xu Zhuqing's clothes. Really? Xu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes lit up, glowing with delight. She thought Yifeng would only, and although she could accept it, she always felt that something was missing. Good. I didn't expect that I would be that kind of person in your heart. Xu Zhuqing, you've gone too far. Yifeng noticed Xu Zhuqing's strange eyes and his face darkened. Cluck cluck cluck. No la. You are always the best and finest in my heart. Xu Zhuqing hurriedly laughed delicately and sophistically said. That's more like it. Yifeng was satisfied when he heard this. Soon, Yifeng changed Xu Zhuqing into a black uniform, upper body lining and jacket. Clothing is ordinary, but Xu Zhuqing's huge capital is to bring this outfit to a whole new level. Underneath was a small black plaid skirt with pleats that fell like a knife edge, knee-high. Black silk-wrapped calves were white and round, the cuffs of the stockings strangling a distinct section of flesh. Above to the lower edge of the skirt, there was a perfect absolute field that firmly attracted Yifeng's gaze. End of chapter. Chapter 134, A Date with Xu Zhuqing. Xu Zhuqing's kind of figure is most suitable for wearing JK, but there is no JK in this world. Yifeng looked outside for half a day and could only find this set of uniforms interspersed with the college style of this world. In this article search, read do you do free reading. Compared to the seductive allure of Xu Zhuqing's original leather-clad uniform, this set added a hint of youthful beauty to her. It's that the other guy's body is a little too hot and would make most girls feel inferior when they see it. Well, isn't this skirt too short? Xu Zhuqing looked at herself in the mirror and subconsciously covered the hem of her skirt. After all, she rarely wore skirts, and when she did, it was in dresses, the long kind. Don't worry about it, the bottoms are thick after all. You only belong to me and can only be shown to me alone. Yi Feng came over and smiled heatedly. Aha, only for you to see. Zhu Zhuqing blushed and gently nodded her head. Since Yi Feng liked it, she would wear it for him to watch. Wear bottoms outside. At home she can wear nothing. Yi Feng sure likes this. The two of them prepared themselves before Yi Feng took Zhu Zhuqing out. Yi Feng liked Zhu Zhuqing, but would not imprison Zhu Zhuqing at home without showing it to any man. That would seem too petty. Just hanging out with Zhu Zhuqing would inevitably attract countless stares. It didn't matter if they took a look at Yi Feng, but if they acted out of line, then Yi Feng wouldn't show them any mercy. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing's tight leather jacket before. It doesn't seem to show much, but it's actually more seductive than exposing some. After all, no one can take their eyes off that perfect peach ass. Instead, it will look a little more natural. Yi Feng didn't use teleportation, so he took Zhu Zhuqing away. Ning Rongrong and Yin certainly saw it. These two guys, what an abomination. Ning Rongrong saw the two leaving hand in hand, inexplicably gnashing her teeth a bit. How good it would be if it was her and Yi Feng. Sister Rongrong, what are brother Yi Feng and sister Zhuqing going to do? Why don't they bring me along? Yin scratched his head from the side and asked curiously. They're going on a date. Yi Feng and Zhuqing are boyfriend and girlfriend, so they definitely can't take you with them. Ning Rongrong said breathlessly. Then is it true that if I also become brother Yi Feng's girlfriend, I can go out with brother Yi Feng? Yin had a flash of light and seemed to have thought of a good idea. Yi Feng already has Zhuqing. You can no longer be Yi Feng's girlfriend. Ning Rongrong hurriedly persuaded. Why can't you? Brother Yi Feng is so good. What's wrong with having multiple girlfriends? And it's also Yin's choice. Yin blinked her big innocent eyes, not seeing the problem. Ning Rongrong also fell slightly silent when she heard this. Yeah, he's so good. A good man is indeed sought after by many women and does deserve many spouses. A good woman can also have a large number of male favorites. This was originally a recognized unspoken rule in the Soul Master world. The most important thing for a Soul Master is the bloodline. However, the number of Soul Masters was extremely rare again. And even if a Soul Master and a Soul Master combined and gave birth to an offspring with innate soul power capable of cultivation, the probability was no more than 1 in 10. A large clan or power that wanted to pass on needed to be born more often. If they were to calculate according to 1/10, it would take 9 years to give birth to one with innate soul power, and there was still the possibility that it was only ordinary talent, with the probability of innate soul power below level 5 being the highest, and the probability of innate soul power exceeding level 5 being only 1% or even lower. If every major power followed monogamy, in case they were unlucky and didn't give birth to a gifted one, the power would basically be finished. Her father married just one woman, her mother, and she had 6 brothers, but only one was able to cultivate, and his innate soul power was only at level 4, and the other 5 were just ordinary people. Because of this, her father had been urged countless times by the elders within the clan, all of them telling her to take more concubines and not to waste her own bloodline and talent, but her dad didn't even listen. Until her birth, with an innate soul power of level 8.5, the whole clan was sensationalized. Her father did not continue to be urged to marry, and she became the favorite of the whole clan, and became the hope of the clan. Her uncles and aunts, on the other hand, had done their best to reproduce offspring for the clan, and each of them had 7 or 8 concubines or even more. Although there wasn't a single offspring with strong talent, these soul masters, when they grew up in the future, could all become the mainstay of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. It won't let the 7 Treasures Glazed sect fall. She's probably influenced by her dad and the fact that she's a girl, so she's looking at this aspect more seriously. When she learned that Yi Feng was dating Zhu Zhuqing, she gave up on Yi Feng, and now, being told this by Yin, she suddenly started to feel a little foolish again. Yi Feng is so good and so powerful, there must be more than one spouse in the future. In the future, he would even be able to stand at the top of the continent, crowning an entire era. If she can, doesn't seem like a shame. It will even be envied by countless others. Sister Rongrong, what are you thinking about? Seeing Ning Rongrong's sudden daze, Yin hurriedly tugged at the hem of her skirt and asked in a low voice. Oh, alright, sister just thought of something. Let's go. Yi Feng does not take you to play. Sister take you out to play. As Ning Rongrong said that, she took Yin's small hand and led her towards the outside. Sister Wing Wing is so nice. As soon as she heard that she was going to go out to play, Yin also spread her face and smiled, instantly forgetting what had just happened. Although she had quite a few inherited memories, the human world was still full of surprises for her everywhere. So many delicious foods she had never eaten before, and many drinks she had never drunk before. There were so many pretty little dresses too, all of which she had never touched before. Following Ning Rongrong, she was naturally in a good mood as she was able to try a lot of new and strange things every time. And the other side, Yi Feng, on the other hand, accompanied Zhu Zhuqing to go shopping. Then there were plays, listening to novels, and just hearing bookish people tell anecdotes. Drama is rather boring, but Zhu Zhuqing likes it. Listening to novels is okay, and the anecdotes of this world are kind of interesting, but it makes Yifeng open his eyes. This date was sort of Zhu Zhuqing leading. After all, Yifeng didn't know what Zhu Zhuqing liked. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing had been following Ning Rongrong for a while and knew where to have fun and where to eat. Many places even Yifeng had never been to. The two of them played from noon until the afternoon. Zhu Zhuqing then took Yifeng to a grilled fish restaurant called Fishing Fire Appendage. The grilled fish from this grilled fish restaurant is very fragrant. Yifeng, you will definitely like it, said Zhu Zhuqing with a smile. It's you who wants to eat it, sure enough. Cats love fish. Yifeng pinched Zhu Zhuqing's palm and laughed. Well, no, this store is just delicious. Zhu Zhuqing blushed slightly, but still pulled Yifeng and walked in. End of chapter. Chapter 135, Past Events of the Zhu Family. The two of them booked a small box. Incoming search term for Broken Green Silk novel book free reading. It didn't take long for the dishes to all be served. Yifeng was interested in this grilled fish restaurant because the fish here could be grilled by themselves. They will offer two kinds of fish. One was a large fish that had already been grilled, half a meter long. Its skin grilled golden and crispy with charcoal burned veins, and the aroma was overwhelming. Marinated and processed ceviche will also be available. At the side of the table, there are grill plates and grills, so guests can grill their own fish and experience the joy of grilling. In addition to this, Zhu Zhuqing also ordered some side dishes, mainly desserts, cakes, ice cream, cheese, taro puree, and a large cup of milk tea. Obviously, desserts are a huge draw for girls. However, what surprised Yifeng was that Zhu Zhuqing even ordered a few bottles of red wine. You still drink? Ha! Yifeng opened a bottle of red wine of unknown age and filled a glass for Zhu Zhuqing. A date must have alcohol, so as to have a good atmosphere, Zhu Zhuqing said with a cheeky smile, then raised her wineglass smilingly at Yifeng. Although she hadn't been drinking, her face still bore a noticeable blush. After all, this was actually her first date with a guy. Normal love involves dating and then settling into a relationship before. Instead, she and Yifeng were the complete opposite. It's only now that I've had a chance to have a real date. Well, cheers. Ding. The glasses clinked lightly. The two raised their glasses and drank. Zhu Zhuqing finished his drink and smashed his mouth, his face a bit strange. Apparently, Zhu Zhuqing wasn't very good at drinking, so he looked a bit uncomfortable. However, for soul masters, they were basically never drunk from 1,000 cups, and even if they did drink too much, they could use their soul power to quickly drive out the alcohol. Unless it is a special spirit wine refined with some higher heavenly materials and treasures, it is unlikely to make a soul master drunk. The grilled fish here is delicious. Try it. Zhu Zhuqing put down her wineglass and took the lead in giving Yifeng a piece of grilled fish meat with crispy skin, dipped in the sauce, and brought it to Yifeng's mouth. Yifeng took a mouthful. Immediately afterward, a charred aroma instantly exploded on the taste buds. The skin of the grilled fish is just the right amount of crispy, and when you bite into it, the sound of crunching accompanied by the unique flavor of the grilled fish explodes in your mouth. The moment the fish touches your tongue, the tenderness comes out. As you chew, the freshness of the fish is released, and with the flavor of the dipping sauce, it's perfect. Yifeng had also eaten a lot of delicious food, but it was the first time he had eaten this kind of grilled fish, which could be said to be a completely new experience. Well, not bad, not bad. My family's Zhuqing has a really good eye. Yifeng couldn't help but praise. I didn't realize that in this canopy city, there was such a grilled fish restaurant. This is what Irong found out. Zhu Zhuqing spat out her little tongue, and while saying so, she also gave herself a piece as well and ate it beautifully. That's right, only Rong Rong can find such a place. Yifeng smiled at his words. Zhu Zhuqing was mostly in cultivation and didn't have time to go out and wander around at all. It was also just Ning Rongrong who had a large amount of free time every day to wander around. Although Tianmu City was only a small city, it also had a population of about 100,000. Plus it was located in the surrounding area of Tiando City. The development was also good, and there was a lot of good food and fun. Yifeng didn't care much about this, plus he wasn't in Tianmu City most of the time, so he didn't care much. I didn't realize that this kind of good place had been developed by Ning Rongrong. The two ate and made small talk, talking about the Advanced Soul Master competition. Another chat about Zhu Zhuqing's family history. Yifeng thought of something and asked curiously, your Zhu and Dai families are so cold-blooded. Obviously you and Zhu Zhuyun both have good talent, but you want to let you compete with each other and fight to the death? Moreover, Zhu Zhuyun is so much older than you, both in terms of cultivation and the power behind you. Is there any point in this completely unequal competition? This matter Yifeng had actually been curious for a long time. Soul Masters were already rare, and Genius Soul Masters were even rarer. The Zhu and Dai families both had strong martial souls, and the ones that could be chosen to be the heirs were even more geniuses among geniuses. But they are going to raise compulsion in it, and basically the older ones win. It's like Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun. Even though Zhu Zhuqing's talent was too much better than Zhu Zhuyun's, because he was born 7 years later, he was behind Zhu Zhuyun. No matter if it was the power behind his support or his cultivation, without something as heaven-defying as immortal grass, Zhu Zhuqing would basically be certain death. Zhu Zhuqing's only role might be to serve as a stepping stone to inspire Zhu Zhuyun. Zhu Zhuqing was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly. This is the sorrow of the big families. Nothing is fair. We are just outcasts. Dai Mubai chose to give up on himself, but I still want to struggle. Have you never thought of breaking away from the Zhu family? Yi Feng continued to ask. Impossible. 25 years old is the time limit they gave me. When I reach 25 years old, Zhu Zhuyun will become the true controller of the Zhu family. If my talent is ordinary, then I might still have a slim chance of surviving, but my talent is clearly stronger than Zhu Zhuyun. As long as she takes control of the Zhu clan, then she will issue a hunting order. Even if I escape to the ends of the earth, I will still be hunted to death by the Zhu clan. If I hadn't met you, my fate would almost have been sealed, Zhu Zhuqing said, but her eyes were already flooded with tears, and her gaze toward Yifeng was filled with gratitude and endless tenderness. The reason she joined Shrek was to struggle a little, to see a glimmer of hope, but only a glimmer. Yifeng, on the other hand, was forcing hope onto her, and even more so, rescuing her from the great pressure and despair. If she said that her previous world was a darkness, then Yifeng was the blazing sun that dispersed the darkness completely, and even dispersed the cold, bringing her endless warmth. This was the real reason why she was willing to follow Yifeng all the way. Don't worry, with me here, you won't have to go back to the Zhu family in the future. Yifeng reached out, gently pinched Zhu Zhuqing's face, and laughed. With your talent, it won't take long for you to become an existence that will make the Zhu family and even the entire world look up to you. Aha! Zhu Zhuqing nodded fiercely, obviously having unconditional trust in Yifeng. Just then, Yifeng suddenly noticed that something touched his belly. Slightly lowering his head, he realized that it was Zhu Zhuqing's black silk jade feet. The box was not big, and the center of the two of them was only isolated from a small square table, plus Zhu Zhuqing's long legs, at the moment, had not been fully stretched out. What are you doing? Yifeng gave Zhu Zhuqing an unexpected look. The location is too small. There's no room for my legs, can't I? Zhu Zhuqing's face was slightly red, slightly skimming her head, not daring to meet Yifeng's eyes. Obviously not very good at lying. Even more subconsciously, he wanted to retract his foot back, but was grabbed by Yifeng. End of chapter. Chapter 136. Zhu Zhuqing's service. No, that's it, I like it. Yifeng grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's black silk jade foot and put it in the palm of his hand to gently play. In this article search, often read books Chang's free reading. Thin black silk wrapped a pair of white jade feet. Under the light, the back of the feet through the porcelain white soft light. When you put your palm on it, you first touch a layer of cool smoothness, doubly silky, followed by the warmth of your skin. Gently display heel like jade, feel warm and delicate. The black silk that Yifeng selected was naturally all dyed from the best silk. Naturally the feel is not too bad. Yifeng gently played with Zhu Zhuqing's pair of jade feet with one hand, while the other hand still had room to give Zhu Zhuqing some food and wine, looking relaxed and casual. Well, I knew you had ulterior motives for choosing black silk for me. Zhu Zhuqing slightly puffed up her mouth and muttered in a small voice. When she was in bed before, Yifeng took her feet and played with them, and she knew then that Yifeng seemed to be extraordinarily fond of her. It really seems so now. Who doesn't like beautiful things? Yifeng hemmed and hawed. Cunning. You are a foot control. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to feel something. Her face was hot, and she gently clamped Yifeng, but she didn't refuse either. After all, if she helped Yifeng once first, her pressure would be easier when the time came. But this is the first time she did this kind of thing. Or some rusty. I hope Yifeng do not mind on the line. Well, Yifeng was satisfied. Half an hour later, the two of them had eaten almost as much as they wanted, and Zhu Zhuqing only felt that her feet were a bit sore. Well, my feet are so sore. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Yifeng with some aggravation, and there was a hint of pleading in her tone. Yifeng was too powerful. She needed to use her full strength. It was simply more tiring than training. Okay. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and cupped Zhu Zhuqing's small feet with both hands. Because of the time it took, the stockings on the bottom of Zhu Zhuqing's feet were worn out. But maybe it's because of the excessive exercise. It looks warm and feels better in my hands. Moments later, it's finally good. Zhu Zhuqing gently blanked Yifeng. Then she retracted her feet and took off the soiled black silk and threw it into the trash can. But before she could make a move, Yifeng had already instantly moved to her side, moving her head over with one hand, while the other hand was, "Didn't you just?" Zhu Zhuqing was a bit confused. It's not enough. As Yifeng said that, he had already posted up. Another half hour. The duo left the grilled fish restaurant, one after the other. Zhu Zhuqing pulled Yifeng's hand, Her face was full of redness, obviously being greatly moisturized. When Yifeng was gentle, she was still comfortable and even enjoyed it a little. Yifeng, how long can you stay back this time? Zhu Zhuqing clutched Yifeng's hand tightly and asked with some reluctance. She knew that Yifeng was very busy. Today could be said to be her happiest day. She really didn't know if she could be with Yifeng again in the future. About a month or so. Yifeng seemed to have guessed the thoughts in Zhu Zhuqing's mind, gently patted the back of her hand and said in relief, "Don't worry, even if I'm busy again, I'll still find time to accompany you." When Zhu Zhuqing heard this, her heart was inexplicably warm, but she still quickly waved her hand and said, "No, it's okay, you're busy with your own. It doesn't matter if you're free to accompany me again." With this sentence from Yifeng, she was already satisfied. She knew that the gap between herself and Yifeng was like the gap between a god and a man. She could not catch up with Yifeng in her life, and she was even more unworthy of Yifeng. As long as Yifeng had a place for her in his heart, she was already satisfied. What a little fool! Yifeng smiled helplessly. He's sea, but not scum. For each woman, he will truly love, and will not be fond of the new, nor will he leave each other out in the cold. The duo returned to the clan, hand in hand, and happened to run into Ning Rongrong and Ain, who had also returned from outside. When Ain saw Yifeng, she subconsciously hid behind Ning Rongrong, obviously afraid that Yifeng would blame her for sneaking out to play. However, Ning Rongrong was indifferent. Instead, she took the initiative to come beside Zhu Zhuqing and teased, "Zhu Zhuqing, how come you guys are back so soon? I thought you guys would be spending the night outside." "What sleepover? Yifeng and I just went to eat a meal. Why should we spend the night outside?" Zhu Zhuqing slightly turned her head sideways and stroked the hair around her ears, obviously a bit vain. "Really? Then why did you lose your stockings at dinner?" Ning Rongrong, as a veteran driver, brainstormed countless images in an instant. She subconsciously touched the bottom of Zhu Zhuqing's skirt. "Ah, Rongrong, what are you doing?" Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face instantly turned red as she was sneak attacked, covering her skirt and smoothly slapping Ning Rongrong's hoof away. "The chaps are still. Shouldn't be Ning Rongrong instantly wanting to come up and smell it to see if there is any strange smell. "Rongrong, if you keep messing around like this, I'll really get angry." Zhu Zhuqing stomped her foot fiercely and huffed. Although she hadn't hidden her relationship with Yifeng from Ning Rongrong, she was still a bit uncomfortable being harassed by Ning Rongrong like this in public, especially the matter of Yifeng's fondness for foot asterisk. She felt obligated to keep Yifeng's secret, but she couldn't give Ning Rongrong the chance to find out. Yifeng just wanted to open his mouth to ease the atmosphere, but a petite figure suddenly jumped into his arms. "Brother Yifeng, next time we go out to play, can we take Ain with us?" Ain grabbed Yifeng's clothes and looked at Yifeng pitifully. Although she had fun going out with Ning Rongrong, she still wanted to be with Yifeng more. The reason why she had transformed into her form was so that she could spend more time with Yifeng. As for the other benefits of transforming into her form, she didn't care at all. Okay, I'll definitely bring you next time," Yifeng agreed in succession. The main reason was that this was sort of his first date with Zhu Zhuqing, and it wasn't good to bring Ain with him. "Next time you get a chance, you can get together instead. Yifeng, if it's alright, we'll go back first," Zhu Zhuqing said in a low voice, and then turned around and left in a hurry. Ning Rongrong also quickly chased up, obviously very curious about where Zhu Zhuqing's stockings ran off to, and of course even more curious about what Zhu Zhuqing and Yifeng actually played today. Yifeng looked at it and shook his head helplessly. Then he subconsciously rubbed Ain's head and said, "Come on, let's go back as well and give you a good boost." Ain cultivating by his side was the fastest. It was just that what he had done before was not so good to bring Ain along. Otherwise Ain would not be only 18 levels. Now that he was finally free, Yifeng was also planning to utilize his son of nature talent to give Ain a good boost. Aha! When Ain heard this, he nodded his head repeatedly, his eyes filled with joy. It wasn't because of being able to quickly increase his strength, but because of being able to stick it out with Yifeng. Yifeng's body had an odor that mesmerized her, and she really wanted to stay by Yifeng's side every day. End of chapter. Chapter 137, Only Boyfriend and Girlfriend Can Kiss. Cultivation Room. In this article search, often read books Chang's free reading. Yifeng sat on a futon, slowly adjusting his breath. Beside him sat Ain, meditating with his eyes closed in the same manner. Because of Yifeng's son of nature talent, beside Yifeng, Ain's cultivation speed was able to be increased by tens or even hundreds of times. A large amount of heaven and earth yuan qi converged towards the cultivation room where Yifeng was. Ain's soul power was also rising at a terrifying speed. Yifeng was sure that there was nothing wrong with Ain. He also let go of his heart, and then he began to close his eyes and meditate. That is, to digest the gains he had made during this period of time. The first harvest, naturally, is the killing field, which Yifeng spent more than a month to comprehend, but the effect is average. The second harvest was his own fifth soul ring. the Star Dragon Ritual, which could be said to be invincible and heaven-defying. Yi Feng was now regularly condensing 1 drop every day, and now he had 7 drops of essence blood stored in his body. In other words, he could explode close to 70 times his battle power at any time. Ordinary sealed Doluwa basically killed in a second with 1 punch. Moreover, before obtaining the 5th soul ring, he was unable to condense essence blood, so when he fed blood to Gu Yuna, he had to cut the wound. Now Yi Feng could directly extract the essence blood in his body. 1 drop of essence blood was equivalent to 10% of his own blood, and directly feed it to Gu Yuna. The 3rd harvest was also the soul core. After obtaining the soul core, his life level was qualitatively changed, his vitality was greatly enhanced, and his healing effect was definitely better. Yi Feng estimated that with only 10 drops of essence blood, Gu Yuna's injuries could not be said to be completely healed. The 4th harvest is the Star Chain. This was an auxiliary soul skill, and if an average person had this soul skill, it didn't really serve much purpose because the 50% loss was just too high, and as the distance gets longer, the loss gets higher, and the loss can reach up to 99%, or 1% efficiency, costs 100 soul power points, can only give 1 point to a teammate, 99 points are wasted. This kind of soul skill couldn't be called a piece of, but it could be called a piece of. Of course, that's for everyone else. For Yi Feng, this soul skill was a divine skill. He had almost unlimited soul power. It didn't matter how he wasted it. And transmitting life force is, quite frankly, healing. With his vitality, as long as his teammates didn't die, he could instantly revive them with full blood, and still heal them from across the room. A soul skill that directly allowed him to leap into the continent's #1 milkmaid. The only unfortunate thing is that this soul skill effect doesn't increase in efficiency as the years of the soul ring increase. The 50% loss is fixed. An increase in the age of the soul ring can only increase the speed of transmission, but it was enough for Yi Feng. The 5th harvest was naturally the laws of the thunder system. That is, the self-created soul skill, Silent Thunder Domain. It was a total windfall. After all, Yi Feng didn't expect that his simple coagulation of a soul core would have attracted the attention of the Thunderbolt. Of course, it's possible that he's from beyond the heavens and doesn't belong to this world. Yi Feng knew that his soul was a traveler. As for why he had turned into an egg, he had no idea what was going on. However, the result was always good. Whoring out a super powerful soul skill for nothing, Yi Feng was confident that as long as he found a precious place that contained the rules of the thunder system, he would be able to completely understand the rules of the thunder system and reach the level of the ultimate thunder. It's on the same level as that Ice and Fire Master. Ice and Fire rules Yi Feng has long been enlightened. Only his current strength is still too weak to control these 2 rules. Martial souls related to thunder and lightning. Yi Feng knows only the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex family. It is not permitted to say that the Thunderbolt Tyrannosaurus Rex family has treasures of the thunder system. Well, try blackmailing. No and borrowing a copy over some time. There are no years of practice. 7 days passed in a flash. Yi Feng didn't feel the passage of time because of the epiphany body. It was like a dream. Eyes closed and open and it's over. In these 7 days, Yi Feng had, however, completely digested all the gains he had gotten some time ago. Although his cultivation level was still 60, his comprehensive battle power had increased by at least 30%. Not only that, Yi Feng had also fused the most useless killing domain and the star domain into a brand new domain, the Star Abyss Blood domain. The Star Abyss Blood domain not only contains all the effects of the killing domain and the star domain, but it is also filled with endless murderous aura, which is capable of provoking the opponent's killing intent and lowering their intelligence. If the mind is not firm, it will become a madman who only knows how to kill, not distinguishing between enemy and self, which is considered a group battle weapon. You're awake, brother. Just then, Yin's voice came from the side. Before Yi Feng could react, Yin had already jumped into his arms. Silver, you're still here? Yi Feng glanced at Yin with some surprise. After all, he had an epiphany body, but Yin didn't, and he didn't expect Yin to be able to patiently accompany him to cultivate for so long. Of course, Silver is still young enough to definitely go out to eat halfway through, but he stays with him most of the time. Yeah, it's really comfortable to practice next to my brother. Yin cocked her head and smiled cheekily. She was originally a plant-based soul beast transformation, and 1,000 years was just a snap of a finger for her, let alone a few days of cultivation. Staying by Yi Feng's side, Yin was nourished by the breath of the children of nature all the time, which made her feel immortal, and she even couldn't bear to let Yi Feng stop cultivating. Well, since you've transformed into a human, of course you can't cultivate as hard as a plant. It's best to go out more and enjoy life. Yi Feng rubbed Yin's head and said with a smile, well, to go out to play, also have to have a brother to accompany the line. Yin slightly pouted small mouth, budding big eyes and the rare flow of a touch of sultry. Ha ha, next time for sure. Yi Feng pinched Yin's cheek somewhat heartily, and couldn't help but lean down and barf a bite. Ah, what are you doing, brother? Ayan's inexplicably blushing, subconsciously covering her hot little face. Why, don't you like it? Yifeng was slightly stunned. This was indeed the first time he had ever kissed Silver. But who made Silver so cute? That soft, white face was appetizing just to look at and felt excellent to pinch. Sister Rongrong said that men and women are not allowed to kiss each other, and that girls can't just let boys kiss them. Ayan whispered with her head lowered. Ha, who taught you that? Yifeng was slightly confused, feeling that something was wrong. Rongrong's sister said Rongrong's sister said, only male and female friends can kiss. For example, brother and Zhuqing's sister can casually kiss. We are not male and female friends. So, Ayin red face, poking his finger, looks a little tangled. After all, she clearly felt happy being kissed by Yifeng, but she also felt as if what Ning Rongrong said was somewhat reasonable. This Ning Rongrong. Yifeng was instantly somewhat speechless. Ning Rongrong, this tainted demon king, even wanted to bring down his Yin. Outrageous. Yifeng vowed to spank her hard next time he had the chance. Brother, a Silver is not like. Just, a Silver cannot be your girlfriend. Ayin suddenly raised her head and looked blearily at Yifeng, her heart both nervous and expectant. End of chapter. Chapter 138 Second Soul Technique Thorn Blood Prison. Chapter 138 Second Soul Skill Thorn Blood Prison. Leaf Maple. Yifeng wanted to agree, but then he felt like a strange uncle who had seduced a little lowly. Search, Lax. This article is free to read. So strange. No, can't do it. When Ayin saw Yifeng hesitate, her small mouth deflated, wanting to force herself not to cry out, but the bean-sized teardrops couldn't help but gush out from her eyes, snapping and dripping on the ground, obviously aggravated and fried. Okay, brother, promise you not okay. When Yifeng saw this appearance of Ayin, where could he hold back? He hurriedly held Ayin in his arms and tenderly wiped her tears. Really? Yin's beautiful eyes instantly lit up, tears in her eyes with a gleam of delight. Really? Ayin will be brother's girlfriend from now on. Yifeng said with a smile. Think of it as having a child bride. Seems like a good idea. As for the relationship and all that, as long as Yin is happy, then, isn't Ayin also able to with brother Yifeng? Ayin seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, Ning Rongrong says only boyfriend and girlfriend. She is now Yifeng's girlfriend, so she should. What? Yifeng's entire body was almost petrified, and thought he had heard wrong. It's just you and Bamboo Ching's sister and by ZG adults like that. Ayin jumped into Yifeng's arms and looked at Yifeng blearily. She had spied on it before when she hadn't yet transformed into a form, and knew that Yifeng liked this kind of thing the most, and had a lot of fun with it. She also wanted to make Yifeng happy. Ahem. Ayin, you are still young. This really can't be done. Wait until you grow up a bit more. This is something that requires an age limit. Yifeng coughed dryly and hurriedly explained. It wasn't that Yifeng cared about age, but Ayan's development was indeed a bit slower. Maybe it's because he's pulling the plug that Ayin is still a tiny baby. Yifeng could feel that Ayin's current body was indeed immature. Soul power has the effect of accelerating development, and his nature's child can also accelerate Yin's growth. Probably wait until Ayan's soul's owner before it's suitable for picking. It does seem a bit small now. No, it's not really that small. Ayin seemed to have paid special attention to the development of her breasts when she took form, and now they were comparable in size to Ning Rongrong's. If she grows up a bit more, although it is unlikely that she will surpass Zhu Zhuqing, she will definitely be able to surpass Ning Rongrong. Age limit. But my cultivation years have reached 30,000 years. Ayan obviously didn't quite understand. Well, it can also be said that it's a soul power restriction. Ayin has to cultivate hard and wait until after the soul sect. Yifeng said, setting a goal for Ayin, lest Ayin mess up. Good. Then Ayin will work hard to cultivate. Ayin sniffed and was instantly motivated to cultivate. It was clear that he would not rest until he reached the soul sect. Right, you seem to have reached level 20 now. How come you haven't condensed your soul ring yet? Yifeng thought of something and asked curiously. In these few days of cultivation, Ayin's cultivation level had also naturally broken through to level 20, which could be said to be divine. This is not to give my brother a surprise. Ayin smiled cheekily, and then directly began to condense soul rings. In the next moment, a deep yellow soul ring instantly rose beneath her feet. Immediately after that, above this soul ring, another white soul ring slowly appeared. However, very soon, the color of this white soul ring began to deepen, transforming from white to light yellow, and then quickly to dark yellow. At a certain moment, the deep yellow soul ring was fiercely abnormal, and its color changed abruptly to lavender. The purple color deepens as time passes. 10 minutes later, the aura on Ayin's body steeply shook, and his soul ring completely coalesced into shape. At the same time, her cultivation directly rose from level 20 to 21. and finally rushed a little more to reach the peak of level 21. The build-up ended up coming up short of level 22. Though, 3,000 years of soul rings. My family Ian is really powerful. Yifeng felt the age of Ian's soul ring and couldn't help but praise it. Then asked curiously, what's the soul skill this time? He. Brother will know if he tries. Ian smiled cheekily, then directly pulled away from Yifeng for a distance. Only the purple soul ring behind her flickered slightly. Next moment. Dozens of blue and silver vines with thorns burst out from the ground, wrapping towards Yifeng from all directions. Every single blue-silver grass was extremely sharp and did not hesitate to stab at Yifeng's body. However, Yifeng's defense was strong, and these spikes couldn't even leave a white mark on Yifeng's body. Of course, Silver naturally expected this. However, she still summoned a large number of thorns to bind Yifeng tightly, and then opened the first soul skill, blood-sucking. In a flash, Yifeng felt a terrifying suction force coming from him, trying to suck his blood out of his skin. However, this time, Yifeng blocked it. He only needed one thought to keep his blood firmly sealed inside his body, unable to be sucked away from his body. Ain originally, as the horsepower is fully open, consumed a lot of soul skills. At this moment would like to suck blood from Yifeng to replenish the soul power, but never thought that Yifeng's body is like an impermeable blood bag. She obviously can feel a large number of high-energy blood, but cannot draw out a drop. Brother badass. It was like sucking a vacuum with his mouth, and Yin's entire face was suffocating red at the moment, obviously having some difficulty. Stop it. Yifeng's body slightly trembled with a powerful force that directly shattered all the blue and silver thorns that trapped him. Then he came over and pinched Yin's face and said, last time, you ate and propped yourself up after absorbing a little bit. If you don't exercise moderation this time, you'll just burst when the time comes. The last time Ian used his first soul skill to draw a little bit of his blood, he just ate straight through. This time, so many thorns could all suck blood. If this bite went down, Ian was afraid that he would be burst on the spot by the terrifying energy. Well, that a little bit is fine too. I'm running out of soul power. Ian looked aggrievedly at Yifeng and said in a small voice. She didn't have the majestic soul power that Yifeng had, plus she had just gone all out and consumed 80% of her soul power, so of course she wanted to replenish some of it from Yifeng. Okay, then drink less. Yifeng nodded, before passing his finger to Ian's mouth. Appa is the best. Ian smiled cheekily and hurriedly released a tiny blue-silver grass, wrapping it around the top of Yifeng's finger and sucking on it in small bites. She had grown up drinking Yifeng's blood since she was a child, and her martial soul had already finished evolving. So Yifeng's blood could no longer make her martial soul evolve again, but it could be used to replenish her life force. End of chapter. Chapter 139, going through the back door instead of the front door? My second martial soul is named Thorny Blood Prison. The effect is what you just saw. All the blue and silver vines are armed with spikes that are extremely penetrating, and each one of them has the same blood-sucking ability as the first soul skill, Ian explained as he sucked. In this article search, Fox Love Literature Hulianuk's free read. Not bad. It's a superb kill. Yifeng nodded, clearly satisfied with the soul skill of Ain. This skill can be a single or group attack. It's a bit more powerful if you only need to control one person for a single one. With group attacks, it's a bit more consuming, and Thorned Blood Prison can directly cover an opponent's entire team. Under a sneak attack, a soul skill is seconds. It's hard for a normal team to react. Not powerful at all. Can't even beat my brother. Ian whispered. Good, now you want to deal with me. What's going to happen when you grow up? Yifeng pretended to be angry and lifted Ian up, bouncing on her PP. Boing. Don't hit. Brother, I'm wrong. Ian hastily covered her PP, her face blushing. By the way, in the future, the kind of thing between men and women, you are not allowed to talk nonsense outside. Especially, Yifeng seemed to have thought of something and barked some more, lest Ian say anything out there in the future. By then, he was afraid that the matter of abducting and selling Lolitas would really be made true. I know it. Ian spat out her tongue and whispered. She was confused some of the time, but then she knew the words to say and not to say. It was the kind of thing she would only talk to her closest friends about. That's good. Yifeng instructed some other things before sending Ain away. Ain still has to communicate more with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong and the others, to increase her insights and learn a little bit about the world. Although being by his side could accelerate his cultivation, it was impossible for him to bring Ain with him all the time. After all, he still has a lot going on. Yifeng returned to his small courtyard. The ZG next door sensed Yifeng's aura and flew out. Ah, Ziggy sister, you're home. Yifeng pretended to be surprised and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Young Lord has been in seclusion for so long. Slave has missed you. Ziji flashed to Yifeng's body and hugged him, sucking him hard with a satisfied face. Apparently, Ziji was somewhat addicted to Yifeng. Cough cough. Ziji's sister. Bloodline evolution is not something that can be successful in a short period of time. You can't be in a hurry. Yifeng coughed dryly, slightly frightened. Ziggy is just too crazy. He's really a little topsy-turvy. Humph. I don't care. Bridget's bloodline has managed to evolve. I want it too. Ziji let out a petulant grunt and, regardless, dragged Yifeng towards the house. Although she knew that it was much more difficult to evolve a dragon bloodline, but with persistence and daily juicing, one day you'll be able to successfully evolve. Leaf maple. Another half a month passed. Yifeng still escaped Ziji's clutches. It would be fine if Ziggy was alone, but since Ziggy and Biji live together, halfway through, Biji comes in and intervenes. 1 for 2. Yifeng was not an opponent at all. Even if he had a strong kidney body, he wouldn't be able to withstand the duo's crazy juicing. After leaving the Star Sect, Yifeng then intended to return to the Star Do Great Forest. After all, after being out on the waves for so long, it was definitely necessary to go back and visit Gu Yuna. Well, there are a few more things that are definitely giving some account. Yifeng felt that Gu Yuna must know something about what he did outside. I don't know if Gu Yuna will be angry this time when I go back. To be honest, Yifeng was still a bit apprehensive. After all, after doing bad things outside, Yifeng was still very weak. Coupled with Gu Yuna's powerful strength, Yifeng was no match at all. However, Yifeng also knew that Gu Yuna wouldn't take anything from him, and the worst outcome would undoubtedly be to be caught and locked up and juiced every day, not allowing him to leave. In response, Yifeng was also prepared to make amends. The 20 or so drops of essence blood he had recently saved were useless, and all of them were given to Gu Yuna, which should be able to help her quickly recover from her injuries, as well as pacify her a little bit, so that Gu Yuna could slightly reduce her anger. With the Voidwalker, Yifeng's journey to the Star Double Great Forest was just a matter of 1 or 2 steps, and within a few breaths he had arrived at the Star Double Great Forest from the Canopy City. The familiar scent came to his face, causing Yifeng to have a feeling of going home. In the next moment, Yifeng once again turned on Voidwalker. However, this time, Yifeng did not hurry to choose a landing spot, but slowly wandered in the void. In the void, the concept of distance is actually lost. Yifeng's step in the void could travel 100 kilometers or 0.00001 meters, depending entirely on Yifeng's intention. Soon, Yifeng discovered a special place. The void there had an obvious expansion, and it was obvious that the space in that place had been expanded by some unknown force. Yifeng's thoughts transformed into reality and faintly perceived. Sure enough, it was pretty much as he expected. There was none other than Gu Yuna's boudoir, a foreign space that she herself had opened up. I wonder if I can just break into. Yifeng's curiosity got the better of him, set a coordinate and took a step. Whoosh! The image in front of his eyes turned, and Yifeng realized that he had actually come to Gu Yuna's boudoir. As for Gu Yuna, Yifeng just wanted to turn his head, but he felt a deadly pressure falling towards him, making him unable to move a single bit. Bold, who has gone so far as to, "Sister, it's me." Yifeng's dead soul was almost not scared to death. Whoosh! In the next moment, Yifeng only felt a fragrant wind coming to his face. Gu Yuna's delicate figure appeared in front of him, and then stretched out her hand, grabbed Yifeng's collar, and said with slight anger, "What are you doing? The main door is not going to the back door. You want to scare me to death, not?" Gu Yuna was really a little pissed off at the moment. She almost couldn't stop herself just now and slapped Yifeng to death. If Yifeng was accidentally killed by her, then she really wanted to die. "Sister, I was wrong." Yifeng hurriedly bowed his head and honestly admitted his mistake. He was also a bit regretful at the moment, mainly because of his curiosity, and he didn't expect to almost make a big deal out of it. It was only at this time that Yifeng thought of the phrase warning in the note. Even within the realm, one could encounter danger, let alone going to other realms. If the one he encountered wasn't Gu Yuna, but some other strong person, then he was afraid that he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Yifeng swore that he would never go to the unknown space before he had absolute certainty, lest he encountered dangers that were difficult to deal with. "You little guy." Gu Yuna yanked Yifeng over and pressed him down on his chest to ravage him hard. She really couldn't get mad at Yifeng. The anger she had just felt was only caused by her own mind fluctuating too violently. "What's wrong with you? When did you learn this ability to travel through space? So much so that you can directly enter the space I'm in?" After having a good time, Gu Yuna then looked at Yifeng and asked curiously. End of chapter. Chapter 140, Gu Yuna, making up the times. Ahem. This is a talent I recently awakened, with the ability to travel through space over long distances. This article search, 5 Kanshu. Yifeng only hit a small part of it and briefly talked about this ability of his. "This bloodline of yours is really strong. To be able to awaken such a terrifying spatial type talent, it's too outrageous." When Gu Yuna heard this, she also sucked in a breath of cool air, obviously shocked by Yifeng's talent, and even more so, she was a little envious. She possessed the talent of controlling the elements, which also included most of the rules of space and time, but before she developed, she definitely couldn't do what Yifeng did, and traveled through space recklessly. However, very soon, Gu Yuna thought of something and pinched the back of Yifeng's neck as she said in a ghostly tone, "If you have such a convenient talent, then why haven't you come to see me for so long?" According to Yifeng, traveling through space was just an instant. Before, if Yifeng said that it was a long way to go and didn't come to see her, she could still understand. But now, Yifeng was immediately a bit weak and stammered, obviously not thinking of an excuse. "And do you really think I don't know about all the things you've been doing out there?" Gu Yuna seemed to have thought of something else, and an inexplicable chill emanated from her entire body. She naturally did not monitor Yifeng, but Yifeng is wearing her scales. Her reverse scale can not only locate Yifeng's position, but also know how many times Yifeng is done. Just now she slightly unexpectedly found that this kid in the outside times actually more than 1,000 times. That would be too much. And, through the sense, she realized that most of them were the sense of Bridget and Ziggy. Those two she had expected. There were two other sense. One divine, obviously the descendants of angels, of which she had heard a little. The other course is rather ordinary. There were 4 of them in all, but they didn't mess around. Still, there was a small taste in her mouth. She is here to recover her injuries bitterly. Yifeng, this kid is free. Sister, listen to my explanation. Yifeng felt the cold air behind him, and his face turned slightly white. No need to explain. Just make up the times. Gu Yuna snorted coldly and directly dragged Yifeng into the bedroom behind him. What number of times? Yifeng was dumbfounded, obviously unaware of Gu Yuna's means of spying on him, but Gu Yuna is too lazy to explain, has bullied her way up. Directly writing face. January. Yifeng was lying on the bed. His cheeks and eyes were slightly sunken, the dark circles under his eyes were very obvious, and the whole person had lost a small circle of weight. For the first 3 days of paradise, Guzuna was submissive. It's hell back there, and Gulzner won't relent. If it wasn't for his strong physique, he was afraid that he would have become a dry corpse. Gu Yuna deserved to be Gu Yuna. In this world, she was just invincible. At the same time, Yifeng was finally aware of what Gu Yuna said about the number of times. He had long known that Gu Yuna had the means to spy on him, just did not expect it to be that piece of reverse scale, and also TM record times. Sure enough, it is the scales of Gu Yuna, which is unique, and outrageous. I'm here looking forward to you every day, waiting for you. You even get away with it outside. It's really over the top. Gu Yuna was still sitting on Yifeng, condescendingly looking down on Yifeng, but the tone of her voice was characterized by an obvious grudge. Cough cough. Sister in my heart is the most important. I'm not back. Yifeng at this moment were still dared a sophistry a sentence, but instead said good words. Even more so, he reached out and hugged Gu Yuna's slender waist, pulling her over and hugging her, pressing her tightly together. Because he can also see, a month of angry, Gu Yuna should be completely calm. If he still dared to explain, he might not be able to provoke the anger in Gu Yuna's heart, so it would be better to say something nice and hurry up to perfume it. Still honest. Barely forgive you, Gu Yuna grunted, to which she seemed to be very flattered by this. She was lying on Yifeng's chest like this, gently caressing Yifeng's face, inexplicably feeling some heartache. Really, have lost so much weight. It seems that it's not safe outside. Why don't you stay here with your sister from now on? Here sister provides you with food and drink, and can also provide you with fun, and you won't fall behind in your cultivation. Isn't that great? As Gu Yuna said, her fingers even gently hooked Yifeng's chin, with an inexplicable threatening meaning in her eyes. Although his anger had subsided, he was obviously not too willing to plan on letting Yifeng leave, wanting to let Yifeng stay here for a while longer. Good, then I'll stay here to accompany my sister. Yifeng nodded and agreed in turn. It was Gu Yuna's turn to be dumbfounded. She was also just scaring Yifeng to make him a little bit more restrained, but she didn't expect Yifeng to directly agree to it. But naturally, Gu Yuna didn't quite believe Yifeng's bull ***** and only thought that the other party was coaxing her. Before Gu Yuna could open her mouth, Yifeng continued, now that my cultivation has risen again, my blood healing ability is also more powerful. This period of time is fine anyway, so I'll stay here to help my sister heal her injuries, and when my sister's injuries are healed, I'll take my sister to the human world to have a look. Who needs your help to heal? It doesn't take 1,000 years for me to be completely healed. I won't fall for your tricks this time. Gu Yuna slightly skimmed her head and delicately grunted. Obviously, the pride of being Gu Yuna really did not allow her to use Yifeng's blood to heal her injuries. It was tempting, but she had her dignity and pride. The first 2 times were caught in Yifeng's trick. This time, She would not say anything to suck Yifeng's blood to heal her injuries. It was only 1,000 years of crickets, and to her it was just a snap of the fingers. Yifeng said with a smile, Guzuna, don't you dare. Your first time is mine and your first child can only be mine. Guyuna pinched Yifeng's face and huffed, little Feng, you've grown up. How dare you threaten your sister? No, I want to be with you every day. Yifeng heatedly smiled, slightly exerted himself, and with a rollover, he in turn pressed Guyuna underneath him. What are you doing? Go away. I won't let you stay here anymore. Guyuna gently pushed Yifeng, trying to push him away, but at the moment, Yifeng looks like a wind candle in general, a batch of kidney deficiency, making her completely dare not force. For fear of an accident will Yifeng lost. Yifeng turned a deaf ear, then directly extended his claws and opened a slit in his chest. Fresh blood gurgled out. In addition to that, there were 25 drops of bright red blood that emitted endless vitality. Precisely all the essence blood that Yifeng had condensed some time ago. This month he had been squeezed by Guyuna. Not a drop had coalesced. These were all he had left in stock. I was going to give 10 drops, but thought it might not be enough, so I just gave it all. In one breath, she completely milked Guyuna to full blood. End of chapter.